My mom asked me to go on a blind date, saying she found 40 fair-skinned and beautiful sisters. However, as a 985 top-tier student, I was rejected by various blind date partners. Some complained that I was too poor and couldn't afford a dowry of tens of thousands. Some said I lacked compassion and wouldn't accept their children. And now, in front of me sits a 70-year-old lady. Young man, you seem nice. Let's chat. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Auntie, are you in the wrong place? The Sunset Red Blind Date Club is next door. Although I often joke with my buddies that it's better to marry a rich woman, I suddenly feel like I don't care much about money. The old lady shook her head and said, I'm not here for myself. It's for my daughter. Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief and pulled up a chair to sit back down. Although the old lady was dressed plainly, her demeanor was very good, and a girl raised in such a family must be outstanding. Why didn't your daughter come herself? Is she too busy with work? The old lady didn't speak, pondered for a few seconds, and said, my daughter is currently in a vegetative state, lying in the hospital. The doctor says she may not make it through this month. She has never been married in her life, and as a mother, I am thinking, can I find her a companion before she passes away? My mouth opened, but I really didn't know what to say. I probably understood the old lady's thoughts. She just wanted to find someone to bring joy to her daughter. Auntie, I'm looking for someone to live a good life with this time. I'm afraid your daughter and I are not suitable. However, the old lady, upon hearing my refusal, still did not leave. Young man, don't rush to refuse me. As long as you can marry my daughter, I can offer you some rewards. Auntie, it's not about rewards or not, mainly if it works out, I'll give you $1 million. Suddenly, my refusal was cut off, and I looked at the old lady in shock. When I stopped talking, the old lady took the opportunity to say, young man, I only need you for a month. After a month, no matter what happens to my daughter, you can take the money and leave. At this moment, there was a struggle in my heart. To be honest, I really need money. Since the beginning of the year, I haven't been able to find a job after leaving school, and now my credit cards are maxed out. Seeing that I was hesitant to agree, the old lady continued to persuade. Young man, as long as you agree, I can transfer a deposit of 100,000 yuan to you right now. I really have no other way. Can you help my daughter? Because her emotions were too intense, the old lady's chest began to heave as she frantically took out a pill and swallowed it. Given this situation, I simply closed my eyes and made up my mind. I promise you. An hour later, I had a marriage certificate in my hand, and at the same time, there was an extra 100,000 yuan in my account. I felt a dreamlike sense of unreality in my heart, that I had gotten married just like that. Originally, it was just to deal with my mother's blind date arrangements, and in no time at all, I ended up marrying a sister who was 20 years older than me. With curiosity, I opened the marriage certificate, and the woman in the photo had willow eyebrows, apricot eyes, and cherry lips, definitely at the level of a goddess. As I looked at it, I felt happy in my heart, with a sense of familiarity. Sumi, I remember my mom's old friend used to be named this too. It can't be just a coincidence, right? Most likely just the same name. I really liked this sister when I was a kid, but since she moved, I slowly lost contact with my mom, and now she's probably married and had children just like my mom. 1 hour later, I followed the old lady to the ward where Sumi was located, and the wedding was about to take place here. The relatives who came to help were busy nervously, but no one spoke, even walking quietly, afraid to make a sound. I stood by the bedside, staring at Sumi without blinking. She had changed into a bright red wedding dress with the help of her relatives. She, who had been kept alive by nutrients for a long time, had become extremely thin. As I watched, an indescribable emotion suddenly rose in my heart, especially when I thought about her passing away in a month. The feeling became even stronger. After the relatives were ready, the wedding officially began. Because Sumi couldn't move, everything was kept simple, with the traditional ceremonies like paying respects to heaven and earth and the parents being cancelled, and only the officiant read the marriage vows for the couple. After the wedding was completed, the relatives left one after another. The old lady sat by the bedside, holding Sumi's hand, and murmured to herself, Tang Tang, you always said you didn't want to get married, but mom couldn't bear to see you all alone in the end. So mom took the liberty of finding you a husband. His name is Lin Chen, a very nice young man. After saying this, the old lady turned to me and said, Xiao Chen, I'm not in good health either, so I'll trouble you to come and accompany her every day from now on. My emotions were a bit low, but I still nodded firmly. Don't worry, Sumi is my wife, and I will take good care of her. After watching the old lady leave, I turned my gaze to Sumi on the sickbed, and a tremor ran through my heart at the sight. Too thin. Thin enough to make one's heart ache. Sister, no, let's still call you wife. Do you know, besides you, I also know someone named Sumi. She is about the same age as you, and also very beautiful. Because there was no one else in the ward, I didn't have to worry so much, chatting while holding her small hand in mine. Her little hands were cold and very comfortable. It was at this time that he suddenly saw that on Sumi's wrist, there was a black birthmark in the shape of a plum blossom. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen froze, mouth muttered, "My God, in this world, how so coincidental thing, you even all called Sumi, wrist, also have a plum flower pattern." Halfway through his words, Lin Chen reacted and violently slapped himself. What a coincidence, the one in front of me is the same Sumi that I knew as a child. This, Lin Chen didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. The misadventure, did he really marry her himself? After freezing for a long time, Lin Chen said in tears and laughter, "Wife, you may not believe me when I say it. Do you know who I am? My name is Lin Chen, and my mom's name is Zhao Xiao Xiao. Does the name sound familiar to you? She is your classmate. You used to come to our house often play with me, and then, you moved away, because of your work. Can't you remember all these?" After Lin Chen finished speaking, his eyes looked expectantly at Sumi in the hospital bed. Only, she continued to lie quietly and unresponsive. Lin Chen thought she couldn't hear him, so he continued to talk to himself. "Wife, fate, this thing, really marvelous. When I was a child, my mom asked me, when I grow up, to ask for a what kind of daughter-in-law. At that time, I said I must find a you like this. At that time, the whole house laughed and said when I grow up, you will be old, but now it seems that you haven't aged at all, and you're still so beautiful. Honey, you must wake up in a hurry. Your little husband has grown up. Don't you want to take a look?" Lin Chen spoke to himself, completely not noticing that Sumi, who was on the hospital bed, suddenly moved her eyelids after hearing these words. "Wife, I really didn't think that the dream I had when I was a kid could really come true. I'm really looking forward to my life with you now. You must wake up quickly, but you can't die. But then again, if you wake up, how will you get along with my mom? She treats you as a sister, and you have to." This scene, TSK, it's embarrassing to think about it. Lin Chen couldn't help but giggle after fantasizing a little. Also at this time, originally lying on the hospital bed motionless Sumi, fingers moved. Lin Chen thought he was blind at first and didn't take it seriously, but a few seconds later, her fingers moved again, and only then did Lin Chen stand up in incomparable shock. "Holy, wife, you're awakening?" Chapter 3 I Have a Wife. Lin Chen was happy and flustered. After spinning in place a few times, that's when he reacted to call for a doctor. "Doctor, where's the doctor? My wife is awake. Come on, come on." The doctor rushed over quickly and at first didn't want to believe that Sumi had woken up until he watched the security footage. That's how it was determined that the vegetable who had been lying in a hospital bed for 2 months was actually responding. Zhang Qilei, who was the attending physician, had a face of disbelief. "Doctor, just now she moved her hand. Does that mean she's going to wake up soon?" Lin Chen asked with an excited expression. "This is not certain," Zhang Qilei said cautiously. "This can only mean that she gradually regains some of her limb functions, but when she wakes up, it's not certain, but all in all, it's a good start." That's, Lin Chen was slightly disappointed, but the fact that she can move is a good start. "And by the way, your relationship with the patient is? What did you just do to make her react as she did?" "You know, Sumi in the hospital bed, has been lying for 2 months, can try the way, have tried, no effect." This well, Lin Chen old face a red, "I am her husband, today just received the certificate. I did not do anything," is to say a little between the couple's whisper. "That's right," Zhang Qilei nodded indistinctly. "Since the behavior just now worked, talk to her more. Maybe you can wake her up. Is this really going to work? Can she hear it?" "Theoretically it is possible." Zhang Qilei nodded. "There are indeed clinical precedents of vegetative people being awakened by their families. And your wife became a vegetable because of the brain damage caused by burning charcoal to commit suicide and inhaling too much carbon monoxide. But the damage to her bodily functions is not serious. The reason why she hasn't woken up is because she herself has no desire to live. As long as you can stimulate her desire to live, the chances of waking up are still very high." "Great!" Lin Chen was overjoyed, then couldn't resist asking, "Do you know why she killed herself?" Zhang Qilei shook his head and said, "This is the patient's privacy. We don't have the right to know. All in all, it's always good for you to talk to her more." "I know. Thanks, doctor. I'll try." After sending the doctor away, Lin Chen once again sat back on the edge of the bed and held Sumi's hand. It seemed like she had just reacted when she mentioned her mother, and in that case, she would talk more about her mother. "Honey, you and my mom haven't seen each other in a long time, have you?" "I still remember. In the past that time, your relationship can be very good. Really nothing to say. If that year, you did not move away, it would be so good. By the way, tell you about my mom's current situation. She is now small life. Don't mention how nourishing. In the TV station's work is not busy. My father's salary are still given to her to keep. When it's okay, go to the square to find the little old man to dance square dance. The day can be comfortable. I think a pretty one like you would definitely steal her thunder if you were there too. Then again, you're so pretty. Why on earth would you want to kill yourself? Lin Chen rambled on a bunch of times, and as he did so, he observed Sumi's reaction, but after talking for a long time, it had no effect at all, so the subject was changed. Wife, you know, at first when our mom found me, I was worried that you were an ugly monster, but again, I think the old lady is too poor, plus I also really lack of money. This is reluctantly agreed. It turned out that when I met someone I realized that not only were you pretty, but you were also the goddess of my childhood. Do you know how happy I was? Lin Chen pressed Sumi's hand to his face and softly said, I only have one wish right now, and that's for you to wake up as soon as possible. I like you. I want to live with you and be a real couple. I don't know what happened to you in the past that made you think of suicide, but now I'm here, and I'll face anything else with you in the future. So wake up, will you? After Lin Chen said this, Sumi's fingertips slightly moved. Lin Chen was ecstatic when he captured it. Honey, you heard it right? Looks like she can actually hear. After determining that there is really an effect, Lin Chen got more and more energized. Wife, let me tell you, don't look at my age, but I look super handsome. The body is also good. 8-pack abs, push-ups can do more than 100. Outside can be a lot of little girls coveted my flesh. But don't worry, I married you. I am your. I won't cheat, but if you never wake up, your husband I can only cheap other women. All this tendon flesh, only for others to touch. Lin Chen was a bit formal at first, but since Sumi was a vegetable, there was no one else in the ward. So slowly, he let go and started to let go. The words that came out of his mouth were getting more and more flirty, and the more flirty the words became, the more frequently Sumi's fingers moved, the higher they became. Lin Chen took it all in and was happy. Wife, I've heard a saying that a woman is like a wolf in her 30s and a tiger in her 40s. You're exactly 40 this year. Will you be strong in that area of your needs? Wife, you don't need to be shy. We are married. There is nothing we can't say. Besides, your husband I am now as strong as a calf. Even if it's many times a night, I can still serve you comfortably. Lin Chen's character was one of integrity. He's never said this to a girl before, but that's exactly what happened when the floodgates opened and he started to get out of control. And while saying that, he also gave Sumi's palm a flirty squeeze. Seductive. However, just as he was about to say something else, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. In came the caretaker that the old lady had hired to help. With outsiders around, Lin Chen couldn't be too licentious. He could only reluctantly say, Wife, I still have things to do. I'll leave today. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. You must wake up as soon as possible. When you wake up, you'll have a chance to honor what I said. With that said, she exchanged contact information with the caretaker and gave a few instructions before leaving. After Lin Chen left the hospital, he originally wanted to take the bus, but he thought that he still had $100,000 lying in his card, so broke down and took an internet taxi. Sitting in the car, looking at the rapidly receding cityscape on one side, Lin Chen was slightly in a trance. Today, he was just trying to cope with his mom, not having thought that he had gotten married, and married to mom's best friend. I also wonder how mom will react when she finds out about this. And speak of the devil, I was just thinking about my mom when her phone call came in. Chapter 4 Mom, you really do have a single and beautiful female classmate. Bastard, you've gotten fat. You don't even answer your mom's phone. The phone just picked up with a chopping sound. It was only then that Lin Chen realized that there were countless missed calls and text messages on his cell phone. That what? Lin Chen smiled sarcastically. I was just busy and forgot to answer the phone. I expected my mom to burst into a rage, but I didn't expect her voice to be filled with joy. Busy? Are you seeing some girl? Mom, and is not a king 8C green beans, which can be so fast. And, you cannot mention the blind date thing. Son begged you, never give me blind arrangements, okay? Lin Chen began to pour out his bitterness. The oddballs I've seen in half a day today are more than the ones I've seen in the past 20 years combined. So don't sign me up for this kind of blind date in the future. Son, I really can't take it. Mom heard this and immediately got annoyed. Do you think I'm willing to worry about you? It's not because you're so incompetent that you can't even find a girlfriend. I can't find a girlfriend? Lin Chen was exasperated and laughed. Not only did he have one, he was even licensed. If he is not worried about saying it, he will be cut to death by his mom in the street. He really wants to tell this thing, to let his mom be shocked properly. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Chan spoke again. Mom, don't open up a blind date for me. I really don't want to go on a blind date. If you're so inclined, introduce me to a rich woman. I really don't want to make the effort. The mom on the other end of the phone was confused, and after freezing for a long time, she just started cursing. Asterisk 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 off. Where am I going to find you a rich woman? Classmates. You have so many classmates. Don't you have any successful career? Introduce me to any one of them, and I'll be able to save myself a few decades of detours. Won't I? Maybe you can even have a grandchild right away. Bunny, say something like that again. Believe it or not, I'll cut you. Mom was furious. Those of my classmates who got married early will soon be grandmothers. Saying this kind of thing, do you still want to be ashamed? Mom, what if some of your female classmates, who are well maintained and fit, are still single? Instead of cheaping out on someone else, why don't you just cheap out on your own son? Do your green daydreams? If there were, would it still be your turn? Mom, what if it does? If it does, then you need to hurry up and do it. Mom, I won't stop you. Jo Su spoke back in exasperation. This son of his own, he has really grown. To find a daughter-in-law who has found a classmate on his side. Her mouth dropped open, ready to teach her son a good lesson. But just then, he was surprised to find that the rabbit had hung up the phone. On the other side, Lin Chen hung up the phone and lightly saved the recording of the call. A smile curled the corners of his mouth after everything was done. Mom, don't blame your son for being devious. Blame it on the fact that you actually have a single and beautiful female classmate. It was already evening when Lin Chen returned to the school dormitory. No one else in the dormitory had returned yet. Lin Chen lying in bed, recalling the events of this day. It feels like a dream. First, she was forced by her mother to go on a blind date. And then, somehow, she got married to an old woman 17 years older. Truth be told, he wasn't all that willing at first, purely for the money. But who knew that things would take a turn for the worse? The old woman that he had married so sparingly turned out to be Auntie Sumi. It's the childhood dream goddess, Mom's best friend from her youth. Thinking of Sumi's gentle as water's stunning face, he couldn't help but giggle out. Childhood dreams come true. It's hard to be unhappy. Sumi's wife, you must wake up quickly. Our good days are just beginning. After silently making a wish in his heart, Lin Chen pulled out his cell phone and began to do something else. First, the loan was paid back in full. Subsequently applied for a certificate of repayment and cancelled the account in its entirety. Bye-bye Yulu, Grandpa, I successfully landed. After paying off all the bills, the balance on the card was still a little over 30,000 points. After hesitating for a moment, he transferred another $10,000 to his dead friend Jiang Yao. Within a minute, Jiang Yao put in a call. Holy, son, you're rich? Why did you suddenly transfer $10,000 to me? Ahem, please watch your language. Righteous father. Why did you transfer $10,000 to me? Been adopted by a rich woman? Asterisk 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 Q. Although what Jiang Yao guessed was close to the truth, he nevertheless disliked it. I recently made a small fortune, so I paid back what I borrowed from you first. That's not right. I lent you 5,000. Why did you give me 10,000? Cut the nagging and take it if it's given to you. Lin Chen knew that Jiang Yao was having a hard time as well. Although the delivery earns a little every month, but it is one person earns, two people spend, and life is tight. His PhD student girlfriend, too, is still unemployed for the time being. Got it. Righteousness is tall. Righteousness is hard. Righteousness is tall and hard. Asterisk 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 off. I haven't eaten yet. Bring me back some food after the delivery later. Okay. After the call, Lin Chen lay down on his bed to rest, but only after 10 minutes, the dormitory door was kicked open. Who else would come in but Jiang Yao, the godson? In his hand, he was also carrying a bunch of lo mein, peanut rice, and bulk Tsingtao beer. Holy, why are you back so early? This time of year should be exactly when Jiang Yao is busiest. Send a chicken. I'm quitting. As he spoke, Jiang Yao placed the food in his hand on the table. What? Lin Chen was surprised. Now the deliveryman is more than ordering takeout, forcing a whole lot of things every day, but also not moving to deduct money. Do a hook 8. Then let's eat first. Lin Chen opened the plastic bag on the table and then poured a glass of beer for each of the two men. After a few cups of wine, Lin Chen hiccuped and said, then what are you going to do in the future? Girlfriends don't keep? Raise If there is no home, I dare to resign. My mother called me yesterday. My aunt's cousin is also in the provincial capital, in a biomedical company department manager. With his care, I estimate that the two of us into the problem is not too big. The salary of 8,000 a month, pay 5 insurance, and not tired. That's a good feeling. Lin Chan's eyes instantly glowed. Come on, let's go. The next day, when Lin Chan woke up, he was already the only one left in the dormitory. After a brief wash, he went out and prepared to go to the hospital. Though it's only been one night since I've seen. However, once he thought that he would be able to see her soon, Lin Chan's mood still couldn't help but leap up. Sumi wife, wait for me. I'm coming. Chapter 5. The world will be okay. Lin Chen had just entered the hospital with his front foot when the old lady's phone called in. Auntie Li, do you want something from me? Lin Chen said with incomparable politeness. He already knew the old lady's name. Li Xiulan, 68 years old. Xiao Chen. Thank you. Li Xiulan's voice was filled with excitement. Auntie, where else would you start? If you want to thank me, it's me who should thank you. Lin Chen meant what he said. If it weren't for the old lady, where would he have been able to pay off his debts so easily and, moreover, earn a beautiful wife? Although she was currently lying in bed, Lin Chen believed that everything would be fine. In the morning, I got a call from Dr. Zhang, who said that sugar moved her finger yesterday, which is a very good start. I didn't expect. This is only the first day. The effect is so good. So, in the future, I have to trouble you to go over to accompany Sugar Plum more often, and talk to her more. The matter of money, it's not a problem, as long as Sugar Plum can really get well. How much you want is fine. Li Xiulan's voice, incomparably excited. Dr. Zhang's words gave her renewed hope. Auntie Li, you don't have to worry about this. I'm already in the hospital now. I'll go to accompany her later. Moreover, I'm Sumi's husband now. I'll definitely do everything I can to make her wake up. It's my responsibility as a husband. Good. The old lady said 3 good words in a row. Enough to see the joy in her heart. I didn't look at the wrong person in the first place. Then after sugar candy, I'll entrust you. Auntie Li, you just put your heart in your stomach. After talking to the old lady on the phone, Lin Chen looked up at the rising sun. A pang of emotion ran through his mind. I didn't realize that I was also a man with a daughter-in-law. After lamenting, he came to Sumi's hospital room. Honey, your little husband is here. Haven't seen you all night. Have you missed me? Lin Chen lightly sat next to Sumi, took her small hand, and muttered to himself. You must not have thought of me, but I have thought of you very much last night, and I dreamed that you woke up, and that we lived together every day, and that our days were sweet and happy. Wife, your name is Su Honey. This day should have been sweet. To say why your life is bitter, it must be that you did not meet me. Not I blow with you. Your little husband, although young small, but will be quite a lot. Housework will be, massage will be, and also cook a handful of good food. By the way, wife, what do you like to eat? When you wake up, I'll cook them all for you, okay? After saying this bunch of words, Lin Chen twisted his head to look at Sumi, blearily waiting for her to give a reaction. Only, unfortunately, she remained quiet and motionless. Lin Chen was a little disappointed. Honey, are you not up yet? Time to get up. Little lazybones, the sun is shining on your ass. By the way, my mom called me last night. Yes, it's your BFF Zhao Xiuxiu. She's urging me to get married again. So I have to bring my girlfriend home at the end of the year. I have not told her about our marriage. That way, she won't press for marriage. When Lin Chen finished saying this, Sumi's eyelids on the hospital bed moved. Seeing her react, Lin Chen was happy. The trick worked. Honey, I see you moved. You mean, I should tell her, right? Fingers moving again. I see you think so too. Why are your fingers moving so fast? After seeing Sumi's fingers keep moving, Lin Chen couldn't help but giggle. Wife, why are you still in a hurry? I'm just kidding you. I won't tell my mom. Even if I do, it will definitely be after you wake up and agree. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Sumi's fingers finally quieted down. Lin Chen would smile. This old baby, it's so funny. He's not even afraid of death. How can he still be afraid of this kind of thing? And speaking of death, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something and muttered. Wife, I don't know what you went through in the past that made you have no attachment to this world, but we are already married. I will not allow you to be like this. In the future, no matter what things you encounter, I will carry with you, enjoy together, poor, or rich, happy, or difficult. When we get married, we should be each other's most important concern in this world. Wife, you must get well and get well soon. The world will be fine. Lin Chen didn't know why, but as he spoke, he became a bit sad. Speaking with emotion, he leaned forward and cupped her cheeks in his hands, scrutinizing them carefully. It was also the first time he had ever made such an intimate gesture to a female. His cheeks, for a moment, burned. If Sumi wasn't a vegetable, just lying there obediently, he wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Honey, you're really pretty. How come I'm so lucky that the first time I came out on a blind date, I ran into you? Honey, I've been so lucky. Surely I'll continue to be lucky in the future. Won't I? You'll surely wake up and then we'll live a good life without shame. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after Lin Chen said this, he felt that Sumi's cheeks were burning hot. He retracted his hand and put it on his face. It's hot, too. For a while, it was a little hard for him to tell the difference. Honey, I thought you were shy, making me happy for nothing. So what? I looked up a lot of information last night. The information said that giving a massage to a vegetable person every day will help the vegetable person recover later. From now on, I will give you a massage every day. After saying that, Lin Chen got up, rolled up his sleeves, and began to give Sumi a massage. First the calves, then the thighs, then the arms, the shoulders, the neck. After the entire set was done, Lin Chen was panting and sweating profusely. After doing so, Lin Chen had just sat down and rested for 2 minutes. The door to the room was pushed open, and the little nurse, pushing a cart, came in. Ward 5. The patient is due for a nutritional shot. Oh, okay. Lin Chen hurriedly stood up, his hands scrambling to cooperate on the sidelines. The little nurse didn't leave immediately after placing the bottle, but instead looked at Lin Chen with a curious expression. You're a patient's family member? Why haven't I seen you before? That. Lin Chen scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I'm the patient's husband. I just got my license yesterday. Oh, I see. That's that Lin Chen, isn't it? The punchline? The little nurse had a dazed look on her face. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. The young man is really handsome. The nurse sister took a serious look at Lin Chen. Your wife is also pretty. I've never seen such a pretty one in all the years I've been in the hospital. Prettier than the stars on TV. Not to mention, you two are quite the couple. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Chen responded smilingly. By the way, just now my wife she moved her fingers again. In her case, does it mean she's going to wake up? Chapter 6 got a job. That's not necessarily true, but it's a good trend. So keep up the good work. Talk to her more, and maybe she'll wake up sometime. Okay, thank you nurse sister. After the little nurse left, Lin Chen prepared to speak to Sumi a few more times. However, as soon as the nurse left, other nurses came running after her, one crop at a time, for various reasons. There was also the frequency of the doctor's visits, which had increased a lot, and every time he came over, he was followed by a group of gossip-filled nurses. Lin Chen cried and laughed. He knew that he was on fire at the hospital. Punching things like this would have been uncommon in hospitals. What's more, he himself was almost 20 years younger than Sumi. Old wives and young husbands, plus both of them are handsome men and women. It is no wonder that they are knocking CP there with a gossipy face. Lin Chen sighed afterward. Helplessly, he rushed Sumi on the hospital bed and said, Wife, if I don't leave, you're afraid that you won't be able to get a good rest. It just so happens that I have an interview to attend in the morning, so I'll be leaving for a while. After saying this, Lin Chen turned around and prepared to leave, but as soon as he got up, Sumi on the hospital bed, his fingers suddenly moved. It was like saying, don't go, stay with me a little longer. Lin Chen was happy in his heart when he saw the scene. Honey, you don't want me to leave? I can't let you go either. But this interview is very important to me, and it was hard for my deadbeat to get it, and I have to work well to earn money so that, when you awaken, I can raise you to be fat. I'm leaving. You don't need to be sad. When I come over next time, I'll make it up to you, give you a massage and sing you a song, okay? Your husband I can sing very well. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. After saying this, Lin Chen put his bag on his back and tiptoed away. Holy, why are you so late? By the time Lin Chen arrived at the target location out of breath, Zhang Yao was already waiting a bit impatiently. There was a traffic jam on the road. Lin Chen explained. Got your resume and everything? By the way, what's the name of this company we're interviewing for? I'll make a mental draft. A honey creature. Honey? Lin Chen froze. It wasn't because of anything else, but the name was so unusual. It was very much like Sumi had given it. Her first name is Sumi. The nickname is Sugar. Honey just happens to be two names combined together. What are you gawking at? Let's go. People's HR are waiting. 2 hours later, Lin Chen and Zhang Yao came out of the building. Lin Chen was a bit deflated. Why do I feel that the probability of us being accepted is not high? Among those who interviewed with us just now, only the two of us are master's degree holders, while the others are all PhDs. Don't worry about it. My aunt has told me that my cousin is in a good position in the company, and if he says hello, he'll be able to get us both in. Well then, it's still good to have people. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and, together with Jiang Yao, left the building. Only, what Lin Chen didn't notice was that right at this moment, a woman brushed past him. Lin Chen didn't notice her, but the woman recognized Lin Chen. When he was gone, the woman took off her sunglasses and dialed a phone number. Auntie, I think I saw Lin Chen. Yes, right at the company. He seems to have come over for an interview. Afternoon, Honey Bio, inside the sales department office. Zhou Yu, Jiang Yao's cousin. At the moment it's at the workstation, sitting on the edge of my seat, with a great deal of inner anxiety. And the reason for his anxiety is solely because of his loudmouthed mom. He did work in the honey, but it is just an ordinary salesman. But to the mouth of the mom, he somehow became a manager. Mom also made a big deal about helping her cousin with his job. That's going to be hard for Zhou Yu. Now that the economy is in a downturn, Honey is facing a very tough time as well, and there is pressure to lay off employees in all departments. To put it mildly, one is already a clay bodhisattva. Where is the ability to solve the problem of work for the cousin? But mom said it all. Jiang Yao was also his cousin with whom he had a good relationship, so he couldn't just ignore it. He had no choice but to tough it out and go to the HR who had a pretty good relationship. But the results, however, were unsatisfactory. The company does want more people, but only at the PhD level, and as for masters, not at all. After sitting at his workstation for a long time in depression, Zhou Yu finally picked up the phone and dialed Jiang Yao. He had already made a mental note, and was even prepared to invite his cousin to dinner in the evening as an apology. But as soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Yao's joyful voice came from the other side. Cousin, I was just about to call you. Thank you so much. Thank you? With one sentence, Zhou Yu was directly dried out. Cousin, what do you mean? Burying me? Zhou Yu said with a bitter smile. What am I doing burying you? I can't even thank you enough. My roommate and I, we both got offers. Got an offer? Zhou Yu is totally confused. An hour ago, I went to ask myself, and I haven't been accepted yet. What the hell is going on? Cousin, we are brothers. I won't talk to you in polite terms. When we turn around, I will definitely treat you to a meal. No. Actually, I didn't help much. It's good that you got accepted. Honey treatment is still pretty good and there is room for growth. Cousin, are you free tonight? My roommate and I, we'd like to thank you. Tonight, overtime. Thank you words, there is no need. We brother and sister polite what? And, I also really did not help much help. That what? I still have things here. First hung up. Lin Chen listened on the side the entire time, seeing them end the call, with a surprised look on his face. He said, this relative of yours can do it. He's reliable, and he's especially humble. That's for sure. This cousin of mine is righteous. I remember when I was a child, I was naughty, and I took a firecracker and blew up the water tank in my second aunt's house. My second aunt rushed out and rushed to my cousin, and it was a fierce beating. My cousin was beaten up and screaming, but he didn't say a word to sell me out. So you call that righteous? Lin Chen stood in awe. This cousin can get along. There's a pot he's really carrying. Yeah, this cousin of mine. He's too reliable. Jiang Yao muttered. Except, there was one thing he'd completely forgotten. That was the year that my cousin developed ulcers in his mouth and couldn't open his mouth at all. In the evening, Lin Chen and Jiang Yao went out for a hot pot. 3 of them together. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao and his girlfriend. But during dinner, Lin Chen was completely out of it. The mind was full of Sumi, though knowing she was lying there, not far away. But he was just a little relieved. Without waiting to finish eating, Lin Chen excused himself and left, rode a shared bike and headed for the hospital at fire speed. Lin Chen, visiting your wife again? As soon as Lin Chen entered the corridor, the little nurses at the nurses' station saw him. I'm a little uneasy about her. The little nurses couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. You guys are so sticky now. It's not like your wife is going to run away when she's lying there. Lin Chen smiled without saying anything and walked quickly into the hospital room. Chapter 7. My wife cried when I sang to her. As soon as Lin Chen left, the little nurses at the nurses' station, filled with gossip, chattered away. Lin Chen knew that what happened between himself and Sumi must be the main content of their daily gossip, but it doesn't matter. If he cared about that, he wouldn't have agreed to marry Sumi. Inside the ward, after placing the bag on the bed, Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and lightly began massaging Sumi. Honey, I'll tell you something happy. I got a job. Market researcher for Honey Bio, salary 8,000 a month. Speaking of honey creatures to the time, the hospital bed Su Honey, eyelids suddenly moved. Lin Chen thought she loved to hear about her work, so she chatted even more vigorously. Although the salary is not high, but I will work hard. My friend his cousin said. Honey is a big company. The production of hyaluronic acid and some medical beauty products. The company is quite large. The company is about to go public. Just do not know why. The listing of the sudden interruption. But all this has nothing to do with me. I just need to work every day and raise you, my wife, to be fat. Honey, you are really my lucky star. I think I can get into this company. Completely thanks to your blessing. Your name is Sumi, nicknamed Sugar. And this company, it is called Honey Bio. Do you say coincidence? Wife, I'm so happy to be married to you. Oh yeah, said I'd sing to you, right? What's a song for you? I don't know what you like to hear. Lin Chen mumbled as he pulled out his cell phone and picked through the song list in NetEase Cloud Music. There, sing and Pooh Best of Times. It's quite a quiet song. Maybe you can like it. After finding a good accompaniment, Lin Chen murmured as he listened to the accompaniment. Wife, I haven't sung for a girl yet. This is the first time. Don't blame me if I don't sing well. Nope, you can't blame it if you want to. Had ha. After the rant, the intro just about ended. Lin Chen cleared his throat and sang cleanly. Yesterday's troubles think away today. Favorite people, they stay in the heart, or already beside me. There are no new struggles when you leave your home every day and go back. What is the easiest answer to a million questions? There have been wishes that are now reality or fantasy. Growing up later is a gift or just beautifully wrapped. The youth in my memory is still dreaming like Fuso in the height of summer. Honey, did you miss me? Dear you. Miss yourself? Did the best of times show up? Someone has loved you and you have had doubts, denials and fake wounds. And you have loved the price of all dreams. Awareness, retention and strength. Lin Chen closed his eyes and hummed softly. His mind, uncontrollably, floated back to the moments he had spent with Sumi. There are images of the past and visions for the future. Perhaps. Exactly. His voice, especially gentle, as if expressed in the song, recalls the best of times. The original singer of this song, Pooh, is an exceptionally good folk singer. The feeling she sings about is the kind that reveals a sense of lightness and composure after returning from looking at the mountains and revisiting love. Sensei's 14 and 40-year-old listeners can take a little solace in the songs. A thought arose in his mind as if everything was not as bad as he had imagined. But Lin Chen was, after all, only in his 20s, and he couldn't sing about that kind of vicissitude and open-mindedness. What he expresses more in his songs is the tenderness of this moment in time. It's a vision of better times ahead. After the song was finished, Lin Chen was unable to get out of the emotions of the song for a long time. He put down his phone and prepared to go to the window for some air. But it was when he got up that he was surprised to find that at some point, Sumi, who was on the hospital bed, had shed a drop of hot tears from the corner of her eye. Honey, why are you crying? Lin Chen was taken aback and panicked, trying to comfort her. But after freezing for a long time, I realized that crying is good. Crying is a good thing. Honey, are you hearing my song? Wife, are you waking up? Wait for me. You wait for me here. I'll go call the doctor. Lin Chen left in a panic. A few minutes later, the doctor on duty, Zhang Qilei, hurried over. Only, after the doctor checked the data on the instrument, sighing, he said, "No, the patient, she's not awake yet." Then why did she cry just now? Lin Chen was a little disappointed. He had thought that Sumi had cried because she had understood his song. You were singing, weren't you? What song? Zhang Qilei asked. It's just a very healing song. That's right then. It must have been the song that struck her. That's not right. She's not even awake. How can she be impressed? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. One doesn't necessarily wake up to react. Or perhaps, it's her subconscious behavior. But either way, the patient is moving in a very positive direction and waking up. Sooner or later. I see. Thanks, doctor. After sending the doctor away, Lin Chen resumed his seat at the head of the bed. Honey, I thought you were going to wake up, making me happy for nothing. But it's okay. It's only a matter of time before you wake up. And the doctors say that you're moving in a positive direction now, so you must be doing well. After saying this, Lin Chen pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the time. How come it's only been a little while and it's after 9? Lin Chen reached out and clutched her small hand reluctantly. Honey, I should get back to school. If I don't, I'm going to be locked out of my dormitory. I'll see you in the morning. No, I probably won't be able to come see you until the evening. I'm going to work at a new company tomorrow, so from now on, it's all just going to be the evenings that I'll be able to come and stay with you. After explaining to Sumi, Lin Chen reluctantly put on his bag and left the ward. And as soon as he was gone, the little nurses on the night shift at the nurses' station, and then they chatted away. This Lin Chen is so handsome. I'm really knocked out by this CP pair of theirs. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Wow. It's been a long time since I've come across such a good knockout. As nurses in the hospital, they thought to themselves, they had seen a lot. What patients and families don't have in a hospital? The children are unfilial. The The husband and wife are not in harmony. The human drama is staged every day, but they had never seen the likes of Lin Chen and Sumi. I also think Lin Chen is quite good, not only handsome, but also responsible and caring. Today is already the second time he came, so caring about his wife. There really aren't many hospitals. Ha, what do you guys know? He's just looking at the money. Just then, a freckled-faced nurse made a different sound. What? I have inquired. This called Lin Chen, but received $1 million. It. Who wants to give me $1 million? Not to mention letting on the heart, is to put her as a grandmother to provide. I am happy. Words can't be said like that. I can obviously feel that this Lin Chen has feelings for Sumi. Feelings? Bull asterisk 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 feelings. I bet they'll never make it as a couple. Nurse Freckles said with confidence. Chapter 8 Humble Cousin. The other nurses, still trying to contradict her, but right at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly came out ghostly. What are you guys talking about? Holy! A few nurses screamed in fear when they saw Lin Chen. Imagine, is talking about gossip protagonist, but suddenly appeared. You say scary not scary? What brings you back? The little nurse asked as she rubbed her chest. It suddenly occurred to me that I hadn't accounted for one thing, so I came back. After saying that, Lin Chen placed the 8 cups of milk tea in his hand on the table. What are you doing? The little nurses looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. I've got something to tell you. Lin Chen smiled and handed the milk tea to them. Tomorrow I'm going to work for a new company, so I shouldn't have time to come over during the day. But I don't feel comfortable with my wife, so I can only ask you guys to help take care of her. Cell phone numbers, I've already slipped them into each cup of milk tea, but if there's anything at all, you guys can contact me, please, please. Lin Chen made a gesture of please. Hey, that's all there is to it. It's supposed to be our job. The nurse didn't push the issue and nodded her head in agreement. Okay, I'll thank you in advance then. Only after the instructions were completed did Lin Chen leave the hospital with peace of mind. No sooner had he left than someone scowled at Nurse Freckles. I thought you said there was no affection between them. Do you think that someone could go to such lengths for money? The freckled nurse's mouth knowed and tried to argue a few words, but eventually fell silent. When Lin Chen returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock at night. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he was interrogated by Jiang Yao. I say buddy, it's been a long day and no sign of you. Where have you been? Lin Chen stammered, a little unsure how to explain. Well, Jiang Yao made up his own mind. You're not in love, are you? You were a little distracted at dinner this afternoon? Which one? The schoolmate who's chasing you, or the baby-faced schoolmate? Nothing. Lin Chen shook his head in denial. Instead, there are a few schoolgirls chasing after themselves, but he never said yes. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Okay, I'm not going to bull asterisk 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 you. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't be late for your first day of work tomorrow. The next day, Lin Chen and Jiang Yao came to work early. First, they went to the Human Resources Center for onboarding. What flattered the two was that the one who received them was the boss of Human Resources, General Manager Xing Wei, a proper company executive. Moreover, he was very kind to the two, and could even be described as being like a spring breeze. The base salary of the two men, had changed from the 8,000 that had been agreed upon at the beginning, to 12,000. The two were also given a separate office. This treatment, can stay the company's other new colleagues? Do not know. Thought the two are new to the company's principate. Lin Chen sat in his office seat, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the multitude of people downstairs, and in his heart, he couldn't help but rise a trace of bravado. Brother, your cousin can to business. You see what kind of treatment we are getting. The HR director personally receives us and personally handles the onboarding. Base salary of $12,000, and also with a separate office. Too good. Aren't we on our way to the peak of life? When Jiang Yao heard this, the corner of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Lin Chen, I'll tell you the truth. I'm also confused now. I saw my cousin in the morning. The workplace is not as good as the two of us. He also told me the truth. Not at all what the general manager. Are my second aunt bragging? Really? Lin Chen froze for a moment. Then how can your second brother have so much energy? How can that be? He's just an ordinary office clerk. How can he have that much energy? Who else could it be? It must be your cousin. He is modest with us. Cousin, this person can handle later we have to thank him. Jiang Yao's mouth knowed, and he ultimately didn't explain anything further. Explain what? That doesn't explain it either. Because in the same period, there are a lot of inductees. So there's centralized pre-service training, which is a week long in total. After the first day of training, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yao went straight back to school by subway. Lin Chen, on the other hand, swept up a shared bicycle and rushed to the hospital in a hurry. My wife, I'm here. Did you miss me? Lin Chen said loudly after pushing open the door to the room, only to be embarrassed upon seeing the scene inside. Originally, the old lady Li Xiulan came over, accompanied by her cousin Yi Yun. Auntie Li, you're here? There's also Sister Yi Yun. Lin Chen's face was embarrassed, so shy that his face was red and he didn't dare to look up at them. Xiao Chen, you don't need to be shy. You and Sugar are already married. You too, just be as comfortable as you want to be. Old lady, I'm not an old fart. And, the better you are with Sugar, perhaps, the better it will be for her recovery. I know. Lin Chen nodded, but still couldn't raise his head in shame. I'm feeling better today, so I had Yi Yun bring me to see Sugar Plum, who's, well, better than she was 2 days ago. It's a lot better. Speaking of Sumi, Lin Chen wasn't as embarrassed. She was crying yesterday. Too? Crying? The old lady looked surprised. I sang her a song and she cried. But Dr. Zhang said that this is a good thing, showing that her subconscious mind has been able to respond to the outside world. On top of that, she's moving her fingers more and more, which is all a good trend. So maybe one day she'll wake up. Yes. The old lady nodded her head repeatedly. This is all because of you. If Sugar Candy can wake up, you deserve the most credit. Auntie, this is what I should do. Well, I am now Sugar's husband. Also took your $100,000. No matter which way I rush, I should do my best. But what? The old lady looked up. I probably won't be able to come over during the day though. I got a job and I'll only be able to come over every day after work from now on. That's alright. The old woman nodded calmly. Didn't seem to show an ounce of surprise that he'd gotten a job. Just make time to come over. I've got things to do in the evening. Yun, let's go. Leave the space for the little couple. Okay, Auntie. Lin Chen sent the two away and re-entered the hospital room. Looking at Sumi in the hospital bed, she began to pour out her pain. Wife, just now is also too embarrassing. Someone is there. Why don't you also remind me? This is so embarrassing. Lin Chen said as he began to massage Sumi's body. A plant's body, especially its muscles, is in need of regular massage to relax it. Otherwise, once the muscles stiffen, awakening becomes more difficult. He grumbled as he massaged. Honey, why don't I stop calling you honey from now on? Chapter 9 Nini baby? I'll change your name. But what's a good one? Baby? Honey? Nini? If it was before, Lin Chen would never have been able to shout out such a meaty title. But because of the last few days, every day, she has been taken care of. There was already a deep bond with her. Plus there was another emotional buildup from childhood. That's why he was able to shout these claims out. But even so, it still feels meaty and a little goosebumpy. And on the hospital bed, Sumi is not much better. Although he hadn't awakened yet, his cheeks flushed slightly and his body trembled slightly after hearing these names. Come to think of it, she was a woman about her mother's age. And how conservative she was in those days. Wife, why is your face red? You can hear it, can't you? Lin Chen had always felt that Sumi was able to understand what she was saying. Otherwise, why would she have reacted so strongly when she mentioned her old mom? But Dr. Zhang kept saying that it was all a subconscious reaction on her part, so he was a little unsure if Sumi could hear it or not. But at the moment, watch her reaction. Lin Chen was more and more certain that Sumi was reacting to the outside world. Thinking of this, a sudden bad taste rose in his heart. Honey, big honey, baby, can I give you a kiss? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lin Chen clearly saw that Sumi's body trembled slightly and uncontrollably after hearing this request. But Lin Chen didn't care. Leaning down, on her cheek, barking, a kiss. After kissing, Lin Chen even wiped his mouth in style. Honey, you smell good. Why do you smell so good when you're sick? Hey, do we, now, count as having kissed? Honey, do you know why I kissed you? Because I'm so torn right now. On the one hand, I want you to wake up early. After all, that's what everyone wants. But on the other hand, I don't want you to wake up. If you do, will you not want me as your little husband? After all, we are nearly 20 years apart, and you are still my mama's best friend. This is like a heavenly moat in front of us. So, I kissed you. Even if you wake up and really don't want me anymore, at least with this kiss, I can still miss the nostalgia. Yeah, do I sound like a dog licker when I say that? But I'm happy to be a dog licker for you, wife. No, it's not called dog licking. It's called eroticism. That's what. Do not talk about these. Say more sad. Tell you something about work. I joined the workforce. In the honey biological work, colleagues treat me are quite good. Treatment is also quite high. It's that when I go to work, it gets so busy. that I don't have time to think about you, not to mention that I have to get up early for work tomorrow. After that, I can only come over to see you after work. After saying this, Lin Chen gave Sumi another kiss on the cheek before reluctantly leaving the hospital room. By the time Lin Chen returned to his dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Good buddy, Jiang Yao, is in bed, making phone calls with his girlfriend. When he saw Lin Chen come back, he hung up the phone and jumped down from the top bunk. Lin Chen, after work, you disappeared and said you didn't have a girlfriend anymore? After saying this, he moved closer and sniffed his nose. Hey, that's not right. How come you don't smell like a girl's perfume? Instead you smell like disinfectant? Jiang Yao was confused. What the hell did you do? Lin Chen was a little unsure how to explain it. After stammering for half a day, he angrily scolded. What am I doing with your father? I still have to inform you. Roll. The next day, during the company's lunch break, Jiang Yao asked his cousin out for a treat at a nice Sichuan restaurant downstairs. Since I have to work in the afternoon, it is not convenient to drink more alcohol. Just a bottle of Tsingdao Junqing each. Cousin, about the job. I'm really thankful to you. If it wasn't for your help, our brother and sister, we really couldn't find such a good job. Lin Chen picked up his wine glass and said with a grateful face, Cho Yu will pick up his glass and drink the beer in one go. After hiccuping, he said, Bro, actually I really didn't do any favors. I just said hello. Cousin, this greeting of yours, it just works. Originally said 8,000 base salary, have given us an increase to 12,000, also with a separate office. Zhou Yu had a depressed look on his face. I've been doing this for 4 years myself and it's only 12,000. How the hell did they do that? People are more angry than people. After sighing depressingly, he digressed. They are all brothers in their own families. Do not say those polite words, brother me. I stayed in the company for a little longer, so more or less understand some of the company's situation. You have what is not clear. You can ask me. Great. I was about to ask. I heard from other co-workers that our company is in a more dangerous situation. What's going on? Lin Chen said. Oh, this in fact, I have heard. Originally, our company has been ready to go public, but I do not know what happened. Suddenly interrupted. There is said, our company chairman sick hospitalized, and is a life-threatening kind. There is also said that the chairman of the crime absconded to foreign countries, but how exactly? I don't know. It's all core company secrets, but it's true that the chairman hasn't appeared in the company for 2 months. This way Then our chairman, what kind of person is he? Jiang Yao asked. It's a strong woman, and especially beautiful. I've seen it from afar once before. How can I say? Astonishingly beautiful. Then that TV actress can be much more beautiful. Yeah. Hearing his cousin say this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but long for it as well. I hope that one day, I'll be able to see it once as well. There'll be plenty of opportunity for that later. But there's one thing I'd like to give you a heads up on. What is it? Lin Chen and Jiang Yao, at the same time, looked at their cousin. Rumors are saying that the chairman may not be able to come back. So now the company's top management, the internal factional struggle is very strong. All kinds of gangs. I want to warn you never take sides so easily. Never take sides so easily. For emphasis, Zhou Yu took the last sentence and repeated it twice in a row. Why? Jiang Yao wondered. We, the chairman, are most annoyed with hooking up, but isn't she not coming back? Jiang Yao asked again. I have a hunch that she'll definitely be able to come back, so you mustn't take sides so easily. And once you're on the wrong side, you'll face the risk of being purged. Got it. Thanks for the warning, cousin. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao looked at each other face to face for a moment, and both took these words in their hearts. After lunch, the three of them went back to the office to continue their work, but just got back to the workstation. The marketing boss, the personal secretary of their top boss, suddenly knocked on the door of the two men's room. Lin Chen, Jiang Yao, you guys come with me for a moment. Chapter 10 Honey, I'll stay with you tonight, okay? Shen Wei, the boss of the marketing department, and one of the few remaining patriarchs in the company today. Ever since the chairman's accident, the company's infighting has been getting worse. He hadn't wanted to get involved. After all, he knew the chairman's temperament better than anyone. She was the most annoyed with hookups. But recently, news has come out that the chairman may not be able to come back, so he had to plan for his future. And just at that moment, the secretary told him a news. The HR boss personally received the two new hires and was very nice. Shen Wei originally did not take it seriously, thinking it was just someone's relative. But after digging deeper, he was surprised to find that these two, after all, were stuffed by the old lady. You should know that the old lady has stopped asking about the company since she retired. What kind of honorable person would she have to be to make her personally ask about it and shove it in? When he thought about this relationship, he had to be cautious. Not to mention, these two were subordinates of his own department. And just as he was staring blankly, the door to the office room was pushed open. Mr. Shin, Mr. Lin and Mr. Jiang, I've brought them over for you, the secretary said with a smile. Okay, both of you, have a seat over here. What about this time I asked you guys to come? Here's the deal. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Jiang Yao, confused, left Shinwei's office. They were jittery inside before they came. Thought the department boss had something important to tell them. As the newest cowhorse, meeting the boss of the department was more than a little nerve-wracking, but after chatting for half an hour, but found that what he talked to himself are some trivial matters, summed up in one sentence. From now on, in the company, you can come to me for anything and I'll back you up. After returning to his workstation, Lin Chen couldn't help but spit out. What's wrong? Is the world so abstract? The department boss approached us to talk, and he still had a complimentary face. Your cousin, is he that influential? Asterisk 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 off. If my cousin had that kind of influence, would he still be a petty clerk? If it's not your cousin, then who could it be? It's abstract enough for the personnel department boss to personally handle our entry. Today this one, it's even more abstract. Lin Chen just couldn't figure out what was going on even if he thought about it. Who cares? Isn't Mr. Shin going to invite us for dinner tonight? If we go and probe at night, we'll know, and rightly so. After getting off work in the afternoon, the two went back to the dormitory to change into more formal clothes before taking a bus to their appointment. Come to the hotel. The two were confused. This hotel, the decoration was also too luxurious and richly decorated. Here, even if you don't eat and just order a glass of plain water, it's still $100, right? If it wasn't for the boss's treat, a cow or horse like them would never dare to step in. One's monthly salary may not be enough for this meal, right? What the hell is Mr. Shin doing? Why did you invite us to such a high-class place? Who knows what Mr. Shin is selling? Either he's got a crush on you, want you to sell your ass at night? Asterisk 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 off. Your ass is better than mine, isn't it? Besides, if he was into me, he would have invited me alone. Why did he invite you too? That only leaves one reason. He's got us both in his sights. Roll 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 roll. When the two rushed to the box, Mr. Shin had been waiting for a long time. This made the two men even more flattered. During the meal, Lin Chen and Jiang Yao several times wanted to test Mr. Shin, but they were all blocked by him on the grounds of exchanging feelings and not talking about work. This made the two even more curious. After continuously drinking several bottles of foreign wine, Shinwei then smilingly said the purpose of this time. That is, there was a very rare opportunity to travel and study, and he decided to give the places to two people. After learning the reason, Lin Chen cursed angrily in his heart. Why do you have to go through all the trouble of talking about this in the office? Another drink and a deepening of the relationship. Isn't that just farting with your pants down and being redundant? Drinking myself sick. This foreign wine, it's so hard to drink. By the time the trio dispersed, it was after 10 p.m. Jiang Yao took a cab and prepared to go back to school, but when Lin Chen was about to get into the car, he remembered that he hadn't gone to see Sumi yet, so with a bang, he closed the car door. Waving his hand at Jiang Yao, he said, "Go back by yourself. I haven't seen my daughter-in-law yet." After that, he stumbled towards the hospital while belching. By the time he got to the hospital, it was 11 o'clock at night. The little nurse on duty saw Lin Chen, a look of surprise. "It's late and you're still visiting your daughter-in-law?" As Lin Chen spoke, he hiccuped again. "What about my daughter-in-law? Is she well behaved?" "Your daughter-in-law, she is well behaved." After the little nurse finished speaking, she came out from the nurse's station and assisted Lin Chen. "You've been drinking so much. Why are you still coming over? Your daughter-in-law is lying there and won't run." "That won't do. If I said I'd come to see her, I'd have to come. Not to mention the drinking, or the knives falling from the sky." The little nurse cried and laughed and shook her head. "You two are really interesting. Clearly a halfway couple who are rushing to get married. But you make it look like you have deeper feelings than a real couple. No wonder they are all knocking on the CP of the two of you. You don't need to help me. I can walk by myself. If my daughter-in-law sees this, she'll definitely be jealous." After saying that, the drunken Lin Chen pushed the little nurse to the side. The little nurse who was pushed away looked speechless. Her cheeks puffed out. "I'm really convinced that you're a donkey with good intentions." Lin Chen came to the hospital room, still sitting in the chair at the foot of the bed. Before he could speak, he burped. "Honey, I'm sorry I'm late today. I had a company function." "Honey, do I stink of booze? You must really hate it." "Ha! In fact, I don't want to. I don't like to drink. I think wine is so hard to drink. White wine or foreign wine. I don't like it. I really don't understand why so many things have to be talked about over a drink. Take our Mr. Shen. He wanted nothing more than for me to go on a business trip, and he had to drink all night to tell us what a stinker it all is. Hiccup. As he said that, Lin Chen burped again. Honey, haven't seen you all day. Did you miss me? You sure didn't think about me, but I've been thinking about you all day. Saying that, Lin Chen cupped her cheeks, barfing a mouthful, kissed her on the cheek, and after kissing her, he didn't leave immediately, pushing her inside, face to face with her, half lying on the edge of the bed. Honey, I don't want to leave tonight. I'll sleep with you, okay? Chapter 11. The sun rises in the east and rains in the west. If it was placed in the past, Lin Chen would never have dared to do so, but the wine is strong, drunken Ariel, the main one is capricious. Do whatever you want, doing things without blushing and without any psychological pressure. What's wrong with bullying a vegetable? Get up and bite me if you dare. After lying in bed for half an hour, Lin Chen finally woke up somewhat. After seeing that Sumi had been squeezed into a particularly large amount of space by herself, her heart was slightly overwhelmed and her body moved to the side. However, he had no intention of leaving. It's 12 o'clock and going back to school is definitely out of the question. So, just settle in for the night. Resting a hand on his cheek, he surveyed Sumi with unblinking eyes. He didn't know if it was because of the moonlight, but he always felt that Sumi's face was much more flushed. It also looks better than ever. As he watched, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fascination. On her cheek, another kiss. Wife, you can be really beautiful. Ah, husband so like you. You know what? Your husband. I'm actually very handsome. There are quite a few girls chasing after me, but I've never said yes to them, and I've always felt that a wife should be just like you. So I waited and waited and waited. I didn't expect that I would actually wait for you. Just now, I talked to the ladies at the nurse's station for a while, and they said that you are recovering exceptionally fast, and that you might wake up one day. I was happy to hear it, yet a little lost. You're still my wife now, but one day you'll wake up. Will you still be? Will you still look at a penniless young man like me? So, I'm anxious. Today, I've been drinking. Consider me drunk. If you wake up one day, can you keep me as your husband? Even give it a chance. Every time I think about it, I get anxious. And today, I've been drinking, so I'm bracing myself to say something from my heart to you. And I don't know if you can hear me, but I just wanted to say it. I'm talking a lot today, aren't I? I'm like that. After drinking, I'm just like a chatterbox. Hey, let's not talk about it. I'll sing you a song. The last time I sang for you, it worked exceptionally well, so maybe this time it will work too. After rambling on, Lin Chen pulled out his cell phone, opened NetEaseCloud, and began to search for a suitable song. After looking around, I finally found a good song. Wife, let's sing you a song called But There's Clear. It's one of my recent favorites. The original singer is Shirley. It's especially sensational. With that said, he clicked on the accompaniment, and he chanted Bamboo Branch lyrics by Liu Yushi, a poet of the Tang dynasty. The song But There Is a Clear Sky was inspired by this bamboo branch lyric. The willows are green and the river is level, and I hear singing on the bank, the sun rises in the east and rains in the west, and there is no sunshine, but there is sunshine. Okay, I'll start singing. Take your hand and never let go from now on. Don't look back after kissing your forehead. So many things I want to say, and before I have time to say them, I see your happiness-filled smile. Life in the end is only the last. In fact, can still have are worth having? A sea of people. Too many brushes. Fortunately, your sentence I accompany you sad. I never moved. I am now really shivering. I have not been relieved. I tried to live again. I was never cold. I tried to love all. I stayed in the corner. I long to see the lights, and life is all about the end in the end. In fact, can still have are worth having? A sea of people. Too much rubbing shoulders. Fortunately, your sentence I accompany you sad. I have never been touched. I am now really shaking. I have not been relieved. I tried to live again. I was never cold. I tried to love all. I stayed in the corner. I longed to see the lights. The darker the sky, the more I could see the river of stars. The loneliness so bright. It really hurt. I even said in despair that this is the lock of destiny and I can't break it. And you suddenly hugged me and said, poor or rich, happy and hard, alive, maybe dead, now and forever. After the song But There's Clear was finished, Lin Chen was already in tears. He's always been one of those extraordinarily emotional people, and this is the song that he searched for days to find the song. He didn't know that the song, Hu Shirley was singing, but the emotions in the song really hit him. I was never cold. I tried to love all. I stayed in the corner. I longed to see the lights. the darker the sky, the more I could see the river of stars, the loneliness so bright it really hurt, so bright lonely, so bright lonely. The words, how well they are written. He was thinking that Sumi must be able to find resonance in this song, too, because she must be lonely too, longing to see the lights, longing for a light in this city's steel forest that is reserved for her. She doesn't understand what Sumi's world is like, or why she killed herself, but there are so many emotions in this song that he wants to convey to Sumi. Wanted her to try to live again, wanted to tell her, poor or rich, happy or hard, alive or dead. One wants to be with her, just all the time. Lin Shin does not know why he has so many emotions at such a young age. Maybe it's because he didn't get bored enough with her in his last life. After singing, Ariel has been crying. He didn't know why he was crying, but the repressed emotions were too much for him to stop, and after crying, he was tired and fell asleep, and subconsciously, he held Sumi next to him in his arms. It's soft, squishy and cozy. This night, Lin Shin didn't sleep that soundly, dreaming. No, to be precise, half asleep. He felt someone push him. A particularly gentle voice rang in his ears. Lin Shen, you're pressing on my hair. However, Lin Shen didn't make any response. He just laughed, smiling sweetly. The next day, Lin Shen was woken up by the nurse. Lin Shen, are you crazy? Why did you sleep in the bed last night? After being woken up, Lin Shen got out of bed in a daze. I'm sorry, I drank too much last night and accidentally fell asleep. You are really crazy. The patient, how unstable she is now. There are still so many instruments on her body. What if you give touch off? Lin Shen's expression was worse than crying. At this moment, he finally realized how much he had gone overboard with his behavior last night. I didn't mean to. I was really drunk last night. You're so screwed up. Even though you're married, you can't do that. She's still a vegetable. I know it's wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'm really convinced. Fortunately, the patient is stable now, or else you wouldn't be able to cry until it's too late. The little nurse was already particularly familiar with Lin Shen, so when she was fierce, she didn't show any mercy at all. After counting down Lin Shen, the nurse pushed the cart and left. In the room, Lin Shen looked at Sumi on the hospital bed with an awkward expression. Honey, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it last night. Chapter 12 One Night's Ridiculousness. Lin Shen was truly embarrassed. After fully sobering up, I realized how ridiculous last night had been. Sumi is a vegetable now. Where can I forbid myself to be tossed around like that? Last night myself, I think I even grabbed the quilt from her. Rub, you're doing it yourself. After the introspection, Lin Shen was too ashamed to stay in the hospital room. So what? I'm off to work. I'll see you when I get back. No, I'm going on a business trip with my leader. I might be back in 2 or 3 days. It's been a bit long, but don't worry, as soon as I get back, I'll be right over to keep you company. After saying this, Lin Shen kissed her on the cheek and left reluctantly. Lin Shen's face was still red when he arrived at the office. Oops, sin. After pouring himself a cup of coffee, Zhang Yao also came to the office. Lin Shen, where did you go last night? You didn't come back all night? None of your business. Lin Shen didn't bother to explain and directly blanked him. Okay, count your cattle. I still do not ask. By the way, I suddenly want to understand. Why Mr. Shen is so good to us? For what? Lin Shen, who was stirring the coffee, stopped stirring. It must be to draw us in. You forget. Yesterday cousin even gave us a precaution, saying that we must not take sides. You can pull it down. With the two of us at this level of small shrimp, is Mr. Shen worth going through so much trouble to bring us in? Lin Shen gave him a blank look. Zhang Yao hesitated for a moment. You have a point, but not so. Then why is he so good to us? The problem, again, is back to square one. After Lin Shen thought about it, he cried and laughed and said, I think, you have a point in guessing. It's probably to pull us in. Maybe the two of us have more important positions? I told you. Zhang Yao slapped his thigh. Then what should we do back there? Should we take the lead? That definitely can't be. You forgot what my cousin said. In the future, we have to avoid Mr. Shen. At least, can't let others think that we are Mr. Shen's people. 3 days later, inside the Honey Bio marketing office, Shinwei sat in the swivel chair with a grave expression. He was really kind of depressed. In order to properly flatter the old lady, so he made it a point to get close to Lin Shen and Zhang Yao, again treating them to dinner to enhance their relationship. Another very rare business trip given to them. The effect, however, was the exact opposite. He could feel that since that day, these two began to deliberately alienate themselves. What went wrong? He was depressed and puzzled and spoke to his secretary. Secretary Lin, what do you think? Why are these two deliberately alienating me? Secretary Lin in black silk folded her legs together. After thinking for a few seconds, he said indistinctly, Mr. Shin, I understand. Know what? That's right for them, and it validates our suspicions. What the hell does it mean? Shin Wei became more and more confused. Mr. Shin, you think they even we give this kind of benefits, cannot see the eyes to go. That means what? It means that they are high level, high vision they must be the old lady planted in our company's eyes. How can that little favor buy them off? We need to step up our efforts. When you say it like that, I understand. And sure enough, the old lady is getting into it, and I know what to do. Next. Meanwhile, inside the high-speed train station, the two men, who had finished their business trip, walked out of the exit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm exhausted. This traveling to study is not a good job. While speaking, Lin Chen rubbed his sore temples. Isn't this a good job? Full 5-star hotels, access to important clients, and my cousin told me that they'd have to grab their heads off for this kind of opportunity. Really? Then Mr. Shin is really willing to put down blood money for the sake of the two of us. Not so what? Let's go. Let's not talk about work matters first. Find a place to have a good meal. Jiang Yao said. No, I still have things to do. You eat by yourself. Lin Chen was full of thoughts, thinking about Sumi. 3 days gone. To him, it was as if a century had passed. Taking an online taxi and looking at the scenery that kept regressing along the way, Lin Chen returned to his home. However, just as he was about to arrive at the hospital, Mom Zhao Xiu's phone call. Again hypnotized. Brat, you haven't called home in days? Mom, I'm busy, aren't I? Something wrong? What? I can't call you if there's nothing wrong? Are you still my son? Mom, if you need something, just say so. I'm busy here. Something. Your Auntie Wang introduced a girl yesterday, just like you, also working in Jicheng, doing finance. Parents are both working in the unit. The girl looks good. You guys take the time to meet? Another blind date. Lin Chen wanted to hang up the phone. Mom, I just changed companies and I'm busy for a while, so I don't have time for a blind date. No delay. That girl's unit is quite close to you. I'll let her get off work and wait for you downstairs. Lin Chen was quite speechless by his mom. Mom, I'm saying this because I don't want to look at each other. Why don't you understand? Didn't I tell you before? Except for single and pretty old aunts, you don't introduce me. You child, how can a joke still be taken seriously? That girl is really nice. I saw the photos. Svelte, especially good match for you. Mom, I don't want a blind date. Lin Chen was too lazy to bother with more words and spoke directly from his heart. No, you have to go. That girl is exceptionally nice. You'll definitely regret it if you miss it. Lin Chen was depressed. Having a stubborn mom like that, I have no temper at all. Mom, since you have said this, I will also tell you the truth. In fact, your son Ibar, do not like women. What? What do you mean? Mom's voice was filled with shock. Lin Chen didn't bother and hung up the phone, then directly turned it off. The driver, in the front row, had been eavesdropping on the conversation between mother and son. After Lin Chen said that he didn't like girls, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Realizing that he had lost his temper, he hurriedly apologized again. I'm sorry, I was mindlessly eavesdropping on your conversation. It's okay, I'm out of temper when I have a mom like that. After arriving at the hospital by car, Lin Chen quickly stepped into the hospital, and just as soon as he entered, he noticed the eyes of everyone at the nurse's station, looking at him in unison, and one with a derisive expression. Lin Chen was surprised and touched his face. It was smooth and had no foreign objects. Hey, what are you guys looking at? I don't have anything on my face either. Nothing. Then why are you guys looking at me so strangely? Some people won't let it be said. Knowing that she had slipped up, the little nurse rushed to shut her mouth again after she had finished speaking. I didn't say anything. What the hell? Strange. Lin Chen was still a little curious in his heart after being made whole by them. Could it be that Sumi has woken up? He couldn't help but pick up the pace at the thought. Chapter 13. Sumi woke up. After stepping into the room, Sumi on the hospital bed, still lying quietly, breathing steadily. At first glance, it doesn't seem like much has changed, but Lin Chen had already spent countless days and nights with her, so how could anything fool his eyes? He was keenly aware that her cheeks were getting rosier and rosier compared to before his business trip, also rounded and fleshy in the face. Compared to the lean look when we first met, it was much better looking and more feminine. Not only that, her breathing was getting steadier and steadier, and even though she was a meter away, she could still feel her growing vitality. Everything is going in the right direction, no longer like before, as if a candle swaying in the wind. Lin Chen looked on with joy. I don't know if she's awake yet, but the recovery, it's getting better. Honey, I haven't seen you in 3 days. Have you missed me? I've missed you a lot. While saying that, Lin Chen stepped forward and began to relax her muscles. But a handful. Then he realized that something was wrong. Sumi's body was hot and already no different from a normal person. She can't really be awake already, can she? In order to verify the guess, after the massage, Lin Chen boldly, with an incomparably provocative technique, gently, slowly, traced his fingers over her white neck and cheeks. No surprise there. Sumi's body, uncontrollably gently trembled. Her cheeks, even more blushing, like the reddish color of the sky. Lin Chen was happy in his heart. Sumi baby, this is really awake Even if he's not awake, he's definitely conscious. I guess I didn't know how to face myself, so I pretended to be asleep on purpose. But the more she was like this, the more Lin Chen teased her, the stronger it became. After the massage, Lin Chen laid down next to Sumi. He could clearly feel that Sumi's body was visibly tightening up, but Lin Chen didn't care and hugged him in his arms and was face to face with her. Very greedily, he breathed in the air she exhaled. Smiling, I said, wife, the air you exhale is sweet smelling. I've, before, heard a relationship guru say that two people in love can live off of each other's exhaled carbon dioxide. In the past, I always thought that such words were meaty and disgusting. It wasn't until I met you that I finally believed. Honey, if I didn't need to go to work and make a living, I'd love to just stick it to you and do nothing. 24 hours a day. Honey, I love you. So if you ever wake up, don't ever not want your husband. After saying this, he took Sumi's shoulders and gave her a kiss on the lips. Boo! Two lips meet. Lin Chen clearly felt that Sumi's body was once again taut. Immediately, he heard a wooing sound in his ear and felt, as if she were meeting him raw. Her cheeks turned slightly away from him. After making this discovery, Lin Chen was mentally happy. Does the fact that she can take the initiative to cater to herself mean that she has already accepted herself mentally? At least, less repulsed by him? Lin Chen's heart was happy. If only this were the case. He had long expected that Sumi would wake up one day, and from that time on, he suffered every day, worried she won't want her when she wakes up. After all, one is just a punchline. To be her true husband, you must have her approval. It had been very hard for her to cater to herself in a raw way. As for her reluctance to open her eyes and wake up, then let her keep pretending. One would move her with practical actions until one day, she could open her heart and accept herself completely. A long, drawn-out kiss ended it. Lin Chen licked his lips and pushed her away with a smile. Honey, this seems to be our first official kiss. Does it count as a first kiss? I like this feeling so much. In the future we'll kiss every day, okay? After Lin Chen finished speaking, Sumi's body visibly trembled. I don't know if I'm resisting, or if I like it. Lin Chen smiled and got up to get out of bed. Turning on his cell phone and glancing at the time, it was already after 9 p.m. Opened his mouth and said, Wife, I have to go back. If I don't go back, the dormitory will be closed again. Wait for a while, I will move out from the school, so I can accompany you 24 hours a day. Good night. After smooching Sumi on the cheek again, Lin Chen prepared to leave. But just then, Mom Zhao Xiao's phone call suddenly called in. Lin Chen subconsciously connected. Immediately, Mom's 800 decibel rant came from inside. Bunny, you want to rebel, don't you? What do you mean by that? Calling you and not answering. Are you trying to piss off your mom? Listening to his mom's rant, Lin Chen then remembered that he was so focused on looking after Sumi that he forgot about his mom. Thinking of this, he hurriedly explained. Mom, I'm joking with you. Why are you still taking it seriously? Not seriously? Can I not seriously? People Li Chao, our two children. You do not even have a girlfriend. Dating is not willing to go. You tell your mother I honestly. Do you really not even like girls? Lin Chen's head exploded for a moment. Gotta. The bitter fruits of one's own sowing are still one's own to eat. Mom, I'm really joking with you. How can I be that kind of person? Your son, I'm normal. Tomorrow. Then, you be a good girl and go on a blind date. Blind date? Lin Chen was afraid that Sumi would hear him and hurriedly covered the phone. Mom, I really don't want to go on a blind date. Then you're sick. Lin Chen cried and laughed. Feeling that at this moment, words began to pale in comparison. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, Mom, let me be honest with you. Actually, I have a girlfriend. When he finished speaking, he twisted his head to look at Sumi in the hospital bed. I don't think I'm lying, right? Got a girlfriend? Zhao Xiao obviously don't believe me. You're fooling me again, aren't you? You have a girlfriend. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bunny, are you trying to trick me again? No, didn't lie to you. She's right next to me, but she's a bit special. I'm worried that you don't agree. so I've been hiding it from you. That's kind of true and false. That's fine. I'll trust you for now. I'll go to the provincial city tomorrow to do some work. You ask someone out. Let's have dinner together. Obviously, Zhao Xiaoxiao still kind of refused to believe it. What? You're coming over to see her? Lin Chen didn't hold back and lost his voice. Chapter 14 Good News and Bad News. His heart shuddered. Suddenly, I realized that I had made a particularly big mistake. It's as if it takes a million lies to round out a lie after it's been exported. After you say you have a girlfriend yourself, it will set off a chain reaction. Mom's character, she knew, was particularly controlling. Especially the aspect of finding a girlfriend on your own is much more on the line. After you say this yourself, in the future, I'm afraid there won't be countless troubles. So what? Mom, don't rush over here. Just listen to me. Worried that Sumi would hear what she shouldn't, Lin Chen held the handset of the cell phone where it was and rushed out in a panic. It took half an hour, but Lin Chen finally went through the trouble of calming his mother down so that she wouldn't come over for a while. And the reason? It's simple. That's just a short time after contact with the girl. The relationship is still unstable, and now when Mom comes over so furtively, she might scare someone away. Mom thought it made sense and agreed. After the matter was resolved, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, but he also knew that it was all just a reprieve. Mom is not only stubborn, but she's also paranoid. What if she wants to see it again after a while? Can't you really let her meet with Sumi? Then it will really be a comet hitting the earth. That scene, he couldn't even think about it. Forget it, take a step. After Lin Chen sighed, he called a car and rushed towards the school dormitory. The next day was the weekend. Don't have to go to work. Lin Chen slept until 11 in the morning. After slowly going to the cafeteria to eat a breakfast, together with Jiang Yao, he came to the company's neighborhood, ready to rent a house. The school is so far from the office that it takes over an hour a day just to commute, so the two were going to rent two small apartments near the office, one for Jiang Yao and one for himself. As for why it's two small apartments, it's because Jiang Yao, the dog, is ready to move in with her Dr. girlfriend. The company is located in the CBD area, which is a particularly busy area, so the house is better. It only took 3 hours to get it done. Chain of apart hotels, 30 square feet each, 13,000 a month, one deposit. This price point, in Jicheng, is not too high or too low, I guess. After paying the money and signing the contract, Jiang Yao went to find his girlfriend, while Lin Chen, on the other hand, prepared to go to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Lin Chen was in a particularly good mood. Having rented a house off campus meant that he didn't have to go back to school every day. Even if you want to be in the hospital, stay with Sumi all night. That's okay too. Only, when he was gleeful and pushed open the hospital room that originally belonged to Sumi, sitting on the edge of the bed, however, was an old woman with gray hair. Lin Chen thought he had made a mistake and exited, glancing at the room number. It's not the wrong way around. Lin Chen opened his mouth and prepared to seek out what was wrong with the old lady. And at that moment, a nurse came in pushing a cart. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he said with a puzzled expression, "Lin Chen, why are you here again? Your wife has already done her discharge. Out of the hospital?" Lin Chen's eyes widened. It was something that, for him, was like a nuclear bomb going off in his head. It's so unexpected. Don't you know that? The little nurse had a strange look on her face. These two are so weird too. Obviously affectionate as a person, but always doing things that are not expected. I don't know. That's not right. How can my wife be discharged from the hospital so soon after being in bed for so long? Your wife woke up 4 days ago. The time you stayed the night. She really woke up? Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yeah, but she won't let us tell you. So, I see. So when did my wife get her discharge? Just this morning. I think it was her cousin who came over to check out of the hospital. Isn't this nonsense? Even if she wakes up, her body hasn't recovered yet, right? How can she be discharged from the hospital? Why don't you guys stop her? Lin Chen was really angry. On the one hand, angry that she doesn't talk to herself. On the other hand, angry that she doesn't take care of her body. We stopped it, but she was so adamant that when she was discharged from the hospital, she couldn't walk, and it was a family member who pushed her out of the hospital in a wheelchair. After saying this, the little nurse muttered, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of situation. Where is she being discharged from the hospital? As if she wants to run away. In our hospital, there is no big tiger that eats people. It was fine if the little nurse didn't say anything, but once she did, Lin Chen immediately understood what was going on. It must have been last night, when he answered his mom's phone in front of her. On the phone, he said he had a girlfriend and his mom said he was coming over to see her. She must have taken it seriously, so she ran away in the night. despite the fact that she hadn't fully recovered. After figuring out the ins and outs, Lin Chen cried and laughed. Today, he had harvested two very important pieces of news. One good, one bad. The good news is that Sumi has really awakened and is even able to communicate with people normally. It's heavenly joy. And the bad news is that she was scared off by herself, running away in the night without even leaving a contact. Where can I find her in this sea of people? After crying and laughing, he shook his head. Lin Chen rushed to the nurse and said, "Sister nurse, my daughter-in-law, in her condition, is there any problem if she recuperates at home?" "This is not much of a problem. She is now physically functional, has recovered more or less, fully recovered, and it is only a matter of time." "Oh, that's good. And that, do you have my daughter-in-law's contact info?" The little nurse was flabbergasted for a moment. Then she gave him a speechless blank look. "You're a funny guy. Your own daughter-in-law. You want contact information from me?" Lin Chen let out a sarcastic smile and didn't say anything more. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen stood at the intersection but didn't know where to go. Several calls to the old lady didn't connect. He walked through the crowded streets, but in his heart, he was empty. It's the weekend. Originally, he had full plans, ready to go back to the hospital first and share the good news that she's moving out. Then again, it's a matter of relaxing her muscles and cleansing her body, then singing her a song and talking about work. But she was suddenly discharged from the hospital. Lin Chen realized that he didn't know what to do. It was then that he realized that nowadays, all his plans were based on being with her. After she's gone, his own heart followed, empty and unsupported. And the only old lady who was able to establish contact with Sumi could not be reached for the time being. He really didn't know what to do. Just walking aimlessly down the street, not knowing where to go. And just then, the old lady Li Xiulan, who hadn't been contacted before, suddenly called the phone in. "Hello, Lin Chen? I'm Li Xiulan. Chapter 15 I could be his mom. Hello Auntie Li, I'm listening." The phone that had not been dialed for a long time finally went through, and Lin Chen was so nervous that his voice took on a hint of tremor. He was very clear. The old lady called him this time to talk about Sumi. "Xiao Chen, I won't hide it from you. Sugar, she woke up 4 days ago, but she wouldn't let me tell you, so I had to keep it from you. In fact, her body is far from recovering, but I don't know what happened today, but she had to be discharged from the hospital. We couldn't argue with her, so we got her home, and we hope you don't blame her for keeping you in the dark about it." "No blame, no blame. How could I blame her? I can't even be happy. Auntie, can I meet her?" Lin Chen said the most wanted words in his heart. The old lady obviously heard it, but after a few seconds of silence, she acted as if she didn't hear it. "Xiao Chen, Auntie called you this time, mainly because she wanted to thank you properly. You deserve the credit for Sugar Candy being able to be discharged from the hospital so quickly." "Auntie Li, you're too polite to say that. I'm Sumi's husband. All of this is what I should do. Can I meet her now?" The old lady once again blocked Lin Chen's request for a meeting and changed the topic with a smile. "Give me another card number for a Class 1 card. The card number you provided before couldn't transfer $900,000 over at once." Hearing the old lady's words, Lin Chen's heart cooled halfway. "Is this the end of the line for you and Sumi?" The old lady obviously has a business-like attitude. Thinking of this, he said in a resolute manner, "Auntie, I don't want the remaining $900,000. "Oh," the old lady's voice was filled with surprise. "Why is that?" "Auntie, let me be honest with you. After this period of time spent together, I kind of like Sumi. I want to try and continue to go out with her." On the other end of the line, the old woman was silent again. It was only after a few seconds that he spoke quietly again. "Young man, don't move to hang on to love. Feelings aren't that cheap. And, are you sure you don't want the rest of the money? That's $900,000. Enough to spare you years of struggle. And you, I see, are quite short of money. Auntie, I'm sure, I don't want that money. As for the $100,000 in the early stage, when I earn it out, I'll return it to you too. I really like Sumi. Can you tell me where she is now?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, the old lady was genuinely surprised. She didn't expect that not only did Lin Chen not want the remaining $900,000, but even that initial $100,000, he wanted to return it. This, already, is enough to see his attitude. After a moment of silence, the old lady spoke slowly. "That $100,000, you don't have to return it. Xiao Chen, I'll ask you discreetly, do you really want to be with her, Sugar Candy?" "Really, I really want to be with her. Please Auntie, please give me a chance. I will be good to her." Lin Chen couldn't wait to reveal his true heart. "I'll take your request and pass it on to her, but I'll also remind you again that between you, you're nearly 20 years apart." When the old lady said that, She really hoped that Lin Chen had made his conclusion after deep thought and not in a hot-headed manner. Auntie, I know it, in fact, love the old wife and young husband pairing and genuinely like her. So don't you care what other people think? She really is so much older than you. Don't care. I thought about everything when I said the words that I wanted to be with her. And it definitely wasn't because of a hot head or because I coveted anything from her. If Sugar Plum knows this heart of yours, she will definitely be touched. However, how you guys end up, you still need Sugar Plum to make up her own mind. Just wait for me for a moment. After saying this, the old lady hung up point. After hanging up the phone, the old lady twisted her head to look at Sumi who was beside her, her eyes glaring. Sugar, you heard everything, right? I think this kid is sincere to treat you. Why don't you guys try to socialize? No. Sumi's head shook into a rattledrum. Mom, he is only how old? My age. Can be her mother, if we really together. How do other people look at me? But the mouth refuses. But somehow, when she said this, in her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene of kissing Lin Chen that day. That kiss. Sheer, sweet and memorable. Unable to help it, her haze flew across her cheeks and her face blushed like a ripe apple. You silly girl. Together is the two of you. You care about how others see what to do? As people drink water, warm and cold know their own. Mom, don't try to talk me out of it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't. He's really too young. Actually, there was something Sumi hadn't said yet. That's Lin Chen, but he's the son of his good girlfriend, Zhao Xiao. It was something that she didn't even have the heart to talk about. It was enough to see how much she minded this. Okay, then I'll go and rebuff him. And then, get a lawyer to sign the divorce papers. With that, Li Xiulan pulled out her cell phone and prepared to call Lin Chen. But just a moment after the call was answered, Sumi, however, snatched the phone and hung it up. Mom, Don, Rush, you allow me to think about it, okay? And I don't know why, but the moment her mom picked up the phone, she felt a sudden pang of sadness. Sour heart. Li Xiulan knows what Sumi is thinking, and is not in a hurry, smilingly looking at her daughter. There is simply him, in your heart, being nudged in the right direction by my mother. Sumi cheeks blushed, but his mouth did not admit. I did not. I just think that this divorce, a little cruel to him, or, you can tell him that the two of us will not see each other for a period of 30. No, for 10 days, we all think about it. Do not make a reckless decision. Li Xiulan saw at a glance that her daughter was clearly covering her ears and deceiving herself. Give yourself a break. Without pointing it out, he smiled and said, okay, then I'll call him back. Hey, Morn, Auntie, I'm here. Did she agree? Lin Chen's voice trembled. His throat tightened, that nervous look as if he was waiting for a judgment. Xiao Chen, don't be in such a hurry. The old lady's voice was calm and unhurried. There's an old saying that says that when it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and when it's not, don't force it. So, this should be yours, and it will be yours after all. Listening to the old lady's cloudy words, Lin Chen became even more confused. Auntie, that's Sumi. Does she agree, or not? Chapter 16, The 10-Day Rendezvous. Why don't you get the hang of it? You kid. The old lady laughed. I talked to my daughter and she said that she still can't get over your age difference, so she wants you to give her more time. 10 days. For 10 days, she won't see you, and she'll use that time to think about your relationship and where to go from here. Auntie also hopes that, during these 10 days, you will also think it over and not make a big mistake because of your youth and your willfulness. 10 days? Lin Chen's originally hanging heart, and still hangs. What does that feel like? It's as if what was a death sentence was suddenly commuted to a death sentence, with no substantive change. Auntie, I'll think about it, but don't worry. Although I'm young, I won't get carried away. I'll be graduating from graduate school soon. I'm not a brat anymore. I won't make a decision easily. Okay, I'm relieved that you can say that. After Li Xiulan finished speaking, she was ready to hang up the phone. But Lin Chen, however, suddenly added, Auntie, Sugar is recuperating at home now, right? Is there someone at home to take care of her? If you need me, your words are. In addition, her muscles need to be massaged every day to relax, especially the arms and calves, so that, in order to help her complete recovery, she likes to listen to soft songs, especially the kind of healing ballads, and poo she loves. Don't play her particularly intense songs. There is also that she has not eaten for a long time. The gastrointestinal function may not be particularly good. Do not eat stimulating particularly strong at first. It is best to eat some fluids, millet porridge and so on. The lighting in the room, too, should not be too bright, and the pajamas should be as loose as possible. Seeing that Lin Chen was talking without any end at all, The old lady cried and laughed as she shook her head before interrupting him. Xiao Chen. Ah, Auntie still has things to do on her side, so let's stop chatting for now. After ending the call, Li Xiaolan, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, said to her daughter, Daughter, did you hear that? I think this little husband of yours, has you in his heart? Sumi's mouth didn't admit it, so it was obvious that he was so attached to himself. The heart is still very much in the right place. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Mom, I know, you're so nosy. I'm nagging? Li Xiaolan looked surprised. Am I the one who's nagging? If I hadn't interrupted, Lin Chen wouldn't have been able to stop talking for half an hour. And you think you're nagging because I said one word? Mom, stop it. Sumi's face turned red with shame. Looking at her daughter who was bickering with herself, Li Xiaolan was extraordinarily happy. It felt like going back a few years to when my daughter wasn't depressed. After Lin Chen left the hospital, he returned to the dormitory. He was supposed to be packing up and going to live in an apartment, but he couldn't fight it at all. Even when Jiang Yao called out for him to play basketball in the afternoon, he didn't go. For a moment, he seemed to lose his attraction to anything and everything. He just lay on his dorm bed and kept swiping his cell phone. Even he himself, though, wasn't sure what he was expecting with his cell phone. 10 days? For him, it's like 10 days in jail. Wifeless imprisonment. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Chen received a message from his cousin Chenlan. Cousin, I'm coming to your school. Get your ass out here and buy me dinner. Chenlan is the child of his second aunt's family. This year 18. Next door to the normal university freshman majoring in Chinese language and literature. The self-appointed new schoolgirl of the Faculty of Arts. Because the two schools were adjacent to each other, she came to Lin Chen's school as often as she struck up a visit. Lin Chen sure changed his clothes and went out of the boys' dormitory. As soon as he came downstairs, he saw Chenlan glaring at himself with a grimace. Lin Chen, are you good enough? Making me a schoolgirl wait here for you for so long? Schoolgirl? Where? Lin Chen looked left and right. Chenlan puffed up on her tiptoes and twisted Lin Chen's ear. Look at me. Where are you looking? Oh, you are. Lin Chen sneered and looked at Chenlan. Just you also have the nerve to self-appointed as the school flower. Who is the school flower 1 meter 5 ah? You? Who are you calling 1 meter 5? After being personally attacked, Chenlan's eyes widened in anger. Me? 1 meter 5'3". That's 1 meter 5. Lin Chen looked condescendingly at his cousin. You're going to die. Chenlan was genuinely angry and swung her fists at him with a wail. Chenlan is a girl and petite, so it doesn't hurt when it hits you. But being beaten by her in the street like this, Lin Chen was still afraid of being seen, so he hurriedly stopped her. Alright, stop it. I'll treat you to a delicious meal later. I don't eat the cafeteria. Chenlan huffed. Okay, whatever you want to eat today. Chenlan was stunned and looked at Lin Chen incredulously. You're evening a rich woman? How did you suddenly get rich? Brother, I got a job. 12,000 a month. Holy, what company is blind? Are you still eating? Lin Chen threatened. Eat. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen brought Chenlan and arrived at a barbecue restaurant near the school, and ordered a set menu for 288 for two. When a plate of roasted meat was served, Chenlan swallowed his saliva while saying in shock, Holy, working dogs are different. Except for the time I just came to school. You've never treated me to such a good meal, right? I'm so poor, and it's not because you ate me poor. Lin Chen complained. Own this cousin. It's also odd. Auntie too gives her $2,000 a month to live on. 15,000. And she spends it all on clothes and makeup. As for what to do if you don't eat enough, then come to Lin Chen's place to beat the autumn wind. To be honest, Lin Chen was scared by her. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Your poverty has nothing to do with me. If not for your face, you have to tell your aunt that you have found a job. The day to be so nervous? Okay, stop nagging. Tell me, what do you want to do this time? Chenlan knows his own financial situation best. She came over this time. 80%. Again, her mom gave her a task. I missed you. Can't I come over to see you? While messing with the roast, he said, Oh, not telling the truth are you? Then you'll pay for it yourself later. Brother, is that so cruel? Then tell the truth. Brother, you want to buy my truth with one meal. Isn't that too cheap? Chenlan said quaintly. Okay, count on it. Lin Chen didn't say much, took out his cell phone and sent her a $500 red envelope. Chenlan's attitude immediately changed 360 degrees after receiving the red packet. Smiling, she gave up the task that Zhao Xiao had instructed her to do. Auntie said you had a girlfriend but was worried that you were fooling her. So she sent me a $200 red packet and asked me to come over and find out what was going on. Chapter 17 Cousin Chenlan. Holy, you guys are still a double agent. Learning that this girl had even taken her mom's red envelope, Lin Chen couldn't help but knock her on the head. Don't knock! The little girl pushed Lin Chen away in particular anger. It wasn't high in the first place. Not a big person. But you still have a lot of ghostly hearts. Lin Chen gave her a speechless blank look. Say, what have you poked around? Brother, looking at your dejected look. I don't have to guess. You must have been kicked by your new girlfriend, right? How do you know? Lin Chen said out of breath. It wasn't as if he had been kicked by Sumi himself, but it was true that he wouldn't be able to see her for a while. Lost, that's for sure. Look at your dejected look. Amumu is not as sad as you are. Brother, tell me, what does sister-in-law? No, ex-sister-in-law look like? What's her specialty? Is she pretty? Like a machine gun? Chenlan asked many questions in one breath. She and Lin Chen grew up together and were relatives, so she knew Lin Chen very well. This brother of his own, when he was in junior high school, he was particularly handsome. The girls who wrote love letters to him from childhood, not 100, but also 80. But because of his aunt's strict control, he never heard of any girl he was with. Today, how could she not be curious when she heard from her aunt that her cousin was even in love? What kind of girl can make a brother lose his mind like that? Don't you ask? Lin Chen glared at her and didn't say much. This girl, what a pot to piss in. So, brother, you're really in love. You show me. Show me. The fire of gossip in Chen Lan's heart completely blazed. I told you not to ask. Lin Chen was already unhappy, and after she got to the bottom of it like this, he became even more irritated inside. If you don't ask, you don't ask. But if Auntie's side wants to ask, don't blame me for being truthful. Chen Lan said threateningly. Okay, count on you. Lin Chen didn't root her for more nonsense, pulled out his cell phone, and sent her another $200 in red envelopes. After getting the red packet, Chen Lan's happy eyes narrowed into a gap. Brother, what should I answer if my aunt asks me? Just say, met her, but by the looks of it, the two of us should have just started getting along. Our relationship isn't particularly stable yet, and the girlfriend is very pretty, looks a few years older, and is very mature and stable. By saying this, Lin Chen was also indirectly giving his mom a precautionary shot. Prepare her somewhat mentally. The difference between being a few years older and being a dozen years older isn't that big, is it? Okay, I'll write it down and tell my aunt so when I get back. After eating, Lin Chen sent Chen Lan back to school. Then alone, he rushed towards his dormitory. On the way back to the dormitory, you have to pass the school's artificial lake. By the lake, there is a grove. This place, the dating mecca of the school, is where many couples come to have a rendezvous every night. Today was no exception, and at a glance, there were quite a few sneaky figures in there, and even a pair that had been nibbling together, with strange noises every now and then. If it were before, Lin Chen would definitely speed up his pace, out of sight, out of mind. But today, it happened that he was in a bad mood, so he stood still and shouted inside at the top of his voice. Run! The teacher from the disciplinary department is coming. This voice shouted down. In the darkness, immediately swindle out countless pairs of wild lovebirds frantically fleeing. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's heart was much more comfortable. Humming a little song, I returned to my graduate student dormitory. At night, Lin Chen lost sleep. I lay in bed, but I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, Sumi's figure appears in my mind. Even he himself was a little confused. Himself and Sumi, in fact, do not get along very long. Not really as a kid. His own time with her, full stop, was just over a week. But why, then, was he so obsessed with her? Is it because you're married? The feeling is subtle. It's as if there is another self in this world, and you think about her and miss her all the time. Once you lose contact with her, you become very agitated, just like yourself now. If anything, longing is a disease. Then, now, you must be very sick. The next day, Lin Chen simply washed up and prepared to take the subway and go to work. He just went out the door. Instead, he received a call from his mom. Zhao Xiao Chen, have you had breakfast yet? On the phone, his mother's voice was much softer. One could guess that she must have gotten useful information from Chunlan. Otherwise, her emotions would never have been so stable. Usually within a few sentences of conversation, you will push yourself to find a date, instead of being as stable as today. Mom, I ate. Is there something wrong? I'm in a hurry to get to work. Mom just chat with you a few words. Do not delay you to work. So what? Mom from WeChat, transferred 2,000 yuan for you. You now make friends. Spending must be big. If not enough, you talk to mom again. Mom again with you to transfer. No, I have enough money to spend. Mom, that girl Chanlan, did she tell you about my girlfriend? Lin Chen asked knowingly. This well, Mom stammered up. She was talking to me yesterday. What did it all say? Said her brother got a beautiful girlfriend and, by the looks of it, a lot more mature than you. Hearing these words, Lin Chen couldn't help but giggle in his heart. Purposefully emphasized. Chen Lan, this girl is also really. How do you say everything to the outside? Ah. Mom, my girlfriend is older than me. This you do not mind, right? Mom, this what can mind. As long as you do not find a man. Mom, all agree. Besides, the female big three, hold gold brick well. Just, find an older. Good for me to control you. Mom, you do not object on the line. Lin Chen said in a small huh. So what? I have to catch the subway ah. First, after saying this, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Then once again, with a light touch, the recording was saved. Wife ah wife. For you, I really do a lot of preparation ah. Hope you do not let me in vain. Lin Chen arrived all the way to the company and went to the office after clocking in. Because I'm new, the early part of the process is mostly learning, and there isn't really a lot of work to do. The higher-ups gave a piece of information for Lin Chen and Zhang Yao to organize and categorize, learning the rules of the marketing department in the process. Zhang Yao leaned back in his office chair, his legs directly on the table, humming as he looked through the information. Lin Chen frowned. Going to work? Can you stop being so arrogant? Anyway, we have our own office and someone will knock on the door. So what's there to be afraid of? Seems to make some sense. Lin Chen then followed his example and put his legs up on the table. Don't tell me. It's a pretty cool position. The two men slowly flipped through the information in their hands. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly let out a shout. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yao was so scared that he fell straight out of his chair, grimacing in pain. But he couldn't suppress his curiosity. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Lin Chen pinched the information in his hand as if he had seen a ghost. The chairman of our group. I can't believe it's called Sumi? Same name as kissing wife. Could the wife actually be a super rich woman? Chapter 18, thinking about the disease. What ah? Zhang Yao climbed up and grumbled while rubbing his butt. What's wrong with calling Sumi? What's so special about that name? All this fuss. And if you didn't know, you'd think you knew each other. How do you not count that as knowing each other? Maybe even my wife. Lin Chen smiled bitterly and looked over the information in his hand. On it, in black and white, it is clearly written that the chairman is called Sumi. Thinking of this, he hastily took out his cell phone again and clicked on Baidu, the column of the chairman of the board of directors of the Honey Bio Company. It is also written Sumi. So, I'm actually married to a rich woman and came to the company. Treatment suddenly became so good. Also because she is behind the operation? Lin Chen had mixed feelings in his heart and couldn't help but call Li Xiulan to ask what was going on. But the phone doesn't work at all. It seemed that one could not contact the other party before the expiration of the 10-day period. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. What's wrong with you, kid? Do you really know the chairman? Said and skimmed, but we have this friendship. You kid, a few moles on the body for the father know exactly. You really know such a powerful character. Certainly cannot hide from me. Look at you. Are you having hemorrhoids? Asterisk 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 you. You're the one with hemorrhoids. I'm not like someone who sits in such a nice office and still can't sit still. If you really have hemorrhoids, call out to your righteous father, and my father will take you to the hospital. Roll on, roll on. Afternoon. Lin Chen had been hanging on to this and was so distracted that he simply prepared to go to the pantry to make a cup of coffee. Zhang Yao was playing a game, and when he saw this, he quickly said, bring me a cup too. Add some sugar. Call the righteous father. Screw you. Righteous father, I beg you. Push the crystal now. Good son. Wait. Lin Chen took the 2 cups out of his desk and was about to go to the pantry when he realized that there was a loud noise outside. What's going on out there? The chairman is inspecting the work. Chairman? Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he headed for the door without saying a word. Just as he reached the door, he saw a group of people clustered around a woman in a white suit overdress with her back turned toward the elevator. The woman was about 1.6 meters tall and slender, with a head of long hair pulled back into a bun, revealing a long, white neck. At first glance, it resembled Sumi. Lin Chen could barely hold the coffee cup in his hand. The pro-wife is actually really the chairman of the group? Why is she hiding it from herself? How are the two going to get along if you poke that window paper afterward? Or, in case she knew she had found out who she really was, did she just disregard the relationship and opt for a divorce? Lin Chen was in a panic, and when he saw that the woman had entered the elevator and was about to turn around, his first thought was actually to escape. As long as he did not meet her, did not poke the window paper, then this marriage, perhaps there is still a chance to continue it. It's probably only going to last 10 more days, but it's better than nothing. Lin Chen thought of this and turned around to run. Right at this moment, the woman in the elevator turned around and happened to meet Lin Chen on all fours. Lin Chen's entire body froze. I can't believe it's not Sumi. But the chairman's name is clearly Sumi. Could it be the same name? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Chairman, there's a document here that needs your signature. A man hurried over and rushed to hold the elevator at the last minute. The woman nodded and took the paper and read it. Lin Chen, however, was greatly relieved as if he was deflated. She's the chairman of the board, not her own wife. It just happens to be the same name. That's great. Lin Chen's heart, which he had been carrying, completely fell to the ground, and he turned around and humped his way to the pantry. Behind, after the woman signed, she handed the document back to the employee, her eyebrows slightly knitted. I'm only exercising power on behalf of the chairman during his absence from the company. In the future it's better to call me General Manager Zhou, not Chairman. Remember? The employee nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Inside the office, Zhang Yao finished handling his work and lay on the sofa playing games, glancing at Lin Chen from time to time. Hey, I say you kid. Obviously poured coffee back happy with too little cute. Seems. How long has it been and shriveled? Hemorrhoids and burst ah? Told you your dad didn't have hemorrhoids. Lin Chen disliked it and slumped back into his desk, sighing heavily. After determining that Sumi was not the chairman of the group, he was indeed happy for a while, but soon, his brain was occupied by thoughts again. At this moment, all he could think about was Sumi. Sleeping Sumi, shy Sumi, obviously awake but still pretend to sleep, red-faced and let himself kiss Sumi. Lin Chen's brain was all about the time he spent with Sumi in the hospital, whether it was giving her massages or singing songs, or even holding hands or even sleeping with her in his arms. The piles became the things Lin Chen missed the most. 10 days. To have to wait 10 days for the sentence to be pronounced is the greatest torture in the world. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the harder it became, so he slammed the table. I'll take the afternoon off and not go to work. He had to go out for a break and a diversion before he could do that, or he'd surely go crazy if he kept thinking about it. Zhang Yao was dumbfounded. Hey, where are you kid going? Answering him was the office door that slammed shut. Lin Chen's leave of absence went smoothly, and Xinwei approved it without even asking for a reason. He also cared. Lin Chen if there's anything you need help with, don't be polite to me. Polite not at all like a department head. Lin Chen let out a bitter smile, trying to be nonchalant myself. The question is, can he help if he wants his wife? After leaving the company, Lin Chen was a bit bewildered. Looking at the brilliant sun, he had a heart attack and stopped a cab. Master, go to No Ren Temple. It's the perfect place to burn incense and pray for blessings on the way to a clean temple. And the one who was upset was someone other than Lin Chen. Sugar, if you don't like this book, then I'll give you another one. Yi Yan carried the medicine into the room and reached out to pick up the book Sumi was holding. Sumi was startled and hurriedly said, Cousin, I haven't finished the book yet. Read what? You've been reading all morning and you haven't even changed the number of pages. I don't think it's a book you're looking at. It's someone's face, is it? Yi Yun had a derisive look on his face. Sumi immediately turned red and pouted. Cousin, what are you babbling about? I don't talk to you anymore. Give me back the book. I haven't even said who someone is. And this is a match? Yi Yun came up to her and said with a smile, still reading. This book, even if you read it for a day, it's still on that page. Your mind is clearly not here. Why don't? She sold. I'll take you where you want to go the most? Sumi's eyes lit up, but she was a little shy. Where? The temple. Yi Yun tapped her forehead. Didn't you like to go to the temple in the past, saying that it was clean there? Or do you want to go somewhere else? Like someone? Sumi interrupted with a red face. Alright, cousin, if you say that again I'll really ignore you. Although she was close to 40 years old, because of her good maintenance and simple-mindedness, this pampering was just like that of a 20-something-year-old girl. Yi Yun laughed out loud. Okay, don't tease you. Let's go. I'll take you for a walk. It just so happens that before, I went with my aunt to burn incense over at the Nongren Temple, and now that you've woken up, it's really time to return the favor. Chapter 19 Coincidence. Narenji Temple, located on Mt. Baiyun on the east side of the city. Baiyun Mountain has fresh air and beautiful scenery, and Nangren Temple, hidden in the mountain, has always had a strong incense burner because of its wish fulfillment. Yi Yun took Sumi and drove to the foot of the mountain, and then brought out the wheelchair and helped her to sit on it, and only then slowly pushed the wheelchair towards the temple. Along the way, there were people everywhere who came to climb the mountain, and the dappled sunlight poured down on them, accompanied by the laughter around them as well as the scent of birds and flowers. Yi Yun let out a long breath. No wonder you like to come here. Sugar Plum. This environment is really nice. I'll have to bring you here more often in the future as well. Now although Sumi woke up, but in the end, after being in a coma for so long, the body is still very weak, more out to spread out, but also conducive to recovery. The bottom line is that she killed herself because of depression. and nowadays more exposure to nature is good for depression as well. Sumi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and revealed a satisfied smile. Cousin, I was so stupid before. I can't believe I didn't realize that being alive was such a beautiful thing. The sunshine, the flowers, even the birds and trees, and even the people who climb and walk the mountain, are all permeated with majestic life force and endless beauty. Yi Yun looked at the smile on her face and couldn't help but sigh. When Auntie said that she wanted to find you a date to wash down the wedding, I still thought she was fooling around, but now it seems that this move is considered to be the right one. That Lin Chen actually really inspired Sugar's desire for survival. It was really great. Only after this, Yi Yun shook her head, shaking off the worries in her head. No matter what happens later, as long as my cousin is happy now, it's worth it. The sisters walked and chatted along the way, and before they knew it, they could see the gates of Narenji Temple. Right at this moment, Yi Yun suddenly saw a familiar back. Isn't that Lin Chen? What? Which one is he? Sumi was startled and immediately panicked. Cousin, hurry, I can't let him see me. As she spoke, she couldn't help but probe through the crowd again, searching to find out which one was her husband. She hadn't seen Lin Chen's face from the time she got married until now, and although she had seen photos, it was always different from seeing the real person with her own eyes. For that little husband who fell from the sky, Sumi's feelings were actually extremely complicated. On the one hand, she coveted the warmth given by Lin Chen, and had even developed a quiet affection in her heart. But on the other hand, the age of the two people's status was here, like an unbridgeable gap, making her hesitant and stumbling, not daring to take that step. Just as she was searching for Lin Chen's figure, Yi Yun pushed her wheelchair and prepared to leave. Sumi was anxious. Cousin, what are you doing? Wasn't it you who told me to go? Anyway, the 10-day appointment isn't up yet, so go back first. Sumi bit her lower lip tightly for a long time before she spoke. I want to take a look at him quietly, okay? Yi Yun smiled and shook his head, pushing her to quietly walk towards the back door of the temple. Lin Chen came to the temple. In fact, one reason was to clear his head, and the other was to offer incense. He was an atheist, but after meeting Sumi, he was in a state of worry and uncertainty, worried that Sumi does not want to continue the marriage, and even more worried that in 10 days, it will be the last time they see each other. In this situation, he was full of anxiety with nowhere to relieve it, and could only hope for God and Buddha. Lin Chen received an incense burner at the entrance, lit it, and then knelt down in front of the great heroic hall. At this time to incense is not too many people, the Maharishi treasure hall, but also only one of him. Lin Chen glanced at the solemn and majestic Buddha statue, folded his hands, and slowly closed his eyes. Outside the door, Sumi was so anxious that she pulled Yi Yun's arm. Cousin, come closer. I want to hear what he's saying. With a helpless face, Yi Yun quietly pushed his wheelchair and hid outside the hall. Lin Chen's voice came out. Buddha, please bless my wife, Sumi, not to divorce me, and bless our marriage to be a happy one and grow old. Yi Yun bent over and looked at Sumi with a bad smile. Sumi's face was red with shame, and she couldn't help but raise her hands to cover her face. But then she quietly looked at Lin Chen through the cracks in her fingers. Lin Chen's back was facing the door. Although he was kneeling, his spine was straight, his shoulders were broad and narrow, and his thin t-shirt couldn't hide his good body that had been working out for years. Somehow, Sumi suddenly remembered the words she had heard when she was in the hospital. What with 8-pack abs? What with push-ups 100 or more in one breath, and many times a night? Sumi felt her face burning, and she was busy pulling on Yi Yun's clothes, signaling her to take her away. Right at this moment, Lin Chen's voice came out once again. If my wife must divorce me, then I'll ask Buddha to bless her with a smooth and carefree life ahead, without any more troubles. She's so wonderful, and I wish her all the best for the rest of her life. Even if I have to bear her pain, I'm willing to do it. Pray for Buddha's blessing. Inside the solemn Mahamudra, Lin Chen's voice seemed particularly pious. Yi Yun froze for a moment and couldn't help but look down at Sumi, only to find that she was already in tears. Seeing Lin Chen get up, she didn't care about anything else and hurriedly pushed Sumi away and hid inside the side hall. Silly girl, what are you crying about? Yi Yun whispered. It's a good thing that he's treating you so well. You should smile. Sumi looked out of the hall as if she hadn't heard her words. It wasn't until Lin Chen walked away that she spoke. Cousin, let's go back. Yi Yun was a little surprised. Not on the incense? Sumi still had teardrops in her eyes, but she smiled. What I asked for, I already have. All the way back home. Li Xiulan learned that she had gone out and was waiting at home early. Seeing her return, she hurriedly greeted her. Sugar Plum, how was your outing today? Did you have fun? Sumi, however, was so full of Lin Chen's words that she didn't even hear what she said. Li Xiulan was anxious. Xiao Yun, What's wrong with Sugar? Yi Yan glanced at Sumi and lowered her voice. We met Lin Chen at Nangren Temple today. What? Meeting? I didn't see it, but I heard what Lin Chen said when he worshipped the Buddha. Yi Yan repeated the words that Lin Chen had prayed for within the Mahamudra, one by one. At the end, he said, Auntie, you didn't see it. He was kneeling in front of the Buddha. He was very pious, not to mention Sugarplum. Even I was shocked. Lin Chen knelt in front of the Buddha, words and phrases begging for Sumi, even willing to bear everything for Sumi. This heart, really moving. Li Xiulan was also shocked and was about to open her mouth when she was interrupted. Mom, I want to. Sumi took a deep breath and solemnly said, I want to see him. No more waiting for 10 days. I want to see him now. Chapter 20. Sumi's mind. Thinking about it? Li Xiulan had already guessed her daughter's thoughts, but still wanted to make sure once more. All those concerns that were said before, they are not likely to go away. Have you thought about all the problems that lie between you and the future? Once you have made a decision, if you reverse it later, it will cause great harm, both to you and to him. Sumi's eyes were bright and resolute. I've thought about it. She was willing to trust Lin Chen. Li Xiulan touched her head and nodded. Okay, if you've thought about it, then Mom will help you get in touch. Lin Chen was cooking pancakes in bed when he received the call from Li Xiulan. When he saw the caller ID on the screen, his whole body jumped up and his hands were busy pressing the answer button. Auntie, is Sugar looking for me? What? I can't call you if Sugar doesn't call you? No. If there is anything you need me to do, just ask. My cell phone is on 24 hours a day. On call. Li Xiulan, with her cell phone on speakerphone, glanced at Sumi, who had her ears perked up beside her. Sumi beamed, tugging at the corner of her coat and shaking it. Li Xiulan smiled favorably and didn't beat around the bush, directly saying, Sugar said that she wants to try to get in touch with you. Really? You could feel Ariel's excitement and anticipation through the cell phone. Li Xiulan nodded her head. Yes, there's no need to wait for 10 days later. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll arrange for you to meet, and I'll send you the time and place of the meeting later. Great. Lin Chen jumped 3 feet high and lay down on the bed and rolled several times in a row, so excited that it was hard to hold himself. Then, Auntie, what kind of dress does Sugar like? Formal or casual? What flavor of perfume does she like? Also, what about food? What does she like to eat? What gifts does she like? What flowers? Li Xiulan saw that there was no end to what he said, so she simply said, these things, you can slowly understand them later. After that, he hung up the phone. Lin Chen froze for a moment as he looked at the black screen cell phone and couldn't help but look up to the sky. Just at this moment, the window came shouting and cursing, who the hell's ghost yelling and screaming? Also do not look at what time it is. Looking for death Lin Chen didn't care. He climbed up in a flash and went straight to the next door. Jiang Yao was taking a bath and looked at Lin Chen who barged in with a head of foam. Asterisk. You're perverted. Aren't you? Righteous father bathing and you spy on him too? Good son. Your righteous father is in trouble. It's time for you to offer your loyalty. Lin Chen pulled open Jiang Yao's closet and took out the most expensive suit inside. Lend me a day to wear it. A great favor. I'll let you be a righteous father for a day tomorrow. Hey, that suit cost me tens of thousands of dollars. Take it easy. Don't mess it up. Before the words were finished, Lin Chen's figure was already gone. With the dress, you're still missing a pair of leather shoes. And your own Poundland $100 package obviously won't do. After all, it's the first time we've met, so it has to be formal. Lin Chen grabbed his wallet and went out the door, heading straight for the mall. As for the Su family, Sumi was also a bit fidgety. Mom, why don't we push it back a few days? She kept looking in the mirror, her face unable to hide her anxiety. Do I look bad? Now I even have trouble walking and have to use a wheelchair. Will he dislike me? I'll see him again in a few days when I'm better. Okay? Although Sumi knew that Lin Chen had already seen what she looked like when she was in a coma, she couldn't help but be worried now that she was going to meet formally. Yi Yun bristled. If he really disliked it, he would have taken the $900,000 when his aunt wanted to give the money. So what's the worry? Your cousin is right. Li Xiulan bent down to face with Sumi and looked at the mirror. Besides, my daughter looks so beautiful, just like a fairy. Who could dislike her? Sumi was amused, a blush spreading across her face, lining her already delicate features and making them more and more beautiful. I'll be able to meet up tomorrow. From now on, are we going to get along as husband and wife? A few moments of anticipation welled up under Sumi's eyes. It was a night that was destined to be a sleepless night. Day 2. Lin Chen knocked on the door of Jiang Yao's room with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Yesterday, after he broken hard in Jiang Yao's shower, he was forced to take the key and had to knock on the door. When Jiang Yao saw him, he was startled. *******. You were a thief last night? Can I borrow your girlfriend's face mask? Eye mask and eye cream? Roll your ass. Her skincare products more than 2,000 a set. No, I take to you to use. Shall not kill me, ah? Righteous father. Okay, take it. Use it sparingly so she doesn't see it. Jiang Yao took the things to Lin Chen, full of suspicion. You kid, and borrow my clothes and skincare. The whole thing is like a peacock. What's the matter? Want a blind date? Stay out of daddy's business. Lin Chen took the mask eye cream and left. After a good deal of tossing and turning, I was finally refreshed, and Li Xiulan's message was sent. Meet me at a cafe outside the Tsuiyuan neighborhood in Jinchizhou at 1 p.m. Lin Chen looked at his watch and realized that there were still more than 5 hours to go, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out his cell phone again and began to memorize the little red book of love. After memorizing for a while, I found that I couldn't be quiet at all, so I just looked up the florist's phone number, made sure that I wanted the flowers, and then called the cake store, and wandered around like a fly without a head. On the other hand, Sumi's nervousness was more than a match for his. Cousin, why do you need to rent a room? Don't I have my own room? Cousin, does this dress suit me? Will it be a bit too plain? Mom, where's my pearl necklace? And the matching earrings? Help me find them. By the way, there is lipstick. This lipstick will not be too colorful. Always feel that it does not suit me. Sumi sat at the dressing table, rambling, with a look of anticipation and shyness on her face that she hadn't even noticed. Li Xiulan and Yi Yan glanced at each other and laughed unanimously. There! Li Xiulan snatched the lipstick from Sumi's hand, squatted in front of her and said positively, Sugar ah, you're fine just like this. No need to be nervous, you know? Mom chose him specially for you. He can't be wrong, even if he's not good. You still have Mom. Don't be afraid. Yi Yan held her hand and spoke in a serious tone. And about renting an apartment. The house in your name is either a villa or a large flat in the center of the city. It's not suitable. This place, Jinchizhou, is not remote nor particularly prosperous, and it's not far from the company, so it's perfect. Sumi frowned slightly. You guys are worried about. That's right. Yi Yan nodded. This young man Lin Chen looks really good, but people's hearts are not the same. You'd better be more cautious. Don't let him know your identity for the time being, got it? Although Sumi was simple, she wasn't a stupid white sweet, and immediately responded. I know. Don't worry, cousin. She knew better than anyone the truth of what happened over time. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Yan took Sumi out the door, and Lin Chen has long been in the cafe, eagerly awaiting. Chapter 21 Meet. With his arms wrapped around carefully selected flowers and a specially customized cake in front of him, Lin Chen was nervous in his suit and tie. You can look at your watch a dozen times a minute. It's almost 1 o'clock. I'll be seeing my kissing wife soon. The thought of it excited him beyond belief. The young couple next to him looked at him several times and didn't hold back. Brother, blind date? So nervous. The girl smiled and said, Actually, you're quite handsome. No need to be nervous. The girls all look at you as long as they're not blind. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not a blind date. It's waiting for my wife. Waiting for your wife to get all formal and beg forgiveness for doing something wrong? How can that be? I'm with my wife ah. Lin Chen paused and revealed a smile. It's marriage before love. Although he had treated Sumi as a goddess since he was a child. But now that he had received a license and had not yet officially met, how could it not be considered marriage before love? The young couple laughed their asses off. And marriage before love? What's so hip about it? This interruption made Lin Chen less nervous, only to see that 1 o'clock had already passed, but Sumi had not yet come. The young couple joked again. Look at you, have been waiting for almost an hour. Don't be your wife got a license with you and regretted it. Don't want to come, right? Lin Chen was startled and his face turned a little white. Don't talk nonsense. He was really worried that Sumi would regret it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and prepared to call Li Xiulan, who expected that just at this moment, Li Xiulan's phone call, instead, preempted the call. Hello, Auntie, have you arrived yet? Lin Chen couldn't wait. Li Xiulan glanced at Sumi by her side and smiled helplessly. Not going to the cafe. You now enter the neighborhood. Unit 3, room 1208. Sugar is waiting for you at home. From now on, you'll live here. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiulan sighed. Sugar, are you sure you don't want a babysitter? Lin Chen has to go to work. It's impossible for him to be home with you all the time, and I'm relieved to have a babysitter at home during the day when you're alone. And even if she felt that Lin Chen was good, but in the end, people's hearts were not the same, and it was always good to have a nanny to watch over them. Sumi shook her head. Mom, since I've decided to live with him, I don't want outsiders in the house, and my health is slowly getting better, so there's no need to worry. Most importantly, she trusted Lin Chen. A person who promises before the Buddha that he is willing to bear her suffering for her will not let her suffer. Li Xiaolan couldn't argue with her, so she only sighed. In that case, I'll let you, but the babysitter still needs to be hired, so she can come over every day and cook the meals and clean up the house and leave. So that's always okay, right? That's the biggest concession she's ever made. Sumi also knew this and only nodded her head. Okay, thanks mom. Silly girl, you're welcome with mom. Li Xiaolan reached out to straighten the messy hair around her ears and let out a long sigh. As long as you're healthy and well, mom is content. Both mother and daughter were red-eyed. Yi Yin glanced at her watch and hurriedly said, Auntie, Sugarplum said that she wants to meet with Lin Chen alone, so we should go then, or we'll bump into him later. Li Xiaolan was reluctant to part with her, and gave half a day's instructions before she followed Yi Yun out the door, then straight into the next house. Don't worry, Auntie, I've made all the arrangements. Yi Yun said smugly, the soundproofing in this house isn't particularly good. Let's go wait on the balcony and we'll be able to hear what they're saying. The two sneaked out onto the balcony, and at that moment, Sumi was staring at the door with nervousness, a heart almost jumping out of her throat. Soon you will meet your little husband, and from now on you will live with him and get along as husband and wife. No, he and I are a married couple with a license. So, what couples have to do? Sumi reached out to cover her face, feeling the scalding temperature, and couldn't help but think again of the words Lin Chen had said when she was in the hospital. What a shame, but deep down in her heart, she was vaguely looking forward to it. And at that moment, Lin Chen was running furiously with a rose in one hand and a cake in the other. Make way! Make way! Make way! 100,000 times more urgent, Lin Chen shouted as he ran, only hating that he hadn't sprouted wings. He couldn't wait to meet his own kissing wife. By the time he got into the elevator, he was miraculously calm. Lin Chen, don't panic. You can do it. Lin Chen checked himself against the elevator, taking deep breaths while cheering himself up. No problem with the hair. Got it styled in the morning for 280. No problem with the clothes. That Jiang Yao kid spent a lot of money on tailor-made designer goods, and every pleat was ironed flat. Shoes are polished too. The flowers were okay. Fresh. The cake wasn't broken. Everything was perfect. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Well, everything is ready. Wife, here I come. Dude, are you nuts? Meeting your wife and making it so formal? The man in the elevator looked him up and down. Lin Chen's chin rose. You can't be formal when you see your wife? I tell you, my wife is a heavenly fairy. She's willing to see me now, and I can't wait to burn incense and bathe 3 days in advance. Nuts! There was a ding and the elevator doors opened. Coincidentally, the man, who also lived on this floor, followed him out of the elevator and snickered. Come on, show me what your heavenly wife looks like. He'd lived in this neighborhood for 10 years now, and there were beautiful women, but there were absolutely none that could be called heavenly. Lin Chen glared at him. My wife, you deserve to see it too? Such a beautiful baby wife. He hated to hide someone from anyone. Sumi had already heard Lin Chen's voice at home. She had wanted to wait at home for Lin Chen to enter, but she couldn't hold back any longer when she heard that familiar voice. Sumi maneuvered her wheelchair straight out the door. Lin Chen was turning his back to her, theorizing with the man, and didn't know what was going on behind him. Instead, the man had looked straight in the eyes and muttered, What a beautiful beauty. I'm telling you, Lin Chen warned, my wife is a veritable heavenly fairy, but she's already married to me. We got a marriage license. Even if you see her, you're not allowed to think anything. She's mine. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was a puff of crisp laughter from behind him. Lin Chen froze. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Sumi smiling at himself. Sumi was already born beautiful, and now that she had been raised for a while, her face had gained some flesh. This smile, with arched eyebrows, could not be more beautiful. Wife! Lin Chen was shocked and delighted, and rushed up with an arrow step. Why did you come out? Quickly go inside. There are too many perverts in this world. You are so beautiful. I have to keep an eye on you, lest I be targeted by someone with a heart of gold, he said and glared at the neighbor behind him. Sumi giggled. Little cutie, you said that I'm your wife. Then even if I'm being targeted, then I'm still your wife. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Saying that, she greeted her neighbor. Hello there, we're new to the neighborhood. My name is Sumi. This is my husband Lin Chen. Please take care of us in the future. Chapter 22. It's going to be okay. Sumi is simple, but not uninformed and stupid. Now that you've decided to live here, it's only natural that neighborhoods are important. When she greeted her, the neighbor immediately made a big red face and stammered. Hello you, guys. My name is Wang Ji. I'm very happy to meet you. If there is anything you need help with in the future, yell out Lin Chen directly said. No, I'll take care of my wife. I don't need anyone else's help. With that, he pushed Sumi back into the house. slamming the door behind him with a bang. Sumi, however, giggled again. Lin Chen was a little embarrassed by her smile, so he simply handed over the flowers and couldn't help but add, "Wife, you look so pretty when you smile." It was better not to say it, but this time, Sumi was also shy, holding a large bouquet of flowers and directly blocking her face. Then whispered, "Cootie, what kind of person talks to people like that? Isn't that a joke? Obviously a big guy in his 20s. How do you still do this kind of thing? Going around proclaiming how beautiful his wife is. Like a rash. If word got out, it might be laughed at." Lin Chen, however, straightened up. "What I said is right again. Wife, you're so beautiful. So I definitely have to be on guard. My baby, what if someone takes it?" Sumi hid behind the bouquet of flowers, listening to the strong possessiveness in his words. She only felt sweetness in her heart. Is this what it's like to be in love? It's pretty good. For a while, the two were quiet, and an air of awkwardness hung in the air. Sumi quietly looked out through the gap in the bouquet, just as Lin Chen looked over as well. Between the four eyes, Sumi let out a giggle. Lin Chen also laughed, getting louder and louder, and in the end, the embarrassment was swept away. Li Xiaolan and Yi Yun hid in the next balcony and froze as they listened to the two laughing. "Rue, how long has it been since Sugar She? Was this happy? I was under the impression that it was like 10 years? She's been, ever since that incident." The two of them looked at each other and reddened in unison, but there was a pleased smile on his face. Just then, Sumi suddenly coughed. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Lin Chen instantly changed his face and swooped over, holding Sumi's hand with one hand and smoothing her back with the other. Tense, and Li Xiaolan was in a hurry, directly about to run next door. Yi Yun pulled her back. "Auntie, what are you doing? I'm going to see what's wrong with Sugar." "Don't go. Their husbands are there. Where do we need to worry about them? Wouldn't it be better to take this opportunity to see Lin Chen's attitude?" Li Xiaolan calmed down, and although she was still worried, she didn't go over again, but re-entered the balcony and listened to the movement next door. Sumi coughed, her face red, her chest rose and fell violently, and tears came out of her eyes. Lin Chen was in a hurry as if he was an ant on a hot pan, smoothing her breath and pouring water, but Sumi's body was already weak, and now that she was coughing so much, all of this was no use at all. In his haste, Lin Chen simply half-kneeled in front of the wheelchair and took her into his arms, smoothing her back one by one. Mouth tenderly said, "Honey, take a deep breath and take your time. I'm here. I'll stay with you." Sumi was held by him, listening to his powerful heartbeat, only to feel an unprecedented sense of security, and her emotions gradually smoothed out. Finally stopped coughing. Lin Chen was heartbroken beyond measure, carefully wiping away the tears on her face, and then stopped and picked her up, sending her into the room. Then he poured a glass of water over. "Wife, get up and drink some water." Sumi's emotional ups and downs were too great, exhausting her physical strength, and this time she was lying on the bed, her face so pale that she couldn't get up at all. Lin Chen's heart ached to the extreme. Wanting to help her up and worrying that she was uncomfortable, he simply picked up the cup and took a sip of water. Then he bent down, kissed Sumi's lips, and carefully ferried the water over. How could Sumi not expect Lin Chen to actually feed himself water in this way? And her eyes instantly widened, soft to the touch on the lips, followed by sweet, refreshing water. Sumi could feel the kiss without any semblance of lust. Some are just careful and loving. Using this method, Lin Chen fed Sumi most of a cup of water, and only sighed in relief when he saw her face gradually return to normal, and a hint of redness. "Honey, how do you feel now?" He held Sumi's hand, chagrined. "It's all my fault for not paying attention when I knew you weren't in good health, causing you to suffer." Toward the end, his eyes reddened with heartache and some concern. "Why don't we go to the hospital?" Sumi had been lying in the hospital for so long, and even if she could be discharged now, her physical condition was still so poor that she couldn't afford to miss a beat. When he said he would do it, Lin Chen was directly about to hug Sumi up. "No need." Sumi pulled his hand and shook her head. "I'll just lie down for a while. Will you stay with me and chat?" It was naturally impossible for Lin Chen to refuse, and he immediately nodded. "Fine. I'll talk with you about whatever you want to talk about." With that, he sat down on the edge of the bed, holding Sumi's hand, and softly said, "Work, life, or the past. As long as your honorable wife wants to know, I'll tell you everything." Sumi was amused, but couldn't help coughing. Lin Chen was instantly anxious. "Honey, why don't we just go to the hospital?" Luckily this time, Sumi slowed down after a couple coughs. She shook her head. "I've been told there's no need to be so nervous. I know my own body." "What a pity." Lin Chen sighed. "Unfortunately what? It's a pity that I'm a funny man. And since you're not in good health, wife, there's nowhere to utilize all my skills." "Poor mouth. Then do you like it? If you don't like it, It supports one-click style switching. For example, cool and handsome type, pretentious type, knowledgeable type, etc. I have all the looks you like. Then show me how to be knowledgeable. You wait, I look at Baidu. Not right. Is switching need time? Please wife your honor, wait a moment. Li Xiulan listened to the laughter coming from next door, and without realizing it, actually shed a face full of tears. Yi Yun was startled. Auntie, why are you crying? It's a good thing that Sugarplum is so happy. It's right to be happy. Li Xiulan wiped her tears and nodded her head. Yes, it's a good thing. I'm just so happy. Xiao Yun, do you think with Lin Chen, Sugar Candy will be sick again? The pain she felt when she first learned of her daughter's suicide was too much for her to bear a second time. The sound of Lin Chen's colorful storytelling was still coming through. Yi Yun revealed a smile. I think, not only will Sugar perhaps not be sick again, but she will become better than she has been in the past. No, not maybe, but definitely. She will be perfectly well. Chapter 23, A Deep Kiss. Lin Chen didn't realize that someone was eavesdropping next door. He held Sumi's hand and sat on the edge of the bed, gently telling her interesting stories from his own reading days. The smile on Sumi's face didn't stop, except that she was still a patient in the end. Her spirit was low, and she fell asleep without realizing it. Wife, Lin Chen let out a low cry, and after seeing Sumi's eyes closed and her breathing steady, he let out a long breath. Finally got someone to sleep. This tossing and turning today should be no small burden on Sumi's body. He lay on the edge of the bed, staring fixedly at Sumi's sleeping face, and couldn't help but think back to that time in the hospital. But at that time, Sumi was in a vegetative state, and she didn't know if she could wake up or if the two could have a future. But now, Sumi woke up, her body is gradually getting better, and she is still willing to contact herself. Maybe we can be a real couple for life. Lin Chen giggled and couldn't help but hold Sumi's hand. Sumi's hands were small, white and slender, and his palm was able to completely wrap Sumi's hands around them. Honey, you look great, Lin Chen muttered. I don't know what kind of virtue I accumulated in my past life to actually marry you. I think I must be the happiest man in this world. It's like a dream to meet a goddess when you're a child and to grow up and marry her. Honey, you said you're willing to try and reach out to me. So can I assume you actually like me a little bit? Actually, I haven't been in love before. I don't have any experience at all. That's why I made a joke in the elevator today. But don't worry, I'll learn, and I'll definitely give you the best relationship experience. So you'll stay with me, right? Lin Chen rambled on for half a day, and seeing that Sumi was sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but move again. Earlier, at the hospital, he had drunk himself to death and slept with her in his arms all night. Now that she's out of the hospital, Lin Chen condemned himself for having a dirty mind while taking off his jacket, tiptoeing to the bed, lifting the covers and getting in. The room was air-conditioned, and the temperature was supposed to be perfect, but Sumi's body was weak, and she was even more afraid of the cold than an ordinary person. This would feel a source of heat and consciously nestled into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her petite body, smelling the fragrance, and only felt his heart melt. What's it called? Wife and kids in a hot bed. Now all that's missing is a baby. But, Lin Chen looked down at Sumi in his arms and sighed. My wife has a wife, but with her body, not to mention the baby, even if she speaks louder, she is afraid of being shocked out of her mind. There are still days to come. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi, and without realizing it, he also fell asleep. What he didn't realize was that after he fell asleep, Sumi was the one who opened her eyes. What a cutie! Sumi stretched out her white fingers, tracing Lin Chen's features in space, and the smile at the corner of her mouth didn't stop. At first, she did fall asleep from exhaustion, but because of her body, she was a light sleeper and woke up long before Lin Chen spoke, but still pretended to be asleep with her eyes closed. Coincidentally, he listened to Lin Chen's words. Sumi's heart murmured, even if you don't learn relationship skills, I'm still willing to be with you. Her heart, long ago, had been filled by Lin Chen without her realizing it. Perhaps Lin Chen really does not know how to fall in love with the rash young seemingly furtive, and even made jokes in front of outsiders because he has never been in love. What? No one is allowed to see it. It's as childish as a child's. But, what's to say that sincerity is the surefire way to go? As Sumi thought about those words of Lin Chen, she suddenly felt her face getting a little hot again, and she couldn't help but bury her face into Lin Chen's arms. Wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's lean waist and listening to his heartbeat, Sumi soon fell into a dreamy state. The two slept this sleep, straight through until late afternoon, when they were awakened by a knock on the door. As soon as Lin Chen opened his eyes, he met Sumi's deer-like eyes. Perhaps it was because she had just woken up from a nap. Sumi's eyes were watery, with a hint of confusion. Her red face and messed up hair were all lovely, especially that pink mouth. Lin Chen ghostly kissed over Sumi's eyes widened in shock, a blush creeping up her cheeks. And then she closed her eyes again and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. Both are new to relationships and can be described as tactless. Lin Chen only knew that kissing his wife's mouth was soft, sweet, and intoxicated him, and as he kissed, his hands began to be dishonest. Sumi was shocked and ashamed, wanting to push him away, but she was unconsciously sinking, her entire brain in a daze, only knowing to wrap her arms around Lin Chen and let him claim her, until the knock came again. Lin Chen jolted awake, only then realizing that there was something wrong with Sumi's panting. Her originally rosy face, this will start to become pale again, even her eyes are a bit lax. Her breath is much weaker. It was clear that the body could not withstand such emotional fluctuations. Honey, are you okay? Lin Chen was so scared out of his wits that he quickly stopped and wrapped his arms around her to check her out. But Sumi was in his arms, feeling his body heat, but her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and her face was getting worse and worse. Wife, don't scare me. Tears welled up in Lin Chen's eyes. Sumi spoke with difficulty. The medicine. I have it in my bag. Fine. I'll get you some medicine. Just hang in there. Lin Chen rolled and crawled out of bed, found her medicine from Sumi's bag, and fed it to her. It wasn't until she took the medicine that Sumi slowed down and lay on the bed in a weak and unsteady state. Lin Chen was both heartbroken and blaming himself, and couldn't help but slap himself. It's all my fault. Knowing that Sumi is not in good health, she still acts like an animal, but luckily nothing happened. He'd never be able to forgive himself in his life if something happened. I'm fine. Don't you dare. Sumi squeezed out a smile with difficulty. It's my body that's so bad. I don't blame you. No, it's all my fault. Lin Chen held her hand and was about to say more when the knock on the door sounded again. Also ringing was Lin Chen's cell phone. The call came from Li Xiulan. Lin Chen, what are you doing? The nanny is here. Go open the door. Nanny? Right. Sugar is not well enough to cook, and you have to work, so you can't have you running both ways from the company home to cook for her, right? That's why I hired a nanny and asked her to cook 3 meals and housework for you. I know. Open the door now. Lin Chen hung up the phone and rushed out in a hurry. Sumi lay on the bed, looking at his back, unconsciously remembering that kiss just now again. If one's body fights for more, then just now isn't. She didn't dare think any further, only pulling the covers over her rolling face. Under the covers, however, was a sweet smile. Chapter 24 Cohabitation. The nanny Li Xiulan hired was called Aunt Zhou, very professional, and was busy when she entered the door. Washing and chopping vegetables is a snap. Lin Chen came alongside and stared at her without looking at her. Auntie Zhou held back her unhappiness and said, Boss, if you don't feel comfortable with me, you can apply to the cleaning company for a new person. There's no need to be here all the time to keep an eye on my work. What kind of era is this? It's just cooking. She can still hide her meat dishes and take them away? Lin Chen hurriedly explained. Auntie Zhou, you've misunderstood. I'm not spying on you. He scratched the back of his head with some embarrassment. It's me who wants to learn how to cook. As you can see, my wife's health is not good. If I can learn how to cook, I can make it for her with my own hands in the future. Though babysitting is professional, where is it better than the thought of doing it yourself? Aunt Zhou froze, then smiled. I've been a nanny for so many years. It's the first time I've seen one who loves his wife so much. Just watch if you want to learn. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. You're welcome. Those employers in the past, even if they wanted to learn, it was the hostess who learned to cook for the host. It was rare to see one like Lin Chen, who was young and still loved his wife. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Thank you, Auntie Zhou. I won't be polite then. When is the best time to put this dish in the pot? How much salt is usually put in? Also, my wife's body is weak. Shouldn't she eat lighter? Will too much tonic be a hindrance to her health? Do you know how to make soup? I've seen a lot of medicinal dishes on the internet, but I can't learn how to do it. So if you know how to do it, teach me more. A series of questions were thrown out. Auntie Zhou, who had rarely met a man who loved his wife, was impressed with him and took great pains to point him out. Bedroom. Sumi's spirit eased after taking the medicine, and then she heard the constant sound of talking coming from the kitchen, which she couldn't hear too well intermittently. She was a little curious, and after sleeping all afternoon, she simply couldn't lie down, so she slowly moved up, holding onto the wall and walked outside. Because she had been lying down for so long, the muscles in her legs had atrophied a bit, and her body was weak, so she was gasping for breath after just a few steps. I was about to walk out of the bedroom when I tripped over a stool and fell to the floor with a thud. When Lin Chen heard the commotion and came out, all he saw was Sumi, who had fallen to the ground. What's wrong with you, wife? Lin Chen jealoused and rushed over to pick her up, his eyes red with heartache. Why didn't you call me if you wanted to get up? Just tell me, why did you get up on your own? Sumi had fallen and was already embarrassed. And when he said this, it was even harder, and tears sprang to her eyes. With a sobbing voice, she said, "I don't want to bother you with everything." Lin Chen was stunned. Then he blamed himself. "Wife, don't cry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have blamed you. It already hurt when you fell, and I'm still talking about you. I deserve to die." He should have thought of it a long time ago. Sumi had depression, and although she was much better now, she still needed to pay attention to it from time to time. That comment he had just made must have put her in internal conflict again. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more chagrined he became, and carried Sumi to the wheelchair and sat down, half squatting in front of her and gently wiping away her tears. Then tenderly said, "Honey, I'm sorry. I was also too worried about you just now, so I spoke a bit heavier, and you don't have to worry about troubling me. I'm your husband. You're willing to rely on me. I couldn't ask for more. Where would I think you're too much trouble?" Saying that, he pulled over Sumi's hand again and said heartily, "Where did you fall just now? Give hubby a look. Hubby will blow you." The deliberately softened tone of voice drew a giggle out of Sumi. She still had crystallized teardrops on her face, and this smile was beautiful. Lin Chen looked dumbfounded. Sumi in turn figured it out and snapped, "I'm a handful of years old. Why are you still acting like you're coaxing a child?" Lin Chen came back to his senses and sighed in relief. "It's not coaxing a child. It's coaxing a wife. Besides, if you're older, that's still my baby. Wives are for coaxing." The two of them had been together for most of the day, and Lin Chen was getting more and more comfortable. With a set of flirty words running out the door, Sumi's pretty face turned red and she punched him. "Hate it. There are still outsiders around." As soon as the words left her mouth, Aunt Joe's voice came out from the kitchen. "You guys can pretend I'm not here," said he, and muttered, "but you'll have to reimburse me for my hypoglycemic medication, or else it's going to be sweet to look at you guys like this every day." Sumi was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. Her ears were red at the roots, and she couldn't help but sneak a look at Lin Chen again. It just so happened that Lin Chen also looked over, and as their eyes met, both of them laughed, as if they had been caught doing something wrong. Auntie Zhou worked very well, and in less than an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were on the table. "I'll go back first." As she took off her apron, she said, "After you guys eat, just leave the dishes in the kitchen and I'll come over tomorrow and wash them. The job is easy. You just need to come over at 3 mealtimes a day to cook a meal, and there are chores to clean up along the way, but the pay is generous. The rarest thing is that the host family is a newlywed couple, and they look like they are good at getting along with each other, so Auntie Zhou is very satisfied." Sumi couldn't help but say, "Auntie Zhou, why don't you stay and eat together?" "No need." Auntie Zhou smiled narrowly. "You two are in love. Why should I stay here as a light bulb? You think your blood sugar isn't high enough?" Sumi reddened again and couldn't help but glare at Lin Chen. "It's all your fault." Lin Chen hurriedly confessed, Yes, blame me. Your honorable wife, calm down. I'll serve you a bowl of soup, otherwise it'll all get cold later. I'm going to have some more fish." "No problem. I'll help you pick out the pricks. Shrimp too." "Okay, I'll shell it for you. I also want." Auntie Zhou smiled as she listened to the two and headed out the door. It was a sweet meal, and the two have gotten a lot closer. At least Sumi won't blush without moving. After the meal, even though Aunt Zhou had said that the dishes were left for her to wash the next day, Lin Chen still habitually put the dishes away in the sink and rolled up her sleeves to wash them. Sumi maneuvered her wheelchair and sat in the kitchen doorway watching him. Although Lin Chen does not know how to cook, but at home there is no shortage of housework. This will brush pots and wash dishes to clean up the kitchen. Dry is familiar. Sumi didn't stare at him with her eyes, and her heart was a little emotional. One had thought that one would never set foot in a marriage in this lifetime. Never thought that, by mistake. Not only married or younger than their own nearly 20 years of Lin Chen, and the son of his former best friend. Sumi's face reddened again as she thought about those things in the past. You call this an old cow eating young grass, right? When it comes time to meet the parents later, there's no telling what kind of fix it will be. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Honey, I've washed the dishes. Do you want to go out for a stroll in the park? Chapter 25. Treasure like Sumi. A walk in the park? Like an old married couple. Having dinner, holding hands and walking in the park? Sumi's eyes flashed with a hint of yearning, but more than anything else, she was shy. Even if she kissed and hugged Lin Chen now, it was all done obediently, driven by circumstances. Now prepared to go out on a date, she still didn't feel mentally prepared. Thinking of this, Sumi shook her head. I'm a bit tired. Can we go next time? Lin Chen hurriedly said. Of course, there's no problem. Then go back to your room first and rest. With that, he pushed Sumi back to her room, and after carrying her to bed he barked. Wait a moment. Sumi was confused. Soon, Lin Chen went and returned with a basin of hot water in his hand. Honey, let's soak your feet first. I'll massage your legs. Sumi blushed and instinctively shook her head. No need. Although Lin Chen had already massaged her when she was in the hospital, she was unconscious then. Even when he woke up, he had never opened his eyes and did not spend time with Lin Chen head on. But now that she was awake, in this situation, to let Lin Chen give her a massage, it wouldn't be a shame, ah? Lin Chen put the water basin in front of the bed without saying a word and said with a straight face, the water has medicinal powder added to it. Soaking the feet can speed up the blood circulation. It's good for the body, and the massage is also good for your body to recover. You have to listen to me on this one. Without waiting for Sumi to say anything, Lin Chen had already squatted down and removed her shoes. Sumi has a slim figure, and because of proper maintenance, a pair of feet white and tender. Now that it was held in Lin Chen's hands, it looked more and more petite, especially the toes, which were as white and tender as jade. Sumi was too shy to raise her head, covering her face. Really don't need a massage. I'll just soak it. It was the first time in her entire life that someone had touched her feet, and it's still in your hands. This is so humiliating. Lin Chen, however, was frank. We're both husband and wife. Isn't it only natural to wash your wife's feet? Don't move. Try the water temperature first. With that, he took Sumi's feet and put them in the water basin. The warm water eased Sumi's shyness a bit. This, coupled with Lin Chen's serious look, made her finally not so shy. Is it hot? Should I add more cold water? No need. This is fine. Good, Lin Chen said, and began to wash Sumi's feet. When he had washed up, he sat down under the edge of the bed again, put Sumi's leg on his knee, and began to massage her, from calf to thigh, with moderate force, pressing one by one with extreme care and without any semblance of lust. Sumi went from being bashful at first to gradually enjoying Lin Chen's massage. Honey, let me sing you a song. Lin Chen was excited. What do you like to listen to? Sumi leaned against the bed, met his gentle eyes, and whispered, anything. That. Lin Chen searched in his mind and suddenly had an idea. There. He hummed softly as he pressed Sumi's leg. How many intersections have I traveled? How many sighs have I heard? I am seriously overwhelmed by you. This kind of confused mood, I think anyone can have. Lucky to share your sorrow. Can you get a little closer? Can you get a little closer? Satisfy the small vanity of my heart. In fact, you don't realize that you are the most beautiful in my heart, like that rainbow in the sky after a storm. When she sang this, Sumi's entire body froze and stared wide-eyed. This song is. Lin Chen raised his eyes to look at her with a smile on his brow and continued to sing. If you don't know where to go on the road tomorrow, stay by my side and be my wife, okay? My arms that are not wide enough will be yours, too, in a warm embrace. If you're tired of the storm outside, stay with me and be my wife, okay? I'll be sure to endure your occasional little tantrums, and maybe I'll even give them to you. A little surprise, a laugh, a simple and peaceful nest. Sunrise with you, sunset with you, into old age. Sumi's face was as red as a ripe apple. Such a simple melody, and sung in a clear voice, but she was hardened to hear a few lingering moments. Deep in the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little yearning. 3 meals for 2, 4 seasons of constant companionship, a simple life. Wasn't that what she wanted most? Lin Chen hummed a song, and his hands didn't stop, earnestly pressing Sumi's legs. Sumi looked at his serious face and couldn't help but raise a smile. It was nice to meet him. Amidst the gentle singing, Sumi fell asleep without realizing it. Lin Chen made sure that she was asleep before he stopped, carefully placing her legs in place and covering her with the quilt again. The sleeping Sumi had a calm face and delicate features as if she was a porcelain doll. Lin Chen looked at her for a long time before he got up and planted a kiss on her forehead. Good night, wife. When he was done, he tiptoed out and turned off the light. Until then, he had not had the leisure to observe the home. The house is not too big, estimated to be only about 80 square feet. Simple 2 rooms and 1 hall. The overall decoration is very cozy. Other than that, there was a whole range of furniture, which should have been prepared by Li Xiulan in advance. From now on, this place would be the home of myself and Sumi. Home. Lin Chen giggled. It was a long time before he got up, hastily washed himself, and went into the next room. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep with Sumi. It was really the evening incident that scared him. Nowadays, Sumi's body was too weak to withstand the slightest emotional ups and downs. Lin Chen really didn't have much of a grasp on his self-control. If this slept together, in case he got impulsive, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he painfully decided to sleep in separate rooms until Sumi's health got completely better. Meanwhile, inside the Su family villa, Li Xiulan couldn't sit still and kept staring at the notebook in front of her. On the screen, There was clearly a surveillance image of the living room of Lin Chen and Sumi's new home. I didn't realize this kid was self-conscious. Yi Yun was a bit rare. I heard the nurse say before that he had once climbed into Sugar's bed and slept overnight when he was in the hospital. And I didn't expect that he would actually be honest now that they were living together. Installation of monitoring is her proposal. After all, Sumi's physical condition is here. Now at first move out to live. And do not allow the nanny to live together. Certainly do not feel at ease. Of course, the surveillance was only installed in the living room. But nowhere else. Now that they saw Lin Chen bring water into Sumi's room, come out again after a long time, and then go into another room to sleep, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Well. Li Xiulan's lifted heart completely fell to the ground and nodded straight in satisfaction. I'm relieved to see him like this. Yi Yun was non-committal. This is only the first day. How about later? We'll see about that later. After all, day by day. Of course, if Lin Chen was indeed good, then naturally it couldn't be better. But if she reveals herself after a long time, then she can't blame her for not being polite. There was no talk all night. Day 2. Lin Chen was in a daze of sleep when he suddenly heard a subtle cry. Lin Chen, where have you been? Chapter 26 Sweet Life. It was Sumi's voice. Lin Chen's face changed drastically. He climbed up and rushed to Sumi's room, not bothering to knock on the door, and pushed it open. What came into view was Sumi sitting on the bed. He was heartbroken when he saw Sumi's face full of panic, with teardrops hanging on her pale face. Honey, what's wrong with you? Having a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Chen took an arrow step forward and took Sumi into his arms, softly comforting her while gently caressing her back and smoothing out her hair. Sumi snuggled into his arms, listening to the familiar heartbeat, and finally calmed down. She wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's waist, burying her face into his embrace and rubbing it a few times, and sucked in a satisfied breath. What's wrong? Lin Chen looked down at her and said heartily, did you dream about something? It's my fault. I should have slept on your side. Sumi didn't say anything, just wrapped her arms around him and tightened them a few more points. She was embarrassed to say that she was upset because she woke up and realized that there was no Lin Chen around. At that moment, she even suspected that everything yesterday was a hallucination, and that she woke up from a nap and Lin Chen had disappeared. The intense uneasiness and trepidation almost made Sumi break down. Only by hugging Lin Chen and listening to his heartbeat could her panicked heart gain peace. When Sumi didn't say anything, Lin Chen didn't pursue the matter any further, only quietly wrapping his arms around her and humming softly. The gentle song soothed Sumi, causing her to fall back to sleep without realizing it. When Sumi woke up again, she saw Auntie Zhou. You're awake? Aunt Zhou, still wearing her apron, smiled and said, I was just about to call you. Get up and have breakfast. Sumi slowly sat up and probed outside the room. Auntie Zhou quickly said, are you looking for Xiao Chun? He's gone to work. Specially instructed me to wait for you to wake up before leaving, he said and then snickered. He really cares about you, and he's still clinging to you when it's obvious that he's just going to work and he'll be home from work in the afternoon. Sumi immediately blushed, but her heart was sweet. Lin Chen even said he's never been in love. What a thoughtful thing to do with this pile. Lin Chen had already begun to miss Sumi after he left the house in the morning. But the good thing is, now that the two live together, they'll see each other every day from now on. One has to work harder to make money to make a good life for one's pro-wife. Lin Chen silently made up his mind. Although the job is very good now and the salary is high, but no matter whether it is Sumi to raise her body or to have a child later, there is a lot of money to spend. As a man himself, he must take on the responsibility of being the head of the family and make his wife the happiest woman in the world. Lin Chen made it all the way to the office and was just about to clock in when he ran head-on into Jiang Yao. What were you boys up to last night? Jiang Yao touched his shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. Didn't come back all night. What's the matter? Went on a date? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Stay out of Dad's business. By the way, I may have to back out of that house over there. Ha? We agreed to rent a room together. And now you're just leaving. So what am I going to do? What about you? Aren't you going to live with your girlfriend? Wouldn't it be better without me as a light bulb? Holy, you can't say that. Be honest with me, kid. Where did you check out and move to? Did you fall in love behind Dad's back? Jiang Yao stared at Lin Chen with a scrutinizing face. I haven't even heard you mention it before. This is going to move out and cohabitate without saying a word. You kid is not honest. It's not like he's screwing some guy's wife and is afraid to go public, is it? Lin Chen slammed his fist over. Shut the up. Am I that kind of person? Thinking that he really can't hide the matter with Sumi, he spoke with discretion. Actually, I do fall in love, but we are in a serious relationship. You don't want to think about those messy Jiang Yao's eyes brightened. You kid. Bored to do great things Where's the other person from? Is she pretty? Why did she fall for you blindly? When will you bring her out for an introduction? Lin Chen got a headache and simply prevaricated. I just got together with her. It's too early to talk about that now. Let's talk about it later. It's too early to be living together? Anyway, stay out of Dad's business. I'm not talking to you. Don't we have a meeting today? Walk faster. Changing the subject. Holy, don't let me catch you in the act. The two jostled their way into the office. After the meeting, Lin Chen and Jiang Yao were ready to go back to the office, but they were called to stop. Xiaolin Xiaojiang, how do you feel about going to work these 2 days? Is there anything you're not used to? Just bring it up. Don't be polite. The department boss, Xin Wei, smiled affectionately. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao glanced at each other and unanimously sighed in their hearts. Here we go. The inexplicable care is back. Does this have to force them to take sides? Jiang Yao squeezed his eyebrows and shook his head desperately. Lin Chen sighed again before raising a smile. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Shin. I think everything is fine. The company is fine and work is going well. That's good, that's good. Xin Wei had no words to say. By the way, if you have any difficulties at work, just tell me too. Don't be afraid. Just treat the company as your own home. Got it? Lin Chen and Jiang Yao glanced at each other and nodded helplessly in response. After half a day of stale talk, Xin Wei finally let go. The two couldn't wait to rush out and didn't breathe a sigh of relief in unison until they were back in their office. No, the more I think about it, the more I don't feel right. Jiang Yao slapped his thigh. Why do I think he just sees us? Lin Chen had a chill. Screw you. Can you think of something good? Well, if he's got his eye on us, why is he taking such good care of us? He also invited meals and arranged for study trips, and several times explicitly implied that there are difficulties to speak up. So much for the gold master, right? Can't it be ganging up on him and hoping we're both on his side? If you don't have a mirror, you don't have to pee? If others don't know, how can we not know how much we weigh? The two were silent. Suddenly, Jiang Yao slapped another palm on his thigh. I know. What do you know? This is not a solicitation or fancy us. It is likely that the company has customers who are good at this, and we are good looking. This is to show goodwill, and find an opportunity to let us go to accompany the guests in the future. It can't be, can it? No. The more I think about it, what should I do? I have a girlfriend. Lin Chen, you and your girlfriend have only been together for a short while, and your feelings aren't too deep. Or if you have a rich client in the future, you'll do both for your brother? Can you? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. If I really want a rich woman client, I'll be the first to push you out. With that, he sighed. Okay, enough of your bull asterisk. I'm going to work. No matter what that Xin Wei's purpose is, the most important thing at the moment is to do his job well. He has to make money to support his own wife. When Lin Chen thought of Sumi, the corners of his mouth instantly lifted up, and even the work in front of him was a lot smoother. After a long day of work, I finally made it to the end of the day point. Jiang Yao excitedly came over. We haven't gotten together for a long time. Let's go out for a drink tonight. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen had already grabbed his jacket and rushed out. No time. See you next time. Hey, son of a dog. Run so fast for what? You have a heavenly fairy waiting for you in your house. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh as he listened to the mournful voice behind him. But there's a fairy waiting. On the way home, during rush hour after work, Lin Chen was squeezed into a sardine can in the subway. As far as the eye could see, all around were social animals with lifeless eyes, and the entire carriage was permeated with a faint aura of death. Just then, a cell phone rang. Lin Chen picked up his cell phone and took a look at it, and a few smiles sprang up on his face. Kissing wife called. As soon as the phone was connected, Sumi's gentle voice came over. Lin Chen, are you off work yet? Why aren't you home yet? Chapter 27 Warm Daily. Sumi stayed at home all day, except for Auntie Zhou who came to make breakfast and lunch. Then she was the only one left at home. Nowadays, even though her body was much better and she was able to hold on for a short walk, she was bored in the end. So she began to pinch her pennies to calculate the time when Lin Chen would return home. The company doesn't work overtime, and the total time between clocking out of work and getting back on the subway is like 40 minutes. But it's been an hour and the person hasn't arrived home yet, so I couldn't help but call and ask. Lin Chen was so happy when he received the call that he almost took off. It's nice to have someone at home to think about after this day at work, and the person who misses you is still a fragrant and soft baby wife. So happy. Honey, I'm on my way. Lin Chen's voice was a bit softer. There are still 3 stops before I get home, so be good and wait for me at home. I bought a cake. After dinner tonight, how about cake and a movie? There were several more jealous and envious looks all around. What are the cows and horses most looking forward to after a day of moving bricks? Isn't it just a light in the house and a favorite person waiting? Blatantly spreading dog food on the subway is abhorrent. Lin Chen but half do not care. Continued, would have been able to get home earlier. But off-peak, too many people. The subway waited for 4 trips to squeeze up. When Sumi froze, she frowned. How did this get overlooked? I should have rented the house around the company. But then, going out on your own and being easily recognized by people in the company is also troublesome. Honey, the subway is too crowded. Let's not talk to you first. Let's talk about it at home. Oh, okay, I'll meet you at home. After Sumi hung up the phone, she pondered for a moment before picking up her cell phone again and dialing Li Xiaolan's number. Soon, Lin Chen returned to the neighborhood. Instinctively, he raised his eyes to search for his and Sumi's home. When he saw the bright lights, he couldn't help but smile and quicken his pace. Honey, I'm home. As soon as Lin Chen opened the door, what met his eyes was a steaming hot meal, as well as Sumi, who was lying on the table playing with her cell phone. Sumi heard the voice and quickly looked up. A pretty face full of surprise. You're back? Auntie Zhou just left. The food is ready. Go wash your hands and eat. During the day she had Auntie Zhou help with the bath when she came over. This will be wearing a pink cotton pajamas, hair draped behind the head, revealing a smooth and delicate face. Sitting in a wheelchair, the whole person looks extraordinarily petite and well-behaved. Lin Chen's heart melted as he watched, and he couldn't help but say, "Wife, you're so beautiful." Sumi's pretty face reddened and she glared at him. What are you talking about? Just one glance caused Lin Chen's heart and mind to swirl, almost transforming into a hungry wolf to pounce on him. It's a good thing sanity prevailed. Lin Chen took a deep breath and rushed to the kitchen in some panic. I will go wash my hands. Sumi looked at his back and pursed her lips. Silly. After a meal, Lin Chen washed the dishes and saw that it was still early, so he proposed to go for a walk in the park again. Sumi hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. But then she looked at the pajamas she was wearing and was a little embarrassed. But I'm in my pajamas. It's pretty in pajamas, too. Lin Chen's words came out of his mouth. Then he realized that it was wrong and hurriedly said, if you don't want to go out in your pajamas, then just change into something else. What do you want to wear? I'll go find it for you. Sumi thought about it and tilted her head. You match me, okay? After Yi Yun rented a house for her, she wanted to buy some clothes for her and send them over, but the time was too late, so she could only pick some ordinary clothes and daily necessities from home. Nowadays it only manages to hang half the closet. Lin Chen frowned as soon as he opened the cabinet door. Wife, you have so few clothes. I guess I was hospitalized for so long that I spent all my money and couldn't afford to buy new ones, and I lost so much weight that I couldn't fit into my old clothes. It's a good thing I didn't ask for the remaining $900,000 from Li Xiaolan. Looks like it's going to take a lot more effort to make money. Sumi shook her head and said, I've never cared much about clothes, just enough to wear. No, what girl doesn't like to buy pretty clothes? Lin Chen said while picking out. Wait, when I get paid, I'll take you shopping. My wife, you should dress beautifully. After half a day of choosing, I finally picked out a t-shirt and a bustier. Honey, are you okay with changing by yourself? Lin Chen was worried. After all, Sumi's body was so weak. What if she fainted while changing clothes? Sumi cried and laughed. I'm not a vegetable, and I'm not as weak as you think. But you took a few steps on your own yesterday and fell. That was me accidentally hitting the bench. I know. Wife, you go change. I'll clean up the living room. By the time Sumi changed and came out, the living room had changed drastically. The table was moved to the wall. All the stools were put away. And the house, which had been slightly messy because he had just moved in, was much more tidy. So the wife won't fall. Lin Chen had a proud face. Sumi puffed out a laugh, feeling sweeter and sweeter. Well, let's go out to the park. Jinshizhao is right next to the river and about 5 minutes away from the neighborhood is Riverside Park. It's just after 8 o'clock at night, and the riverside is bustling with runners, shuttlecock players, and square dancers. Lin Chen pushed his wheelchair forward slowly. Sumi had actually been very busy before she was hospitalized. Every day, in addition to the company is home, even if occasionally free to go to the temple to burn incense, but also in a hurry, cannot be quiet. It's the first time I've ever gone out for a walk after dinner like I did today. It was as if her time, before this, had never been her own. And now, sitting in her wheelchair, with the evening breeze blowing and listening to the laughter around her, she suddenly felt as if time had slowed down a lot, and his own heart, too, was stilled. The peace and tranquility of this moment was like nothing she had ever known. Is this the life of the average person? Sumi looked at the couple passing by. Both had gray hair, and the grandmother was even more hobbled, her back hunched over. But instead of disliking it, the old grandpa slowed down and matched her pace, step by step, and I don't know what came to mind, but both of them laughed. A few moments of yearning suddenly arose in Sumi's heart. Will you and Lin Chen be like them when you get old in the future? Honey, do you want a candy cane? Lin Chen's voice pulled Sumi back to reality. As soon as Sumi raised her head, She saw the uncle carrying a candy cane not far away. As far as she could remember, she had never eaten this street snack before. When I was a kid, it was my family's condition. Growing up, on the other hand, is a lack of time and feels childish. But at this moment, Sumi suddenly wanted to know what sugar plums tasted like. I want to eat. Chapter 28. My wife, licensed. Young man, buying a candy cane for your girlfriend? The uncle selling sugar gourds smiled and removed a bunch of sugar gourds. Here, pick a big one for you. Lin Chen gave the money. Chin up. Not a girlfriend, a wife. Licensed. The uncle froze for a moment before he said, Goo, I don't think this little girl is too old to get married so early. What a perfect match. Sumi's face turned red with shame. Uncle, I'm quite old. Where's the big one? Lin Chen interrupted. Wife, you look just like a young girl in her early 20s now. That's not really a lie. After all, Sumi was originally slim, lived in the hospital for so long, more and more petite, and was born with a small face, with white skin. At first glance, it really is not very old. Why do you tell everyone we're licensed? Sumi was a bit embarrassed. It's like showing off. Lin Chen said smugly, I'm just showing off on purpose. Having married such a beautiful wife, then I definitely have to show off. With that, he said to a young couple passing by, this is my wife. Isn't she pretty? Both of them were confused and came back to their senses before nodding in unison. Beautiful indeed. Sumi had already been too shy to raise her head, so she simply hammered Lin Chen. Hate it. I'm not shopping anymore. I want to go home. If this continued, for fear of passing a dog, Lin Chen would have to show off the two's marriage license. She just couldn't face staying. Ha, this is going home. Ha, we just got out. If I don't go back, I'll lose face to you. Disgrace. Wife, you actually dislike me to disgrace you. I do not live. It's not that I dislike you. Forget it, I do quite dislike you. If you show off to everyone again, I am not finished with you. Now immediately go home. In the end, Lin Chen couldn't argue with Sumi and obediently pushed her back home. Just entered the house and came back in the spirit. Honey, you go to your room first. I'm going to get some water to wash and massage your feet. Sumi blushed. Still need to press? It's just too shy. Lin Chen said with a straight face. Why don't you press it? Your legs must be massaged more often to regain your strength. Well, I'm your husband. Don't be polite to me. Just wait, he said, handing over the sugar gourd, and took out the tablet computer. You, just eat the sugar gourd to catch up with the drama, and wait for the little one to serve you. Sumi giggled at the amusement and took a tentative bite of the candy cane. All of a sudden, the sweet and sour flavor filled her entire mouth. Sumi narrowed her eyes, only to feel that her mood had never been as happy as it was today. That's so nice. By the time the massage was finished, Sumi was also sleepy, but she was pulling on Lin Chen's clothes and refusing to let go. What's wrong? Lin Chen tensed up. Wife, you don't think there's something wrong with you, do you? Not. Sumi's pretty face slightly red, swallowed and said, Are you still sleeping next door tonight? The trepidation and unease she felt when she woke up this morning and realized she was alone in her bed was not something she wanted to experience a second time. Sumi knew in her heart that she had long since gotten used to Lin Chen's existence, but when she asked her to open her mouth and ask Lin Chen to stay and sleep, she really couldn't say anything. Lin Chen, however, instantly understood. If you want me to sleep over here, wife, then I won't go over there. Saying that, he hastily added, but don't worry, before your body gets completely well, I definitely won't mess around. Sumi couldn't help but say, what about when I'm well? When he finished speaking, he felt ashamed, so he simply lay down on the bed and pulled the quilt over to cover his entire face. Lin Chen froze, then smiled. We'll talk about it after we get better. You sleep first, I'll come after a shower. Hearing the footsteps leave, Sumi then pulled back the quilt, a face smothered in red, but the corners of her mouth were always upturned. Soon, Lin Chen finished his shower. Sumi heard the footsteps and immediately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. It felt the bed collapse a few points downward, followed by a body radiating heat leaning over. Honey, I'll carry you to bed. Sumi didn't say anything, but she raised her head cooperatively, allowing Lin Chen's arm to pass through and her entire body to snuggle into his arms. Listening to the familiar heartbeat, she closed her eyes in contentment. In a few moments, though, the breathing settled into a sweet dream. Lin Chen, however, secretly grumbled. As a bloodthirsty man, this warm and tender in his arms, and a licensed and legal wife, and he can't do anything about it. Who knows what it's like? But torment after torment. Thinking of Sumi's body, Lin Chen still gritted his teeth and endured it. The next day, however, I woke up with dark circles under my eyes. Gu, Xiao Chen, you didn't sleep last night? Auntie Zhou was startled when she came to make breakfast, then frowned, Sugar Candy's body is so weak and hasn't recuperated yet. You have to be more moderate. That's not only a big loss for men, but women are hurt too. Don't mess it up. Sumi happened to get up, and when she heard this, she blushed. Lin Chen, also old face red, hastily explained, Aunt Jo, it's not what you think. Oops, anyway, you misunderstood. It couldn't be explained. So he just took a piss. After breakfast, Sumi maneuvered the wheelchair and sent Lin Chen to the door. Then smiling sweetly, go to work. I'll be home waiting for you to come back. Lin Chen looked at her. His heart moved. He couldn't hold back any longer and leaned over to give her a kiss on the cheek. Sumi froze for a moment, looking at Lin Chen's fleeing-like back. She couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen thought about that kiss and walked with the wind in his sails, all the way to the office. He clocked in and headed to the office to start the day. As a newcomer, you have to learn the company rules and familiarize yourself with all the work while working, so you are still very busy when you are serious. It wasn't until my stomach rumbled that I realized it was the point where I got off work at noon. Ah, starve me, Jiang Yao yelled. Go, 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 Dad will take you to dinner. Lin Chen smoothly rolled the documents on the table into a tube and pointed it straight at Jiang Yao. The rebellious son dares to speak out of turn. The two of them joked around a bit before exiting the office and heading towards the company cafeteria on the first floor. Honey Biotech, a little-known company in the country, has great employee benefits, not to mention, just the cafeteria $5 a meal, 3 dishes and a soup or 2 meat dishes meal standard, has been enough to other company employees' envy. The cafeteria is also partitioned, with the staff area on the left and the management area on the right. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao went to the staff area to get their meals as usual. Who expected that they were still in line when Shen Wei came over? Hello, Mr. Shen. What is Mr. Shen doing here with us? He wouldn't want to try the staff meal, would he? Mr. Shen, come to me. I've got you lined up. During the lunch break, a group of employees were more relaxed and greeted him. Lin Chen, however, didn't take it to heart. All he had eyes for now was the red meat and the plate of roast goose. Who expected that just then? Shen Wei walked up to him. Kobayashi and Ginger, you guys come with me for a second. Chapter 29 Vehicle Allocation. Shen Wei named him, and the crowd froze for a moment. Lin Chen had been busy all morning and was so hungry that he couldn't help but say, Mr. Shen, can't we talk about this after dinner? It's lunch break time. Jiang Yao, however, reacted with a direct elbow strike, desperately making eyes and laughing with his mouth. Mr. Shen, this kid is starving and confused. We'll go over there now. Lin Chen, what are you still standing there for? Mr. Shen is looking for us. There must be something important. Put off the dinner later. With that, he dragged him to follow Shen Wei. Behind them, the other employees instantly gloated. These two goods, just into the company to arrange a separate office. I thought there is what backstage it. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. Having to be called to set up work at the point of eating is laughable. Those who can do more, this treatment goes up, and there's definitely more to do than us. Hey, how is it not cool to work overtime during the lunch break while we eat and they do the cowboys and horses? Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the discussion behind him. Forget about it. You get paid 12,000 for being an intern. It's only right that you do more work. It's just a matter of aggravating your stomach. The two men resigned themselves to following Shen Wei all the way to management area dining hall? Ha! Jiang Yao muttered. It can't be that he's asking us to watch him eat and then arrange jobs for us, right? Lin Chen was also a bit surprised, and then said indignantly, he is half a minute refused to delay, but also to eat while we organize our work, but we can not even eat. Ah! That's a lot of work to earn some nest egg. Just as the two men exchanged words, Shen Wei spoke. Sit. He smiled and said, if you want to eat anything, I'll have Auntie send it over. Ha! Lin Chen and Jiang Yao were both dumbfounded and looked at each other. Is this to buy them dinner? Thinking about the last time he went to the restaurant on purpose, Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. The food in this management area is more than a little bit better than the staff area over there. Lin Chen also reacted, but was still a bit hesitant. Mr. Shen, this is out of order, isn't it? We should go over to the staff area to eat. Oh, I had something to talk to you guys about, so I'm eating over here today, Shen Wei said and handed the menu to the two. Order. No need to be polite with me. You're welcome. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao had long been hungry and ordered without saying anything. I have to say, the food in this management area is just great. What lobster and abalone? Don't want money usually up to the end. Even the soup. It's so many times better than the one in the staff area. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao were a bit constrained at first. Shen Wei, however, greeted him with a loud voice. Eat. Aren't you hungry? Don't be polite. If you don't eat, I can't eat that much at this table. The two of them looked at each other. Mr. Shen, then we won't be polite. As they spoke, the two of them coincidentally clamped down on the same lobster. Bring it on you. Lin Chen was skillful and managed to grab it and eat it straight away. The flavor is real good. He originally thought the food in the staff area was good, cheap and tasty in large quantities, but it's pig food compared to the management areas. The two of them had a good meal. Shenwei looked at them in this manner, and his lifted heart fell slightly. Ever since the last time, these two had begun to alienate him intentionally or unintentionally, causing him to be on edge, always pondering what he had offended these two. After all, these two were stuffed in by the old lady, so they might be undercover agents planted in the company. If this offends you, you may not be able to keep your position. But right now, looking at the way the two were eating, it was clear that they didn't treat him as an outsider, so he could rest assured. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao had eaten for half a day, and when their stomachs weren't hungry anymore, their brains started to come online. What do you think he's got going on here? Said he was looking for us to talk about something, and this doesn't look like it. It rather looks to me like he's looking for an excuse to invite us both to dinner. Maybe it's still on your ass. Asterisk 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 you. The two men relied on their years of brotherly understanding and made frantic eye contact. Only half a dozen exchanges and no conclusion. Lin Chen couldn't hold it in. Mr. Shen, didn't you say there was something you wanted to talk to us about? What is this? Business anyway? A business trip? Shenwei came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. No. What I'm asking you guys to come here today is that I want to transfer a position for Lin Chen. Ha? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Jiang Yao reflexively pursued. He transferred positions. What about me? If Lin Chen left, he'd be left alone in that two-person separate office. So it wouldn't be possible to put him out in the big office again. Would it? Don't. Shenwei explained. It's me who didn't make it clear. I just added some work for Lin Chen. Lin Chen was then relieved and hurriedly said, what kind of work? Just order. Now that he goes to work every day, he has a lot of work, but it's all small and easy to do. This 12,000 monthly salary to take, the department boss of the meal to eat, but also some uneasiness it. Shenwei tried to make himself smile more kindly. In fact, it is not a big deal. That is, the company amount of the original driver is somewhat insufficient. I sometimes have to go out it, often no driver. That's why it was decided to give you a car. So if I have to go out for something in the future, I'll have to ask you to drive me around a bit. Lin Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. Such a large company should theoretically have a clear division of labor. And now he was actually allowed to be a part-time driver for an office employee? It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just that it's a matter of how. He always felt a sense of creepiness coming through. And Shenwei, a company patriarch, actually used the word labor for a minion like him. Off the charts. It's outrageous. Jiang Yao was also dumbfounded. Mr. Shen, you want Lin Chen to work part-time as a driver? It's not part-time. It's just that he's assigned a car and then specializes in just transporting me. Shenwei quickly shook his head. And I won't be going out very often. The workload isn't too heavy. Only then did he respond. By the way, Lin Chen, you have a driver's license, right? Yes, there is. Then the matter is settled. Shenwei hammered out. Have you eaten enough? I'll take you to see the car. Lin Chen followed Shenwei out the door in a daze. When Shenwei was leaving, he urged Jiang Yao again. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time to eat, and if you don't have enough, call again and put it on my tab. Although the top said that a separate car would be assigned to Lin Chen, it was obvious that Lin Chen was more important. But this Jiang Yao is also someone that the old lady stuffed in, so she can't be neglected. The shrimp in Jiang Yao's hand dropped. It's fantastic work too. I'll have to slip my cousin a red packet later on to make sure. Lin Chen was led by Shenwei and went straight to the company parking lot. Then looking at the Mercedes E300 in front of him, the whole person was petrified. Mr. Shen, you said that the company assigned me a car. It can't be this one? Chapter 30 Bootlicking Shenwei. Lin Chen thought that the company was going to give himself a car, guessing that it was just a car with 100,000 or so tops. It actually turned out to be a Mercedes? Shenwei was a little apprehensive. What's wrong with the car? You don't like it? Then what car do you like? This is a personal order from the chairman. It didn't say what kind of car he was going to give, and he'd been calculating all night on his own before settling on the Mercedes. After all, if it's too expensive, it's too ostentatious, and if it's cheap, it's afraid of dropping Lin Chen's stature and attracting the chairman's chastisement. This Mercedes E, not too high, not too low, just right. But if Lin Chen doesn't like it, if I say I don't like, you can still change it for me? Lin Chen spoke tentatively. Shenwei slapped his thighs. Then surely we must change until you are satisfied. Said and felt wrong, and quickly changed his words. You do not misunderstand. Is that this car is you drive? Certainly to your opinion is the main. You drive comfortable. sit also assured that it. In any case, you can't act too flattering and show your face. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord. So if he says he likes the big G, this Shinwei can really match it? The benefits package was so good that he was starting to get scared. However, on second thought, he was a trainee and had little status and background. What could the company want for him? Give and take. Lin Chen immediately sighed in relief at this thought. No, I think this car is just fine. If you like it. Shinwei was also relieved. It's a done deal, isn't it? I'll report back to the chairman, and I'll hold on to this credit. So from now on, the car is just parked at the office, and then if you want to go out, I'll drive you around? Lin Chen said while surveying the car in front of him, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. It's a new car, Mercedes E300. Even if it's a company one, then you can drive it yourself for a while and think about it. Shinwei directly shoved the key into Lin Chen's hand. Usually you take the open on the line, to and from work and so on, just open, every month to refuel. Remember to take the invoice to the company reimbursement on the line. Lin Chen's eyes widened. And that's a good thing? Shinwei hurriedly explained. Sometimes on vacation. In case I have something to do. If you come back to the company to get the car, isn't that a delay? So usually you just drive it. So it's convenient for me to find you at any time. Okay? Just kidding. He hated being able to offer up Lin Chen. How could he dare to look for it at any time? Lin Chen looked at the car keys in his hand, and his excitement finally overcame his trepidation. Good. Don't worry, Mr. Shin. The car is in my hands. I'll definitely be on call from now on. As of today, he's a car guy too. Until he returned to his office, Lin Chen felt himself still floating a bit. He would have even wondered if he was dreaming if the car keys in his hand hadn't reminded him. The lunch break hadn't ended yet, and Zhang Yao was lying on the sofa playing games. When he saw him come in, he didn't raise his head. What kind of car does it come with? Honda or Volkswagen? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and tossed the car keys over. What Honda Volkswagen? That's as far as your kid's eyesight goes. Tell you what, Mr. Shin gave it to it's a Mercedes, or E300. What did you say? Zhang Yao's cell phone smashed into his face and picked it up with his hands and feet, and he also saw the car keys in front of him. The air was quiet for a few seconds. You kid, just blow it. Zhang Yao laid back again and continued to play the game. Still Mercedes-Benz E300. Giving you a Honda would be a favor to you. Buy a car key from Poundland and try to fool your dad. For fun. Open your eyes and see clearly. What Poundland? This is a real Mercedes-Benz. Lin Chen hammered his fist over. Hey, I'm anti-blue, what are you doing? If the company really gives you a Mercedes-Benz, I'll call you my righteous father. I was supposed to be your righteous father. Get out. Zhang Yao didn't believe it, and Lin Chen didn't bother to argue with him, collecting his keys and going on his lunch break, waiting for the afternoon. Do the work with the chicken blood like, don't mention how hard. Evening. After finishing the day's work, Lin Chen hid in the restroom and called Sumi. Honey, I'll be back later today. You eat first. Don't wait for me. Why? Sumi's voice sounded a little muffled. Lin Chen's heart ached, and he hurriedly explained. I rented a house before. Now that I'm living with you, I'll have to return the previous house, so I'll go and move the clothes and stuff back to our house. Don't worry, it won't take long. I should be home around 8. Be good and wait for me at home. With that, he added, by the way, when I get back tonight, I have a surprise for you. Love you. Across the cell phone, Lin Chen was much bolder and flirty. Sumi held the cell phone. A pretty face flushed red, pouting. Hate it. Lin Chen hung up the phone and the smile on his face didn't stop as he turned around and exited the restroom ready to go back to his office. Who would have expected that as soon as he went out the door, he would run into Zhang Yao head on. Holy, you kid, out of the toilet, smile so lewd. It will not be. Zhang Yao retreated several steps and looked disgusted. Holy, this is still work time. Lin Chen slammed his fist over. Shut the up. I was thinking of going back from work to move and driving along to take you with me. Since you can't get any ivory out of your mouth, squeeze yourself back on the subway. Don't. We're father and son. And you're not even bringing this? Who is the father and who is the son? Damn it, you're the father or not? That's more like it. Pack up and go to the parking lot. I'll show you my father's Mercedes E300. All the way to the parking lot. Zhang Yao still didn't believe that the car the company assigned to Lin Chen was a Mercedes-Benz, and he directly rushed over to those ordinary cars. Is it this Volkswagen? Still the same BYD? I think the Baojun over there is also a possibility. The company allocates cars, and that's basically all the grades. Zhang Yao pointed out all the cars in the parking lot that were within $100,000. Lin Chen stood in front of the Mercedes E and watched him perform. Zhang Yao was anxious. What are you doing there? Which one is the company's car for you? It's not the yachty over there, is it? That's not right either. Mr. Shin couldn't possibly be in a yachty. Don't sell it short. Only then did Lin Chen take out his car key and press it. The Mercedes around me. The lights came on. A cry of alarm went up to the sky. Until he left the parking lot and the car was on the road. Jiang Yao was still as if he was in a dream. Holy, what a Mercedes. It's still new. This car has to be $500,000 or $600,000, right? The configuration, the feel, the speed. It's awesome. Lin Chen. No, righteous father, lend me to have a good time too? Please, please, please. Along the way, Jiang Yao's mouth didn't stop talking, not to mention how envious he was. Lin Chen had already accepted the surprise and reacted much more flatly. It's not just a broken Mercedes. Look at your little talent. A broken Mercedes? You kid. If you don't like it, then give it to me. Then go talk to Mr. Shun. Then forget it. It's not a full-time driver with a car this nice. Lin Chen, I think you might really want to watch your ass. One more mouthful of and you're going down. Don't. I'm sorry, okay? Joking along the way, they soon arrived at the apartment. Jiang Yao pleaded with him 100 times to go for a ride together in the evening, but Lin Chen was homeward bound. Next time I have time. Now, I'm going home. The kissing wife is waiting at home. Lin Chen kicked the gas, and the car went off in a cloud of dust. He couldn't wait to share the good news with Sumi. Chapter 31 Daily Life at Home. But even though he said that he was returning to the neighborhood, Lin Chen, on his way, turned a corner and went to do some errands before returning to the neighborhood. He had to park in the public parking spaces at the park just because there was no parking available. Only then did they carry their bags down and head for home with light steps. It is said to be luggage. In fact, the total is only a few sets of clothes and shoes. A box will be loaded. Soon it was home. Just pulled out the key and the door opened. You're back. Sumi was still wearing the pink pajamas, with her long hair pulled back behind her head, looking at him with a smile. Lin Chen, however, was startled. Wife, why are you standing up? Be careful. Sumi actually didn't have a wheelchair, but was standing in the doorway. What if you fall? What then? Su-honey looked at his face nervous. Only feel the heart sweet. Speak will also bring a few points of pout. I'm not made of glass. Stand for a while. How? She was able to bathe on her own. Just a few steps. What did it matter? No, even if there's only a 1 in a million chance of falling, I can't risk it. Lin Chen picked Sumi up without saying a word and kicked the door shut. On the table, there were 4 dishes and 1 soup, which had gotten a little cold after a long time. Lin Chen carried Sumi to the stool before he frowned. You haven't eaten yet? Didn't I tell you to eat first and not to wait for me? But I don't want to eat it alone. Sumi was telling the truth. In the past 2 days, she had long since gotten used to Lin Chen's company. He was also used to eating while listening to Lin Chen talk about interesting things outside. Although Aunt Jo had asked if she wanted to accompany her, she felt that she was different from Lin Chen. She only wanted Lin Chen to accompany her. You. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled favorably. Then you wait. I'll go heat up the meal. But just this once. It won't happen again. In the future, if I have something to do, you eat first, or I'll be heartbroken if you starve. As he spoke, he had tied on his apron and brought the table back into the kitchen. Lin Chen didn't know how to cook, but it was no problem to heat up the food, and soon reserved the hot meal. Can we eat now? Sumi raised her eyes and looked at the helpless yet doting smile on Lin Chen's face, and couldn't help but smile as well. Aha! While eating, Sumi couldn't help but say, by the way, what did you say was the surprise for me? Lin Chen sold the idea. After we eat, I'll take you to see it. Bugger. I can't even eat my food when you're like this. So I'll feed you? No. I'll eat it myself. Come on. My husband will feed you by hand. It will taste better. No shame. The small house was filled with joyful laughter. After eating, Lin Chen quickly cleaned up the dishes and then urged Sumi to change her clothes. Going to the park again? Ha? Sumi was a bit reluctant. I don't want to go. You show off having a wife when you see people. I can't afford to lose face. It's just as well that she's not well enough to go out right now. If she could get out, she would make sure that anyone she met would have to laugh for a while when they saw her. Lin Chen hastily admitted his mistake. Don't be angry. Your honorable wife. I won't in the future. Besides, I've prepared a surprise for you. Really don't consider going to take a look? Sumi wrinkled her nose and held out her hand. Since you've invited me in good faith, I'll be merciful and go with you to take a look. What are you waiting for? Help me up. Lin Chen immediately reached his hand over, helping Sumi to get up, and pinched his throat. Empress mother, you slow down. I'll watch the road for you. Sumi instantly giggled again, also following his example with an accent. Little Lindsay served well. Reward. Reward for what? Reward a 10-foot red, Queen Mother don't. He said that he would go downstairs after changing his clothes, and this was a lot of laughing and tossing around. Thanks to Sumi's good food and sleep over the past 2 days, her body was a little better than the previous days, or she really couldn't bear it. Once Sumi had changed her clothes, Lin Chen carried her onto the wheelchair. But this time, Sumi shook her head. I don't want to be in a wheelchair, so you hold me up and we'll walk slowly, okay? Lin Chen was a little worried. But your body, can you handle it? Even the fact that she had just had a bit of a mood swing had left Sumi a bit out of breath. It's almost a 10-minute walk to the parking lot in case of an accident. I can't walk, don't I still have you? Sumi lowered her head. Her voice was low, and her exposed ears and white neck were tinted with a layer of redness. Lin Chen, however, violently widened his eyes, not daring to believe. Wife, what did you say? Did she mean by that she couldn't walk anymore and that she could carry her back on her own back? But Sumi is so shy. She's usually too shy to hug her. So if she goes outside, can she really be willing to let herself be carried? Sumi blushed even more and simply said, then it's better to take a wheelchair. No, walk, Lin Chen immediately said. If you want to go, then let's go. The doctor also said that you need to do more exercise now to let your body slowly get better. If you can't walk later, then I'll carry you back. It was just as well. He still wanted to take Sumi for a ride. If you're in a wheelchair, it's not easy to put it in the car. Thinking of this, Lin Chen hurriedly went and brought over a pair of flat single shoes. Wife, change into these shoes. They're more comfortable to walk in than slippers. With that, he squatted down to help Sumi put on her shoes. Sumi refused with a red face, but she couldn't argue with him and let him change her shoes for her. Come on, now go see the surprise I have for you. Lin Chen's eyes were shining brightly, and his heart was looking forward to Sumi's expression when she saw that Mercedes. Although the car is the company's, but Xinwei has said, usually the car at his disposal, that is no different from his own. With a car, you can take Sumi out for a drive and a date on vacation in the future, and it makes me happy to think about it. The two of them went out the door together, and Lin Chen instinctively went to hold Sumi's hand. Sumi, however, blushed and put her hands behind her back. Wife, Lin Chen immediately looked at her pitifully. If I don't hold you, I'm afraid you'll fall. Sumi had a red face, still refusing to take her hand out, only saying, I'll walk slower, I won't fall. Even though the two had had countless physical encounters in the past, she was still a little embarrassed to be holding hands outside now. Deep down, she always felt that she was almost 20 years older than Lin Chen. The gap was too big. It made the hint of inferiority in her heart linger. Lin Chen was a little lost, but more worried. Seeing that Sumi had already moved forward, he was struck by an idea. Then, wife, you don't hold me, I'll fall. Why don't you do me a favor and hold me? Come on. Sumi's figure froze. Chapter 32 What It's Like to Live Your Life. Sumi never dreamed that Lin Chen actually had this trick. A big man who will fall if you don't hold him? I'm not afraid of being laughed at when I say it. Sumi was speechless and turned her head to look at Lin Chen before she was about to spit, but when they met Lin Chen's clear eyes, they were instantly defeated. Wife, Lin Chen deliberately lengthened his voice and stretched out his hand. Hold me, okay? Sumi puffed out a laugh. You're smiling, so I'll take that as a yes. Lin Chen took an arrow step forward and held Sumi's hand. Then the fingers braced her hand forcefully and interlocked. Sumi's face turned red, but she didn't refuse anymore. The two held hands as they entered the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a voice exclaimed, wait! As the words were spoken, the next-door neighbor came rushing in at a gallop, holding a child of a few years old. Lin Chen reflexively protected in front of Sumi. You guys went for a walk too? What a coincidence! The neighbor looked at Sumi, not hiding the amazement in her eyes. The child even called out directly, Fairy sister. Lin Chen was still a bit upset, but when the child shouted, he became complacent again. That's right. My wife is the sister of the immortals. Sumi couldn't help but pinch him on the waist. What are you talking nonsense with little kids? I'm not making this up. Lin Chen bent down and looked at the child. Little friend, do you think my wife is beautiful? Aha! The child nodded heavily. As pretty as the stars on TV. Look! Lin Chen gave Sumi a smug look. Sumi laughed at his dejected look. The neighbor's eyes were even more stunning, and he couldn't help but say, Brother, your wife is really pretty, just like a movie star. The envy in his words couldn't be concealed. Lin Chen was jealous. He nodded his head as he took Sumi into his arms. Not only is my wife beautiful, but she's also devoted. She only likes me. Sumi couldn't help herself and pinched him again. I told you not to talk nonsense. Lin Chen aggravated. Did I say it wrong? Wife, don't you just like me? Say, honey, do you only like me? Sumi, faced with this series of questions, finally nodded shyly and timidly. Lin Chen was satisfied. The neighbor's eyes dimmed and he forced a smile. It's nice. You guys are a good match. I wish you all the best. He shouldn't have asked redundantly, but it's rare to see such a beautiful woman. So who can resist? As soon as the elevator doors opened, the neighbor scurried off with her child in tow. Sumi grabbed Lin Chen and said, I've said no nonsense. Later the whole neighborhood will laugh at me. What's the joke? Lin Chen perked up. I think it's only right that they envy me for marrying you. By the way, wife, you just nodded your head and didn't say anything. Now that there's no one here, why don't you say something? Say you like me best. No. Say it. Say it. Don't. Just don't say anything anyway. You're breaking my heart. The two held hands, fighting as they walked slowly toward the park. Finally, it's time for the parking lot. Sumi instantly understood what the so-called surprise was, but still pretending to be puzzled. Where's the surprise you said you had in store for me? Lin Chen got smug and pointed at the brand new Mercedes. Dang it. Look. Here's my surprise for you. Do you like it? Mercedes-Benz. Sumi frowned slightly. She called the company side and asked to arrange a car for Lin Chen, though no model was specified. But in her opinion, this Mercedes-Benz E300 still falls short. After all, she used to drive a Porsche class. Lin Chen looked at her reaction and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Honey, you don't like cars? Sumi came back to her senses and hurriedly said, where did you get the money to buy a car? I didn't buy it. The company assigned it. Lin Chen held her towards the car and explained, honey, let me tell you, this is actually quite strange to say the least. I'm just a minion in the marketing department. The company first directly gave me a salary to work up to $12,000, and also arranged a separate office. Do you think it's strange? Sumi wanted to laugh in her heart as she listened. It was probably because the old lady happened to see Lin Chen going to the company for an interview that day, and then greeted the personnel department side, and the company's group of executives, the most smooth, in the face of the old lady stuffed in the person, certainly rushed to flatter. That $12,000 salary plus a separate office is still conservative, Sumi thought in her heart, but on her face she looked surprised. Really? Then maybe the company is looking at your talent. I didn't expect you to be so good. Lin Chen was so complimented by her sentence that he was close to being a peacock. I've been discussing this with my brother for half a day and have come to the same conclusion, that I must have some unknown talent that the company has discovered. The more he said, the more proud he was. Wife, don't worry. The company is so important to me. I'm sure I'll be able to get ahead in the future. The higher the salary, make money to support the family to support you. It's not a problem at all. Sumi puffed out a laugh. Well, I believe you. Don't laugh. Wife. Lin Chen was anxious. What I said is true. You're not well, so don't go to work in the future. Just stay at home at ease. I'll make money to support you. Sumi teased him. Then I don't have to go to work even after I get well? Of course you don't have to. Isn't it natural for a man to support his wife? Lin Chen said in a serious manner. Besides, the outside world is so chaotic. I don't want you to go out and suffer. In the future, you can go out shopping if you want to. Stay at home if you want to. Have fun however you want. And I'll take care of the money making. He still doesn't know why Sumi killed herself in the first place, and he doesn't dare to ask more. All he could do then was to do his best to create a carefree world for Sumi, so that she would no longer be haunted by depression. That's enough. Feeling a bit sniffly, Sumi hurriedly changed the topic and said, by the way, the surprise you mentioned, is it this car? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. Although the car is owned by the company, the right to use it is mine. Wait until vacation. I'll take you on a date, okay? We'll go hiking, to the ocean, to the amusement park zoo, to all the places you want to go. A few moments of yearning arose under Sumi's eyes. Good. So, honey, do you want to get in the car and sit down now? Lin Chen brought a few points of seduction under his eyes. It's still early. I'll take you for a ride. Sumi nodded in response. But what made her puzzled was that Lin Chen, who had always taken good care of him, this time actually walked directly to the driver's side, opened the door and got into the car. Sumi stood outside the car, a little stunned. Lin Chen probed out. Honey, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Sumi suppressed her doubts and pulled open the passenger door. All of a sudden, a flowery scent hits your nose. What came into view was a huge bouquet of roses. Bright red roses are interspersed with pure white roses, and the stark contrast and impact created by the red and white colors make this bouquet stand out. Sumi fell in love with the brilliant bouquet of roses for just a moment. Surprise! Lin Chen stretched out both hands. Honey, this is the real surprise. Like it? Chapter 33 Gifts. Lin Chen hadn't originally thought about buying flowers, but when I came back, I suddenly thought of the segment I saw online. Hide the flowers in the trunk, trick your girlfriend into opening the door, and then take the opportunity to propose. It happened so suddenly that it was too late to ask for a trunk full of flowers. so he had the florist prepare such a bouquet of roses. Sumi stared blankly at the roses in front of her, and almost only instantly, tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Chen immediately became anxious. Wife, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. If you don't like it, then I won't send it in the future. Okay? He said and realized something was wrong. By the way, you're not allergic to roses, are you? Finished playing. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? It's my fault. I should have inquired first. I'm sorry. Don't cry. It breaks my heart to cry. As he spoke, he got out of the car in a hurry and rushed over. Just as he was about to reach out and wrap his arms around Sumi, Sumi was the one who suddenly pounced over and tightly wrapped her arms around him. Lin Chen's entire body froze. It's the first time she's been this forthcoming. Dumbass. Big dummy. Sumi wrapped her arms around him and slammed her pink fist on his chest. Why are you so stupid? Why are you being so nice to me? It was obvious that he was just an invalid who had been sick for so long. It was clear that he was almost 20 years older than him. Obviously he can find better. Why are you still so nice to her? Lin Chen then realized the reason for her sudden initiative and couldn't help but lose his smile. He held Sumi's fist and softly said, "Silly wife, you're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Besides, in my heart, you are the most perfect woman in this world. It's my third life's fortune to marry you, so I definitely have to treat you better. Or what if you run away?" With that, he tenderly wiped away Sumi's tears and said heartily, all right, don't cry. Those who don't know will think that I bullied you. It's just a bouquet of flowers and you're touched like this. What if you saw the gift hidden in the flowers? Sumi froze. There's a gift? Of course. Lin Chen smiled. This is the first time I've given you a gift. How is just a bunch of flowers enough? Don't cry. Go see if you like the gift I've prepared. A few moments of anticipation welled up in Sumi's eyes as she brought the bouquet over. Sure enough, in the very center of the bouquet sat a small box of red velvet fabric. Open it and see. Lin Chen was even more excited than she was. Sumi gulped and picked up the small box, opening it slowly. Inside, there was a small, palm-sized bear, and the crown on the bear's head is actually a ring. Honey, sorry. Lin Chen scratched the back of his head. Actually, I should have bought a diamond ring. After all, we got married on our own in the first place, and there was no proposal or anything, so I let you suffer. But I've just started working now, and I don't have much money in my hand, so I'll just have to buy this kind of artificially cultivated diamond. And I'll entrust you to wear it first. I'll take you to buy a bigger one when we get paid. Speaking of this, he was a bit embarrassed himself. No, $12,000 is not enough to buy a big one. When the time comes, go buy a gold one first. Wait until the year-end bonus is issued. Then we'll go buy pigeon eggs. While Lin Chen was still rambling on, Sumi had already slipped the ring onto her finger. The ring has a loose fitting that is slightly adjusted to fit on. Was it good? Sumi opened her hand to the side of her face, and her eyes lit up amazingly. The ring is actually a bit rough, an 18K gold band with a few tiny, colorful cultivated diamonds that must be extremely unremarkable on a regular day. But at this moment, under the dim street light, worn on Sumi's slender fingers, with a smile on her face, it became a stunning picture. Lin Chen looked dumbfounded and froze, nodding his head. Good looking. It's so nice. Sumi smiled even sweeter. I think it looks good too. You have a good eye. I mean, you look good. Lin Chen came back to his senses and said from the bottom of his heart, the ring is actually quite ordinary, but when it's on your hand, it's an absolute treasure. Sumi's face reddened again, shy and timid. Hate it. As he spoke, he swayed and nearly fell. After all, after standing for so long and with so many emotional ups and downs, she was a little physically overwhelmed. Lin Chen hurriedly held her up. What's wrong with you, wife? I'm fine, just a little tired. Sumi was a little sad. I can't go for a ride tonight. Then we'll go home and take a ride whenever we want. Lin Chen picked her up in a hug. We still have our whole lives ahead of us. Sumi face red again. Have the intention to come down, but the force is not enough. Only to say, my flowers. She wasn't satisfied until she held the large bouquet of roses in her arms. All the way home, Lin Chen holding Sumi and Sumi holding a large bouquet of roses was just too eye-catching, and passers-by were looking sideways. Sumi blushed again. How about you just put me down and walk by yourself? Aren't you tired? Of course I'm not tired. Lin Chen spoke with vigor. Wife, you're so light. It's no trouble at all to hold you. And did you forget? I've got 8-pack abs. It was fine if she didn't say it, but when she did, Sumi immediately thought of the words that Lin Chen had said when she was on her own, like several times a night. She blushed even more and quietly buried her face into Lin Chen's chest. And then something was discovered. Whether there are 8-pack abs or not is unknown for now, but those packs, pretty well practiced. Before he even arrived home, Sumi was already asleep. Lin Chen carefully placed her on the bed and fetched water to wash and massage her feet. By the time he was done with this, both arms were so sore that he could hardly lift them. But looking at Sumi's sweet sleeping face, he felt again that it was all worth it. Spell it out for baby wife. This night, Sumi snuggled in Lin Chen's arms as usual and slept extraordinarily peacefully. Day 2. Lin Chen got up early and unwrapped the large bunch of roses from yesterday and inserted them into 2 separate vases, one red and one white. Sumi woke up to see the roses in full bloom, and felt good. When he had eaten breakfast, Lin Chen had to go out to work. Sumi suddenly said, "Wait." Lin Chen froze. "Honey, what's wrong?" Sumi didn't say anything, but slowly stood up from her wheelchair and walked step by step to Lin Chen, then patted off and planted a kiss on his face. Lin Chen's entire body was petrified. This was the first time Sumi had taken such initiative. "Wife." Lin Chen didn't even finish his sentence before he was pushed out the door. Then with a thud, it was shut out. Sumi's petulant voice came out. "You should go to work." Lin Chen was anxious. "No. You open the door first." "Not open." Sumi shook her head. That kiss just now had exhausted all her courage, and right now she really didn't dare to face Lin Chen. Lin Chen, however, wailed, "No, wife, I'm still wearing slippers. You open the door first and let me change my shoes." Chapter 34 Suspicions of Friends. Eventually, the door to the house opened and shoes were pushed out, then quickly closed. Lin Chen had no choice but to change his shoes in front of the house and added, "Then wife, I'm going to work. You be good and wait for me at home. I'll take you for a ride after work." Sumi didn't say anything. She covered her burning face and listened quietly to the door. It wasn't until he heard the elevator closing that he quietly opened the door a crack. After making sure Lin Chen was gone, she let out a long breath. The heart grew a few more. Although now she could see Lin Chen in the morning and evening, and even sleep at night, she could snuggle in his arms. But Sumi still doesn't know enough. She wanted to stay with Lin Chen at all times. The more Sumi thought about it, the more she felt her face burning. Obviously it wasn't like this before. Never before had she felt such a strong attachment to any one person. It even feels like the only thing that matters in life is work and nothing else. Not to mention men. Most importantly, she had actually always believed in relying on herself and had never thought of relying on others. It is also because of this kind of mindset that one can suffer from depression. But today it is. Sumi raised her eyes to the roses on the table and smiled involuntarily. If it was Lin Chen, she was willing to try and hand herself over. Lin Chen's mood today couldn't be better. From the time he left the house to the office, the smile on his face didn't stop. Even the dogs passing by had to be stopped for a compliment. When he saw Jiang Yao, he smiled even more brightly. "Good morning, good son. You caught a good haircut today. You can barely catch up to my 5 points of handsomeness." Jiang Yao's eyes widened as he looked at him like he had seen a ghost. "Holy, you don't have a fever, do you?" he said and reached over to touch his forehead. Lin Chen slapped his hand away. "Don't take it from me. This face of his own has been kissed by his precious wife. And an unsolicited kiss. If he could, he would hate to never wash his face for the rest of his life. How could he let the smelly man Jiang Yao touch it? Jiang Yao was even more confused. "You kid, have you taken the wrong medicine?" He had gone out today and had made a point of messing up his hair with hairspray. But if it were usual, Lin Chen, who couldn't spit out ivory from this mouth, would definitely be a loss when they met. Actually complimented him on his handsomeness today? You don't understand. Lin Chen stretched out his index finger and shook it. "Dad's in a good mood today. We won't eat in the cafeteria at noon. Let's go out to eat, and I'll cover the entire consumption of the venue today. My Lin Gongzi." Jiang Yao's eyes widened as he jumped back, took a horse stance, and bellowed under his breath. "Tai, what kind of demon dares to possess my son's body? Why don't you quickly show your original form?" Q. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and picked up the cup in his hand. "I'm going to make coffee. Should I bring you a cup?" Jiang Yao immediately returned to normal, handing over the cup with a flattering face. "Then I would like to thank you, righteous father. The pantry is at its best in the morning. The company is big, but the rules and regulations are not too harsh. Employees usually like to go to the pantry first to chat and feel the fish after clocking in." When Lin Chen arrived, there were already several co-workers in the pantry. At first glance, they were all girls, chattering away. "Look at my new bag I got the other day. Isn't it pretty? Hey Xiaolu, where did you get your nails done? They look pretty good. Give me a push for a spot? Didn't Sister Sun say she's getting married next month? How much red packet are you guys giving?" Right? Between the discussions, it's all gossip and trivia. Lin Chen knocked on the door and the crowd looked over in unison. All of them lit up when they saw him. There were quite a few young people in the entire company, but those like Lin Chen, who were both young and handsome, with a good figure, were rare. Not to mention the fact that he's a newcomer who got a separate office straight out of the gate. This is a proper golden son-in-law. Immediately, someone came over. Lin Chen, I'm Yu Lingyan from the finance department. We are all colleagues. Add a WeChat? It's good to get in touch later if anything happens. As soon as she opened her mouth, others came up and flashed their WeChat QR codes. Lin Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. So enthusiastic? Just started working. He is not good to offend people, only to obediently take out his cell phone, one by one to scan the code to add again. Yu Lingyan looked through Lin Chen's circle of friends proudly and smiled. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Lin Chen? Originally, the other one, Jiang Yao, who had entered the company with Lin Chen and had been placed in a separate office together, was actually quite good looking, but he had already had a date, so he could only target Lin Chen. Judging by the circle of friends, it should be single. The others pricked up their ears. Lin Chen, however, said with a straight face, I'm married. Ha! All of a sudden, there was an intake of breath. No way? How old are you and you're getting married this year? Didn't you just get out of school? Don't be lying to us. The crowd didn't believe it. Lin Chen was a bit helpless. I'm really married. My wife is very beautiful and we're very much in love. Though from what I've seen so far, baby wife is still shy and her body can't handle anything more intimate. But today she even took the initiative to kiss herself. How is it not considered love? The crowd didn't believe it and stopped Lin Chen from leaving. They had to make him show the wedding photos before they would believe it. Yu Lingyan, in particular, was even more blunt. You're not even wearing a wedding ring? Who'd believe it? Lin Chen had a mouthful to say. When he married Su Mi, she was still in a vegetative state. So where could he take wedding photos? And because of the poor reason, the ring also only bought Su honeys, or a few $1,000s of cultivation diamond. How can you get a tan nowadays? Lin Chen said stiffly, my wife's health is not good, so the marriage was just a license. No photos. Then there should always be a picture of the marriage license, right? Yu Lingyan looked at him with interest. Marriage license. Lin Chen reacted and took out his cell phone in a frenzy, trying to flip through the photos. Then it occurred to me that I hadn't shot at all. The marriage license was also kept at home and not with me. Can't take it. I think it's just lying to us. If you're single, why are you pretending to be married? Worried we'll pester you? There are so many pretty girls in the company and you can't even look at them? A group of female co-workers snickered. Lin Chen hadn't had much experience dealing with girls, so he was instantly made a big red face. Fortunately, at that moment, Shen Wei passed by the pantry and relieved him. What are you doing getting together here and making a racket? Don't you have to work? Someone spat out his tongue and said with a smile, Mr. Shen, we're concerned about our new colleague's marriage situation. You also know that our company has always been a small company, and it's rare to find a potential stock, so we must seize the opportunity to get started. Shen Wei usually has a friendly image, so the group also occasionally joked. Shen Wei glanced at Lin Chen and pulled down his face. Nonsense. If you're in love, you have to be willing to be in love. What's the point of blocking people here? Go to work. Lin Chen sighed in relief and hurriedly carried 2 cups of coffee out of the pantry, ready to go back. Who expected that just as he went out the door, Shen Wei tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Chen, you don't have a date yet, do you? I have a niece who's quite nice. Why don't I introduce you guys? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Ha! Chapter 35. What a coincidence to see you again. My niece is a senior this year. She's nice and pretty. Why don't you get to know her? Shen Wei smiled affectionately. He kind of see. This Lin Chen is the old lady personally stuffed in the person, the chairman of the board of directors, and sent word to give a separate car. This identity is absolutely not simple. Even if it wasn't the old lady who sent the company to investigate, it had to be a rich young man at the very least. If we make a good relationship, how can we benefit less in the future? The more Shen Wei thought about it, the more affectionate his smile became. And behind them, a group of female co-workers who had been eavesdropping, each one squinting. See, even Mr. Shen wants to introduce Lin Chen to someone. This is definitely potential stock. Let's just give up. Don't try to steal someone from Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen's niece is a sister. So are we, and we're still in the same company. So we're near the water. That's right. This golden son-in-law. And so handsome. I'll catch him. The crowd was talking and discussing, looking at Lin Chen as if he were a hungry wolf looking at a little lamb. Lin Chen, however, was crying. Mr. Shen, thank you for your love, but I'm already married. When I was a student, I had a lot of bad luck. How can I still be like this when I'm working? Shen Wei didn't believe it. Nonsense. You just got out of school. What's the point of getting married? Just tell me if you don't like my niece. Said and felt that his words were too heavy, and quickly changed his words. Okay, these all depend on fate. I know you young people do not like to be arranged. Go back to work. Lin Shen didn't even have a chance to speak before Shenwei had already left, only to hang his head and go back to his office. After a busy morning of work, when they had eaten, Lin Chen went back to the office with Jiang Yao and prepared for a lunch break. Because it is a separate office equipped for 2 people, which not only has a sofa, but also configured with a lunch bed, the treatment is not to mention how good. Jiang Yao headed to the bed, fished out his cell phone and started playing the game. Lin Chen swept him a glance. With such a heavy internet addiction, you should be sent to Thunderbolt Dharma King for a good cure. But, I don't know who stayed up for 3 days and nights at an internet cafe their freshman year and finally called a teacher over to save their life. Don't mention the year. We're still good fathers and sons. The 2 of them fought for a few moments before Lin Chen pulled the blankets back and prepared to go to sleep. Who expected a knock on the office door just then? The visitor was actually the head of the finance department, Yu Feng. To say that this Yu Feng, that is also a legend. It is said that she has been in the company since the early days of its founding and has been following the chairman of the board, a veritable patriarch. And this is located in the minister, usually the most iron face. Do not smile, behind the scenes or some people call her exterminator. However, she is well maintained and her looks are not bad, although she is an exterminator. She is also the dream goddess of many male colleagues in the company. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao glanced at each other, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. How can a finance minister come over to the marketing department in person? Lin Chen, are you okay this afternoon? Yu Feng's gaze landed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen jumped up with a jolt. His hands were busy organizing his clothes. Minister Yu, I don't have anything to do. Is there any work to be arranged for me? By all rights, it shouldn't. Even if there's a job, it has to come from Shenwei? Yu Feng nodded. There's an employee in our department who has to go out to collect an account in the afternoon, but the company car is not available. It just so happens that the company has assigned you a car, so you can help run it. 4 p.m. Pick up at the company gate. I've already spoken to your boss. Without waiting for Lin Chen to say anything, she had already turned around and left. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Yao with a bewildered face. Didn't this say that if I was given a car, it would only be for Mr. Chen to use? How is it that even someone from the finance department can come and find me here? Jiang Yao gloated. Pie won't fall from the sky. So you kid just do your hard labor honestly. Said and couldn't help but lamented. But the company is equipped with Mercedes-Benz E300. Usually can still be used casually. Gas reimbursement, not to mention the occasional help to run a trip. Even if I let me switch to be a driver, that is also willing to it's still hundreds a day to rent a car. How cool to be given free use now and reimbursed for gas, only to need to be the occasional driver. Lin Chen was relieved when he thought about it. Jiang Yao, however, spoke again. Then again, this minister Yu really has a few feelings of the extermination mistress inside the book of leaning heaven and slaughtering the dragon. She wouldn't have a crush on you, would she? With that, he said with a look of urgency. Mr. Shen has taken a liking to your ass, and now there's another minister Yu. Your kid is blessed with a lot of lust. Lin Chen's face turned green. Shut up if you can't talk. After Yu Feng returned to his office, Shenwei followed. I just don't get it. Your finance department has to go out. It's not like the company doesn't have drivers, so why do you have to keep an eye on my people? What your man? Isn't he a company man? The company assigned a car. Other drivers are not available. What's wrong with me borrowing it? Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Yu Feng didn't raise his head. Shenwei was silent for a long time before he threw out a sentence. I say Minister Yu, you're not looking at Lin Chen and wanting to eat young grass with an old cow, are you? Yu Feng instantly blackened her face. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I'm going to take my lunch break. Please go back, Mr. Shen. Shenwei had no choice but to turn around and leave, but in the bottom of his heart, he muttered. He himself could find out that Lin Chen was stuffed into the company by the old lady, and this Yu Feng could definitely find out as well. Counting on it, Yu Feng was also a company patriarch, and was also the head of the finance department, so it couldn't be that she was also trying to draw Lin Chen in to show her favor to the old lady, could it? However, she has been following the chairman since the beginning. And with the chairman of the board of directors like girlfriends, should not have to do these small actions. The more Shenwei thought about it, the more clueless he became, and he could only secretly make up his mind. It seemed like he would have to treat Lin Chen better in the future to make sure that he wouldn't be pulled away by someone else. And as soon as Shenwei left, Yu Feng also stopped her hand movements. In fact, the reason why she opened her mouth to ask Shenwei for someone was solely because her niece Yu Lingyan asked her to. That girl is not too young this year. The family has been urged to go on a blind date, refused to go. It was so hard to have a boy in her sights. She, as an aunt, definitely had to help out, which is why she used her job for personal gain and asked Lin Chen to send Yu Lingyan out to collect the bills. creating a chance for the two of them to be alone. But, Yufeng thought about Shenwei's phrase in old cow eats young grass, and Lin Chen's face suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, as well as a small patch of abs that Lin Chen had accidentally revealed. This young man is really quite good. It is no wonder that his niece, who has high eyes, will look at him, Yufeng thought in her heart, unconsciously clicked on the employee information in the computer, rummaging through Lin Chen's resume. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Chen drove up on time and waited in front of the company. Soon after, there was a knock on the car window. After opening the car door, Yu Lingyan got into the car. Smiling, she winked at him. Lin Chen, what a coincidence. Meeting again. Chapter 36. Out in the field. It's her? Lin Chen instinctively remembered the encounter in the pantry and couldn't help but feel furious in his heart. This woman is the one who asked for Microsoft the most. How could there be such a coincidence? But it was work at the moment, so he couldn't show anything but a nod. It's quite a coincidence. Where are we going to collect? It would be almost 4 o'clock, and he was still trying to get off work on time and get home to take his precious wife for a ride in the evening. Yu Lingyan was not slow. Don't be in a hurry. Anyway, I applied for field work in the afternoon, and I don't have to come back to the company to punch in. She winked ambiguously at Lin Chen. We still have one more night to go. Lin Chen shivered and hastily shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. I'm still in a hurry to get home from work to accompany my wife. This has a bad heart. We need to watch out for her. Yu Lingyan pouted. What wife? It's even if there are many people in the company. Now there are no outsiders here. So don't make it up. I'm really married. My wife is waiting for me at home. What about a marriage license and a wedding photo? If you can't, how about a group photo? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Not really, though he had been married to Sumi for quite some time. But at first Sumi is a vegetative state. He went to the hospital every day, only thought to accompany the talking massage, hoping that people can wake up earlier. And by the time people wake up and live together, they are so immersed in happiness every day that they don't even think about taking pictures. Nah, there's nothing to say. Yu Lingyan laughed. Not to mention marriage. Even if you are in love, then you will take pictures, right? How about you? There's no ring on your hand. You can't get a marriage license. And your circle of friends is even half full of information about your relationship. So who's going to believe you when you say you're married? He said and came over. I quite like you. Yusini is not bad. Right. 985 university graduates. Looks not bad. And in the same company. Let's try it. She had quite a few suitors, but it was the first time he had seen one like Lin Chen, who was tall, handsome and capable. So, she didn't want to miss it. Lin Chen, however, was surprised by her wave of straight balls. Don't you? I'm really married. If you don't believe me, then I'll bring the marriage license tomorrow to show you. Yu Lingyan bristled. That thing? Pinduoduo can get one for a few dollars. Do you not like me? Lin Chen nodded. I only have my wife in my heart. Although this Yu Lingyan looks really good. Bright and atmospheric looks, matched with the front and back body, at least can hit 7 points. But in his heart, Sumi was the best. Lin Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with her, and directly said, okay, now it's work time. Where are you going to collect the bill? Hurry up and tell me the location. Finish the job early and get off work early. Yu Lingyan saw that he insisted on refusing to take the move and was helpless, so she only sighed and said, alright, go to No. 166, Hongyuan Road. Then he said, but my seatbelt seems to be broken. I can't pull it. Can you help me fasten it? Lin Chen saw through her little trick at a glance and directly said, then you sit in the back. Yu Lingyan was completely confused. It took a long time before he huffed and puffed and put his seatbelt on, gritting his teeth. Oil and salt. Lin Chen didn't care either. Anyway, he has a wife and doesn't care what other women think. The work went well, and it was only a little after 5 o'clock when the accounts were collected. With a kick of the gas, Lin Chen wanted to send her back to the office and hurry home himself, who expected to be stopped again. I said I'm out in the field today, so I don't need to go back to the office to punch in. So what are you doing back there? Yu Lingyan pouted. I know there's a Western food in this neighborhood. Let's go eat together. The flavor is very good. No go. What's wrong with you people? I've been so forthcoming. I have to go along with it if you initiate it. Lin Chen completely lost his patience. When I was in college, I don't know how many girls chased after him. If people took the initiative and they had to respond, they would have died of exhaustion a long time ago. Yu Lingyan was completely at her wit's end. And in the end, she didn't even let Lin Chen send her, and got out of the car and left in a huff herself. Lin Chen, on the contrary, fell at ease. See, the time is still early, so go to the pedestrian street to pack a Netflix store pastries, humming his song and drive home. On weekdays, when he came home from work, he had to be at least 7 o'clock or so before he could arrive home. But today, because he was out in the field, he entered his home at less than 6 o'clock. Lin Chen tiptoed to open the door, but found that no one was in the living room, and the sound of talking came faintly from the study. Well, I know that. About that previous project, I'll look at it again and press it back for now. Everything's normal at the company lately, right? I can't go back for a while. Lin Chen couldn't help but stare as he listened to the intermittent voice. Project, Inc. Is this Sumi on the phone with someone? Also, can't go back to the office for a while. She has a job? It is reasonable to say that an ordinary employee who has been sick for so long might have been fired by the company a long time ago. Not to mention that Sumi was given an ultimatum by her doctor at that meeting. Turns out not only did she not lose her job, but now there are projects waiting for her to tap into. Could it be that one's precious wife is, in fact, not an ordinary person at all, but an executive of some big company? Lin Chen was startled by this thought and couldn't help but think of the clothes in Sumi's closet. Those clothes look, although they are not branded, but all of them are well made and look valuable. And the old lady too, although she looks plain. But, you're back? Sumi's voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. It turned out that she had come out of the study at some point. Lin Chen was startled and came back to his senses, unable to help himself. Wife, what were you doing just now? Watching TV? Sumi shook the tablet in her hand. This workplace drama is so wonderful. I've gotten a little addicted to watching it lately. On the screen, it happens to be broadcasting the suit-clad heroine calling a company subordinate from the hospital. Lin Chen drifted off. What he had just heard must have been a line from a TV show. He looked at the sweetly smiling Sumi and smiled along with her, shaking the cake in his hand. Look what I brought back for you. Master Bao's pastries? Sumi saw the label on the bag at a glance and widened her eyes in surprise. I love eating his egg tarts the most. How did you buy it back? And why are you getting off work so early today? As he said that, he reached for the tart. Lin Chen smiled dotingly. Don't be in a hurry. I'll get it for you. I'm out in the field today, so I'm off work earlier. Why don't I take you for a ride after dinner? Sumi's movement was frozen. Out in the field? Who arranged this? The marketing department did need to go out into the field, but Lin Chen was a newcomer, so it wasn't his turn. Why the sudden need to go out into the field? Chapter 37. I love it too. Lin Chen didn't notice Sumi's difference. He held out the tart, which turned to change his shoes. Then it spat out. Honey, I'm telling you, I met an oddball today. The company did not give me a car. Our marketing department boss said, this car for me to use. In the future he has something I can pick up and drop off. Originally this is nothing. After all, such a nice car for me to drive. As a driver that I was willing, and guess what? Lin Chen huffed and puffed. The head of the finance department ran over and asked me to take their department out to collect the bills. Sumi's heart fell slightly, but she was a bit puzzled. You don't want to bring it? If that was really the case, then one would have to turn around and tell Shenwei about it. This car, after all, was intended to be a private car for Lin Chen in the name of the company. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not that I'm not willing, they're all employees of the company. It's only right to work for the company. It's mainly that person from the finance department. You don't know how strange it is, said then met Yu Lingyan in the pantry, out of the field. Yu Lingyan and 100 flirtation thing, one by one set out. Only at the end of the day did she say, I've said I'm married, and she still doesn't believe me and wants to see my marriage license. Sumi's face became a little ugly when she heard him say that the female co-worker in the pantry wanted WeChat. After all, she had always felt that she was almost 20 years older than Lin Chen, and had an inferiority complex in her heart. And the company's little girls, she knew, all dressed up and glamorous, would be jealous. But after hearing Lin Chen say that he didn't hesitate to directly indicate his married status, he laughed again. At this moment, she suddenly felt an incomparable sweetness in her heart. Your husband is being harassed by someone else and you're still laughing. Lin Chen looked aggrieved. You don't know. Today I was in the pantry. It was just like the Tang monk going into the spider hole. Not to mention how scared I was. Sumi giggled. Being harassed shows that you are charming. Besides, didn't you reject them without hesitation? That's why I'm happy. I'm glad you keep me in mind and can resist the temptations of the outside world. Lin Chen heard the worry in her words and helplessly said, silly wife, you're so good. I have you. How can I still mess around outside? With you, nothing in the outside world is a temptation. What's it called? Call it a fly. Call it harassment. To the extent that one more look is disgusting, one must see more of the precious wife to heal the wounds of the soul. Bummer. You're just going to cheer me up. Sumi glared at him, feeling sweeter and sweeter. Lin Chen walked over, squatted in front of her wheelchair, and looked at her fixedly. I'm not coaxing you. What I'm saying is true. Wife, in my heart, you are the most perfect. All the women in the world combined can't compare to a single finger of yours. Sumi's face instantly burst into red, so shy that she pushed Lin Chen away, maneuvered her wheelchair and headed back to her room, closing the door behind her. Shy again. Lin Chen sighed. This baby is good at everything, but she's just too easily shy. Obviously married and licensed, kissed and hugged, and slept in the same bed, and actually moved to be shy. If things go on like this, I'm afraid that even after my precious wife's health recovers, I won't be able to wait for the day of consummation, right? Lin Chen secretly made up his mind. In the future, he must say more love words and strive for more intimate actions. He must let his wife adapt as soon as possible. Otherwise, at this rate, when will he or she get over it? When it was time, Aunt Jo came to make dinner and was a bit curious when she saw Lin Chen get off work so early. Why did you get home so early today? Because I'm remembering my wife. I'm working hard during the day to get my work done as quickly as possible, so I can come back early to be with my wife. Lin Chen spoke frankly. Sumi, however, turned red. What are you talking about? Auntie Zhou also joked. Yo. This newlywed couple is different. Sweet Lu, when my family that mouth can be like you so good. Lin Chen corrected. Aunt Zhou, it's not because of being newly married. It's entirely because my wife is so perfect and I love her so much. This love won't disappear with the passage of time. Not only like this now, but in the next 10 years, 20 years, when we're both old, I'll still be remembering her like this from time to time. Lin Chen. Sumi covered her reddened face. No more talking. Lin Chen couldn't get enough of it. Alright then, your wife has spoken, so I'll stop. You still say that. Sumi was so anxious that she almost stomped her foot. Aunt Jo smiled as she watched the two fight and exclaimed, it's good to be young. Okay, I'm not going to be a light bulb for this old guy. You guys eat. I should go home and cook for the old man too. After she left, Sumi frowned. In addition to coming to work for us, Aunt Jo seems to have taken on a cleaning job, and after a busy day, her husband doesn't even cook. He's still waiting for her to go back. Don't worry, wife, I would never do that. Lin Chen jumped ahead and said, you see, I'm working well now, and earning a lot of money, enough to support you without you having to go out to work. And as for housework, if you're willing to do that, then you can always let Auntie Zhou do it here in our place. If you don't want to, I'll do it later when I learn how to cook, and I'll make sure you don't have to work. Sumi listened to the heartsuite, faces a pretense of distress, but Aunt Zhou's salary is my mom and the hair. Once I've passed my trial period and my job has stabilized, I'll tell our mom that I'll pay Auntie Zhou's salary from now on. Rent, I'm sure I'll pay it too. Lin Chen said rightfully, raising a family is supposed to be a man's responsibility. So isn't all of this proper? Sumi smiled and hooked her finger at Lin Chen. Come over here for a moment. What's wrong? Lin Chen came over. Sumi suddenly reached around his neck and pulled him in front of her, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He was already feeling lucky to be kissed on his way out the door in the morning. Turns out there's such a good thing when you get home? Lin Chen instantly reacted, and with his arm around Sumi, he turned the tables. A kiss that had been just a sloppy one on the cheek landed on the mouth as well. An ambiguous watery sound was made between the lips and tongue. Ashamed and bashful and feeling sweet, Sumi sat in the wheelchair with her eyes closed and tilted her head back, letting him claim her. The kiss was over, and both of them were a little out of breath. Especially Sumi. Her body had not yet fully recovered, and this time her mood swings were too great, so it looked like the situation was not too good. The original blushing face had lost its blood color. Honey, are you okay? Lin Chen panicked. It's all my fault. I knew that you are not well. But you still always can't control yourself. Don't be afraid. I'll send you to the hospital. No need. Sumi pressed his hand and spoke weakly. I'll be fine after a bit of rest. It's not that serious. At this, she paused, her pale face once again flushed with a blush. I like it too. Chapter 38. Help yourself. Sumi's body cannot. That set up the plan to drive. Naturally, also fizzled. Lin Chen was sorry, but Sumi didn't care. Don't be sad. If you can't make it today, there's always next time. When you're on vacation, let's go to White Cloud Mountain, okay? Speaking of White Cloud Mountain, Lin Chen then thought again of the wish he had made in front of the Buddha that day. Now that Sumi not only didn't divorce herself, but instead her relationship is getting better and better, it's time to go back and return the favor. Lin Chen thought of this and immediately nodded. Good. Then this weekend, we'll go hiking. Night. As usual, Lin Chen washed and massaged Sumi's feet before washing up and going to bed. Sumi snuggled into his arms and suddenly spoke. You haven't finished what happened at the company during the day. You mean, the head of the finance department personally approached you and asked you to take someone out? Lin Chen nodded. Right. Wife, you don't know. The minister of our company's finance departments, behind her back, Some people call her the exterminator. Sumi stiffened and unconsciously laughed. Come to think of it, Xiaofeng, that nature is not the exterminator. Lin Chen continued. She ran to me, scared me. I think that Yu Lingyan. Hey, not right, ah. Speaking of this, he had a flash of insight. Yu Lingyan's surname is Yu, and the finance minister's surname is also Yu. They shouldn't be related, right? Sumi frowned slightly. Yufeng had followed her when she started the company and had been loyal for more than a decade. Even she felt that the whole world betrayed her, and Yufeng couldn't possibly do the same. So she gave Yufengfang a lot of power. Is this an opportunity to put a relative in the company? Since Sumi had gotten depressed, she had managed to hold out and go to the office at first, but then her mood got worse and worse, so she just stopped going. She was not really aware of the personnel changes in the company. If Yufeng was just arranging for an individual to enter the company, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if you use the power in your hands to give Yu Lingyan to seek personal gain. Honey, are you listening? Sumi snapped back. What did you say? Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her and buried his head into her shoulder to take a deep breath before he said, I think it's actually quite dangerous for me to go to work. People don't believe I'm married. We didn't take any wedding pictures either. Why don't we take a group photo with our cell phones? That way if someone asks, I'll have proof. In fact, if he could, he would prefer to put Sumi's photo directly on the top of his friend circle. Nay, the joints on Mom's side didn't work out. He really didn't dare. Otherwise, when Mom opens her circle of friends and sees her own son and her best friend being sweet and happy, her blood pressure will go straight to 280, won't it? Sumi, however, stiffened. As for Lin Chen's nature of showing off to everyone, if they took a group photo, within half a day, the whole company, including the stray cats in the parking lot, would have to know that they were married to him. What's that going to be like then? Honey, what do you think? Lin Chen took out his cell phone with great interest and was already searching for couples photo poses. Sumi smiled a little stiff, pressed his hand and said, I don't like to take pictures too much, and I don't like to flaunt it. Why don't we forget about it? Ha! Lin Chen was a bit disappointed, but he didn't force himself, and turned his words around. It's fine if I don't take pictures. Such a beautiful wife. She definitely has to be hidden at home. I'm not going to show it to anyone. Then I'll bring the marriage license to the office tomorrow. I don't believe they'll still be suspicious this time. Sumi's smile stiffened even more, but she didn't say anything, only nodding vaguely. A good night's sleep. Day 2. When Lin Chen woke up, he found that Sumi had actually gotten up. Honey, why are you up so early today? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Sumi slowly walked over and softly said, I can't sleep when I'm awake. And the doctor also said that going to bed early and getting up early is good for my health. Auntie Zhou has already made breakfast, so you should get up too. After breakfast, Lin Chen was looking for a marriage license, but it was strange. He clearly remembered that the marriage license was put in the suitcase, but this was how he could not find it. Strange. Where is my marriage license? Lin Chen blew up. It was clearly placed here. Why is it gone? Sumi sat on the sidelines and tilted her head. Maybe you remembered it wrong? You're going to be late for work. Come back and look for it. I'm going to take it to the flies. Lin Chen was inspired. What about yours? Wife, yours is the same for me. Sumi shook her head. My marriage license is at Mom's place. It's too late for her to send it over. Go to work. People don't believe me if they don't believe me. And anyway, we're married, so what do we care what they say? Lin Chen is still reluctant. But look at the time is almost. Only to say, that I go to work first, come back in the evening and then look for. Wife, you be good at home and wait for me, oh. He said and put his face in the air. Sumi froze. What's wrong? Kisses. Lin Chen said as a matter of course. That's how it's done in TV dramas. The husband goes out to work. The wife gives a kiss to cheer the husband up. Didn't you kiss him yesterday? Sumi cupped her fist and hammered it over. Yuck. He said it, but blushed and touched him on the cheek. That's enough now, isn't it? You've got to get out of the house. You're going to be late for work. Lin Chen went out the door satisfied, all the way to the company. Just after clocking in, Lin Chen felt something was wrong. I always feel that the way these co-workers look at me today is not quite right. It so happened that Jiang Yao also stepped in, and he hurriedly came over. Is there something wrong with me today? Did you brush your teeth in the morning and not wash the toothpaste? Jiang Yao surveyed him squarely and solemnly said, Indeed, it's not right. Where? What good thing has happened to you, boy? With a spring in your brow and the corners of your mouth harder to suppress than AK? Asterisk 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 you. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Seriously, why do I always feel like they're looking at me in the wrong way? Jiang Yao stroked his chin. Illusion, right? But we were given separate offices when we first joined the company. So it's normal for other employees to look at us unfavorably. So what's there to care about? Okay, back to work in the office. Lin Chen thought about it and thought it made sense. So he didn't care and followed Jian Yao into the elevator, who expected just to the office. Not yet in it. A colleague ran over in a puff of smoke. Lin Chen. Mr. Shen is looking for you. Let you come to his office. Ha? Lin Chen froze and quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go over there. Colleagues lowered their voices and smiled jocularly. You kid. Yesterday you went out with Yu Lingyan from the finance department. What did you do to them? People came to the company today with red eyes. And Mr. Shen is looking for you. Presumably because of this. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Seek your own fortune. Lin Chen, Chapter 39 Co-worker Speculation. What have I, for Ling Yan done? Lin Chen pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. The co-worker hemmed and hawed. Didn't you go out in the field with her yesterday? Didn't even come back from work? Know what I mean. But your kid is also bold enough. Yu Lingyan is the niece of the Minister of Finance, and is the famous beauty of the entire finance department. You actually dare to do this. Bull. He gave a thumbs up. Lin Chen's jaw was about to drop to the ground. Don't be ridiculous. I'm out in the field at 4 o'clock. I get off work at 6 o'clock. What else am I going back to the company for? And after the errand she left, I went home to be with my wife. What did I do holy? A co-worker's mouth turned away. And accompanying his wife. Everyone knows it. Your kid doesn't want to find a date and made up an unfounded wife out of it. Alright, I'm busy. You go find Mr. Shen. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Be prepared, he said and shook his head with a look of regret. This newcomer, although the company gives the treatment is so good that it is bizarre. But then again, it is also a newcomer. The probationary period has not even passed yet. Although Yu Feng is not a shareholder, he is also a company veteran, and his position in the company is significant. As a result, as soon as this Lin Chen came, he bullied someone's niece. Isn't this living out of his mind? Lin Chen watched his co-worker walk away, his entire body confused. Jian Yao appeared out of nowhere and gave a thumbs up. Son, bull, just a few days into the job, and you're bullying your female co-workers to the point where their eyes are red. To my father's credit. Lin Chen came back to his senses and hammered his fist over. Shut up you, lousy is that kind of person? Saying that, he didn't bother to talk nonsense and went straight to Shenwei's office. He wanted to see what was going on with this. In the office, Shenwei looked at the stern-faced Yu Feng in front of him and couldn't help but sigh again. I thought it was strange yesterday when you came to me for a loan and sent your man out to collect on the debt. The feeling was to pull strings for your niece? Shenwei was headache and angry. Minister you are not 3 years old. What can do what cannot be done? Do not have a point in your own heart To put it in a bigger way, you call it using your power for personal gain understand. Saying that, he glanced at Yu Lingyan sitting next to him again, only to feel his headache even more. This crying eyes swollen to the size of walnuts. Lin Chen can't really have done something to the little girl, right? If this is true, then you're in real trouble. Yu Feng green face, what use of power for personal gain? Male unmarried, female unmarried. He Lin Chen drove the company with the car. It just so happens that Ling Yan need to go out to run a trip. I'm just by the way to create opportunities for the young. What's wrong with that? As a result, my niece came to work with her eyes swollen like this. She might have been bullied into what kind of situation? I have to settle this account clearly. Then he added, in this matter today, even if Ling Yan is not my niece, I still have to seek justice. Otherwise, after this start, who will dare to go out in the company's car in the future? The company's little girls? The more you say it, the louder it gets. And the more Shenwei's head hurt. What's all this about? Thinking of Lin Chen's identity, he sighed and lowered his voice. Minister you, don't blame me for not confiding in you. This Lin Chen, he's not an ordinary employee. I know, the old lady asked for it. Yu Feng interrupted. But so what? The person sent in by the old lady, doesn't that have to abide by the rules as well? She had read Lin Chen's resume yesterday. Moderate school. But coincidentally, she had a friend who was a teacher at that school and called directly to ask a question. Out-of-towner. Average family. Average performance in school. All in all, there is absolutely no way that there is any special relationship with the old lady. As for why it was shoved in by the old lady, it was probably because she had done something good that the old lady had seen, right? Anyway, my niece was being bullied, and this was definitely not going to end well. Shenwei looked toward the door with a bitter face. Then why isn't Lin Chen coming? Speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. Along with the knock on the door, Lin Chen's voice came in. Mr. Shen, you're looking for me? Lin Chen, you finally arrived. Shenwei jumped up. Come on, what happened yesterday after you went out with Xiaoyu? Why do people's little girls come back with their eyes all swollen from crying? As soon as Lin Chen entered the door, all he saw was the anxious Shenwei and the blue-faced Yu Feng. as well as Yu Lingyan, who had red and swollen eyes but was looking at herself with a smug expression. What a fixer-upper. Lin Chen. I'm asking you. Yu Feng coldly said. What did you do to Lingyan last night? Ariel leaned back tactically. What do you mean, what did I do to her? Didn't do anything. Then why are Lingyan's eyes swollen from crying? How do I know? Lin Chen's head was 2 sizes too big, and when he looked up, he happened to meet Yu Lingyan's smug eyes. He immediately burst into flames. Yu Lingyan, you damn well say it clearly. What did I do to you yesterday? He didn't even run into her in the car. And when he arrived at the other company, Yu Lingyan went upstairs to collect the bill, and he waited in the car. When the people came out, Yu Lingyan left without even getting into the car. They spent less than an hour together. And that's on him? Yu Lingyan didn't say anything until then. You hurt my pride. This time, not only Lin Chen, even Xinwei had a head full of questions. Yu Feng was also a bit confused. Lingyan, you weren't bullied by him? It's being bullied, Yu Lingyan said with vigor. I even put my foot down and took the initiative to show him kindness and ask him out for dinner. As a result, even if he rejected me, he claimed to have a wife, saying that he couldn't look at someone like me, and in the end, he refused to send me home and ran away himself. The more she spoke, the more angry she became. Not to mention the fact that we're going out on business. You should have dropped me off at home, and even if it's a private matter, you shouldn't be half-assed as a man, should you? Lin Chen gasped and laughed. First of all, I'm going to accept it if you show me favor. What are you? Secondly, I do have a wife, and taking a step back, even if I don't, what does it matter to you? Finally, he slammed his palm on the table. I never denigrated you saying anything about not seeing people like you. It's impossible to have dinner with you. It's because I have to go home to be with my wife. To avoid suspicion. If I don't take you home, then you didn't run away first? What? Do I have to get down on my knees and beg you and say, Princess, please get in the car? What a superb little fairy. That's enough. Yu Lingyan froze at the yelling. Returning to her senses, tears surged out of her eyes and she looked fiercely at Yu Feng. Auntie, look at him. He dared to do this to me in front of you all. Fire him. Chapter 40 Expelled? Yu Lingyan's sentence of dismissal made the crowd freeze for a moment. Yu Feng frowned. Although she is only a minister of finance, but as early as in the early days of the company has already joined, and the chairman of the board of directors has a very good relationship, the hands of a lot of power, to fire an individual, that's perfectly fine, but this Lin Chen was not an ordinary person, that was sent in by the old lady herself. This is the kind of person that can be fired? Only after Lin Chen finished scolding Yu Lingyan did a few moments of remorse well up in his hindsight. Impulsive. It's a little fairy who's messed with a little fairy who's got a backstage job. It would be a mistake if the job that was so hard to find just went away. You have to make money for your wife yourself. Lin Chen hurriedly looked at Xinwei. Mr. Shin, I haven't done anything wrong. You can't just fire me? Xinwei quickly said. Don't be afraid. You're from my marketing department. Even if you're fired, it should be my decision. It has nothing to do with others. Not to say that Lin Chen didn't do anything wrong. Even if he did. Yu Feng, a person from the finance department, came to the marketing department yelling to fire people. Where's his face then? Only then did Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and swept Yu Lingyan away with a snort. Yu Lingyan was almost so angry that she fainted and stomped her foot fiercely. Auntie, Yu Feng had wanted to say a few words herself, have Lin Chen apologize, and the matter would be over, and she hadn't wanted to be fired. But now Lin Chen's appearance, coupled with Xinwei's words, made her come angry. Xinwei, is this how you manage your men? What the hell is wrong with my men? Xinwei was speechless. Come on, this is your niece's fault, okay? People have said Lin Chen is married. She still rushes to get together and has to have people invite her to dinner. If she refuses, she says she's bullying her. What's the matter? She's a fairy or something. Everyone has to give in to her, right? Yu Lingyan hurriedly said. I don't believe he's married. There's no marriage certificate. There's no ring. He can't even take a photo together. Isn't it obvious that he's cheating me? Said and skimmed his lips. Even if there is a wife, that is definitely not good. Definitely not as good as me. I graduated from a famous brand university. Beautiful and capable. It's your honor to look at you. Who are you to reject me? At this moment, she was no longer simply trying to fish for Lin Chen. Rather, they wanted to find their way back and ruthlessly thwart Lin Chen. Xinwei? Lin Chen couldn't bear it anymore and slapped his palm on the table. Even if I lied to you? What's wrong with that? Did I break the law? Are you annoyed? And pretty incapable. Really capable. You don't mess around with money. All you think about is men? What a waste. I repeat, I have a wife. And my wife is hundreds of times prettier than you. And one like you can't even compare to a single finger of hers. What's the matter? No mirrors in the house. Not even for peeing? It's not embarrassing to see a man and get all flirty. Lin Chen was really going out on a limb. It's okay to pester him. You can't demean his wife. Yu Lingyan was scolded, back to instantly bursting into tears. Enough! Yufeng let out a stern cry and glared at Yu Lingyan. No crying. Isn't it humiliating enough? Then he looked at Lin Chen again. And you, Lin Chen, I won't pursue what happened before, but you insulted your co-workers today. The situation is serious. You're fired. Pack up and get out. Anyway, she didn't have a lot of power, and firing a trainee employee was perfectly fine. Shenwei was anxious. Hey Minister Yu, things can't be done this way. Did you ask my opinion when you fired my people? Besides, Lin Chen, I don't care who he is. Yufeng glared at Lin Chen. We at Honey Technology can't afford to have someone like this who disrespects women and openly insults his co-workers. So what if the old lady stuffed it in? Anyway, the old lady had retired long ago, and the chairman was sick, so she couldn't believe it. With the fact that he has been with the chairman for nearly 20 years, he can still be chastised for this? Why are you still standing here? Yufeng said in a cold voice. Leave by yourself, or should I have security come and kick you out? Yu Lingyan broke into a smile and said triumphantly. Humph, now you know you're wrong, right? After Lin Chen had finished scolding Yu Lingyan, there was actually a hint of regret in his heart. After all, jobs are hard to find. But now looking at Yu Lingyan's appearance, he also came to the gas. Well, the company has people like you. I'm afraid that you can't do it for a long time. Just leave. Who's afraid of who? With that, he turned around and walked away. Shenwei was anxious. Hey Lin Chen, you wait. Seeing that Lin Chen wouldn't turn around, he could only look at Yufeng. Minister Yu, look at the mess you've made of this. Haven't you read his resume? He was sent in by the old lady, and you're just going to fire him without fear of the old lady's wrath? Yufeng looked pale. Old lady? If not for the chairman's illness, the old lady would have retired long ago. Shenwei was furious and simply said, forget it, you fired the person anyway, and if the old lady asks, it has nothing to do with me. What a sin! Lin Chen went back to his office and started packing. Jiang Yao was busy working, and when he saw him like this, he couldn't help but froze. What's going on? Moving offices again? Couldn't it be that you've been given a car and now you feel that a two-person office doesn't match your status and you're going to be given a fancier one? That's not fair, is it? He wailed exaggeratedly. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Overthink it. I'm fired. Ha? Jiang Yao's eyes went wide. No, what's going on? Dismissal? This Mercedes hasn't even been on the road for 2 days, so how can you fire it? It can't be that you kids secretly sold the Mercedes that the company allotted to you, right? Lin Chen was speechless. Move your pig brain and think about it. I can do this? I was fired because I offended the little fairy. With that, he told the whole story. Jiang Yao was instantly speechless. Mother asterisk 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 her. Just because she was rejected by you and then felt her pride was hurt, then she found a relationship and got her aunt to fire you? What a superb little fairy this is. Off the mark, he said with righteous indignation. No, this is too much. This shall not be sued to the central government. Ah, Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Forget it, that Yufeng what identity you are not unaware of. They are the chairman of the board of directors, firing me as an intern. That is not a matter of moving your lips. It's useless to sue anywhere, and even if I make a big deal out of it and barely stay, she'll have plenty of chances to put shoes on me. Don't stay here. Have your own place. He packed up his things and turned around in style. Good son. Work hard. If I can't find a job for a while, I'll have to rely on you to support me. Chapter 41. A big misunderstanding. Jiang Yao watched Lin Chen leave, angry and anxious, with a desire to seek justice for him, but also afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Only sighed. Then take your time. Don't worry. I have such a high salary here. It's still no problem to support one of you. Don't worry too much. I'll get my cousin to see if I can get you back. Lin Chen laughed out loud. So what's Yufeng's background? She let me go. Let's not make this difficult for cousin. Well, I'm off. The big thing is to look for another job. This kind of company, do not stay. It's just time to develop a relationship with your precious wife. When Lin Chen went to return the key to Shenwei wanted to say something. After a long time, he patted his shoulder. Lin Chen, it's my fault for not being able to protect you. There's nothing I can do. That Yufeng has a good relationship with the chairman of the board of directors. I can't stop her. But don't worry. Go back and rest for a few days. I'll contact my friend's company and I can get you a job that's not too bad anyhow. Shenwei's heart reckoning snapped. No matter what, Lin Chen was definitely related to the old lady. And now that he was fired, it was hard to say whether the old lady would help. But it's always good to sell yourself first. Lin Chen was somewhat moved. Thank you, Mr. Shen. You're so kind to me. Shenwei smiled and patted his shoulder. Go well. Lin Chen's departure didn't cause much of a stir in the company. After all, it's just an intern. And even if it was a little weird how well treated it was when he first arrived, no one cares now that he's gone. It was Yu Lingyan, on the contrary, who deliberately waited at the entrance of the company. Lin Chen didn't even look at her, directly bypassed her and left. Don't go. Yu Lingyan stopped him, a bit furious. Do you regret it? Lin Chen stopped and looked at her askance. Regret? What's wrong? Yu Lingyan was immediately pleased. Hey, it's too late for regrets. How about you apologize to me now? Say, Princess, please forgive me, and then promise to be my boyfriend. Then how about I talk to my aunt and ask you to stay? It's a tough job right now. What I regret is scolding too gently in the office. What did you say? Lin Chen looked at Yu Lingyan's face, which was so angry that it twisted, and repeated it word for word. I said, what I regret is that I scolded too gently at the desk, causing you to be confused about how many pounds you have until now. That's all a thing like you can do. And the princess begs pardon. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. I see that you can't even compare to the dogs raised around the princess, but the point of a dog fighting for power is quite well utilized. Yu Lingyan cried in anger. Lin Chen, however, was in a good mood, humming a song as he raised his head, but after leaving the company, he was in trouble. Yesterday, he swore that he had a high salary and would be able to make money to support his family in the future, so Sumi could just stay at home at ease. It turned out to be a turnaround and a dismissal. It's hard to find a job nowadays. If you don't have any income, how can you support your family in the future? I should have known to hold my breath. Lin Chen sighed. However, it was clear in his heart that even if he were to do it all over again, he still wouldn't give Yu Lingyan face. With Sumi, how could he possibly look at another woman? Lin Chen turned around outside for half a day and finally decided not to tell Sumi about her unemployment for the time being. After all, Sumi wasn't in good health, and there was no benefit to saying it other than worrying her. So then he ran to the job market again and started looking for a job from company to company. Coincidentally, Yi Yin happened to be passing by. Isn't this Lin Chen? Yi Yin watched Lin Chen go in through the car window and couldn't help but frown. Even if the company is recruiting people, they don't have to come to this kind of place to recruit, and it's even more unlikely that Lin Chen, a trainee in the marketing department, will be allowed to do this. What's he doing here? Under suspicion, Yi Yin got out of the car and quietly followed. Upon learning that Lin Chen was here to look for a job, she was instantly confused. Looking for a job? Yi Yun had wanted to go up and ask what was going on, but eventually changed her mind and directly called Sumi. Lin Chen soaked in the talent market for a day. Hard to get to the end of the point, which squeezed the subway back home. Standing in front of his house, he took a deep breath and rubbed his face, which had stiffened with laughter during the day when he was looking for a job, before he opened the door and said, "Honey, I'm home." The voice was light and breezy, and there was no trace of an unemployed look at all. Sumi was sitting on the sofa reading a book, and when she saw him return, she put down the book and spoke tentatively. "Why did you come home so late today?" "Late?" Lin Chen pretended to be puzzled. "Isn't it usually this time? I don't get off work until 6. Honey, I'm telling you, I almost made a joke at work today." As he changed his shoes, he racked his brain for a story and did his best to act like everything was normal. Sumi was a bit puzzled at first, but she quickly responded. Lin Chen, this was because he didn't want to worry about himself. Obviously fired. You have to pretend nothing happened and sneak off on your own to find a job and try to carry it all. Sumi felt her nose a little sore, but more than that, she was moved, as well as annoyed. This time, Yufeng has gone too far. Night. Lin Chen soaked Sumi's feet and massaged her as usual, and coaxed her to sleep again. Himself, however, was slow to fall asleep until the latter part of the night, when he fell into a deep sleep. When he fell asleep, Sumi was the one who opened her eyes. In the darkness, Sumi reached out her hand and gently traced Lin Chen's features. Even when he was asleep, Lin Chen's brows were still tightly furrowed, obviously worried about work. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Sumi mentally murmured. "I won't let you suffer anymore." There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Lin Chen put on an appearance of full vigor after having breakfast. "Honey, I'm going to work." "Well, take care on the road. I'll be waiting for you when you get home." Sumi smiled and waved. Lin Chen was bitter when he left the door. It's time to start pretending to be a grandson at the job market again. But whatever. Spell it out for your wife. The job market in the morning is bustling with people looking for work. Lin Chen also followed these people, stuffing resumes all over the place, squeezing so hard that his cell phone rang several times. "Honey Biotech Group, how come you don't answer your phones?" Yufeng looked at her cell phone and was furious. She had thought that an intern dismissal is dismissal, but did not expect to receive a call from the chairman early in the morning, the always gentle chairman of the board. this time was unprecedentedly angry, letting her get the person back no matter what. Although the chairman didn't say the consequences of failing to retrieve the person, she could feel the chairman's anger. Yufeng had also tried to inquire about Lin Chen's identity, but all she got in return was a sentence telling her to go find someone right away, and the phone was hung up. She had no choice but to call Lin Chen, only the phone never worked. The more Yufeng thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She slapped her hand on the table. Then the person directly next to her said, "Go, call that person named Zhang Yao from the marketing department over to me." Chapter 42. Can I still not afford you? Zhang Yao's entire body was confused when he realized that Yufeng was looking for him. After Lin Chen left, he had an entire office to himself, which had just gone to work, and was still lamenting about being too lonely when Yufeng's people came. "Minister you was looking for me?" Zhang Yao pointed at himself incredulously, then blushed a little. "Did it say anything about anything?" The visitor shook his head, somewhat sympathetically. "Anyway, you go ahead and pass." Zhang Yao was anxious. "Holy, I didn't have any contact with her niece either. It's not possible for the little fairy to have a princess attack and engage in guilt by association, right? Lin Chen messed with her, then got fired, and now even he has to pack up and leave with her? It's too much." Complaints aside, Zhang Yao didn't dare to delay and went to Yufeng's office with his head hanging down. As soon as he entered the door, he was confronted with Yufeng's cold eyes, and he could not help but shiver. His heart slandered. "This, obviously looks beautiful. Proper imperial sister model. Just have to put on a dead face all day. What hatred, what grudge. Ah, Minister you're looking for me? Well, can you get in touch with Lin Chen?" "Ha?" Zhang Yao was confused. "You are looking for Lin Chen? Wasn't he fired by you? What's the matter? You've been kicked out of the company, and you still want to find them and beat them up? That's a lot of bullying. I'm looking for him for something and his phone isn't answering, so help me get in touch." Yufeng's voice pulled Zhang Yao back to reality. Zhang Yao froze for a moment, and a fire welled up in the bottom of his heart. "Minister the people have been kicked out of the company, so there's no need for you to drive them to extinction, right? It's not his fault that your niece likes him, he just doesn't like it and rejects it. It's not like he's hanging on to your niece. Not really." After enduring and enduring, he finally said what was in his heart. Yufeng's expression stiffened, and she suddenly felt a little hot in the face. Regarding this matter, she actually knew in her heart that she had done wrong, but she is not married and has no children. Yu Lingyan is like her own daughter. How can she see Yu Lingyan suffer? Now it is good. The chairman of the board of directors personally sent a message to find the person back. His face is considered to have lost all the face, but even if it's humiliating, things still need to be done. After all, one's relationship with the chairman is no longer good. That is just an employee. The identity is still divided. Yufeng took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. "I'm looking for him. I have something serious to talk about. It's not some kind of rush. You contact him first." Zhang Yao came into a temper. "No, who knows if you still want to humiliate him." Yufeng was furious, instinctively wanted to be angry, but finally held back, gritted her teeth and said, "It's not humiliation. It's that I want to ask him to go back to work at the company. So that's always fine, right?" "Ha? Really? You're not lying to me?" Zhang Yao sent out the 3 questions of the soul. Yufeng nodded through gritted teeth. Only then did Zhang Yao let out a sigh of relief and cheerfully dialed Lin Chen's number. Talent market. Lin Chen searched for 10 companies in a row, and they all said to go back and wait for news. "I didn't find a job, but I squeezed out a stinky sweat. Is it really going to be a takeout run?" Lin Chen sat on the entrance steps of the talent market, took a sip of mineral water, and sighed heavily. Just then, the cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and realized that there were actually a dozen missed calls, all from an unfamiliar number. Instead, it was a call from Zhang Yao. After pressing the answer button, Zhang Yao's excited voice came over. "Lin Chen, where did you kid go? Why haven't you been answering your phone? Looking for a job. Where else?" Lin Chen took a bite of the steamed bun and sighed. "After all, I still have to make money to support my wife." Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. "Here we go again, claiming to have a wife. It's okay to lie to your brothers, don't lie to yourself. Okay, hurry back to the company." "What for?" Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. "I've been expelled and I'm still going back. In case I run into the 2 crazy Yu Lingyan and Yufeng again, I might have to collect a court summons. When the time comes to say that it's obscene for me to even look at them, then I'll have mouths all over my body and I'm afraid I won't be able to tell." Inside the office, Zhang Yao's cell phone volume is turned up, and the whole office is quiet with only him and Yufeng. Lin Chen's voice just came out without any concealment. Yufeng's face turned blue as he squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. "No." "Ha?" Lin Chen didn't hear too well. "What did you say?" Zhang Yao hastily covered the cell phone and lowered his voice. Anyway, now you come back here right away. It's definitely good news. I won't talk to you anymore. Hang up. If he said any more, he felt like he was going to be cut alive by Yufeng's eyes. What did he say? Yufeng grimaced ironically. Jiang Yao smiled sarcastically. Don't worry, Minister Yu. He'll be back soon. He hesitated for a moment, but after all, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and tried. Minister Yu, you said that you want to invite Lin Chen back to work. Is that true? Yufeng nodded with a cold face. Jiang Yao blurted out. Then you drove people away yesterday for your niece, and then you want to invite them back today. ISN this? When he met Yufeng's murderous eyes, he quickly waved his hands. No, you heard wrong. I don't mean that. Jiang Yao's voice is getting smaller and smaller. To the end of the day, he simply looked out the window and had no words to say. That what? The weather is quite good today. Okay, you go back. Yufeng waved his hand. If she didn't leave, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist firing this one too. Jiang Yao was like an amnesty and ran away in a puff of smoke. Mrs. Exterminator really lives up to her name. It's so scary, but I don't know what the hell is going on. So let's hope that we can really recruit Lin Chen back. After returning to his office, Jiang Yao immediately dialed Lin Chen's number again. Are you back at the office yet? What's going on? Mysterious. I'm telling you, Yufeng just approached me again. Jiang Yao lowered his voice. That psycho said she wants to recruit you back to the company. I watched her face look particularly ugly, and I don't know what happened. Ha! The steamed bun in Lin Chen's hand fell to the ground. What did you say? Fired yesterday and going back today? Are you nuts? Jiang Yao urged. Anyway, no matter what, it's good to be back. It's hard to find a job nowadays. And besides, a big company like Honey, isn't that better than other companies? And don't you delay. Come back in a hurry. I'm still waiting for you to hack together on your lunch break. Lin Chen hung up the phone after answering a few random sentences, then fell into deep thought. That Yufeng? What kind of drug is she selling? Or was Yu Lingyan unwilling to take the initiative to give steps? Then if he agreed to go back to work, wouldn't that be the same as agreeing to be Yu Lingyan's boyfriend? What's the difference between that and a flunky? But if you don't go back, it's really hard to find a job. Lin Chen thought about it and finally made a final decision. A man can be killed or dishonored. Isn't that the job? The big deal is that if you can't find a job, you can go to a delivery service. If you are good with your hands, you can still worry about not being able to support your wife. Chapter 43. If I don't like it, I'll leave my job. Lin Chen made up his mind not to go back and suffer this anger. Anyway, $12,000 is a high salary, but it's not so high that he has to sell out. This was a bitter experience for Yufeng. Yufeng had been holding her anger in her heart ever since she learned that she was going to invite Lin Chen back to the company. As a result, his own phone could not be reached, and it was hard for Jiang Yao to contact the person. But after waiting for a day, the person actually did not come, and was scolded by Jiang Yao for no reason at all. The cup in Yufeng's hand smashed hard on the ground. There was a clunk, and the employees outside the office looked at each other in shock. What's going on with the minister? Who messed with her again? It's over. The minister is angry. He won't leave us to work overtime at night, will he? Everyone panicked and finally looked at Yu Lingyan in unison. Someone spoke tentatively. Lingyan, why don't you go in and see what's going on? Yu Lingyan was also curious, so she entered the office. Auntie, what's wrong? And you have the nerve to ask what's wrong? Yufeng had a belly full of fire with nowhere to vent it, so she couldn't help herself when she saw Yu Lingyan. Tell me about you. Your grades were not good when you were studying, but after you graduated, I spent money and effort to arrange for you to enter the Honey, and also work under me, with a high salary and a comfortable job, and you don't have to suffer half a bit of aggravation. And you? Looked at others. Young man. Serious contact also, even if have to set that princess frame. How? I usually too spoil you. Let you think the whole world have to be the same as me to spoil you. She was annoyed at the thought of what the chairman had said. It was also unknown what was the origin of that Lin Chen that could make the always gentle chairman angry. If she didn't know the chairman's nature, she would even have to think that it was a gigolo that the chairman was keeping. Yu Lingyan has always been pampered. Was scolded immediately, red-eyed. Auntie, it was you who said that I would be brave enough to go after whichever boy I liked in the company. Is this the way you chase? Yufeng slapped her palm on the table. Besides, people have said they are married. I don't believe it. Yu Lingyan's chin rose. How can there be a married person who doesn't even have a photo together? It's obvious that he's cheating me. Then people lie to you. Just do not want to contact you. You will not change one? So many men in the company are dead. Ha! That's what I've got my eye on him. Besides, I like challenges that are difficult. What's wrong with that? Yufeng was so angry that he nearly spat out blood. Yu Lingyan became curious again. What's wrong? The person has been expelled. Why are you mentioning him again? Auntie? What for? Yufeng took a deep breath and forced down her anger. That Lin Chen is a background one. The one who fired in the morning. The chairman called in the afternoon. Now let me get the man back. If I don't get them back, I guess I can retire early. Yu Lingyan immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Chairman? The bottom of her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. Auntie, I remember that the chairman has never been married. Just like you, right? That Lin Chen is so handsome. Wouldn't he be a gigolo that the chairman keeps? The more she talked, the more she realized she had guessed right. Otherwise, how could a newcomer be given a car and a separate office right after joining the company? With such a high salary? Yufeng said with some annoyance. Impossible. I've been with the chairman for so many years. No one knows her better than me. Anyone could have a gigolo. She's absolutely impossible. The chairman wouldn't be suffering from depression if he really had that kind of mindset. Yu Lingyan bristled. Alright then. Then if the chairman wants to get the person back, won't you just call him? Our honey is treated so well. If you wave your hand, won't he come back to work wagging his tail like a dog? Now the employment environment is not good. If Lin Chen went back to the company, 12,000 yuan of salary plus independent office and the company's car are all his. She couldn't believe it. There was still someone who could resist the temptation. Yufeng grunted coldly. He just didn't come back. What? Anyway, I called and the man refused to come back. This is something I don't want to follow. Yufeng looked at Yu Lingyan and said in a cold voice, you caused the incident, so you should be made responsible for calling the person back. I don't care what you use. He must come back to work tomorrow. No matter how much she loved Yu Lingyan, that was no more than her own interests. Yu Lingyan was dumbfounded. Auntie, you all know that I offended him. Offended? Then apologize. Stop talking and get out. Yu Lingyan was kicked out of the office. Facing the gossiping eyes of her other co-workers, she exasperatedly said, what are you looking at? Do your job, he said, flinging the door open. Marketing department. Jiang Yao had been looking forward to the afternoon, waiting for Lin Chen to come back. As a result, he didn't wait for Lin Chen, but Yu Lingyan came over instead. Jiang Yao didn't recognize Yu Lingyan, and when he saw her come in, he immediately lit up. Who are you looking for? Beautiful? In all fairness, Yu Lingyan looks really good. Tall figure and features atmosphere. At first glance, proper beauty. Yu Lingyan entered and grinned broadly. You're Lin Chen's friend, right? Jiang Yao froze and instantly reacted. Little fairy? What fairies? Yu Lingyan frowned and said impatiently. Where is he? Didn't my aunt say for him to come back to work? Why hasn't he come back after a whole day? You call him and rush him. Jiang Yao gasped and laughed. Sorry, I'm not available. He sort of understood why Lin Chen would rather lose his job than have a fight with someone. Just this bossy attitude. Who can stand it? Yu Lingyan said in exasperation. It's almost time to get off work, so call him when you get off work. My aunt has spoken, and he still won't come back. So what? It's a big deal to have connections? Jiang Yao's mouth skimmed. But it's just marvelous. After all, your aunt is just a minister of finance, and you're able to bully others and openly harass other co-workers. Who's better than you? You. Yu Lingyan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Anyway, I don't care. You call him now and tell him to come back to work. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes. I don't listen. So what? Have the balls to get your aunt to fire me too. He just couldn't believe it, that Yufeng dismissed Lin Chen on one foot, and then was anxious to get Lin Chen back on the next. How dare you fire him at this juncture? As expected, Yu Lingyan exploded with anger, but he didn't dare to put in another harsh word. He only gritted his teeth and said, you wait for me. Jiang Yao, slightly. Yu Lingyan left in a huff. Jiang Yao immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Chen, why didn't you come back to the company today? That little fairy came to me and asked me to call you back to work. You boys aren't going to leave such a good job and not come back, are you? Chapter 44. It's impossible for a chairman to fall in love. Lin Chen was sitting in the park grabbing a swing to play with the kids when he received the call from Jiang Yao. I had no choice but to come to the park to kill time after a day of looking for a job with no luck, and not going home too early to make Sumi worry. Brother, you've been playing for ages. It's our turn to play. The two little kids glared at Lin Chen with a puff of air. Lin Chen made a face. No, you guys can't rob me anyway. The kids looked at each other and let out a wow. The old lady chatting in the distance immediately sprinted 100 meters. Hey, how do you people bully children? Lin Chen's face changed and he pulled his legs out to run. Running out a long way. It was only then that he slumped down into the grass and picked up the phone. Go back? Lin Chen snorted. Go back for what? I don't want dignity? Don't think I don't know. You phone that exterminator lady can call me back. 80% is the little fairy is powerful. Thinking to give me some sweetness. In this case, if I go back, I'll be completely beneath them. Isn't this being a door-to-door son-in-law? He made a conclusion. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Son, this is the most important lesson Dad has ever taught you. Remember? Asterisk 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 you. Jiang Yao opened his mouth and cursed. If you can't find a job again, I'll have to support you. Okay, let's get serious, he said with a straight face. The little fairy is looking for me. I don't think she looks like you're saying she'll let you be a flunky, so why don't you come back first? Lin Chen skimmed his lips. Che, if it's not for salivating over the beauty of his buddies, the kind of person she is can bow her head ah, I'm not going back. The big deal is delivery. He's all bullish. Run hard and get 7 or 8,000 a month. When the time comes, take your time to find another job. At least you'll have no problem supporting your family. Jiang Yao sighed. Okay. If you don't return, you don't return. You hold on a little longer. When your buddy pays you half, so at least you can hold on and not starve to death. Lin Chen smiled. Then I'll be waiting. Hanging up the phone, he rested his hands behind his head, pulling a blade of grass into his mouth in the process. The tender stalks of grass taste fresh when you bite into them. Lin Chen sighed and saw that it was about time, so he got up and went home. At the dinner table, Lin Chen, as usual, pretended to be calm and collected, racking his brain to make up anecdotes about the company to tell Sumi. Sumi was the one who saw the difference in him at a glance. When Lin Chen went to wash the dishes after the meal, she took out her cell phone and sent a message. Day 2. Lin Chen went out as usual and pretended to go to work, but I didn't expect to get a phone call just outside the neighborhood. Dude, where are you? Jiang Yao's helpless voice came over. Numbly come over here to my house. Jianghu saved the day. Lin Chen froze. What? Your girlfriend caught you cheating on your kid? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm that kind of guy? Hard to say. Okay, I'm not going to bull asterisk 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 you. You phone came to my door and had to see you. I don't know where you live. And now she's blocking me from leaving. Ha? Lin Chen was completely confused. Returning to his senses, he wrinkled his brow. Alright, I'll go over there now then. He could kind of see that if this matter was not made clear, Yufeng was afraid that she would not let it go. The only way to do this was to meet in person, or else they would have to drag Jiang Yao into it. Lin Chen took a taxi all the way over to Jiang Yao's apartment. Just getting out of the car, I saw Jiang Yao squatting next to an Audi smoking, a face comparable to a bitter melon. When he saw Lin Chen, he immediately jumped up. Holy, you're finally here. Lin Chen lowered his voice. Where is everyone? Jiang Yao rushed at Audi and angled his chin. His voice lower, the face as ugly as hell. You're on your own. I'm going to work. Before Lin Chen had a chance to speak, he ran off in a huff. Damn, what a lack of righteousness. He had just finished cursing when the car window opened. Yufeng looked at him. Get in the car. That attitude? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Auntie, count on me to beg you. I can't reach your niece. If you want to fire me, I'll also numb out. Will you stop harassing me? And don't harass my brother even more. The phrase Big Mother made Yufeng's face instantly turn ironic. It even gave birth to the idea of crashing through it with one foot on the gas. But eventually it pressed on. Yufeng squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. You get in the car first. Your niece isn't in the car, is she? Lin Chen probed to see. I didn't even touch her the day before yesterday. I can be said to be bullying her. If she's in the car, and you aunt and nephews team up to slander me, then I'll really jump into the Yellow River and can't even wash it off. Yufeng exploded with anger. I'm the only one in the car. I asked you to get in the car to talk about your return to the company. It has nothing to do with you, Ling Yan. Letting you go back to the company isn't forcing you to have to be friends with her either. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Then even if I don't force it, there's no way I'll accept her even if you say more. Yufeng was about to storm out. I told you it has nothing to do with her. Lin Chen looked at her with a face that was reddened, and after thinking about it, he said, Alright, calm down. I'll get in the car, okay? Don't piss people off. After getting on the car, Yufeng kicked the gas, and the car flew out like an arrow off the string. Lin Chen was startled. Grass. I haven't even fastened my seatbelt yet. You're not going to take me down with you because I rejected your niece, are you? Will you shut up? Okay, you drive well. Lin Chen fastened his seatbelt, still feeling uneasy, grabbed the handle again and sat upright. The car drove out a long way before Yufeng calmed down. She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. Why didn't you go back to work when you were told to? Lin Chen bristled. A man is a man who can be killed but not humiliated. If I go back, wouldn't that be the same as bowing down to you guys? Now I'm using my job to force me to get involved with you, Ling Yan. Will I be forced to marry her next time? Can I take the blame? Yufeng closed her eyes. Her back teeth gritted. Come back to work. I promise that Ling Yan won't bother you again, and won't even appear in front of you again. Is that enough? My niece is important. My own work is more important. If you don't want to retire early, then you have to invite Lin Chen back to the company. Lin Chen was a bit skeptical. Really? Really? Why? Lin Chen was puzzled. Didn't you come to me and tell me to go back to work just to force me to bow down and talk to you, Ling Yan? Yu Feng sighed. Why? She wants to know why. 2. The chairman of the board, who had always been full of nothing but work, would actually care about a youngster who had just left society. Is the chairman really enlightened and wants to fall in love? Yu Feng shook her head to shake off the thought. Others don't know, but the chairman of the board she knows very well. Expecting the chairman to fall in love is harder than an iron tree, not to mention the fact that the target is a brat like this. Anyway, whatever happens, just come back. Yu Feng let out a long breath and resigned herself to her fate. What happened before? I did wrong. I apologize to you. Now, can you come back to work? Chapter 45. You're not going to get along with Mrs. Exterminator, are you? Lin Chen thought seriously. In all fairness, he really needed the work, and this job at Honeytech was truly perfect. But, are you sure your niece won't bother me again? The kind of person with advanced princess disease he really didn't want to deal with. Yu Feng squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Okay, what if she comes back? Her again? I'll transfer her to the branch. Is that enough? Why don't you transfer now? Is it that you're not dead yet and still want to create opportunities for her to harass me? Yu Feng finally couldn't hold back. I'll go back and transfer her, okay? Anyway, there's still a lack of a deputy chief executive at the branch, so why not just send someone there? Lin Chen then breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Yu Feng was also relieved. I can come back to work today, right? Okay. Lin Chen nodded. It's just as well you're driving. Take me back to the office. The day before yesterday he was kicked out of the company by Yu Feng, and today he came back in Yu Feng's car, so he has both face and face. No loss. Yu Feng took a deep breath and stopped speaking. If she spoke again, she was afraid that her back would die of anger. The car went quiet and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Of course, Lin Chen was not embarrassed. He's busy working on this Audi he's in. Looked around and came to the conclusion that it wasn't as good as the Mercedes the company had assigned itself. Lin Chen thought of the Mercedes-Benz and immediately said, before I left, the company had assigned me a car, so now that I'm going back, the car can still belong to me, right? Yu Feng endured and endured. It's yours. It's all yours. But it was just one day after leaving office that made the chairman make several phone calls. Can you not give this matching car? I don't know what kind of relationship this kid has with the chairman of the board. Yu Feng racked his brain and suddenly had a flash of insight. Counting the ages, this kid couldn't be a mistake the chairman made when he was young. Could he? She jerked her head around to look at Lin Chen. It just so happened that Lin Chen also looked over, and the 4 eyes met. Yu Feng looked at those clear eyes and handsome features, and suddenly felt her face burning, and moved her eyes away in panic. Lin Chen's heart, however, muttered, this rich man is different. I heard that this Yu Feng this year are 40, but look with the early 30s like, maintenance is really good, but it's still not as good as baby wife. Sumi is much better looking than Yu Fengko, especially when she smiles with a curved brow. It makes your heart melt. Lin Chen involuntarily smiled. Yu Feng looked at his smile and suddenly felt her heart skip half a beat. Then the mind reflected. Yu Feng? Yu Feng, what are you thinking? This kid is just a fledgling brat. Maybe even the chairman's son. What's the point of thinking about all this nonsense? But, Yu Feng sized up Lin Chen, but no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't see that he was even remotely similar to the chairman. Do I have something dirty on my face? If you're driving, just drive properly. Don't stare at me all the time. You don't want to live. I don't want to die. Lin Chen's voice pulled Yu Feng back to reality. Yu Feng was startled and said in a hurry, I looked in the rearview mirror. Who looked at you? With that, he changed the subject again and said, where are you from in your hometown? Nah, look at you. I got you right. Lin Chen jumped up, still saying you don't want to match me with your niece. Now you're all starting to inquire about where I'm from. Let me tell you, there is no way I will give in. I have my own wife. My wife is gentle and pretty, looks like a heavenly fairy. Absolutely not the kind of princess disease fairy your niece can compare. You'd better get your mind off it. I'd die before I'd ever be her boyfriend. Yu Feng's face flushed red and white for a while, and in her heart, she cursed Yu Lingyan. You're mistaken. She plucked up her voice. I'm just having a casual conversation. If I said I would transfer Lingyan, I will. What are you worried about? Really? Fool you for what? Yu Feng was so angry that his face turned blue. Lin Chen was then relieved. Thinking of Yu Feng's identity, he still spoke. I'm from Chang County. Chang County? Yu Feng was shocked. Chang County in Changyang City? If I remember correctly, the chairman's hometown. Also Chang County. The family later moved to Marina del Rey. Could it be that he had really guessed right? That this Lin Chen, in fact, was the son born to the chairman of the board, and that was why he was treated so favorably? But the chairman of the board of directors, that look, almost 40, is still like a little girl of more than 20. No matter whether it is the character or physique. It is not like having had a child. That's weird. Yufeng was puzzled, so she asked again. Then what are your parents' names? Almost got it. Lin Chen was anxious. It's not even enough to inquire about my hometown. You're even asking about my parents? What's the matter? Back tuning for your niece? Yufeng then reacted. A little embarrassed and a little annoyed. I've said it has nothing to do with my niece. I won't let her harass you anymore. That damned girl. She's really disgraced her. Lin Chen bristled. Let's talk about it after you really transfer someone. It always scares me when you inquire like this. Yufeng was furious and simply stopped talking, concentrating on driving the car, all the way to the company. As soon as Lin Chen stepped out of the car, he immediately attracted countless gazes. It would be the point of going to work, and all the co-workers rushed from their homes to see Lin Chen in the cold, instantaneous intake of breath. Wow! Isn't that awesome new guy from the marketing department? Wasn't he fired? Why is he here again today? As I recall, it was the little princess from the finance department who couldn't chase him and then made a scene, right? This can also come back? It actually came down from the exterminator's car. This is the person that the exterminator personally went to pick up and bring back? What's this dude's background? I guess he gave in. After all, temper aside, the little princess is still quite good looking, as long as he nods his head and is willing to be the little princess's boyfriend. Coming back to work isn't a breeze? That's true. After all, Mrs. Extermination has been with the chairman for almost 20 years, and has a lot of power in her hands. The chatter was endless. Yufeng listened to an earful, and his face was incredibly blue. Lin Chen got out of the car and probed back. Minister Yu, remember what you said. Transfer your niece. He really didn't want to deal with that late-stage princess disease anymore. Yufeng gritted her teeth. No need for you to remind me. It was her fault for miscalculating, thinking of dropping someone off in front of the company. If she had known, she would have just driven to the underground parking lot. With a kick of the gas, the car roared away. One of the bold co-workers immediately scurried up. Dude, are you back at work again? Lin Chen nodded. The colleague immediately gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Expelled on the front foot, back on the back foot, or Mrs. Extermination personally went to pick up the person. What's the matter? This is a promise to be the boyfriend of the little princess? Little princess? Lin Chen's mouth turned away. But forget it. Even if I starve to death, there's no way I'm going to socialize with someone like that, with that outrageous temper. A day's talk is a year shorter. Not the little princess? Colleagues stared wide-eyed. That should not be your evening, the extermination teacher, right? Chapter 46. The misunderstanding has gone too far. Pong Yufeng? Lin Chen rolled his white eyes to the sky. Big brother, can't I just rely on my own charisma and talent to make the company realize that they can't leave me before they hire me back? Just had to evening out something, didn't you? I'm married. My wife is gorgeous. Okay. His colleague patted his shoulder. It's okay to lie to your brother. Don't lie to yourself. I'm not a little princess. I won't be chasing after you. You Lingyan that mess. The whole company knew that Lin Chen had said he was married in order to avoid the pursuit. But there is no marriage license and no wedding ring. And you can't even get a picture together. What is the truth? Those who know it know it. Lin Chen still wanted to explain, but his co-workers had already gone into the company. He sighed. Forget it. Anyway, as long as Yu Lingyan can really be transferred. Made this mess. The company is not expected to have other girls to come up. It doesn't matter if you solve it or not. It's enough to know how happy one's precious wife is to cuddle anyway. When Lin Chen came back to work, no one was more shocked than Shen Wei. He was aware of how difficult Yufeng was to deal with. That woman, although well maintained, good looking, but in the end the age is here. 80% is menopause. As long as she determines the matter, who come are not good. As a result, nowadays he personally picked up Lin Chen back to the company. Shen Wei stroked his chin and couldn't help but send a message to Yufeng. The higher-ups gave you pressure? Is it the chairman or the old lady? What exactly is this Lin Chen's origin? Have you figured it out yet? Then he couldn't help but gloat and added. I've long since reminded you that Lin Chen's identity is not simple and asked you not to expel him. Now you know you're wrong. Yufeng didn't reply to the message. Come to think of it, with a face that hurt so much, this would probably be more than a little irritating. The people in the finance department are afraid they're going to be out of luck for a while. Shen Wei hemmed and hawed, thought about it, and got up to go to Lin Chen's office. Dude. Yes. Zhang Yao ate his breakfast and gave a thumbs up. The famous exterminator is in your hands. There are no outsiders here. Let me know. Why did she fire you and then pick you up herself? I saw her this morning when I came downstairs, and her face was so horrible that if I didn't know better, I would have thought she was going to kill you. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. So you saw her killing and called me. You're selling me? Hey, I'm out of ideas. Jiang Yao smiled sarcastically. After all, we can't be unemployed together, right? I don't know if you'll come back, so at least keep my job so that it's sustainable. Speaking honestly, he squeezed his eyebrows. Yu Feng asked you to come back. Is it really not true that you agreed to go out with Yu Lingyan? Don't blame me for not reminding you that Yu Lingyan looks really good, but that nature, one day of dating can shorten life by half a year. Don't mess around. If you are really lonely, buddy take you to wash your feet at night to get rid of. You can shut up. Lin Chen slammed a bun over. If you can't talk, don't talk. Jiang Yao's neck stretched out and bit into the bun with precision, and his eyes widened after taking a bite. It's quite tasty. Where did you buy it? See? It's called a meat bag with no return. Lin Chen rolled his eyes again and didn't bother to talk nonsense to him, turning to his computer and getting ready to work. Now that you're back, do it right. Other than that, you have to at least get a feel for the job and try to do the best you can in the shortest amount of time possible. This way in the future, even if Yu Feng finds fault again, he should not dare to just fire himself. Just then, the office door opened. Hello, Mr. Shun. Lin Chen and Jiang Yao immediately stood up. Sit down. I'm just visiting. What's the tension? Shenwei smiled kindly and handed Lin Chen the car keys in his hand. Little Lin, since you're back, the car will be returned to you. Do a good job in the future. His voice lowered a few points. By the way, if you don't want to talk to someone, don't be afraid. I'll talk to the board of directors. The company won't allow internal employees to fall in love in the future. You can rest assured. Quite a few companies have this rule anyway, and adding it nowadays isn't too obtrusive. It was just the right time to sell Lin Chen a good deal, so why not? Lin Chen looked at the key and was a little taken back. Jiang Yao, however, blurted out, Holy, Mr. Shin, you want to change the company's rules for Lin Chen? You wouldn't be looking at. Lin Chen pounced over with an arrow step and covered Jiang Yao's mouth, his voice rising several degrees. Ah, today's weather is so nice, don't you think so, Mr. Shen? Shenwei, however, looked at Jiang Yao with some uncertainty. What did you just say? Lin Chen covered more tightly, smiled sarcastically and said, Nothing. This kid has a nervous condition. He likes to talk nonsense. Don't worry about it, Mr. Shun. Seeing this, Shenwei did not ask any more questions and only said, Then I'll go out. You guys do a good job. If there is anything you need help with, just come to me directly. Don't ever be polite to me. Kidding aside, the people were stuffed in by the old lady, and that alone was enough to prove that these two were not small in origin. Now Yu Feng dismissed Lin Chen, and in less than a day, he begged his grandfather and grandmother to pick him back up, a background that he didn't dare to think about. Don't even dare to think about it. Just please be done with it. Waiting for Shenwei to leave, Lin Chen then let go of his hand and gasped, Jiang Yao, are you ing? Saying everything out loud. When there was no response for half a day, he twisted his head to look, only to find Jiang Yao collapsed on the sofa, a face suffocated in red, eyes tightly closed. Holy, was I muffed? Lin Chen's eyes widened and he pounced over without thinking. Brother, you mustn't die. Hang in there. Righteous Father will give you artificial respiration right now. Asterisk 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 Q. Jiang Yao climbed up in a single bound. Damn it, didn't I just want to ask him if he had a crush on you? Are you going to kill him? Come up and cover his mouth. Cover it, even his nose is covered to death. Almost hiccups. Lin Chen glared at him. Can you blame me if you don't speak with your head? What fancy him? If this is said in front of Shenwei, no matter if it is true or not, there is no face to stay in the company. Jiang Yao, however, was energized. Look, if he didn't have his eye on you, could he treat you so well? Then why don't you say you're treated the same as me? We both sit in the same office and get the same salary. Holy, isn't the Mercedes in your hands? If you want me to say, give me a Mercedes E300, even if it's a man. I can bear it once even if I bite my teeth. You can shut up. The more Lin Chen heard, the more speechless he became, and hammered his fist over. Alright, get to work. It was hard to dismiss Jiang Yao, but Lin Chen was in deep thought. What the hell for? It always felt like things were weird at every turn from the moment I was able to join Honey. Lin Chen already knew Jiang Yao's cousin's position in the company, and this had absolutely nothing to do with his cousin. That Shenwei treats himself so favorably. Could it really be looking at himself? Chapter 47. You're really something, kid. Lin Chen shivered, suddenly feeling that the entire company was in crisis. But no matter what, the soldiers will come to stop the water to cover the earth. There is a job at the moment. Let's do it first. And let's talk about the future later. the marketing department, a piece of age. On the other hand, over in the finance department, it's blowing up. You're transferring me to the branch? Yu Lingyan was shocked and angry. Why? On what grounds? Are you still my real aunt? Binhai City is a first-tier city, while the branch, but is located in a second or third-tier small city, and that side is still the main R&D, the location of the bird not. If you go over there yourself, paycheck aside, you certainly won't have any head office fun. Yu Feng was a bit annoyed. Who let you offend yourself indiscriminately? Lin Shen said that if you want him to come back to work, you can't be seen in the company anymore. If you don't go to the branch, do you want to be fired? Or are you going to go down to the ground floor and work as a clerk in a factory? By the end of the sentence, anger had moved in. She was already annoyed because she was misunderstood by outsiders for adopting Lin Shen, and this dear niece even added to the trouble. Yu Lingyan was also annoyed. Lin Shen, what is he? A trainee who just joined the company. You're the company patriarch. The chairman has to call you sis when he sees you. Can you be afraid of him? A trainee? Or is it? She looked at Yu Feng with some skepticism. Like they said, you actually have your eye on Lin Shen. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a slap on the face. You shut up. Yu Feng was so angry that he was trembling. Yu Lingyan, from the heart, how do I treat you? I'm not married. Treat you like a daughter. Study and work. Your parents did not intervene. All I'm in charge. At the end of the day, I wiped your ass after you got yourself into trouble, and I got this from you in return. Do you have a conscience? Yu Lingyan was hit and confused. You actually hit me? I hate you the most. Said he was going to run. Yu Feng grabbed her with a hand. No matter how much I pay for you, it can't be compared to this matter. Let's say I didn't educate you well. I admit it. But today you have to make it clear whether you're leaving your job or going to the branch. And you have to get it done today. She could kind of see that this niece couldn't be relied on. Since this was the case, it was necessary to place Lin Shen in a good position. And keeping his job was the most important thing. Yu Lingyan shed tears and looked at her with hatred. I'm not doing it anymore. Whatever. Yu Feng coldly said. Then go pack your own things. I'll have someone settle your wages. And the compensation will be according to the rules. Yu Lingyan shook off her hand and turned around. Without taking a few steps, he twisted his head and glared at her again. Don't think I don't know. You just look at that Lin Shen to be handsome. And now for his sake, even I'd been driven away by you. I hate you. With that, he flung the door heavily. Yu Feng sat down on the office chair as if she was disengaged, suddenly revealing a bitter smile. It is said that the bucket of rice grace to rice hatred. Before she did not believe, but now is to see clearly. He had given Yu Lingyan all the back roads, but in return he got a sentence of I hate you, which was really hurtful, but it was good, because of a Lin Shen. Seeing through this niece's true colors, at least there was no need to pay more. Yu Feng slowed down for a long time and took her cell phone and made a call out. Chairman, Lin Shen has returned to work. She pinched her brow. As for my niece, she's offered to leave her job and it won't happen again. On the other end of the phone, a soft voice came. Okay, I know. Your niece's compensation. Give it an extra month. Yu Feng nodded, but ultimately couldn't hold back. Can I ask this Lin Shen what exactly is his status? A trainee that deserves such favorable treatment? She tried. Could it be a relative of the old lady? Even if they were relatives, they could just directly arrange a casual position in the company. How could they be treated so well like Lin Shen in Zhangyao? Yu Feng still suspects that Lin Shen is the chairman of the board of directors who made a mistake when he was young. The phone was silent. After a long time, he spoke. This matter, you should leave it alone. Anyway, Lin Shen has entered the company. Unless he has made some kind of principled mistake. Otherwise I don't want this to happen again. Yu Feng froze. The caller added. Sister Yu, I know that you may also feel aggrieved by this matter, but you also know that over the years, I have never inserted anyone into the company. This time, take it easy. Before Yu Feng had a chance to speak, the phone had already been hung up. She stifled a sigh as she looked at the darkened screen. The chairman was right. From the creation of the company until now, she had never done anything to open the back door for anyone. Now this unprecedented first time. It was enough to prove that this Lin Shen's identity was special, no matter what his status is. Looking at the chairman of the board of directors, one should also take care of more. Who made the chairman depressed? If this Lin Shen develops well, maybe the chairman will be happy and his health will improve. Thinking of this, Yu Feng directly called the personnel department and after chatting for a while, he found the acting chairman again. After half a day of discussion, a board meeting was held in the afternoon. Lin Shen's didn't know half of what was going on within the company. When he returned to the company, he began to accelerate his learning progress, and when he did the work, it was like a chicken blood, not to mention how hard he worked. Zhang Yao couldn't stand it anymore. Come on, Don't scroll inward, okay? The keyboard hasn't stopped snapping this afternoon. So what? Do you want to be a labor thief? Asterisk 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 Q. Lin Chen didn't even lift his head and said while doing the market questionnaire, the company gives us such a good job offer, so we mustn't work hard to return the favor to the company? How can we call ourselves labor thieves? What about the heart? That must be working hard to create value so that the company can't leave me alone. So that I don't get offended and fired again. Who knows if I'll be so lucky to come back the next time I'm fired. I knew it. Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. You kid. You're really something. While he spat, he also felt that Lin Chen had a point and took his work a lot more seriously. In the next few days, Lin Chen went to work every day and worked hard, and he stayed with his wife after work, which made his life much more fulfilling. The clock is ticking and it's the weekend. Lin Chen purposely told Aunt Zhou that she didn't need to come to work today, and then got himself up early. By the time Sumi woke up, breakfast was ready. Honey, are you awake? Lin Chen tied his apron and held a spatula, probing at the doorway. Breakfast is ready. You wash up first, and after you eat, I'll take you to the hospital for a review. Then we'll go to Baiyun Mountain for a date in the afternoon. I heard that the zinnias over there are in bloom. They're especially beautiful. I'll take beautiful pictures of you. Chapter 48. Even blush. Sumi since being discharged from the hospital, every day, a good life, and have Lin Chen coaxing, but also everyday massage muscles, eat well and sleep well. The body has recovered a lot. There is still some gas, but I can get around the house without a wheelchair anymore. As she listened to Lin Chen's words, she instantly yearned for it. Then there was some concern, but I'm not well. In case I can't walk up the mountain, let's bring the wheelchair. Lin Chen preempted. Anyway, there is a car now. Driving is very convenient. You don't want to sit in a wheelchair. Let's push the wheelchair and walk slowly up the hill, and then sit down when you get tired. Sumi smiled and nodded heavily. Yes. By the time she came out after washing up, there were already 2 bowls of noodles on the table. White noodles in a clear broth, lying on a golden fried egg, accompanied by bright green baby bok choy and a few diced scallions. Make for an appetizing meal. It smells so good. Sumi's eyes widened in surprise. When did your cooking skills become so good? Although Lin Chen had said from the beginning that he wanted to learn to cook from Auntie Zhou, he had to work on weekdays, and when he got home from work it was already after 7 o'clock, so the time to get his hands dirty was really limited. But looking at the 2 bowls of noodles in front of me, they were done to perfection. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Of course it's because of my wife's love, supporting my cooking skills to soar. Eat up, or it'll get cold and you'll have to go to the hospital when you're full. He made an appointment to hang out yesterday. Sumi nodded and sat down to eat. The noodles are strong and you can still taste a wheat flavor when you taste them carefully. The eggs were even fried just right, and when you bit into them gently, the golden egg color flowed out. Loose eggs. Sumi surprised. I love loose eggs. Lin Chen, you're amazing. It's the first time I've seen such a perfectly fried loose egg. Her eyes were bright with adoration. Lin Chen looked tickled and a little amused. It's just a fried egg. Where's the exaggeration? Of course I did. Sumi said seriously. Frying a poached egg is the most testing of culinary skills. I've learned it before. It's either too raw or too cooked, and I've never been able to do it well. But it turns out that you haven't even learned much about cooking, and you're able to make such a perfect egg. Isn't that impressive enough? Lin Chen was so flattered by her that he couldn't help but say, hey, I actually fried 10 bad eggs to make this. At that, he suddenly felt wrong and snapped his mouth shut. Sumi giggled. I knew it, but it's awesome too. Speaking of this, the words changed. This noodle soup is also the soup jelly that Auntie Zhou made beforehand, right? Lin Chen was a bit bereft. You know all about it? His cooking skills were actually not too good, and in order to give Sumi a surprise, he had deliberately asked Auntie Zhou to teach him in advance, using Auntie Chow's pre-boiled and frozen in the freezer soup for the base, and frying the eggs. All that's left is the following ingredients to make a perfect bowl of soup, but it was actually seen through at a glance. It's okay, it's great to be able to do this. Sumi took Lin Chen's hand. Not to mention the soup base and the eggs. I also like this little green vegetable. It's cooked just right, tender and crunchy, especially delicious. The warm and soft voice, paired with that white and soft hand, Lin Chen instantly came back to life with full blood. Wife, you're so sweet. Lin Chen coldly came over and kissed Sumi on the cheek. Fragrant and soft, so good. Sumi instantly turned red. You people, why are you like this? The shy and timid look is beautiful. Lin Chen felt more and more tickled as he watched, and couldn't help but sigh. He had truly saved the galaxy in his past life to marry this great treasure. Just making a bowl of noodles is all it takes to get complimented, and the emotional value is pulled right through the roof. And I can't believe I'm blushing after so many days in the same bed. It's so cute. Sumi blushed even more when she saw him staring at her. Didn't you say you were going to the hospital? Still not eating? Eat, right now. Lin Chen hurriedly sat down and couldn't help but be anemic again. But I think it's fine if I don't have to eat. After all, wife, you're so beautiful and showy. I've seen enough of you. And you say. Sumi was so shy that she stomped her feet. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll ignore you. Your Honor, wife, I was wrong. Don't ignore me. So you're still talking nonsense? No more, no more. Breakfast then ended with the two of them talking and laughing. After eating his fill, Lin Chen said, Wife, I'll go wash the dishes. You go change your clothes. It's windy in the mountains. Don't wear a skirt today. Don't you have a pair of pink pants? Wear that and that white knit top so you don't catch a cold from the wind. It's still early summer and it's still a little cool in the mornings and evenings. Sumi was a bit reluctant. But, didn't you say you wanted to take pictures? I want to wear a skirt. Between the words, there was a pout that even he hadn't noticed. Lin Chen sighed and pulled her hand over and said, Good wife. It's not that I have to control what you wear. It's that the temperature in the mountains is low and your body is so weak right now. What if you catch a cold? Besides, my wife is naturally beautiful. Looks like a fairy. And looks good in anything. Especially the one I just mentioned. You wear it. It's like a fairy descending to earth. All the women in the world combined aren't as pretty as you. Obey. Sumi was amused and obediently nodded. Okay, then I'll wear the one you said. Lin Chen watched her go back to her room and couldn't help but smile as well. Baby wife is just perfect. Once packed, the couple pushed the wheelchair out the door. The neighborhood parking lot locations were fixed, so Lin Chen's car could only be parked in the parking lot on the park side. The two pushed their carts and made small talk as they walked slowly toward the park. Lin Chen was talking about the company anecdote when a child rushed over. When he came close, he accidentally tripped and wailed. Sumi was startled. Lin Chen hurriedly helped the man up, patted the dust off his body for him, and magically fished out a candy from his pocket. Don't cry, manly man. It's only a fall. You can't drop your little pearls. Lin Chen handed over the candy. If you still cry, the candy won't be given to you. The child immediately shook his head. I won't cry anymore. I want candy. So good. Lin Chen peeled off the candy paper and stuffed the candy into his mouth. Go play. Don't go too fast, you know? Thank you, brother. The child's mother caught up with him and thanked him. Before leading him away, Lin Chen stood up and couldn't help but exclaim, How cute! Sumi also looked at the mother and son duo not far away, and a trace of longing actually arose in her heart. She had been a staunch non-marrier and an absolute practitioner of dink, but now that she had met Lin Chen, that heart had long since unconsciously landed on Lin Chen, and now that she was watching Lin Chen being so gentle with the child, it made her heart flutter even more. If he had a child, Lin Chen would be a good father, wouldn't he? Sumi thought in her mind and blurted out, Lin Chen, do you like children? Chapter 49 Children? Kids? Lin Chen froze, instinctively wanting to answer like it, but quickly reacted. Of course he loved kids, and had even thought about becoming a kindergarten teacher before. He was even more eager for his child with Sumi. Even after putting Sumi to sleep at night, he fantasized about whether the child would grow up to look like him or Sumi in the future. Even thought about the baby's name. But the problem is, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the fine layer of sweat on Sumi's forehead, as well as her slightly blanched face. He shook his head. Not like that. With Sumi's body, there was no way she could have a child for at least 2 years. She was too weak to take on the pain of pregnancy. As for 2 years later, even if Lin Chen didn't want to admit it, he knew that Sumi was getting older. Giving birth is inherently a ghostly experience, and it is even more dangerous for women of advanced maternal age. Lin Chen wasn't willing to allow Sumi to take any risks. Don't like it. Sumi was a little lost. She had really thought about giving Lin Chen a child. Having a child, a family of 3, would be happier, too, wouldn't it? Lin Chen hurriedly held her hand. What good is a child? It's noisy, time-consuming and money-consuming. And a 4-legged gold-swallowing beast is no joke. I have you enough. Let's have a world of our own. We don't want kids to bother us. Sumi wasn't willing to force him, so she followed his words and changed the subject. The two soon arrived at the hospital. Just after getting off the bus, he saw Li Xiulan and Yi Yun waiting. Mom, cousin, what brings you here? Sumi was a little surprised. Lin Chen explained. It was me who sent the message. Today you came back for a follow-up appointment. They have been worried about your health, so they came together. Sugar, how are you feeling physically right now? Li Xiulan grabbed Sumi's hand and kept sizing her up. Ever since Sumi had moved in with Lin Chen and said she wanted to live in a 2-person world, she hadn't bothered, only calling occasionally to talk, counting. This was the first time mother and daughter had seen each other since Sumi was discharged from the hospital. Yi Yun joked. Auntie, If you look at Sugar Candy's face, you can tell that she has recovered well. It's a lot meatier than before. Lin Chen, you took good care of Sugar. Lin Chen was a bit embarrassed. Sugar Plum is my wife. It's only natural to take care of her. A few people joked and laughed as they entered the hospital. Review to do a full-body physical examination. Lin Chen let Li Xiulan and Yi Yun accompanied Sumi. He ran up and down to pay the fee to get medicine. Busy. Auntie, I think Lin Chen is really quite good. Yi Yun was a bit emotional. Sister Jo also said that she did all the other chores except cooking. Lin Chen did all the other chores, and didn't let Sugar Plum interfere at all. He's got to work and take care of Sugar, and he still manages to keep the house clean. It's rare to see a boy like that. Li Xiulan nodded her head. Indeed. I took a liking to him at first glance, and it's so nice that Sugar has woken up now. Saying that, she looked at Sumi again. Sugar, you said earlier that you tried to get in touch with him. How does it feel after this period of time? Sumi's pretty face was slightly red, shy and timid. It's quite good. Yo. Still shy? Yi Yun joked. Auntie, look, Sugar Plum will still be shy. Just like a teenage girl. So cute. Li Xiulan laughed along with her. Sumi felt more and more embarrassed and snapped. Mom, cousin, if you guys keep this up, I'll ignore you. Fine. Don't say no. Yi Yun smiled, and her voice suddenly lowered a few points. Sugar Plum, are you guys sleeping together at night? Now. Sumi was shocked and immediately lowered her head. Her ears and neck were so red that they could almost drip blood. The voice was even lower than audible. What are you talking about, cousin? This is business. Yi Yun pulled her hand and said, although you are now a couple, but your body is so weak and Lin Chen is young and strong. Don't mess around. She had been there before and knew that young lads were most bloodthirsty. This cousin of his own, and simple-minded, knew almost nothing about anything but his work. It's possible that if you're coaxed a few times, you won't care about anything. Yi Yun said in a serious tone. In your current situation, you can't rely on him for everything. That thing doesn't only wear out men, it hurts women too. And in case you get pregnant with a child, how will this body of yours be able to carry it off? Li Xiulan also reacted and nodded along. Your cousin is right. Sugar Plum, forget about other things. This is something you have to pay attention to. If you ask me, you'll have to sleep in separate rooms until you're completely well. The two of them were talking to each other. Sumi felt more and more unable to raise her head, and said with a red face, Mom, cousin, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Chen and I sleep together, but he respects me. During this period of time, every night Lin Chen would soak her feet and massage her, and then sleep with his arms around her. Though there is the occasional case of intentionality, but every time, Lin Chen managed to break in time. Instead, Sumi thought about certain times when she was so aroused that she couldn't speak, and she was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. The corners of her coat were nearly stirred by her fingers. Li Xiulan and Yi Yun glanced at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. When there was more to say, Lin Chen returned. Honey, the test results are in and the doctor wants us to come over. Sumi stood up violently as if she had been pardoned. But I didn't expect to move too fast, and I felt a blackness in front of my eyes, and the whole person fell straight out. Sugar! Li Xiulan and Yi Yun shrieked out in shock. It was too late. Lin Chen rushed up in an arrow step, and seeing that it was too late to help her, he simply flung his entire body onto the ground, using himself to make a human cushion for Sumi. There was a thud and everyone looked over. Li Xiulan and Yi Yun hurriedly helped Sumi up, and a nurse hurriedly ran over. Quick! See if my daughter is okay. Li Xiulan was so anxious that tears were falling from her eyes. Sumi also reddened her eyes, but she was worried about Lin Chen. Let's see if he's alright first. I'm fine. Lin Chen climbed up, his elbows and chin knocked, blood gushing out, a nervous face. Wife, how are you? Didn't fall, right? Sumi looked at the blood on his face and couldn't help but then cry out. You little cutie. Why did you come over here? Does it hurt? How bad must it hurt when you fall to the ground if I don't come over? Show me if you've bumped anywhere. I'm fine. Let's look at your injuries first. The two were worried about each other, and the crowd around them laughed as they watched. That's quite a bond. These little two. Li Xiulan and Yi Yun glanced at each other and unanimously sighed in relief. Seeing that Lin Chen was so nervous about Sumi, they could also rest assured. Only after Lin Chen's chin injury was medicated did Sumi's lifted heart fall to the ground. I told you it's fine. Lin Chen smiled and said, what's wrong with a big man breaking his face? Alright, let's go to the doctors first and see the results of this review. Chapter 50 Inspection Results. Sumi's review was favorable. Ideal to the point that the doctor was a little shocked. The patient's body is recovering at a rate that is unheard of. The doctor took the checklist and his eyes widened. The part of the body organs damaged by the gas has gotten better for the most part. But this atrophied muscle, He marveled. I've been practicing medicine for 20 years. And it's the first time I've seen that even atrophied muscles can recover most of a vegetative person's atrophy in such a short period of time after he wakes up. Li Xiulan was surprised and happy. Really? Look here. You guys. The doctor pointed to the films taken and said, the report shows that the patient's muscles are recovering well, and the function can basically be restored by 80%. The way things are going, in half a month at the most, I'll be able to get out of the wheelchair completely and run and jump like a normal person. Great. Li Xiulan and Yi Yun were in tears. Sumi was also a bit surprised. Nowadays, in Lin Chen's company, she had completely lost all thoughts of living lightly. Not only did he no longer think about seeking death, but he even burst with an unprecedented desire to live. She wants to live, trying to enjoy life, wanted to be with Lin Chen all the time, even wanted to give Lin Chen a child. And the fact that the body can recover means that all of this is possible. Lin Chen, however, remained close to the doctor. So doctor, is there anything else wrong with my wife's body? Is there anything you need to take care of in your regular life? What about contraindications? Also, I have massaged her every day. Does the hospital have a Chinese medicine department? I want to ask a specialized old Chinese doctor to see if I'm massaging her right. By the way, prescribe more tonic medicine for my wife. Her body is too weak. I'm worried about the resistance. A series of questions bubbled outward. The doctor was speechless. It's rare to find a young man who loves his wife as much as you do. I'll print out a note for you later. As for the massage piece, you're doing a great job. And from what I can tell, your wife's body doesn't look any different. And you're doing it right. So remember to stick with it. Saying that, he looked at Sumi again. I've seen many paralyzed people, but it's still rare to see someone like your husband, who insists on massaging every day to help recover. You married a good husband. Sumi's pretty face flushed, shyly and timidly glanced at Lin Chen, and then hurriedly lowered her head. Somewhat grateful. He is very good to me. Every night he gives me a massage for half an hour. The doctor nodded. Actually, this is what he should do. Husband and wife. Isn't it about supporting each other? Sumi blushed even more. Li Xiulan and Yi Yun glanced at each other, both seeing a touch of reassurance in the other's eyes. If before, they had only seen Lin Chen's performance on the surface, at this time, they knew that Lin Chen had also taken good care of Sumi in private. This will be a complete relief. Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed the doctor again to ask questions, taking out his cell phone to carefully and immensely memorize the precautions. Sumi sat on the side, looking at Lin Chen with a heart full of sweetness, the happiness between her eyebrows almost overflowing. Just then, Yi Yun was quietly pulling her, signaling her to follow her out. Although Sumi was puzzled, she didn't ask, only saying, Lin Chen, I'm going to the restroom. Good. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Yi Yun again. Cousin, please accompany Sugar Plum. She just fell. I'm afraid she'll be uncomfortable in the restroom later and no one will see. Yi Yun lost her smile. You're so close to carrying candy canes in your pocket. Lin Chen admitted with a big smile. If I could, I would like to carry her in my pocket. It would certainly be nice to watch such a precious wife all the time. Sumi had a red face and stomped her foot. Lin Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Yun was full of teasing and pulled her out the door. Li Xiulan also followed out. The three walked outside onto the porch. Only then did Sumi say, Cousin, what do you want? It's something I want to ask you. Yi Yun said with a straight face. Sugar after this period of contact, what do you think of Lin Chen? Sumi blushed, stirring her fingers in the corner of her coat, and whispered, It's quite good. Recognize that it's him? Sumi didn't answer, but nodded a few imperceptible times. She had been a staunch non-marrier or she wouldn't be single at nearly 40. But all of this changed after meeting Lin Chen. Even a stone can be warmed up one day, let alone a human heart. Sumi felt that if it was Lin Chen, she was willing to deliver herself. Yi Yun looked even more serious. Sugar Plum, both Auntie and I can see that Lin Chen is, indeed, sincere and true to you. But life isn't a house. And now that you've decided on him, it's time to think about the future. With that, he took out a piece of information. What is it? Sumi froze. Yi Yun explained. I found someone to check Lin Chen. His family is not poor, but definitely not rich either. The words were interrupted before they were finished. Sumi smiled daintily. I know what his house looks like. No need to investigate. After all, she and Lin Chen's mother had once been the best of girlfriends, not to mention Lin Chen's family situation. Even her parents and relatives, she knew a lot about them. Where's the need for a survey? Yi Yun froze for a moment, her brows furrowed. Okay, family situation aside, about your matter. When are you going to tell Lin Chen, and how are you going to say it? Honey Biotech, founded by Sumi. The company has expanded quite a bit over the past decade or so, and has made a small name for itself in the industry. In other words, Sumi is the unapologetically rich female president. And since the beginning of time there has been an old saying that money moves people. Lin Chen was good to Sumi nowadays, but there was no guarantee that he wouldn't have other thoughts after he knew Sumi's identity. The human heart is unpredictable. Li Xiulan also thought of this and frowned. Sumi froze for a moment, then smiled. There's no rush on this. Take your time. She had long thought that with Lin Chen's nature, he would definitely not be someone who would willingly eat soft food, and she wasn't willing to let her beloved carry this unpleasant reputation. So, she wasn't going to reveal her identity for the time being. Anyway, nowadays, Lin Chen works at Honey, so it's easy to get anything done. The identity issue, let's just keep it to ourselves for now. Yi Yin breathed a sigh of relief before saying, it's good that you can think this way. Cousin is afraid that you'll be coaxed by him and disregard everything. Sumi snapped. Cousin, am I that kind of person? Who knows? After all, before this, I didn't expect the titular female president to blush and be shy either. Cousin, I'll ignore you if you say that again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Said you were shy, but you're really shy. The two sisters burst into laughter. Li Xiulan, however, suddenly opened her mouth. Sugar Plum, there's something else. I have to explain a few things to you. Chapter 51 I believe in you. Li Xiulan's solemn appearance made Sumi a little nervous. Now that she had a heart that fell all over Lin Chen, she naturally hoped that her mother would get along well with Lin Chen. Li Xiulan held Sumi's hand and said in a serious tone, Lin Chen is a good boy. When Mom approached him at the beginning, she could feel that he was actually not willing to agree to the rushing ceremony. But in the end, I agreed, clearly sympathizing with me as an old woman. Now that he's taking such good care of you and refuses to collect the previously agreed upon $900,000 of the final payment, we can't treat him poorly. Sumi's lifted heart fell to the ground when she heard her say this. She laughed. Don't worry, Mom. I know that much. Yi Yun snickered. Auntie, you're really worrying blindly. People are full of Lin Chen. I'm still worried that if we don't keep an eye on her, she'll hand over her entire fortune. As a result, you're still worried that she'll treat Lin Chen poorly? Sumi glared at her. Cousin, you're talking nonsense again. Saying this, he added to Li Xiulan. Mom, I know what you said in my heart. With the way Lin Chen was being treated in the company today, how could he possibly be treated poorly? Not only did he not treat Lin Chen poorly, but even Lin Chen's good brother, Jiang Yao, followed the chickens. As for the rest, Sumi, however, knew better than to give it away too obviously. It's best to let Lin Chen start as a bottom-level employee first, and slowly rise through the ranks, as well as slowly hone his skills. How to say that she is also the female president in charge of the whole company? In this regard, more than anyone knows, Li Xiulan sighed in relief and was about to say more when she heard Lin Chen's voice from outside. Honey, where have you been? The voice was full of anxiety. Yi Yun immediately laughed. Yo! This left the line of sight within a few minutes to start looking for someone. Complete and utter wife-slave. Li Xiulan also looked at Sumi, and the two of them looked derisive. Sumi's face was so red that it could almost drip blood, but her eyes kept looking out. The eagerness on her face was obvious to anyone. Okay, I won't keep you two youngsters from your date. Li Xiulan let out a long breath. Xiao Yun, let's go. Let's not be a light bulb. Okay. Yi Yun supported Li Xiulan, turned around and walked to the other side. Sumi was still trying to argue a few words when Lin Chen called out again and immediately burst into laughter. I'm here. As he said that, he walked out. Lin Chen panted and ran over. Wife, how did you run this way? I waited for half a day over there in the restroom and didn't see my cousin and the girls. I thought something had happened. Scared me to death. As he spoke, he had already walked over to Sumi's side and took her hand in his. It wasn't until he was holding someone up that his heart dropped completely. Sumi looked at him with a tense face, only to feel sweetness in her heart, and snapped, little cutie. I'm a big living person, and I have mom and cousin with me. What could happen? Then you're weak and I'm worried. Lin Chen said with a straight face, if it wasn't for the fact that the company doesn't allow it, I would really want to bring you to work at the company. Only if you're by my side can I rest assured. Not only do you have peace of mind, but being able to see your precious wife every now and then is the most important thing. Sumi felt nothing but shyness and sweetness as she listened to his undisguised words of love. Alright, let's go down and get the medicine. Then we can go to White Cloud Mountain. Lin Chen held Sumi's hand and walked outside. It's such a nice day. Not too cold and not too hot. Perfect for a date. Sumi raised her head and looked at Lin Chen's serious-eyed face. She couldn't help but be moved and couldn't help but say, Lin Chen. What's the matter? Can't walk anymore? Why don't I carry you down? Lin Chen blamed himself a little. You weren't in good health in the first place, and you drew so much blood for today's review. I should have thought of this. With that, he squatted in front of Sumi. Wife, come up. I'll carry you down. Sumi couldn't help but giggle as she looked at Lin Chen, who was squatting in front of her. What a cutie. That said, after a moment's hesitation, she plopped down. Lin Chen easily carried her on his back, then frowned. You're so light. Wife, did you not eat properly at noon? I'll talk to Auntie Cho later and tell her that she'll have to watch over you at noon to put your meal on the table. Sumi tilted her head to look at him. Then what if I get fat? It's good to be fat. Lin Chen did not hesitate to say. It's comfortable to hold when you're fat. And how nice it is to be pearly. So you hate that I'm skinny now? Why? You're weak and willowy like this now. Don't mention how good you look. It's just that I'm worried that you're not in good health. That's why I want you to grow a little bit of meat. And what if I gain 200 pounds? If you like to be fat, then I'll eat fat with you. And if you like to be thin, then I'll take you to the gym with me. Sumi giggled. You're so sweet. With that, he moved over and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Lin Chen stiffened, almost dropping her, and hastily stabilized her again. Sumi laughed even more cheerfully at his reaction. The two of them talked and laughed as they took their medication, went to the parking lot and drove straight to White Cloud Mountain. On the way, Lin Chen handed his cell phone to Sumi. Wife, my cell phone is connected to the car's Bluetooth, so see what songs you like and pick and play them yourself. Sumi was a little surprised. Are you not afraid that I will check your cell phone? She'd read a terrier online. The best way to prevent your boyfriend from getting sleepy when you're driving out with him is to sit next to him and check his cell phone. As a result, Lin Chen actually gave her the cell phone directly? Lin Chen laughed. You can check if you like. I'm afraid you won't. A pro wife is willing to check in. That's a sign of caring. Sumi pursed her lips and laughed lightly, taking the phone, but just selecting a song to play and putting it back. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Not looking? He had been with someone when he was in college, and that would have checked out. And that was really to the point of being outrageous. Checking your cell phone is all just child's play, and you usually have to report whatever you go out and do. When you have dinner with friends, you have to turn on the video on the spot to make sure there are no girls present. The most excessive time. Lin Chen gastroenteritis diarrhea. The phone did not bring into the toilet without power. As a result, the girlfriend of that meeting harassed all of his friends around him, and even broke right into the men's dormitory, questioning why he disappeared for so long. It's really only been half an hour since I've tweeted back. Later, when Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore, he just broke up. Aside from this ex, he's met a lot of his friends' dates, not to be so extreme, but basically most of them check in. I'm surprised Sumi doesn't check. Is there a point in looking this up? Sumi shook her head and said, people who really want to cheat on their partners clean their cell phones more than anyone else, and they definitely won't let their significant other find out. Besides, there's no point in a couple continuing on if they don't even have that much trust. She raised her eyes to Lin Chen, her eyebrows arched. Most importantly, I believe in you. Lin Chen looked at her smiling face and just felt his heart melt. It was followed by a shake of the head. You're right about everything else. But for one thing, you're wrong. Chapter 52 Sweet Suffocation. Sumi was a little curious. Where did it go wrong? Lin Chen said in a serious manner. We're not a couple. We're husband and wife. Be a good girl and call your husband? Sumi's face instantly exploded red, and her pink fist hammered on Lin Chen's leg. Nasty. Just know how to be poor. Lin Chen heatedly laughed. How can this be called being poor? We're a marriage certificate. A legally recognized couple. Isn't it only natural for me to want to hear a husband? Good wife. Scream. Don't. Holler. 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 No, no, no. I've called you wife. Why don't you want to be called husband? Do you not love me anymore? When Lin Chen said this, Sumi blushed even more. It actually took its hands and covered its face directly. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen grew more and more teasing. Good wife. We've been married for so long, and you won't even call yourself a husband. I'm so sad. Sumi froze and couldn't help but then look through her fingers. This look coincided with Lin Chen's eyes with a smile, and he instantly realized that he had been tricked. Lin Chen reacted and immediately made a sad face. Look wife. I'm going to cry out. Sumi gave a giggle and hammered him. Nasty. Drive properly. You're not allowed to talk anymore. Lin Chen immediately took his hand over his mouth and made a zipper gesture. Only shut up. But the expression on his face was more aggravated. Sumi laughed her ass off. The laughter in the car just didn't stop. Soon it was time to arrive at White Cloud Mountain. After Lin Chen parked the car, he looked at Sumi with some concern. Wife, can your body carry it? Should I bring my wheelchair up? He knew in his heart that although Sumi was weak, she didn't really like being in a wheelchair and didn't like outsiders looking at her in a different light. That's why it was asked now. Sumi frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before saying, but, don't bring a wheelchair. In case I can't walk anymore. Don't you have to carry me on your back for a long distance? I'm afraid you're working hard. No hard work. Lin Chen immediately shook his head. Then don't bring a wheelchair. Let's walk slowly. Anyway, the foot of the mountain to Narenji Temple is only half an hour's journey at full speed. Sumi nodded. Good. The two held hands as they walked slowly toward the hill. It was Sunday and there were quite a few people who came to climb the mountain. Even more parents with their children. And the trails were bustling with activity. Sumi held Lin Chen's hand. And suddenly she was reminded of the last time she came with Yi Yun. That time, she hadn't thought about whether or not she wanted to get in touch with Lin Chen. And her mind was filled with confusion. As a result, when he came back, he was already with Lin Chen. And living together for so long. Sumi raised her eyes to look at Lin Chen, only feeling an incomparable sweetness in her heart. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly let go of her hand and quickened his pace. Sumi froze, but she saw Lin Chen bending down and picking up something on the side of the road. When I came back again, I had a small pink flower in my hand. As soon as Lin Chen reached out, he stuck the flower in Sumi's ear. What are you doing? Sumi was a little shy. Wear a flower for your wife. Lin Chen admired his masterpiece. Honey, do you know what I was thinking? What? People are more beautiful than flowers. Nasty. The two men joked and laughed as they continued up the hill. Soon we arrived at Narenji Temple. Sumi was already panting a little unevenly. Lin Chen was heartbroken, so he simply pointed to the square opposite the temple and said, Wife, let's rest for a while. Sumi nodded, but in the next second, she was shaking her head violently, pulling Lin Chen to the side. What's wrong? Lin Chen was startled. Without waiting for him to say anything else, Sumi had already hugged him tightly and probed for a kiss. Quite a few sideways glances all around, but mostly friendly ones. After all, it's common for young couples to climb mountains and kiss. Lin Chen, however, was petrified throughout. It had been a long time, though the two had always shared a bed and kissed before bed, but every time he took the initiative, Sumi had been too shy to do so. Even the occasional initiative was limited to a slapdash touch on his face. Like today, a direct kiss, but it was the first time ever. Lin Chen was only stunned for a moment before he wrapped his arms around Sumi and turned against him. Sumi was panting from his kisses, but her eyes were fixed on the family of three in front of her. The man, the assistant manager of the company's business department. If he saw himself and Lin Chen, it would be a big deal. It just so happened that the man turned around, and Sumi was so startled that her entire body ducked into Lin Chen's arms, wrapping her arms around him again to prevent him from twisting his head. Honey, what are you looking at? The woman holding the child followed and looked over, a little surprised. The man wrinkled his brow. Look at that man. Does he look like our chairman? The woman glanced at it and then snapped. It looks a bit similar, but your chairman isn't that thin, is she? And isn't she sick and hospitalized? Besides, didn't you say that she's full of work and never thinks of anything else? And most of all, she cares about her image. So how could such a person make out with someone in public? That's right. I guess I was wrong. Let's go. Keep climbing up. It wasn't until that family had walked away that Sumi pushed Lin Chen away. The prolonged kiss had left her a little short of oxygen and she was blushing. Honey, why are you so active today? Lin Chen was surprised and happy, but more worried. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Once he kissed, he even forgot that his wife was not well. Sumi weakly leaned on Lin Chen and opened her mouth with some difficulty. I want to go home. Let us go down the mountain. Okay? Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll carry you down. It was also thanks to his usual habit of working out that he didn't find it hard to carry Sumi all the way down the mountain. It wasn't until she was sitting back in the car that Sumi slowed down and her face took on a little more color. Lin Chen handed over the milk. Drink some milk first. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the hospital? No need. Sumi shook her head and apologized a little. I'm sorry, I clearly agreed to come out on a date today, but I was delayed because I wasn't feeling well. It was actually her fear of being seen by the company. Lin Chen frowned. It's just climbing a mountain. If you can't today, can't you just come back next time? Which is not as important as your body. Besides, it's a date. It's not like we have to rush this day. We have our whole lives ahead of us. A lifetime. Sumi read those 3 words and blushed again. Lin Chen was worried about her health. And without delay, he fastened Sumi's seatbelt and returned home. Day 2. After Lin Chen had breakfast, he bent down as usual to ask for a kiss from Sumi. He waited until Sumi blushed and kissed him on the face. And only then was he satisfied to go to the company. Just as he entered the office, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen, the general manager is looking for you. Go to his office. Ha? Lin Chen was confused. Jiang Yao immediately came to life. General manager? Son, your beauty has already convinced even the general manager to fold under your suit pants? Chapter 53 Gathering the Wealthy and the Rich. You can shut up. Lin Chen glared at Jiang Yao. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. That's people like you. Can you expect me to be nice? How can you open your mouth and sell your ass? Jiang Yao bristled. Why? Aren't I looking forward to you? The general manager is personally looking for you. That's definitely a good thing. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said, what if it's bad? No way. Jiang Yao counted on his hands. Look, from the time we entered the company, first, we got an independent office, and then we got a salary that far exceeded that of an ordinary intern. Which one of these things isn't a good thing? Even when you were messed up by Yu Lingyan, that woman, it was only a day's work before Yu Feng personally came to the door and invited you back. Speaking of this, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Lin Chen, it's not possible that you've actually been hiding this from me all along. Hide what from you? You're actually some kind of Beijing Circle Shanghai Circle prince, coming down to the grassroots to work out. That's why you've been treated so well and favorably all this time? The more Jiang Yao thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. Lin Chen was speechless. How many years have we known each other? And you don't know what's going on in my house? If he could, he would have wished he was really some kind of prince. If that's the case, why does he even work? Straight up traveling around the world with your precious wife and enjoying life. Okay? It's not like now, when you have to work hard to move bricks and be a cowhorse. Even if the pay is good, a cowhorse is a cowhorse. Jiang Yao stroked his chin. Hard to say. Have you done a paternity test with your parents? You're not trying to say I'm the wrong kid, are you? Bingo. Right answer. Jiang Yao snapped his fingers. Nowadays, the most popular thing is some kind of novel about the real or fake 1,000 gold prince. Maybe when you were born back then, your parents just carried the wrong child. In fact, your true identity is the super rich second generation, now the biological parents to find over, and do not dare to directly recognize each other, for fear that you cannot accept. So this is so secretly poking at you. There's no way to explain it otherwise. Nervous, Lin Chen rolled his eyes again. You wait, I'll find a relationship. To ask the starting point platinum writer this year why did not assess you. You kid do not go to write novels. Really give up. Okay, I'm too lazy to bowl ******** you and go see the GM. Jiang Yao drew up his voice. Tighten the belt. Tighten the bottom line, son. Go rich. Do not forget each other, good son. Lin Chen quickened his pace. This stupid dog. He should have his mouth sewn shut. The general manager's office. On the 9th floor. Further up. There's the chairman's office. Lin Chen looked at the elevator button and couldn't help but think of the chairman who had the same name as Sumi again. I didn't realize there were such coincidences in the world. When I first heard my baby wife's name, I thought it was the same name as my mom's best friend. It was only when I met him that I realized it was the same person. And now, the chairman of the company has the same name as his precious wife. If he hadn't seen the chairman with his own eyes last time, he would have thought that Sumi was hiding something from him. But, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as Sumi's gentle and beautiful face appeared in his mind. How can my wife be the chairman of such a big company with her simple and sheep-like nature and her shyness? It's just not manageable, Lin Chen thought, his heart wondering again. However, there was some truth in what Jiang Yao said. Since he had joined the company, the events around him had been bizarre to the point of being outrageous. Could it be that he was really the wrong prince to be carried? When Lin Chen thought of this, he immediately thought of his almost identical eyes and nose to his mom's and couldn't help but sigh. No way, no how. He shook his head. Guess it's really a case of your potential talents being discovered, and I don't know what the chairman is looking for in himself. With a drip of the elevator, the 9th floor arrived. Lin Chen hurriedly walked out of the elevator, his heart beating a little. This is the first time he's been up here. Unlike the bustle of the office floor, the 9th floor was so quiet that not even a few people could be seen. Lin Chen was even walking with some trepidation. Well, just then, a secretary-looking man came over. You are. Hello, I'm Lin Chen from the marketing department. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Someone just called me to come to the general manager's office. The man's two eyes lit up. You're Lin Chen? As he spoke, a pair of eyes looked him up and down with curiosity. Lin Chen immediately felt like he had burrs growing all over his body. A kind of unnatural. Where is that? General manager's office? It took the man to respond. Let me take you there. Saying that, he explained again. I'm general manager's secretary, Kai Meng. You can just call me Secretary Kai. Lin Chen nodded and said tentatively. Secretary Kai, what is the general manager looking for me for? Kai Meng smiled. We'll see when we meet the general manager. All in all, it's good. Good thing? Lin Chen's heart became more and more unsettled. Regarding the general manager of the company, he actually didn't know anything at all, and he didn't even know whether the other party was a man or a woman. There was never any contact. This flat out seeks itself out and says it's a good thing. It's really a bit of a panic. Could it really be that my good looks have alarmed even the general manager? Lin Chen stroked his chin in deep thought. Arrived. Kai Meng's voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Kai Meng knocking on the office door. General Manager, Lin Chen has arrived. A moment later, a cool voice came from inside. Come in. A woman? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Kai Meng pushed open the door and said to Lin Chen, Go in. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a woman sitting in front of the desk about 30 up and down, was buried in work, 10 fingers flying between the keyboard sound snapping. Lin Chen sighed a little. The general manager of the company is actually so young, and the work is so serious. No wonder people can sit in this position. The general manager hadn't looked up, so Lin Chen was a bit embarrassed. Luckily, Kai Meng quickly brought in the coffee. Lin Chen, the general manager is busy. Have a cup of coffee and sit down first. Kai Meng winked at Lin Chen and whispered, If you're bored, it's okay to play with your cell phone. The general manager is very easygoing. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa with his coffee and then looked around. Surely you can't just play with your cell phone. After all, this is the general manager of the company in front of me, and he has a lot of power. The whole office decoration is very simple. The overall black and white color tone is the basis. A large floor-to-ceiling windows can directly overlooking half of the coastal city CBD section. Lin Chen felt some emotion in his heart. The company is doing a pretty big job, so I'm glad I got in smoothly. If you do a good job, you won't have to worry about the future. With his own talent, I'm sure it won't be long before he becomes CEO, marries a rich white woman, and walks onto the peak of his life, right? Nope, the wife is already there. Being CEO and on the top of the ladder is enough. What rich white beauty, compared to baby Sumi. It's all a floating cloud. Lin Chen's mind wandered, looking around, but did not know that the opposite pair of eyes has looked at him several times. Chapter 54 Ryuun Sakura's advice. Long Wenjua had already sized up Lin Chen when he entered. As the general manager of Honey Technology, she knew that her skill in recognizing people was far from being comparable to any other person. But at this moment, when he looked at Lin Chen, he was puzzled. This young man looked not very old, just out of school, although he looked tall and handsome. But in those eyes, you can still see the unique clarity of college students, and stupidity. And she had read the information about Lin Chen, ordinary people coming out of small cities, with parents who are somewhat prestigious but not much, can't even make waves in that small part of Changyang City, let alone in the marina. And Lin Chen, although it is a 985 out of the high school students, but also took the study. But now this society, the most lack of fresh graduates, the company is hiring. That's starting with a PhD and a master's degree. Long Wenjua was trying to think of something that he couldn't figure out. What exactly was Lin Chen's basis for obtaining the favor of the chairman of the board? It can't be based on this skin, can it? She sized up Lin Chen, and as she watched, she suddenly felt a little hot in the face. I have to say, this young man is really good looking, with handsome yet not too handsome features and short eyebrows, and also broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with training marks visible at a glance under the white shirt. In Long Wenjo Sakura's experience, 8-pack abs were definitely rare. But the chairman of the board of directors is also not good for this mouth. Love affair has never touched the edge. It should also be impossible to be the chairman of the board of directors' lover. Long Wenjuan Sakura mentally slurred. Lin Chen had also finally seen enough of the office to notice the line of sight falling on him. When he raised his head, he happened to meet Long Wenjuan Sakura on all fours. It's a good-looking thing. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up in his heart. However, in his opinion, although this Long Wenjua was beautiful and her temperament was that of a proper imperial lady, she was still no match for Sumi, baby wife's delicate and soft nature, fragrant and tender body, as well as the habit of blushing shyly without moving, is simply the best on earth. Okay, Ariel was starting to think about getting off work again, getting home from work early to have dinner with your wife, then washing her feet and massaging her and sleeping with her in your arms is the top enjoyment in life. Long Wenjo Sakura quickly adjusted her facial expression and said indifferently, You're Lin Chen? Yes. You've been in the company for a while now. How are you feeling? Are you still comfortable in the marketing department? Thanks for your concern, GM. I think everything is fine. Lin Chen muttered as he answered Long Wenjuang's words. What's this for? It couldn't be that the GM had nothing better to do than call himself up for a natter, could it? This is outrageous. It's a good thing that Ryuman Sakura is quick to step into the fray. That's right, Long Wenjo Sakura said with a straight face. You also know that the economy is in a recession. And during this recent period, the company's performance has dropped. And all departments are under a lot of pressure. Lin Chen's heart thumped. Holy, it's not a firing, is it? How long have you been on the job and you have to be fired twice? And firing is firing. Isn't that kind of thing a phone call from HR? How come the general manager himself? Lin Chen was a bit timid. So what? General Manager, you tell me this. Is it to fire me? It's better to stick your head out and shrink it than to ask for clarification. Long Wenjuang hurriedly shook her head. Misunderstood. In fact, I'm looking for you today because the company has recently wanted to move in the direction of new media. Ha? What do you mean? It's the products that the company produces, which previously were always supplied to distributors. But now, after the board of directors has discussed it, they are going to set up a new department. Lin Chen understood in a second. Live bandwagon? Right. Long Wenjuang nodded her head and quipped. You're very perceptive. Lin Chen heatedly laughed. I wouldn't dare to be a daredevil. Mostly, it's about stress and new media again. What else could it be if it's not trying to do live bandwagons? But, GM, what do you mean by telling me this? Lin Chen frowned. It can't be that you want me to come, right? Long Wenjo Sakura nodded. That's right. Ha? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This thing, I haven't touched it either. Besides, if you want to live carry goods, then you should also look for the big anchors in the industry and let them do it, right? He, an amateur, knew that if he wanted to live carry goods, then he definitely had to find a netizen to come. Not only do you need to find Netflix, but you need to find big Netflix with a lot of fame and a lot of followers. Otherwise call a vegetarian with no fan base. Who wants to pay for it? Besides, even if the general environment is bad, honey isn't that bad, right? Long Wenjo Sakura explained. You misunderstood. It's not for you to be the anchor. It's for you to be the department leader and manage the entire department. That is to say, take the whole live bandwagon thing and leave it all to you. As for whether to sign netizens or vegetarians afterward, it's all up to you. Ha? Lin Chen's entire body jumped up. General Manager, are you telling the truth? Not teasing me? Not to mention the fact that he was a newcomer to the company. But even with the fact that he was a fresh graduate and had no work experience at all, this matter was already outrageous to the extent of being bizarre. From an intern, a leap to the head of a department. Who would dare to believe it if not for personal experience? Long Wenjuang leaned back, her expression light. Since I said it, it must be true. The board of directors have already discussed it. This matter, in fact, was initially brought up by Yufeng. Regarding the two newcomers, Lin Chen and Jiang Yao, they were initially half unremarkable in the company. At best, there was only a few mutterings from the personnel department that the salary offered exceeded the newcomers' treatment, and even the separate office for two people was a bit out of order. But the big company personnel relations are complicated. Maybe which high-level stuffed in the relationship between the family, then not many people care. It wasn't until Yu Lingyan messed with Lin Chen and Yufeng stood up for his niece, staging a dismissal and personally picking the person back up in just 3 days, that there was a little bit of conversation. Another good person inquired about it and learned that the person was stuffed by the old lady, and there were more people talking about it. And Yufeng, as the most senior person beside the chairman, she said she wanted to open the board of directors. The crowd naturally had no opinion, and it was a meeting where everyone understood that. This Lin Chen, it's not simple, although he didn't know exactly what his status was, but first the old lady came out, and then the chairman of the board who was recuperating from his illness personally came out. Lin Chen's weight could be imagined, and it was clearly inappropriate for someone with such a strong background to remain in the marketing department as a minion. After all, what if someone ungrateful offended him again? So, a group of board members talked it over and came up with a brilliant idea. Set up a new department and give it to Lin Chen to manage. 1. It would elevate Lin Chen's status in the company. And 2. It would also show the chairman that they were taking care of Lin Chen. The best of both worlds. Long Wenjo Cherry's gaze landed on Lin Chen. Well, have you considered it clearly? Chapter 55. The fine print is terrifying. Consider. It's something else to think about? Lin Chen almost blurted out I do. But on second thought, he calmed down again. I don't know half of what I know about this aspect of live bandwagoning. Even just started working not long ago. Even the company products are not yet recognized. It's 100% a sure thing to take over a department directly in this situation. And it's still new. Maybe if you're not careful, even the company will have to be brought down by itself. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more he lost his head. It's something that, on the surface, looks like a promotion for yourself, and it's still rocketing kind of fast. But think carefully, if you take over, the chances of screwing up are infinitely close to 100%. And when something goes wrong, there's no telling what the consequences will be. It's even possible that the company is just in trouble and then looking for itself to take over the back seat. Thinking of this, Lin Chen said without hesitation, General Manager, I don't think I have much ability to take on this heavy responsibility. Why don't you look at someone else? You don't want to? Ryuban Sakura was shocked. From a small staff to become a department manager in one leap. This is the ordinary people cannot even think of treatment. Lin Chen actually refused? Lin Chen nodded. Mainly because I don't think I'm capable enough. Just let it go. Long Wenjin immediately said. The company chose you. That is definitely because of your talent. You can rest assured that you do not have to worry about it. The more she said this, the more Lin Chen felt that he had guessed correctly, and letting go of it. Isn't it obvious that they want him to make a mistake? And then the company will come out and take the blame, so that he will owe the company a favor, so that he can logically take the blame for the company? Lin Chen was certain at this moment that the company was definitely in crisis. But no matter what, as long as he wasn't fired, he wasn't leaving. After all, it was hard to find work out there. It's nice to be nestled in honey as a small clerk and have peace and quiet. With this in mind, he solemnly said, "Thank you, General Manager, but I've already thought about it. I don't have the confidence to take on this position. So let's find someone else." Ryu Manzakura was in a hurry. It's the safest option that the entire board has discussed. But Lin Chen was actually unwilling to take over? Let him go back to the marketing department and continue to be a bottom floor employee. And in case some ungrateful one offends him next time, who's going to make amends? General Manager, is there anything else? Lin Chen stood up. If it's alright, I'll go back first. Wait. Longman Sakura stood up violently. Lin Chen was startled. He was merely circumventing possible trouble. There's no need to get so excited. Is there? Is he going to be fired if he doesn't want to take over this new department? Don't go. Long Wonjo Sakura frowned. You should reconsider this matter. I don't think there's anyone more suitable for this job than you in the entire company. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. That said, is it because you're new and from out of town and have no power or influence, so you're the perfect candidate to take the fall? Vicious. It's so vicious. Longwen Cherry did not know what he thought in his mind. Only anxious, I said. You just take over this work. Rest assured to do it on the line. There is a company in the back to give you the bottom. Do not have to worry about doing a bad job. Here we go. Lin Chen had a jolt. I was right about that. The company is planning to promote him first, and then give him the right and trust, so that he will be grateful to the company, so that when the subsequent company accidents, can use this gratitude, so that he took the initiative to come forward to take the blame for the company. Lin Chen, you've also just entered the workplace. Surely you want to let go and make some achievements? Long Wenjuang spoke at length. Young people should be more adventurous. This rare opportunity for trial and error. Are you going to miss it? Lin Chen nodded. General Manager, I'm just a chesty person. I think it's fine to stay in the marketing department now. Nonsense. How can a young man not have some drive? I really don't. I'm just a loser who dreams of laying flat. I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that. General Manager, you don't have to persuade me. I'm such a loser. I'm already satisfied being a small staff. No, the company has decided. Lin Chen couldn't bear it. Then I'll go? He has always believed that pie does not fall from the sky, and this fragrant pie was delivered to his eyes, and he had to force him to take it. Little cutie. All know there is a fraud. Isn't it just work? Big deal is going to be delivery. What's wrong with a man who doesn't have a job? When Long Wenjuang saw that Lin Chen was going to resign, she immediately became anxious. Before you phone fired people, the chairman of the board personally called and told her to get them back or wait for early retirement. What if I had forced someone away myself? We'll have to kneel down and ask for help. She had climbed to the position of general manager with great difficulty. Early retirement and all that? No. At this moment, Long Wenjuan Sakura couldn't tense up. She stood up violently, rushed to Lin Chen in 3 or 2 steps, and grabbed his hand. Don't go, please. As he spoke, he couldn't help but squeeze twice. Hands are kinda big and feel good. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. This imperial look. Looking at the high and mighty GM as if she's mooching off him? You can't. Can you? Yes. It must be an illusion. Yu Lingyan is not even a problem. How can the general manager do such a thing? Lin Chen drew his hand back. General manager, have a word. It was only then that Long Wonjo Cherry reacted and hastily withdrew her hand. Lin Chen, you can't just say this resignation thing. You also know that now the general environment is not good. It is difficult to find a job. You have any dissatisfaction with the company? You can say it. We can discuss it. How can you move? After a few words, her demeanor had returned to normal, and that imperial lady look was back. Lin Chen frowned. General manager, it's not that I have to leave. It's really that the company has arranged a job for me that I can't handle. Don't be so quick to say no. Long Wonjo Sakura sat down on the sofa and poured Lin Chen a cup of coffee in her hand. Listen to me analyze the benefits of this job with you before you make a decision. Okay? The words have been said to this point, and then refused. It is too ungrateful. Lin Chen sighed and sat down. You said. Long Wenjuan Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rattled off her introduction. Look, you take this job. That's a promotion from regular employee to manager of an entire department. And then what? You are still young. It is the age when you need to go ahead and fight. The company provides you with a platform and gives you accumulated experience. Isn't it good? And you said that your lack of ability is afraid of screwing things up. The company has also considered this point. After all, it is a new department. Never touched the business before. So I also said that screwed up there is a company to cover for you. Afraid of what? Lin Chen still shook his head. But, Ryukin Sakura blocked his words. No buts. I raised all your concerns and said how to deal with them. And you're going to refuse. Are you worried about the paycheck? Chapter 56 Righteous Father. Please. Lin Chen felt that money was indeed important. But a gentleman can't just take any money. If you have the life to take it, you have to have the life to spend it. Besides, a monthly salary of $12,000 is enough now, and it may go up a bit in the future. So why be greedy? He squarely said, Chairman, I once again thank the company for their trust, but I really can't accept this position change. Treatment you mentioned. Long Wenjin clenched her teeth. What concerns have been clearly stated. Only this point of salary treatment remains. You directly open your mouth. What treatment you want can be negotiated. If we can't get this right, the board of directors are going to come looking for trouble. Lin Chen was silent. Thinking about it, he slapped his thigh. In that case, I'll get right to it. I want $300, 000 a year, year-end bonus extra. Can the company pay that? He didn't believe it. This lion's mouth of his own. Long Wonjo Sakura would still be able to agree to it. Lin Chen had discussed it with Jiang Yao. And the salary package for a department manager in a large company like this would be just over 20,000 at most. He opened his mouth as 300,000 annual salary. Long Wenjin, if you can really agree, then the big deal is to do a year. Wait until the company wants to push himself out of the back of the pot and then resign is. Long Wenjuang Sakura, however, was relieved. Thought how much? 300,000 only. No problem. Long Wenjua shot the board finalized, 300,000 no responsibility base salary. And then give you another 1% of the sales commission. Year-end awards and then another calculation. Ha! Lin Chan's eyes widened. You really agreed? Long Wonjo Sakura patted his shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. Very well, it's decided. The office area has been renovated. It's on the 8th floor, and the entire 8th floor is divided for your live department. From today, you are the manager of the live department. What do you need? Directly call the report to apply with the finance department side is. I have already greeted with Minister Yu. Don't worry, this matter was brought up by Yu Feng at the beginning. She couldn't wait for Lin Chen to take root in the company and do a good job. Lin Chen hadn't returned to his senses. Own this. Promoted? Long Wonjo Sakura completed the task and was in a good mood. Alright, go back and get ready. Lin Chen felt like he was dreaming and got up to leave. Suddenly a very serious problem came to mind. No. He slapped his thigh. General Manager. You just carved out an office area for me and don't care about anything else? Long Wenjuang froze. Didn't I say so? The entire department has been given to you to manage. What else do I have to manage? Lin Chen was anxious. Now there is just an office area. Gross. To buy what office equipment? To recruit people and so on. You do not care? In the heat of the moment, the expletives came out. Long Wonjo Sakura didn't hesitate. You're the manager, so you must be the one in charge. As for recruiting, why don't you just say hello to the HR department and ask them to recruit people in? It's not like she knows how to sell live. Lin Chen was confused. That easy? The company gives itself rights that seem a little too big for its own good. In that case, so it's okay if I recruit my own people? Lin Chen spoke tentatively. Long Wonjo Sakura nodded her head without hesitation. As long as you think it's appropriate, then of course it's fine. After all, it's your person. One thing, though, you have to recruit people in, and after you've looked at them, the resumes still have to go through the HR side. And if the resumes are too hard to read or there's not much academic ability, those messed up people don't work. After all, she was the general manager of the company. And even if the chairman of the board of directors named Lin Chen again to take care of him, she still had to take some responsibility. It's okay to create a new department for Lin Chen to play with. You can't watch him do things that harm the company's interests. Otherwise the guys on the board would be the first to say no. Lin Chen was still a bit confused and was about to ask again when Kai Meng came in. General Manager, there's a meeting at 11 o'clock that's about to start. Long Wonjo Sakura immediately said, okay, I'll come over right away. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only swallow his stomach full of questions. Then General Manager, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go back first. Long Wenjuan looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh again. What a great body for a young man these days. Lin Chen's entire body was still in a state of confusion until he returned to his office. Jiang Yao was busy. and when he saw him come in, he immediately came to life. What does the general manager want with you? Did I get it right and the GM has his eye on your ass too? By the way, is our general manager a man or a woman? Never really noticed. Hey you kid, this with a lost soul like, it will not be in the general manager of what happened in the indescribable, right? Office, TSK TSK TSK. A series of words pulled Lin Chen back to reality. On a normal day, he would have returned the favor. Today, however, was not in that mood at all, but sat down on his butt in the office chair. Lin Chen hadn't been able to finish digesting the news until now. Jiang Yao sensed that something was wrong. Hey, I won't be right, brother, are you alright? Saying that, he came to pick Lin Chen's ass. Come, show your righteous father. Asterisk 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 you. Lin Chen slammed his fist over. Then he wrinkled his nose and said, I've been promoted. Ha? Jiang Yao suspected that he had heard wrong. What did you say? A promotion? What promotion? Now they were from the marketing department, and the marketing manager, that is, Shen Wei, was one of the company's patriarchs, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be topped by Lin Chen. As for the assistant manager, that is also extremely good at business and there is no possibility of being topped. In this case, what kind of position is Lin Chen rising in? And a real promotion. That's a good thing. Why do you look spoiled? Shut up if you can't talk you. Lin Chen glared at him. What being spoiled? I'm just not reacting alright. It's a strange thing to think about today. And he was really a little scared of this pie in the sky. Jiang Yao became more and more puzzled. Can you finish your sentence at once? What the hell is going on? Say it, or Buddy can give you some advice. Lin Chen let out a long breath and told the events of today. One by one. What did you say? Jiang Yao's entire body jumped up. The company started a new department and then gave it to you to take full responsibility? Did I hear you right? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, that's right. Now that the 8th floor of the company is empty, I can move up there at any time. And then I'm ready to get the live broadcasting department up and running. But there's one. He's half a clue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yao let out a loud roar, startling Lin Chen. Son. No. Righteous father. Jiang Yao pounced in front of Lin Chen. You're a manager. It's not too much to give me an assistant manager, right? Righteous father. Please. With the two of us being strong together, we'll definitely be able to make it big and get the department off the ground. Chapter 57. Show a little hand. Lin Chen didn't have the heart to mess around with Jiang Yao, and after pushing him away, he went back to his desk. It says it's work, but in reality, it's half-hearted. At this point, all he could think about was what he was going to do next. But the more I thought about it, the more I lost my head, and I was drained all day. Jiang Yao could probably guess what he was thinking, and waited until he got off work and then took the initiative to say, seeing as how you're bored to death, why don't you go out and get together? Let's go over to the Joy City for dinner first. And then go for a drink in the evening to relax and unwind? Then he said proudly, I've put off my girlfriend's date and purposely spare time to accompany you. Brother, enough. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. You'd better accompany your girlfriend. He's in a hurry to get home to see Sumi. The outside world is too complicated. It's better to be at home. The precious wife will not play tricks. Will not count on him. Will just be good and wait at home for him to come home, eat together and watch TV together and go to bed. Holding a fragrant and soft wife. No worries whatsoever. Jiang Yao touched a nose. Then anxious, you kid, before that said moving. Moved to where also refused to say. Now every day after work to run to home. Is not hidden from me the golden house to hide a woman? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. And, I didn't hide it from you. I told you at the beginning. I look for a girlfriend. No. I got married and moved to live with my wife only. Jiang Yao naturally didn't believe it. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. It's okay to lie to others. But you even lie to your brothers, right? Other people were fine. But could he not understand Lin Chen? With a face that looks better than Pan An's and a body with 8-pack abs, this guy didn't know how many schoolgirls he seduced in college. The more people chasing Lin Chen, the more troubles he had, leading him to the point where he directly said to everyone that he was not in love. It's been a widow for almost 2 years now. Where did you get a wife? Lin Chen was too lazy to bull asterisk 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 with him. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. Well, I'm going home to accompany my wife. Then bring your wife out to meet her. Jiang Yao was unwilling. After I got together with my girlfriend, that was the first thing I brought to introduce to you. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then said, she's not well, so when she's better in the future, let's find a chance to bring her out. With that, she pushed right past him and headed out the door. Jiang Yao was speechless. Damn it, you kid better really bring a wife out. Lin Chen drove all the way home, not knowing why. The desire to go home today was stronger than ever. He wanted to see Sumi, to cuddle her fragrant, soft body nestled on the couch. The faint fragrance of Sumi's body could dispel all negative emotions. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the neighborhood, just went in, and then withdrew, and bought a bouquet of small daisies at the entrance florist. Clusters of flowers of several colors, scented with flowers, simple, but mood-enhancing. "Honey, I'm home," Lin Chen called out just as he exited the elevator. With a sound of footsteps, the door to the room opened, and Sumi, dressed in pink loungewear, greeted her. Seeing the flowers in Lin Chen's hand, she was shocked and delighted. "What a beautiful flower. Like it?" Lin Chen handed her the flowers and smoothly wrapped his arm around her slender waist and headed for the house. "What are we going to eat tonight? I miss you so much." Sumi's pretty face blushed. "Hate it. It's still outside. We're married. What does it matter?" Lin Chen took advantage of her inaction and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Sumi blushed even more, pounded him with her pink fist, and looked out again in a panic, afraid of being seen. No matter how far the two had progressed, she still didn't dare to act too intimately outside. It's just too shy. After entering the house, Lin Chen changed his shoes and went to wash his hands. Sumi took the vase, inserted the small daisies into it, and set it on the table. On the table, a three-course meal was set. Steamed sea bass, pork ribs with plums, and a small green vegetable. The soup is a pigeon and ginseng soup, which is most nourishing. When Lin Chen washed his hands and came out, Sumi was taking a bowl and serving rice. He rushed up with an arrow. "I thought I said I'd do all this work." Saying that, he snatched the rice bowl over, and pressed Sumi into a chair, rambling, "You're not well. Just take care of yourself. Let Auntie Zhou do the work in the house if she can, and if it's not convenient to call out to her, then wait for me to come home. Where would you need to do it yourself?" Sumi snapped. I know. I'm not a fragile vase. Do I have to be so nervous?" Lin Chen put the bowl filled with rice in front of her and went to serve the soup again, saying with his mouth, "It's not that I'm nervous, it's that I have to pay good attention to it. Otherwise I'll be heartbroken if you get bumped." Sumi had a helpless face, but her eyes were full of laughter. The heart was even sweeter, as if it had eaten honey. "As far as I could remember, there never seemed to be a time when I was pampered so nervously. Everyone was telling her one thing: you have to be strong, be independent, work your way up, and be the best you can be." Only Lin Chen, who cared for her as if she were an absolute treasure. "That's so nice." Lin Chen loaded up the rice and soup before sitting down. Then he gave Sumi a piece of meat from the fish belly. "Wife, eat more fish. It's good for your health." Sumi blushed. "I'll do it myself, but I want to feed you." Lin Chen held up his chopsticks, his face full of anticipation. "Honey, just eat it. This is the most delicious part one chose for you." Sumi couldn't argue with him, so she only opened her mouth with a red face and ate the fish into her mouth. The perch was tender and spiny, and Auntie Zhou was a surprisingly good cook. The fish tasted delicious, and Sumi's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. A happy face, as if it were a kitten. Lin Chen looked tickled and couldn't help but speak. "Wife, you're so cute. Just by looking at it, I feel my heart melting." No wonder the ancients had the word show and tell. Sumi's face reddened again and she snapped. "Hate it. Eat your rice." Saying that, he chucked a piece of ribs into Lin Chen's bowl. Lin Chen, however, refused to move, only slightly leaning forward and opening his mouth. "Ah!" Sumi froze and her face turned even redder. "You don't know how to eat by yourself? How old are you? You still need to be fed. Don't be shy." Lin Chen, however, looked as if he was taking it for granted and said, "It's not shameful for others to feed, but if the wife feeds, isn't that a couple's love interest? I've fed you. It's your turn to feed me, isn't it?" "I don't want it." "Wife, eat it yourself." "Baby wife, please, I just won't eat without you feeding me, okay?" Lin Chen's deliberately petulant voice made Sumi sound shy and amused. Eventually, I couldn't argue with him and stuck a piece of ribs out. "Nah." Lin Chen bit down on his chopsticks. Sumi pulled and failed to pull it out, and couldn't help but get annoyed. "What are you doing?" This raising of the eyes, however, happened to meet Lin Chen's eyes. Between four eyes, the air became ambiguous. Chapter 58. Honey, don't be shy. Sumi realized for the first time that when a person was shy, they could feel their whole body burning. She could see the lust in Lin Chen's eyes, and because of that, she felt more and more shy. It was a good thing that Lin Chen saw fit to loosen up and then eat the ribs. After eating, he looked satisfied. "What my wife feeds me is delicious." "Nasty." Sumi was so ashamed and bashful that her feet under the table directly stepped on Lin Chen's feet. On the contrary, she was wearing soft fur slippers, and this stump, instead of being half a deterrent, teased Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen didn't say anything and directly hooked Sumi's feet without letting go. Sumi felt the touch of her skin against her skin. her face blushing to the point of dripping blood, desperately trying to retract her foot, but she was no match for Lin Chen. The two had a battle under the table, and finally Sumi couldn't stand it anymore. Get loose. It is a pity that she will be blushing, although she is angry, but her voice is delicate and soft, even with the general pampering. Lin Chen's 2 feet were covering Sumi's tiny soft feet. Where could he let go? Only seeing that his wife was about to get angry, he had to let go reluctantly. Humph. Sumi wrinkled her nose and made a fierce look. Nuisance. You can't even have a meal in peace. If you do that again, you'll sleep in the study tonight. This expression and tone of voice, if someone else had come along, might have been more pretentious, but Su Honey was born white and beautiful, delicate features, and well-maintained simply cannot see the age. Nowadays, it's like this, not to mention petite. Lin Chen even felt that those girls in their 20s couldn't compare to the girlishness in Sumi. Talking to you. Sumi grunted. No more messing around. Do you hear me? Lin Chen hurriedly nodded. Please don't worry, Your Honor wife. I will never do it again. Sumi let out a giggle. Just know how to be poor. With that, he gave Lin Chen a piece of fish. Hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. The meal was finished with both of them laughing. After eating, Lin Chen packed up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Sumi followed and stood in the doorway. Lin Chen said while putting on water to wash the dishes. What are you doing over here? Go sit on the sofa and watch TV. I'll wash some fruit for you later. What do you want to eat? Sumi liked to eat fruit, but he never had to buy the fruit at home. Li Xiulan would have Aunt Jo buy it and bring it over. An assortment of seasonal fruits, all of the best quality, filled the refrigerator to overflowing. Every time Lin Chen opened the refrigerator, he couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of a mother's love. Putting aside Auntie Zhou's salary, these fruits alone are a considerable expense in a month. Li Xiulan is old and is afraid that she has spent all her pension and savings on this. It's a good thing that he has increased his salary now, so when he gets paid next month, he'll ask her not to buy it, and the money, he'll pay for it himself. You can't let your mother-in-law take care of your wife. Sumi stood in the kitchen doorway and looked at Lin Chen. I just want to stand here, can't I? Okay, whatever your wife does, Lin Chen said, and suddenly had a flash of insight. Wife, you don't think you want to spend more time with me, do you? After all, I work during the day and can only come back at night. I'm home, so you want to be close to me, right? Sumi reddened again. Nonsense. However, while his mouth was speaking, his eyes were still glued to Lin Chen, because what Lin Chen said was indeed correct. She did want to stay with Lin Chen for a while longer. During the day, Lin Chen went to work and she was alone at home, although most of the time she had to deal with the company's business, but once she was idle, her thoughts began to flood in unchecked. Sumi had long since adapted to Lin Chen's company and was used to having him by her side. As soon as Lin Chen left for work, she felt that the house was empty and so lonely that it scared her. Even though Auntie Zhou came over to cook every day at noon, she still felt different. So when Lin Chen came home after work, she wanted to spend more time with him, not wanting to part for a moment. Lin Chen quickly washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen again before he returned to the living room with Sumi in his arms, turning on the TV in passing. A relationship variety show is playing on TV. Honey, you watch first. I'll go wash the fruit. Lin Chen brought the blanket over to Sumi, before going over to the fridge to get the fruit. Imported cherries, strawberries, and mangosteen lychees and whatnot. Took some through, washed them, and quickly returned to this side of the couch. Then he picked up a cherry and handed it to Sumi. Honey, ah. Sumi was staring at the TV so mesmerized that she unconsciously opened her mouth and ate. She had never watched these variety shows, finding them boring and a waste of time. But since living with Lin Chen, after eating at night, if they didn't go for a walk, they spent most of the time nestled on the sofa watching TV. After all, she couldn't handle work in front of Lin Chen, and it was a look that gradually became addictive. Lin Chen, I tell you, this program is especially interesting. Sumi, as if she had discovered a new continent, excitedly introduced herself to Lin Chen. This woman, she puas her husband so well, and that guy, he smells like a father, and his wife refuses to get a divorce, so it's just a matter of willingness to fight and willingness to suffer. The more she talked, the more energized she became. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her and listened dotingly, feeding her a piece of fruit every now and then. It wasn't until the episode of the variety show was over that Sumi came back to her senses. Looking at the only 2 strawberries left on the plate in front of her, she blushed. Why don't you eat any of them? Lin Chen came over, waiting for you to feed me. Again. Sumi glared at him, but still took a strawberry and handed it over. As soon as Lin Chen opened his mouth, he took in all of her fingers. The tip of his tongue flicked over the delicate fingers, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Sumi was like being electrocuted, instantly feeling all soft. Shy and timid, you're doing it again. Let go of me. When Lin Chen did let go of her fingers, he then ate the strawberry in 3 batches. Then he wrapped his arms around Sumi and kissed her. Sumi's exclamation of surprise was swallowed as much as he could. A kiss that was extremely lingering. However, Lin Chen had a sense of propriety and didn't last long before releasing her. Sumi's face was flushed and she gasped as she fell limply into his arms. Lin Chen immediately became worried. Are you alright, wife? That's what happens when you're not in good health. You can't handle a little bit of intimacy. So much so that the two have been married for some time now, sharing the same bed night after night, without ever taking the final step. Sumi didn't say anything, only raised her eyes to look at him. Those eyes, which used to be clear and bright, were now filled with unfulfilled lust. Lin Chen's heart fluttered as he watched, and he almost couldn't help himself. In the end, reason prevailed. He took a deep breath and got up. It's getting late. I'll put water on to soak your feet. Just then, Sumi was the one who pulled him back. What's wrong? Sumi didn't say anything. A hand climbed up to his neck, actually trembling, and took the initiative to kiss up. Chapter 59 Sumi's Initiative. Sumi's rare initiative made Lin Chen ecstatic, yet still a little worried. He held her shoulder and said, Are you physically okay? Sumi was shy and angry. Can I not know my body? Lin Chen was confused. Reacting, he turned the tables and pinned Sumi to the couch. Would it be manly to back down at a time like this? Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi and kissed her from her cheeks to her lips, then gradually moved down. Sumi's lips overflowed with a fine sound, as if it were an aphrodisiac, making Lin Chen completely oblivious, and his hand began to be dishonest, reaching in along the hem of his shirt. Perhaps it was because of the hospitalization. Sumi's body was extremely slender and thin, and even after being discharged from the hospital and recuperating for a period of time, she was still very thin. The surplus of a slender waist, coupled with the smooth as gelatin skin, Lin Chen was so oblivious that his hand directly touched Sumi's back. It wasn't until her underwear was unbuttoned that Sumi snapped out of it. No! She pushed Lin Chen away with one hand. Lin Chen was confused. How? What happened? Sumi panicked and got up to put her clothes in order, lowered her head, and said with a red face, I just can't anyway. With that, he fled to his room, slamming the door behind him. Lin Chen sat dumbfounded on the sofa, and after a long time before he reacted, he couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. The arrow was suddenly called off. What is all this called? Inside the room, Sumi sat on the bed, her breath still a little unsteady. She reached up and cupped her face, feeling the scalding temperature, and unconsciously thought again of what she had just seen. After nearly 40 years of living, this seemed like the first time she'd been this close to a man. The more Sumi thought about it, the more shy she felt. In the past, although she and Lin Chen had cuddled up every night, Lin Chen had always respected her. Even if there was kissing, it was only on point. Getting out of control like today has never happened before. Sumi felt as if the places that had been touched by Lin Chen still carried Lin Chen's temperature. The trembling sensation, and the feeling of fear tinged with anticipation, lingered. But even so, she called it quits at the last minute, not just because it felt a little chipper, but because she wasn't ready for it. Deep down, Sumi had actually identified with Lin Chen, but when it came down to it, she was still afraid. Afraid of what? She couldn't say. But not now anyway. Wait a little longer. Sumi muttered. Wait a little longer. Outside the door, Lin Chen sat there for a long time and finally calmed down. Looking at the closed door of his room, he sighed heavily. The fragrant and soft wife was right in front of him, so it was hard to take the initiative for once. But he actually shouted to stop at the last minute. It looks like you have some good days ahead of you. Lin Chen sighed again as he thought about Sumi's body. It's just a matter of who's got a poorly and shy wife. There's no rush. There's a lifetime to go. After Lin Chen figured it out, he got up and walked to the door of his room. Wife, I'm going to take a shower. I'll fetch you some water over to soak your feet later. Oh, there was no sound in the room. Lin Chen knew Sumi's temperament. This must be shyly hiding under the quilt. So he didn't ask too many questions, and took a bath on his own. By the time she finished her shower, Sumi hadn't come out yet. Lin Chen also didn't want to force her, seeing that the time was not even 10 o'clock. So he simply said, Wife, I'm going to go to the study to read a bit. If you want to soak your feet, call me, or else it's fine if you go to bed first. Big deal. He'll sleep in the den tonight. There is also a bed in the study, and there is also a desk and computer chair, and there are a lot of books on the bookshelf, presumably because Li Xiulan was afraid that Sumi was bored and sent over to relieve her boredom. It was the first time Lin Chen had ever observed a study, and when he did, he was instantly confused. The books on the shelves were actually all books on financial management as well as the workplace. These books, Lin Chen took a copy of the book and flipped through it. only to feel that it was so obscure that he had to doze off after a few more glances, so he couldn't help but be puzzled. In his opinion, even if the study didn't have all kinds of novels, it should have some world-famous books and other books to relieve boredom, right? How come it's all about financial management now? And many places in the book, but also carefully made annotations, it can be seen that the person reading the book is very hard work to study these books. But, would Sumi read this kind of book? Lin Chen shook his head as he thought of Sumi's gentle and well-behaved appearance. Baby wife that nature. Even if she works 80% as a clerk or other occupations, how could there be a need to read this kind of books? And as far as he knew, Sumi had been sick for almost 2 years from the time she suffered from depression to the time she was hospitalized, and there was no way to work with severe depression. Does she still read these books after so long without working? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more puzzled he became, when he suddenly saw the computer on the table. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for the computer and turned it on. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen, you still go back to your room to sleep tonight? Ha! Lin Chen froze. The next second he was ecstatic. He couldn't care less about the computer. He turned around and flew out. Back. Of course. Who wants to sleep in the study when you have a wife? It's the happiest thing in the world to be able to sleep with a fragrant, soft wife in your arms. There is no one. Sumi stood in the doorway of the study, her slightly baggy pink pajamas making her entire body look more and more petite. A head of long, soft hair was draped behind her head, and she raised her eyes to look at Lin Chen, with a hint of redness on her face, a timid appearance that could not be more endearing. Lin Chen endured and endured before he suppressed the desire in his heart and spoke. You go back to your room first. I'll go put water on your feet. Today Sumi is much better and is able to bathe alone. It wasn't like before, when you had to ask Auntie Cho to help guard the bathroom door, just in case. But even so, Lin Chen still insisted on giving Sumi a foot massage every night. Sumi watched Lin Chen go into the bathroom, and immediately went into the study, turned the computer on, and skillfully operated it before she breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been dealing with work during the day and had forgotten to hide it, and had just thought about it in her room, and the whole thing had freaked her out. It was only at this point that I let go. Only after this was done did Sumi return to her room and obediently waited for Lin Chen to bring over the water. Honey, try the water to see if it's the right temperature. Lin Chen placed the water basin in front of Sumi, and took the tablet over and handed it to her. You find a drama to watch, and I'll give you a massage. With that, he sat down on the small bench and prepared to press Sumi's feet. Rao has done it many times, but Sumi is still a little shy. In fact, the doctor said that I recovered quite well. You give me to press my legs on the line, wash my feet and so on. I can do it myself. Since ancient times, there has been the saying that the man is the master of the house and the woman is the master of the house. And the vast majority of men are actually a bit chauvinistic in their hearts, not to mention washing his wife's feet. There are plenty of men who don't even help their wives when the soy sauce bottle falls over. But Lin Chen not only does all the housework, but also washes her feet every night. Sumi was a little worried that Lin Chen would feel that he had lost face. Lin Chen, however, laughed. Fool, I'm your husband. Isn't it only natural to wash your feet? Sit still and wait for your husband to serve you. Chapter 60. Honey, what do you do for a living? Sumi looked at Lin Chen, who was seriously washing and massaging her feet in front of her, and couldn't help but say, Lin Chen, you're so nice. I think I'm pretty good too. Lin Chen heatedly smiled. After all I've done, aren't you grateful to me, wife? Sumi nodded. More than grateful. Perhaps in the beginning, when Lin Chen went to the hospital to speak with her, she did have nothing but gratitude in her heart. But after spending this time together, her heart had long since silently fallen onto Lin Chen. Not just grateful, but touched, and deeply loved. Lin Chen took a soft handkerchief and dried Sumi's feet while saying, I know you're grateful to me, but it's not good enough to just pay lip service. You mustn't do something practical? Sumi froze for a moment, her pretty face flushed. Then you come over. Lin Chen, however, shook his head in an unprecedented manner. I don't want a kiss, though he hadn't kissed enough just now, and the fact that his baby wife had taken the initiative to offer up a kiss really made him feel good. But now, he had other plans. Sumi was puzzled. So what do you want? What I want is simple. Lin Chen said with a straight face. Don't call me by my name in the future. Call me husband, okay? Obviously a legal couple with a license. But Sumi called Lin Chen with a mouthful, and refused to even call her husband. He's resentful too, alright. There's a sense of delayed aggravation in getting a name. Sumi, however, had a face that turned red. Lin Chen pursued. Not willing? Sumi lowered her head, biting her lower lip in death. How could she not say anything? She couldn't really call out that name. Too shy. Lin Chen immediately became aggravated. It's just a title. Why don't you want to? We've been married for so long. I can call you my wife. Why won't you call me your husband? Good wife. Please. Just scream. Okay? As he spoke, he glanced at Sumi's white and tender feet, and instantly had a bad thought, tickling the soles of her feet. Sumi was startled, and immediately afterward, she burst out laughing. Don, do this. I'm ticklish. You let go. Call me husband and I'll stop. Ha 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 ha, that tickles. Stop it. Call your husband. No. Sumi suddenly burst into a coughing fit, coughing fiercely. Lin Chen's face immediately changed drastically, and he quickly pounced over. Are you alright, wife? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Knowing that you're not well, you're still messing with you. Don't you scare me, honey, I will never dare again. How do you feel now? Do you want to go to the hospital? In a panic, he reached for his cell phone and tried to call 120. Who knows, just at this moment, originally coughed to stop Sumi, suddenly put his hand into his clothes, grabbed his waist side of the itchy meat will scratch up. This time, it caught Lin Chen off guard. He was tall and handsome, but he had an Achilles heel. That's ticklish. Now that Sumi had made this move, it immediately tickled him to the point of collapse. Ha 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 ha, wife, I was wrong. Ha ha ha, you. Ha 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 ha, don't scratch please. Come on, ha 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 ha, stop it. I can't stand it, ha 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 ha. Lin Chen laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He favored Sumi's body, but he didn't dare to resist, and he was afraid of hurting Sumi even when he ran away. The big, 6-foot-something guy could only lie obediently and laugh until he wept. Sumi said while scratching, will you still dare to treat me like this in the future? Don't dare, don't dare. Ha 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 ha, you stop it. Under Lin Chen's repeated pleas for mercy, Sumi finally withdrew her hand. Lin Chen finally slowed down, and the first thing he did was to look at Sumi and take her into his arms. You're not allowed to do this in the future. Sumi snapped. Who told you to bully me first? So you're so ticklish. Next time you dare to bully me, I'll tickle you back. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not tickling. It's no more pretending to be sick to scare me. He hugged Sumi tightly. Stunned. Do you know that just watching you like that scared me to death? You were already in poor health, and you just coughed so hard I thought. Anyway, no more of that in the future. Said and added. Of course, I did wrong today too. I shouldn't have messed with you. I won't in the future. Sumi froze. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Chen's face full of worry, and a wave of unprecedented emotion welled up in her heart. She had originally thought that Lin Chen didn't like being tickled, but she hadn't thought that Lin Chen was actually worried about her body. I'm sorry. Sumi solemnly apologized and wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's waist and said sullenly, don't worry husband, I won't in the future. Aha. Lin Chen nodded. The next second, the whole thing jumped up. What did you just call me? Wife, did you call your husband? Sumi, however, tilted her head. You heard wrong. No, you must have screamed. You just misheard. Wife, good wife, scream again. Will you? I don't want it. Honey, please, just one more time. Don't. I'm tired. I need to sleep. Sumi said and got out of Lin Chen's arms and closed her eyes when she got under the covers. Lin Chen called out a few times, but when he saw that she refused to say anything, he could only let out a long sigh. It's just a matter of time. There's no need to rush it. Just take your time. This night, Lin Chen was struggling with the issue of name-calling in his sleep. Honey, just call me husband. Sumi was woken up and pursed her lips as she listened to the dreamy words coming from her side. She then wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and pressed her face against his chest. The familiar sound of her heartbeat made her feel a sense of reassurance she had never felt before. Honey, I love you. Day 2. As usual, Auntie Zhou came over early and made breakfast. Lin Chen and Sumi sat opposite each other, chatting as they ate the delicious chicken noodle soup. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of those books in the study. A little puzzled, he said, Honey, do you read? Look, what's going on? Those books in the study. Are you the one reading them? Lin Chen's words caused Sumi to react violently. The books, all from her previous study, had been moved here. Nowadays, if you don't go to the company, apart from handling some duties on the line, the rest of the time you spend is reading and studying. After all, times are changing rapidly, and even the chairman of a large company has to work hard to learn new things so as not to be caught up. But she didn't expect Lin Chen to be suspicious of those books. Sumi looked at Lin Chen's curious look and smiled. You mean the books in the study? That's the landlord's book. He said you can read it as much as you want. What's wrong? Lin Chen shook his head. It just feels a little strange. I looked at it last night. It's all financial books. It's complicated. Speaking of which, he looked over at Sumi. What kind of work did you do before you got sick? Wife, Chapter 61 almost exposed. A previous job? Sumi froze for a moment and looked calm. I used to be a medical beauty, The company does biotechnology, specializing in skincare and wellness. So it's true. Lin Chen, however, frowned. Doing this is very hard. Now that my husband can make money, in the future, you'll be able to stay at home. It's perfectly fine for my husband to support you. Although he hadn't understood the medical beauty industry, he knew that this business earned hard money, such as those employees in the beauty salon who gave people a face job, and he felt tired just thinking about it. He can't afford to let his precious wife suffer. Sumi smiled sweetly and nodded. Good, Lin Chen said, and then remembered about his job change, and was about to say more when he saw that it was almost 8 o'clock. Ah, it's so late. He drank the bowl of soup in one gulp and hurriedly said, Honey, I'm going to work first. I'll be back tonight to tell you the good news. I was going to say it last night, but that interruption made me forget everything. Sumi smiled. What's the good news? Secret. We'll find out when I get back, Lin Chen said, and changed his shoes and went out the door. Sumi, however, was puzzled. What will be the good news for Lin Chen? Could it be due to a job change? With that thought, she dialed out. Lin Chen drove his car towards the company once he left the door. On the way, couldn't help but sigh again. The company welfare is really good. If it is not allocated a car, this will be in the subway cost sardine cans of fish it. But think carefully, the company first gave a high salary and car allocation, and now it is a direct promotion. The annual salary have increased to 300,000. With such a big pie falling on his head, it seems that the pot he will have to carry for the company in the future is not small. Lin Chen had already decided at this point that the company was counting on him. It simply makes sense to sweeten the deal first so that he'll be grateful to the company, and then later, when the company encounters problems, push him out to take the blame and take the fall or whatever. But even so, he decided to go ahead and do it. There's not even half a whisper about the backstabbing, so he'll just do the job himself and get the big paycheck first. As for the future, let's talk about it later. The big deal is that if you see something wrong, you can run away immediately, all the way to the office. There was a KFC Super Deluxe breakfast on the table, as well as hot coffee. Jiang Yao stood on the sidelines, his eyes glowing. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Being attentive to nothing is either treachery or theft. Speak up. What is it that you're begging me for? That wasn't the deal yesterday. Jiang Yao rubbed his fists. You are now the manager of the live department. This deputy manager position. Lin Chen lost his smile. You kid. When righteous father is developed, can he forget about you? His good son? Don't worry. The position of assistant manager is definitely for you. This other location, though, is a bit of a problem. Ryuban Sakura had said that everything related to the live broadcast department would be left to him to decide. Even recruiting can be left up to him. But this is something, right? It looks simple on the surface. It's straight to decentralization. To actually do it is as hard as it gets. After all, it's no different than asking him to start a business when he has half the experience. What's the trouble? Jiang Yao skimmed his lips. I went up to the 8th floor and looked around. The decorations and everything are all done. Even the desks and chairs are there. The next thing you have to do is to recruit this matter to the personnel department, and then buy those office equipment, computer live equipment and so on, to the financial department. As for you, the manager, he patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Just sit in the office and move your mouth and direct your men to work. That's true. But, Lin Chen rubbed his chin, always feeling that something wasn't right. What about 300,000 a year? The year-end bonus is another thing. If you don't work hard, can you afford this annual salary? Take a step back. Who does not have a little bit of a big show? Before that is no money, no trial and error costs. Now that the company is paying for it and has said it can underwrite it, the opportunity has been presented to me, and it's always a no-brainer if I don't give it a try. Thinking of this, Lin Chen slapped his palm on the table. No, since I've taken over, I have to do a good job. Good son, you do the recruiting, I'll do the picking. Let's divide and conquer this live department. If it really made money for the company, it might even help the company through the crisis and save it from being pushed out to take the fall at some point in the future. Jiang Yao was confused. I can understand going big, but you're in charge. Shouldn't you be recruiting people? Got the division of labor wrong, didn't you? It was fine if he was not willing to hand things over to other departments. How come this most important thing was left to him and Lin Chen chose an insignificant job instead? Jiang Yao suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. You kid, you're not planning to take kickbacks, are you? He lowered his voice. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's against the law. Don't get a job that you can't easily find, and then turn around and you're sent in. Though it's true that when you do this, you more or less skim off the top. But how can it be justified that they have just joined the company and their hands are not clean? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. It's all been said. You can't spit ivory out of your mouth, just say less. Anyway, recruiting this job. You love to do it. If you don't want to, Just leave it there, and I'll do it when I'm done shopping. You just had to go shopping, didn't you? Right. Anyway, just tell me if you're hiring. Lin Chen said this and tapped Jiang Yao's shoulder meaningfully. Assistant manager? The phrase assistant manager instantly made Jiang Yao so beautiful that he answered in one mouthful. That's right. Lin Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. Alright, I'll go out and make a report. Then go to work. You recruit people and watch them too. The general manager said. I can decide what to recruit myself, but the resume must also pass the personnel that pass. Don't any cat or dog to the company. Other than that, your junior high school graduation classmate, Harry or whatever. No favoritism. Jiang Yao was not happy. Hey you kid, am I that kind of person? I'm still waiting for the two of us to join forces, get the department up and running, and make $100 million. Lin Chen nodded, turned around and went to the 9th floor. Longman Sakura was in a meeting, and he was greeted by Kai Meng. Manager Lin, the general manager said, all the affairs of the live department are under your full responsibility. What you want to do, you decide it yourself. You don't need to come back and ask the general manager. The money you spend directly take the invoice to find the financial reimbursement on the line. Kai Meng explained. As for going out and whatnot, there's no need to report back. In other words, you're free to move around until the entire live broadcast department is officially up and running. Of course, this period of time can't last too long. After all, the whole company, nowadays, are all staring at you. This live department. Even if you open the back door, you can't go too far. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly said, I know. Thank you Secretary Kai. With that, he turned and entered the elevator. Kai Meng looked at his back and couldn't help but mutter in the bottom of her heart. One wonders what kind of status and background this lord has that the board of directors agreed to create a separate department for him to play in. It's probably some rich kid that some investor sent over to experience life. A live department. Even if you spend money, you can't spend much, just as coaxing the big young man to be happy. Kai Meng shook her head and went back to her office. As for Lin Chen, after leaving the company, he took out his cell phone before he even reached the parking lot and dialed Sumi's number. Honey, we're going out on a date. Change your clothes and wait at home for me to pick you up. Chapter 62 Veiled wives are beautiful too. Lin Chen also had a sudden thought. Ryuman Sakura said he gave him the entire 8th floor for the live broadcast department. And right now there's nothing but some office chairs. Then you have to buy it. What with computers and live streaming equipment and all that, you definitely need to see it in person before you can place an order. Doesn't that give you the opportunity to go to work and touch the fish? And this groping, bring your precious wife along. No one will know, right? Expenses are still reimbursed. Public dating. Cool. When Sumi received Lin Chen's call, she only felt cloudy. What appointment? Aren't you at work? She already knows about the company. She was actually reluctant about the board of directors creating a separate live streaming department for Lin Chen. It wasn't that she didn't want to support Lin Chen, but she felt that it was too fast. Before Sumi was sick, she was also a famous female president, and she had a very thorough view of human nature. Even if she had long since identified with Lin Chen, in terms of her career, she didn't intend to let Lin Chen reach heaven in a single step. For one thing, he didn't want to hurt Lin Chen's pride. Secondly, he hoped that Lin Chen could keep his feet on the ground and start as a small employee in the marketing department, step by step, and move up the ladder in a practical manner. But now an entire department was given directly to Lin Chen, with too much power. And now this call from Lin Chen was even more puzzling to her. This just arrived in a department that's not busy working, so why is there suddenly talk of dating? Lin Chen said as he drove. I'll meet you later to talk to you. Get changed first and wait for me downstairs. I'll be there in half an hour. I'll make up for you today for the meeting that didn't work out last time. I can't say it in a few words. Let's talk about it when we meet. Sumi hung up the phone in some bewilderment, instinctively wanting to call the company side to ask, but the phone stopped before it was dialed. She could sense that Lin Chen wasn't someone who was messing around. If he would come out this time, he must have his reasons, so it would be better to just meet and ask. What's more, she didn't want to ask about everything and come off as spying. Since we're a couple, there must be a basic level of trust. After Sumi thought clearly, she no longer dwelled on it and happily went to change her clothes. Only a few changes of clothes in a row didn't satisfy. Most of her clothes, for the most part, were on the mature side of the workplace, and the few that remained were sportswear heavy. Sumi instinctively didn't want to dress up too maturely. After all, she was so much older than Lin Chen. After picking and choosing, I saw that it was getting late, so I had to take a random dress and put it on, and I wanted to put on my makeup, but there just wasn't enough time. Forget it. Sumi looked at the mirror again and again, looking at the slightly pale and thin face in the mirror. How can not be satisfied? It was at this exact moment that Lin Chen's phone call came back. Honey, I'm down the block. Are you ready? In Sumi's haste, the mirror fell to the floor. Clatter. Lin Chen was instantly anxious. What's wrong? I heard the mirror break. Did it pierce your hand? Honey, are you dizzy again and not holding things steady? Never mind, you go lie down on the bed. I'm coming up now. Don't move. The phone was hung up before Sumi could say anything. She looked at the shards of glass on the ground and couldn't help but smile at the thought of Lin Chen's anxious voice. That man, who usually looks quite stable, but when it comes to his own business, he's a mess. It's kinda cute when you think about it. Lin Chen found a temporary parking space and parked his car, so he ran straight back home, and couldn't even wait for the elevator. Running the stairs, arrived home gasping for breath. Sumi was heartbroken. I just accidentally dropped the mirror, and you hung up before I even had a chance to say anything. What's the hurry? Drink some water and rest. Lin Chen, however, grabbed her hand and tensed. Really not hurt? Sumi cried and laughed. No, I'm not a child anymore. Where can I get hurt by dropping a mirror? What if I cut myself on a shard of glass? I'm not stupid. After talking for half a day, Lin Chen made sure that Sumi was not hurt. Then he sighed in relief, drank his water and went to clean up the glass shards all over the floor. Sumi looked at his busy appearance and only felt sweetness in her heart. Lin Chen quickly cleaned up the house and looked at Sumi. Alright, let's go. Let's go on a date. Sumi, however, was a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Lin Chen got puzzled. Don't you want to go? Not. Sumi hesitantly spoke. Am I not ugly like this? Lin Chen froze and sized her up. Only Sumi was wearing a white one-shoulder dress, revealing her white and skinny collarbone. And when she went down, her slender waist, the skirt wasn't too long, only reaching the knee, exposing long, straight calves, and paired with spaghetti strap heels. Lin Chen gulped and shook his head without hesitation. It's not ugly, but I don't like it. Ah. Sumi whitened her face. Then I'll change my. Lin Chen directly pulled her back. Let me choose for you. With that, he dug into the room. In a few moments, however, the chosen clothes were brought out. Red knit top with white cotton linen pants and a pair of single shoes. Wear this. This I like. Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. Sumi stared at the clothes he handed over, always feeling out of place. You like this style? Lin Chen nodded desperately. Yeah, that's what I like. But, seems a bit old-fashioned to me. We're so old. Wife, you are not old at all, okay? Look with 17 or 18 years old beauty girl like. You're making me happy again. This is absolutely from the bottom of my heart. Not half a lie. You believe me. This is the most beautiful outfit you've ever worn. Sumi was half convinced, but she went back to her room to change her clothes. Lin Chen watched her come out and was relieved. It was that same breath that brought Sumi back to her senses. You don't think that dress just showed too much, so you won't let me wear it, do you? Lin Chen immediately smiled sarcastically. No matter, wife, don't misunderstand. How could I possibly interfere with your freedom of dressing? I really think you look better and are more comfortable in the one you're wearing now. Trust me. That's weird. It was because he thought the dress was too nice and brought out all of Sumi's good qualities that he asked for it to be changed. Such a beautiful baby wife. Just wear it at home for him. No one else deserves it. Sumi finally stopped asking more questions under his oath. But then she dwelled on another question. Do you want to put on some makeup? No need. Wife, you are most beautiful now like this. As the saying goes, clear water comes out of hibiscus. Naturally decarved. Makeup and whatnot will only cover up your beauty. Plain face is the most beautiful. That's fine. Sumi took the bag on the shelf. Let's go. Just in time. Now that you're free, tell me why you're able to run out on a date during work hours? Chapter 63 Bastard. You're so thick-skinned. It's a long story about that. Lin Chen held Sumi's hand and went out the door, explaining. Actually, I wanted to tell you last night. Your husband me. I've been promoted. Sumi had known this news for a long time, but she still pretended to be surprised. Really? What's the position now? Why were you promoted so quickly? Didn't you just start work not long ago? Lin Chen's chin rose as he said smugly. The company has set up a new department, and I'm now serving as the manager of this department. As for the speed of promotion, well, he rubbed his chin and mused. Honestly, I don't know. I've always felt that ever since I've been in the company, When he said this, he changed his words. I think it's probably because the company has a good eye for my talent. After all, it's really hard to find someone with both talent and appearance like me. So just give me a promotion. Lin Chen had wanted to tell Sumi about his guess. For example, if the company has a big problem and needs someone to take the blame, then he, a newcomer with no background, is chosen to bestow favors before repaying them. But on second thought, these were just his own guesses, and there was no need to say them to make Sumi worry. Anyway, The big deal is that when the time comes that something really goes wrong, you quit your job, take your wife back to your hometown, and you can always get by. Sumi puffed out a laugh. You're cheeky. Lin Chen bristled. What do you mean by thick skin? Did I say something wrong? Don't you think I'm handsome and capable? Wife, I'm a graduate student from 985 University. I'm great. Sumi stifled her smile and nodded. Yes, 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 you're the best. Lin Chen suddenly smiled ambiguously. Not only is my work great, but elsewhere, I'm pretty great too. Sumi was confused. In the next second, a face instantly turned red. Nasty. What are you babbling about? There's no bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Chen had an innocent look on his face. Besides being great at work, I'm great at doing housework and taking care of people and even massages. Am I wrong? He said and gave Sumi another look. What are you blushing for? Wife, did you think of something with color? Yeah, you, in the middle of the day. You're actually thinking about these messy things. Yuck. He deliberately imitated Sumi's tone. Sumi laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, and her pink fists rained down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen was flustered. Hey wife, don't fight. I'm driving. I know I'm wrong. Nervous as he was, the car actually drove steadily. Sumi glared at him. Who told you to talk nonsense? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Wasn't that the wife you messed up first? And you say, fine, fine, I'll stop. Don't be mad at me, wife. The tiny car was filled with laughter. After Sumi calmed down, she thought of another thing. That's not right. You've been promoted. Why did you suddenly come to me for a date during work hours? Aren't you afraid you'll be fired for your attitude at work? She wanted to support Lin Chen, so naturally she hoped that Lin Chen would be able to work well with his feet on the ground, instead of neglecting their duties and running out to do personal business all during office hours, as they are doing now. Lin Chen screamed, Wife, you can't accuse me. I'm not the kind of person who uses public office for private gain. Today I came out. It's for the purpose of purchasing office equipment. You see, our company has never been involved in the live bandwagon business before, and nowadays we're starting everything from scratch. The office in addition to tables and chairs. Gross no. Live with the computer live equipment and so on. That must not rebuy. Sumi raised her eyebrows. Isn't there a specialized department in charge of purchasing? Where do you need to come out personally? Lin Chen cheered up. Then I'm not worried about handing it over to someone else. Besides, if I, a newcomer, become a department manager in one leap, there must be a lot of people in the company who are not convinced. Wouldn't it be heartbreaking for me to go straight to work for someone in another department in this situation? And most importantly, as a department manager, you have to be on top of things in order to understand every part of the process. And when the department is up and running, then you can make money for the company. Don't you think so? Sumi saw right through it. I think you just want to come out and date me. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. It's true that I can't hide anything from you, wife, but it's not like I don't work. The location of today's date. I chose the live broadcasting base over the west side of the city. First go and stroll around, see how other people live broadcasting, learn some experience, and in the future when my live broadcasting department is done, I won't have to do both, right? Sumi was a bit surprised. She had thought that Lin Chen really was just using the excuse of work to come out on a date. I didn't realize that planning was still done. Come to think of it, the company really did not touch the live broadcast industry before there are shareholders proposed to do. Only the market is not good. A moment cannot empty energy. Now that it's been handed over to Lin Chen, maybe it can really make a difference. Lin Chen added, what about next to the live broadcast base? There is a large shopping plaza. By the time the live broadcast base site finished shopping, tired to go to the shopping plaza to eat a meal. Reasonable, right? Sumi let out a giggle. You're still full of nothing but dates. Not at all. I work very seriously, but I'm going to have to commission you, wife, to hang out with me at the live base. Lin Chen had actually thought about going back to pick up Sumi after he had finished strolling around the live base, but he didn't want to let go of any opportunity to spend time with Sumi, so he picked up the person early. Sumi shook her head. It won't be. It just so happens that I'm bored of staying at home every day, and I'm happy to be able to come out for a walk. Her body hadn't fully recovered yet nowadays, and she would get dizzy if she stood for a long time. Therefore, Li Xiulan did not allow her to go out alone in any way. On the contrary, everyone has to work, and Li Xiulan is not well enough to stay with her for a long time. Now that it was so hard for Lin Chen to bring her out, she was happy. The two of them talked and laughed, and soon arrived at the live broadcasting base located in the west of the city. It was originally a shopping mall as well, but the original mall slowly fell into disuse after a new large mall moved in. It was later acquired and converted into a live streaming base. There were netizens and photographers everywhere, and it was a sight to behold. Lin Chen held Sumi and urged, "Wife, even though I'm working, you're the most important thing. So if you're not comfortable shopping, you must tell me." Sumi snapped, "I told you I'm not a child. Can I not know this point? Don't worry." As he spoke, he kept surveying the surroundings with curiosity. It was a place she had heard of before, but had never been to. Instead, it's a whole new experience. Lin Chen sighed in relief and kissed Sumi on the cheek when she wasn't looking. "Let's go. Our first date. Let's go." Chapter 64, taking you on a different kind of experience. Before Sumi got sick, she was a complete workaholic, and barely touched anything outside of work. And after the illness, it is even more interested in nothing. All day long to stay at home, rarely go out. It's even rarer to be out shopping. Like today, now that he was holding Lin Chen and walking around the live base, he only felt that everything he looked at was incomparably new. The live broadcast base covered a huge area, with 6 floors in total, and from the 2nd floor to the 5th floor, all of them were live broadcast rooms that had been converted into small cubicles. Lin Chen led Sumi all the way through. Tisk's king. Most of the live streaming rooms are left open, with a wide variety of anchors looking into the camera, either chatting or performing their talents. And each of these live rooms has a different style of decor. For example, there are antique ones, or simple and plain ones, or even those decorated with unbelievable luxury, to name a few. Sumi somewhat exclaimed, "So those live rooms you see online, the backgrounds are all rented?" Lin Chen lost his smile. "It's definitely rented. Even if it's fine for the big anchors, the small anchors can't just have their entire home renovated for a live broadcast with undetermined proceeds, right? But that said," he stroked his chin and mused, "our company is going to do a live broadcast. This live room background, we have to plan it properly. Honey Biotechnology Company, the main direction of research is skincare and healthcare products. The consumer group is a woman. This live background, you have to catch the heart of the woman to do." Sumi couldn't help but purse her lips and smile as she looked at Lin Chen's serious thinking appearance. Seeing Lin Chen working so seriously, her lifted heart fell to the ground. "Let's hope this live sector goes smoothly." The two of them wandered around for a while, and then a manager-like person came. "Are you two renting the live room?" The man was enthusiastic. "What direction are you live?" Saying this, he surveyed Lin Chen and Sumi again, not hiding the amazement under his eyes. "If the two of you haven't planned it out, there is a specialized Netflix incubation company on my side. The two of you have a very outstanding appearance. You can completely take the route of high-value couples. I guarantee that within half a month, I will be able to create the most perfect persona for the two of you, and you will attract fans very quickly." Sumi frowned slightly and was about to refuse when she was interrupted. "The company won't be necessary," Lin Chen said in a serious manner. "We don't intend to sign a contract. We came over today just to see if there is a suitable live room." The man immediately nodded his head. Yes. Our entire live base has hundreds of different styles of live rooms, to ensure that you can choose the one that suits your needs. Don't worry about the rent. It's very affordable." Sumi was a little confused. "What's all this talk about going to the live feeds?" Lin Chen squeezed her hand and said to the man, "Then show us the modernized live room first. By the way, tell us about the live equipment you use and stuff." The man immediately said, "No problem. You two follow me." Lin Chen, holding Sumi, followed the man enough to watch a dozen live rooms. Each live room took a picture, but also the live room with all the live equipment asked, carefully noted down. The man was a bit tired after this round. "Have you two thought about it? Which live room do you have your eye on? This side will take you to sign the contract." Sumi had already understood Lin Chen's intentions. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's go back and think about it first." "Thanks." With that, he turned and walked away. The man's exasperated voice came from behind him. "I'm not going to rent it. Why are you guys looking at it so much? Juggling, huh?" Lin Chen quickened his pace. Seeing Sumi's face turn a little white, he squatted directly in front of Sumi. "Come on up here. I'll carry you. But, don't be butch. If you don't leave, people are going to catch up and scold you." Sumi no longer hesitated and flopped onto Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen put a hand on her back. "Hold on tight and charge." Sumi was startled and wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Chen, allowing him to run outside with her on his back. The wind blew her long hair, and it also brought the faint scent of laundry detergent from Lin Chen's body. At this moment, Sumi felt unprecedented happiness. Lin Chen rushed all the way out of the live base with Sumi on his back and ran to the side of the road before stopping. After putting down Sumi, the two of them looked at each other and smiled in unison. "Honey, did you see the look on that man's face? I have a feeling he's going to curse next." "See? He turned green when he heard us say we'd go back and reconsider. Would that be a bad idea on our part? Fool, it's his job to receive clients. It's not like he seems to have to rent it. And yeah, it's been a fun day." Sumi blushed and gasped a little. but the smile on her face was impossible to suppress. In the past, she had never shopped in a place like this, much less bothered someone for half a day and ended up buying nothing. This one today is a first in life. New, exciting, and fun. Lin Chen, however, was a bit worried. Wife, how do you feel physically now? Can you still stroll? Do you want to go home? Sumi shook her head, her eyes shining brightly. I don't want to go back. Didn't you say you'd take me to the mall? Then go to the mall. Lin Chen nodded his head without hesitation. Go to the opposite side. What do you want to eat? Just say it. All consumption today. Mr. Lin will cover it. Sumi giggled and winked playfully. Yes. Thank you, generous Mr. Lin. I'll be polite. But speaking of shopping, Sumi's body was still a bit unable to carry on, and she already had little appetite by the time she ate lunch. Lin Chen was heartbroken. Wife, feel free to eat something to pad your stomach. Then we'll go home and have Auntie Zhou come over to make you some kanji to drink. Aunt Zhou boiled a handful of good porridge. Just smelling the aroma can make people's fingers move. And add some medicinal herbs. It is most suitable for Sumi. Sumi didn't force herself, and nodded weakly. Good. Lin Chen bought the bill, then ignored her objections and directly picked her up, going all the way to the parking lot. When he came out earlier, he had already called Auntie Zhou and asked her not to come over at noon. This would be but had to cheekily call over, briefly explain the situation and ask Auntie Zhou to come to the house once more. By the time I got back home, Auntie Zhou was already making kanji. To Lin Chen's surprise, Li Xiulan was actually there, sitting on the couch. His face was grim. Chapter 65 Precautionary Shots. Whenever Li Xiulan saw Lin Chen, she was always in a cordial and amiable manner. Especially after Sumi's health had improved, she was even more satisfied with Lin Chen, and she smiled every time. It's the first time I've ever had a face like today's. Sumi was still lying on Lin Chen's back, and when she coldly saw Li Xiulan, her face instantly turned red. Although she and Lin Chen had usually had quite a few intimate gestures a long time ago, but now in front of his mother, or the first time, where to carry? Lin Chen, quickly, put me down. Sumi's voice trembled with shame. Lin Chen was also a little embarrassed and hurriedly carried Sumi into the house, carefully placing her on the sofa. Only then did he look at Li Xiulan and said, Auntie, what brings you here? Although married, but he that mom, still cannot call out, has always shouted Aunt. Li Xiulan said with a stern face, I'm not coming. Sugar is being tossed to death by you. When he said that, he looked at Sumi and saw that her lips were white. You silly girl. The doctor has said that your body is still not well. Although you need to exercise, you can't fool around. If Cho hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. And you? Lu Xiulan looked at Lin Chen and said unflinchingly, sugar candy doesn't have a sense of proportion. Do you not have one either? Taking her out to fool around and not coming back for so long, tossing her around like this. If anything happens, can you afford it? Aunt Zhou stood aside and somewhat apologetically explained. Lin Chen, you were talking seriously on the phone, so I mentioned it to the old lady. Lin Chen felt his eyes go black. He would have been worried about Sumi's health, and when he called Auntie Zhou, he made it sound heavy-handed, saying that Sumi had lost her stamina from shopping, and that she didn't have the appetite to eat. I didn't expect Auntie Zhou to actually invite the old lady over. Lin Chen looked at Li Xiulan's face and couldn't help but secretly grumble. Mom, it's none of Lin Chen's business. Sumi pulled on Li Xiulan's coat. Her voice weakly said, it's me who wants to go out and play. Li Xiulan directly interrupted her words. What you want to go out to play? Obviously. At this point, she abruptly stopped and changed her words. Even if you want to go out and play, then he has to take care of your body. Just let you fool around? There are so many bacterial viruses out there, and you're so weak right now. If you catch any virus, how can you carry it off? After she had learned that Lin Chen had taken Sumi out during working hours, she had called the company side at the first opportunity to ask a question. It almost slipped out just now. Sumi was distressed that Lin Chen was scolded, so she simply leaned on Li Xiulan and pouted. Mom, I've said that I want to go out to play, and Lin Chen can't argue with me. And isn't there nothing wrong with me? We're having a great time today, so don't you say anything about him? While saying that, he gave Lin Chen a wink. Lin Chen took the opportunity to say, Auntie, I didn't think enough about this today. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Li Xiulan's face eased for a few moments as she listened to the two singing together. However, she still had a stern face and said, Lin Chen, I know you favor Sugar Plum, but you know about her body. Even if she recovers a bit, she can't withstand the wind and waves. If you take her out like that, it'll be bad if something happens to her. Don't ever do that again. Lin Chen nodded his head in a hurry. Sumi followed suit. Don't worry, Mom. We know what's in our hearts. You girl. Li Xiulan shook her head helplessly and smiled again. Where did you go today? Did you still have fun? Speaking of this, Sumi was instantly energized. From going out, to strolling around the live base, to talking to the live base people pretending they want to talk about business. Li Xiulan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Sumi froze. Mom, what are you sighing for? Li Xiulan shook her head. Nothing, just feel happy. You used to. You haven't been so happy for a long time. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed the corner of his eye. She remembers very clearly that back then, when Sumi first started the company, she was still full of energy and the whole person was full of vigor. But I don't know when, but Sumi's life is all about work, and her whole body has lost its smile. By the time he suffered from depression, he was completely consumed by bad feelings and surrounded by an aura of death. Looking as energized as she did today was something she hadn't seen in years. Li Xiulan knew in her heart that all these changes were brought about by Lin Chen. She raised her eyes just in time to see Lin Chen bring Kanji out from the kitchen. Auntie, what are you looking at me for? Lin Chen was puzzled by the look. Let's have some kanji first. Honey, I'll help you blow this bowl of yours to cool it down some. While saying that, he carefully served a small half bowl of porridge, scooped a spoonful and blew it cool, then handed it to Sumi's mouth. Wife. Ah. Sumi's face instantly exploded red. Even the roots of her ears were red, and she snapped. What are you doing? I'm not a 3-year-old. I'll do it myself. Wouldn't it be the same if I fed you? Be careful of burning. Lin Chen insisted on holding up the spoon in his hand. Just kidding. This is a rare opportunity to be intimate with your precious wife. How can you let it go? Sumi became more and more shy and couldn't help but say, Mom is still here. Li Xiulan immediately stood up. Sugar Plum is fine. Then I should also go back. Not to be in the way of your young couple here. Auntie Zhou immediately followed and untied her apron. Lin Chen. Ah, the porridge is already boiled, so I'll go back first and come back at lunchtime. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Auntie Zhou, you've boiled so much kanji. I'll just stir-fry a dish in the afternoon. There's no need to come over. Even though he was busy at work, he didn't forget to study the recipes. And nowadays he still has no problem frying a green vegetable or something. Aunt Zhou was full of promise and followed Li Xiulan to leave. When Li Xiulan reached the door, she stopped and turned her head to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, come out for a moment. I have something to say to you. Lin Chen and Sumi exchanged glances. Sumi immediately took the bowl in his hand. You go ahead. I'll eat by myself. If she let Lin Chen feed her again, she felt like her entire body was going to burn. Lin Chen then followed out the door. Li Xiulan walked to the elevator door, before she lowered her voice and said, Lin Chen, ah, I've seen how good you've been to Sugar Plum. During this time, it's been hard on you. Lin Chen hurriedly said, no hard work, no hard work, this is all what I should do. What's so hard about taking care of your own wife? He's willing to do it. Li Xiulan, however, continued. My wife has lived most of her life and knows that this human heart is the most difficult thing to figure out. Now that Sugar has completely trusted and gotten used to you, and I'm giving her to you, then you have to be mentally prepared to take care of her for the rest of her life. If you dare to change your heart in the future, dare to do something to apologize to Sugar, then I will not let you go even if I have to spell out this life. She could see that her silly daughter's heart was accounted for in Lin Chen, but if Lin Chen changed his mind one day, it would be a fatal blow to Sumi. She had to get her precautions in place first, to help eliminate all possibility of injury for Shuemi. Chapter 66 I won't change my mind. Lin Chen first froze when he heard Li Xiulan's words. Then he laughed. What are you laughing at? Li Xiulan froze. Lin Chen said, Auntie, do you think that I didn't even want the money in the first place and stubbornly chose to be with Sugar Plum in order to change my mind later? He raised his hand and swore. I, Lin Chen, swear to the heavens today that if I dare to fail Sumi and do something wrong to Sumi, I will be struck by the heavens with lightning and not be allowed to die. In the eyes of outsiders, perhaps his age and Sumi's age was an unbridgeable gap. But to Lin Chen, Sumi was one of the most beautiful landscapes when he was young, a light that illuminated his childhood. More than anything, it's his spiritual backbone today. What the future holds is anyone's guess. Lin Chen was at this point, but he dared to be certain that there was absolutely no way he could fail Sumi. Li Xiulan was surprised by his determination. After a moment, she smiled. Well, I'm relieved to have you say that. Go back. It's been hard work. Lin Chen watched the old lady and Aunt Zhou get into the elevator before returning home. Sumi had already finished her kanji, and when she saw him come in she curiously said, What did Mom tell you? Let me take care of you. Lin Chen took the bowl in her hand and said, And I have to work hard and save more money, so that when you get well and have a child later, you'll have money to support your wife and child. Sumi blushed and couldn't help but whack him. Nasty. You're talking nonsense again. How could a mother say something like that? Lin Chen held her hand and came close to her. How is that nonsense? Don't you want to give me children? Wife said, then aggravated. But I love children. If I have a child with you, it will surely grow up to be as beautiful as you and as smart and capable as me. And you say? Sumi felt like her whole body was going to burn, so she covered her face in shame. No more talking. You should go back to work. Lin Chen saw that she was really embarrassed, so he let it go. Okay, I won't tease you. Have another bowl of porridge? Just now. In order for the porridge to cool faster, he only filled it a little bit. Sumi nodded. Aunt Jo's craftsmanship is great. Simple pork porridge. The aroma is overflowing. Sumi ate 2 bowls in a row before she stopped with some embarrassment. Am I eating too much? Sumi touched her stomach, feeling a little propped up. Lin Chen did not hesitate to say, where is more? Only 2 bowls. And the porridge does not take up your stomach. You are just too thin now. You just need to eat more to be good. Sumi lost her smile. Why do I feel like no matter what I do, it's always right in your eyes? I'm afraid that if I poke a hole in the sky, Lin Chen is going to jump out and say that it's a good poke, and it's just the right time to give the earth a breath of fresh air. Lin Chen said fervently, that's for sure. How could there be anything wrong with what the wife did? Embarrassed again. Sumi looked at the time and changed the subject. It's still early. Do you want to go back to the office? This is only less than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Lin Chen is now the department manager, but in the end the department has not been formally established. He ran out of the whole day directly like this. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no gossip in the company. Lin Chen was a bit reluctant, but you're not feeling well in the morning. Auntie Zhou went back. I'm going to work now. What if something happens to you again? What can go wrong? Sumi said helplessly. Don't I usually stay home alone when you're at work? And I'm feeling much better now that I've eaten. So you go to work and I'll take a nap. Okay? With this pampering? Lin Chen was immediately at his wit's end. Before leaving, he reluctantly, wife, if you have any discomfort, always remember to call me. Don't insist on oh. I know. You've said it several times. I'm not 3 years old. Sumi spoke impatiently, but the upturned corners of her mouth could not be suppressed. Lin Chen went out the door and made his way back to the office. Just got to the office and froze, only to see the entire office empty, with not a hair left on its head. Lin Chen was dumbfounded and grabbed a passing coworker by the hand. Where's my office? His coworker slanted him a glance. Moved to the 8th floor. Didn't Jiang Yao tell you? Ha! Lin Chen was speechless. Jiang Yao that moves so fast, moving away in a morning-'s time. The point is that not even a message is too much. He drew himself up and ran for the elevator, all the way up to the 8th floor. Just as he got out of the elevator, he saw Jiang Yao standing in his office gesturing something. Lin Chen crept over and directly struck a 1,000-year kill. Ah ha ha ha. The screams broke through the clouds. Jiang Yao covered his ass and twisted his head. Lin Chen, you're going to die. Lin Chen's chin rose. Assistant Manager Jiang, please watch your wording. What did you call me? I. Jiang Yao's anger nodded as he met Lin Chen's eyes and reluctantly said, Righteous Father, why have you come back? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. I just didn't come back for a morning. Your kid's office is all moved out. If you don't come back, I'm afraid you won't even be able to find the department. How can that be? Jiang Yao smiled ingratiatingly. I wasn't thinking that we'd have to move up to the 8th floor sooner or later. So I asked someone to help me finish things first. Let's see. Is this arrangement okay with me? The entire 8th floor was allocated to the live broadcasting department by Long Wonjo Sakura, with a total of 5 offices. Now the 2 were in the largest one. Not only are there individual restrooms, but there is even a restroom. Jiang Yao introduced himself. Look, the 2 of us are still sitting in this office. What about when we've recruited? The anchor goes to that room on the right, and then we'll have to decorate it. The remaining 3 offices, used for the rest of the staff. I planned well, didn't I? Said and added, as for recruiting this piece, I passed the gas with the personnel department side. Do not need them to trouble. I will take care of. When the time to send the resume over, they approve it on the line. Lin Chen nodded. Well, it's really right to let you kid be this assistant manager. Things are distributed quite well. Go for it. Jiang Yao immediately became complacent. Hey, don't look at who I am. Known as the great H all-powerful little prince, alright. What an all-powerful little prince. Sticking gold on your face. You don't mind being ashamed. I put gold on my own face. That's not also a piece of your face. With such a capable subordinate as me, you as a boss can still be worse? Not bad for a human being, you kid. Lin Chen pauperized with him for a few moments, then sat down in front of the office and began to get busy. Jiang Yao was instantly curious. What are you kid doing? So serious? Chapter 67 Honey, you're so beautiful. Lin Chen opened a form on his computer and listed all those live broadcasting equipment that he had recorded in the morning at the live broadcasting base. The live equipment is not uniform throughout the live base. Lin Chen asked quite a few questions and found that the equipment needed for each category was actually different. This is going to be a statistic. Jiang Yao looked at it for a while and then looked back. You went over to the live broadcast base today? Aha. Hey, I heard that site is full of netizens. Never had time to go there. How much did you kids shoot? Hand over the photos for me to see. Shoot the hair. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. What's there to see? Most of those internet celebrities are pretty on camera. And when you look at them offline, none of them compare to Sumi. Even when added together, it was not even half as beautiful as Sumi. Jiang Yao was puzzled. Not right. Letting go of beautiful women and concentrating on work. You kid is this kind of person? Lin Chen bristled. Then what else? Like you only have beautiful women on your mind? Saying this, another thing came to mind. By the way, I can warn you, although I said that I gave you the authority to recruit people, but you kid is not allowed to mess around. Recruitment of people, to do real work, do not just focus on people's looks, especially the anchor. It is necessary to choose capable. Just look pretty cannot. Now that you've taken over the department, you have to do a good job and make a career out of it. It's the only way to make money to support Sumi. Take a step back and don't do it with this company in the future. These can be entrepreneurial experiences. Jiang Yao was a bit unhappy. So in your mind, brother is the one who forgets his own righteousness when it comes to sex? Why don't I go shopping and you do the recruiting? He said and raised his hand and swore. I swear, I sure as hell don't take kickbacks. Lin Chen listened to him, but his heart stirred. Sumi said she was a medical beauty before. Isn't that exactly the right specialty for the company? If you're recruiting yourself, why don't you just put her in the company? Wouldn't it be nice to casually arrange a position for her at that time and sit in the same office every day, commute to and from work together, and face each other day and night? Speaking of day and night relative, then directly arrange Sumi as his secretary, and then Jiang Yao this kid to other offices, when the door is closed. What office play? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Jiang Yao looked at him and goosebumps fell all over the place. What are you thinking? I can tell you. I have a girlfriend. Lin Chen made a vomiting motion and poo-pooed. What's going on in your head? I'm thinking about recruiting. Recruiting? Jiang Yao's heart moved. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What your kid wants to recruit won't be a secretary, right? How do you know? Who am I? We've been brothers for years. I know you better than anyone else for us sake. Jiang Yao stretched out his two middle fingers. I know without asking. You must be thinking of that famous quote in your mind right now. Lin Chen froze for a moment instead. What famous quote? If there's something a secretary does, there's nothing a secretary does. I can go to your bar. Any more nonsense? I don't think you need to be the assistant manager anymore. Don't. Righteous father, I was wrong. After a busy afternoon, Lin Chen couldn't wait to return home after work. When he arrived home, Sumi was actually still sleeping. It did seem like I was tired from the morning stroll. Lin Chen tiptoed out of the room and carefully closed the door before entering the kitchen. There was still half a pot of porridge left from Auntie Zhou's boiling at noon, so she directly opened the fire and heated it, then rummaged through the fridge to find a handful of Brussels sprouts and a small piece of pancetta. The refrigerator at home only has fruits. As for vegetables, every time, Auntie Zhou goes to the food market and buys fresh ones and brings them over. Luckily there were some leftovers from lunch. Lin Chen hands and feet neatly choose a good dish. Hot oil under the meat. Fry the grease. Pour out the oil, which is under the green vegetables. Stir-fried vegetables in this way have a meaty flavor without being too greasy, and are most refreshing for dinner. Sumi woke up just as the bok choy was going down. Listening to the commotion outside her room, she panicked a little. When she was sick, she often had her days and nights turned upside down, sleeping all night and then sleeping late during the day. In the early stages of her illness, her mother was unaware of it and often chided her for reversing her days and nights, so much so that she instinctively feared a scolding when she realized she had slept through the entire afternoon. But soon, she came back to her senses. This was her home with Lin Chen, and Lin Chen would only spoil her without any blame. Sumi thought and couldn't help but smile, feeling her face heat up a bit again. Obviously not young enough to be as happy as a little girl because of the pampering from the other side. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen softly shouted, "Wife, are you awake?" As he spoke, the door to the room opened. Sumi was startled and instinctively closed her eyes to pretend to be asleep. Listening to the footsteps approaching, she tensed up and cringed a little. I should have known that I should have just said I was awake, so why did I suddenly pretend to be asleep? This would be awkward. The room had no lights on, and it was pitch black so you couldn't see anything. Lin Chen turned on the bedside lamp, and the soft light gilded Sumi's face with a golden veil, making her already flawless features more and more beautiful and shocking. I'm afraid it's just like the sleeping beauty in the fairy tale. Honey, you're beautiful. Lin Chen sighed and couldn't help but bend closer and plant a kiss on Sumi's lips. Sumi felt his breath gradually approaching, followed by the soft touch of his lips, and immediately blushed, not daring to open her eyes even more. Good thing it was just a sloppy kiss. Lin Chen got up with great interest and gently patted Sumi. Wife, get up and eat. Although he didn't want to disturb Sumi's beautiful dream, if he didn't eat, he was afraid that Sumi's body wouldn't be able to handle it. Sumi then pretended to wake up from her sleep and said in a daze, "What time is it?" "Just after 7. Lin Chen smiled favorably. "Get up and eat before you sleep." "Aha." Sumi nodded, a little embarrassed again. "You go out first, I'll get up again." Even though she slept in her pajamas and hadn't rarely gotten up with Lin Chen together, this was still embarrassing. Lin Chen lost his smile. "You've hugged them all, and you're still shy? And you say, fine, no more, I'm going out, so get up and wash up." Lin Chen exited the room and thoughtfully brought the door with him. Sumi sighed in relief and sat up. Then he couldn't resist lifting his hand to brush his lips. On that, it seemed to still carry Lin Chen's temperature. It was clearly not the first time she had kissed, but every time she did, her mind was swept away. Sumi was a little lost in thought for a moment before she got up, changed into her housecoat, and went out to wash up. Lin Chen had already served the porridge and was sitting at the table waiting for her. "It smells so good." Sumi took a deep breath and looked at the plate of greens. "Did you make this?" Lin Chen nodded his head, a little smug. "Lard residue fried greens. This is my unique skill. Wife, you'll love it." Sumi reflexively spoke. "Isn't this your mom's favorite dish?" The air froze instantly at those words. Lin Chen raised his eyes to look at Sumi. Between their 4 eyes, both saw panic in the other's eyes. Chapter 68. Lin Chen, what if your mom doesn't accept me? Lin Chen had always known that Sumi was his mom's best friend. As for Sumi, she originally couldn't recognize Lin Chen, but during the time she was in the hospital, Lin Chen went over every day to talk to her, and had long since told her about it. It's something that's been talked about for a long time regarding the age difference between the two. However, the relationship between Sumi and Lin Chen's mother was mentioned for the first time. Sumi had never thought about this before, but today she said it smoothly and had to face this matter head-on. The thought that she had actually married the son of her former best friend made her feel uncomfortable all over. Lin Chen was also confused. Mom sighed. He has been ambiguous to play sloppy, but also from time to time to give Mom a shot in the arm, so as not to meet the future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stiff. But he had never discussed this topic with Sumi. After a long stalemate, it was Lin Chen who didn't hold back. "Wife, let's eat first. The food will get cold later. You're not well. You can't starve." Sumi was like an amnesty, so she hurriedly sat down, picked up the bowl and began to eat. Although the porridge was boiled at noon, it has been warmed in the rice cooker, and the flavor has not changed at all, and it is delicious. The bok choy was even more flavorful with the pork without losing the sweetness and crispness of the bok choy, which was perfect with the pork porridge. But Sumi was a bit tasteless. Lin Chen even had a bite to eat, his brain racing. He felt that it was time to find a chance to talk about the relationship between his precious wife and his old mom. But now, wife, your mom, both spoke at the same time, in unison again. "You first." Both then laughed. That smile washed away a few moments of embarrassment. Sumi blushed and said, "How has your mom been? All these years?" Although she could hear Lin Chen's words when she was unconscious, she didn't speak clearly enough at that time in the end. Lin Chen said, "My mom is pretty good. She's still working at the TV station and has been promoted. She's a lot more free than before. My father's paycheck is still all turned in, and she lives comfortably every day except for going to work, square dancing with her little sisters, or going out for a trip around the neighborhood." A hint of nostalgia flashed under Sumi's eyes. "Your mother, that person, has always been one who will not treat herself poorly. It's normal for her to have a good life." She was a few years younger than Lin Chen's mother, Zhao Xiao, except that Zhao Xiao studied late, so the two became classmates, and because of their similar interests, they developed into BFFs who had nothing to say. Later, when Zhao Xiao got married, she was still the bridesmaid. By the time Lin Chen was born, Zhao Xiao had even flirted with the idea of recognizing her as her godmother. Sumi couldn't help but blush again at the thought. Who would have thought that the child they even hugged back then would now be a husband? "What are you thinking, wife?" Lin Chen's words pulled Sumi back to reality. Sumi had a moment of weakness and shook her head in a panic. "It's nothing. You can't say I even hugged you when I was a kid, can you?" Though this is also true. Back then, surely she hadn't thought that the baby in her arms would, at some point in the future, snatch her back from death and become even more of a sweetheart? Lin Chen laughed badly. "I know without saying it. Wife, are you thinking of what happened back then?" Sumi blushed. "I'm not. Back then, she was close to Zhao Xiao and often went to Zhao Xiao's house to play. Zhao Xiao was sometimes busy, so she let her play with Lin Chen. Sumi still remembers that Lin Chen, who was only a few years old back then, made a bold statement that he would marry her when he grew up, which drew a lot of jokes. She also joked that she was willing to wait for Ariel to grow up. I didn't think it would be accurate. One really waited until Lin Chen grew up and then married him. When Sumi thought of this, she couldn't help but think of Zhao Xiao again and wrinkled her eyebrows. That, Lin Chen, you haven't told your mom about me and you, right? Lin Chen nodded his head and said, if I had said that, just because of my mom's temperament, she would have already killed over. Sumi instantly became worried. She definitely won't agree with us, and when she finds out, she'll definitely be angry. Don't worry about that. Lin Chen pinched the last of the vegetable hearts into Sumi's bowl and comforted. I'm a man. I'm sure I'll be the one to solve these things. Don't worry. I'll make sure things are handled properly. You just need to get over that hurdle within yourself. Sumi froze. Which level? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. How do you replace your best friend, who used to call you sister, with your mother-in-law? Sumi's face instantly exploded red. You this person. Am I wrong? Lin Chen had an innocent look on his face. You're my wife now, so my mom is your mother-in-law. Sooner or later we'll have to meet. You can't still call my mom sis even though you're married to me, right? Shy and annoyed, Sumi snapped. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, he went back to his room. Lin Chen was anxious. Hey wife, just eat and cannot lie down. To eliminate food. You slept for so long in the afternoon. Go to the park for a walk at night to take a stroll. Sumi couldn't help but give a sweet smile as she listened to his concerned voice in her room. But then, it collapsed. This ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her mother-in-law. And the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been a difficult problem since ancient times. Although she and Lin Chen's mom used to be bosom friends. But this bosom friend has turned into a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. That relationship is not easy to say. Moreover, he is so much older than Lin Chen. So when we meet in the future, I'm afraid we will have a headache. Shy as she was, at night, Sumi still snuggled into Lin Chen's arms. Before she went to sleep, she suddenly spoke. Lin Chen, if your mom doesn't accept me, what should I do? Lin Chen had originally gotten a little drowsy, and when he heard these words, he was instantly jolted. Look, I'm so much older than you. She's not going to be happy. Sumi was a bit exasperated. In case she insists on not agreeing to us being together, then you. Lin Chen interrupted her. Pick you. Ha? Sumi hasn't reacted yet. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her and made her face towards him as he solemnly said, Wife, don't worry. I will definitely convince my mom to accept you. If she doesn't accept, then I'll just take you. Sumi was a bit shocked. But that's your mom and dad. You're just going to leave them alone? How can that be? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as he listened to this. What a silly girl. Other girls would be so happy to hear that their husbands are taking their wives' side in their in-law relationships. As a result, Sumi actually opened her mouth to worry about his parents. It's adorably silly. Lin Chen kissed Sumi on the forehead and shook his head. Who said I don't care about them? Sumi was a bit confused. Then what did you mean when you said you'd take me away? Chapter 69. Sooner or later, you have to meet your in-laws. Take you away. Surely, to our home. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Sumi and explained. If my parents really don't have the means to accept you, then you just won't meet them in the future. But, no buts. Filial piety to one's parents is not supposed to have anything to do with one's daughter-in-law. Lin Chen laughed. My parents can accept you, so you'll follow me home on New Year's holidays and have a reunion. If you can't accept it, then we'll live our little lives from now on, and I'll just go back on my own for the holidays. And as long as you don't see them, won't there be no conflict? Sumi froze. Although she had never been married, she had seen many cases around her, not to mention her parents, who had a huge falling out over their relationship with their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. While the mother and grandmother did not get along, the father seemed invisible, either silent or just going out and pretending he didn't see it once the war broke out in the house, oblivious to the aggravation and hard work of his mother in the marriage. Sumi knew in her heart that men like her father were not an exception, but the majority. When you look around and see families with mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, it is invariably the man who is missing. I didn't expect Lin Chen to be able to say such things. Sumi was a bit incredulous. You really think so? Silly wife, could I have told a lie? Lin Chen lost his smile and nudged her nose. Your own wife. It's too late to hold her in your hands and love her. Where would you want to let you suffer? The relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has been a major problem since ancient times, but in reality, as long as the man caught in the middle doesn't lose his voice and mediates properly, this problem doesn't exist at all. Hearing this, Sumi was so shy and happy that she couldn't help but wrap her arms around Lin Chen's waist, burying her face into his arms and saying sultrily, Hubby, you're so good. Lin Chen immediately became proud. That of course, is not. Wife, you just called me husband? No, you heard wrong. I heard you right. You sure screamed. Saying no means no. No way. It's like that every time. Screaming when I'm not looking. Lin Chen had an aggrieved look on his face. Sumi giggled. Then, taking advantage of Lin Chen's inattention, she tilted her head and kissed him on the neck. Lin Chen's entire body froze. In the next second, he violently wrapped his arms around Sumi and kissed him hard. The kiss was over, and both of them were a little out of breath. Sumi's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were mesmerized as she nestled in Lin Chen's arms and delicately shouted for her husband. Where could Lin Chen stand this temptation? His hands immediately began to be unruly. It was like a gelatinous skin that he loved. Sumi's heart beat faster and faster as she was teased. It was at this moment that Lin Chen realized something was wrong. Sumi in her arms was red and limp, and her breathing was even more rapid. It wasn't even a fling. It was too many emotional ups and downs for the body to handle. Full of lust instantly turned into worry. Lin Chen rolled over and got out of bed, quickly finding water and medicine, carefully picking Sumi up and feeding her the medicine. This medication is prescribed by the hospital to calm the emotions and calm the person down. It was just that Sumi was panting so hard that she couldn't even open her mouth. Lin Chen clenched his teeth and stuffed the medicine into his own mouth, then took a sip of water and leaned down to kiss Sumi's lips. As her lips met, Sumi felt the worry and gentleness of Lin Chen. This kiss, without any semblance of lust. Finally, under Lin Chen's mouth to mouth, Sumi finally took the medicine in. Lin Chen mixed another cup of honey water over and carefully fed it to Sumi. Under his care, Sumi finally slowed down. Honey, I'm sorry. Sumi lay on the bed and spoke with an apologetic face. It's all my body's fault. She was covered with the quilt, only revealing a small palm-sized face, with a head of ink hair draped between the pillows, more and more accentuating her skin white as snow. Lin Chen looked in a bit of a trance, feeling as if Sumi was like a porcelain doll that would shatter if he wasn't careful. Then he came back to his senses and shook his head in a hurry. Silly wife, what's there to apologize for? If you want to blame me, you should blame me for not paying attention to your health and making you uncomfortable again. Lin Chen reached out to straighten Sumi's hair for her and softly said, how do you feel now? Any better? Sumi nodded, then moved inside and spoke somewhat sheepishly. Hubby, I'm sleepy. Lin Chen immediately understood. Okay, I'll wash the cups and go to bed. By the time he came back from washing the cups, Sumi was already asleep. Perhaps her body was still not too comfortable. Even when she was asleep, her brow was slightly furrowed. Lin Chen looked at her with a pang of heartache and gently reached out to try to smooth out the creases between her brows for her. Right at this moment, Sumi but suddenly opened her mouth. Hubby, you're back. The frown that had been on her face stretched and a sweet smile appeared. Lin Chen froze, then laughed along with him. What a silly wife. He tiptoed up the bed and carefully took Sumi into his arms, planting a kiss on her forehead and closing his eyes reassuringly. A good night's sleep. While eating breakfast the next day, Lin Chen suddenly thought about work, but thinking of Sumi's body, he gave up. He had originally planned to let Sumi go to the company and just put her in his own department so that she could be with each other day and night. But Sumi's body was so weak, he still didn't dare to take the risk. Sumi was a bit puzzled. What are you looking at me for? Is there something dirty on my face? No. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Honey, I'm going to work. I'll bring you back flowers from work tonight. It just so happens that the last daisy I bought is dying, so I'll buy a new one to replace it. Sumi immediately became happy. Then I want lilies. Good. Lin Chen smiled favorably. When he arrived at the company, Zhang Yao was already in the office. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. The sun came out of the west? Your kid is so active at work? You know this guy used to come in on time, but today he's so early? Zhang Yao said smugly. In the past that was a wage earner. You definitely couldn't be too active at work. Now it's different. He raised his chin. Now that we're in the live broadcast department, the company has completely assigned us to be in charge of it. So what's the difference between that and our own business? Well, it certainly has to be heartfelt. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Please get this straight. The company is assigning the live broadcast department to me to manage. Not us. Oh, what's the relationship between us? If I give it to you, I'm giving it to me. Zhang Yao came over and smiled incomparably. Righteous father, you say right? It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. It's not a good idea to be a thief. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Speak, what is it that you're begging me for? Zhang Yao's face stiffened and he smiled sarcastically. Truly nothing can be hidden from you. We're not hiring. I thought, why don't you accommodate me and recruit my girlfriend? Chapter 70 Zhang Yao's girlfriend. Zhang Yao's girlfriend's name is Zhu Jingyan, a doctoral student, but she has never found a job. Lin Chen had also seen it a few times. That Zhu Jingyan is quite pretty, but she has a fatal flaw. That's slightly vain. Before, when Jiang Yao didn't find a job and could only deliver takeaways, Zhu Jingyan had broken up a few times. Now that Jiang Yao has joined Honey, his salary is far more than his peers, and he has instantly changed his face. Not only is his husband long and his husband short, but he has also moved directly to Jiang Yao's side to live together. In his heart of hearts, Lin Chen actually didn't like Zhu Jingyan too much. But, if you want to confess, confess. Lin Chen waved his hand. Who asked you to call me a righteous father? What could he say when his brother liked it? Anyway, the person who wants to live with Zhu Jingyan is not him. Respect and blessing is done. Jiang Yao is a little twisted. That what? Shaoyan Major is not the right match. I asked the personnel department side. The education is enough, but the major is really not the right one. So maybe if you send your resume over, it won't get past the personnel. Therefore, it needed Lin Chen, the big boss, to go through the back door. Lin Chen was speechless. What a big deal. I'll just say it, but let's say it in advance. She can come in, work by the rules, don't poke a hole in it, or I don't care when the time comes. I don't even know how I got up here as a manager myself, so stuffing one or two people might be barely possible, but it's hard to tell if the person stuffed in gets into trouble. Jiang Yao was overjoyed. Don't worry, Shaoyan is not a person without measure. I promise to work hard. Lin Chen waved his hand. Alright, go look at your resume. Put the recruitment piece in place as soon as possible. The department has to open up sooner than later. After dismissing Jiang Yao, he turned on his computer and continued to tally up the things he needed to buy. The office is now empty, not even quite complete with desks and such. And then the computers weren't there, and the live streaming equipment, and the live room wasn't set up. And then there's the fact that he doesn't know the first thing about live streaming, all of which he has to slowly figure out from scratch. The more Lin Chen looked at it, the more of a headache he felt. He couldn't help but glare at Jiang Yao. Give you a week's time? Other positions first, planning for me to be the first to recruit in. With planning, things can be thrown to the planner and it's much easier to do it yourself. Jiang Yao snapped his fingers. Yes sir, time always flies extra fast when you're busy. In a flash, it's the weekend again. Lin Chen took Sumi to the hospital for a review as usual. Honey, after the review, I'll take you to a nice place. Lin Chen led Sumi into the hospital and said mysteriously, I guarantee you'll like it. Sumi was a bit expectant. Really? Where are you going? Tell me first? No. Lin Chen extended his index finger and waved it from side to side. There's no surprise if you say it in advance. Nasty. The two men joked and laughed as they walked toward the registration desk. Right at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure and let out a asterisk. Sumi was startled. What's wrong? Lin Chen's face stiffened a bit. Saw my cousin. Who could it be if it wasn't Chen Lan standing over at the registration desk? Sumi also froze. Cousin. That what now? If she sees me and tells your mom, it won't be possible to hide it. Quick, hide. She was a bit flustered and pulled Lin Chen to leave. Lin Chen, on the contrary, calmed down. Don't be afraid. I'll just not let her take pictures. Anyway, sooner or later we have to see. Let Chen Lan this girl first give mom a shot of prevention is also good. Sumi, however, shook her head. No, I'm not mentally prepared for this. Go, don't let her see it. Although Lin Chen had said no photos were allowed, she had been BFFs with Zhao Xiuxiu for many years, and not much had changed over the years. What if my cousin describes it a bit and is recognized? Lin Chen couldn't argue with her, so he only sighed. Then let's go out first and come back later. Who would have expected that just as he turned around, Chen Lan's voice came from behind him. Cousin, where are you going? It's broken. It's been discovered. Lin Chen and Sumi exchanged glances and coincidentally quickened their pace. Chen Lan looked confused and said to the person beside her, I saw my cousin. Wait for me here. I'll go see what he's up to behind my back. You obviously brought a girl, but you ended up running away when you saw her. You can't be carrying someone else's wife. So you're weak, can you? Seeing Chen Lan chasing out, Lin Chen was confused. Sumi did respond. Let's go to the parking lot first and get in the car. Lin Chen immediately pulled her towards the parking lot. Without taking a few steps, worried about Sumi's body, he simply picked her up and drew his legs. The mind couldn't help but mutter again. What's the point of being with your licensed, legitimate wife and then having to run away when you meet someone you know? Sumi was startled and hastily wrapped her arms around his neck, but she accidentally locked eyes with Chen Lan, who had chased after her. She didn't miss the amazement in Chen Lan's eyes, and then she was shocked and hurriedly shrank into Lin Chen's arms. Chen Lan saw half of Sumi's face and couldn't help but open her mouth wide in surprise. What a beautiful woman. Thick hair, white skin, with delicate features. Although she didn't get to see the whole face, just half of her face was enough to amaze her. Not sure why though. Chen Lan frowned. I always think this woman looks a bit familiar, like I've seen her somewhere. In the middle of his thoughts, Lin Chen had already carried Sumi into the car and closed the door with a bang. Without waiting for him to get into the car, Chen Lan had already chased after him. Cousin, what are you running for? Chen Lan panted. Run when you see me, I'll eat you all. As he said it, he padded over to the car. Lin Chen shifted from side to side to block her view, and said in a bad mood, I'm running my way. What are you doing catching up? Chen Lan was short, and with him in the way, he couldn't see anything at all, so he couldn't help but be angry. I'm the one who's going to ask you. What are you doing? Chen Lan crossed her arms and huffed. That's my sister-in-law sitting in the car, right? Why don't you let me look? Did you bring someone else's wife? Lin Chen gasped. What nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Your brother? Then get her down here and show me. Chen Lan said and shouted to the car. Sister-in-law, my name is Chen Lan. I'm my cousin's cousin. It's rare to meet. Come out and talk to me. Please, 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 satisfy my curiosity. When these words came out, Lin Chen couldn't tense up. What do you mean, it's my cousin's cousin? This girl, at least went to college. This expression. Sumi in the car didn't hold back and let out a giggle. The clear and pleasant laughter caused Chen Lan to freeze for a moment. Then he looked at Lin Chen with a surprised face. Cousin, you couldn't have talked about a star. That's why you're hiding it and not showing it to me, right? Chapter 71 Cousin again. The more Chen Lan thought about it, the more he felt that he had guessed right. The half of his face that he had just seen was as beautiful as heaven, even prettier than many actresses, and it looked familiar to myself. What's not a star? Lin Chen was speechless. Sumi in the car spoke up. Cousin, excuse me. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze on the face. Originally, when I met, I was supposed to invite you to dinner, but I'm not too convenient today. After a while, I'll take you to dinner with your cousin, okay? Chen Lan's eyes went wide. Wow, cousin-in-law is not only pretty, but even her voice is so nice? She hammered her fist on Lin Chen's shoulder. What kind of luck did you have, cousin, to find such a beautiful object? Not right. Lin Chen froze. What's wrong? Chen Lan muttered. Cousin's wife is so pretty, and auntie has been urging you to find a date for so long. Why won't you take her back? Lin Chen was a bit flustered as he explained. Didn't I tell you before? I'm just starting to get along and my feelings aren't particularly stable yet, so I'm not willing to bring it home too early. What's so strange about that? Really? Chen Lan looked skeptical. Why do I feel like you're fooling me? The average person who finds such a good match can't wait to declare their sovereignty on the day they get together. What kind of person hides like Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded frantically. Really, it's more real than real gold. Said and came to Chen Lan's ear. Lowered his voice. Actually, it is your sister-in-law who is not too willing to meet the parents so early. Oh, I see. Chen Lan lengthened her voice. Meaningfully, so it's not that you're unwilling, it's that you're not good enough and you're still on your cousin's wife's probation period, right? So it's understandable that it's the cousin's wife who doesn't want to go public. If it were an ordinary person, she would have to curse a scum girl high and low. But when she thought of the half-face that she had just glimpsed, and the voice that was like fairy music, she instantly understood. Come to think of it, although his cousin is quite handsome and has a good body, his work is average and his family background is even less to talk about. Anyone else would have to examine it first. Chen Lan immediately understood and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Cousin, the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. And then he came to his ear. Cousin's wife is so good. If you don't make an effort, don't look for me to cry in case you get dumped. Lin Chen slapped her hand away. What nonsense? What being dumped? The marriage license was issued. He can't be separated from his precious wife in this life, okay? Okay, you haven't said what you're doing at the hospital? Lin Chen changed the topic. I just watched you with a man at the registration desk. I can warn you. You little girl just went to college. If you dare to mess around, don't have to wait for your mom to take action. I'll clean you up first. Chen Lan got annoyed. That's my classmate. My best friend's stomach was not feeling well and asked me to accompany her to the hospital. I was afraid that I couldn't handle it alone, so I called a guy. Don't talk nonsense. The words came out of his mouth, and his eyes rolled back in his bones. Lin Chen saw through her mind with a glance. What classmate? You like people, don't you? Chen Lan blushed. I'm not talking to you. I'm leaving. Saying that, he added to the car. Sister-in-law. I'm leaving first. When you have time, be sure to look for me. Sumi responded. Okay, I promise. Chen Lan immediately starred. Sister-in-law is so gentle. Cousin, you've really gotten lucky. Lin Chen's eyes glared. Can you talk? I'll call your mom later and say you're in love early. I'm not having an early love affair. I'm not talking to you. I'm leaving. Chen Lan said and ran off in a huff. Lin Chen watched her walk away. Then he sighed in relief and turned around to get into the car. Sumi looked at him with arched eyebrows. You're a funny cousin. It's a pity that I have my own concerns, or else I'd really like to meet up. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Come on. This dead girl has nothing else to do but blackmail me. Sumi giggled. Little girls, aren't they all like that? It was a pity she didn't have a brother, or she could have experienced the feeling of being pampered by her brother as well. Lin Chen could see the loss in the bottom of her eyes, and immediately said, You're also a little girl. Today you've already missed the time to register. Why don't you just come back another day? I'll take you to a good place. Sumi immediately looked forward to it. Yes. The two drove away from the hospital. On the way, Sumi looked out the window and became more and more curious. It looks like it's away from the city. Where would it go? The car drove for about an hour and finally reached its destination. White Cloud Lake Park? Sumi was a bit new. I've heard of this place before. It's said to be beautiful, but I've never had the time to come. It wasn't really just that she didn't have time to come. It was because before she got sick, all she could think about was work, and anything outside of work felt like a waste of time. And when you get sick, you lose interest in everything even more. At its worst, how can you come to the park when even eating feels like a chore? Lin Chen opened the car door for her, carefully helped her out of the car, and introduced, I think this park, in the park scenery of the entire Binhai city, can be ranked in the top 3. When I was stressed out in my school days, I would ride my bike here to relax. Anticipation welled up in Sumi's eyes. Then let's get inside. It was Sunday, and it happened to be a nice day, so the park was full of parents bringing their kids to play. The kids were running and jumping around so much. Sumi looked around with newfound curiosity when she suddenly saw a food stand in front of the park. Sugar snaps, pancake cones, and even lemon tea marshmallows are available. There were also quite a few selling toys. Lin Chen saw through what she had in mind at a glance, and holding her, he walked over. Sumi was a little embarrassed at first. After all, most of the people buying are parents with children or young adults. Being nearly 40 years old myself, it was a bit embarrassing to be squeezed in amongst a bunch of kids. But as Lin Chen shoved the sugar gourd into her hand, her concerns disappeared. Who cares? It's not like anyone knows them. Having fun is the most important thing. Sumi couldn't help but gulp as she looked at the big, red candy cane in her hand. She had never eaten this kind of roadside snack, and she didn't know what it tasted like. Honey, taste it? Lin Chen paid, took the sugar gourd and tore off the wrapping, handing it to her mouth. Sumi was a little hesitant and carefully opened her mouth to take a small bite. The sweetness comes first, followed by the characteristic sourness of hawthorn. Sweet and sour intermingled, competing to take over her taste buds. Sumi narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. So delicious. She had never imagined that street food could be so rich in flavor. Lin Chen smiled. Right. The icing sugar hangs not too thin and not too thick. The hawthorn is big and full. I super like this sugar gourd. That will buy it every time I come. Hearing this, the grandfather selling sugar gourds sized him up and said in surprise, Young man, it's you. Saying that, he looked at Sumi who was on the side. You haven't been here for a long time. Are you looking for a girlfriend? Your girlfriend is beautiful. Sumi reddened. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Moncler Outlet Store laughed. What uncle? Little girl. You look about the same age as the young man. It's gotta be grandpa. Chapter 72. She's not my girlfriend. She's a wife. The boss's words made Sumi not only blush, but also feel more than a little guilty. More than that, it was a hint of elation that gradually crept over her heart. It turns out that in the eyes of outsiders, they are not much different from Lin Chen's age. Grandpa. She's not my girlfriend. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi's waist with a proud face. It's my wife. We got a license. Sumi froze and couldn't help but whack him. What are you talking about? Don't be shy. This man, the problem of showing off to everyone is back. Moncler Outlet Online. Then burst out laughing. Wife good. Got a license good. The two of them are in love. With that, he plucked an iced candy apple and handed it over. Here, it's from the Grand Master. Consider it a wedding gift. Wishing you peace and harmony. Sumi was a bit embarrassed. Moncler, no need. Take it, take it. The grandfather forced the apple into her hand. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Then thank you, Grandpa. Moncler Outlet Online waving his hand. Come on, it's a nice day. Go play with the little two. Sumi still want to say more. Someone came to buy sugar gourds, only to stop. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around her and walked towards the park, unwrapping the apple in his hand and handing it to Sumi. Honey, the first bite is for you. Sumi looked at the apples wrapped in icing sugar with a face full of surprise. It turns out that apples can also be made into icing sugar. I always thought that there were only icing sugar gourds made of hawthorn. Lin Chen laughed. There are so many things that can be made into ice candy gourds. For example, strawberries, grapes, Yam beans? Whatever you can think of. You can make it. Everything can be wrapped in icing sugar. Really? That's okay for cooking vegetables? Okay. Meat dishes too? Okay. I feel like you're lying to me. Sumi looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Lin Chen did not panic, directly took out his cell phone, opened a small certain book, and searched for the strange candy cane election. What popped up made Sumi suck in a breath of cold air. What with the hairy crab candy canes, the autumn swordfish candy canes, and even the pig's feet and lobster and even the bitter melon and ginger. It's really true that everything can be covered in icing. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and laughed. How's that? I didn't lie to you, did I? If you want to eat it, wife, I'll make it for you when I get back. That would be his college like to eat sugar plums, but also with the big Moncler outlet store to ask for advice. Sumi quickly shook her head. Don't. It looks so dark. Who wants to eat it? Try it. Aren't you curious? Wife, not curious. Really? So I'll make it for you? No. The two looked at each other and laughed. A little girl passing by pointed at Sumi and shouted, Mommy, I saw a fairy. The child's mother picked her up with an apologetic face and apologized. Sorry. It's okay, kids are honest in what they say. Lin Chen put his arm around Sumi. My wife is a fairy. The child's mother froze. Sumi reddened again. What are you talking about? Besides, I'll go back and clean you up. Lin Chen hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Wife, don't. I know I'm wrong. The two men joked and laughed as they walked forward. Lin Chen handed that ice candy apple to Sumi again. Nah, try it. Apples are better than hawthorn. Extremely boring tasting apples react strangely when they meet icing sugar. Sumi hesitated and opened her mouth to bite. Who would have guessed that apples are already round and hard to bite, and when they are wrapped in sugar coating, they are even more impossible to eat. She bit into it several times, and not only did it not open, but her nose got a little bit of melted syrup on it. Lin Chen laughed out loud. Sumi then reacted. You teased me? Stupid wife, that's not how you eat an iced apple. Lin Chen had laughed enough before he took out a paper towel and patted it, grabbing the apple and biting down. With a crisp clicking sound, the originally round apple was instantly bitten open. Lin Chen chewed on his apple and candy bar, cackling with an extraordinarily crisp sound. Sumi looked greedy and couldn't help but say, I want some too. Nah. Lin Chen handed the apple over. After the first bite, it's much easier to eat the rest. Sumi took a tiny bite, and then her eyes widened in surprise. It's so delicious. It's much better than sugar gourds. Sugar snaps are tart and sweet, and while they are delicious, they don't compare to crunchy sweet apples. A mouthful of it fills your mouth, and you can't imagine how blissful it is. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as well as he looked at Sumi's contented appearance. What does it mean to be happy? That's ah. When he was done with the sugar plums, Lin Chen pulled Sumi towards the other end of the park. Where to now? Sumi was a little curious. Aren't you going to sit in the park? I want to go to the lake. She'd just seen a lot of people at the lake with picnic mats. Having a picnic, Lin Chen said mysteriously. Don't be in a hurry. It's not time for the lake yet. Go to another place first. Sumi followed him out of the park with a puzzled look on her face. Then there was the sight of a large strawberry patch. This is strawberry fields? Sumi was a bit surprised. Is it the kind of strawberry garden where you can pick your own? She had also seen these orchards online where you pay to get in and pick, but she was busy with work on the one hand, and not too interested in that on the other. But seeing it online is not the same as seeing it in person. Looking at those people in the strawberry garden, each one is full of smiles, listening to the laughter, and surrounded by Lin Chen accompanied by Sumi's heart fluttered. Lin Chen led her towards the strawberry garden, explaining, it's the season for picking strawberries. It's a lot of fun. I guarantee you'll fall in love with this activity once you try it. In the strawberry garden, turn over the leaves and pick the red strawberries with a sense of accomplishment. And I'm happy to eat strawberries that I picked with my own hands. Sumi joyfully followed Lin Chen to the entrance of the strawberry garden and watched as he asked the owner for 2 baskets and scissors. Honey, let's go. Go pick strawberries. Lin Chen handed Sumi a pair of scissors and a basket. Sumi, however, hesitated. What's wrong? Lin Chen was puzzled. Sumi hesitantly spoke. I have never done this before. Will I spoil the strawberries? The boss on the side smiled and said, don't be afraid, beautiful girl. There are walking paths inside the strawberry garden. You follow your boyfriend in and let him take you to walk in those ditches on it. The phrase beautiful woman made Sumi blush again. Lin Chen held her hand and walked toward the strawberry garden. Don't be afraid, wife. I'm here. Come on. Hubby will take you strawberry picking. Chapter 73 Strawberries. The activity of strawberry picking is definitely the most popular outdoor program among women and children, especially on holidays. The large strawberry garden was filled with people, laughter and occasional exclamations of surprise. Honey, I picked a huge strawberry. It's so pretty. Mommy, look what I picked. Do you see if this strawberry looks like a poem? Baby, be careful. Don't fall. The sun was shining. There was laughter everywhere. And it was overflowing with life. Sumi was also infected. And the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Lin Chen smiled along with her and led her into the strawberry garden. Although there were a lot of people, the strawberry patch was big enough that it wasn't crowded. Lin Chen led Sumi to a less crowded location before squatting down and pointing at a reddish strawberry. Look, wife, let me teach you. He took the scissors and carefully cut the strawberries and picked them, then handed it to Sumi's mouth. Try it? Sumi instinctively frowned. She didn't have a cleanliness fetish, but she lived her life on a regular basis. Can I really eat these strawberries fresh from the ground without even washing them? Sumi's mind was at war with heaven and earth. Lin Chen saw through the worry in her mind and laughed. It's okay, look at everyone eating. But, Sumi hesitated. Won't it be medicated? Pesticide residues on crops are dangerous. Lin Chen laughed out loud. Silly girl, who dose their fruits when they're ripe? Isn't it obvious that the pesticides are overloaded? It's okay, eat. Sumi looked at his encouraging eyes, and some curiosity rose in her heart. She'd never tried it like this before. She pursed her lips and tentatively opened her mouth to take a bite. In a flash, juice filled her mouth, and the unique sweetness of the strawberries made her eyes widen. It's delicious. Lin Chen smiled. Right? Especially these freshly picked strawberries. They're so much better than the ones you buy at the market. With that, he stuffed half of her leftover strawberry into his mouth and nodded. Sweet indeed. No thanks to my choice. Sumi blushed. That's what I ate. Lin Chen came close to her and smiled narrowly. What's wrong with having eaten? We even kissed. Nasty. Sumi glared at him. Shy but flavorful. Lin Chen looked dumbfounded. Without waiting for him to say anything, Sumi had already walked away with the basket. I'm not staying with you. I'm going to pick it myself, Sumi said as she bent down and cut a huge strawberry. The strawberries were extremely standard looking, big, red and tantalizing. Lin Chen exclaimed exaggeratedly. Wow, wife, you chose a great strawberry. It's so perfect looking. It's simply the king of strawberries. At that shout, everyone around them looked over. Sumi was shy and annoyed. What nonsense, the children on the side enviously said. Sister, this strawberry of yours is so beautiful. Sumi was coaxed by her sentenced sister and bent down to hand over the strawberries. Then how about giving them to you? The little girl, however, was a little constrained and couldn't help but look at her mom beside her. Mom laughed. What are you going to say when your sister gives you strawberries? The little girl was instantly happy and took the strawberry, saying crisply, thank you, sister. Sumi smiled back, but was still a bit embarrassed. You have to call auntie. The little girl desperately shook her head. Only the bad-looking ones are called aunts. And when a sister is pretty, she's a sister. On the side, my mom snapped. You girl, what are you babbling about? Several people laughed. Lin Chen stood by the side, watching Sumi interact with the little girl, and couldn't help but feel a few more moments of anticipation in his heart. If he and Sumi had a daughter, she should grow up to be as delicate and beautiful as a doll. Just like her, right? And Sumi loves kids so much, she's sure to be a good mom. But it seems a little dangerous for her to have a baby when she's in such poor health. Lin Chen's mind was wandering, and he didn't even know when Sumi came over. Honey, Sumi suddenly called out. Lin Chen froze and instinctively opened his mouth. Ha! The next second, a strawberry was shoved into his mouth. The ripe strawberries were incredibly sweet, and Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, it's delicious. What's all the fuss about? Sumi reached out and waved her hand in front of his face. I called you several times but you didn't respond. When Lin Chen came back to his senses, he burst out laughing. I was thinking that the child we give birth to in the future will definitely be as good looking as you. You the man. Sumi's face instantly burst red. Some panic squatted, not with you. I picked strawberries. In a panic, I cut a green strawberry without even noticing. Lin Chen smiled. Wife, I won't eat the one in your hand. Keep it for yourself. Oh. Sumi then reacted. Her face turned even redder. So she ordered, go pick strawberries. If you don't pick a basket full of big, red ones, you're not allowed to go home. Don't worry, Empress Mother. I guarantee your satisfaction. Lin Chen's words coaxed Sumi to giggle. Before they knew it, both had baskets full of strawberries. Lin Chen then said, it's almost time. Let's go. Sumi, however, became curious again. How much does this basket cost? Weigh it and find out. Lin Chen familiarly carried 2 baskets of strawberries, walked to the owner of the strawberry garden, weighed and paid the bill, and then went to the side of the faucet to release water and wash the strawberries. Well, now you can taste the fruits of your labor. Sumi looked at the red strawberries in the basket, only to feel in a good mood, took one and removed the strawberry leaves and stuffed it into Lin Chen's mouth. The first one is for you to eat first. Lin Chen laughed, and with one reach, he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her directly. Sumi was stunned, and it wasn't until the strawberry was stuffed into her mouth that she reacted and violently pushed Lin Chen away. What are you doing with all these people? Lin Chen smiled roguishly. We're a couple. We have to share good things together. Strawberries fed by my husband himself. Are they good? Sumi bit the strawberry in her mouth. Even the roots of her ears were red. Where could she say anything? She pulled Lin Chen by the hand. Hurry up and leave. Making out in front of so many people was humiliating. Lin Chen smiled broadly and led her out of the strawberry orchard. It was almost evening when I walked back to the park. After tossing and turning for half a day, Sumi was a bit physically exhausted. Lin Chen worriedly said, Wife, are you okay? Do you want to go home? Sumi, however, raised her eyes to look at the artificial lake not far away. I want to go over there and take a look. The sun was about to set, and the setting sun spread over the lake, sparkling beautifully. Lin Chen immediately nodded his head. Okay, then we'll go sit by the lake. With that, he handed her the strawberry basket and squatted down. You carry the strawberries. I'll carry you. It's a few hundred meters past the lake here. Sumi was embarrassed, but she really felt too weak, so she plopped down. Lin Chen carried her on his back and walked slowly towards the lake. Not much farther. A voice came from behind. Wait a minute. The handsome guy with his girlfriend on his back. Wait. Chapter 74 10 Fingers of Happiness. Lin Chen, is she calling us? Sumi twisted her head to see a girl running towards her. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled and stopped in his tracks. The girl ran over and handed over a picture with a smile. Sorry, I saw that you guys had super high face value and just had a great background, so I took the liberty of taking a picture of you. For you. In her hand, she was holding a piece of Polaroid photo paper. On the photo, Lin Chen is carrying Sumi on his back. Sumi is carrying a basket of red-colored strawberries in her hand, and the two of them are facing the setting sun and walking towards the lake. Not far away from the sparkling lake water, the sunlight poured over the two as if it had gilded them with a golden veil. Although it was only a back view, the two of them, one tall and the other slim and slender, formed a stunningly beautiful picture. Sumi was surprised and delighted. What a great shot. Right. The girl got smug. I thought it was pretty just by looking at the back, so I couldn't help but take a picture of it. You guys are the highest-faced passers-by I've ever photographed. Sumi patted Lin Chen, signaling for him to put himself down, and then handed the strawberry to Lin Chen, which led to him receiving the photo with both hands. Thanks. Lin Chen was also happy and handed over the strawberry basket. Take some strawberries as a thank you gift. The girl didn't squirm and directly grabbed 5 or 6 strawberries. Then I'm not polite. I wish you guys love each other and grow old together, he said, and ran off with his camera. Sumi looked at the photo in her hand and couldn't help but say, Look Lin Chen, I love this photo so much. I'm going to take it back and frame it and put it on my nightstand, he said and then changed his mind. No, you should take it and enlarge a copy of it first and just hang it in your house, okay? Lin Chen smiled favorably. Okay, your call, but if you like pictures, then why don't we make time for wedding pictures? After the initial license, Sumi has been in a coma. When I woke up, I went straight to cohabitation. Counting, this marriage is actually no ceremony except that marriage license. Sumi hesitated and shook her head. It's better to take the wedding photos sometime later. She was worried that with Lin Chen's nature, he would show off the photos everywhere. Lin Chen, however, misunderstood her meaning and nodded. You're right, taking pictures is very energy consuming, and your body can't hold up right now. With that, he led Sumi to the grassy area by the lake and found a piece of clean and flat grass for her to sit down. So beautiful. Sumi looked at the sparkling lake in front of her and marveled. For the first time, I realized that the seemingly ordinary park actually has such a beautiful scene. She used to be addicted to work, and when she got sick, she couldn't fight anything. Come to think of it, having been outdoors, there is no place other than Baiyun Mountain. Nowadays, when you look at the beauty in front of you, you can't help but marvel at the ingenuity of nature. Lin Chen smiled. There are plenty of pretty places. I used to love running around when I was studying, so I'll take you on a walk to play it all over again later. Yes. Sumi nodded, full of anticipation. The two sat by the lake for a long time, eating most of a basket of strawberries. In the end, Sumi leaned in Lin Chen's arms and fell asleep without realizing it. Seeing that it was getting dark and the temperature was a bit cool, Lin Chen couldn't bear to wake her up, so he simply gave the rest of the strawberries to the children passing by. Then he scooped Sumi up by the waist and headed out of the park. Sumi slept peacefully this time. She had a long dream. In the dream, Lin Chen proposed to her, and the two of them held a big wedding, took wedding photos, and went to the beach for their honeymoon. Honey, we're home. Wake up, go home and eat dinner before you go to sleep. Lin Chen gently patted Sumi. Sumi opened her eyes, only to realize that she was lying in the car with a blanket over her. She was a little embarrassed. Why did I fall asleep and you didn't call me? Lin Chen smiled favorably. I didn't call you because I saw you sleeping well. You're not in good health right now. It's the time when you need to supplement your sleep. Are you awake yet? Walk on your own or should I carry you? Sumi had a flushed face and shook her head. I'll walk by myself. Even if he slept for so long, where can he still carry him? Lin Chen didn't force himself, and only took the blanket and said, then walk with the blanket. It's dark and cold. The two of them went all the way back home, and Auntie Zhou, who had answered the phone early, had already made dinner and was waiting. After eating, Sumi was refreshed instead. When Lin Chen went to wash the dishes, she wanted to watch some TV, but just then, the phone received a message. It was from the company, a project that needed her personal approval. Sumi's state has been getting worse since she got sick, and the power in her hand has been handed over one after another. When they were later hospitalized, they were even handled entirely by Li Xiulan. But Li Xiulan was in the end old and had little energy. Now that she is better, she has naturally picked up her job again. Sumi looked at the text message and frowned. She didn't really want to deal with work while Lin Chen was at home for fear of Lin Chen finding out. In case Lin Chen knew her true identity, he would definitely feel pressure in his heart. That's not what she wants. Honey, what kind of fruit do you want? Lin Chen's voice came out. Sumi came back to her senses and pondered. I didn't want to eat so many strawberries in the afternoon. I don't want to eat them now. I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished a book I read last time, so I'll go to the study to read for a while. Lin Chen didn't get suspicious and only said, fine, go ahead. I'll be playing games in the living room later, so I won't bother you. Sumi breathed a sigh of relief and hurried into the study, taking the door with her. Then he opened his laptop and started working on his work. Lin Chen washed the dishes and then played a game in the living room. In fact, what he was playing was not a noble game, but King's Honor, the lowest end of the game's contempt chain. The game, I guess, was pretty good at first, but when you play with it, people get progressively redder and warmer. Want to uninstall? It's not possible. Once you play the King's Honor, it haunts you like a ghost, verbalizing that uninstalling and saying anything to download again is a dog. But within 2 days, it woofed back down the game. After all, a dog has to have some entertainment, right? Lin Chen's most commonly played position is fielding, and for the most part, can carry the fly all over the field. But if you meet Hoi, it's over. Playing the field I'll only give you 4 minutes to develop. Okay? You didn't come to catch this beatdown. The red zone is mine. Who said anything about taking your blue? This blue is on the ground, not in your house. So no one wants it? No one wants it. So I picked it up. What's wrong with that? No problem. Lin Chen watched the adversarial speech of the shooter on the screen and gradually red-warmed. After losing 4 in a row, he couldn't strain himself. Play Nima. He slammed his phone down, got up and went to the fridge. What's wrong with playing games? Warming up a glass of bedtime milk for your wife, and sleeping with a fragrant, soft wife in your arms? Lin Chen cursed and carried the hot milk to the study, and when he knocked on the door, it opened by itself. Sumi was on the computer, her fingers flying, and under the light of the screen, she looked serious. Lin Chen froze. Wife, I thought you said you read books. What's this about? Chapter 75. Pissing off the crowd. When Sumi entered the study, she was so preoccupied with her work that she didn't even notice that the door was unlocked. Now that she coldly heard Lin Chen's voice, she was startled. How did you come in? As he spoke, his fingers tapped, hiding the document on his desktop. Lin Chen carried the milk over and said suspiciously, it's getting late. I thought I'd pour you a glass of milk. It's time to soak your feet and go to bed after drinking it. What were you just doing? Does he seem to see office software? And it has large swaths of text on it. Hasn't baby wife been out of work for a long time? Sumi took the milk, got up to block Lin Chen's line of sight, and laughed. It's nothing, just writing a little article. The company sent the bidding copy for her to look at and revise and embellish, and it was right to say so. Lin Chen froze. Writing articles? Honey, you still know about this? Is it a novel? What genre is it? Show me. Will you? Sumi took a sip of milk and glared at Lin Chen. I feel embarrassed if I don't show it to you. Besides, it's all very boring manuscripts. What's there to see? Bidding articles are indeed boring and uninteresting. Lin Chen's bones were all crispy from her glance, so he immediately said, no, look, wife, the hot water has been put on. Go back to your room. I'll give you a massage. Sumi nodded, and while Lin Chen was out pouring water, she quickly wrapped up the article and sent it back over to the company. Her heart celebrated. Luckily, I was able to backtrack on my business skills and get the draft done, or I don't know how much I would have delayed it. Night. Lin Chen took Sumi for a day of fun, and at night, he massaged her for a small half hour, and was so tired that he fell asleep early. Sumi, however, because she had slept too long in the afternoon, would be half asleep. According to her past habits, if she couldn't sleep at night, she certainly wouldn't continue to lie down. Getting up to make a cup of coffee or read a book or take care of business is better than wasting time lying in bed anyway. But at this moment, she was snuggled up in Lin Chen's arms, but she didn't want to get up. She pressed her face against Lin Chen's chest, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose a few points. Sumi tilted her head, looking at Lin Chen's sleeping face, and couldn't help but sigh again. He had kept so much from Lin Chen, and he didn't know how he would react later when he knew the truth. But after this period of time together, she had already figured out Lin Chen's nature. Soft-hearted, kind, and self-reliant, and extremely self-respecting. If he knew his true identity, it would surely bring him great psychological pressure. It can even create low self-esteem. Sumi guessed that after Lin Chen knew about all this, the biggest possibility was that he would just resign from Honey and go out to make a name for himself, waiting until he had created a career before coming back to her. But starting a business is easier said than done, not to mention the fact that the climate is not good today. Sumi didn't want to let Lin Chen go out and suffer, and even more so, she didn't want to damage his self-esteem. Therefore, the best thing to do was to conceal his identity for now and let Lin Chen stay in the company, slowly letting him grow up. When the time is right, tell him everything. Honey, I'm sure you understand me, don't you? Sumi murmured as she gave Lin Chen a kiss on the cheek. Lin Chen moved and rolled over, taking Sumi's entire body into his arms and falling asleep again. Sumi gave a happy smile and closed her eyes as well, going into dreamland. The Monday after the holidays is the hardest, especially that Jiang Yao guy. He even got a separate office for recruitment purposes. The entire 8th floor was bustling with activity, with people everywhere. Lin Chen had been comparing computer wholesaler prices online, and this would have been too distracting to tolerate the noise. Jiang Yao, what the hell are you kid doing? He glared at Jiang Yao, who was at the side. This early in the morning, people started coming over, saying that they were interviewed, but as a result, it's been an hour, and almost 30 people have come, and you're still not going out to be interviewed? Is this an interview or a stall? The food market isn't even as busy as this. Jiang Yao crossed his legs and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry. Aren't I selecting capable people for our department? Pick your ass. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. If you want to recruit me properly, don't make this whole mess. He had already counted. The company had finance and personnel and auditing and whatnot, and there were specialized departments for each important part. This live department of his own, at best, only needs to recruit 3 or 5 people. Handyman, anchor assistant, including copywriter and customer service as well as artwork is pretty much it. And the job of anchor assistant was also booked by Jiang Yao to his girlfriend, Zhu Jingyan. As for the anchor, in addition to find a fan base of netizens to sign on the line, really cannot sign the right and then look for vegetarians. As a result, Jiang Yao was good and called so many people over at once. Even if Lin Chen had never been in HR, he knew that the interview times must be staggered and it was impossible to get all the job seekers together. When Jiang Yao saw that he was anxious, he explained, originally, I wanted to stagger the time, but then I thought, we are going to do a live broadcast to sell goods. Even if it's an ordinary position, then we have to recruit some thoughtful and bold people, and by calling all the applicants together for interviews, wouldn't it be just the right time to observe their character and then select them on merit? Lin Chen was completely speechless. Forget it, you kid has a bunch of crooked reasoning. I'm too lazy to talk to you. It's noisy. I'm going out. We have to get this done today. If we get this many people here tomorrow, I'll kill you. Jiang Yao immediately surrendered. Dali, long live you. Take your time. I promise to finish the job, he said and came back over. Out touching fish again? What do you care? I'm not stopping you from going. That's different. This broadcasting department is just like our children. If you as a mom don't do anything, I have to take over. Asterisk 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 you. That's disgusting. Lin Chen kicked him, turned around, and went out the door. Now that I'm a manager, I'm a lot freer. After Lin Chen left the company, he thought about it and drove to Computer City. Although offline computer cities are now the worst hit by the pitfalls, something suddenly occurred to him when he was comparing online prices. If I remember correctly, there was a high school friend and her husband who seemed to run a store in a computer city. Lin Chen had a very good relationship with that classmate when he was studying, and now that he had business, he naturally had to take care of his acquaintance first. After making his way to the computer city, he called the classmate. Soon, a woman in a t-shirt and jeans quickly greeted him. It was Lin Chen's classmate, Su Yan. Lin Chen, long time no see. Su Yan was born with a bright atmosphere. When she was studying, she was a tomboy. When she saw Lin Chen, she directly took him by the shoulders. You kid, you still remember me. Go go go. There's a milk tea store over here. Go over and sit. Lin Chen study that will be with her brother and brother. This will be a long time to meet. Also did not care about her behavior. Followed then went. But just then, a car on the side of the road slowed down and the window fell, revealing a pair of suspicious and angry eyes. It was Sumi's cousin, Yi Yun. Chapter 76 Misunderstood by Yi Yun. Yi Yun was originally passing by, but he didn't expect to see this scene. She watched Lin Chen's intimate movements with that woman and was instantly enraged. But more than that, it was puzzling. She could see Lin Chen's heart for Sumi. Since living together, Lin Chen had taken good care of Sumi, and this, too, had been certified by the doctor. Even the doctor had said that if it wasn't for Lin Chen, Sumi wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Maybe the person would have died long ago. Would Lin Chen, who was so good to Sumi, do something to apologize to Sumi? Yi Yun immediately wanted to get out of the car to chase after the past to ask the truth, but did not want to scare the snake. After a moment's hesitation, she took a picture and wanted to send it to Sumi, but hesitated when she thought that Sumi also had a history of depression. Sumi is getting better. That's a fact, even off her depression meds. At a time like this, if she knew that Lin Chen had done such a thing, it was guaranteed that she wouldn't be able to accept it. Yi Yun couldn't help but frown when she thought of this. Thinking about it, he simply dialed Lin Chen's cell phone. Lin Chen followed Su Yan to the milk tea store and had just sat down when his cell phone rang. He smiled shyly at Su Yan and walked out of the milk tea store to pick up the phone. Cousin, what's wrong? Lin Chen, where are you now? Yi Yun's voice was a bit cold. Lin Chen froze for a moment before saying, I'm out running errands. Cousin, you're looking for me? What's the matter? Yi Yun's car was parked not far away. She stared coldly at Lin Chen through the car window and said faintly, come out to do what? Buy a computer. Lin Chen laughed. The company gave the live department to me to manage, and I thought that I happened to have a classmate who opened a store in the computer city, so I came over to make a run for it, and if I can, I'll get all the office equipment done at once. These words, which were not half hidden, caused Yi Yun to stretch his brows a few points. She then frowned again. You're such a big company. Don't you have a purchasing department? Just leave it to them. Where is the need for you, a manager, to come out personally? Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. Originally, but I think, right, now the department is idle. I'm idle. I'm also idle, and I'm also relieved to do this work myself. And, when he thought of Sumi, he couldn't help but giggle. Usually, besides going to work, it's evening when I go back from work. Now we can take the time to go out and take Sugar out and spend more time with her. Yi Yun froze for a moment as she listened to these words, then she let go and nodded her head. Okay, then you get busy. Remember that you're married, and between you and the opposite sex, you need to maintain a normal social distance. Work is still not forgetting to rack his brain to find a way to spend time with Sumi, so it seems that he has misunderstood. Oh, good. Lin Chen hung up the phone before reacting. Why is Yi Yun calling? Just to say a few words? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it, shook his head, and went back to the milk tea store. Su Yan had already ordered milk tea and handed him a cup. Lemon tea with less ice and less sugar. Here you go. Lin Chen smiled. You still remember? Ha! When they were in high school, they sat at the front and back tables. Su Yan is a tomboy character, grinning with anyone who plays well. People are very good. Unfortunately, she failed the entrance examination and went to work without going to college. Then she met her husband at the factory, got married early, and bounced around to start her own business. After years of not seeing each other, Lin Chen's eyes still carried the clarity and stupidity unique to college students. Su Yan, however, already had a mellow face. What kind of relationship are we that we can forget this? Su Yan smiled, took the cigarette case and waved it around. Don't mind, do you? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. You still smoke? I wouldn't mind. Life's been hard, so there's got to be something to relieve the boredom. Su Yan's smoking posture is very skillful. She took a deep drag on her cigarette before she said, you said you wanted to buy a computer and live streaming equipment, right? I have all kinds of models in my store, at the same price as online, and as for the live broadcast equipment, although I don't have any for sale, I can transfer a batch of goods for you. We have this relationship here, and I'm not making you any money. The price is definitely cheaper than online, depending on how much you want. Lin Chen nodded and sent over the form he had prepared. Here's what I've put together. A total of 8 computers and 3 sets of live streaming equipment. See what you can offer. In fact, he had heard about the legend of Computer City. Now that online installations are so cheap, offline has long since been reduced to a mecca of pitfalls. Computer cities, in particular, are the hardest hit. But anyone who knows what they're doing won't come to a place like this to buy. Lin Chen is thinking. For one thing, he would have understood the computer. The internet said what to change the water goods high price and low configuration and so on. Can only cheat the layman, cannot cheat him. Secondly, the relationship with Su Yan is here. It should not be so bad as to pit her. Most importantly, he had vaguely heard from his classmates that Su Yan's 2-year-old son had been born sick, and that the family was having a hard time. If you're a classmate, help out if you can. Su Yan smoked a cigarette while picking through the list in her cell phone. A moment later, dropped the phone on the table, tapping his fingers on the table and said, "These configurations you gave. 5 of these computers with lower configurations. The market price is about 4,000. I'll give you a calculation of 3,800 apiece. The other 2 are highly configured and have a market price of nearly $12,000. So I'll give you 11,000 for this one. As for the live equipment, I'm not too sure. Go back and find you a peer to look at it and send you the price tonight?" Before Lin Chen came, he had already checked the configuration and pricing online and knew that the price Su Yan quoted was fair. So he nodded. "Then I'll trouble you. When can I get the goods?" 5 days. Su Yan counted the time. "You give me an address. When the time comes, I'll let my husband drive you there. He studied in a junior college, learning to repair computers and whatnot, so he can install the machine for you." Lin Chen smiled. "Thank you in advance then." "It's me who thanks you." Su Yan poked the finished cigarette on the table and let out a long breath. "Now that the business of brick-and-mortar stores is not doing well, you can give me such a big list. It can be considered a great help to me. Come to my house then, and I'll buy you dinner." Between the words, there was a faint heartache. As soon as Lin Chen raised his eyes, he saw a torn hole in the corner of her shirt, as well as her whitewashed jeans, and couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy for anyone these days. After finalizing the matter of the computer, Lin Chen looked at the time and simply did not go back to the company, directly drove the car and went back home, and dialed Sumi's phone number downstairs. "Honey, guess where I am now?" Chapter 77 Indirect Kissing. Lin Chen from the computer city directly back home. This is only less than 5 o'clock. Then downstairs to Sumi sold a secret. Sumi was the one who directly broke him down. "I guess you left work early again and you're almost home now, aren't you? Wife, can't you just pretend you can't guess so I can surprise you?" Lin Chen was frustrated. Sumi giggled. "So I'll pretend I don't know now, and you'll go home and pretend to be pleasantly surprised?" Lin Chen was even more speechless. "Then what's the point? Well, let's not talk about that. I told Auntie Jo on my way home, we'll go out to eat tonight. You get downstairs and take you to a nice place. Home." As Sumi listened to Lin Chen's words, her heart burst with anticipation. The last time she went to Bayun Lake Park, she was able to pick strawberries and watch the sunset, which gave her an experience she had never had before. This time it said to go to a nice place. So naturally I was looking forward to it. After Sumi hung up the phone, she smoothly locked up the documents in her computer, before closing it and hurrying back to her room to change her clothes. Originally taking a skirt. Thinking of what Lin Chen had said last time, she put the skirt back and replaced it with a simple t-shirt and jeans. Lin Chen's dominance and possessiveness. Instead of making her feel disgusted, she was enjoying herself. After changing her clothes, she hurried out the door, all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood. Already out of breath, Lin Chen immediately got out of the car and greeted her. Seeing her lips white, his heart ached. "It's not like I'm not waiting for you. What's the hurry?" Sumi wrapped her arms around his waist and tilted her head back to look at him. "I want to see you sooner." Before she finished a sentence, her face had already turned red, and the courage she had managed to muster gave out again, causing her to lower her head and her voice to grow smaller. Lin Chen, however, was so enraptured that he directly cupped her chin and kissed her. Just as they touched Sumi's lips, the sound of a horn came from behind them, startling the two of them and hastily separating them. The window of a car behind opened and the driver poked his head out. "If you want to kiss, you won't go home? What, show love on the side of the road? Have a date? Great. Sumi was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head, and her entire face was buried in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen, however, smiled. "Sorry, having a date is indeed remarkable, and the road is so wide, and I'm not in the way, so if you're envious, go find the other guy yourself. It's not possible that certain people simply can't find a date, is it?" The driver was so angry that he ran away with a kick of the gas. Sumi was both shy and amused, and couldn't help but whack him. "What nonsense! I'm right. Having a date is marvelous." Lin Chen perked up. "And marrying someone as beautiful as you, my wife. I'm not only marvelous, I think I'm the best in the whole world. But I'm awesome." Sumi didn't hold back and let out a giggle. Lin Chen looked dumbfounded, and while she wasn't paying attention, He directly sneaked up on her and dropped a kiss on her face. Then hurrying before Sumi got angry, he turned around and pulled open the passenger door, bent at the waist and made a please gesture. Princess, please get in the car. Sumi laughed even harder, and when she saw a passerby looking over, she hurriedly got into the car and closed the door. If she didn't leave, she was going to have no face in this neighborhood. Lin Chen went around to the other side and got into the car, then magically fished out a cup of milk tea. Princess, please drink milk tea. After saying that, he added, I don't know what flavor you like. I've specially made a guide in Little Red Book. Sumi looked at the milk tea that was handed over to her, and a hint of novelty flashed in her eyes. She has always been. The materialistic desire is not high. For food is not required, can fill the stomach to maintain life on the line. As a result, milk tea, the most popular drink among girls, was never actually drunk. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Wife, you wouldn't have never had milk tea, would you? Sumi nodded with some embarrassment. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Then he said, it's okay, you try it first. If you like it, I'll buy it for you every day in the future. With that, he thoughtfully removed the straw and inserted it into the milk tea and handed it over again. Sumi took it and was a little surprised. Hot. Yeah. Lin Chen started the car while explaining. Actually, I think the iced one is also good, but your body is too weak, so it's better to drink the hot one. Try it quickly to see if you like it. Xu Emi nodded and took a tentative sip of her milk tea. In the next second, surprised eyes widened. It's delicious. Thank you, hubby. The aroma of tea and milk intertwined to attack her taste buds, and the warmth combined with the sweet flavor made her feel better. Lin Chen observed her reaction, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but lose his smile. A cup of milk tea is just a cup of milk tea. Where's the need for a thank you? If you like it, I will buy for you every day in the future. No, it is not good to drink too much of this stuff. I remember that there is a homemade milk tea tutorial on the internet. Turn around and I will do it every day for you to drink. When the time comes to buy the best milk and tea, ready to drink, without any additives, you do not have to worry about bad for Sumin's health. Sumi sipped her milk tea, her eyes reddening a bit. Hubby, you're so nice. The person who couldn't even cook was willing to go to great lengths to learn how to make milk tea herself because of her health. This sentiment was so touching to him. Lin Chen was coaxed by her sentence of husband and was a little embarrassed. It's just making a milk tea. I'll float if you praise me like that. Any other girl would have either spat at him for painting a cake or enjoyed it with a clear conscience. Where like Sumi this, actually moved to red eyes because of a cup of milk tea. Simply incredible. A wife who is so easily satisfied and pulls her emotional value full circle. It's a privilege to be married to her. Lin Chen sighed contentedly. Just then, Sumi extended her milk tea over. Hubby, why don't you have a sip too? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the faint circle of lipstick marks on the straw and took a sip before saying, Honey, are we counting this as indirect kissing? Sumi instantly reddened her face and snapped. Hate it. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Chen quickly nodded his head. Yes, yes, yes. No more nonsense. After all, we are husband and wife. We can kiss if we want to. Where is the need for indirect kissing? Wifey, you say, right? I don't know why, but he was originally a very simple and shy young man of 5. But when he was with Sumi, the flirty talk came out like money. It couldn't be helped. Who made Sumi so easily shy? I can't tell you how good it was to watch my baby wife blush with shame. Sumi could no longer even raise her head, and said angrily, You're still talking nonsense. Say it again and I'll ignore you. Lin Chen laughed out loud. Really? I wonder who the person who sleeps in my arms at night is. And you say, okay, don't say it, honey, don't be mad. The two of them talked and laughed, and soon arrived at the good place Lin Chen had said. As Sumi got out of the car, she raised her eyes to the signboard not far away and froze. Is this the good place you were talking about? Chapter 78. Silly wife. You're so naive. Lin Chen brought Sumi to the famous night market street in Binhai City. Originally, Marina del Rey was closed to stalls. However, because of some unspeakable reasons, the general environment is difficult and the economy is in a downward spiral. So the government has begun to encourage the public to start their own businesses. And starting a business is nothing less than setting up a stall. This night market street then also slowly prospered. The place where Lin Chen and Sumi were standing was the night market located by the riverfront. It would still be dark, but the night market was already bustling with activity. As far as the eye could see, there were vendors everywhere, with everything from food and drinks to even fun and games. Many people have small colored lights hanging on their stalls, and although it's not yet dark, the lights are already on, and the colorful lights are nice to look at. Lin Chen held Sumi's hand and smiled as he said, I don't know if you like these places, but I see that those girls like to go to the night market, so I brought you here to take a look around. If you don't like it, We'll change places. Sumi shook her head. Love it. It's beautiful here. I especially love it. She used to focus on her work and shopping was rare. Even if you want to go shopping, it's all about the big shopping malls, and you've never been to a small place like the night market. Now looking at the small goods and colorful lights, she only felt new and strange, observing and surveying in all directions, only feeling that her eyes were not enough. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. It's good if you like it. Let's go. Let's go in and shop. Because of government intervention, the night market here is not as dirty as the traditional night market, but on the contrary, it is neat and tidy. Walking inside, looking around the goods, giving people a pleasing feeling. Sumi looked at everything and found it new. A moment to this side and a moment to run there, holding the things on other people's stalls and marveling at them. Nothing sold on the ground floor is too expensive. Basically just tens or hundreds of dollars. Missy, you can try it on if you like. A stall owner selling hair accessories opened her mouth with a smile. Sumi was a bit moved and took a red hairband and put it on her head, then turned to look at Lin Chen. Does it look good? She was born white, and her features were delicate and beautiful. Now that she was wearing this hairband, it emphasized her beauty more and more. Many people passing by couldn't help but stop. Sumi blushed and pulled on Lin Chen's clothes, her voice lowering a few points. Isn't it ugly? Lin Chen woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly shook his head. How can it be ugly? It's good looking, too good looking. With that, he said to the stall owner, how much is this hairband? We'll buy it. The stall owner smiled with a frown. $18? Just scan the code. Lin Chen immediately pulled out his cell phone to pay. Who would have guessed that right at this moment? A girl next to her came over. Boss, is there any more of this hairband on her head? I want one too. With this opening, several more people came, all wanting to buy Sumi's same model. Sumi froze. Lin Chen, however, smiled. Honey, look, because you wear it beautifully, everyone wants it. Sumi was a bit shy. Nonsense, there's no such thing. With that, he pulled Lin Chen away. The stall owner sold several hairbows at once and smiled a toothy grin, hastily catching up with a bracelet at the stall. Little sister, thank you for advertising for me. This bracelet is for you. The bracelet was braided with rope and tied with a green fluorite stone that looked beautiful. Sumi was at a loss for words and instinctively wanted to refuse. Lin Chen, however, took it graciously and smiled. Thank you, big sister. He then put the bracelet on Sumi's hand, nodding his head in satisfaction. It's so pretty. Sumi was a little worried. Don't you have to pay? Like this kind of street stall. Should be the family condition is not good. We charged her bracelet. Will not let her lose money. Lin Chen laughed out loud. Silly wife, why are you so naive? He took out his cell phone and tapped on Poundland and handed it over. Look, she's this kind of all Alibaba incoming. A headband sells for $18. At least you can make $15. As for this bracelet, the incoming price of a few cents of something. How can you lose money when you just tried her hairbows and brought her so many customers? Sumi looked at the goods in Poundland in surprise and widened her eyes. So there are still such cheap things. She used to not talk about Poundland. Even Taobao can be used. Although she knew that online shopping is cheaper than offline, but did not expect to be cheaper to this extent. That's too much profit. Lin Chen looked at her surprised appearance and couldn't help but shake his head. Wife, sometimes I really wonder if you're some kind of rich family's young lady. Pick a strawberry to visit the night market or feeling new even if. Now see the price of Poundland. Actually can be so shocked. If he hadn't seen Li Xiulan's plain dress, he would have been really skeptical. Sumi's heart thumped, and she quickly changed the topic. I see that there is an ice cream seller over there. Buy it for me, okay? Lin Chen naturally wouldn't refuse and ran over without saying a word. The two of them ate their ice cream and continued on their way. Sumi was curious about everything she saw, and in the end, she bought a whole lot of trinkets and toys, and she tasted all the snacks. By the time I got home, my stomach was bulging a bit. Sitting in the car, Sumi was embarrassed. I should have known to wear whiter clothes. As he said this, he tried to inhale and tighten his stomach. It's just a little hard to tuck in when you're sitting down. Lin Chen got into the car and saw her in this embarrassed state, so he couldn't help but be a little curious. Honey, what are you doing? Sumi was shocked and hurriedly took the bag to block her small stomach that was full of food. Only then did Lin Chen react and burst out laughing. All eaten up or like this. What's so good about blocking? But, Sumi blushed and whispered, it's not pretty with a belly. She has always taken good care of herself. And before she got sick she was in the habit of going to the gym on a regular basis to exercise, and was in excellent shape. Nowadays, however, because she was recuperating from her illness and had Lin Chen with her, she was living happily, and her figure gradually rounded out a few points. This would be unacceptable to see a small belly. Naturally, Lin Chen laughed even louder. Silly wife. Who says having a belly is not good looking? Besides, you're not fat at all. And you're also a bit too skinny. Eating a bit fatter is what makes you look good. Don't tell me it's just a little bit of a belly hold. I'd love you even if you grew into a big fat man. He reached out and stroked Sumi's face, saying earnestly, what I love is you as a person, not your appearance. And no matter what you become, my love will never change. Sumi blushed a little, but more than that, she was incredulous. Really? But, why? Love, doesn't it always start with a face? Being so much older than him himself, he seemed to have nothing left but his well-maintained and considered good looks as well as his body. Why are you so determined to choose me? Chapter 79 Insecure Sumi. Lin Chen's first reaction to hearing Sumi's query was to find it funny. I didn't expect Sumi to have a little girl's side, and kept asking the other side if they loved her. It's so cute. But when he looked up and saw the uneasiness and latent inferiority complex in Sumi's eyes, his heart was flooded with an unprecedented heartache. It was only until this moment that Lin Chen truly realized that for the age difference between the two, Sumi was always mindful. It was because she minded that she was uneasy and inferior. It was only then that they kept asking, repeatedly ascertaining Lin Chen's intentions. What she's missing is security. Lin Chen sighed, unbuckled his seatbelt, and probed over to wrap his arms around Sumi. Sumi froze. Silly wife. Lin Chen buried his head on Sumi's shoulder and softly said, love doesn't need a reason. When I saw you in the hospital, I recognized you. As it says in the marriage vows, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in life, I love you and only you, and this love will not be changed by any outside factor. I love you because you are you and no one else. Can you understand what I mean? These words, spoken in a way that is actually quite awkward. Sumi, however, listened. She heard what Lin Chen meant. You may not believe me when I tell you. Lin Chen let go of Sumi and looked at her squarely. When you went to my house when I was little, I already liked you then. Sumi was still immersed in the touching. This is unable to resist giggling out loud. How old were you then? Understand what is called like. Why don't you understand? Lin Chen asked rhetorically. I feel happy when I see you. I want to be with you all the time. If you don't come for a long time, I feel uncomfortable. I can't even eat. What is this not liking? That's not a lie. When the Su family moved away, Lin Chen also cried a lot and made a fuss to ask his mom to get the people back. Sumi, however, is still a bit skeptical. But you're so young. Why don't you look for a young girl to find me? Lin Chen directly interrupted her. Because they're not you. What does it matter to me if others are young and beautiful? In my eyes, all women in the world are divided into only 3 categories. One category is family like my mom and my cousins. And one category is strangers who don't get along. Sumi's heart beat a little faster. What about the rest of the category? My precious wife. Of course. Lin Chen pinched her face and couldn't help but move over for another kiss. You're my wife. The most important woman to me besides my mom. Bar none. After saying that, he added, of course, if you give me a daughter in the future, then our daughters will have to be counted as well. Sumi's face instantly turned red. What nonsense. The two of them, so far, the most intimate is only kissing. Because Sumi's physical reasons never crossed the last step. Now at the mention of having a baby, Sumi was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. Lin Chen laughed out loud before sitting back in the driver's seat and refastening his seatbelt. Alright, it's getting late. Time to go home. It wasn't until the car drove far away that Sumi felt the temperature on her face drop a few points. She secretly looked at Lin Chen's side face, but was unexpectedly caught in the act. If you want to see it, you can see it in a big way. Lin Chen took advantage of the gap between the red streetlights to turn his head and made a yeah gesture. How is it? Do you think your husband is so handsome that people and gods are angry? How narcissistic. Sumi glared at him, and then couldn't help but say, will I just say those? Will it seem a little made-ah? Although she used to half care about love affairs, she had seen the company's youngsters fall in love and heard those youngsters spit. Those, like myself, who pester their subjects to ask if they love them, have always been thought to be the hardest hit by the trolls. Sumi didn't look too good as she thought about it. After all, Lin Chen's kindness to her was there for all to see. Put yourself in a different position. If you do Lin Chen this step, Lin Chen but still keep asking yourself love or not love him, may also feel annoyed. What? It's just a little work for fun. Lin Chen's voice pulled Sumi back to reality. She froze for a moment and raised her eyes to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen drove the car with concentration, his side face looking particularly handsome under the light. If you care about that, wife, then you care about me. And I couldn't be happier that you care about me. Lin Chen's words were full of smugness. You're such a perfect wife. Yet you're willing to suffer for me. This is simply the treatment I got in exchange for saving the galaxy in my last life, alright. Sumi froze. You really think so? Of course. Lin Chen nodded his head without hesitation. Wife, anytime, anywhere, you can repeatedly confirm my love with me, because my love will never change, forbidding your repeated inquiries. Sumi laughed again and nodded heavily. Yes, after returning home, perhaps tired from shopping, Sumi had not yet taken a bath, so she sat on the sofa and fell asleep. When Lin Chen came out of the restroom, what he saw was the image of her leaning on the sofa, sleeping soundly. He tentatively called out, "Wife." Sumi frowned, grunted, and fell back asleep. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Baby wife is so cute, any way you look at it. He tiptoed and took the blanket out and covered Sumi before going to fetch water over and giving Sumi a foot massage by taking off her shoes and washing her feet. After Lin Chen had done this, he carried Sumi into his room and went to take a shower himself before returning to his room. But when he looked at the sleeping Sumi, he was in trouble. Sumi still has her going out clothes on. Lin Chen didn't have a cleanliness fetish, but sleeping in a t-shirt and jeans, with the bra still on, was obviously uncomfortable. But he couldn't bear to wake up Sumi. After all, after shopping for so long at night, Sumi's body is weak and it's hard to fall asleep. Lin Chen's heart was at war with heaven and earth, and in the end, he was worried that Sumi would get up tomorrow and not feel well, so he patted her. Wife, get up and change into your pajamas before you go to sleep, okay? Sumi's brow furrowed. Her eyes didn't even open as she slurred, "Don't!" The voice was dainty as hell. Lin Chen's heart melted as he listened, but he was still ruthless. Wife, be good, be obedient. If you don't change your pajamas, you definitely won't sleep well at night. When he was a student, he didn't hear a lot of female classmates complaining that the bra was uncomfortable to wear. It's uncomfortable during the day, not to mention sleeping, and you definitely have to take it off. Sumi, however, still didn't open her eyes, only reaching out and pulling him back. I'm so sleepy, don't make any noise. Lin Chen lost his smile and held her hand. It's just a change of clothes, don't take long. I don't. Sumi frowned even more and muttered, either you change it for me. Lin Chen froze. Honey, are you sure you want me to help you change? Chapter 80 failed again. Sumi was sleepy and tired, sleeping in a daze, constantly disturbed by Lin Chen, and had long been annoyed. Listening to him ask, he didn't know what he was asking, but only nodded his head through and through in response. Lin Chen gulped and couldn't help but get excited in his heart. To be honest, it's been a while since we got married and lived together. Even if Sumi's health was not good, the two of them were tired of being together in the thick of the love, but also made out. Only the most intimate, just cuddling through clothes. Now that he heard Sumi ask him to help him change his clothes, he instantly felt his entire body get a little hot. Lin Chen looked at Sumi's sleeping face and hesitantly said, "Then, wife, I'll help you change your pajamas." Oh. Sumi unconsciously hummed. Lin Chen took a deep breath and lifted the covers. Sumi was sleeping in a daze, and when the covers were lifted, she instinctively leaned toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heartbeat sped up a few points. Change clothes for your precious wife. Ah. Gee, it's exciting to think about. Lin Chen took a deep breath and with a trembling hand tried to pick Sumi up. Sumi was born extremely thin, with a slender waist. He gulped and whispered, "Honey, get up. I'll help you change." Sumi was sleeping soundly and wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, muttering, "You're so noisy." Lin Chen was amused by this adorable look of hers and shook his head favorably, gently picking her up. Perhaps it was a bit cold. Sumi directly got into Lin Chen's arms and hugged his waist, and then fell asleep again. Lin Chen lowered his eyes and looked at her innocent sleeping face. He couldn't help but kiss her. The kiss finally woke up Sumi. Well, Sumi was a little short of oxygen and instinctively pushed him away. "Hubby you." The voice of a freshly awakened sleeper carried a petulance that even she hadn't realized. Lin Chen once again took her into his arms and continued this lingering kiss. Sumi went from initial shock to shyness to intoxication. And in the bedroom, it was charming. The two also made another attempt, only to reach the last step, but still break because Sumi was physically unable to do so. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around the gasping Sumi, feeling both uncomfortable and heartbroken, as well as feeling somewhat amused. "Every time I get to this point, I stop. Old husband, I'm sorry." Sumi was so guilty that she had to open her mouth to apologize even though her face was white and weak. Lin Chen lost his smile. "What's there to be sorry for? To say it should also be blamed on me. Obviously you're not in good health, but you're still full of only those things." Sumi shook his head. "No, we are a husband and wife. It was supposed to be. Supposed to be." She was ultimately too thin-skinned to say that, and turned to say, "It is my body that does not compete. You wait a little longer. When my body is completely well, we will, again." "What more?" Lin Chen deliberately teased her. Sumi saw it, and instantly became ashamed and annoyed. Whacking him, "Darn it. You know exactly what I wanted to say. Lin Chen held her hand and smiled dotingly. Okay, don't say it. Don't say it. Good boy. Go to sleep. Sumi nodded, shrinking into his arms and closing her eyes. The next day, Lin Chen went to the office in a depressed state of mind. Just as he exited the elevator, he saw Jiang Yao lecturing a few people. What about our department? Although it belongs to Honey, but it's a separate entity. Since you guys have joined the group, we'll all be family from now on. The department is just starting out, and it needs to come together and work as a team to get the department off the ground. Jiang Yao was dressed in a suit and had a serious face with his hands behind his back, but he really had a bit of leadership. Lin Chen didn't hold back his laughter. The crowd looked over in unison. Jiang Yao snapped his fingers. This is Lin Chen, the manager of our live streaming department. Everyone shout with me. Hello Manager Lin. The crowd bowed in unison and shouted. Hello Manager Lin. The sound is so loud it's outrageous. Lin Chen was startled and rolled his eyes. Jiang Yao, you have a problem. Don't talk nonsense. I'm militarizing the management. From now on our department is going to have a wolf culture. Jiang Yao said. Do you understand wolf culture? Dogs travel thousands of miles to eat. Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat. From now on we need the whole department to unite as one. Eat meat and drink soup together. Lin Chen was even more speechless. Eat you, said, then swept through the crowd. Don't listen to this kid nonsense. Come to work well. Everyone heart to a think. Force to a make on the line. What wolf culture militarized management? This kid farted. Alright, introduce yourself first. The new recruits, counting Jiang Yao's girlfriend Zhu Jingyan, were 5 in total. The 2 live broadcast assistants were Zhu Jingyan and a girl named Sun Ying. Artwork by LV Junfei, planning by Yi Lu, and, Auntie, you, are also an employee of our department? Lin Chen looked incredulously at the over 40-year-old aunt in front of him, and then twisted his head to look at Jiang Yao. What the is this live department doing recruiting an aunt? Auntie smiled and said, Manager Lin. Assistant Manager Jiang said to let me come over to do odd jobs, usually to beat the meal hygiene and run errands. All let me do. Don't worry, I'll work hard and won't drag my feet. Never mind. Lin Chen ground his back teeth and spoke with difficulty. The company's computer hasn't been sent over yet, so I guess I'll have to wait a few days. You'll spend the next few days in the office familiarizing yourselves with the department's operations and what's coming up next. Especially Zhu and Sun. You are going to be live assistants. Learn more about the company's products. Also, he looked at Jiang Yao and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. You kid, come to my office. Chapter 81, thinking of you even when I'm at work. A bunch of employees nodded and went back to their offices. Auntie Deng Lan, the handyman, was also given an office, and she took a cup and cheerfully went to receive water. Jiang Yao met Lin Chen's fire-breathing gaze with both hands. Let's go. Back to the office. Obviously we are in the same office. And said to go to your office. See, the foreigner is not it? Lin Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and went straight back to his office. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. Say, what kind of relative is that aunt of yours? Jiang Yao smiled sarcastically. What? You misunderstand. She is not my relative. I am not thinking that we are such a large department. Always needs someone to do chores. Other than that, sweep the floors and take out the trash or whatever. Cut it out. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. I still don't understand you? If it wasn't your relative, I'd eat all the cups. What miscellaneous? Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ying, 2 live assistants, said that they are assistants, but in fact, they are no different from miscellaneous. Help out on air when you're going to be on air, and when you're not, you have to cover the office chores. As for sweeping the floor and throwing away trash, it's nonsense. The company already has a cleaning lady. Do you need to hire another one? Jiang Yao's eyes dodged. A bit vain, that she really isn't my relative. It's Xiaoyan's mom. Lin Chen gasped and laughed. So it's okay to bring your girlfriend to the office, but you have to bring your mother-in-law? Jiang Yao folded his hands and pleaded. Brother, I haven't begged you for anything. This time I'm really asking for help. I know it's difficult for you, but after Xiaoyan found out that I'm the assistant manager, she said that she either has to get her mom in on it or break up. And you know that. I've been with her for so long. I'd die if we broke up. At the end of his sentence, his eyes reddened a little. It is said that men don't shed tears, but they just haven't gotten to the sad part. Lin Chen was silenced by from the bottom of his heart, Jiang Yao as a friend. That could definitely score full marks. During his years in college, he hadn't been helped by Jiang Yao. He even believed that at the end of the world, when the two of them were left with only one piece of bread, Jiang Yao would not hesitate to share a large portion of it with him. But the boy has a fatal flaw, and that's licking. Too licky. Ever since Jiang Yao got together with Zhu Jingyan, that simply degraded directly into a canine creature. When Zhu Jingyan told him to go east, he absolutely did not dare to go west, not to mention how obedient he was. There was even a breakup where Jiang Yao drank until he got alcohol poisoning, or Lin Chen sent him to the hospital. Brothers. Jiang Yao spoke again. Lin Chen was speechless inside. Forget it, who let me be your righteous father? The resume has been sent over to the HR department for review, right? Jiang Yao quickly nodded. All of them have been vetted. Don't worry, said the voice and lowered a few points, but the personnel side said, Auntie Deng, this position is not the company's rules. She had to ask the upper meaning. You'll help make peace when the top asks, won't you? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Brother, I'm a manager, not a general manager. I can say it, but I don't dare to make a promise if it will work or not. He was scared to even sit in his own position as a manager. And now Jiang Yao is starting to stuff people into the company and wants his help to go through the back door. It would be interesting to see what happens if the GM gets upset and even gets himself kicked out. Jiang Yao quickly said, No, don't worry. The general manager can directly give you a department to take care of. What does it matter if you recruit more people? It's not like the company is short on money anyway. Lin Chen sighed and nodded in response. Then he warned, normally, you and your girlfriend should be a bit more restrained in the company. At least you can't let people see your couple relationship in half a year. Got it? Since we're going through the back door, we definitely need to be a little more stealthy. If you're too arrogant, isn't it obvious that you're looking for death? Jiang Yao naturally understood this and nodded in response. Lin Chen let out a long breath. Alright, you tell her as well, then do what you need to do, and by the way, tell the staff that the computer will arrive in 4 more days at most. Jiang Yao hurriedly nodded his head and turned around to leave, then backed up again. What again? Hey, that what? I think I'm an assistant manager. Openly and squarely with you sitting in an office. Spread out the influence is not good. Don't wait for the other employees to say that you public and private are not separated. So I moved out. Put your mother's fart. If you want to sit with Zhu Jingyan, just say so. You've seen through it. Don't worry, father. I guarantee that no one in the entire company will be able to tell that I'm in a relationship with her. Roll on. Lin Chen was speechless, then asked him to call in the planning again. Planner named Yi Lu is a province of a heavy out of the students, graduated already 3 years. There are 3 years of planning experience. You wanted to see me, manager? Yelio walked into the office. Lin Chen looked through her resume and glanced at the person again, and couldn't help but wonder. You stayed up late last night without sleeping? This Yi Lu looks good, but the black circles under the eyes is a little scary. A head of yellow hair messy with a pen coiled, wearing a gray cotton linen dress. The whole person is like a female ghost, without any semblance of essence. Yi Lu nodded a little embarrassed and asked again, what do you want to see me about? Staying up all night has nothing to do with appearance at all, okay? She looks like this, and that's solely because of on the job. Lin Chen didn't ask too many questions. He only said, the computers will be sent over in a few days. It's fine for a few days. You guys don't have to be too tense when you come to the company. Just relax. I'm very casual here. After you're done with work, play a cell phone game or whatever. Yi Lu didn't take it seriously and only nodded. And then you brush up on those webcam anchors and the like who carry goods in the past few days. Pick out the ones that are suitable for our company's category, and then contact and tally up the ones who are interested in cooperating. Lin Chen instructed. Send it to me to read when the time comes. He's never been on the air though, much less a leader. But now that he's been pushed into this position, he'll just have to tough it out. What works or doesn't work, just roll up your sleeves and do it. The big deal is to find a new company. Yelio nodded and answered. Is there anything else then? Nope. Go about your business. Lin Chen waved his hand and added. There's nothing going on or busy right now. Take it easy. Don't be tight. Having been a cow horse himself, now that he has turned over a new leaf, he surely cannot enslave his former kind. After all, you might as well go back to being a cow horse again sometime. After Yi Lu went out, Lin Chen opened his computer in passing and then launched himself into a daze. When this wasn't happening before, there was some work at work. Now that you have made the leap to manager, things are handed over to the people under you. So what do? Lin Chen was a bit bewildered. A moment later, an idea struck him and he fished out his cell phone and tapped on WeChat. Select Sumi and press the button for the video call. Anyway, it's not too much to ask for a separate office to play a video with your precious wife, is it? The WeChat phone rang for a long time before connecting, and Sumi's gentle and delicate face appeared on the screen. Honey, why are you calling me at work? What's up? Chapter 82 Everyday chores are also cozy. Lin Chen looked at Sumi on the screen and instantly felt all his worries disappear. He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, Wife, it's good to have you. Sumi's face instantly turned red. Nasty. What are you talking about? You called me during business hours just to say that? Sumi mouthed angry, but a pair of eyes is always with a smile. The bottom of the heart is even sweeter. She was originally dealing with work, and when she received Lin Chen's WeChat call, she thought he had snuck out again during work hours. Turns out the person is still in the office and the call is answered just to say that? Silly. Lin Chen put his hand on his face and looked at Sumi. Not just to say this. I'm not missing you. I just saw you this morning. You haven't been at the office long, have you? A day without seeing you is like a day without seeing me. I've been out for an hour now, so it's been months since I've seen you. Don't you miss me, wife? Lin Chen put a serious spin on the bull asterisk. Sumi giggled and snapped. You're the one who can be poor. What are you looking for me for if you don't work properly during office hours? At work. Lin Chen held up his cell phone and spun around the office. Look, wife. This is my office. A separate office. I forgot to tell you. Your husband is now the manager of a department, with a whole division under his control. Isn't that awesome? He said and scurried over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Look. What a great view. Although it was only the 8th floor, which wasn't too high, you could see a lot of scenery from the window. You can even see sea level in the distance. Sumi smiled as she watched him show off and nodded her head. Well, my husband is awesome. Lin Chen was almost floated up by her compliments, and tried to speak again. Look, wife. I'm the department manager now, and the general manager has said that this entire department will be given to me to manage. Even the personnel aspect is up to me. Do you want to work for the company? Sumi froze. You expect me to go to work? Lin Chen nodded and then shook his head in a hurry. It's not that I want you to go to work. If you don't want to go to work, then don't. Anyway, it's my responsibility to support my family, and I'm willing to support you for the rest of your life. But I'm afraid you'll be bored if you come out to work and come to my side. I'm the manager, so I can take care of you and arrange some easier jobs for you. What he didn't say was that in that case, he could watch Sumi every day. Every day we go out to work together, go home together after work, day and night, think of each other, feel happy. Sumi saw right through what he was thinking and blushed a little. You actually want to stay with me all the time, right? The words were not finished, and his voice was already so shy that it was almost inaudible. Lin Chen immediately nodded his head. Wife, you're so smart. What do you think? If you want to come, I'll take you back to the hospital on Sunday for a recheck. And if your body can carry you by then, I'll do your induction. Sumi, however, frowned. But I haven't worked for a long time, and I don't know how to do a lot of the work. So if you recruit me in, isn't this using your power for personal gain? In public and in private. She didn't want Lin Chen to be this kind of person. From the point of view of the company's leaders, this kind of behavior of Lin Chen had really harmed the company's interests. And from Lin Chen's wife's point of view, Sumi also hopes that Lin Chen can be a candid character. Instead, they use the rights and benefits in their hands to blatantly benefit themselves. If that was really the case, then even if one supported Lin Chen, one was bound to regret it later. Lin Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he listened to Sumi's words. Then he shook his head and said, Wife, you've got it wrong. I asked you to come work for the company. Although it sounds like I'm using my power for personal gain, but I'm really short of people right now. Huini asked. So what kind of work are you going to do when you let me in? There's so much to do. Lin Chen broke his fingers and counted. Look, as a manager, I have to manage the whole department, and many times when I get busy, I'll neglect other things. At times like this, don't I need someone to remind me? Also, when do we have to meet? What do we have to organize? I can't do everything by myself. And the staff under me, they all have their own jobs to do. Then won't you come over and help me? It's all for the sake of running the whole department. What use of power for personal gain? It's not like they recruited them and didn't work. That Jiang Yao kid is now the assistant manager. He'll have to be treated like a donkey later. There was also Zhu Jingyan. Although her specialty was not the right one, she managed to enter the company by relying on the identity of Jiang Yao's girlfriend. Then she would have to work in the future. Sumi's lifted heart fell slightly. After all, Lin Chen was indeed right that the new department was short of people. But, I'd better not go. Sumi shook her head and said, regarding live selling and whatnot, I don't know much about it, so I can't help much in the past, and I might even drag you down. And it's been so long since I've worked. I'm afraid I won't be able to adjust. After all, as the chairwoman of the entire group, she handled some of the upper echelon decisions. That's really pretty much forgetting about the job of a junior clerk at the bottom of the ladder. Lin Chen was a bit regretful. Well then, it doesn't matter. Wife, you just stay at home at ease. Hubby will support you. Sumi laughed with a floral twig. Good. Then you have to hand in your paycheck in the future. No problem. The chores are yours too. Isn't that supposed to be my job? I've been off work and you're not allowed to resent me. Don't worry, wife. I can't wait for you to be home every day. After all, with such a beautiful wife, I don't feel comfortable with you going out to work alone. The two asked and answered questions, and Sumi was coaxed into giggling. Lin Chen pestered her for a long time more, and only then did he hang up the phone with satisfaction, his entire being refreshed. Sure enough, baby wives are the best pick-me-ups. Afternoon, just after the lunch break, Yi Lu knocked on the door of Lin Chen's office. Manager, I've already selected the bandwagon anchors that are suitable for our company's products and are not currently signed to the company for the time being. Yi Lu set the cell phone in her hand in front of Lin Chen. Ha! Lin Chen was confused. Didn't I say there's no need to rush? On the phone in front of him was a form. At a cursory glance, not only are there anchors who can come to the company and sit in, but even those who work together online are given a tally. And the whole table is done in great detail. Even the strengths and weaknesses of each anchor and even the offer are listed one by one very clearly. Yi Lu scratched his hair. It's idle anyway, so let's get things done. You see what's next. Should I contact these anchors or should you do it? Chapter 83 Hubby takes you on vacation. As Lin Chen listened to Yi Lu's report, he instantly had a headache. Now the department has just been established not 2 days. Even the office equipment has not arrived. As a result, that idiot Jian Yao recruited the people within a day and even called them all over for duty. Even if you are on duty, there are actually employees like Yi Lu who are more active at work than the donkeys in the production team. I've said it myself, there's no need to rush until the computer arrives. It's okay to feel the fish and relax a bit. Now it's a good thing that in the course of one morning, this sister has organized the rest of her work. What's the matter? Inward curling? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Yi Lu you resume I forgot. Which company did you work in before? Ye Lu replied. Manager, my last job. I spent 2 years at A something Baba. Got to be the king of rolls out of the big factory. No wonder the company computers are not equipped. But also to take her own cell phone office is really open to the eyes. Lin Chen was speechless. Yi Lu was a bit anxious as manager. If you are not satisfied with this list, I will. Again, it's not a matter of being satisfied. Lin Chen sighed. Xiaoye, look at our office. Look at our whole department. Can you see anything? Yelio froze and spoke tentatively. The personnel are not motivated enough? The assistant manager and the artisan were playing a game. And the 2 live assistants were painting Taba. The maiden aunt is even better. She's still awake half an hour after her lunch break ends. If this was in a big factory, these people would have to be fired. Lin Chen did a double take. Sis, that's not how it's said. How is it called not being motivated enough? We don't even have an office computer yet. How can we be positive? I should have known that when I talked to the general manager before. I should have let the company take care of buying office equipment and even recruiting people. That wouldn't be a hairy office. Now it's good. There is a king of the rolls. I have to say no matter what, people have to roll to death. Lin Chen slapped his thighs and suddenly thought of something else. Ya Lu is out of the big factory. Her ability is unquestionable. And a capable role. Why not let her run the show? As for Jian Yao's bubbly brain, just let him directly run errands for Yi Lu. Anyway, that kid is simple-minded and nervous, and has a good temper. So as long as the assistant manager designation and salary remain unchanged, it's perfectly fine to let him do odd jobs. When Lin Chen thought of this, he immediately said to Yi Lu, Little Yi, I'll lay it all out for you. The company gave this department to me. That's nothing that's stipulated. The whole department is under my authority. In other words, behind closed doors, we're an independent company. And you look at the department as if it were a startup just getting started. Right now, the company has nothing. Not even the office computers have been delivered yet. So there's no need to be so tight. Wait until a couple of days, when the computer comes in, and then we'll start working officially. So you can see what I mean? Anyway, you can roll it, but don't roll it so fast yet. Yi Lu naturally can understand. But there is some doubt. But now, just play with the phone. Really no problem? Of course there's no problem. Lin Chen sighed. There's no computer. So what are you going to play if you don't play with your cell phone? Don't worry about the anchor for a while. Relax for a few days. And when the computer comes, we'll have a small meeting to plan the next steps. Okay? Yelio is not a cutie. The reason why she works so actively in the morning is purely because it's hard to find a job nowadays. It's especially troublesome when you come from a big factory like her. So it's hard to find a job and the salary is still satisfactory. Then you definitely have to perform hard to stay. But now that the department manager has said so, it would be pure foolishness to roll. Lin Chen persuaded Yi Lu to go back to the office and touch the fish. He then slumped into his office chair and began his swinging career as well. There is no way. The company to create this department is like a joke. Now can only play it. Regarding the company's out-of-the-blue live streaming department, there are actually quite a few employees who have talked about it privately. After all, the company has never touched this aspect before, and now suddenly want to engage in live banding, and the department manager is still a newcomer who has just joined the company, which makes people even more skeptical. Only the entire live broadcast department occupies a separate floor, and the general staff does not dare to run over. So the guys go to work and play games and read novels, and not much is known for a while. Lin Chen ate breakfast at home with Sumi every day, then drove to the company, to the office to lie down is to play games, wait until the end of work and then go home early, or take Sumi stroll around the park, or together nestled in the sofa to catch up with the drama game. Days spent, not to mention how cozy. The time rolled around and it was Friday. Lin Chen was flipping through the little red book figuring out where he was going to take Sumi for the weekend when a cold call came in. Lin Chen, the computers and live broadcasting equipment, all of it has arrived. The call came from Su Yen. Lin Chen then remembered that he had asked her to order the computer, and sat up in a flash. I'm at the company right now. Ask your husband to send it over. After hanging up, he sent the address, then walked next door to the employee's office. The crowd was buried in their cell phones. Even the king of rolls, Yi Lu, had a rare novel in his hands. All of you, get your asses in gear. Lin Chen knocked on the door. Someone will send computers over later, so all of you clean up your own desks and get ready. Zhang Yao was the first to jump up. Don't worry, manager, everything is ready, just waiting for the computer to be in place. Yi Lu also looked up and said, the live broadcast room has been set up. When the equipment arrives, the next step is to contact the anchor and arrange the first live broadcast, right? She was still a little uncomfortable after so many days of idleness. Lin Chen nodded. Come over next Monday, we're going to officially start working. Everyone cheer up and strive for the first shot. This is Honeytech's first live bandwagon, and the whole company is glued to the live department, so they have to get it right. The crowd responded in unison. Soon, Su Yan and her husband Lu Wuqian delivered the goods, a total of 8 computers, as well as 3 sets of live broadcasting equipment, including playing lights, microphones and whatnot. In one step, Lu Wuqian was born tall, but his nature is simple and thick, and his work is also nimble, and he quickly installed the computer. Lin Chen, together with Zhang Yao, checked all the computers, and after seeing that there were no problems, he settled the final payment and sent the person away, then gathered the whole department and had a little meeting. The computers have arrived and we're going to start officially next week. Lin Chen looked around at the crowd. When the time comes, the loose office atmosphere and habits of our department will have to be changed for me. Work hard, got it? The crowd nodded in unison. Morale high. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Alright, next early shift today. Everyone enjoy the weekend. When the crowd dispersed, he immediately dialed Sumi's cell phone. Honey, I'm off early today, so pack a set or 2 of clothes and meet me at the entrance to the neighborhood in an hour. Hubby is taking you on vacation. Chapter 84. What more could a man ask for in a wife like this? When Lin Chen drove back to the neighborhood, Sumi was already standing on the side of the road waiting. After another week of nurturing, Sumi, today, has grown a lot of flesh on her body and her face is much rosier. She was already born beautiful. Before hospitalization, thin off the face. Now the color is good. Even wearing the simplest t-shirt, casual pants, plain face, but also beautiful, amazing. I'm afraid that if the fairy sister Lu Yifei comes, she won't be able to distinguish between them. Lin Chen couldn't help but watch the corners of his mouth rise slightly. What more could a man ask for in a wife? Sumi was waiting for Lin Chen to come and pick her up, but unexpectedly a motorcycle stopped in front of her. Alone, sis? The man on the motorcycle took off his helmet, revealing a handsome young face. Sumi frowned slightly and shook her head. Sorry, I'm waiting for my husband. Married? Ha? The corners of the rider's mouth turned up. Is your husband as handsome as I am? I have to say, he does look good. A look of intent, full of teenage sensibilities, and with his handsome motorcycle, he almost scores an 80. When Lin Chen came over, all he saw was the scene of someone hitting on his wife. He was instantly enraged. Ghostfire teenager with no hair on his head, and he dares to hook up with my wife? Lin Chen kicked the gas and the Mercedes whistled. Sumi's eyes lit up. My husband is here. The rider swept the car in the distance and snickered. Sister, you're not getting any younger when you keep opening up this kind of car, are you? Let me guess. Over 40, maybe even 5. Usually loves to wear geriatric polo shirts, has a belly that rivals that of a pregnant woman in her 8th month of pregnancy, and opens his mouth with a greasy dad-flavored sermon. Maybe he even smokes, has a mouth full of yellow teeth, stinks of kissing, and he must not be able to do anything in that area either. Maybe if you take the medicine and wait half an hour for it to kick in, he said and moved a few points towards Sumi. Why don't you choose me? I'm young and handsome with 8-pack abs, so 8 times a night won't be a problem. Promise to make you comfortable. Sumi's face sank and she took 2 steps back. Excuse me, my husband is only 23 years old this year and is much more handsome than you. As for what 8 times a night? Sumi thought of the words Lin Chen had whispered in her ear when she was in the hospital, and a blush instantly flew across her pretty face. Whether or not it could be 8 times a night was still unknown, but during this period of time she had slept in Lin Chen's arms night after night, and she could feel that the 8-pack abs were real. The body is really nice too. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, and with this blush, she looked more and more gorgeous. The writer looked straight and couldn't help but gulp. Sister, I know you lied to me, but it's okay, I won't break up your family. You know about East Food and West Lodge, don't you? Wouldn't it be nice for you to spend your husband's money and enjoy my young flesh? Sumi's face became even more ugly and she was about to open her mouth when Lin Chen's car had already driven closer. In the next second, the car door opened and Lin Chen got out of the car. Lin Chen's clothes were usually on the casual side, but nowadays, as a department manager, he mostly wore suits to work in order to increase his majesty. He happened to be wearing a full suit and tie today, which would come striding over to him with a lot of gusto. When Sumi saw him, her body full of chi instantly collected, and she directly pounced over. Hubby, you're finally here. Husband? The driver turned his head, right into Lin Chen's eyes that were on fire, and his whole body was dumbfounded. He's your husband? Lin Chen was tall and handsome, this time with his arm around Sumi, looking at him with cold eyes. What's wrong? I am not. The writer swallowed a mouthful of water and spoke with some difficulty. Dude, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I saw the sister standing on the side of the road, so I wanted to ask if she was in trouble. Asterisk 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 off. Lin Chen opened his mouth and cursed. Still a sister. What are you? Worthy of calling my wife a sister? You think people can't see through your little mind, don't you? Driving a ghost fire and acting like a ing spiritual guy. Hitting on my wife, do you deserve it? The writer muttered in a low voice. What, brother? I'm not a ghost fire. Brand new Kawasaki. It's tens of thousands of dollars too. Can it be a ghost fire then? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. What's wrong with not being a ghost fire? Riding a broken motorcycle to hit on my wife too. See what kind of car I drive before you fart. Even though the Mercedes was company issued, the company had said it could be driven on a regular basis. So wasn't that about as good as his? The driver looked at the Mercedes next to Lin Chen, then looked at Lin Chen, who was half a head taller than himself, and completely red warmed up. Sumi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's arm and watched him fight with someone for herself, only feeling sweetness in her heart. She said to the writer, I've told you that my husband is handsome and more capable than you, and you still don't believe me. Now you should be convinced. Where was the writer to say anything else? He put on his helmet and twisted the throttle and ran. Lin Chen got smug, then a little chagrined. I should have known I'd call you down again when I got home. Didn't scare you, did I? Sumi shook her head. You arrived just as he came over. It's fine. Let's go. Lin Chen, however, stood and refused to move. Sumi was a little surprised. What's wrong? That motorcycle of his is really quite handsome, and that boy is younger than me. Lin Chen hesitated. Honey, you won't mind me, right? What man doesn't have motorcycle dreams? Don't they all say that good students love punks and are most likely to be abducted by yellow hair? Baby wife looks like a good girl who follows the rules, and although he is handsome, he is a 9-to-5 social animal, and his life is smooth but also slightly dull. In case the wife suddenly thinks that yellow hair is pretty good one day and plays a handful of rebels, that would be really ed up. Sumi froze for a moment, then giggled immediately afterward. She laughed louder and louder, barely able to contain herself. Lin Chen, however, became more and more nervous. Wife, I'm serious. Look, you look so pretty, and now it's popular to have a sister and brother. Some kind of gym boy college or something. It's the most popular type right now. I'm just a regular office worker who can't give anything but a stable and uneventful life in case. Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of aroma hit him and his mouth gagged. Sumi patted her foot and dropped a kiss on his mouth. Red-faced, fool, no matter how good other people are, they are not half as good as you in my eyes. These days, as long as you have the money, not to mention vegetarians, even the stars with top face value are just a matter of beckoning. Looks are important, but to Sumi, face value was the least of her worries, and a plain, cozy life is exactly what she wants most. Sumi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and said shyly, Hubby, I'm enough with you. Chapter 85. Sumi confessed her love for you. Lin Chen never dreamed that because of the accosting of a ghostfire teenager, he would actually be able to hear Sumi's heartfelt confession. Surprised and delighted, he couldn't help but say, Honey, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again? Nasty. Sumi whacked him. No more. Say it. Say it. Don't. Good wife. Please. I want to hear it. Can't you satisfy me a little? No. Sumi pulled the door open and got in. Lin Chen stood still, touching his lips, on which he still seemed to feel Sumi's temperature. Over this period of time, the two of them had gotten a lot closer, and Sumi would occasionally initiate some affectionate gestures. It's the first time he's ever confessed his love for a woman in such a straightforward manner as today. Counting up. I have to thank that yellow hair. Sumi watched him giggle through the car window and couldn't help but purse her lips as well. Then pulling away, he said, I thought you said you were taking me on vacation? Not going? Lin Chen woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly said, Go, 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 go. After getting into the car, he said as he drove, Wife, let me tell you, the place I'm going to this time. I've searched for a lot of days before settling on it. You'll love it. Sumi's curiosity was piqued. What place? He said and beamed again. Humph. I don't need to ask. It must be a secret. Lin Chen smiled. Right. Keep it a secret for now. We'll know when it's time. After saying that, he magically took out a box of pastries from the back seat. It's urgent. So let's skip dinner first. I specially went to Master Bao to buy your favorite cake for you. Eat something to pad your stomach first. Sumi held the cake in surprise. Hubby, you're so nice. Nowadays she calls her husband. And it's getting better and better. Lin Chen heatedly giggled and turned on the music in passing. The two listened to the song and drove all the way out of town. It was 10 o'clock at night when we finally arrived at our destination. East Australia Island? Sumi looked at the road sign on the side of the road with some surprise. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, it's Dongao Island. Early tomorrow morning, my husband will take you to see the sunrise. Dongao Island is located in the southeast of Marina City, nearly 300 kilometers away from Marina, and is known for its stunning waters, making it a little-known resort. Sumi's eyes lit up. Great. Lin Chen was puzzled instead. Wife, we live in a seaside city, and now I'm bringing you to see the sea. Won't you feel disappointed? The city of Marina is right next to the sea, not to mention out of the city. In the city to do a bus to the beach. No matter how beautiful the waters of Dongao Island are, it's still just the sea, and strictly speaking, it's not much different from the sea you see in the coastal city. If it were anyone else, this would probably be a time to complain, holding back the surprise for half a day, actually looking at the sea, like who has never seen it before, and it turns out that Sumi is actually so supportive? Sumi smiled. Why be disappointed? After all, you've lived in Marina City for so many years. I'm afraid you've long gotten tired of looking at the sea. I did see the ocean many times, but not with you. Sumi said seriously. There's no point in seeing the sea any more times when it's not with you. Besides, you said you'd surprise me, so it's definitely not just any sea viewing this time. So I'm looking forward to it. A wave of emotion welled up in Lin Chen's heart. This silly wife. She is afraid to bring her a flower from the roadside stand. She will be praised to the sky. Advantage so many treasure wives. One really burns incense in the ancestors. He nodded. You guessed it. It really isn't just any old sea watching. Wait and see. This vacation will be one of your most unforgettable memories. Lin Chen drove his car across the cross-sea bridge, all the way to the island, but didn't even stop when he passed those hotels. Sumi was a bit curious. Where did you book the hotel? She has been to Dongao Island before, and although the place is a mature tourist resort, there is still a large undeveloped area because of the topography. Most of the hotels in busy areas of the island are also clustered on this side of the island. No parking. Is it a camping trip? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. You'll know later. The car drove for about another hour, getting more and more out of the way. By the end of the day, there weren't even any passing cars next to them, and they were the only ones left in silence. Sumi got a little sleepy and fell asleep without realizing it. Lin Chen pulled over and covered her with a blanket before continuing to drive. It wasn't until nearly 12 o'clock that we reached our destination, a beach located behind a hill. Lin Chen got out of the car and let out a long breath as he looked at the beach in front of him. This place, a great place. He'd scoured the little red book and then spent $100 asking for it from an adventure blogger. There's no route to this place on the map at all, and the average tourist can't find the place. Because of this, the beach is extremely peaceful and completely untouched. I don't know how many times better this place is compared to the dumpling-like pomp and circumstance over at the hotel. Lin Chen returned to the car and shook Sumi awake. Wife, you sleep in the car for a while. I'll go out for a while. I'll be back in half an hour at most. Sumi instantly came to her senses and looked out the darkened window. A little nervous. Where is this place? Where are you going? Lin Chen held her hand and laughed. Don't be afraid. It's safe here. I'll lock the car. Just be good and wait for me in the car. Sumi met his eyes. Her lifted heart instantly fell to the ground, and she nodded her head obediently. Only then did Lin Chen get out of the car, go to the trunk and carry the things he had prepared one by one on his back, and then follow the map given by that adventure blogger and start walking towards the beach. I have to say, what costs money is good. Looking at the place where there is no road at all, according to the hand-drawn map, but 10 minutes, then down to the beach. The beach was so silent that you couldn't hear anything but the waves. Lin Chen took the huge lamp and shone it around, shouted a few more times to make sure that there were no other campers left tonight besides himself, and couldn't help but let out a long breath. That's great. No one to bother himself and his wife anymore. He put down the tent and such, and wanted to set up the tent and then go back to pick up Sumi, but in the end, he was afraid that Sumi would be afraid, so he hurried back, both curious and expectant. Sumi carefully got out of the car. It was almost midnight, but it was a beautiful day and the moon was bright, shining beautifully on the beach and the sea below the mountains. Sumi froze, her eyes wide. It's beautiful. She had seen the sea many times, but it was the first time she had seen a landscape like today's, which perfectly corroborated the saying the moon is born on the sea. The sky is at the end of the world. Lin Chen got smug. Right. I've been looking for this place for a long time. Come on, go down. There's a surprise waiting for you. Chapter 86. A Day at the Beach. Sumi was full of joy as she followed Lin Chen down the beach. The path down was difficult, but Lin Chen was firmly holding her, and it wasn't even half dangerous. Instead, it made her feel an experience she had never had before. Sumi has experienced a lot of things in the past almost 40 years of her life. There is no shortage of exciting programs such as climbing mountains and going into the water, or even traveling or even jumping out of a mountain into the sea after a successful business venture. But it was the first time I had ever walked in the darkness of the night, in the moonlight and with a flashlight, in an unexplored seaside jungle. And it's not just the environment. There's a reliable person like Lin Chen around. Sumi raised her eyes and looked at Lin Chen's serious side face, smiling with arched eyebrows. Yes, it's reliable. If someone had told her before she met Lin Chen that one day she would find a man nearly 20 years younger than herself reliable, she would have thought that the other party was talking about pie in the sky. As the saying goes, if you rely on a mountain, it will fall, but if you rely on a man, he will run. Sumi has always believed in herself. That's why she worked hard to start her own business and make herself strong, in order to one day be able to stand on the peak completely. Don't have to rely on anyone. But at this moment, as she held onto Lin Chen's strong arm and felt his heartbeat, she felt an unprecedented peace of mind. It seemed that as long as Lin Chen was around, she didn't have to be afraid of anything or think about anything, and Lin Chen would arrange everything. Lin Chen noticed her gaze and couldn't help but froze. Wife, are you scared? It's almost time for the beach. Don't worry. I've done a lot of research and asked several adventure bloggers, and this place is remote but safe. After all, Donao Island is a well-established tourist area, and anything like robbery and murder doesn't exist. At best, it's just a businessman ripping off tourists, and there will be no large beasts on the beach to worry about. The most important thing was that he had already prepared for everything, so even if there were bad guys, it wouldn't be a big problem. Sumi shook her head, and under the moonlight, a pair of almond eyes were bright and frightening. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything with you by my side. Sudden confession. Lin Chen immediately felt like he had eaten honey, both happy and smug, holding his chin high. That's right. Your husband, I'm awesome. Follow me. It's 100% safe. As they spoke, the two had walked down to the beach. Lin Chen thoughtfully rummaged through his bag and opened a folding chair, then took out a blanket and a bag of melon seeds and handed them to Sumi. Honey, sit down for a while, get high, and watch me do a magic trick for you. Sumi was a bit surprised. Is it to set up a tent? Is it okay for you to do it alone? Do you need my help? Lin Chen laughed out loud. Pitching a tent is a physical job. That definitely needs to be done by me. A man. You just sit there, he said, and magically pulled out another light bulb and a disposable water cup. Sumi cocked her head, a little curious. This bulb doesn't even have a wire. Can it light up? Sure. Lin Chen filled the cup with some water and then put the light bulb in it. The next second, a miracle happened. The bulb actually did light up. Tiny waited until it was held in his hand, emitting a dim but warm light. Lin Chen handed the cup over and grinned. I'm good, right? It's still a treasure he found at Poundland. It's inexpensive and practical. Sumi was surprised and delighted, taking the bulb and looking at it again and again. Amazing. It's the first time I've seen a light bulb that lights up without a cord. Well, it's time for me to pitch my tent. Lin Chen took off his suit jacket and started working as soon as his sleeves were rolled up. In his freshman year, he signed up for the hiking club, and wilderness survival and all that was no problem at all. Then I worked part-time. And then I worked for an outdoor supply company. So I knew my way around camping equipment. Pitching a tent is a breeze. Sumi sat on a chair, draped in a blanket holding a light bulb, her eyes shining brightly as she watched Lin Chen go about his business. In less than half an hour, a tent was set up. Lin Chen dug in and messed around for a while longer. And the lights came on. It's actually pink? Sumi was a little surprised. Lin Chen poked his head out of the tent. Like it? Sumi nodded frantically. Love it. What woman doesn't have a teenage heart? Under a starry sky, the quiet sea is in the distance. And close by are pastel-colored tents with dim lights. The sight was enough to make any woman fall for it. Like it. Lin Chen let out a long breath and continued to be busy. Inflatable mattresses, sleeping bags, and even portable stoves. And even pulled out a pot. Sumi was shocked. So much stuff. You just carried it down from the mountain alone? What's this point? Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and bristled. Altogether it's less than 100 pounds. But I can even carry you on my back and fly. Sumi blushed prettily. Fortunately, it was dark, so Lin Chen couldn't see it. After Lin Chen set up the tent, he went to the nearby jungle and picked up some dead branches, and in 3 or 2 tries, he lit up the fire. Sumi was a bit nervous. Can you light it? It won't be discovered. Will it? Why not? Lin Chen rattled the firewood and explained. If we don't give it a light, it's because we're worried about starting a fire. But we're on the beach now, and it won't burn even slightly. Not to mention there's no one here who cares. This beach is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, so you don't have to worry about being spotted at all. Honey, are you cold? Sit over a bit. I'll bake something for you to eat. Lin Chen greeted Sumi over and fished out another ice pack from his bag. When I opened it, it contained a bunch of grilling ingredients and actually a fish. Sumi looked dumbfounded. You actually prepared so many things? That's for sure. Lin Chen was smug. You don't know. I've been planning this camping trip every day for the past week. Definitely be well prepared. As he spoke, he skewered all the ingredients on a barbecue skewer. Sumi looked interested. I want to play too. The two of them played a game-like game of skewering all the ingredients. Finally, Sumi looked at the remaining pack of marshmallows. What are you bringing this for? Roast. Lin Chen unwrapped the package and took out a marshmallow skewered onto a stick and stretched it above the fire. Sumi's eyes widened in surprise. Won't this bacon melt? And roasted marshmallows. No matter how you look at it, it's a little too weird. Lin Chen, however, shook his head. Nonetheless, wife, just wait. This stuff is delicious. The marshmallows had shrunk quite a bit as they roasted over the fire, and a sweet scent filled the air. Sumi couldn't help but gulp with some anticipation. Can I eat it? Chapter 87. Happiness is so simple. Lin Chen couldn't help but lose his smile as he looked at Sumi with the appearance of a little glutton and handed over the roasted marshmallow. Slow down. I got sandwich marshmallows. They're hot. Sumi nodded and couldn't wait to take the marshmallow and eat it. One bite down, her eyes widened in surprise, and she kept inhaling in shock while it burned. It's so good. Toasted marshmallows are flavorful and sweet and fill your mouth with happiness. Right. Lin Chen smiled and began to roast other ingredients. Soon the beach was filled with the aroma of barbecue. At first, it was still Lin Chen who was in charge of roasting and Sumi who was in charge of eating. Then Sumi couldn't resist and started baking alone. Except she'd never done anything like this before. Baking things that were either too raw or burnt, or seasoned with too much salt. In favor of having to coax Lin Chen to eat it, Lin Chen couldn't hold it together after the 3rd time he ate chicken wings that were so salty they went straight to the sky. Honey, why don't you just sit back and wait for me to serve you? At this rate, he was really going to die of salt. Sumi giggled and made another aggrieved face. You dislike me? No. How dare I dislike you? Lin Chen quickly begged for forgiveness and picked up another piece of chicken wings roasted by Sumi. Only this chicken wing. Without waiting for Sumi to respond, he shoved the chicken wings over. Ah, so salty. Sumi let out a scream and vomited in a series of bah humbugs. Lin Chen laughed his head off. Sumi was annoyed. Big bad guy. You know it's so salty but you still stuff me with it. Nasty. With that, he grabbed the chicken wings and lunged towards Lin Chen. I don't care. You have to eat them too. Don't. Honey, I was wrong. Lin Chen got up and ran. The two chased each other down the beach, laughing and joking. With Lin Chen on his legs, Sumi naturally couldn't catch up. With a twinkle in her eye, she sat right down on the beach. What's wrong with you, wife? Lin Chen's face changed drastically and he was busy running back. But he had just squatted down when the piece of chicken wing was shoved into his mouth. I got you, didn't I? Sumi was proud. Badass. Long legs are great. Ha! Lin Chen was speechless. But the imagined salty to bitter taste did not come. The chicken wings in my mouth are not only not bad, but on the contrary, they are salty and charred. It turns out that Sumi didn't want him to eat the baked bad ones and took the chicken wings that he had baked. Lin Chen's heart was sweet and he was about to speak, but he realized that Sumi's breath was a little unstable. Although Sumi's body had recovered most of the way, she had been sick for so long in the end, and after making a scene just now, she was already at her limit. Honey, are you okay? Lin Chen hurriedly tossed the chicken wings aside and tried to pick Sumi up. Sumi, however, shook her head and said, "It's fine. I'll get up by myself." She helped Lin Chen and slowly stood up. Although the movement was slow, but in the end, he got up by himself, and his face was only slightly white, so it didn't seem to be a big problem. Lin Chen, however, was still a bit worried. Is it really okay? Of course there's no problem. Sumi glared at him. It's only a few steps. I'm much better now. Okay? The two men walked slowly to the tent. Lin Chen took out the wet wipes he had prepared long ago and handed them to Sumi. You wipe your hands and face first. I'll go clean up. Sumi didn't try to be brave and nodded her head into the tent. Even though she kept saying she was fine, she was still a little out of breath and needed to lie down. Lin Chen packed up all the barbecue grills and whatnot, and took a garbage bag for all the trash, before adding some firewood to the fire. Inside the tent, Sumi laid down for a while, recovering some of her strength, and was hesitating to go out when she suddenly saw a piece of floral fabric revealed in the bag next to her. She eeped and opened the bag. Inside, it contained, quite literally, a black floral dress. Not only that, there was a pair of slippers next to it. The dress was an ankle-length style with a one-shoulder top that happened to be Sumi's size. Sumi was surprised and delighted, but more than that, she was moved. In the past, when she went out, she was the one who organized everything, no matter who she was going with or where she was going. From checking routes to booking hotels and restaurants, and even fun programs, she did it all by herself, without any help from anyone. But this time, she was carrying a bag and went out the door, not having to do anything, as Lin Chen had arranged everything. Even the dresses for the beach are ready for you. Sumi felt her nose turn a little sour. Soon, though, she perked up and glanced quietly out of the tent. Lin Chen is taking the lamp to collect firewood. Sumi pursed her lips before pulling the tent tighter and starting to change. Although the tent was of good quality, it was in the end made of cloth, and when it was lit, the light reflected the silhouettes of the people on the tent cloth, so that every move could be seen clearly. Lin Chen came back from gathering firewood and happened to see this scene. Sumi's slender figure was imprinted on the tent, graceful in every move. Lin Chen looked dumbfounded. He didn't wake up as if from a dream until Sumi changed her clothes and came out. She saw that Sumi had changed out of her t-shirt and pants and was wearing a long one-shoulder dress, with her long hair draped behind her and an eggflower beret clipped to her ear. The sea breeze blew and out moved her skirts. In this quiet night, Sumi was as beautiful as a genie. Lin Chen's eyes widened as the firewood in his hand fell to the ground. Sumi puffed and laughed, and blushed a little. The clothes are quite suitable. Do I look good in them? Her past clothes were either on the business side, demure and decent, usually worn for work or meeting clients. Either that or it's extremely casual and worn when you're home alone. It's the first time I've worn a long dress like today's that reveals the entire neck and shoulders and is overall on the vacation side. Even if the clothes fit extremely well, she was still a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen reacted and smiled. Good looking. Simply too good looking. I really do have a good eye. When he bought this dress, he had wanted to prepare to wait for dawn and let Sumi change into it to play on the beach, but he didn't expect her to find it now and wear it. Sure is pretty. Sumi blushed, but the corners of her mouth quietly rose again. Who wouldn't be happy to be complimented on their beauty, and by someone they like? Why are you changing it now? Lin Chen picked up the firewood and walked over, a bit puzzled. It's late. It's almost time to go to bed. I was going to take it out tomorrow and give you a surprise. Sumi raised her eyes to the sea and laughed lightly, because I don't want to miss the scenery in front of me. As she spoke, she tentatively raised her arms and stretched her legs, taking a few gentle dance steps. Lin Chen looked stunned. Honey, you can still dance? I learned it for a while when I was younger. Sumi stepped on the beach with her bare feet, and the delicate sand was extremely comfortable to the touch. Her movements were a little rusty at first, but then they became more and more fluid. By the end of the day, she was on the beach bathing in the moonlight and dancing around the fire. Lin Chen looked dumbfounded and couldn't help but hum softly. It wasn't until the dance was over that Sumi stopped. Although she was a little out of breath, the smile on her face was one of immense happiness and fulfillment. Only then did Lin Chen wake up as if from a dream and slammed his thigh. Bad. Chapter 88. Wife is a treasure. Lin Chen's phrase bad startled Sumi. What? I just forgot to take a picture. Lin Chen looked aggrieved. Aha, this is the first time I've ever known my wife to dance. Such a beautiful dance. I'm such an idiot that I actually only knew how to watch it and didn't know how to record it. Too bad. If I record it, I'll be able to watch it over and over again. Sumi let out a giggle. Fool, I'm right in front of your eyes. Is there a video? Does it matter? If you want to see it. She blushed slightly. I can always dance for you later. Lin Chen shook his head. It's different. This is the first time I've seen you dance, wife. The first time. I can't believe I didn't videotape something so monumental. Too bad. Sumi looked at his face chagrin, hesitated for a moment and then said, then, take a picture to commemorate it? After saying that, he added, but after taking the photos, you can only look at them alone, and you're not allowed to show them to anyone else. Colleagues and friends can't. Otherwise she's going to be unable to hide her identity. Lin Chen, however, was a bit puzzled. Why? Although I don't want my precious wife's photos of you to be seen by others, but you're so beautiful. Why can't you send them out? He still wanted to take it out and show it off to those who decided he wasn't married. Sumi said, I'm a little shy, and your mom doesn't know that I'm with you. I'm afraid that it will reach her ears. Lin Chen was finally convinced and nodded his head. Okay, if your wife says so, I'll listen to you. With that, he got back in the spirit. Take a picture. Finally I can take a picture with you. The wedding photos weren't even taken. And God knows how much he'd love to have a picture with his kissing wife. Not for others to see. Then he prints a small one and keeps it in his wallet to secretly enjoy it himself. Sumi seldom takes pictures in her daily life, so she was a bit unable to let go in front of the camera. Lin Chen, however, didn't care about that much and directly raised his cell phone, then wrapped his arms around Sumi and kissed her on the cheek. The scene was recorded with a click. Sumi hurriedly said, show me. On the photo, Lin Chen was kissing her face. She had a face that was scarlet, and in her eyes, she was full of happiness. That's a great picture. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. No thanks to my wife. The original camera straight out is so perfect. You are simply the most beautiful woman in the world. Sumi sheepishly punched him. What nonsense. I'm not bull asterisk 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 ting. Forget it. Take more pictures. Lin Chen did not waste any time, grabbing Sumi to take a group single photo. The phone clicked and clicked. In less than half an hour, hundreds of shots were taken. If Sumi's body hadn't been unable to carry it anymore, he wouldn't have wanted to stop. Wife, go to sleep. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi and lay down in the tent, and then worried a little. The waves are too loud. Will you find it noisy? Sumi shook her head and pressed her face against his chest. No, this is my first time camping, and even more so, my first time camping on the beach, and I love it here. The voices grew fainter and fainter, and without realizing it, he had fallen asleep. Lin Chen doted on her and planted a kiss on her face, falling asleep with peace of mind. In the moonlight, in the tiny tent, the two men embraced each other. Day 2. Lin Chen woke up before dawn. He crept up, and after a brief wash with bottled water, he set the fire back up, and up went the pots, and boiled the porridge. Taking a break from porridge, I went back to the beach reef pile to touch some small fish and shrimp and shells and stuff. Got lucky and caught a large and small crab. Shells that haven't been raised beforehand are full of sand. But it was hard to beat Lin Chen. Once the hot water was hot, the shellfish opened up, cleaned the sand out of it, and then the fish, shrimp, crabs, and such were processed and thrown all into the pot. After doing this, the sky was already white with the color of a fish's belly. The sun is coming out. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and okayed Sumi to wake up. Is it dawn yet? Sumi frowned and wouldn't open her eyes. It couldn't be helped. She had played too late last night and didn't fall asleep until almost midnight, and she was weak, so naturally she didn't get enough sleep. Lin Chen gave her a kiss and spoiled her. It's not dawn, but the sun is coming out. To see the sunrise? At these words, Sumi immediately opened her eyes. I want it. She'd actually seen sunrise many times over the past few decades, but those are not the ones to watch with Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. Then get up. Wash up first. I've cooked porridge. Shuemi nodded and climbed up, but sat still. Lin Chen knew that she was shy, smiled and walked out. Sumi was relieved, and hurriedly got up to clean up. By the time she came out, a pot of congee was already simmering, and the aroma was overwhelming, and the sea level showed a hint of gold color. The turquoise blue water with the golden sunrise was beautiful. Sumi's eyes widened as she watched. So beautiful. The sea at night is quiet and mysterious, and during the day the sea, sparkling with the sun, is full of life. Lin Chen smiled and said, but not as beautiful as you. Sumi blushed. Yuck. Fleeing, he shuffled off. The camping conditions were simple, but Lin Chen was well prepared. Buckets of water, toothpaste and toothbrushes and even wet wipes are available. Even the wipes come in 2 varieties, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, which is thoughtful. Sumi wiped her face with a wet wipe and couldn't help but sigh again in her mind. I didn't think that in my life, I would have met such a good husband as Lin Chen. After washing up, Lin Chen had already set up all the folding seats, and the boiled seafood congee was also served. Steaming hot. Honey, come here, Lin Chen called out. Breakfast. Aha! Sumi nodded and walked over with a smile on her face. The two sat on the beach, one holding a bowl of fragrant seafood porridge, eating it while enjoying the sunrise. The sun slowly rises from sea level and illuminates the earth. It also completely illuminated Sumi's heart. After eating breakfast, Lin Chen started packing. Sumi watched him put away his tent, a little puzzled. That's it? Doesn't work start the day after tomorrow? Aha! Lin Chen nodded. I booked a room in the hotel over there. Now transfer to the hotel. Make up a good sleep first, play for a day tomorrow, and then go home in the afternoon. Camping is romantic and exciting, but in the end, it's sleeping in a tent, and it's on the beach, and the waves are loud, so it's actually not comfortable enough to sleep. Where does it compare to a hotel king room? Sumi was also tired of sleeping, so she immediately nodded and said, good. He said he was going to help pack up his things. Where did Lin Chen want to let her do it? He quickly said, just leave it. I'll do it. You go walk over the reef. You can pick up small seafood, bring it to the hotel then, and have seafood porridge tomorrow. Although Sumi wanted to help Lin Chen, she couldn't resist the temptation of catching the sea and turned around to pick up seafood. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and urged her to pay attention to her safety before she busied herself with her hands and feet. After packing up, he called out, honey, let's go. Back to the hotel to sleep. Chapter 89 Li Xiulan is here. Before the car even drove to the hotel, Sumi had already fallen asleep in the passenger side. After Lin Chen parked the car in the hotel's underground parking lot, he directly carried her into the elevator. The receptionist looked at him like this and the man was confused. It's a good thing Sumi woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the receptionist looking at her curiously, and her face instantly turned red. Nasty. Put me down. Sumi punched Lin Chen's chest. I fell asleep. Won't you wake me up? Lin Chen laughed. That's not to let you sleep a little longer, is it? I can hold you anyway. The front desk was hard stuffed with dog food and was unable to get over it. Sir, please both of you show your IDs and I'll register you for the room. Until they entered the elevator, Sumi's face was still red, especially when I heard the front desk whisper, this couple has such high face value. If it wasn't for the early morning dog food stuffing, I'd definitely start knocking on the CP. It's all your fault. Sumi glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked innocent. How can you blame me? Besides, we are husband and wife. I hugged my wife. Is there a problem? And you say? Sumi stomped her foot. Lin Chen was amused. When they reached the room, Sumi went to take a shower impatiently. She was already clean, and after being so weak that she had to do wheelchair things before, she had to insist on scrubbing her body every day, and after sleeping all day last night in a field tent, she couldn't help herself. Lin Chen sat on the balcony, looking at the sea in front of him, listening to the sound of the water behind him, only feeling that the corners of his mouth were harder to press than AK. Life is beautiful. The two of them slept on this until directly into the afternoon. Sumi woke up first. She lay in Lin Chen's arms and looked up at him. Lin Chen was actually extremely handsome, with sword brows and starry eyes, especially his nose, which was perfect. It's not even an exaggeration to say that you can make it as a star. Sumi looked at him with some fascination, and somehow, her heart suddenly thought of the words she had heard Lin Chen say when she was hospitalized, like being physically fit. And then there's the guarantee that she'll be served comfortably. The more Sumi thought about it, the redder her face became, but deep in her heart, it was as if ants were crawling, itching unbearably. She had gotten much better in the meantime, climbing and dancing and staying up all night like last night, and this would be a morning's sleep and her spirits would have returned. Sumi felt the state of her body and was a little heartbroken. She couldn't help but reach out and caress Lin Chen's face. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and held her hand. Sumi was startled. Seen enough? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth lifted. Doesn't he think your husband is handsome? Sumi was immediately amused and snapped. Shameless. How can anyone praise themselves like that? Lin Chen said fervently. Oh, I'm not just praising myself. I'm also praising you. Honey, you're beautiful. Simply the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Movie stars don't even compare to you. The more he said, the more Sumi's face reddened. Don't say it. Sumi covered her face in shame. Instead, Lin Chen tried to pull her hand away again. Between the four eyes, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Lin Chen couldn't help but kiss over. And this time, Sumi's body finally fought for once. Outside the window, the azure-colored sea shimmered beautifully from the sun. And inside the window, being turned over in red waves, the room was full of charming. Lin Chen never dreamed that he was just bringing Sumi out for a vacation, but he actually rounded up by mistake. Although Sumi didn't last long, in the end, The two of them were completely united as a real couple. He looked at Sumi, who had passed out, and only felt that his heart was stuffed with happiness. Wife, don't worry, I will never fail you in my life. Lin Chen tenderly took Sumi into his arms and planted a kiss on top of her head. Night. Sumi finally woke up from hunger. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a large and incredibly hearty meal on the table. Not only seafood congee, but also a wide variety of food. From rice to noodles. Lin Chen happened to come out of the restroom, and when he saw that she had woken up, he was instantly happy. Wife, you're finally awake. I was about to call you. Sumi sat up in a daze, somewhat puzzled. These meals are all made by you? It shouldn't. They only have one pot. Where can they make so much? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. How could I have this skill? These are the takeouts I ordered. So get up and eat. Said another thoughtful question. Would you like to take a shower first? Sumi immediately thought of the afternoon's entanglement, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and said, I'll play the game. Wife, you go take a shower. Come out afterward just in time for dinner. If it were normal, he would have molested Sumi long ago, but not anymore. Sumi's whole body and heart had been given to him, and now he was too precious to her. Where would he want to see her embarrassed? Sumi watched Lin Chen play with his cell phone in a serious manner, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief as she hurriedly took the bath towel and wrapped it around her, and went to the restroom in a huff. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing that Lin Chen looked up. He couldn't help but giggle at the slender figure imprinted on the glass. That's so nice. I finally rounded up with my wife myself, and today deserves to go down in history. The next day, Lin Chen took Sumi around the beach. Of course, it was just a walk on the beach, not in the water. After all, this is still the beginning of summer. The seawater is cool. Sumi's body cannot carry. By mid-afternoon, it was time to drive back home. By the time I reached home, it was late afternoon. Lin Chen had long ago called Auntie Zhou and asked her to come over to cook. This would smell like a meal as soon as he exited the elevator. Lin Chen and Sumi interlocked their fingers and pushed the door into the house. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw Li Xiulan sitting in the house. Mom, what are you doing here? Sumi was startled, and actually felt a sense of weakness at being caught doing something bad. Li Xiulan swept past the two, her eyes landing on Lin Chen's bulging backpack. Lin Chen, where did you take Sugar Plum? God knows how worried she was after learning that Lin Chen had taken Sumi out for a night on the town and hadn't come home for 2 days. Even though she knew Lin Chen's heart for Sumi, she was still nervous when she thought about Sumi's body. Traveling out is not like being in the city, where you can be taken to the hospital immediately if you are not feeling well. But when you go out to travel, what if you go to a remote place and can't find a hospital for a while? Sumi frowned. Mom, I'm going out on vacation with Lin Chen. I'm asking about Lin Chen. Li Xiulan interrupted her and got up. Lin Chen, come to the study for a moment. I have something to say to you. Chapter 90. Li Xiulan's attitude. Li Xiulan's attitude made Lin Chen's heart beat a little. After all, when he had previously sought him out to flush out the wedding, and even when Sumi woke up, Li Xiulan had been extremely satisfied and even grateful to him. But today it is. Sumi squeezed his hand and gave him an apologetic look. Lin Chen came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh. When he thought about it, he could understand Li Xiulan worrying like this. As the saying goes, raising a child 100 years old, long worry 99, Sumi and died once. Li Xiulan as a mother, naturally, is to worry more than others. Lin Chen was clear that Li Xiulan's previous gratitude and satisfaction with herself was genuine, and understood her attitude today. Pity the parents. Li Xiulan had already entered the study. Sumi lowered her voice. I'll go in with you. No need. Lin Chen put his backpack down and smiled. Go change and get ready for dinner. I'll just go in. At most, he would only scold himself for taking Sumi out to play. What big deal could it be? He entered the study under Sumi's worried gaze. Li Xiulan sat down on a chair and raised her eyes at him. Where did you take Sugar? East Australia Island. Lin Chen honestly replied. Watching the sunrise and sunset, she had a great time. Although she was a bit tired, but on the whole, there was no problem with her health. From the time we left to the time we came back, we were in good spirits. As he said this, he suddenly thought of that night's entanglement again, and suddenly his old face flushed, though it was only that one time, and then after that Sumi couldn't take it anymore. But once, it was enough for him to look back on for the rest of his life. And this is just the beginning. Wait until Sumi is in good health later. That. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Xiulan is a person from the past. Looking at him like this, she immediately changed her face. You and Sugar. How is it that there is a kind of displeasure that a homegrown cabbage has been overpowered by a pig? Lin Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Auntie, Sugar Plum and I are a licensed and legal couple. I will only have one woman in my life. Isn't it enough that I've decided she is? That I love her? Li Xiaolan was a bit stunned. Lin Chen had been chosen by her, so she naturally trusted her own vision. But in the end, after so many years of raising the daughter, so handed over, this heart is still very difficult. Lin Chen spoke tentatively. Auntie. Li Xiaolan came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Chen fixedly. It took a long time before he sighed long and hard. It's time to call Mom from now on. It was supposed to be changed after the license. It was just that at that time, she was thinking that Sumi's situation was unknown, and it was uncertain what would happen in the future, so there was no need to change her mind. But not today. Sumi's body was improving day by day, and it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that she had completely recovered, and this could all be attributed to Lin Chen. The most important thing is that since the two of them have already rounded up and identified with each other, they will be family from now on. Lin Chen was shocked, then ecstatic. Yes. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely take care of Sugar Plum. Outside the door, Sumi tiptoed in the doorway and stood with her ear pressed against the door, just in time to hear the sentence, and suddenly her pretty face flushed. Is Mom completely approving of Lin Chen? To her, the most important thing in this world was her mother, and now there was another Lin Chen. It's natural for two people to be able to coexist peacefully. Sumi was in a good mood, so she stopped eavesdropping and turned to the kitchen. Li Xiaolan looked at Lin Chen and sighed again. Meaning it? I have no objections to you having a good time with Sugar Plum. As long as she's happy, that's enough. But there is one thing, she said with a straight face. You know about Sugar's health, and the way she is right now. I'm not in favor of having a child no matter what. Got it? Conceiving a life is extremely damaging to the mother. Even a woman in her 20s who was pregnant and gave birth to a child would age a lot. Not to mention the fact that Sumi was now close to 40 and her body was extremely weak. Lin Chen hurriedly nodded his head and said, Don't worry, Mom. I know this. I've already thought about it. If she likes children, then if she's well enough to have one in the future, then she'll have one. And if she's not, then she'll adopt one. Lin Chen said in a serious manner. If she doesn't like children, then she won't have any. It's enough for the two of us to be together. He wasn't much of a fan when it came to children anyway, and everything was focused on Sumi. Li Xiaolan, however, was a bit skeptical. What about the pressure from your family when the time comes? Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry about that. My parents are open-minded. After saying that, he added, even if I'm not enlightened and have to have a child, then I'll be the one to carry the pressure and won't let Sugar worry about it. Li Xiaolan finally let go of her heart and got up. I'm relieved when you say that. Sugar candy handing over to you is probably the best choice I've ever made in my life. She let out a long breath. It's getting late. I should get back. You and Sugar good favor. Outside the door, Sumi had already joined Aunt Jo and set the meal on the table. Sizzling rice, stir-fried oatmeal with pangolin and black bean sauce, plus braised pork ribs and steamed fish, and a soup. The table was full of dishes, and the aroma was full of warmth. Sumi was sitting at the table, and when she saw the two of them come out, her eyes instantly lit up. Lin Chen, Mom, dinner is ready. Li Xiaolan looked at her bright smile and unconsciously reddened her eyes. You know, it wasn't that long ago that this daughter of his was lying in a hospital bed with tubes all over her body, and even the doctor had given her an ultimatum. Further forward, not before the suicide of Sumi, also describes the withered, the whole person as if the Walking Dead general, every day will only stay sitting without any expression. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the living dead, but in the blink of an eye, she became able to laugh and dance, sitting alive in front of her eyes. That's so nice. Li Xiaolan quietly wiped her tears and laughed. Sugar candy, your Auntie Jo and I won't eat. You guys eat. You little two are so good at being nice. Auntie Jo, who was on the side, took off her apron and said smilingly, Sister Li is right. If we stay, won't we become light bulbs? Sister Li, let's go. Let's go home and eat. The two of them didn't wait for Sumi and Lin Chen to say anything, so they went straight out the door. Sumi froze for a moment, and when she met Lin Chen's eyes, she couldn't help but let out a giggle. Lin Chen smiled back, went to the kitchen and washed his hands and came out, sitting across from Sumi. Aunt Jo is right. We young couple living our lives, we really don't need a light bulb. Come on, wife, you've worked hard these past 2 days. Eat more meat. Sumi had a sweet look on her face and couldn't help but say, What did you say to Mom? I see her eyes are red. Just now, she had wanted to ask directly, but before she could open her mouth, the person had already left, so she could only ask Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes rolled. Want to know? He slapped his thigh and smiled impishly. Then come over here and sit on my lap and feed me and I'll tell you. Chapter 91. Old married couple still shy. Lin Chen's request caused Sumi's pretty face to blush as she said without a trace of anger, You won't eat it yourself? How old do you have to be for me to feed you? Lin Chen shook his head. Eating by yourself. And your wife feeding you. Can that be the same? I'm not feeding. Sumi shook her head, blushing even more. Even though everything that should have happened between the two of them had happened, she felt terribly ashamed at the thought of sitting in Lin Chen's arms and having to feed him. Where can I do that? Lin Chen looked regretful. I'll eat it myself then. But I'll just have to keep it to myself for what I just talked to Mom about in the study. Certain people, are not going to know. Sumi was so anxious that she actually pouted. Hubby, just tell me. The deliberately elongated voice, dainty and whiny, tickled the ear. Lin Chen almost couldn't help but say it. But in the end, he still held back and shook his head. No, I've told you to sit over here. If you're not willing to satisfy me with such a small request, then I won't tell you either. Nasty. Sumi collapsed. Lin Chen purposely ignored her, chucked a piece of ribs into his mouth, and finished it with a look of regret. It's a pity. Sumi's curiosity was piqued again. Unfortunately what? It's a pity that I can't taste the flavor of these ribs when Auntie Jo is so good at her craft. Lin Chen was serious. If my precious wife could feed me, then I would definitely be able to eat the flavor. Unlike now, where everything I eat tastes like wax. Sumi let out a giggle and snapped. You just know how to talk nonsense all day long. I'm not bull ******* ting you. Do you want to see me eat anything that doesn't taste good, wife? Or aren't you curious about what Mom and I said in the den? Lin Chen assiduously coaxed. I have to get my precious wife over here today. Sumi finally failed to hold back her curiosity, and with a red face, she walked around the table and sat down to Lin Chen, next to the bench. Lin Chen was speechless. I meant for you to sit in my arms. Don't. Shame on you. There's no outsiders around. What's there to be ashamed of? I don't want it anyway. Sumi's face, later on, was as red as a ripe apple. Though she was nearing 40, she had so little experience in relationships that it would be an understatement to say she was a blank slate. Facing Lin Chen's molestation was naturally uncomfortable. Lin Chen, however, suddenly reached out and directly pulled her into his arms. Ah! Sumi let out a cry of surprise, and her entire body was already sitting on top of Lin Chen. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her with one hand and picked up chopsticks to clip a piece of meat from the belly of the fish. Come on, wife. Ah! Sumi felt like her body was going to burn and desperately shook her head. Let go of me. What's this like? Lin Chen had fed her in the past, but like today, sitting directly on her knees and feeding her, it was too shy. Lin Chen sighed. I'm in my own home, hugging my own wife. Where is it unseemly? Honey, be a good girl and take a bite. I'll tell you what I said to Mom in the study when you're done, okay? Sumi's heart was moved and she ate the piece of fish with a red face. Lin Chen got another inch, feeding the fish and the ribs, as well as a spoonful of soup from time to time. After a meal, Sumi, who originally did not have a big appetite, ate most of a bowl of rice more than usual. Sumi looked at her slightly propped up little tummy and said in shame, it's all your fault, causing me to eat so much. It's good to eat a lot. Lin Chen was satisfied. Wife, your body is too weak. You need to eat more and grow more meat to be healthy. And it goes without saying what comes out of a baby wife when she's well. You didn't even eat. Sumi grumbled. Lin Chen directly handed over his chopsticks. This is not waiting for you to feed it. Nasty. Sumi jumped right off of him and wrinkled her nose. I'm not going to feed it. You can starve if you don't eat. With that, he fled into the restroom. Lin Chen looked at her slender figure and couldn't help but reveal a smile of satisfaction. Only then did he serve a bowl of rice and ate the rest of this food and soup. When the meal was finished, Sumi actually brought out a plate of cut fruits from the kitchen. Why didn't you wait for me? Lin Chen frowned. Want everything to hand. I'm not 3 years old. Sumi sat down on the sofa with the fruits and turned on the TV in her hand, then looked at Lin Chen. Alright, clean up the dishes and then come over here and tell me exactly what you and Mom were talking about in the study. Lin Chen looked at her rare display of her dainty side and felt in a good mood. His appetite was much better. After a quick windfall, he washed the dishes as fast as he could and jumped on the couch. Then of his own accord, he took Sumi into his arms. Sumi still blushed a little, but after all, she had hugged him too many times and had gotten somewhat used to it, consciously adjusting her position and finding a comfortable spot in his arms. Then spoke up. Okay, now it's time to tell us what you talked to Mom about. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Really want to know? Think. Okay, then I'll tell you. Lin Chen said with a straight face. Mom asked when we're going to have a child. She wants to hold a grandchild. Boom. Sumi's face instantly turned red and her entire body jumped up. What nonsense. How could Mom possibly say such things? You must be lying to me. Asshole. Full of again. Unprecedented bashfulness made her a little incoherent. The more he said, the more shy he felt, and his whole body was about to turn red into a boiled prawn. Lin Chen laughed out loud and pulled her into his arms once again before saying, Alright, I'm teasing you. What are you so nervous about though? Do you really want to have a baby sooner? Sumi punched him in the chest. And you're still talking nonsense. Her body was now much better than in the past. And this punch, naturally, had more force than before. Lin Chen immediately covered his chest. Ah, it hurts. Sumi tensed up again. Honey, are you okay? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. Lin Chen pulled her back and stole a kiss on her face, saying contentedly, kissing you won't hurt anymore. It was only then that Sumi realized that she had been tricked again, and her pink fists instantly landed on Lin Chen as if they were raining down on her. The two laughed and joked around for a while until Sumi got tired. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her and told her everything he had talked to Li Shoulan about in the study. Sumi looked a little grave. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Chen, hesitantly speaking, hubby, do you want a child? Lin Chen did not hesitate to say, what I told mom is what's in my heart. If I want to have a child or not, of course it's your decision. As long as you're happy, I'm willing to make any choice. Sumi, however, frowned, but you're the only child your parents have. If you don't have a child, they definitely won't want it, right? In the event that I am forced to do so at that time. Before the words were finished, Lin Chen stood up. Sumi froze. What's wrong? Lin Chen went straight over to the dining table and brought his cell phone over, shaking it and saying, since you're worried, I'll call my mom right now. Here's a pill for you. Chapter 92 Surprisingly active? Sumi didn't expect Lin Chen to be so impulsive. She was in a hurry as she watched the call going out. Can't fight. Sumi swooped over and snatched the cell phone, looking at the call already dialed, and hurriedly hung up. Lin Chen frowned. What's wrong? Aren't you worried that my parents are forcing me to have a child? Anyway, we can't fight yet. Sumi held the cell phone with a complex expression. I'm not ready. Lin Chen's mom, Zhao Xiao. That is a close girlfriend's, even if so many years no contact, but back then get along with the scene, still vivid in my mind. Now a decade has passed, and girlfriends have become mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Sumi didn't dare to think about how Zhao Xiao would react when she found out the news. With sister Xiao's hot temperament, I'm afraid she's going to kill her way to Marina City overnight, right? See you there. Sumi shivered and shook her head desperately. Definitely a fixer-upper. Lin Chen couldn't help but lose his smile as he looked at her nervous appearance. Wife, you didn't think I was calling to tell my mom about my relationship with you, did you? Ha? Sumi froze. Isn't it? Lin Chen burst out laughing. Of course not. I just wanted to show you how enlightened my mom is. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Sumi was startled. Looking at the words old mom on the screen, her face instantly went white. She wasn't mentally prepared to face this former BFF now mother-in-law and daughter-in-law yet. Lin Chen looked heartbroken and took the cell phone and put his arm around her. Don't be afraid, wife. It's not like my mom is going to eat anyone, said the man and then changed his tone. No, count on it. You should know my mom better than I do. After all, the two were so close that they wore the same pants back in the day. Sumi, however, was still a bit worried. But, no buts, leave it to me. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her and sat back on the sofa before he pressed the answer button, and tapped on the speakerphone in the process. Zhao Xiao's voice came over. Son, what are you doing calling me? The background sound is extremely distinctly that of a mahjong roll. As Sumi listened to the unfamiliar yet familiar voice, her heart, which was originally somewhat flustered, miraculously calmed down. Back then, she was extremely close to Zhao Xiao, and in her mind, Zhao Xiao was a gentle and caring sister. Only later her whole family relocated to Marina City, and she lost contact by mistake. She had missed this former best friend countless times over the years, but I didn't expect this when I heard each other's voices again. Lin Chen wrapped one hand around Sumi and held his cell phone in the other, smilingly saying, calling you, of course I miss you, cut it out. Zhao Xiao scorned. You kid would miss me? The sun came out of the west. Right, said this, the tone of voice suddenly tensed up. They say that nothing is good. Not adultery is theft. Your kid called me at night to say that you want me. I don't suppose you got kicked by your girlfriend and are worried about me scolding you? Sumi was looking at Lin Chen with a tense expression on her face, and when she heard these words coldly, she didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhao Xiao, however, came in the spirit. I heard a girl's voice. Son, you're with your girlfriend? Sumi instantly went white. Lin Chen, however, smiled and signaled her with his eyes, handing over his cell phone. Sumi desperately shook her head. Her lips pursed tightly for fear of accidentally making another sound. Zhao Xiao on the other end of the phone became even more anxious. Lin Chen, say something. Lin Chen saw that Sumi was really embarrassed, so he laughed and said, Mom, you heard wrong. Where is there a girlfriend? It's not like I live with her. No good boy. Zhao Xiao cursed. I don't know when I'll be able to hold a grandchild. Yo! Sumi's face went white again as she listened to the words. She knew more about her body than anyone else. At her age, she was already in advanced maternal age, plus her body was weak. Even if she wanted a child, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. Lin Chen patted her, gave her a reassuring look, and said to the phone, a mouthful of grandchildren. Is the son or the grandson important? Zhao Xiao didn't hesitate. Of course it's a grandson. Lin Chen was speechless and simply said, then what if your son can't? There was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Chen, however, came to his senses and pursued the attack. Mom, speak up. What if I can't give birth to a child? It can't be true. Zhao Xiao's voice trembled a little. Son, you went to the hospital to check? How could this happen? Seeing that you are usually as strong as an ox, how come you can't do it? The more I talk, the more I worry. Lin Chen couldn't bear it and hurriedly said, I'm just saying a what if. Calm down, Mom. Although it was emphasized that it was a what if, Zhao Xiao took it for real. She sighed and said, this thing, really stalled, cannot be helped. But I heard that there is an old Chinese doctor on the old home side. See, this aspect is quite good. When are you coming back so your dad can show you around? He said and then changed his words. But it's okay if you really can't. Anyway, whether you have a child or not, it doesn't affect your ability to provide for your father and I in our old age. As for your future retirement, that's still when your father and I are both dead anyway, so there's no need to worry about it if you can't see it. Words are overly enlightened. Enlightened to an outrageous degree. Sumi laughed again, and hastily covered her mouth again for fear of being caught again. Lin Chen forced a smile. I know, but don't worry, Mom, I'll just assume. Your son is fine. A few more words before hanging up. Sumi leaned into his shoulder and let out a long breath. Honey, thank you. Thanks for nothing. Lin Chen kissed her on the forehead. You're my wife. I'm a husband, so I definitely have to cover for you. Don't worry about the child. I've already given my mom a good preventive injection. She won't rush it. In the future, if you want to have a child, and the conditions allow it, we'll have one. If we don't have a baby, then it's just the two of us. Before he could finish his words, Sumi suddenly climbed onto his shoulders and tilted her head up to kiss him. Lin Chen was taken aback by her initiative. Then he turned the tables and deepened the kiss. After a kiss, Sumi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and spoke shyly. Hubby, I actually like kids. Lin Chen froze and instantly reacted. Wife, you mean? The day before yesterday when they were at the Dongao Island Hotel, the two of them were formally bonded together. And last night, Lin Chen was so distressed that he just hugged her and slept all night without doing anything. Now this quote from Sumi. Sumi blushed, gently nodded, and whispered again. Actually, it doesn't have much to do with the child. If Lin Chen couldn't understand anymore, he'd really be a cutie. He'll be a little cutie. He got up violently, intercepted Sumi and picked her up, and went back to his room impatiently. It was an extremely beautiful moonlit night. There are lovers with necks intertwined. All kinds of love. Chapter 93 One Night Stand. After a night of lingering, Lin Chen woke up the next day in unprecedented spirits. Aunt Zhou came to make breakfast and looked at him several times. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Auntie Zhou, is there something dirty on my face? No. Aunt Zhou shook her head. Somewhat puzzled, it just feels like you seem to be in especially good spirits today. Isn't today Monday? Generally speaking, after spending a double holiday, Monday is the most painful day for every working person. Not to mention that Ariel went out on a weekend trip. As a result, when I got up after a nap, instead of being depressed, I was like a chicken blood. It's too strange, isn't it? Lin Chen proudly said. I'm in good spirits. That's because my wife. Sumi rushed out of the room with a red face and fiercely pinched him on the waist. Lin Chen grimaced in pain. What are you doing? Wife, what are you babbling about? Sumi had a red face. Lin Chen spread his two hands and said innocently. I'm trying to say that because you're so perfect. Spending time with you every day is like recharging my batteries. That's why I'm in high spirits. Sumi then realized that she had gotten the wrong idea, and immediately felt a little embarrassed, and lowly said, I'll go brush my teeth. Auntie Zhou watched the interaction between the young couple. Where could she not understand? She smiled and said, Sugar, this body is recovering really well. Well, I won't bother you guys anymore. Take your time eating breakfast. I'll go back first. Sumi stayed in the restroom until Auntie Zhou left. Then she came out shyly. Lin Chen had already eaten and greeted. Wife, come eat breakfast. Later I have to go out to work or I'll be late. Sumi glared at him. No nonsense in front of outsiders in the future. Understand? Lin Chen grinned, revealing a wide smile. After breakfast, he left the house and headed for the office. Now that the department computers and live streaming equipment are available. Next, it's time to get down to serious work. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh again as he drove on, thinking about his future departmental plans. To be honest, for live selling goods, he is really too eyes, grossly ignorant. Fortunately, the new planner Yi Lu is out of the big factory, used to do related work. The next depends on her. The journey was rambling, and soon they arrived at the office. Perhaps a week of idleness? The department staff are a bit uneasy. Today will come extra early. When Lin Chen arrived at the office, all the people had already arrived. Even the sweeper ants had arrived and stood at the door in unison. Lin Chen was startled. If you're not sitting at your workstation, what are you doing here? Zhang Yao grinned. This is not the first day of work in our department. Waiting for you to command the manager. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Come on, go back to your own workstation, do what you need to do, and exchange any work in the group. After saying that, he also said to Yi Lu, Little Yi, you also know that our department is just starting out, and the division of labor may not be too clear. You are out of the big factory. Those who can do more work. Next, this matter of looking for an anchor. It is necessary for you to take more trouble. Today you and Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ning 2 live broadcasting assistants to study, to see which one is suitable to look for an anchor. Yelu responded with a mouthful. Only then did Lin Chen return to his office. Just as he sat down, there was a knock on the door. He was startled and called out to come in. The door was pushed open and the one who walked in was actually Zhang Yao. Lin Chen immediately lost his temper and said, You kid came to my office. When did you learn to be so disciplined? Zhang Yao came over. It's not work time, so pay attention to the rules and set a good example for the people under you. Speaking of this, his voice lowered a few points. To be honest, these 2 days off, I thought a lot about it. About live banding. We are grossly ignorant. Now that the computer has arrived, it's also time to start opening up to recruit anchors. You say in case we make a big deal out of it and end up not being able to sell anything and lose money to the company. Then, Zhang Yao blushed a little. Then you won't be expelled or even claimed when the time comes, right? Previously, he was only thinking about getting a promotion and a pay raise, and he was even thinking about having a big fight with Lin Chen. But when I calmed down, I realized it wasn't that simple. This live department is, quite frankly, a startup from scratch. And that business startups, bankruptcies and even family bankruptcies, that's all over the place, nowadays. Although there is a company behind it, who can guarantee that the company will not pursue the matter? Lin Chen looked at him askance. So much nonsense. What exactly do you want to say? Zhang Yao smiled sarcastically and said, I think, on the one hand, we have to grasp the start of construction. On the other hand, shouldn't we also calculate how to get out of it if we don't make money? You've got to be prepared for both. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. This hasn't even started yet, and you brats are throwing cold water. Looking for death? I'm not saving for a rainy day. Then silk is useless. Lin Chen spread his two hands. Or if you're really scared, I'll talk to the general manager and transfer you back to the marketing department. When these words came out, Zhang Yao was not happy. That won't do. We're brothers. We share the same blessings. Surely we must share the same hardships. Zhang Yao was righteous again. How can you take the risk alone? Lin Chen scolded. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You can't let go of this assistant manager position. Don't talk nonsense. If you do it, take it seriously. The big deal is to get fired. You think I want to take this job? He said he was going to resign, but the general manager of the people insisted that he be the manager of this department. What can be done? We'll see what happens. Lin Chen patted Zhang Yao's shoulder. Don't worry. The bigger the risk, the bigger the gain. Let go and do it. What if you succeed? There are quite a few skincare and wellness products on the market, and Honey Biotech belongs to an established company. It used to be supplied to dealers and was sold offline, less online. Nowadays, the head office opens a live broadcast to sell goods, and you are still afraid of not being able to sell them? Zhang Yao thought about it and gave a thumbs up. You're right, and it does make sense. No wonder you can be the manager and I can only be the assistant manager, said and changed his mouth. No, you can be the manager. That should be all because you kid handsome. Into the eyes of the top. He came up to Lin Chen and lowered his voice and said with a bad smile, Does your ass hurt? Lin Chen went over with a dragonfall slap. I think it's better for you kid to go back to the marketing department. Don't our righteous father I was wrong. If I leave, who will be your right-hand man? Not you anyway. The two laughed and joked for a while before calling it quits. Afternoon. Yi Lu sent a report to Lin Chen. Manager, this is the netizen I contacted who is willing to come to work for the company and has experience in bringing goods. Followed by the number of fans and the offer. You see how to choose. The report is detailed, listing everything from the number of times the type of previous carry was made, to contact directions for quote requests and the like. Lin Chen's jaw dropped as he watched. As expected from a big factory, The ability to do things is awesome. It seems that $7,200 of wages, or aggrieved her, in the past 6 months have to look at the salary increase to be able to do. Lin Chen replied back with a received and then began to read the information. Chapter 94 Female Netizens. Lin Chen looked at the information Yilu had sent over for a full hour. Finally came to the conclusion that these webcams are really good. Fans of 50,000 will dare to ask for 20,000 monthly salary, but also to include 5 insurance and 1 gold. The lion's share of the fear. The quotes are even more outrageous for those with a high fan base. I can't believe none of them fit when I went through the whole thing. More accurately, it's the conditions these people are offering that are difficult to fulfill. Lin Chen had long ago studied the salaries of these bandwagon anchors. In addition to those head anchors, ordinary small netizens rely solely on their accounts to receive advertisements, the income of which is far from enough to support themselves. So a lot of people will choose to come out to work as an anchor, and most of these are around $8,000 in unaccountable base salary, plus commission. It's not a joke to ask for $20,000. Lin Chen sighed, originally wanted to call Yi Lu over, but after thinking about it, he simply called them all to the conference room. Why don't we have a meeting if we're just sitting around anyway? The crowd entered the conference room in unison and sat down in a circle, looking at Lin Chen in unison. Lin Chen was still experiencing this situation for the first time, and his heart was still a bit drummed, but he didn't wait for him to open his mouth. Art worker Lu Junfei jumped the gun and said, "Manager, we're still missing an employee." Ha! Lin Chen froze. What employees? Aren't they all here? Apart from Auntie Dang Lun, who runs the sanitation. The whole department plus him, there are only 6 people in total. Who else is there? Lu Junfei sighed. We don't have photography. This recruited anchor is going to start selling goods. By the time the store is going to shelve goods, even a photography is not available. I'm this artwork, why come? There's no picture. He's ping the out of it. Only then did Lin Chen react and look at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao's old face blushed. I'm not inexperienced, so I forgot, said another hastily, but what else is recruiting photography? I can take pictures. I'll do it. As soon as the words fell, Xu Jingyan suddenly spoke up. Manager, if you let Zhang Yao, let assistant manager Jiang work part-time as a photographer. Is he getting 2 salaries then? And the camera for the photo shoot. It's from the company, right? Lin Chen froze for a moment before saying, the camera is definitely a company purchase. But in terms of salary, he was originally an employee of our department. How does contributing to the department mean getting 2 paychecks? Not to mention that Zhang Yao usually doesn't have much to do. Just talking about taking pictures. How many of them can be taken? If he said, cell phone shooting, post throw to LV Junfei to picture on it. Where is the need to raise a separate photography? Xu Jingyan, however, pulled down her face. He's a departmental employee. That doesn't change the fact that he's doing 2 jobs. We're such a big company. We can't oppress our employees, right? Aren't you chilling the hearts of the guys like this? How can you double your workload and keep your pay the same? The more Lin Chen listened, the uglier his face became. He could kind of hear that this Zhu Jingyan was clearly worried about her boyfriend's salary. To say the least, Zhu Jingyan is pretty and was a little famous beauty in school. Zhang Yao chased after her for half a year before she got her hands on her. In the beginning, the two had a sweet life for a while, but as the days went by, things started to go wrong. Zhu Jingyan this personate, probably because of the reason that the origin is not good. The bones are permeated with a small family, and some gold worship. At first, there was a breakup because Zhang Yao couldn't afford to buy a house. This is probably because he saw Zhang Yao become the deputy general manager. So he began to rack his brains to help Zhang Yao generate income, so that he could buy a house early. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel smug when he thought of this. Luckily, he met Sumi and married someone without any problems. His own precious wife, that is not only beautiful, but also reasonable, not only to rent a room or willing, even his home from work. Bring her a flower, can be happy half a day it. Emotional value pulls full circle, and you've really picked yourself up. Lin Chen secretly decided in his heart that he had to choose a big bouquet of roses for Sumi after work today before he could do so. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't open his mouth, Xu Jingyan said urgently again, Manager, I mean seriously, the assistant manager was supposed to be in charge of the whole department, and now he also has to do photography on the side. He's so busy, how can he not get his salary processed? The others also sensed something was wrong and their eyes subtle. Zhang Yao was anxious, quickly glared at Xu Jingyan, looked at Lin Chen and said, Manager, don't listen to her nonsense. We can't use many photos. I'll just take them by hand. I also have a camera. I'll bring it over to the company tomorrow. As for the salary, there's even less need to double it. As it is now it's very good. Jokingly, he went from being a cowhorse in the marketing department, dipped into Lin Chen's light, and jumped to become the deputy manager of the live broadcast department, and his salary went up from 12,000 to 15,000, with performance counting separately. In this case, if you dare to say that you want double pay for taking a few pictures, aren't you looking for death? Lin Chen nodded. It's good that you have such an awareness. Next, it's time to get down to business. He took out the piece of information that Yi Lu had compiled and explained to the crowd. This is the list of anchors that the planners had found who were willing to come work for the company. I've read that these anchors have a fan base and experience in live banding, but the offer is so outrageous that it's definitely unacceptable. The guys discuss it and see if there are any other options. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Lu wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "Manager, if the conditions offered by these people are unacceptable, then I guess there are only two options left. One is to contact the head anchors and offer each other to help bring the goods. Another month is the 618 shopping festival. We have to seize the time to warm up." Lin Chen, however, was less than satisfied. What about the second option? The head anchors do have the ability to bring in the goods, and even one game can sell a sky-high turnover. But the problem is that those people offer is also expensive. They just took over the live department. Directly a few million dry out. In case of a turnover, that can really be a big trouble. Yi Lu spoke up. The second option is to find a vegetarian anchor. Vegan anchors don't have a fan base, but they do have one big advantage: they're cheap. Lin Chen hesitated. Yi Lu continued, "Manager, although vegetarian anchors are said to have no fan base, we can start from another direction to make up for this shortcoming." Lin Chen froze and immediately reacted. "I know. Our company sells products in skincare, and most of the consumers are female. So if we find face value anchors, no, find outstanding face value vegetarians, and then push the stream, it might also work." It is said that good looks can't be a meal, but in the live broadcasting industry, good looks, that can be too advantageous. The same is true for live selling. As long as the anchor's face value is high enough, it can retain most of the audience. And with retention rates, are you afraid something won't sell? Yi Lu nodded. "That's right, that's what I mean." Lin Chen knocked on the table and mused. "Then it's settled. Arrange to recruit people." But Yi Lu smiled. "Manager, I don't think we need to recruit another person. Aren't you the perfect person for the job?" Chapter 95. This is not a joke. Yi Lu's words dried Lin Chen out. "You mean me?" Lin Chen pointed at himself, somewhat incredulous. Yelio nodded. "Yes, it is you." Zhang Yao laughed out loud. "Don't be ridiculous, letting Lin Chen be the anchor. It's not a joke." The few remaining people looked at each other in disbelief, and no one opened their mouths. Lin Chen wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "Zhang Yao is right. Don't joke around. It's not like the company can't afford to hire someone. Get him to anchor." "Are you kidding me?" Yelio looked around the crowd and asked a question. "Do you think the manager is handsome?" The crowd froze again. Lu Junfei was the first to respond. "In that case, the manager is indeed quite handsome. 1.8 or so tall, broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs, coupled with that handsome features. Do male models are enough?" Sun Ying, who hadn't said anything, also nodded. "That said, I also feel that Planner Yi has a point. Those little netizens I follow aren't as handsome as our manager." Lin Chen was coldly flattered by this, and suddenly his old face blushed. "I'll be embarrassed if you guys are like this. You kid. I didn't realize you were so thin-skinned before." Zhang Yao stared at Lin Chen. "On second thought, it's really not as good to spend money on hiring someone as it is for you to be on it." Yi Lu snapped his fingers. "Manager, you think about it. We now have made up our mind not to hire netizens, hire vegetarians. But what's the difference between a vegetarian live broadcast and you being on the air yourself? And it saves a paycheck, and it eliminates the instability of outsiders. Most importantly, your looks are recognized throughout the department, so maybe you'll catch fire? There's still the risk of termination if you hire a vegetarian who catches fire. You're on. After that fire, our whole department will soar." The others nodded in agreement. Lin Chen, however, said bitterly, "But I don't know anything, let alone being an anchor." He hadn't even watched much of the broadcast. It was a half-assed idea of what to do and how to do it after it started. What if I screw up? There's a chance that even the people you hire will screw up. So what are you worried about? Yi Lu continued to persuade. "Besides, behind you stands, but our entire department. We all work together to find a way. Still worry about not succeeding?" Sun Ying suddenly spoke up. "Don't worry, manager. I've been a live broadcast assistant before. When the time comes, I'll be live broadcasting with you. With me controlling the scene, nothing will happen." The people were persuaded by the words of the crowd. Lin Chen frowned and hesitated for a long time before he spoke. "Let's wait for now. I'll go back and think about it." "Dismissed," said and changed his words. No, these 2 days you do not idle. Go to the marketing department side of the company's existing products or to take a part of the sample over. Drill down on what we're going to sell. So it's good to be prepared. The crowd responded in unison. Lin Chen went back to his office, sat down and began to fret. Should we say yes? In all sincerity, he really didn't want to take the job. But when he thought about it, Yi Lu was right. Hiring a Netflix star is too much of a commitment, and there's no way to close the deal if it flops. And it's true that the risk is not well controlled by hiring vegetarians. But get yourself on. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Yao pushed the door in, and brought in a cup of coffee. Have a cup of coffee to calm down? Lin Chen took a sip and was instantly confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So bitter. You put Huanglian in it? Jiang Yao hemmed and hawed. It's not that vicious, but it's just double espresso liquid. A little bitter. To refresh the mind. Well, are you calmed down now? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Screw you. He put his coffee on the table and sighed. What do you think about this? The two had been brothers for many years. So good that they were close to wearing the same pants. And now that they had encountered a problem, they naturally wanted to discuss it with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao sat down on his butt and bristled. How can I see? Just look with your eyes. Man Yilu has analyzed things so clearly. And there's Sun Ying, an experienced assistant. What are you afraid of? Go straight on. Easy for you to say. How do you not get on? I'd love to, but I'm not as handsome as you. Jiang Yao spread his hands. Although I'm just a tiny bit worse than Pine Yuyen, I guess, but compared to you, the difference is to the extent that when we go to sell our asses and you stand next to me, I can't possibly get any business. Lin Chen was speechless. You still don't believe me when I say you can't spit ivory out of your mouth. Don't fight if you don't know how to make a metaphor. Okay? Seriously. He sighed. Actually, I don't have any idea in my heart. You said if I invite the anchor back and turn over the car, although I, the manager, also has the responsibility. But in the end there is still a backstabber, isn't it? But if I go on by myself and it doesn't air well, I'll be the one to take the fall. This account still does the math. Jiang Yao skimmed his lips and said, come on, the higher-ups have directly handed over an entire department to you, so I don't need to say how much importance they attach to you, right? I don't think you'd have any problem with the whole department collapsing, not to mention the fact that you're not good at broadcasting. At that, he hissed, then again, you really don't have any PY deals with the GM? Why else would the OP be so gung-ho? Lin Chen grabbed the mouse and slammed it over. Shut the up. It's been said that I have everything I have today, and that's by my ability to work for it. Although he was not sure why the company valued him so much, but as the saying goes, wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Maybe the upper echelons of the company is the one who has the discerning eye to recognize the heroes? Jiang Yao caught the mouse and hemmed and hawed. Just kidding. Anyway, I think He Lu's proposal is great. Think about it. We've been in the department for so long. It's almost time to get down to work. How could Lin Chen not know this? But he still felt torn. After thinking about it, he simply thought of going back and discussing it with Sumi. Men who listen to their wives don't have bad luck. Lin Chen didn't wait to get off work, and looking at the time it was almost time. He directly took the key and left. First, he went to the market and chose a large bouquet of roses, and then he made a special detour to buy Sumi's favorite pastry from Master Bao, before hurrying back home. Because she went home early, Auntie Zhou had also just bought the food over to cook, and the two of them happened to meet downstairs. Aunt Zhou looked at the flowers in Lin Chen's hand and was a little envious. Sugar married you. You really married the right person. Flowers are not expensive. What is expensive is the thought of always thinking of each other, thinking of preparing surprises for each other. Lin Chen said smugly, thank you Auntie Zhou for the compliment. It's just as well that we're going up together. After exiting the elevator, Lin Chen hid in the doorway and gestured for Aunt Zhou to knock on the door. Auntie Zhou knocked on the door and raised her voice. Sugar Plum, I'm coming over for groceries. A few moments later, Sumi's voice came from the house. Coming. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he held a large bouquet of flowers to block his face and stood in front of the door. Chapter 96 Everyday Little Surprises. Sumi opened the door, expecting that it would be Aunt Zhou standing outside, but I didn't realize it was a huge bouquet of roses. The bright red roses were still dripping with crystal clear water, and the petals were as beautiful as satin. Sumi froze. Only then did Lin Chen peek out from behind the bouquet. Honey, do you like it? Sumi was startled. Then she punched him. Scared me. Why did you get off work so early today? As he said that, he took the flower and took a deep breath with a happy smile. Lin Chen handed her the pastries he was carrying in his hand and said while changing his shoes, the company wasn't busy today, so I thought I'd come back earlier to accompany you, and I happened to meet Auntie Zhou downstairs. Aunt Zhou smiled and said, Sugar Plum, I don't know how many people are envious of Lin Chen holding such a big bouquet of flowers, Sumi's pretty face reddened and glared at Lin Chen. That's his nature. He likes to flaunt it the most. As he spoke, the smile and sweetness between his eyebrows could not be concealed. Lin Chen came over. Just say if you like the surprise I prepared for you. Sumi held the flowers and turned around shyly. I won't tell you. Honey, you're shy, aren't you? Nasty. No nonsense. Obviously you're shy. You're an old married couple. Why are you so shy? The two men laughed and laughed. Auntie Jo carried the dishes into the kitchen and looked at this sweet look of the young couple and couldn't help but smile along with them. I was really lucky to get this job myself. Not only is the work easy and the salary high, the relationship between the main family is also good. The atmosphere of life is better on weekdays. And working in this kind of place, I feel that I can be a few years younger. Unlike other families, whether they are newlyweds or old married couples, there are times when they bump into each other. No matter how good their relationship is. Sometimes when there is a fight, the part-time worker himself is embarrassed to death, and has to listen to pouring out bitterness to comfort people. It's not like now. Aunt Jo looked at Sumi, who was interjecting with a happy face, and smiled even more happily. Sumi happily held a large bouquet of roses to interject. Instead, Lin Chen went into his room and changed into his house clothes. When I came out, I thought I'd go into the study and pick out a book to read, thinking that dinner hadn't started yet. After all, he is now the size of a leader. It happens to be some management books in the study. More learning is never wrong. Lin Chen pushed open the door to the study. Sumi finally noticed his movements and was startled. When she was at home on weekdays, she basically waited for Lin Chen to leave for work and then dealt with her work in the study. As the chairman of Honey Technology, Sumi has to be busy with a lot of things, especially if she can't go to the company. And there are even more meetings of all kinds, big and small. This afternoon, when Lin Chen came back, she was in the study reviewing a report from the company. Because when Lin Chen knocked on the door, she thought it was Aunt Jo, so she didn't care and pressed the computer. Then, in my happiness, I forgot about it even more. As a result, Lin Chen actually went into the study? If only he was allowed to see the statements on the computer. It was too late to rush over and it seemed too deliberate. Sumi had an idea and pushed the vase in her hand to the floor. There was a loud clatter and the vase shattered. Lin Chen immediately turned around and flew over, picking up Sumi with one hand. Auntie Jo also came out of the kitchen. What's going on? Sumi blushed when she was hugged by Lin Chen. What are you hugging me for? Afraid you'll get cut by the glass. Lin Chen spoke with a straight face, directly carrying Sumi over to the sofa before putting it down. Instructing, sit obediently, don't move around. Wait until I clean up the broken glass on the floor. Auntie Jo quickly said. I'll do it. No, Auntie Jo, you can just cook. I'll clean up, Lin Chen said as he found a broom and rag and got busy. Sumi didn't expect him to react so much. She sat on the sofa and watched Lin Chen busy himself, even squatting on the floor with a rag for fear of leaking the glass, wiping it over bit by bit, and a sense of guilt surged up in the bottom of her heart. Lin Chen did his best for himself, but he kept his true identity from him. For a moment, Sumi entertained the thought of telling Lin Chen everything. She couldn't help but say, Honey, what's wrong? Lin Chen was inspecting the floor, and when he heard her shout he raised his head with a tense face. Is there anything uncomfortable? Sumi looked at him and suddenly changed her mind again, shaking her head. It's fine. I just want you to be careful. Don't get stuck by the glass. Lin Chen said uncaringly. I'm a big man afraid of what? A stabbing is not a big deal. But it's the wife, you're skinny and tender. You have to be careful. If you stabbed your foot, it would be a problem. With that, he carefully cleaned up again. Sumi was lying on the sofa, her hands resting on her face, staring at Lin Chen without looking at her eyes, only feeling filled with happiness. She had already figured out that she was hiding her true identity from Lin Chen only because she didn't want to hurt Lin Chen's pride. After spending this time together, she had already figured out Lin Chen's nature. Sunny and cheerful, yet with great self-esteem. He would feel bad if he knew his wife was a super rich woman. Sumi secretly made up her mind. He himself was just secretly supporting Lin Chen and cultivating his abilities. Wait until Lin Chen had grown up and was capable enough to be on his own before telling him the truth. At that time, there would be no need to worry about Lin Chen feeling inferior. After thinking it all through, Sumi let out a long breath and got up to go into the study. By the time she had hidden the documents and such on her desktop, Lin Chen had also wiped the floor clean. Honey, I checked to make sure there wasn't any glass residue on the floor. Lin Chen proudly came over to take credit. This way you don't have to worry about getting your feet stabbed. Sumi, however, didn't say anything, but came over and took a tissue and tenderly wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Lin Chen froze for a moment, then immediately bent down to match her, smiling with a smile on his lips. Tough wife wiping my sweat. Sumi let out a giggle. It's just wiping a sweat. Where's the hard work in that? It's you, she counted. It's enough to take a mop and mop the floor once. Where's the need to squat down and use a rag? Lin Chen shook his head and said, no, the mop is inconvenient. What if I missed the glass slag and didn't sweep it up and you stepped on it? I'd be heartbroken if I got hurt. Sumi reddened again and snapped, how am I that delicate? In my heart, wife, you are the Princess P. Ah, delicate, definitely need to be careful to protect it. Poor mouth. Auntie Zhou had already prepared the meal and brought out the soup. Alright, the meal is ready. I'll go home first, otherwise my blood sugar will rise again. Sumi blushed even more, just as Lin Chen looked over. Between the four eyes, they laughed in unison. Lin Chen watched Aunt Zhou leave before he said to Sumi, wife, let's eat first. There's something I want to discuss with you. Chapter 97. Something's not right. Something's not right. Lin Chen was rarely this serious, so Sumi got serious as well. She sat down across from Lin Chen and nodded. Go ahead. Lin Chen then told the story of the live broadcast. At the end of the day, he asked, I'm a little hesitant. Wife, what do you think should be done about this? Sumi's brow furrowed. Are you saying that the planner you hired is planning to make you the department manager, the anchor? Aha. Lin Chen nodded. Actually, she's right, we can't afford to hire head anchors, and I don't want to hire netizens with a fanbase when the offer is too expensive. Sumi froze. Why? The price is expensive. That's still the company paying for it. If the anchor has a fan base, wouldn't it be better to live stream the goods? That's not how it works. Lin Chen shook his head inside. Actually, for my position as department manager, I've always felt fidgety. Honey, I'm telling you, I actually think that the whole thing of opening a new department in the company and giving it to me to manage was a conspiracy from the beginning. Sumi was shocked. Why would you think that? When the company first decided to set up a new department, she was actually handed the proposal. Only then she didn't know about this live broadcasting department, which was set up by the company's top management to show Lin Chen goodwill. Later on, Long Wenjuan gave Lin Chen the manager position, and she didn't refuse, thinking that it was just the right time to exercise Lin Chen. As a result, Lin Chen actually misunderstood? Conspiracy. What conspiracy? Lin Chen told Sumi his guess. Sumi, however, cried and laughed. You're saying that the company might have encountered a big crisis, desperately needing someone to take the pot off the back, and then set their sights on you. A new employee with no background. Give you some power benefits first, so you'll remember the company's kindness, and when things go wrong in the future, so you can willingly take the top job? Lin Chen nodded. That's right. Sumi opened his mouth, for a moment did not know what to say to be good, so he asked, to put it another way, even if the company gave you such a big right, by the time something really happened then, are you willing to take the fall for the company? Or can the company force you on if you don't want to? Lin Chen was stumped by the question. That does seem to be the rationale. Sumi looked at his dumbfounded appearance and let out a giggle. Silly husband, what's the point of thinking so much? I think this live broadcast department, maybe it's your company wants to expand new business, and then it's your new, not belonging to any of the company's forces, right? She softly analyzed. In a company as big as yours, the internal staff must be divided into various factions, and a new department, and a new business that the company hasn't touched, would definitely be eye-catching if it can make a mark. So for this new department, the people at the top must be thinking of pulling it under them. It's a race to the bottom. Might as well go with someone with no background, don't you think? Lin Chen woke up as if in a dream as he listened to her words. You're right, wife. Why didn't I think of this later? With that, he gave Sumi chopsticks of meat. You're so smart. Wife, come on, eat more meat to replenish the energy consumed. Sumi cried and laughed. It's just analyzing your company's situation. Where does it count as consumption? That being said, he dutifully ate the meat. I don't know why, but I always felt that the dishes Lin Chen clamped were tastier than the ones he clamped himself. Lin Chen shook his head and said, it's not the same. Analyzing this is also very exhausting. Right, back to the topic just now. He was a bit torn. Now it's the planner of our department who suggested that we don't recruit anchors and let me be the anchor for this. And everyone else agrees. So what do you think, wife? Sumi, however, asked in return, so do you want to be this anchor? To be honest, it did actually kind of feel like it. Lin Chen honestly said, because there's quite a lot of trouble if you're recruiting, whether it's a netizen or a vegetarian. When you think about it, there are quite a few problems lurking, but if I do it myself, then a lot of the problems don't hold up. Sumi interrupted. Those questions aside, do you want to be this anchor yourself? Or rather, do you imagine that you would like this job? She was trying to cultivate Lin Chen's abilities and let him slowly grow into a unique role, yet she preferred for Lin Chen to live a happy and reckless life, rather than forcing herself to do work she didn't like for the sake of so-called benefits or external factors. Lin Chen froze for a moment, and after careful thought he said, I think it's okay to try? After all, I've never done this before, and it's a whole new challenge that I kind of want to try, and if I don't, I've never been a manager, and I usually sit in the office and have my staff take care of everything, so I'm kind of bored sitting around. Speaking of which, he complained, it's not like you don't want to go to our company, wife, otherwise I'm sure I wouldn't be bored looking at you every day. Sumi blushed and glared at him. Getting down to business. That's the business. Lin Chen was serious. I want to look at you every day and stay with you all the time. Isn't this serious enough? As he spoke, his feet under the table began to misbehave. Sumi sensed his movements and blushed even more. So she kicked him. Be honest. I can't even eat if you're like this. When it came to Sumi's body, Lin Chen immediately disciplined himself. Sumi smiled with satisfaction before continuing the topic she had just discussed. Back to business. If you want to do this anchor, then do it, I'll support you. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, since you support it, wife, then I'll boldly try it, but I don't know what the consequences will be if I don't do well, in case I get fired. No way. Sumi's words came out of her mouth. Meeting Lin Chen's puzzled look, she hurriedly explained. I mean, since the company gave you such great rights as a newcomer, it must have wanted you to let go of your hands. How could you be fired for a momentary lapse? Lin Chen looked back. You have a point. Whatever. Anyway, now I have a planner from a big factory under me, and an experienced live broadcast assistant. If it works or not, we'll know if we try it. If I don't try it, I reckon I'll die crawling up regretting I didn't get on. Sumi was amused. Nonsense. It's not that serious. Right at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly let out an eek and sized up Sumi. Sumi froze, a little flustered for no reason. Honey, what's wrong? Lin Chen stroked his chin, puzzled. Something's not right. Honey, did you really used to be a medical doctor? What position? Chapter 98. I thought that you were. Sumi's entire body froze as she listened to Lin Chan's sudden question. She said somewhat sheepishly, when? Of course. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Lin Chen explained. Wife, when you just analyzed the work with me, you were particularly reasonable. All my doubts disappeared when I heard you say that, and I have a feeling of being enlightened. You know, wife, he paused. Sumi got more nervous. What? Lin Chen stared at Sumi and said in a serious manner. When you said those words, I felt as if you had changed, as if you were a different person, with an aura that was as if you were a different person, as if you're some big shot who has fought in the mall. I think the aura on you is stronger than even our general manager. I don't know if it was just him. It was clear that Sumi was usually of a gentle nature. The whole person was fragrant and soft, just wanting someone to hide her at home and protect her properly. But just now there was a moment that showed a very different side. Sumi was a little alarmed, and hurriedly took a sip of water from a cup on the side. By the time he put down his glass of water, he was back to normal. She laughed, probably because I've been a leader before when I was a healer. With that, he changed the subject again. Honey, don't you like it when I'm like that? Lin Chen quickly shook his head. Definitely not. As long as it's you. I like all sorts of things. It's just that it's the first time I've seen this side of you, and it feels a bit new. Sumi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not wanting to continue this topic, she simply clipped a piece of meat and handed it over. Hubby, ah. Lin Chen was flattered and hastily opened his mouth to receive the piece of meat, and the two of them ate it sweetly. After the meal, Lin Chen went to wash the dishes. Sumi sat on the sofa and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Lin Chen's intuition was pretty accurate. She did kill in the middle of the shopping mall for more than 10 years. Even if she later got severe depression and her whole body couldn't take interest in everything. But the character engraved in the bones is not so easy to change. When it comes to work, nature can't help but run away. I guess I'll have to pay more attention in the future. But, Sumi raised her eyes and looked at Lin Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, and a sense of sweetness welled up in her heart. Lin Chen has taken over the live department and is slowly learning to be a leader. Now it's even decided to take it upon himself to do this anchor himself, which is a good start. It was believed that it wouldn't take long for Lin Chen to become a qualified superior and his abilities would grow stronger. Sumi murmured and spoke. Hubby, I'm waiting for you to climb to the top of the mountain. Waiting for the day I meet you at the top. Lin Chen brought out the fruit and was a bit puzzled. What did you just say? Wife? Sumi shook her head. It's nothing, hubby. I want to eat cherries. Okay, I'll feed you. Honey, you're so sweet. As long as you're happy, it's nothing to do this. Here, have another one. Outside the window, a bright moon hangs in the sky, shining down on all the lights. It also shines a light on many simple blessings. Lin Chen was not ambiguous when he decided to become an anchor. The news was announced to the crowd when they arrived at the office. Great! Yi Lu was the first to applaud. Manager, it's great that you can figure it out. I'll make you a live program, he said and looked at Jiang Yao, assistant manager Jiang. Prepare yourself, take a few pictures of the manager to make LV Junfei P look good. Before the live broadcast, it's important to build up momentum and warm up. Then he changed his words. No, Jing Yan and Sun Ing, did you bring any cosmetics? Clean up for the manager before taking pictures. And Ante Deng, go and clean the live room side again. Make sure to keep it clean. It's best to keep it spotless. Our company is doing medical beauty products. Hygiene is very important. By the way, manager, this set of suit is not too good. Too formal. We want to take the face value route. Now the most popular is the sunny male big. You have to change a youthful sense of heavier clothing. She opened her mouth like a machine gun. Blah 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 blah. And everyone was given a job. Jiang Yao immediately took out his camera and showed off. This camera is new to me. I haven't even taken a picture of my girlfriend yet, so I'll use it to take a picture of you. You're lucky kid. LV Junfei is even more fists rubbing poems. Manager, don't worry. I 30 years of picture experience. Safe to put you the sky, there is no underground. So that you have a debut both the peak, attracting millions of fans. Merchandise sells. Sun Ing and Zhu Jingyan also started to open up and take out their cosmetics. The small conference room was abuzz with heat. Lin Chen cried and laughed. This Yi Lu deserves to be a big factory out of the planning. Not only the ability to act, this ability to scroll inside, is also a unique He sighed. Alright, be quiet, all of you. The crowd looked at him in unison. What are you waiting for? Yi Lu was a bit anxious. Manager, it's almost 618. There's not much time left for us. Next, there's a lot of work to be done to build up momentum and warm up. And the store is still open. Lin Chen laughed bitterly. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment. I'm just a manager, not the boss. What do I have to do? That I don't have to talk to the general manager? Though Ryuman Zakura had said that all matters in the entire live department were up to him. But in the end, Long Wenjin is the general manager. You have to give them some face, right? And the live department has been open for a little half a month. So far nothing has been done. And there are already company employees talking about it in private. Now that we are going to start construction, we definitely need to say hello to the higher-ups. Yi Lu then reacted. You're right, manager. You should go and report to the general manager, he said, and arranged for the others to come. We don't want to be idle. Deputy manager, you take Lu Junfei to go to the warehouse site to take a sample of our company's products over. Jing Yan and Xiaoying, you guys first familiarize yourselves with understanding the products. Make sure you do a thorough job of figuring out all of our company's products so that you don't have to make a fool of yourselves on air at that time. She's got everyone on her side. Zhu Jingyan was a bit unconvinced. Things we did. What did you do? Even if you're planning, you can't be idle, can you? Yi Lu had already opened the computer. His head didn't lift. I do a certain sound store. The store side is not yet fixed. How to live broadcast the products on the shelves then? Zhu Jingyan shut up instantly. Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the crowd busy themselves. What makes him think this Yi Lu is the best person to be the manager so much? Never mind. Those who can do more. Just give her a raise when the time comes. He let out a long breath, turned into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 9th floor. Next, it's time to go to the GM for a debriefing. Chapter 99, office on the 9th floor. Lin Chen hadn't been on the 9th floor since his last promotion. The 9th floor is the office of the executives. What general manager are the offices of the various directors are on the 9th floor. In all honesty, it's still a bit stressful to actually go up there. Lin Chen stood in the elevator, cheering himself up. After you go up this time and come down again, it's going to be a real fight. It's up to the live streaming department to stand up and make a big profit for the company. Don't be a wimp if you're a man. Lin Chen, go for it. The elevator stopped. Lin Chen took a deep breath, swung his fist, and walked out. As soon as he left the house, he bumped into Kai Meng head-on. Kai Meng was dressed in a black professional suit with light makeup and black silk fine heels, interpreting the temperament of an elite secretary to perfection. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As the saying goes, it's probably every man's dream to have a secretary for something and a secretary for nothing. He himself is a leader nowadays in size, and it is reasonable to say that a secretary is not excessive at all. It's a shame. It was a pity that his precious wife didn't want to come to work for the company, or he wouldn't have dared to think how happy he would be. Lin Chen felt an itch in his heart when he thought of Sumi's appearance in a professional sheath dress. No, I have to go back and talk to my precious wife about buying a uniform dress. Manager Lin, why are you up here? Kai Meng's voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. Lin Chen snapped back to his senses, his old face reddening. What's that? Hello, Secretary Kai. I'm here to see the general manager to discuss my work. Kai Meng laughed out softly. Manager Lin, the general manager is usually very busy. If you want to find her, You have to send me a document first to determine the general manager's free time. Other than that, the smile under her eyes increased. You shouldn't have said discussing. By rights, it should be looking for the general manager to report on the work. What discussion of work? Can the general manager discuss work with him? A department manager? Lin Chen immediately buckled his toes in embarrassment and hurriedly said, Right. Reporting work. Then I'm sorry. I'll go back first, then I'll send you the file and see when the general manager is free? Kai Meng lost her smile and shook her head. Come all the way. It just so happens that the general manager won't have started working yet this time. So I'll go in and say something and see if she wants to see you. You can just wait here for a moment. Lin Chen nodded and quietly sighed in relief. Kai Meng couldn't help but laugh again when she noticed his actions. This Lin manager is really interesting. She turned and knocked on the door of the general manager's office. Inside the office, Ryuman Sakura is catching up with the show on his computer. The drama is a kids' delayed movie about two pretty boys falling in love. Long-Wan Sakura watched in fascination, the corners of her mouth harder to suppress than AK. In front of outsiders, she was an absolute elite beauty. Not only her work ability was outstanding, but in terms of dealing with people, she was even more perfect. It was also because she was good enough to be able to sit in the position of general manager at the age of just 30. But privately, she has a little-known fetish. That's like a beautiful boy. Something about a sunny guy with a big ear under a little puppy or something like that would be most to her liking. During the week, after handling work, she is even more eager to follow all kinds of dramas with beautiful young men. This time Kai Meng came in. She hurriedly pressed the mute, but the drama was in the middle of a wonderful part, so she did not want to pause it. Long-Wan Sakura swept a glance at Kai Meng while watching the drama. What's wrong? Kai Meng respectfully said. General Manager. Manager Lin has come to see you to report on your work. Manager Lin? Which Manager Lin? Long-Wan Zhuang froze. Where in our company is there a manager named Lin? Kai Meng also froze for a moment and hurriedly explained. It's the live broadcast department's Lin Chen Lin manager. Ah, you forgot? Long-Wan Sakura then reacted and wrinkled her eyebrows. This live sector hasn't started for so long. I really forgot about it. He's coming to me now. Is he ready to work? There is no way. The whole honey technology is so big. The chairman is not in. The company up and down the big and small things have to be her general manager to deal with. And since the live department had been in existence for over a week and nothing had been done, it was no wonder she couldn't think of anything else to do. Kai Meng shook her head. I'm not sure. He's waiting outside right now. You see. Let him in. Ryuban Sakura waved her hand. Kai Meng then backed off. Lin Chen was holding his cell phone and studying the classic words to speak to the company's general manager. When he saw her come out, he hurriedly said, Secretary Kai, what did the general manager say? Get in there. Kai Meng waved her hand. Looking at his tense face, she shook her head again and said, the general manager is very nice. You've met him once. There's no need to be so nervous. Just report normally. Lin Chen hurriedly nodded and straightened his clothes before knocking on the door and walking in. Long-Wan Sakura was still staring at the drama on the screen. When she saw him come in, she waved her hand. Sit, he said and glanced at his watch again. I have a meeting in 15 minutes, so if you have anything to say, try to finish it in those 15 minutes. Okay. Lin Chen hastily nodded and said with a straight face, General Manager, I came to you to say that our live broadcast department, now ready, is estimated to be at most. He thought for a moment before saying, anyway, we should be able to start the first live stream within this week. And we're getting ready for the 618 selling festival in a month's time. Long-Wan Sakura didn't lift her head and nodded. Okay, you're the department manager. Just decide. Anyway, this one is not a small backstage. Although I do not know what backstage. But hold the line. A small live department. Just throw it to him to play. Can't lose a few bucks. Just give the man up properly. As for making money and whatnot, this kind of big young master thrown over from some unknown family, if he really had the ability, he wouldn't have been sent out for training. Long-Wan's only expectation for the live broadcast department is to coax Lin Chen, the unidentified young man, to be happy, so that the higher-ups will be satisfied, and make money. She felt that it was unearned, and it was already considered Lin Chen's skill not to lose. Lin Chen looked at Long-Wan's appearance as she stared at the computer screen, not even looking at herself, and was a little apprehensive. This GM, why do you look like you're half-assed about the live department? Sure enough, the reason this department was set up was to keep someone in reserve to take the fall for the company if something happens to it later, right? Maybe the whole department will have to be pushed out by then. That's mean. Lin Chen mentally cursed. But no matter what, he had been pushed into this position. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he had to break through. At least 300,000 annual salary. It can earn how much to earn how much. When the time to see the situation is not right, Direct wind tight pull call. Is not it beautiful? When Lin Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and got up. Then, General Manager, without anything else I'll leave first. Long Wonjo Sakura nodded, then looked up again and said, wait, there's something else. Chapter 100 The Beginning of a Career. Lin Chen froze for a moment. What's wrong? Long Wonjuan Sakura sized him up, and her eyes lit up immediately. In fact, as the general manager of a day-to-day company, she was usually really busy at work and didn't care about anything else. Because of this, after seeing Lin Chen last time, he had directly put the person behind him, forgetting what he looked like. This will be cold to see. The heart cannot help but sigh. It's amazing that the company has such handsome employees. 1 meter 8 tall, handsome features and sunny and handsome, especially with the suit on the body. Geez, that's what the show said about the year-old wolf dogs, isn't it? Ryuban Sakura sighed heavily as she rubbed her chin. It's a shame. Unfortunately, this young man's background was not small, and he did not know which family had thrown over a male son for training. But if he was a normal person, he couldn't control himself and wanted to have someone in his pocket. Lin Chen looked at Long Wonjo Sakura sighing. A heart immediately raised. General Manager, do you have any more questions? Long Wonjin came back to her senses, and immediately resumed a high cool attitude. Nothing, just want to ask you guys about the live broadcast piece. What anchor was hired? Live streaming and selling goods is a new industry these days, and it's so lucrative that she's long thought about moving in that direction. It's only because there's always internal disagreement and the old guard is in the majority that the company hasn't acted. Now there is this Lin Chen. Although I do not expect a rich young man to make money. Right, but in the end there is still some hope. Ryuban Sakura usually didn't know much about this area and knew that the anchor was the most important thing. Lin Chen hesitated before speaking. General Manager, we didn't hire an anchor. Is that outsourcing? Hiring head anchors to help carry the load? Neither is. What's that? Ryuban Sakura got curious. What other options are there for not hiring an anchor to come to your company or outsourcing it? Lin Chen's old face blushed and squirmed. After our department's discussion, we are going to let me do this anchor. What? Ryuban Sakura was shocked. But soon, she sized up Lin Chen and found it acceptable again. After all, with Lin Chen's appearance conditions, it was enough to kill a large portion of the anchors out there, so it was really not as good to hire someone as him. Lin Chen was a bit apprehensive. Do you have another proposal, General Manager? No. It's great that you're an anchor. Very good. Long Wenjuang smiled. Do a good job. Make some achievements. The company won't treat you badly. Of course, even if he can't make the grade, as long as the loss isn't too ugly, the company won't be able to treat him poorly. After all, in front of this, that is the chairman of the board of directors or personally care of people. Who dare to treat Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief before he turned around and left. Long Wenjuang looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, especially those legs in suit pants, longer than her life. Those expensive takeoff male models don't even look as good as him. How great would this be for the average employee? The more Long Wonjuan thought about it, the more regret she felt, and she couldn't help but call Yufeng. The reason why she called Yufeng was because the information about Lin Chen over at the personnel department, she had already read it long ago, and there was nothing unusual about it at all. And Yufeng, that was the one who had offended Lin Chen and then answered the chairman's call. Maybe she could know something. When Yufeng came up, he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Long Wenjuan Cherry prying into Lin Chen. Chairman, I don't know. She spread her hands. If you want to check on someone, why don't you go to the HR department and ask me? Long Wenjun said in a serious manner. I've already read the information on the personnel department side. Didn't you receive a call from the chairman of the board asking you to get the person back? The chairman didn't say anything about where he came from? Like which young man was sent here to experience life? Yufeng shook his head. The chairman just said that he had to invite the person back to the company. He didn't say anything else, and I didn't dare to ask. Who dares to ask if the chairman wants to take care of someone? Long Wenjuang murmured. Then what did the chairman say at that time? She was truly interested in Lin Chen for a few moments, and had to find out the other party's details. Yufeng thought about it and shook her head. Nothing important was said. At that, she spoke hesitantly, but I do have a guess. Come on. Our chairman's hometown is in Shenyang before he came to Binhai City for development. You should know that, General Manager, right? Well, what about it? You wish. Yufeng's voice lowered a few points. Lin Chen is also from Shenyang. How old is the chairman this year and how old is Lin Chen? Also, I remember the chairman said back then that she moved here together as a family. What could have happened to make a family uproot their lives for a change? At this statement, Long Wenjuang snapped her fingers. Are you saying that the chairman of the board didn't know any better when he was young? got pregnant out of wedlock, then gave the child away, and felt ashamed of it, so he relocated his family? Yufeng quickly shook her head. I didn't say anything. This is the general manager, you guessed yourself. It has nothing to do with me. After all, this kind of thing, rumor is not good. If pursued, it will be a big trouble. Ryuban Sakura was deep in thought. Based on age, it seemed like that was indeed the case. Otherwise there was no way to explain that the chairman would take such care of Lin Chen, a person with no semblance of identity or background. And Binhai City, count the name of the family. There is no surname Lin. Lin Chen parents, not to mention, ordinary citizens. But on second thought, Long Wenjin muttered, although the chairman said that she is almost 40, but she looks young and face tender. That body, it is not too much to say that it is a young girl in her early 20s. How do you look at it? Does not look like you have given birth to a child. Yufeng, however, refused to discuss the topic any further and found an excuse to leave. Ryuban Sakura tapped the table in deep thought. If this speculation was true, then one couldn't treat Lin Chen in the same way as one treated those male models. If this chases someone down, won't she become the chairman's daughter-in-law? Then his position as general manager. There is still a chance to move up. When the time comes, the river and the mountains and the beauty of both. Long Wenjua was completely excited. Even the meeting that was to be held at noon was put off, and opened the computer and began to formulate a plan. Meanwhile, inside the Jade Garden neighborhood, Sumi didn't realize that her husband was being passed off as her son. At this moment, she was following up on Lin Chen's video call. Honey, guess what I'm going to do next? On the cell phone screen, Lin Chen was sitting on the toilet, his eyebrows raised in delight. Sumi was infected by his emotions and smiled back. I don't know. I'm going to put on my makeup soon. Lin Chen said smugly. I've just discussed with the staff that I'll be the anchor, and I've also explained to the general manager to prepare for the job. When we go out, we're going to put on makeup and take set photos and start building momentum for the first live show. He rejoiced. This is the first time I've ever put on makeup, and it's also the beginning of my career. So don't hang up the phone. Honey, I'll put on makeup for you live later. Okay? Chapter 101 Live Broadcast. Live makeup? Sumi's smile stiffened a bit. If you broadcasted live, won't you be seen by the company's employees? But if you don't show your face, Lin Chen will definitely be suspicious, and your voice might be recognized. When she thought of this, she immediately had an idea. Yes. Lin Chen became more and more happy, and immediately wanted to go out. Wait for me, wife. I'll go put on my makeup now. As soon as the words left her mouth, Sumi's brows furrowed. Wait, hubby, I have some stomach pains. What's wrong? How come you suddenly have a stomach ache? It's not even lunchtime yet. Auntie Zhou hasn't come yet. You hold on a little longer. I'll go back immediately now to take you to the hospital. Lin Chen was instantly anxious. Sumi cried and laughed, and quickly said, it's not that serious. I just want to go to the toilet. Don't worry. Lin Chen observed her and saw that she was indeed flushed and normal looking, not like she was sick, which was a relief. Sumi's stomach wasn't feeling well, so she definitely couldn't video, and Lin Chen regretfully hung up the phone. Before exiting the restroom, Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ying had already prepared their cosmetics and stuff. Zhang Yao was even holding a camera and rubbing his fists. Don't worry, manager. I'll make sure you're photographed as Daniel Wu. Lin Chen laughed and scolded. With that technique of yours, you'd be thankful if you could restore 1% of my handsomeness. Hey, what do you mean by that? Don't you have any idea what kind of pictures you take? It's too much. I at least bought a camera. How hard can it be to take a portrait? The two fought. The others, who had been a bit nervous, listened to them bickering and relaxed instead. LV Junfei patted his chest and said, don't be afraid of the manager. No matter what kind of shot the assistant manager gives you, I can pee. Believe in the almighty PS. The crowd burst into laughter. Soon after, Xu Jingyan and Sun Ying began to open up and put on Lin Chen's makeup. Yi Lu, on the other hand, went to set up the photo shoot scene. Since we want to sell goods, the background must be the company's products, so that it is convenient to publicize it. Lin Chen was like a puppet on strings, allowing the two to smear his face. It took a full half hour before the two wrapped up. There, everyone looked at Lin Chen and the large office fell into silence. Lin Chen was a bit confused. What's wrong? Didn't draw well? As a man of steel, it was the first time he'd ever worn makeup. It would feel uncomfortable on his face. And then he was a little worried when he saw how the guys were reacting. It's not that it's not drawn. It's drawn too well. Yi Lu snapped her fingers. Manager, the current you is countless times more handsome than before. With that, he brought the mirror over. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled until he looked in the mirror and stared. He'd always known he was good looking. After all, the suitors just didn't stop coming. But this time, the makeup, Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ying, two people. the maximum degree of his face to raise the strengths and avoid the weaknesses of his face. Made up his face value straight line soared. I always thought I was your equal in looks, but now I think. Jiang Yao said fervently, your face value can compete with Peak by Gu. Lin Chen laughed and scolded. Screw you, where's the exaggeration? In his heart, he thought, but he still took out his cell phone and took a picture and sent it to Sumi. He had dressed up once in a while and was so handsome that he definitely had to show his precious wife before he could do so. Okay, enough of that crap. Yi Lu slapped his palm. Manager, you come over here. It's time to take pictures. Strive to make the publicity pictures today. Then pitch them first thing tomorrow, to ensure that within half a month, the first shot is fired. When it's time for the 618 shopping festival, make a big one. Everyone was mobilized and morale was high in the small office. Originally, Lin Chen still had to change his clothes, but in the end, it was Lu Junfei who made the suggestion. You don't have to deliberately change your casual outfit. Just take off your blazer, unbutton your shirt 2 times, do your hair, get a good angle, and you'll be a proper campus white shirt guy. Jiang Yao held up his camera and pressed the shutter frantically, and everyone gathered around, waiting for the photos to come out. It was the first time Lin Chen had ever faced a camera in such a serious manner, so he was more than a little nervous at first. In the end, it was Jiang Yao who came up with a solution. Dude, don't make a face. We owe you. Ha, I've photographed you so handsomely. You mustn't call me a righteous father. Ha, good boy. Move to the right. Don't stick your neck out. When Jiang Yao is guilty of being that mouth is not to mention how damaging it is. Lin Chen held back at first, but after a few moments, he couldn't hold back his dislike for him. It was this interruption that made him look a lot more natural, and he soon had a picture that was perfect. The photo shows Lin Chen with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a live Bible, reading with his head down. The breeze messed up his hair and blew open his shirt collar, giving him a touch of unruly handsomeness. Awesome. That's the picture. That's what we want. Yi Lu was like a treasure. Deputy manager. Your photo-taking skills. Absolutely Manager, this photo put out, not waiting to sell goods, directly can wildly attract millions of fans. When it officially opens, are we still worried that our products won't sell? Honey Technology is originally an old national brand. Only in the past it has been for dealers to sell offline. Now not only is it on the line, but there's such a handsome anchor. A pop-up order is just around the corner. The others looked at Lin Chen's picture inside. Lin Chen only swept a glance and immediately said, Jiang Yao, send me this picture. What for? Jiang Yao was fiddling with the computer to upload the photos and didn't raise his head. I'll send it to LV Junfei to P first, and then say it after it's processed. Send it when you're told to. Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Lin Chen directly grabbed his mouse and sent the photo to his WeChat. Then waving his hand, he said, I'll go back to my office and leave the rest to you. Jiang Yao was speechless and simply scolded. You kid, you don't think you want to take the photos and go fishing, do you? Originally, at first he wanted to pretend not to be familiar with Lin Chen, so as not to let outsiders talk about him relying on relations and backdoor to become deputy manager. But it's getting along, slowly forgetting, and not bothering about all that. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I the kind of person who keeps fish? The photos I have to send to my precious wife to see first. I'm sure I should show my wife such a handsome picture first. And baby wife. Jiang Yao bristled. That wife of yours only exists in your mouth. Not even a shadow. It's okay to lie to your brother. Don't lie to yourself too. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. The sound of crisp high heels came from far away, followed by a playful figure walking in. What are you guys talking about? It's pretty lively. Chapter 102. I think I've seen it before. The sudden noise startled the crowd. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a rather pretty-looking woman in professional attire with an amazing aura standing in the doorway. Jiang Yao instinctively spoke. Who are you looking for? Beautiful? Lin Chen, however, was startled and hurriedly said, Hello, General Manager. Why have you come down? General Manager? All of a sudden, there was a lot of sucking of air. Jiang Yao was so scared that he couldn't speak well. General Manager? It's over. Calling the GM a beauty yourself. Jiang Yao's face went white. When he turned his head and glanced at Zhu Jingyan's murderous eyes, his face turned even whiter. This time it's really over. Long Wenjuang smiled and said, This is not thinking that your department is finally going to start work, so I came down to take a look. She waved her hand and said, You guys do what you need to do. Don't mind me. I'll just look around. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The words are true, but this is the general manager of the company. Who dares to relax? The cheerfulness that had characterized the office disappeared, and everyone became cautious. When Long Wenjuang came, Lin Chen couldn't return to his office. so he had to sit on the side to accompany him. It was Yi Lu who reacted first. "General Manager, do you drink tea or coffee? I'll go pour it for you." There were only 7 people in total in the entire department, and except for Auntie Danglan, the sweeper, the rest were all working. If it were an ordinary person, they would still say let the sweeper aunt do it, but the general manager, who dares to slack off? Long Wenzhuang frowned. "Your manager Lin's secretary? As the saying goes, the position of secretary is the most crucial, available at." She surveyed Yelio, mentally relieved. The girl was good looking but had a face that was so cut up by her job that she didn't have to worry about it at all. Lin Chen hurriedly explained, "General manager, I didn't hire a secretary. She's our planner here." "Yi Lu," said the others again. Long Wenzhuang looked at Lin Chen. "Why don't you hire a secretary? Isn't that a common problem with men?" She couldn't believe it. Lin Chen hadn't had a heart attack. Lin Chen instinctively wanted to reply that his precious wife was not willing to come to the company, but the words reached his mouth and turned around. "Mainly because I don't think it's necessary, and I usually don't have much to do that requires a secretary. Besides, there aren't 2 other on-air assistants." Long Wenzhou Sakura's gaze fell back to Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ying. The 2 men were too busy to stand up and be formal. That was a relief to her. She had already taken Lin Chen to be in her pocket, and she definitely had to take extra precautions with the women around Lin Chen. These 2 in front of me, although they were both quite good, they still didn't have any comparisons with themselves. As long as he successfully got Lin Chen into his hands, with the chairman's relationship with Lin Chen, the future was promising. Long Wenzhuang Cherry's eyes looked at Lin Chen with a little more eagerness. Lin Chen shivered for no reason. I don't know why, but he always thought this GM was weird. "Keep busy, don't mind me," Ryuban Sakura said and toured the office. The people didn't dare to say much, but only shivered and did their work. Lin Chen, however, was sitting on the sofa speechless. This big Buddha came down so suddenly that he made himself want to send a picture to his wife without a chance. Seeing that Long Wenzhua stood behind Jiang Yao, Lin Chen's mind came alive. Now that the department has nothing to do, it should be okay to play with your cell phone on your own. Lin Chen quietly fumbled for his cell phone, ready to secretly send the photos he had just taken to Sumi. Whoever expected the cell phone to look over just as soon as he took it out? Long Wenzhuan Sakura looked over. "Manager Lin, what are you doing? Smiling so sweetly?" The whole office looked over. Lin Chen shivered, and before he could say anything, Jiang Yao jumped the gun. He's going to send his wife a picture of his peacock in bloom. Saying that, he also pointed out the pictures he had taken and pointed them out to Long Wenzhuan Sakura. Long Wenzhou Sakura looked at the enlarged photo on the screen and suddenly felt a little hot in the face. This Lin Chen, he's really good looking. All those male models at the nightclub combined are no match for him alone. Nope. Long Wenzhuang reacted violently. Manager Lin got married? She was still waiting to chase someone down and become the chairman's daughter-in-law, so that she could rise up in the future or even completely take over the entire company and become the next chairman. Lin Chen nodded, proudly saying, "Yes, married." Jiang Yao instinctively disliked. "Just blow it off. Can I not know that your kid has a wife?" Only after saying that did he realize that the general manager was right next to him and quickly stopped his mouth. Long Wenzhuan's mind was alive. What does assistant manager Jiang mean by that? Jiang Yao didn't dare to hide it, and hurriedly said, "General manager, Lin Chen and I are good brothers who wear the same pants. He said he's married, but I, who am a brother, haven't even seen his date. What is this if not bragging?" Lin Chen quickly shook his head. "You fart. Didn't I say I'd wait until later to find a chance to introduce you guys to each other? My wife is not well. She's recuperating at home. It's not convenient for her to come out right now." The two fought again. Long Wenzhuan Sakura was thoughtful and suddenly spoke. "Manager Lin, this wife has come to interest me. One says yes, one says no. Why don't you show us your wife's picture?" "Manager Lin?" he said and looked at the others. "Aren't you curious?" LV Junfei was the first to raise his hand. "Curious?" Jiang Yao even jumped up. "Lin Chen, the general manager has spoken. Should you show us your wife's picture? If you don't take it, you're lying to us and fictionalizing that you have a wife." Lin Chen looked at the gazes of the crowd and immediately threw the words of Sumi's exhortation to keep a low profile to the back of his mind. "Just look. What can't you look at?" He immediately took his cell phone and flipped through the photo albums. "Let me tell you, my wife looks like a heavenly fairy, not to mention how pretty she is, so you won't be able to forget it after one look." As he spoke, he had already flipped to the picture he had taken of Sumi at the beach. On the photo, Sumi, dressed in a long dress, stood in front of the sea and danced around the fire, as if she were a spirit that fell to earth. Everyone looked over and waited for him to get a picture. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside the office. Immediately after that, he saw Kai Meng running in hurriedly. "General manager, The director of Hong Rong Group has come over and is now already waiting for you in the parlor. You should go over there and take a look. There's an honored guest coming, so there's definitely no more delay. Long Wenjuan Sakura couldn't care less about the photos and turned around to follow Kai Meng away. Once she was gone, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The GM Sora is so powerful. Sun Shadow murmured and spoke. The others nodded. Jiang Yao, however, was still thinking about the photos and urged Lin Chen, the general manager is gone. We're still here. Come on. Show your buddy what your so-called heavenly fairy-like wife really looks like. I just can't believe you're really seeing someone. The others also returned to their senses and urged Lin Chen on again. Lin Chen wasn't ambiguous and directly posed the photo. See, this is my wife's photo. The crowd looked at the photo of the silhouette and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just at this moment, Yi Lu suddenly eked out. The person in this photo. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Chapter 103 Have you met my wife? Yi Lu's sentence piqued everyone's curiosity. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. You've met my wife? Seems like it looks familiar. Yelio stroked his chin in deep thought. But when I thought about it, I couldn't remember where I'd seen that face before. Jiang Yao skimmed his lips. Just one photo, but also shot so beautifully, similar to the net picture. Your kid would not be looking for the net picture to support the face, right? Asterisk. Q. Lin Chen laughed and cursed. Jiang Yao, however, was agitated. Otherwise, it's hard to convince the public without even a group photo. It's just a group photo. Who says it's not? When Lin Chen said this, he suddenly changed his words. Che, why should I show you my wife's picture? Why do I get the feeling you're jealous that I got such a beautiful wife? He hemmed and hawed. Shouldn't be envious, right? As he spoke, he intentionally looked at Zhu Jingyan. As expected, Zhu Jingyan's face went black. Lin Chen was aware of it. This big lady was not only slightly vain, but also had one of her greatest characteristics, which was jealousy. Jiang Yao, this kid, has him to suffer. As expected, Zhu Jingyan quickly said that her stomach was not feeling well and went out. But a moment later, Jiang Yao glanced at his cell phone, hung his head and followed him out the door as well. Lin Chen looked at him as he passed by him, patted his shoulder proudly, and lowered his voice. Good big son. For father, I wish you a safe journey. Once Jiang Yao and Zhu Jingyan left, Lin Chen also had an excuse to get away. Okay, you guys do your work. Lin Chen waved his hand and said, I'm going back to the office. By the way, Xiao Sun, you've seen the company's products, right? Sun Shadow nodded his head in a hurry. She is a live streaming assistant and had 2 years of experience before joining Honey. Lin Chen instructed. Then when Xiao Zhu comes back, you discuss with her and come up with a product report for me in the next 2 days, and send it over with the company's product samples at that time. After all, you're going to be on the air soon, so you have to do your homework. Sunning quickly nodded his head and responded. Manager, you can rest assured. I will make sure that the report is detailed and incomparable. Only then did Lin Chen nod his head and head back to his office. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to fumble for his cell phone, ready to send that picture he just took to Sumi. Who would have thought that as soon as I opened the dialog box, I would see the Sumi one displaying in the process of typing? Lin Chen immediately became energized, anticipation rising in his heart. What he had just posted himself was a photo that he had just put on his makeup and subsequently taken in one shot, which was handsome, but not as handsome as the one Jiang Yao had taken later with his camera at a carefully found angle. And I wonder what the kissing wife would say. In the dialog box, Sumi's message kept being typed in, watching Lin Chen's heart itch. Finally, after waiting a full 5 minutes, he couldn't help himself. Never mind, my wife is probably shy again, so I might as well just hit the video. Lin Chen thought about dialing the video call over. As it turned out, coincidentally, right at that moment, Sumi's message was sent over. It was actually a selfie. In the photo, Sumi was sitting on a wicker chair in the study, wearing a halter inner with a pink knit sweater over it, and her long hair was draped behind her head. A ray of sunlight fell on her face and she held a hand to her forehead. Her eyebrows arched in a sweet smile. Lin Chen looked at his heart melted, and with a cry, he jumped up violently. It was also thanks to the fact that it was in his own office with good soundproofing that he didn't alert anyone outside. Sumi posted the photo and then quickly followed it up with an emoji, a white shy puppy. Lin Chen held his phone and looked at the picture again and again, and finally couldn't help but kiss the screen several times. I didn't realize that I would send a picture over to this silly wife, but she would actually send a picture back. It's great, hubby, how can it not be news? Sumi's message came back, is it not good? I rarely take selfies. The screen full of ellipses revealed her shy and nervous heart. Lin Chen came back to his senses and was about to open his mouth when that photo had already been withdrawn. Ah, what the hell? Lin Chen looked up to the sky and sighed. so he simply dialed a video call directly over. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Sumi was still sitting on that rattan chair, a pretty face flushed with redness, not knowing if it was caused by the sun or shyness. "Honey, what are you doing withdrawing the photo?" Lin Chen commiserated. "I haven't had a chance to save it yet," Sumi whispered. "Seeing that you didn't reply to the message. For so long I thought it was not good and scared you." She says that rarely taking selfies is conservative enough. If you do the math, it's been almost a decade since I've taken a selfie. If she hadn't suddenly received Lin Chen's photo today, she wouldn't have gotten a sudden idea. Seeing that Lin Chen never replied, he immediately lost confidence before withdrawing the message. Lin Chen cried and laughed, and hurriedly said, "I didn't reply to the message because I was surprised by the photo. Wife, your photo shoot is too beautiful. It is simply the most perfect goddess in my heart. What fairy sister? Compared with you? No, there is no way to compare with you." Sumi blushed, but couldn't help but laugh. "Nonsense, how could it be that great? Who is the fairy sister? That's a national-level goddess. How can you compare yourself to someone?" Lin Chen, however, said in a serious manner, "When I say there is, he said and then pouted again. "Good wife, can you send me that picture again? I want to use it as my cell phone screensaver. Every day when I turn on my cell phone, I can see pictures of my precious wife. I feel happy just thinking about it." Sumi, however, shook her head and said, "No, otherwise, with your nature, you will definitely show off to everyone. I don't want to be that humiliated, and it's not even if it's humiliating. If this is seen by other employees in the company, then it's really a big deal." Lin Chen didn't want to go against Sumi's wishes, so he only took a step back. "Then I'll take it to print it out and put it in my wallet. I'll sneak a look at it all by myself and make sure I don't show it to anyone else. Is that okay?" Sumi looked at his petulant appearance, crying and laughing. That. Then I'll send it to you again later," said no one else is allowed to see it. Oh. Lin Chen nodded his head in a hurry. Sumi quickly sent the photo. Looking at the lost and found photo, Lin Chen downloaded it to his cell phone as fast as he could. Then he hemmed and hawed. "Honey, I'll show you something good." With that, he took that picture of himself and sent it over. Home. Sumi's entire body froze as she looked at the photo Lin Chen had sent over. She had always known that Lin Chen was handsome, but she was still deeply attracted when she looked at such photos in front of her that were full of teenage sensibilities. Suddenly, something else occurred to her. "Honey, is this photo meant to be taken as a live promotional image for your department?" Lin Chen nodded. "Right, how about it? Isn't your husband me very handsome?" Sumi nodded instinctively, but then shook her head violently. Lin Chen was confused. "Wife, what do you mean by nodding and shaking your head?" Chapter 104. What's going on? Sumi didn't answer in the face of Lin Chen's question, only blushing a bit. "Honey, what's going on?" Lin Chen tensed up. "Is the picture not good?" "Not." Sumi wanted to say something, and only after a while did she speak. "You work first, and we'll talk when we get home tonight." Lin Chen didn't know clearly what was on her mind. Where was she in the mood to work? There was just nothing he could do when Sumi refused to talk about it, so he had to hold down his curiosity and hang up the phone. The phone had just hung up when Jiang Yao came in. Compared to the lively appearance in the morning, the Jiang Yao of this time was not to mention how miserable he was. Even if the whole person was shriveled up, his ears were still red, and he had obviously been given focused care. Lin Chen was happy when he took a look. Hey, you kid, is it cool? Don't mention it." Jiang Yao sat on his butt on the sofa and complained. "You say she's a woman. Why are her hands so strong? My ear was almost pulled off. And you," he pointed at Lin Chen, "good end. What do you mention jealousy, envy? With this relationship between us, you're just marrying the fairy sister, and I'm only. Forget it. If you really married a fairy sister, then I'd really be jealous and envious." Lin Chen laughed out loud and spat unmercifully. "Wasn't it you kid who started the ruckus first? You deserve to be taught a lesson by your girlfriend," said and couldn't help but brag. "Fortunately my wife is gentle and virtuous and beautiful. Will not eat these meaningless vinegar. She will only care about whether I'm tired or not, hard or not." Jiang Yao became more and more exasperated. "Or is it all your fault for talking nonsense? You still talk about your wife. Can I not know whether you have a wife or not? Two people are so good that they even know how many moles on each other's body. Pants and shoes can be changed. There can still be secrets?" Lin Chen couldn't help himself. "What if I really have a wife? Then I recognize as your father. Screw you. You kids are still a little young to be playing word games with me." The two men looked at each other and laughed. "Okay." In all seriousness, Lin Chen took out his cell phone, flipped out the photo of himself with Sumi on the beach, and posed it. See, what does it mean to be convinced? In the photo, he has his arm around Sumi, next to the fire, with the bright moon and the ocean behind him. both smiling extremely sweetly. "See?" Lin Chen said proudly. "This is a picture I took last week when I took my wife out on vacation. Doesn't she look like a fairy sister?" And it wasn't just a vacation that day. It was a round house. Lin Chen's old face blushed and he smiled sweetly. Jiang Yao looked straight. "Damn, you really found it? There's nothing wrong with this girl's eyes, right? My wife's eyes are fine. What could be wrong with them? There's nothing wrong with it. Why do I look at you? It doesn't make sense. You're just jealous." Lin Chen baby snatched the phone back and grunted. "Just take a look. I can't give you more than one look at such a beautiful wife." Jiang Yao rolled his eyes. "Che, don't talk too soon. When you get married, you'll still have to obediently come and ask me to be your best man. I'll have to keep an eye on her when the time comes." Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. "Want to stare at my wife, do you? Your ears don't hurt here?" Jiang Yao immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Thinking of Zhu Jingyan's nature, he immediately said with a bitter face again, "Brother, brother, I'm just saying, don't tell her. I can't handle it when that grandma gets mad." He knew better than anyone how hard his own girlfriend hit him. Lin Chen smugly said, "No as good. People haul department flour, with you a no house and no car. In addition to the temper is not much. You now income also up. Let's do a good job. Let's make the live broadcasting department bigger and stronger. And when we have money, let's buy a house and a car and marry her home." Jiang Yao was somewhat moved. If anything, when he first started, he didn't know why he was getting such a good deal for an intern. Now that he had become the assistant manager of the live department, it was something that made him see things completely clearly. He himself had definitely dipped into Lin Chen's favor. Although I don't know why the higher-ups think so highly of Lin Chen, but they have dipped their hands in the light, so they should do a good job, so that they can at least make a name for themselves. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao slammed the table and stood up. "That's right. We need to make the whole department bigger and stronger." Lin Chen was startled by his cold action, and said in a bad mood, "Shout less slogans, do more practical things, don't be staggering all day long. At least you're an assistant manager. Set a good example for the people under you." Jiang Yao froze for a moment, looking askance at him. "Hey, how do I feel? You kid as a manager for a few days. It has been a human model. A little bit of leadership of that flavor? I would have been the leader." Lin Chen's chin shot up, and then he couldn't hold back a laugh himself. It was a busy day for the entire live department. The online store has to run all kinds of qualifications. The product picture promotional picture has to be done first, and the live streaming process has to be done all the way through. You also have to familiarize yourself with your own company's products to make sure you don't make a fool of yourself on air. Lin Chen rarely got off work early, and even worked a half-hour shift before he got off work and went home. Before working late, he called Sumi to say so. "I get off work at 6 o'clock on weekdays and I'm already in the house by 7 o'clock. Today, however, I didn't get home until 8 o'clock. Lin Chen had spent the day at the company reading product reports and information, and his entire body was exhausted. As he walked to the door, it opened before he could touch his keys. Sumi jumped straight into his arms and hugged him tightly. Lin Chen only felt a scent hit his nose, and immediately afterward, he was hugged. Wrapping his arms around his fragrant and soft wife and smelling that nice body odor, he instantly felt all his tiredness disappear. "Honey, why are you working late today?" Sumi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen, somewhat aggravated. Over this period of time, she had long gotten used to seeing Lin Chen every afternoon when she arrived, and being able to have dinner with him, and then catching up on dramas or playing games together to make small talk. Today, however, it dragged on for an hour before coming back. Even though Lin Chen had said that he would be working overtime, she was still a little worried in her heart. Lin Chen stepped on his right foot with his left foot, quickly changed his shoes, and then intercepted Sumi and picked her up. Sumi dangled steeply in the air, letting out a cry of fright and hastily wrapping her arms around him. "Work's been a little hectic. Honey, did you miss me?" Lin Chen carried Sumi into the house and looked at the untouched meal on the table, and immediately frowned. "Didn't I say for you to eat first? Don't get a stomachache later. Didn't Auntie Jo tell you?" Sumi wrapped her arms around his neck and said in an aggravated manner, "You're not at home. I have no appetite alone. I can't eat anything." She was originally a powerful female president in the shopping mall, but after going through depression, committing suicide, and being pulled back from the ghost gate, she directly encountered Lin Chen, a person who relied on her for everything and spoiled her as if she were a child. Thus the hint of a small woman's nature in her bones was completely aroused. Now that she was facing Lin Chen, it was becoming more and more natural for Sumi to be pampered. Lin Chen sighed, crying and laughing. "Silly wife, you're like this when I'm just working an extra shift. So what will you do if I go on a business trip in the future?" Sumi's words came out. "You won't be sent on a business trip." Chapter 105. Lin Chen doesn't allow others to covet it. "What?" Lin Chen didn't hear it. "What did you just say?" Wife? Sumi was shocked, and quickly explained. I mean, aren't you the live broadcast department, selling your own company's products? How could you possibly be sent on a business trip? What she was actually thinking was that if there was a need for Lin Chen to travel on business, she would just tell Long Wenjua and arrange for someone else to go. But she had the intention to cultivate Lin Chen's ability, and it didn't seem appropriate to trap him in the company. Sumi tangled up. Lin Chen didn't notice her difference, and after placing her on the sofa, he said, anyway, wife, you're not working, so if I go on a business trip, you'll come with me. It just so happens that I've traveled at public expense. As he spoke, he picked up the dishes on the table and headed for the kitchen. Sumi stood up in a hurry. What are you doing to go, husband? Hot food, Lin Chen explained. After waiting for so long, the food has gotten cold. Just sit obediently and wait for dinner, he said, and barked. No need to come over and help. It'll be quick. Sumi, however, did not listen and directly squeezed into the kitchen, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's waist from behind. And thanks to the kitchen being big enough, Lin Chen cried and laughed. Silly wife. I'm not going to run. It's just a matter of warming up a dish. It's a matter of a few minutes. If you want a hug, wait for dinner and I'll let you hug me enough. The most important thing now is to eat first, or your stomach will hurt later. Sumi pressed her face against his back and shook her head. No, I just want to hold you now. She somewhat greedily inhaled the scent of Lin Chen's body, and the original lethargy from being alone at home waiting for Lin Chen to get off work had been completely smoothed out by now. Lin Chen had no choice but to let her be, carefully warming up all the food before saying, all right, dinner is ready. Sumi finally let go and obediently followed out of the kitchen to sit down and eat. At the dinner table, Lin Chen then remembered about that phone call during the day. As he ate, he said, honey, I sent you a picture at the office during the day, and you would nod and shake your head. What did you mean by that? Almost forgot about it. Sumi froze for a moment, remembering Lin Chen's incomparably youthful and handsome photo, and her expression suddenly became complicated. Now that Lin Chen was making a big deal out of trying to make the live streaming department work, even going so far as to personally take on the role of an anchor, this would have been a great thing. After all, she had, in the beginning, wanted to train Lin Chen and exercise his abilities, and it was only natural that Lin Chen was willing to work hard. But when she thought that Lin Chen was so handsome that he would have many more fans if he became an anchor, she felt something in her heart. Sumi subconsciously didn't want others to covet Lin Chen. Lin Chen was hers alone. But she is also clear in her mind that personally being an anchor selling goods is an excellent exercise opportunity for Lin Chen. Wife, Lin Chen's voice pulled Sumi back to reality. As soon as Sumi raised her eyes, she met Lin Chen's eyes that were filled with worry, and she couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. Lin Chen frowned. You've been distracted since just now. Are you not feeling well somewhere? Sumi shook her head and asked without answering. Honey, do you want to be an anchor? Lin Chen keenly sensed her emotions and immediately said, wife, are you unwilling for me to be the anchor? If you don't like it, I won't do it and just recruit someone else. Anchors are just anchors. They can be recruited at random, and it's really not possible to put Jiang Yao on. But a precious wife must never be wronged in any way. As long as the wife doesn't want it, then don't do it. Sumi looked at Lin Chen's serious demeanor, and immediately felt a sweetness in her heart. She thought for a moment and shook her head. I really don't like it much because you'll have a lot of fans when you're an anchor. By then the number of people who like you will have changed in case you move on. No way. Lin Chen interrupted without thinking. Forget about others. Wife, don't you know me well enough? You're the one I've loved since I was a little girl. And after all these years of pining for you, how could I possibly change my mind when it's so hard to get what I want? The more he said, the more serious he became. Don't worry, wife. Even if the world ends, my love for you is unlikely to change in any way. Sumi was coaxed into blushing by his words of love, and felt sweet at the bottom of her heart. Even though words of love can expire, the moment before us is real, and that's enough, isn't it? Lin Chen added, although I can 100% guarantee that it's impossible for me to change my heart. But if you're worried, wife, then I won't be an anchor. Go back to the office tomorrow and I'll have them re-recruit an anchor. Though he did look forward to being an anchor a bit after a busy day today. But nothing is as important as your wife's mood. Sumi, however, shook her head and said, no need. You'd better keep doing it. It wasn't just because she could see Lin Chen's desire for this profession. More so, because it was a rare opportunity to exercise. She didn't want Lin Chen to miss it. Lin Chen was going to insist on a replacement, but he was interrupted before he could speak. Honey, if you said that, then I definitely believe you. Sumi held Lin Chen's hand across the table and tilted her head. I also want to see my husband turn into a big star. When the time comes that so many fans like you, but you are mine alone. This kind of feeling, is quite good when you think about it, isn't it? Lin Chen smiled and nodded his head heavily. Okay, wife, you want me to go on? Then I'll go on. Just you wait. I'll be the next millionaire internet celebrity. As long as you wish it, I'll do it and make sure you're satisfied. Sumi nodded and shook her head again. Not that I'm hoping, if I must say so. Then I like the fact that you're having fun, too. From this whole anchoring thing, she loved Lin Chen. And even more so, she loved Lin Chen's appearance of putting her first in every way. But that didn't mean she had to deprive Ariel of her ego. She wanted Lin Chen to have his own ideas, to have his own life, and wanted Lin Chen to be an independent individual, not dependent on her. Lin Chen recalled the meaning of her words and laughed. Well, definitely. The couple talked a lot that night, and the two hearts were a few moments closer than they had been before. The next morning, Lin Chen went to the office early. If you're going to do it, you're definitely going to do it the best you can. As for the company's products, he was not particularly familiar with them yet, even though he had read the information all afternoon yesterday. It's just that he doesn't want to bring his work home. After all, if she brought her job back, Sumi would definitely have to worry about it. Lin Chen didn't want to spare his precious wife the trouble, so it's just a matter of coming in early to work at the office. Only, Lin Chen didn't expect that he had already come to the company half an hour earlier, yet he was still late. Zhang Yao happened to pass by with his coffee and saw him, raising the coffee in his hand. Manager Lin. What a coincidence. Come on, let's work on the product together. Chapter 106. Work hard to earn money to support your wife. Lin Chen looked at the hot bunch of employees and cried and laughed. Then it was happy too. It's just as well that we're all working together to get the live department up and running. Make more money yourself and try to take your wife on a trip abroad next year. The whole department worked day and night for a week to finally get everything done before the broadcast. This includes, but is not limited to, official certification of the Shake Shop, official Weibo seller number, and live studio setup and product familiarization. Lin Chen made even more of an effort to understand the entire Honey Bio's existing products, all over again. Not to say it's as good as it gets, but it's not far off. Early Friday morning, Lin Chen called a departmental meeting. As of now, the products that were now set to sell online, in addition to these 7 masks and 2 sets of water creams, are 10 different health products. Lin Chen pointed to the blackboard and said, in 20 days, it will be the 618 shopping festival. Others start warming up in 10 days, leaving us little time. This week, although the publicity posters have been done, but Yi Lu has been pressed not to throw out, so the outside world doesn't yet know that Honey is ready to do online sales. Yi Lu stood up. Manager, you can rest assured, even if we are slow to warm up, but our company is an old brand. The products under our name have occupied the front row of the major supermarkets for many years, and Honey's products? Advertising has never stopped. Now just add an online sales. Store side has done a good job of official certification. As long as the live broadcast of the time no accident, that will certainly be able to hit the open door. Very good. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then the next thing to say is the preview time and plan, as well as the start time. Yi Lu directly said, the opening time is set on the night of 618, and the price has been booked for the next 20 days. Manager, you just need to adjust your state. Zhang Yao didn't hold his tongue. It'll be a live broadcast. Don't say half a word to the camera. The others couldn't help but laugh. We've all been together for so long that we've long since gotten a lot closer. Lu Junfei laughed. Don't worry, manager. Even if you have stage fright, there's still Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ing. Sun Ing has 2 years of experience as a live broadcast assistant, so if you really pull your crotch at that time, just let Sun Ing round up the scene. Sun Ing usually talks little, but when it comes to work, it is very serious. This would be followed by her nodding her head. Don't be afraid, manager. I've discussed this with Sister Yi Lu. Before the official live broadcast, we'll do a trial broadcast to make sure that there aren't any accidents on that day. At the bottom of Lin Chen's heart, he was actually a bit worried. After all, he's never been an anchor either. But right now, it was a relief to see that Yi Lu had organized things in an orderly manner. Yi Lu added, by the way, Xiao Zhu, although you and Xiaoing are both live assistants, but Xiaoing has experience. I've seen your resume. You haven't worked since you finished your PhD. So for the preliminary live broadcast, you'll just be responsible for the behind-the-scenes work, and then we'll see how it's arranged later when you're more experienced. Zhu Jingyan nodded, but her face didn't look too good. After all, she wasn't bad looking, even prettier than Sun's shadow. Now that we have the opportunity to show our faces and the Honey Bio gimmick, the traffic is sure to be good, and we might be famous someday. But now that she was only put in charge of the behind-the-scenes work, her heart was naturally upset. Only in the end, she still had a few brains. Even if she was upset, she didn't say it in public. It was just that when the meeting broke up, Zhu Jingyan went to the restroom with her front foot. Zhang Yao glanced at his cell phone and followed him out. Lin Chen noticed this and frowned. Upon returning to his office, Yelio followed. Manager, I think. Yi Lu weighed the words. Xiao Zhu. This person. Right. She does not seem to be too willing to obey the work arrangement, although she was only the planner. But Lin Chen delegated authority. The entire department of small and large things, almost all of them are handled by her. And every time she arranges a job, Zhu Jingyan feels a little upset. Lin Chen let out a bitter smile. She came straight to our company right out of school. She hasn't been whipped by society. It's normal that her mind can't turn around for a while. Be more considerate and give the newcomers a chance. What else could we do? Yi Lu understood what he meant, so he didn't say any more and turned around to go out. Lin Chen picked up the product information on the table and read it. Meanwhile, the company fire escape was buzzing with activity. By what right? Zhu Jingyan was angry and annoyed. Why does Sun Ying get to appear on camera and I only get to do behind-the-scenes work? I'm still prettier looking than her. Zhang Yao looked at her helplessly. Auntie, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. When Zhu Jingyan looked at him in this manner, she became more and more furious and pinched him fiercely. Aren't you on good terms with Lin Chen? He's offered you the assistant manager's seat. Why can't he put me in a better position? Zhang Yao endured the pain and held her hand. Baby, I am Lin Chen's relationship is good, but I can't make things difficult for people, right? I've put you in even though your specialty isn't the right one, and licked the face to put your mom into the company too. Usually just need to clean our floor. Easily get $5,000 a month. Is not enough? Other cleaning ants? That's a whole building to sweep. He wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't to please his future mother-in-law. Brotherly feelings are no longer good, but there is a limit. If they are consumed, then the brother will not be long. Zhu Jingyan shook off his hand and turned around to ignore him. Zhang Yao secretly screamed bitterly, but still heartbroken, embraced her and said, Baby, don't be angry. This live broadcast arrangement, isn't that also because Sun Ying has experience? You've never broadcasted live before either. Besides, Yi Lu also said that letting you be behind the scenes is only a temporary thing. Until you are familiar with the work, you can arrange it again. By then won't you just switch with Sun Ying? I promise you. 1 month at the most. In a month's time I'll go talk to Lin Chen and ask him to put you in front of the curtain. Okay? After saying that, he added, if you're willing, I'll ask him to find an opportunity to give you a chance to broadcast live alone at that time, so that you can be the big anchor. Okay? Zhu Jingyan finally twisted her head. Really? Of course it's true. Zhang Yao nodded his head in a hurry. It's not like you don't know what kind of relationship I have with Lin Chen. If I open my mouth, he will definitely agree. Baby, don't be angry. Okay? Zhu Jingyan's eyes rolled and suddenly said, then go tell him that I want to do the planning and replace Yi Lu. Chapter 107 Yes yes yes. My husband is the best. Zhu Jingyan's words scared Zhang Yao so much that his face went white. Auntie, are you kidding me? What's Yelio's resume? Planning out of large factories, whether it is work experience or workability, that is the best of their peers. Not only reliable, but also work hard. A planning round the whole department of the size of the matter. Do not say half a word of tiredness, and even do not invite credit. And what about Zhu Yongyun? Zhang Yao sighed in his heart. Own this girlfriend, is a typical high IQ low IQ, long to more than 20 years old has been studying, just out of the society themselves lick their faces and rely on relations to arrange a comfortable job. In the future to do live assistant, or behind the scenes, if you are willing to try to learn a little. If not, behind the scenes to play a hand. A month easily take more than $6,000 in wages. If the department does well, there are dividends. With that, how dare you even think about the planning position? Zhu Jingyan saw that Zhang Yao's face didn't look good and followed suit by pulling down her face. Zhang Yao was going to say more, but she was wiggling her butt and going back to her office. Zhang Yao sighed heavily, originally wanting to go back as well, but thinking that he had already moved his desk next to Zhu Jingyan earlier. This will go back and still be on her. Helplessly, he turned around and went to Lin Chen's office. Lin Chen didn't even raise his head. Getting scolded again? Dude, you know me. Zhang Yao cried out. Why do you think this woman is so hard to serve? It was fine to say anything else, but when it came to this, Lin Chen was in the spirit. Who says women are hard to serve? Lin Chen put down the information in his hand and said proudly, my wife would never lose her temper with me. Not only is she pretty, she's also particularly gentle and reasonable. It's like a heavenly fairy. Other than that, on the matter of being an anchor, it's clear that he's jealous, but he still supports him in doing what he wants to do. How nice. Zhang Yao's eyes went red, barfing while others are starving. You're too much. How? Lin Chen shrugged and finally got serious. What did she come to you about? Just now during the meeting, he had actually noticed that Zhu Jingyan didn't look too good. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and said, "Nothing was said. Anyway, it's just some small things, and you know she's always had a big temper." He wasn't going to say anything about Zhu Jingyan's request for a job. After all, Lin Chen had already made an exception by agreeing to let him arrange Zhu Jingyan's mother and daughter into the company. One can't give an inch. Lin Chen saw through his mind, but he didn't ask too many questions, and only said, "All right, anyway, you're not a child, and there are many things that you should know in your own heart as to what to do. If there's anything you need help with, just squeak out. Don't hold it in. You're a brother in the end." Jiang Yao was touched in his heart and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, if something really happens, I definitely won't be polite to you." "Well, I'm going to go out to work first, so let's have a great time, brother." Lin Chen looked at his back and shook his head. This one is good at everything, but he was born with a love brain. It's not like there was no one chasing after him when he was studying, but he had his eye on Zhu Jingyan. Zhu Jingyan is the flower of the department. Beautiful, with a beautiful woman in love. Do not have to bear the shortcomings of the beauty of those who are difficult to serve? Not so for myself, though. Lin Chen felt out his wallet, took out the picture of Sumi, and couldn't help but kiss it. It's still your own luck. Baby's wife is both a beautiful woman and doesn't have the flaws of a beautiful woman. It's perfect. The next day, it was the weekend again. Lin Chen got up early. Today he's taking Sumi back to the hospital for a review. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Sumi's health is completely better nowadays. As long as you don't do strenuous exercise, then you look no different from an ordinary person. "I told you not to go for a review." Sumi was still awake and muttered in a daze. "Hubby, let me sleep a little longer, okay? I'm so sleepy. Little slacker." Lin Chen dotingly dropped a kiss on her forehead. "I'd also like to let you sleep a little longer. But who made your attending too famous to make an appointment for the afternoon? Even this one this morning, I still paid for it. Be good. Get up and change for breakfast or you'll be late," said another bad smile. "Or do you want me to change it for you?" Sumi, who was originally still unwilling to open her eyes, instantly sobered up. "Don't. I'll change myself. You go out first." The two have now long been a real couple and have not been close, but she still couldn't accept it if she had to let Lin Chen change her clothes. "It's so humiliating." Lin Chen laughed out loud. Fine. Change yourself. I'll go out and wait for you," said and added, "By the way, today is a beautiful day. I expect it will be hot. Do not need to wear too thick." "Oh." Sumi glared at him. "I'm not a child. Can I not know what to wear?" The words were said, but in his heart, he was immensely flattered by Lin Chen's exhortations. After breakfast, the two headed out the door. This time, Li Xiulan didn't come, but just called and urged Lin Chen to remember to send her a copy of the review results when they came out. All the way to the hospital. It would be just after 9 o'clock and there were already quite a few people lined up. "Nah, it's a good thing we got here early," Lin Chen said smugly. "There are so many people. If you come late and pass the number, you might not be able to review it today." Sumi lost her smile. Yes, my husband is the best. That's for sure." Lin Chen had a stinky face. The two sat in the waiting area and lowered their voices to make small talk, not to mention intimacy. Just then, a pregnant woman came alongside. "There's no more seats." Lin Chen hurriedly got up and said, "You sit here with me." Thank you. The pregnant woman looked grateful and sat down carefully, holding her belly. Just such a small gesture had made her blush a little. Sumi looked at the situation and hurriedly said to Lin Chen, "Go get her a glass of water." He said, even fished out a candy from his pocket and handed it over. "Eat a candy first to slow down?" "Thanks." The pregnant woman collected the candy and slowly peeled off the paper and stuffed it into her mouth. Lin Chen poured water over and instructed, "I poured cold water and hot water together. The temperature should be just right. You drink slowly." The pregnant woman looked at the two men with concern and suddenly reddened. "What's going on here?" Sumi was anxious. "Don't cry. Is something wrong?" He said he was going to call a doctor. The pregnant woman quickly pulled her back and sighed. "I just feel that both of you strangers can be so nice to me, but my husband is not even willing to accompany me to the maternity checkup, so it is a little hard in my heart." Lin Chen and Sumi looked at each other. A trace of heartache flashed under Sumi's eyes and she sighed. "He's probably busy with work." "Maybe." The pregnant woman was reluctant to say more, but the eyes that looked at Sumi were filled with envy. Just then, the doctor's side called Sumi's number. Lin Chen hurriedly said, "Honey, it's our turn. Let's go." Chapter 108 Review. Sumi's review went very well this time. Not only has my body regained its health, but even my legs, which had some muscle atrophy, are now completely restored. Lin Chen couldn't believe it, holding the report and asking again and again, "Doctor, Do you mean to say that my wife's body is completely well? The doctor was a bit helpless. The test results are all here, and I've explained it to you. Why don't you believe me? Why don't you guys check again at a different hospital? I've seen cancer diagnoses that I couldn't believe. It's the first time I've seen a person who is too healthy to believe like this. Sumi felt ashamed and hurriedly said, Doctor, sorry, he's just happy and stupid. We're leaving now. Thank you for taking care of us this time. The doctor also felt happy for her. It's all thanks to your husband that your body can recover so quickly. You too. You don't have to come back later. Live a good life. Good, Sumi said, pulling Lin Chen out as soon as she gathered over his clothes. It wasn't until he was out of the hospital that Lin Chen came back to his senses. He violently picked Sumi up in a hug. Great, wife, your body has completely regained its health. Too good. The cheers resounded throughout the hospital doors, drawing countless sideways glances. Shy and scared, Sumi quickly pounded his shoulder. What are you doing? Put me down. Shame on you. Lin Chen was afraid that she would be scared, so he carefully put the person down. But he couldn't help but redden his eyes. Wife, your body is finally better. Do you know how scared I was during this period of time? The first time they met, he saw Sumi lying lifeless on the hospital bed. At that time, he did not have such deep feelings for Sumi, only felt that such a beautiful aunt, if she really perished, it would be too pitiful. But then day by day to accompany the bed contact, and then cohabitation, and even sleep together intimate. Lin Chen to Sumi feelings, day by day deeper and deeper. And when Sumi was physically weak, it became the deepest fear of his heart. Lin Chen was afraid that Sumi would be in poor health again one day. And how could he live when he was left alone? Now that you have the doctor's permission and the test report, where can you control your feelings? When Sumi saw Lin Chen's red eyes, she couldn't help but be a little moved as well. She took the initiative to embrace Lin Chen and said softly, Husband, I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. Silly wife, it's a godsend that you're well. What's all this talk about being sorry? Lin Chen let out a long breath and suddenly thought of something else. Honey, should we? He hesitated. Sumi was a little puzzled. To what? Lin Chen swallowed hard and spoke only after a long time. Should we go to the psychiatrist's side for a review? After all, Sumi had committed suicide before because she was suffering from extremely severe depression. Now the body is restored to health. But what about the mind? Depression was the unseen devil, and he didn't want to bet on it, much less dare to. Sumi puffed out a laugh. Do you think I'm still depressed now? If Lin Chen didn't say anything, she would have forgotten about it. Come to think of it, it seems like I've been off my antidepressants since I woke up straight away. At that time, her entire mind was on Lin Chen, suffering from a loss, and after living together, Lin Chen every day to change the pattern of coaxing her happy. Vacation to take out to play even if, usually off work will also bring a small gift, small surprise back. Sometimes it's a bouquet of flowers. Sometimes it's her favorite pastry snack. How can she be depressed when she lives every day in happiness and anticipation? Lin Chen looked at Sumi's bright smile and couldn't help but smile as well. That's right, if you can still be depressed when you marry me, then I'll be too much of a failure as a human being. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sumi suddenly patted up and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Chen froze. Wife, this is the entrance to the hospital? A lot of people. I can't believe you're so forthcoming. Sumi blushed, shy and timid. You don't like it? Love it so much. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her and was about to kiss her over. Sumi, however, stopped him. Stop, don't mess around, just so you can mess with me. I can't mess with you, can I? That's right, honey, why didn't I realize you were so double standard before? Now you know. I'm a double standard. If you don't like it, then get a new wife. Don't. Wife, you're so good. I wouldn't change for a heavenly fairy. The two fought all the way to dinner. It's a rare occasion to come out, so I'm sure I don't want to go back. Lin Chen had planned his route long ago. Honey, let's go to Wanmang Plaza for dinner first. There's a Cantonese restaurant over there that's particularly good. I'll take you there to try it, Lin Chen said as he drove. What about waiting until you've eaten? Then we'll go to the top floor to watch a movie. I've looked at the latest releases and there's a comedy movie that you're sure to like. What about coming out of the movie around 4, and then we'll hit the mall and get you some clothes. And then when you've bought your clothes, you can get ready for dinner. What do you want to eat? Sumi didn't answer. As soon as Lin Chen twisted his head, he met her smiling eyes and couldn't help but froze. Wife, what are you looking at me for? Sumi arched her eyebrows and softly said, Hubby, you're so nice. In the past, she was used to being the leader, the one who had everything organized, both at work and in life. But now that she was with Lin Chen, she didn't have to think about anything, she just needed to follow Lin Chen and he would arrange everything. This feeling, it's so good. It's as if a person is adrift in the ocean and suddenly there's a piece of driftwood. And this driftwood not only provides her with a place to land, but also gives her endless peace of mind, and even carries her ashore without her having to think about any of it. That's so nice. Lin Chen laughed and reached out to rub her head. You're just now realizing that your husband is good? Already found out. Sumi held his hand, her face rubbing against his large hand, her eyes shining brightly. It's a good thing I married you. Lin Chen looked at her like this and only felt his heart melting. It's a good thing I married you. The two men looked at each other and smiled. All the way to the mall. It was Saturday and the mall was bustling with activity. At mealtime, the Cantonese cuisine that Lin Chen said was quite high class, so there was even a long line outside the door. If I had known I would have made a reservation first. Lin Chen was a bit chagrined. I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Wife, are you hungry? Sumi shook her head. Not too hungry yet. Take the number first and wait. Lin Chen then went to the front desk to get a number. Sumi stood aside and looked around, feeling very new. After all, she hadn't been to the mall in years. Just then, a man looked this way. When he saw Sumi, he was immediately delighted and waved from afar. Dong Su, why are you here? What a coincidence. As he spoke, Lin Chen had already walked over. Sumi recognized the man as one of the company's collaborators and didn't expect to meet him here. Seeing that both Lin Chen and this collaborator were walking towards her, she was in a hurry. Chapter 109. Can a game be more important than a girlfriend? Sumi couldn't have imagined that she could actually meet an acquaintance even when she came out for a meal with Lin Chen. And a corporate partner, the kind you can't offend. The collaborator walked over with a big stride and a warm face. You've been sick for almost a year. I didn't expect you to be well now. It just so happens that I'm free today. Let's have a meal together. Sumi smiled strongly. Sorry, I'm a bit busy today. I'll ask you out again some other time. I'll treat you to a treat. How about it? As he spoke, Lin Chen had already walked closer. He watched as his collaborator spoke to Sumi and couldn't help but frown as he quickened his pace. Sumi became more and more alarmed, and hurriedly said to her collaborator, I have to go beforehand. Let's make an appointment later. The collaborator wasn't without his eyes, and seeing that she did have something to do, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll wait for you then. With that, he turned and left. Just after walking away, Lin Chen had already come up in 3 or 2 steps. Honey, who is he? Suited and booted. He has an air of sophistication and looks like a high society man. The Rolex on his hand in particular stood out. Baby wife still knows people at this level? Sumi said vaguely, a former client. In a way, a collaborator can also be called a client. And one is right about that. Lin Chen drifted off. Come to think of it is also right. The wife used to do medical beauty. Medical beauty, this line. It is most likely to know the noblewoman. That guy is probably the husband of the wife's previous client or something. Lin Chen didn't think much about it. Shook the numbered paper in his hand and said, There are still 2 tables in front of us. I guess we have to wait for about 10 minutes. Do you want to go and stroll around a bit first or sit and wait for it? Sumi hesitated, swept around, and pointed to the 2 stools at the corner of the restaurant's entrance. Sit down for a while. I'm a bit tired. If you go out, you might run into someone you know again. So it's better to sit here, eat and go back early. Lin Chen didn't doubt it and nodded, leading her to sit on the stool. Sumi sat down with her back to the hallway, which was a relief. That was close just now. Almost got caught. Lin Chen only thought that she was shy and introverted, so he didn't ask too many questions, but took out his cell phone and said, Wife, do you know how to play games? What game? Sumi came to be interested. Regarding the game, it would be nearly 20 years since she'd played it. By her count, when I was young, I was busy running around to start my own business, and then when I became successful, I was immersed in my work day after day. By the time you get depression, you completely lose interest in everything, and you're much less likely to play games. But Lin Chen wanted to play with her. Then she wanted to learn. Lin Chen pointed to the icon on his phone and said, This game is called King's Glory. It's considered one of the hottest games right now. Do you want to play with me? Sumi looked at the prayer in his eyes and nodded without hesitation. Yes, she didn't have the game on her phone, so Lin Chen downloaded it for her, then registered her account, then went through the newbie guide. It doesn't seem that difficult. Sumi took her cell phone and studied it in a serious manner. Lin Chen glanced at the queue time and realized that there was still a table in front of him, so he opened a match. Come on, wife, I'll take you. Sumi had a confused look on her face as she let Lin Chen help him choose his heroes before handing over her cell phone again. Wife, look, this hero you play is called Yao. It's auxiliary. I'll play the field. Wait for the game to start yet. You'll follow me. Lin Chen carefully taught her. Each skill has a different effect. Wait until you have a big move at level 4. Then you can ride on my head and I'll lead you to kill. Sumi's pretty face blushed. Riding on your head. Why is this skill so strange? Do I still need to operate it then? Lin Chen laughed. This hero is planning to do out to female players to play. You see, looks beautiful, skills simple, but also can get on someone else's body. Anyway, quite fun. You listen to my command is. Sumi nodded without hesitation. Okay, then we'll have to do this later. You teach me. The two fired off a handful of games. Lin Chen was a king segment, and now that he was taking Sumi, a newbie, to play a bronze game, it was like a fried fish welfare game. He led Sumi through the enemy's wild area 7 times, and his crazy killing performance drew a cry of surprise from Sumi. Wow, you're awesome, hubby. Come on hubby, quick, there's a bloodied one there. Go kill him. Hubby, be careful. I'll go over and scout the grass first. After a game, Sumi had already skillfully mastered all kinds of terminology, and her game skills were even more familiar. This game was unsurprisingly a complete victory. Sumi rarely played games, and this kind of 5v5 competitive game was never touched. Today, Lin Chen had brought her to kill in the game, making her feel an unprecedented excitement, her little face looking red from excitement. Hubby, you're so good. Sumi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen, beating the opposite side without the ability to fight back. So strong. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted harder than AK to suppress, and he couldn't help but give Sumi a kiss on the cheek. Her own silly wife. It was only a handful of games, and a fish fry at that. That could make her so happy that her emotional value was pulled right through the roof. A wife who is so easily satisfied is a real treasure in her own right. Just then, the front desk called the number. Honey, it's our turn. Let's go in and eat first. Lin Chen led Sumi into the restaurant. When ordering, Lin Chen wanted to give the menu to Sumi. Sumi, however, didn't even raise her head. Just keep an eye on it. I want to go to the training ground by myself to familiarize myself with the heroes. Lin Chen cried and laughed. Wife, you're not going to turn into an internet addict, are you? However, speaking of which, the game of King's Honor was indeed easy to get addicted to, and he himself had just brought Sumi to kill in the game, so it was no wonder that she was on top of the game. By the time Lin Chen had ordered his food, Sumi had already started a game on her own. Lin Chen came over to take a look and burst into tears. Honey, the hero you took is called Dodgy. She's a mage. Mages have to take the middle road. Huh? Is that so? Sumi was a bit confused. I'm not familiar with this hero yet. Take it easy. Take your time. Lin Chen sat down next to her and softly taught her. Look, here is the grass. Your hero's second skill can hard control the enemy. You just crouch in the bushes. When someone comes, control him and then throw skills to output. As she spoke, Sumi operated her hero to kill a person on the opposite side of the room and was instantly happy. Hubby, you're awesome. I made the ambush. Sumi succeeded in her first autonomous hero kill, and excitedly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen before giving him a kiss on the cheek. Without waiting for Lin Chen to say anything, he buried his head in the game again. Lin Chen touched his face and giggled. Just then, a complaining voice came from the next table. Look at others. The same as playing games with their girlfriends. People are so patient. Why do you have to curse when you can't say a few words? It's just a crap game. Is it more important than a girlfriend? Chapter 110 Picnic. The sudden cursing caused both Lin Chen and Sumi to look up in recognition. But then I saw a young couple sitting at the next table as well. The girl was full of annoyance as she complained about her boyfriend and compared him to Lin Chen. Sumi couldn't help but give Lin Chen a bright smile and lowered her voice. Hubby, you're so nice. You don't even mind that I'm a slow learner. The words were heard by the boys at that table. He guessed that he had also endured for a long time. And this time he would not endure anymore, and directly slapped the table and said, You just know how to compare me with others. Where are you yourself? People's boyfriends casually teach a line, and they get full of emotional value in return, with words of praise and adoration. Don't you? You call me useless when I make the slightest mistake, unable to compare to others, and you have the nerve to compare me to others. The two got louder and louder, and the entire restaurant looked over. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi's slender waist and lowered his voice as well. Wife, you're doing fine too. Emotional values are pulled full of it. The two of them smiled at each other with all the sweetness in the world. After the waiter served the food and the two of them ate, Lin Chen proposed to go to the mall to cool off. Sumi was worried about running into another acquaintance and shook her head. I don't like shopping malls. Let's play somewhere else. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. Good. Or else. He mused for a moment. To the botanical gardens? Marina del Rey has a big-name national botanical garden with magnificent scenery. Sumi's eyes immediately lit up. Good. Only before he left, Lin Chen was secretive and asked Sumi to wait for him in the car. Honey, you play the game for a while. I'll be right back. After Lin Chen finished his instructions, he hurriedly ran away. It took nearly another half hour to return. Sumi heard the sound of the trunk opening and hurriedly probed to see. Lin Chen put his stuff in the trunk and got in the car. Go, set off to the botanical garden. Sumi was curious. What did you put in the trunk? We'll find out later. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. As for now, keep it a secret for now. We talked and laughed along the way and soon arrived at the botanical gardens. It would be almost 2 p.m. and a Saturday, and the botanical gardens were buzzing with activity. Lin Chen parked his car and carried out a large shopping bag from the trunk, but mysteriously refused to show it to Sumi. Don't look even if you don't. Ha! Sumi wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Lin Chen heatedly laughed. This bag of mine. Is Doraemon's treasure chest, so it won't work if you look at it. Really? Sumi extended her hand. Since it's a treasure chest, I'm thirsty. I want water. Lin Chen directly pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the bag. Oh beautiful princess, do you want this bottle of ordinary mineral water? Still, he fished out a bottle of jasmine honey tea. Where's this sweet jasmine honey tea? Or maybe it's this bottle of waha that symbolizes childhood memories? And wonky cowboy and oolong tea. What do you want? Sumi giggled at his quirky appearance. She also followed Lin Chen's example and pretended. What this princess wants is, well, a look of embarrassment. Lin Chen forced himself to hold back a smile and directly shoved the wanted milk into her hand. Princess might as well pick this one. Okay then. Sumi nodded her head, with a haughty face. Since you recommended in good faith, then this princess will be merciful and try it once. Before the words were out of his mouth, he couldn't stop himself from laughing. Just then, a child not far away pointed at her and called out, Mommy look, that sister is so pretty, like a princess. Sumi's face instantly turned red with shame. Lin Chen, however, laughed out loud and unwrapped a bottle of waha and waved it at the kid. Here, this is for rewarding good kids who tell the truth. The child gleefully ran over and took the wahoo. Sumi blushed even more. What are you talking about? The other children who had come out to play also saw Lin Chen move, and one by one, they all ran over, followed by the large rainbow fart scene. You're so beautiful. Sister, you look like a Disney princess. Sister, you're the prettiest sister I've ever seen. Sisters on TV don't even look as good as you. For a while, a large group of children surrounded Sumi, chattering and praising. Sumi has never seen this kind of situation. Looking at the children who are not even taller than their own thighs, one sister at a time, the heart is both happy and blushing. Happy to be called sister at auntie's age. The blush is that I'm still being called sister when I'm obviously almost 4 years old. Lin Chen looked at Sumi's happy smiling face and cheered up as well, carrying the bag and saying, Don't worry, everyone has small snacks. It was hard to get rid of these kids, and the bag in Lin Chen's hand was already half empty. Sumi couldn't help but glare at him. It's all your fault for fooling around. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, wife. Even though the snacks were handed out in abundance, I still have what we ate left. Who told you that? Sumi whacked him. So many people are there. You tricked those kids to come over and call me princess. Shame on you. To this day there are passers-by who look at her and laugh. Lin Chen said in a serious manner. What do you mean by cheating? Don't you get the cause and effect wrong? First of all, it's because they think you look beautiful, like a princess, that they praise you from the bottom of their hearts. And then I rewarded them for telling the truth. Didn't I? You the man. Sumi cried and laughed, red-faced and snapped. Anyway, you're not allowed to do this in the future. While it's true that it's fun to be complimented by so many kids, it's just too humiliating. Lin Chen nodded his head fervently. Don't worry, your honorable wife. I promise not to do it again. Sumi was amused again. The two of them carried a bag of snacks and bought tickets into the botanical gardens. Marina City is a coastal city. The 4 seasons are not too obvious. The whole city is green all year round. And this green is even more pronounced in the botanical gardens. As far as the eye can see, the white clouds and green water with lush vegetation is beautiful. Sumi couldn't stop marveling from the moment she entered the garden. This botanical garden turned out to be so big. What a beautiful view. It's much nicer than the previous White Cloud Lake Park. What's that place over there, hubby? Can we go in? And the greenhouse? A series of questions bubbled up. Lin Chen smiled dotingly, answering her questions one by one and taking her around again. Only finally did he pick a patch of grass by the lake and fished a picnic blanket out of his bag to lay it down. Sumi's eyes widened. Honey, you actually even have a picnic blanket? This bag, it's really Doraemon's treasure chest, said the man and shook his head. Nope, you're my treasure chest. Lin Chen raised his eyes to look at her. Then can I ask for a reward from you for doing so well today? Sumi was a bit curious. What kind of reward? Lin Chen hooked his finger at her and waited for her to attach her ear before he lowered his voice and said something. Sumi's face instantly turned red, desperately shaking her head. No, I won't agree to this one. Chapter 111 The Twisted Sumi. How could Sumi not expect that Lin Chen would actually make such a request? Actually wanted her to change into her uniform for the night. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, the more her whole body almost burned, and she just kept shaking her head. Lin Chen looked amused and heartbroken, and hurriedly said, alright, I'll just mention it, wife. If you're willing, just forget it. It's not like I'm going to force you to play. Just with his mouth. The disappointment in the bottom of his eyes couldn't be hidden. Sumi looked in her eyes, biting her lower lip, and did not speak. The small interlude did not affect the mood of the two. After sitting by the lake for a while, eating something, and then going around for a while, I saw that it was getting late, so I was ready to hit the road. Honey, do you want to eat out for dinner or come home? Lin Chen asked as he started the car. Sumi thought for a moment and spoke. Go home and eat. Meals out are really good, but they are less homey. Lin Chen nodded his head, and with a smooth hand, he took out his cell phone and was about to call Aunt Zhou. Sumi, however, stopped him. Hubby, I think we should try cooking by ourselves? She didn't know how to cook, but during this period of time when she stayed at home, breakfast was fine. Lunch was fine when Lin Chen wasn't at home and Auntie Zhou came over to cook. And when she was bored alone, she would go to the kitchen to look for Auntie Zhou to make small talk. Over time, it's also seen a few things. Lin Chen froze for a moment and nodded without hesitation. Okay, then do it yourself. Let's go grocery shopping first. All the way to the food market near my home. It was almost 6 p.m. and the market was bustling with activity. Mostly older people with kids or young moms were shopping. Sumi stood in the doorway with some hesitation. Hubby, have you been to the market before? Will I be ripped off? Lin Chen, however, smiled smugly. Don't worry, wife. I have a masterstroke in this matter of grocery shopping. Just say what you want to eat. Sumi got a bit expectant and hurriedly reported the name of the dish. Usually Auntie Zhou makes steamed fish. Tonight I want to eat braised ones. Also, that string bean stir fry was delicious. How about some more pea tips? I haven't had them in a while. She named a bunch of dishes. Lin Chen nodded and led her into the market. But instead of going to the stall, he chose an older aunt to follow. Sumi was a bit strange and lowered her voice. What are we following her for? We'll find out later. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. By coincidence, this aunt went in the door and went to the place where the fish were sold. Then pointing to a base, he said, Boss, how much is this fish? The owner was busy killing the fish and didn't raise his head. Purchase $12 a pound. Auntie didn't hesitate to return the favor. $9. $9 is too little to sell. All this price. This fish look are not too good. Not sell today. Stay until tomorrow, cannot sell. Wait for the death of the price will also be lowered. Not as good as now, sell me it. Why don't you raise it a little? $9 really doesn't cut it. I can't even get in for more than that. It's $9 anyway. No, I'm leaving, Auntie said and made to leave. The owner sighed and got up. $9 is $9. I'll help you fish for whichever one you fancy. Auntie got cocky and started directing the boss to help kill the fish. Sumi watched the two haggle over the price and watched in fascination. After all, she hadn't seen anything like this before, and it was kind of fun to watch the two go back and forth. When Auntie left with the fish in her heart, Lin Chen took an arrow step forward. Boss, I want a perch too. The price is the same as that Auntie's, right? The boss's face was green, hesitated for a moment or opened his mouth. The same is the same. You youngsters, how come you're so good at bargaining now? Sumi hadn't expected this maneuver from Lin Chen, and immediately let out a giggle. Lin Chen stared at the boss as he killed the fish and scrutinized the scale before paying, carrying the fish and gesturing for Sumi to follow. Honey, how did you come up with that one? Sumi adored and wondered. I'm sure I can't do it if I'm asked to haggle with the boss. And you can actually think of following behind those older ants. Lin Chen proudly said. Hey, this is called the wisdom of life. Although the money is not much, but it is also hard-earned. Can save, certainly not waste. Next, Lin Chen bought all the other dishes as he had done. Come on, wife, let's go home and cook. Lin Chen walked out of the food market with the vegetables in one hand and Sumi in the other, not to mention how satisfied he was. Isn't this the life of your dreams? Sumi, however, was a bit worried. After buying so many things, why don't you share some of them for me to carry? This is nothing. How can I let you mention it? Lin Chen said, and then saw the coconut seller at the entrance of the food market, and hurriedly ran over to buy two. Wife, now there's an after-dinner drink. Sumi smiled and nodded heavily. Aha! When they got home, Lin Chen changed his shoes and opened his mouth to cook. Sumi hurriedly said, I'll come and help too, he said, and then warned. We agreed to cook together. No refusing. If you don't let me help, then I won't eat. Lin Chen cried and laughed. Fine, fine. Your wife is willing to condescend to help. I'm more than happy. How can I refuse? With that, he dumped the beanstalks in the basket and handed it to her. Wife, you help remove the tendons from the beanstalks, and I'll cut the meat. Sumi nodded and sat down with the basket to the side and got to work. Although Lin Chan wasn't very good at cooking, he had intentionally studied during this period of time, thinking that he would one day cook for Sumi with his own hands. So when he started to move his hands, he really did have a few moments of a chef's posture. The fish has been killed and marinated before going into the pan, and the cola chicken wings need to be altered with a flour cutter as well. You also have to pre-cut the pancetta for the stir-fried string beans so that you don't have your hands full while cooking. As Lin Chan recalled the process and worked, he coldly glanced at Sumi, who was playing with her cell phone on the side. Wife, if you don't want to pick the vegetables, then go sit in the living room and play, he queried. This will be nestled in the kitchen sitting on a small bench. Don't feel uncomfortable later, just go lie down on the couch and wait for dinner. He didn't want Sumi to work anyway, but who would have expected that when his words came out, Sumi's face was instantly red. Lin Chen was even more puzzled. Honey, what's wrong? Sumi squirmed and spoke. That, hubby, I've never picked vegetables. You just said the tendons of the beans. What's that? She held up her cell phone with an aggrieved face. I was going to look it up on Baidu, but I couldn't understand it even after reading it for half a day. I hate it. Chapter 112 Men and Women Working Together. Lin Chen laughed out loud as he looked at Sumi's aggrieved appearance, laughing louder and louder. Sumi, however, became even more groundless and stomped her foot. No laughing. I've never even done this before. Isn't it normal to not know? Blame it on Auntie Zhou. Usually she came to watch the cooking and never let her interfere, causing her to make a fool of herself. Lin Chen managed to stop laughing and shook his head. Silly wife, if you don't know how, you can ask me. Baidu is as good as me. Ha? Sumi blushed and said, I said I'd cook for myself. If I can't even choose vegetables well, wouldn't that be a slap in my own face? Besides, she swallowed. Will you think I'm useless if I can't even do this little thing right? To be fair, Sumi had always felt that she was quite successful as a human being, single-handedly taking down a company the size of Honey Biotech. But on the other hand, she was a complete failure. No half-assed skills other than work. Not only is he unable to take care of himself, but he can't even control his own emotions, which is why he suffers from depression and even goes to his death, breaking the hearts of his friends and family. The more Sumi thought about it, the harder she felt, and she couldn't help but redden her eyes. Lin Chen looked shocked and suddenly thought of the symptoms of those depressed people he had read about. Baby's wife was fine just a moment ago, and this moment's effort resulted in red eyes, which is the most obvious symptom of a depressed person's mind drilling into his or her head. He immediately washed his hands and came over, wrapped his arms around Sumi, and softly said, What makes you think that? Wife, it's just choosing vegetables. What can such a small thing prove? Sumi leaned against him and said lowly, But, isn't it true that the smaller the matter, the easier it is to prove a person's ability? If you can't do the little things well, won't you be even worse at the big things? Lin Chen shook his head. Of course not. He picked Sumi up and sat down on the sofa and wrapped his arms around her. Think about it. A person's energy is limited, right? Bill Gates is successful enough, right? But guess if he can sew buttons to mend clothes? If he can't, does that make him incapable? Sumi was amused. There's no such thing as a metaphor. Seeing her laugh, Lin Chen finally sighed in relief and asked rhetorically, You don't think you can use that as a metaphor either? Ha? Then why did you just feel bad about not being able to get a beanpole right? Or even doubt your abilities? Honey, you don't even know how good you are. Look at that. You're good looking, aren't you? Lin Chen broke his hand and indexed up. Generally like you, such a beautiful woman. Are bad-tempered. Holding beautiful murder. But you are not only gentle and considerate, but also never lose your temper. And you're especially good at giving emotional value. Emotional value, you know? It's when you praise me when I do something right, which makes me happier, and when I do something wrong, you don't get angry. You encourage me instead. That's a rare and valuable advantage. You can't find one person in 10,000 who has it. But wife, you do. How great you are. The more he talked, the more he got excited. And wife, you're so emotionally stable. No matter what I do, even if I mess up, you won't blame me. In your encouragement, I'll do better and better. You see how good you are? The series of compliments made Sumi's tears fall from her ears. She had never thought that she actually had so many good qualities in Lin Chen's eyes as well. Lin Chen was anxious. Don't cry. Wife, did I say something wrong? Seeing you cry makes my heart break. Sumi pressed her face against his chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, her emotions finally calming down. She whispered, Honey, you're so sweet. Being sick for so long, she had felt too much human warmth. When I initially went to see a psychiatrist, I saw many family members of depressed people. and at first it was fine. Most were extremely patient, but after a long time, patience was gradually exhausted, and they began to get impatient. Cold violence isn't the worst of it. What is frightening is the verbal abuse of the patient by family members, suspicion of faking illness or even outright action, all of which are the culprits that pushed the depressed patient into the abyss. Sumi could feel that she had just been in a bad mood, but she had stopped taking her medication a long time ago. At that moment, she desperately wished that Lin Chen could hold her, could give him strength. And Lin Chen did, not only comforting her, but identifying so many of her strengths that even she hadn't realized. Okay, honey, don't you cry. Lin Chen tenderly wiped away Sumi's tears and held her hand, saying, we haven't cooked yet. I'll teach you how to choose your vegetables, okay? People with depression are extremely vulnerable and sometimes the slightest thing can set them off. It's not pretense, it's pathology. What Sumi needed at this point was to get busy. If she was left to sit here alone, she might have to ramble on again. Sumi nodded. Good. The two of them returned to the kitchen. Lin Chen moved a stool over and sat across from Sumi, picking up a bean horn and saying, honey, look, there are tendons on both sides of this bean horn. If you don't tear it off, you'll stuff your teeth when you eat it, and at times like this, you need to pinch off a small section of the head, and see, does the tendon just follow? Lin Chen said and handed Sumi the torn-off tendon to look at. Sumi's eyes widened. What if it breaks? If it's broken? It's broken. Lin Chen picked up another beanstalk and handed it to Sumi. It's not a big deal. Just pinch off both ends. Here, you try. Sumi hesitantly took the beanstalks and followed Lin Chen's example, tearing off the tendons. As a whole tendon was ripped off, she exclaimed, honey, look, I did it. At this moment, Sumi was as happy as a child. Lin Chen smiled back. You're awesome, wife. I'll leave the rest of these to you. I'll continue to handle the other dishes. Sumi was just at the time of novelty, and without lifting her head, she nodded her head and said, good. The two of them split the work and worked for almost an hour to put together a meal. Braised sea bass, half battered, stir-fried panko with string beans, cooked but too salty. Cola chicken wings look quite good, but in reality, Lin Chen treats sugar as salt, and when he takes a bite, it's so sweet that his throat is snarled. Lastly, there was a pea-tipped skinny egg soup left over, which was savory and delicious. The two ate and laughed in unison. No more food. Lin Chen snatched Sumi's chopsticks. Come on, let's go to the noodle shop in front of the neighborhood to eat noodles. Sumi, however, refused. No, this is the first meal you've cooked for me. I must eat it at home. Saying that, he then picked up a chopstick of seasonal beans, mixed with a big mouthful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth, saying somewhat vaguely, it's salty, but it's good for dinner. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and sat back down on the stool. Alright then, a little salty is fine. We still have coconut milk anyway. With that, he went to the refrigerator and took out 2 coconuts, inserted straws, and handed one to Sumi. Here, wife, to celebrate the first meal we made together. Cheers. Chapter 113 Sumi's OL outfit. It was a meal that didn't taste as good as it could have, but both of them ate it to their heart's content. After the meal, Sumi again made a fuss about helping with the dishes, and was forced to sit on the sofa by Lin Chen. Honey, you have such beautiful hands. Where would I want you to wash the dishes? Lin Chen solemnly said. Sit obediently. This kind of rough work, hubby will do it. Listen. Sumi looked at his doting eyes and couldn't help but smile. Good. After cleaning up the house, it was getting late, so Sumi first took a shower and went back to her room, ready to sleep. Who expected her to see a bag sitting in the corner? What is it? Sumi was a bit curious and couldn't help but pick it up. Who expected what was in the bag? But it made her blush instantly. What was contained inside was, quite literally, a black professional sheath dress, only compared to the formal professional clothes. This set of clothes in front of me, the quality is obviously much worse. And not only was the quality less than stellar, the dress skirt was much shorter, especially the skirt, which was short enough to cover the base of the thighs. The top is also tight and small. Underneath the bag, there were actually stockings and a pair of black shoes with thin heels. Sumi wasn't a teenage girl anymore, so she naturally recognized the purpose of the clothes at a glance. It's clearly an erotic suit. Thinking about what Lin Chen had told her back at the botanical gardens, she blushed even more. That person, who clearly even bought the clothes, was pretending to ask her opinion. Sumi felt her face burning more and more, so she simply threw her clothes back into the bag and lay down on the bed. But she was lying on her back, tossing and turning, and she couldn't help glancing at the bag. For this kind of dress, she had never seen it before, let alone worn it. But when she thought of Lin Chen's expectant eyes, she felt a little guilty in her heart. Lin Chen treats her so well, but she can't even fulfill this little wish. Sumi looked at the bag, and eventually her heart gave out and she climbed back up. She went out to look around first, listening to the water not stopping in the bathroom, before heading back to the bedroom, then quickly changed his clothes. The dress runs small, but it is elasticized and fit easily. Sumi looked at herself in the mirror and blushed so red that she almost burned. She used to wear professional suits, naturally, but like this set in front of me, such a shameful style, but it is the first time to wear. But, Sumi glanced down, her heart faintly welling up with anticipation. What would Lin Chen's reaction be if he dressed like this? Surprise? Excited? Just as I was thinking about it, the water in the bathroom stopped. Sumi was startled, and hurriedly turned off the light and crawled to the bed, and as soon as her high heels were off, her entire body burrowed under the covers, revealing only a pair of eyes. The door to the room opened as footsteps approached. Lin Chen walked in wrapped in a bath towel and was a bit puzzled. Strange. Are you asleep, wife? Why are the lights off so early? Sumi replied shyly. Not asleep yet. Then why are the lights off? Lin Chen scratched the back of his head. I'll turn the lights on or I won't be able to see anything. No lights. Sumi's voice rose steeply. Lin Chen was startled and hurriedly said, Fine, fine. No lights. No lights. Don't get excited. With that, he wiped out and headed for the bed. Who expected that just then? His feet stepped on the high heels that Sumi had taken off. He stumbled and nearly fell. Strange. I stepped on something. As he said this, he bent down to touch it. That touch led to the high-heeled shoe. Sumi wore flat slippers at home, and as soon as these high-heel shoes entered his hands, Lin Chen instantly stared in disbelief. These shoes. It couldn't be the same pair he bought. Could it? Honey, are you okay? Sumi lay in bed a little worried. Lin Chen, however, was excited. Honey, I'm fine. I'm coming over. As he spoke, he had already touched the bed, lifted the covers and pounced on Sumi. As expected, it was just as he expected. Baby wife not only found the clothes he brought back, she had a heart to put them on and fulfill his wish. Sumi was wrapped in Lin Chen's arms and was too shy to open her eyes even without the lights on. But feeling Lin Chen's excitement, she also felt incomparably satisfied in her heart. The night is still young. A good night's sleep in the springtime. Day 2. The two slept until 10 o'clock before waking up. Sumi curled up in Lin Chen's arms, only feeling that her body was so sore that she couldn't even open her eyes. Lin Chen looked at her favorably and said softly, Wife, it's time to get up and eat breakfast. I don't want to eat. Sumi shook her head and simply turned her back and retreated under the covers, even covering her head. Lin Chen nearly burst out laughing and shook his head. Then you continue to sleep. I'll go out and buy food and come back. Let's have hot pot for lunch today, okay? Sumi Not sure if she heard him or not. Lin Chen tiptoed up, washed up and then went out to the food market. After yesterday's lesson, he was going to skip the stir-fry today. It's never a mistake to make fondue, is it? I bought a ton of vegetables and meat and even a variety of meatballs and seafood and hot pot ingredients, and returned home fully loaded. It was a coincidence that Lin Chen had just entered his home when it was raining heavily outside. Sumi was still sleeping. He had bought buns and millet porridge back. Thinking of last night's craziness, he didn't bother her. He just warmed up the breakfast in the pot, and then went about his business. First, the induction cooker was moved to the living room. Then various meat dishes were cleaned and processed and laid out one by one. The rain outside was getting heavier and falling and clattering on the awning. A perfect day for sleeping. After Lin Chen had prepared all the things needed for the hot pot, he then went into the room to tell Sumi to get up. Honey, get up for lunch. Breakfast can be skipped, but not lunch. Sumi finally opened her eyes and said in a daze, It's raining? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. That's how this season is. Heavy rain falls when it says so. Get up. I've squeezed the toothpaste for you. Sumi cringed and stretched her arms out from under the covers. Hugs. Lin Chen laughed and shook his head. You. With that, he picked her up. Sumi, who had just woken up, was a lot bolder than her usually mobile and shy appearance. It was actually spoiling for Lin Chen to carry her to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Chen naturally begged for it. It's a rare occasion for a baby wife to be pampered, and it's a godsend. After he carried Sumi into the bathroom, Sumi finally came to her senses completely, and then threw him out. What the hell? Lin Chen was outside the bathroom in tears. Sumi looked at the squeezed toothpaste and revealed a sweet smile. This is the life you want for yourself, right? That's so nice. After washing up, the two sat down at the table. Sumi was surprised and delighted as she looked at the table full of ingredients and the aromatic hot pot. Lin Chen put the tablet with the selected movie away, then made a pleased gesture. Princess, please dine. Chapter 114 Inverted Big Dipper. If you want to say what goes best with weekends, it's rainy days and fondue. It's even better when you have your beloved around and a movie of your choice. Lin Chen was next to Sumi. scolding her meat and giving her food, discussing the plot of the movie every now and then. When I had eaten and cleaned up the dishes, I lay back under the covers and played games on my cell phone, and couldn't have been happier. This weekend had been one of the best and happiest he'd had in the last 20 years or so. Happy enough to play games until 12 at night and sleep straight through the next day. It's over. It's over. I'm going to be late for work. Lin Chen glanced at the alarm clock and saw that it was already 8:30, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Yesterday, he was so happy at home with Sumi that he swore that he would get up early and make breakfast for Sumi himself. So a call was made to Auntie Cho so that she didn't have to come over in the morning. As it turned out, I slept until 8:30. It is known that it takes half an hour to drive from home to work without traffic. This will be the rush hour. Lin Chen didn't dare to think about it anymore, and he got dressed on his hands and knees in preparation for washing up. He is the department manager, and now the work is at a critical moment. If he is late, how bad the impact will be. Sumi was woken up and said in a daze, "Hubby, what time is it?" 8:30. Lin Chen buttoned his clothes in a panic and urged, "Wife, you sleep a little longer. I'll order you a KFC breakfast takeout on the way later, and have Auntie Jo come over at noon to make you a soup. I'll go to work first. It's going to be late." Sumi finally came to her senses and couldn't help but laugh at his flustered appearance. "Anyway, you're the manager. And didn't your general manager say that you don't need to punch in and out of work?" Lin Chen wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "That's true, but I have to set a good example for my men, right?" At that, he froze. Strange, did I tell you I don't have to punch in for this? When he first became this manager, it was Long Wonjo Cherry's secretary, Kai Meng, who told him that he didn't have to be too rigid about the time he commuted to and from work, and that sometimes he didn't have to report specifically when he went out, much less go back and punch a clock. But I don't think he's mentioned it to Sumi. Sumi froze and laughed, said, "So, before you got off work early to take me out on a date, that's when you would tell me." Lin Chen shook his head. "That's probably because I forgot about it. You go back to sleep. I'm going out later." With that, he hurried off to the restroom. By the time he shuffled out, Sumi had actually gotten up as well and was sitting in the living room watching her. "Didn't I tell you to get some more sleep?" Lin Chen was a little heartbroken. "It's all my fault. I forget the time when the game is played. I played the game so late last night, forgetting that your body is only just right. It's not suitable for staying up all night." Sumi looked at him with arched eyebrows. "How can I blame you? It's because I just learned how to play the game and I'm a bit addicted. I'll go back to catch up on my sleep when you're at work. I want to walk you out the door, just like on TV." The wife sends her husband out the door to work and waits at home for him to come back from work. "How nice." Lin Chen smiled back and said while changing his shoes. "Good." When he changed his shoes, Sumi walked over and patted over to give him a kiss on the cheek. "Hubby, be safe on your way to work. Remember to eat breakfast and come home early from work. I'll be waiting for you at home. I love you." The last three words were so low that they were barely audible. Lin Chen froze for a moment. "What did you say, wife?" "Nothing. Get to work." Sumi pushed Lin Chen out of the door without a word. After closing the door, she leaned against it and couldn't help but raise a hand to cover her face. The temperature of his face was a little hot. Instead, she laughed silently. This kind of ordinary life is the happiest. When Lin Chen went out, it was already almost 8:50, and he was going to be late for this shift today. No matter what, it's no use being in a hurry when it's already happened. He simply ordered a breakfast for Sumi before driving to the office. On the way, he dialed Jiang Yao's number again. "Lin Chen?" Jiang Yao was a bit puzzled. "Why haven't you come to the company today? The guys are all talking about it. Not that you can't be late. The main thing is that for the past few days, Lin Chen has been very active at work, going to work at 9 o'clock every day and arriving at almost 8 o'clock to start working hard. Today, however, it's 9 o'clock and I haven't seen anyone." The crowd inevitably felt puzzled. Lin Chen laughed bitterly. "I overslept. I'm on my way to the office now. Order a KFC breakfast for me. Remember to ask for ice American. Can't even clear this head without a little bitter." Jiang Yao immediately hemmed and hawed. "You kid also have today? Ha 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 ha. It's not impossible to help you a little. Call out to your righteous father to hear it?" Lin Chen rolled his white eyes. "You kid, believe it or not I'll transfer your desk to the toilet door." "That I really don't believe." Jiang Yao disliked it, then added, "Alright, seriously, hurry over here. I heard Yilu say that she's planning to do the pilot today." "Ha?" Lin Chen froze. Although it has long been decided that before the official start of the broadcast, first a pilot to find the feeling, there is not right place or timely correction. But now that we're still half a month away from 6/18, this is going to be a pilot? He wasn't half prepared for it. Jiang Yao was probably hiding in the toilet. The surroundings were very quiet. I originally thought it was a bit fast too. But you know that person of hers. I suspect that in addition to her intelligence, The only word left in her head is the word involution. Calling it desperation doesn't even begin to cover it. And as I just said, we're doing the pilot today, and it's only for people in our department. Then 2 days of adjustments based on your performance today, and another audition that's just for the whole company. By the time it's qualified, it will then face the netizens and expand the audience one level at a time, no matter what, to make sure that on the day of the official 618 live broadcast, it's foolproof. Lin Chen's heart jumped as he listened, regretting for the first time that he had given Yi Lu so much power. Then again, he can't be blamed for that. After all, he has a half a bit of work experience as not a person. Was rushed to the duck on the shelf as a department manager. Not to mention these planning, even management work is a black eye. It's so hard to come by a giant from a big factory. This mustn't be able to do more than one thing? Dude, why do I feel like you're being a manager with no semblance of dignity? Jiang Yao sent out a soulful question. You don't even know. Listening to Yi Lu blah 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 there, I have the illusion that it's as if she's the department manager and you're just a small anchor under her. Simply inverted Big Dipper. He solemnly said, as a brother, I don't want to see you being taken over. How about getting the rights back? As long as you ask, Buddy will immediately help you with your yellow robe and take back what belongs to you. Chapter 115 Taking Away Power? Taking power? For a moment, Lin Chen was really moved by Jiang Yao's words. He is the manager. By a small planner to support the round and round called How the Matter? But soon, he came to his senses again. No matter how powerful that Yi Lu was, she was still just someone under her own command, and her position as manager would definitely not change. Someone is willing to do the hard work for them, but they are racking their brains trying to get the hard work back. Lin Chen cursed at the cell phone. You kids have all the bad ideas. Cut Yi Lu's power. You'll deal with the department's affairs. Ah, do you understand? Jiang Yao was momentarily speechless. He doesn't get it either. Come on, at the end of the day, you're the one who recruited the people. Lin Chen sighed. If she can do it, it saves me work, doesn't it? It's a passive involution, but at least you don't have to worry about it. Maybe with Yelio around, they can even revitalize the live department. Won't you get benefits for nothing then? Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment before saying, but aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will see her abilities and just run you down and put her on top? Lin Chen was directly silenced by his dry words. It's still a real possibility. He himself has no status and no background. And so does Yi Lu. And Yelio is also smart and capable. One person topping 10. What if the top really thinks she's better and strokes herself down? For the first time, Lin Chen had a sense of crisis. It's not that he's much of a careerist. It's mostly that he's married now and has a wife to support. Now sitting in the manager's position, getting $300,000 a year, plus year-end bonus and performance. It is more than enough to support his wife and even his children in the future. You can even live comfortably and save some money to buy a house later. But if you get stroked, your paycheck must plummet. Lin Chen's heart ached as long as he thought that his precious wife might be forced to go out to work for money because of his lack of motivation. A wife that gentle and beautiful deserves to be kept at home and carefree. At this moment, he made up his mind. You're right, Lin Chen said with a straight face. It's time to work harder. Jiang Yao immediately came into the spirit. You're going to stroke Yi Lu down? This isn't even past the trial period. There is a 1-month trial period. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said, you're stupid. What's the point of stroking such a good employee? She's gone and you're coming to work? I'm trying to say that I've got to work a little harder. And we'll all roll together to make me irreplaceable as a manager. Isn't it just an inside role? Like who wouldn't? Who's afraid of who? Jiang Yao was dumbfounded. Ha? Brother, you're playing for real? It's okay for a department to have a king of inward roles like Yi Ryu, but now they're still rolling? Lin Chen nodded. Nonsense. You think I'm joking with you? Not to mention me. You, the assistant manager, also have to roll, or else if I try hard, and the top can't stroke me, maybe they'll stroke you, and let Yi Lu top your position as the assistant manager. Holy! Jiang Yao was dumbfounded and immediately said, I know. Don't worry. I'll keep it more rolled than you. Are you kidding? The assistant manager makes 15,000 a month. If this is gone, where can I cry? The two of them chatted along the way, and Lin Chen finally arrived at the company. It was almost 10 o'clock when I got out of the elevator. Everyone in the office looked over. Lin Chen's old face blushed. That road was a bit stuck in traffic, so it was a bit late. With that, he forced a change of subject. You guys are in a meeting. Ha! Manager, you're finally here. Yi Lu immediately greeted him. We're discussing the first trial broadcast. Can you see when is the right time to start? Lin Chen mentally sighed. Let me have breakfast first. How about starting again in the afternoon? Yi Lu naturally would not refuse, and pulled the others to arrange the specifics of the pilot. How about that? I told you so. Jiang Yao followed Lin Chen back to his office, banging on the table. This really rolls up and doesn't want to die. How hard do we both have to work to compare her and not get stroked out by the top people Yi Lu to have academic qualifications, to have experience. Experience. Work attitude is not to be picked. You're comparing your life to hers? Lin Chen ate his burger in 3 bites and took another sip of his iced Americano. The distinctive bitter flavor of coffee filled his mouth, causing him to squint, always completely refreshed. Don't think about it, just do it. Lin Chen let out a long breath and smoothly took the product information next to him and flipped through it. Although all the company's products had long been familiarized during this time, it never hurts to familiarize yourself with them a bit more. Jiang Yao, however, was anxious. Brother, you're going to be an anchor soon. As long as you broadcast well, this manager's position won't escape. What should I do? I'm an assistant manager and I'm at her beck and call all day long. I don't even know what to do and which direction to work in. He was just like Lin Chen, studying in college and going to graduate school, not to mention the experience of being a leader. He didn't even have much experience of being a social animal. Now it's coldly said to get ahead and work hard. So there has to be a direction. Lin Chen sighed. Are you stupid? How many positions do we have in our department now? Jiang Yao broke his fingers and counted up. 2 live broadcast assistants, an art worker, a planner, and a sweeper ant. Leaving me with you. Lin Chen pursued. Don't you think something is missing? Ha? Jiang Yao scratched the back of his head. What's missing? Isn't this quite complete? To finance, the company has a finance department. To personnel, the company also has. What other position is missing from this little place in the live department? Stupid ass. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. Market research, ah brother. Ha? Jiang Yao opened his mouth wide. But there is a marketing department. What more market research? Aren't we the 2 of us from the marketing department? If they're still recruiting market research, what's a company's marketing department for? Lin Chen closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. The company's marketing department. That's investigating something else. Our live broadcasting department. Doing business online. We, Honey Bio, have no online sales so far, and now that we are going to do it, then we definitely need to do the research and wait until the live broadcast starts, and the market feedback and so on. These can't be given to the marketing department as well, can they? After talking for half a day, Jiang Yao finally understood. You want me to do this part right? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. That Yi Lu is indeed all-powerful, but she hasn't grown 3 heads and 6 arms, so she's definitely too busy. I just need to get this part right, then I'll be irreplaceable, and I won't have to worry about getting stroked from the top as assistant manager. Jiang Yao became more and more excited as he snapped his fingers. Brother, it's still you. I'm going back to work. Lin Chen lost his smile and continued to read the information. After looking at it for no more than a moment, he suddenly thought of something, took his cell phone, and dialed Sumi's number. The phone quickly connected, and Sumi's gentle voice came over. What's wrong with your husband? Honey, there's good news for you. Chapter 116. Spell it out for your wife and kids. Sumi was a bit confused. What good news? Lin Chen said smugly. I'm not going to be the anchor. To bring goods to the company live, there is a trial broadcast this afternoon. This pilot, I guess it's just for people in our department. Do you want to come see it? Although he was indeed nervous about making a mistake, he wanted his baby wife to see this first live broadcast of his life. Sumi froze for a moment before saying, but, you're small-scale pilot. I'm an outsider. Can I watch it? You're not the outsider. Lin Chen retorted. You're my wife. Of course you can watch, as long as you want to. I'll let the planner give you access, and when the time comes, you'll just get a number to enter the live broadcast and squat. Look at how your husband works in front of the camera. Sumi let out a giggle, but then added, but won't you be nervous if I watch? Nervous? That would be too much. Lin Chen wailed in his heart, but no matter how nervous he was, he wanted Sumi to come. I'm nervous, but the thought of you, my wife, in front of the camera gives me courage, Lin Chen said with a straight face. So wife, do you want to come? Sumi no longer hesitated and directly agreed. Okay, then when the time comes, you'll send me the link to the live broadcast room. Only after saying so did Lin Chen hang up the phone and continue to look through the product information. Afternoon. Yelu set up the broadcast room early. A live room with a password was purposely set up so that only those with the password could enter the room. Lin Chen is doing the makeup. Just then, Jiang Yao suddenly slapped his thigh. That's not right. All eyes looked over. Jiang Yao wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at Yilu. Planner Yi. This manager's publicity photos have been taken and the posters have been made, right? Lu Junfei, who was on the side, nodded his head in a hurry. It's been done a long time ago. Worked overtime to make it. What about publicity? Jiang Yao spread his hands out. This doesn't see any publicity either? Usually a product has to be advertised to build momentum, either by spending money on offline advertising, such as bus stop signs and the like, either that or spend money on marketing online. In short, you have to let everyone know that your product is going to be listed for live sale, so that buyers know that it's happening. But now that the photos have been taken and the posters made, how come we don't see any publicity? There's no half-assed word on the internet that Honey Bio is going to do online sales. Lin Chen also reacted and looked at Yi Lu. Yi Lu smiled. Don't worry, I've already contacted 10 marketing numbers. Offline publicity side has also been punched, just waiting for the money to be in place. Publicity posters sent over. Can start. Lin Chen became more and more puzzled. Waiting for the money to come in? There's no money? Can't you just ask the finance department for permission? Now that the live broadcast department is a separate out of the company, wanting to take a new route, this kind of thing, the financial side is absolutely impossible to get stuck and not give money. Yi Lu shook his head. Nonetheless, it's not a matter of money. What was that question? Everyone's ears perked up. Yi Lu looked at Lin Chen. Of course it's your problem. Manager, you have never done a live broadcast before. It can be said that half of the experience, in case the publicity went out, the public have recognized you as the anchor. But you cannot manage to wait until the day of 618. How to do? The crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Chen, however, suddenly realized, you want to wait for my trial broadcast to end and judge whether to let me be the anchor based on my performance, or to replace me at that time, don't you? That's right. Yi Lu nodded. Our department, 618 this time can be said to open the door to the first gun. Must be hit. Cannot afford to lose half a point. So Lin Chen, you're a spare tire that can be replaced at any time. Zhang Yao laughed out loud. The others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Come on. I know what you mean. It's better this way. I'm not that stressed. Keep the makeup on, and get it done as soon as possible. After saying that, he added, by the way, give me one of the room codes. Yi Lu was a bit puzzled. Manager, your friend is coming? Lin Chen directly said. My wife wants to see it, so I'll give her one of the passwords, and she'll come into the room then as well. Regarding the matter of Lin Chen's wife, the entire company felt that it belonged to Schrodinger's wife. After all, the previous Yu Lingyan thing was kind of a big deal, and everyone knew that Lin Chen claimed to have a wife and couldn't get a photo or marriage certificate. Even when I had my picture in the department last week, it was just a slightly blurry single picture, pretty as a net picture. Except for Zhang Yao, no one has seen a photo of the two together. Therefore, when Lin Chen said wife, the crowd was unimpressed. Sun Ying also couldn't help but say, Manager, you're really married? Then how else could it be fake? Lin Chen was a bit helpless, so he said, although married, but my wife's health is not good, so I have not yet organized a wedding. So when she gets well later, I will organize a wedding and definitely invite you. Each of you don't believe me. When the time comes to hold the banquet, none of the red envelopes will be able to run away. The crowd was laughing and joking, and no one took it to heart. Lin Chen didn't want to emphasize this matter anymore, so he simply let them change the subject. Soon, he was done with his makeup. I have to say, girls are still very talented in this area. Under Zhu Jingyan's and Sun Ying's makeup techniques, Lin Chen, who was already sunny and handsome, looked more and more handsome. Manager, I don't think you should come as some kind of social animal. Yi Lu exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Like you, with this looks, you can directly be a netizen and earn definitely more than you as a manager. Others chimed in. Lin Chen, however, shook his head. Forget it. First of all, he is not interested in being a netizen. Study that someone took a picture of him and posted it on the confession wall. A small fire for a while. Then someone asked him to sign up to be a host. He refused. Secondly, he is now a seller anchor. His baby wife is a little worried about jealousy. Really want to be a netizen. That's not going to be good? He can't afford to make his wife feel bad. A real waste. Yi Lu sighed, then greeted the crowd and went to the live room. The entire 8th floor was the territory of the live broadcasting department, and Lin Chen had specially vacated a room to be used for live broadcasting. Now the room is thoroughly furnished. In addition to the company's products as a backdrop, the live streaming was set up in a stylish location. We sell skincare products and our audience is chic and pretty girls, so the live room definitely needs to be chic as well to entice people to stay. Yi Lu explained. Manager, what about this audition today? The audience is only a few people from our department, but we will be sitting in front of you, and this is also in the hope that you can overcome your fear of facing the camera. Is that okay? Lin Chen was indeed a bit nervous, yet he still nodded and said, no problem. He fought to make money to support his wife and any future children that might arrive. Sun Shadow helped set up the camera, and the broadcast was about to begin. Just then, Lin Chen was suddenly waving his hand. Wait, is my wife here yet? Chapter 117. Is your wife a heavenly fairy? The crowd was all nervously waiting for the first trial broadcast, when Lin Chen coldly came with this sentence, instantly destroying the atmosphere altogether. Yi Lu couldn't help but sigh. Manager, are your wife a heavenly fairy? I've never seen a man so clingy to his wife. Why don't you put someone in the company if your true feelings are so good? Wouldn't it be nice to be kept in a casual position of leisure and be opposite each other day and night? Jiang Yao, who was on the side, spat out without mercy. But this kid is claiming that his wife is more beautiful than a heavenly fairy. Manly man, every day to hang his wife on the mouth, all ing into the wife stone. What rake ears, with you as a friend I feel ashamed. As soon as the words fell, Xu Jingyan, who was sitting next to him, stood up violently, and then a foot on his foot. Ah ha ha ha. Jiang Yao instantly rolled to the ground, holding his feet and screaming miserably. The 10 fingers were connected to each other, and Xu Jingyan wore a thin high heel, so this kick almost broke his toes. The crowd was stunned. Xu Jingyan looked at Jiang Yao with a smile on her face. Aya, assistant manager. Sorry I didn't stand still and accidentally stepped on you. Are you alright? Jiang Yao were dare to say that something is wrong. Miserable face squeeze out a smile. No, nothing. Sun Shadow, who was sitting on the other side, rushed to help him. Jiang Yao's face became even more ugly with fear, desperately shaking his head. No. I can stand up by myself, so I won't trouble you to help me. Kidding aside, he almost got his toes stepped on when he said the wrong thing. If this gets any other woman involved, then I guess I'll have to sleep on the toilet tonight. Barely satisfied with his performance, Xu Jingyan grunted and sat back down again. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked on. What's it called? Eat the salted fish to quench your thirst. Jiang Yao, this kid, looks at the other person, Xu Jingyan, who is pretty, then he can only put up with the other person's princess disease. But fortunately, his own precious wife was both beautiful and gentle, and would never be able to do this to himself. Lin Chen cast a sympathetic look at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao wanted to cry, silently climbed up and sat back in the chair, but quietly tucked his feet inside, afraid that if he accidentally said the wrong thing again, he would get another visit. That's really killing me. Right at this moment, Yi Lu suddenly spoke up. Someone has entered the room. Lin Chen hurriedly went to look at his cell phone screen and saw a viewer with the nickname Little B enter the live broadcast room. B? He smiled and said evenly. Honey, is that you? B quickly replied back. It's me. When does the live broadcast start? Oh yo, the manager's wife is here. That nickname. It looks like a soft girl, and I wonder how pretty one has to be to marry a man as handsome as the manager. The crowd murmured, especially LV Junfei, the one who had the worst uproar. He even typed in the live broadcast, Sister-in-law, I'm the art worker under the manager. I've heard a lot about you. How are you? Lin Chen immediately pulled his face down. What's going on? My wife is not well and thin-skinned. She just came to see me live. You guys are not allowed to talk nonsense, or you will have a good time. Lu Junfei bristled. Manager, you have a wife who is a heavenly fairy. Can you blame us for being curious? The others nodded in agreement. Lin Chen didn't have the heart to say, even if she's a heavenly fairy, she's still my wife. What's it got to do with you guys? All sit still and get ready for the audition. Home. Sumi was lying on the rattan chair, listening to the sounds of talking coming from the live broadcast room, a face that was red with shame. She had expected that with Lin Chen's nature, she definitely couldn't help but show off to others. But I didn't realize he was out there, actually saying he married a heavenly fairy? If this let the people in the company know that he was marrying himself, then I'm afraid I won't have the face to work in the company in the future. The more she thought about it, the more shy she felt, and her mind made up its mind. When Lin Chen came back, I'd have to tell him not to flaunt it so much, especially photos that can't get out. On the company's side, the crowd had enough gossip and finally got to the point. Manager, sit over here a bit. I'll help you debug the beauty parameters. Sunning stood next to Lin Chen, adjusting the parameters on his cell phone. Yi Lu wrinkled his eyebrows and said, Xiaoying, the manager has this look. Do you still need to turn on the beauty face? Don't turn on the beauty face later but make his face deformed instead. The effect is not that good. The original camera was cool enough. No need to add to it, right? Sunning said with a straight face. You don't know this, do you? No matter how handsome the manager is, he's still a vegetarian. And there's no comparison to a 360-degree deathless star. There are little flaws in the face that must be compensated for with beauty. After all, we sell goods, and we wanted to go the face route in the first place. Suck it up first, then sell it to make sure it's alright. As she spoke, she had quickly adjusted the beauty parameters. Lin Chen patted over to take a look and was instantly shocked. Just see, the makeup was originally handsome and forceful self. In the beauty of the adjustment, the value of the straight line up, comparable to Peng Yuyan. Holy, this is too much? Zhang Yao held up his cell phone to the side of Lin Chen's face and looked around. Is this reasonable? In person, if it's a 7, then live, the face is a straight 9. The few remaining people were also shocked. Lu Junfei was even more excited. No wonder people say we are the top 3 evil arts in Asia. 2 good sisters. Can you help me put on some makeup too? I also want to be a male god. Sun Ning gave him a blank look. The hardware is so bad that makeup is useless. It hurts too much. Lu Junfei let out a wail, causing the crowd to laugh. Just then, Lin Chen was suddenly looking at the camera. Wife, see, is your husband handsome? Sumi on the other end instantly laughed out loud, but his hand was unable to resist intercepting a picture. His heart was happy. I didn't expect that the first thing Lin Chen would do after putting on his makeup was to think about himself. So that was nice. Okay, enough fooling around, it's time to get down to business. Yi Lu slapped his palm and signaled the crowd to sit back in their chairs, then said to Lin Chen, Manager, we're the audience for the rest of the day, so you can just pretend that this is an official live broadcast. Start promoting our company's products to the camera. And you don't have to worry about saying the wrong thing. It's just a pilot. Sun Ning also nodded along. I'm here. When it's officially live, it's usually roughly scripted. Manager, if you forget your words or get cold feet, just touch me with your foot and I'll pick up the conversation. She already had experience as an on-air assistant and was a dab hand at doing this. Lin Chen nodded and took a deep breath. Then I will begin. As soon as the words left her mouth, there was a familiar sound of high heels outside the door. It was followed by a knock on the door. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Zhang Yao couldn't help but say, this voice, the GM is here? Chapter 118, Sumi's Regret. A footstep can be heard. You know so much about women. Assistant manager? LV Junfei has a straight heart. Zhang Yao's face turned green, and he lifted his feet up almost instantly, fearing that Zhu Jingyan would step on his feet again accidentally. Lin Chen quickly interrupted and said, well, go open the door and see if you don't know. Lu Junfei was close to the door and rushed over to open it. Standing outside the door was, indeed, Long Wenjuan Sakura, General Manager. What brings you here? Lu Junfei was startled. Lin Chen hurriedly led the crowd to welcome them. General Manager, please go inside. When Long Wenjuan saw him, a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. More than that, it was a delight that couldn't be hidden. As a poor mountain valley climbed out of the Golden Phoenix, Long Wenjuan's career and ambition can be said to crush the world. 99% of the people. No one desires power and money more than she does. And the stress of working hard always needs a way to be relieved. The path chosen by Ryu Manzakura is a variety of beautiful young men. Outside of work, her biggest hobby is to go to various bars and order male models, or to hunt around the university. Of course, all of this was hidden from outsiders, and except for a few of her closest friends who knew she had this habit, everyone else saw her as the high-strung femme fatale. And after guessing that Lin Chen might be the chairman's illegitimate son, Long Wenjo Sakura was moved. As long as you get Lin Chen in your hands and get a license without any problems, do you still have to worry about getting good resources? And what pleased her the most was that not only was Lin Chen's status remarkable, his looks were even more so. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Long Wenjuan Sakura sized up Lin Chen, and the more she looked at him, the more satisfied she felt. Lin Chen was made uncomfortable by her look and quickly slipped away under the pretense of making tea, leaving the others staring at each other in disbelief. Yi Lu spoke tentatively. General Manager, you came down today too. Oh, I heard from Secretary Tsai that you guys are going to have a pilot today. Long Wenjo Sakura looked around the live broadcast room and nodded in satisfaction. I happen to have nothing to do this afternoon, so I thought I'd come over to see how you guys are doing with your work. Yelio sighed in relief. Just don't come looking for a fight. He then hurriedly introduced the pilot to Ryu Manzakura. Long Wenjo was interested. I thought you guys would wait until 618 to go straight to it. It's good to experiment in advance. Lin Chen brought over the tea and respectfully sent it to Long Wenjo Cherry. Then his heart began to pray. I hope the big man has his tea and leaves. Otherwise it would be a real stressful situation to have him live in front of the GM, who expected that Long Wenjo was directly saying, what are you sitting for? Start. Don't mind me. I'm just looking around. Just pretend I don't exist. The crowd was confused. Lin Chen was even more bitter in his heart. What do you mean? Pretend she doesn't exist? This person in front of me, that is, in addition to the chairman of the board of directors, the most powerful big brother, with such a big Buddha sitting here, who could ignore it? But it can't be helped. The big man has spoken. What else can be done? Just go for it. Lin Chen sighed and said to Yi Lu and the others, alright, in that case, Let's start the broadcast as originally planned. While at home at this time, Sumi was frowning. Ryuban Sakura didn't appear on camera, but she could hear voices. The other party was promoted by her, so it could be said that in the entire company, no one knew Long Wenjua better than her. This woman, her brain has always been nothing but beautiful boys in addition to the company. A small live department, apparently not enough for her hall general manager to patrol. Then there is only one possibility left. This Long Wenjua cherry. Looking at Lin Chen, Sumi instantly regretted it when she thought of this possibility. It was also his own fault that he had only thought of helping Lin Chen pave the way and properly exercising Lin Chen's abilities, but he had forgotten about this, in case Lin Chen can't resist the temptation. After all, Long Wenjuan Sakura was just under 30 this year, younger than herself, and good-looking, and on the surface, he is a sick child, but Long Wenjun is the general manager of the company, powerful and influential. There is no guarantee that Lin Chen will not change his heart. The more Sumi thought about it, the more she regretted it. But now that it had come to this, it was useless to regret. As she looked at Lin Chen on the screen, she couldn't help but just sigh and murmured, "Hubby, can you resist the temptation? What's done is done. Think of it as a test." Live in the studio, Lin Chen sat down in front of the camera, took a deep breath, and began to get into the mood. Thinking about the state of those anchors, he tried to speak. "Hello viewers." Zhang Yao was drinking water and sprayed out a mouthful of water. "Brother, this is a live broadcast selling goods, not broadcasting a news broadcast. What are you thinking?" The others were laughing even more. Even Long Wenjuan Sakura had a few smiles under her eyes. Lin Chen then responded, Sorry, not much experience. I usually don't watch live streams. Manager, don't rush, take your time." Sunning handed over a glass of water. "This is just the pilot. It's okay, drink some water to calm down." Lin Chen drank water, finally calmed down a few points, and spoke again. "Hello everyone, welcome to the live broadcast. I'm Lin Chen." This phrase, which was also suggested by Sun's shadow, allowed him to say this phrase at the beginning of every live broadcast to deepen the audience's memory points. Everyone was fully focused on observing Lin Chen. Lin Chen gradually became more natural and louder from his initial nervousness and constraints, especially when presenting the product. It is getting more and more fluent and quickly gets into the swing of things. Yi Lu watched and nodded frequently, and kept tapping on the notebook held in his hand to record something. Zhang Yao couldn't help but mentally slander him. No wonder people get into big factories. Look at that work ethic. Absolutely. Long Wenjua Sakura had been sitting beside her, looking at Lin Chen with increasing satisfaction. Originally, she was still thinking that this Lin Chen's background and appearance alone were already perfect, so even if she was a vase, she would still recognize it. A nice vase to buy and display at home is also pleasing to the eye, isn't it? Not to mention the vase, which has a big role to play. But now it seemed that Lin Chen, a person without any live broadcasting experience, was able to perform so well in his first trial broadcast, so he seemed to be a promising one. That would be more to her liking. In the bottom of Long Wenjua Cherry's heart, she had already taken Lin Chen to be in her pocket. Soon, the half-hour-long pilot was over. Lin Chen finished his last sentence, and after Yi Lu shouted to stop, he let out a long breath, only to feel that the clothes behind him were soaked. He couldn't help but grimace. Today is just a trial broadcast, facing the department so few people only are nervous into this. Wait until the 618 official live broadcast, afraid to have to boil. But thinking of the encouraging words his precious wife had just said on the air, he was energized again. No matter what, you have to work hard to keep doing it and make big money so that your wife can live in a big house and never have to worry about money. Good. Very good. Long Wenjuan Sakura was the first to applaud, and the others applauded as well. Lin Chen's old face blushed. Actually, it's not that good, Law. You're doing great. Long Wenjuan stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Manager Lin. Ah, keep up the good work. I'm looking out for you, he said, winking ambiguously at him. Lin Chen instantly froze. This GM just got that wink. It's a misreading on its own. Chapter 119 Auditions. Lin Chen thought about the general manager's popularity on weekdays and only felt that he was overthinking things. Where's the general manager? How can you be that frivolous? Must have misread it myself. Long Wenjuan Sakura didn't stay long and quickly left. Once she was gone, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The GM is no less than the GM. His aura is too powerful. I even slowed down my breathing a bit when she was here just now. Then again, what's she doing here when we're having a pilot? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief at these words. Yi Lu looked at Lin Chen. Manager, did you know? How could I possibly know? Lin Chen was speechless, then added, but the company's products have never done online sales before, and now our department is considered an unprecedented first time. she came to patrol is also normal. Yi Lu mused. The manager is right. Now that the live streaming bandwagon is so hot, and the real economy is not doing too well, if we can succeed, it will be an unprecedented impact on the company. It's normal for the GM to be concerned about us. Sister Willow, that's so stressful for me. Lu Junfei rubbed his hands. According to you, the whole company is staring at us. Success is not even if it fails. The others went a few shades of white. Lin Chen hurriedly said, don't be ridiculous. This hasn't even started yet. Can you look forward to something good? Be a little more ambitious. This interruption finally lightened the mood a bit. Lin Chen waved his hand and said, alright, everyone has worked hard in today's trial broadcast. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Sun, you guys make a note to mark down all the deficiencies in today's trial broadcast. The two nodded their heads in a hurry. Lin Chen finished explaining his work before returning to his office. As soon as he entered, he immediately let out a long breath, then took out his cell phone and dialed Sumi's WeChat video. The video was picked up as soon as it rang. Sumi's pretty face appeared on the screen. Wife. Lin Chen lengthened his tone and pouted. I miss you so much. It feels like I haven't seen you for a long time, and it's hard on my heart. Where is this look any semblance of the earlier sense of leadership in front of the crowd? Sumi was amused and snapped. I've only seen it in the morning. How can you say it's so exaggerated? Lin Chen shook his head and said in a serious manner. It's been said that a day's absence is like 3 autumns. From the time I left the house in the morning until now it's been almost a day, counting up to several years of not seeing each other. Besides, I'm nervous as hell about my audition today, and when I'm nervous, I miss you even more, and if you were by my side, giving me a hug, I'm sure I wouldn't be scared anymore. Sumi giggled. I think you'd be more nervous if I went over there. After saying that, he added, but I see you're broadcasting quite well today. In addition to the beginning of a little nervous to say the wrong words, after the performance that is getting better and better, and even catch up with those professional with the goods anchor. But I'm still nervous. Lin Chen sighed. Before, I just thought of hardening my heart, and I didn't think that being an anchor was so stressful. You don't know that I'm so nervous to speak to the camera. When I think of the whole company staring at our live broadcasting department, Sumi was immediately distressed. Then, how about recruiting an anchor back? Anyway, the company. Your company is so big, there is no lack of this money, right? Hire a professional anchor over. The top of the month is to open 10,000 base salary. If the sale is good, the commission is high, then the profit is also high. How to calculate is not a loss. Taking a step back, even if the anchor you hire doesn't work, you'll just lose a month or two's salary. For Honey Bio, that's money that doesn't even have to be considered. Lin Chen, however, shook his head and said, no, I discussed the disadvantages of hiring an anchor with the planners before. It's too uneconomical. Most of all, the whole company was staring at their new department, and if they made the slightest mistake, they might be criticized. What's more, one's position as manager may not even be secure. The only way he could feel at ease was to take the fight into his own hands and make sure he could give it his all. Anyway, no matter what, I'm going to take this manager's seat. Lin Chen swore. Don't worry, wife. I'll make good money to support my family. I'll make sure you're carefree in this life and don't have to worry about money half the time. Sumi's heart was touched beyond measure, and she couldn't help but feel a few pangs of guilt welling up. Is it really good for you to hide it from Lin Chen like this? But on second thought, she dismissed the idea of confessing. Admittedly, it is true that one's wealth can keep two people from working for the rest of their lives without having to worry about it. But then, who could make sure that Lin Chen could always keep that heart of pure sincerity? It has been said since ancient times that money moves people. Money, which comes with the ability to corrupt. Sumi doesn't want her lover to get lost in money. What she wants is someone who is positive and loves her with all his heart. Love that shouldn't be mixed with anything else. She smiled at the thought and nodded her head. Well, husband, I believe you. You're so good. Surely you can do it. Lin Chen got the encouragement from his precious wife, and immediately, as if he had been pumped with chicken blood, he said with confidence, just wait, wife. I'll definitely make the live broadcasting department work. Then promotion and salary increase. As CEO to welcome. Welcome even if. When the time to make up a century wedding for you. Sumi let out a giggle. Okay, then I'll wear the prettiest wedding dress and a big diamond ring. Okay, I'll get the top designer to design it for you. I also want an outdoor wedding. In a meadow of flowers. No problem. That diamond ring needs to be pink. Yes, Lin Chen answered quickly. And Sumi was even happier to hear it. The two got mushy for a while longer before hanging up the video. At that exact moment, Yelio knocked on the door. Yi planner, what's the matter? Lin Chen immediately pretended to be serious. Yelio handed over a pile of information. Manager, Here's a quick look at the problems I just summarized based on your test broadcast. Ha! Lin Chen froze for a moment. Didn't you have Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ing summarize it? Those two are the on-air assistants. And Sun Shadow has work experience, so she organizes the questions more comprehensively, right? Yi Lu shook his head. They are them, I am me. I am organizing this as a viewer. You can see it first. There are some inappropriate behaviors and words. I've summarized them all and you'll see to it that they are changed. Lin Chen got a bit of a headache. It's reasonable to say that there's still half a month to go before 618. So how can you slow down for a few days when you haven't gotten used to this first pilot yet? As it turned out, this Yelio was good. And less than half an hour after the pilot, the problem was summarized. What the hell kind of extreme role king is this? It seems that what Jiang Yao said was really right. If he didn't work hard, he would definitely be outclassed by this. Lin Chen thought of this, let out a long breath, and took the information in Yi Lu's hand. I know. Don't worry. The next trial broadcast, there shouldn't be any more problems. It can't be helped. Who has a precious wife to support? Fighting to support my wife. Chapter 120. It's all your fault. Shame on you. On the first day of the pilot, Lin Chen was so busy that he didn't even have time to touch the fish. It even broke the mold and brought home a collection of questions that Yelio had put together. As he entered, Sumi came over and took his bag, then saw the information placed inside. What is it? She froze for a moment and held out the information. Just see the various questions written on it. For example, the expression is not natural enough during the live broadcast. For example, the sales pitch is too contrived and doesn't manage to hook the audience into buying. Then there's the lack of vibrant speech, which leads to a somewhat stagnant atmosphere in the booth. All sorts of problems, listed for 2 full nights of I4, followed by a bolded and bolded sentence. Be sure to be careful. Sumi's brow furrowed. On these 2 pieces of paper, so many problems were listed. And even Lin Chen's body was a bit crooked and he didn't sit upright enough. It's like looking for a bone in an egg. Lin Chen changed his shoes, and when he saw her face was grave he was a bit puzzled. Honey, what's wrong? Sumi came over and wrapped her arms around him. Hubby, this assistant of yours, it's too much, isn't it? You're just a newcomer, not a professional anchor, picking so many faults on you at once. Are you intentionally picking a fight? Lin Chen smiled. Yi Lu is not an assistant. It is Jiang Yao. Oh, Jiang Yao is my college classmate and my best brother. I will introduce you to each other when I have the chance. This Yi Lu is Jiang Yao that boy recruited planning? Do not say, not very old. Work that called a powerful. He himself didn't even notice the admiration under his eyes. She's the king of roles out of Assam Baba. Not only does she have a beautiful resume, but her work ethic is also first class. You know I'm a newbie, my first live broadcast. There must be a lot of problems. She can point out the problems so I can change them. It's not called picking a fight. It's called doing it for my own good. Don't worry about it. Sumi looked at him with a frown on his face when he mentioned Yi Lu, and her heart immediately overturned the jar of vinegar. She was still worried during the day that Long Wenjuan, the general manager, would take a shot at Lin Chen. And then, in a flash, another big factory planner pops up? She's pretty, isn't she? Sumi popped up coldly. Lin Chen didn't react and commented. It's not bad looking, but I guess it's because I used to work in a big factory under too much pressure, and my whole body is haggard. Wife, you are not seeing. The first time I saw her in real life, I thought it was a female ghost. Those black eyes were big, and the whole person was half refined, as if she had been sucked dry by her work. Speaking of this, he said with a smug smile, but when I came to our company, I was a good leader, never oppressing the employees, this time to raise down, but there are a few people. Sumi spoke sorrowfully. Oh, so you're heartbroken about her? Lin Chen finally realized that something was wrong. As soon as he turned his head, he met Sumi's sorrowful eyes. He immediately winced. Are you kidding me? She's just an employee under me. What am I heartbroken about her for? I blame my own mouth for speaking half-heartedly. There you go. Baby wife is jealous. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi and kissed her on the cheek, dotingly saying, if I want to be distressed, I'm also distressed by my precious wife. Sumi, however, unprecedentedly pushed him away and grunted. What's the point of feeling sorry for me? Go feel sorry for the employees under you. After all, people who come out of big factories not only have beautiful resumes, but also have first-rate work abilities. The words were spilling over with acidity. Lin Chen cried and laughed, forcing her into his arms, coaxing, good wife. I know I said something wrong. I'm sorry, and you know I'm the leader now, and the people under me are good at their jobs, so that saves me work, doesn't it? They work great and finish their work early. Then I can spare more time to spend with you too. No, be good. Don't be angry. Sumi beamed and refused to look at him. Lin Chen mentally sighed and felt new again. It's rare for a baby wife to be jealous, but it felt good that she was jealous and cared about herself. He continued to coax. Don't say it should be planned. You just ask any other employee. That's what I'm praising. For example, the assistant manager, Jiang Yao. Although I promoted him on the basis of brotherly love, he is obedient. He'll do whatever he's told to do, and he's a good worker. There is also the art worker LV Junfei. Although there is not much work experience and the drawings he makes are average, but he is active and jumpy in nature. And with him and the department, the atmosphere is quite a bit better. I'm praising the planning. It's the same as praising Jiang Yao and the others. Sumi twisted her head, listening to Lin Chen soften his voice to coax herself. In fact, the anger in her heart had long since subsided. However, for Lin Chen to coax himself patiently like this was extremely flattering. When Lin Chen saw that Sumi still refused to speak, he became anxious. Wife, if you keep this up, I'm going to use the truth strike. Sumi froze. What do you mean by truth strike? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and laughed badly. Of course. He picked Sumi up by the waist and walked toward the room. His mouth said, what about the so-called truth strike, which is the legendary bed fights beds in peace? If you can't get it right in bed, you can't get it right in mouth? Sumi suddenly realized, and immediately blushed. Hate, what are you babbling about? Let go of me. As he said that, he struggled. Lin Chen had only wanted to tease her, but by her teasing, he immediately changed his mind. The door to the room closed with a hook of his foot. Springtime. Day 2. Lin Chen was in high spirits when Aunt Jo came to make breakfast. On the contrary, Sumi, a rare shadow appeared under her eyes, obviously not having slept well. Auntie Jo was a bit puzzled. Sugar plum, you have insomnia? Then I'll make you some tranquilizing soup tonight. You can't be sloppy with this body just getting up. You need to make up for it. Sumi's pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but quietly reach out and pinch Lin Chen hard on his waist. It's this guy's fault. She said no and still had to mess around. At the end of the day, a meal that was ready at 7 was put off until 10. He wouldn't stop after he was full at the dinner table, and then he went back to his room for another round of fooling around. And I don't know where he got such good stamina. Lin Chen was in pain, but his face didn't show it. Instead, he held Sumi's hand and gently tickled it in her palm. Sumi was ticklish and laughed out loud when she couldn't hold back for a moment. Auntie Jo was all set to go out when she heard the laughter and paused. When he turned his head, he saw Sumi's angry look and couldn't help but smile as well. The young couple is in good spirits, but it's the old man himself who's talking too much. According to this loving look, I'm afraid it won't take long for the old lady to be upgraded to a grandmother. Aunt Jo smiled and went out, already deciding in her mind to go to the old lady at noon to nag her and say hi. When she left the door, Sumi didn't hold back and directly pinched Lin Chen's waist. Asterisk. It's all your fault. Auntie Jo can see it. Shame on you. Chapter 121. Secretary to the General Manager. Lin Chen ate breakfast under Sumi's sweet attack and went out to work. Now that the work has been finalized, the department is busy. Xu Jingyan and Sun Ing were busy arranging for the live broadcast, while LV Junfei was responsible for making product diagrams. Yelio was even more exaggerated, threatening to make a whole year's schedule of events. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, naturally took Lin Chen's words to heart, sitting in front of his computer and doing serious and incomparable market research. Lin Chen, the department manager, was idle instead. After all, the problems summarized in the pilot broadcast, he has read all of them, and has a revised plan in mind. Now that a second pilot hasn't been scheduled, naturally there's nothing to do. As soon as I got bored, I wanted to video call Sumi. I can't help it. Who makes my baby wife so beautiful that it's hard not to see her for a while? Only the phone on the desk rang instead before the video was even played. Hello? Lin Chen picked up the phone. Manager Lin. It's me. It's actually Kai Meng. Lin Chen instinctively shivered, and what was still half reclining on the chair immediately sat upright. After all, this is the general manager's secretary. In the company does not say a person under 10,000 people. That is not much worse. No slacking off. Kai Meng spoke. Are you free now? Yes. What's the matter? Lin Chen sat more upright. Kai Meng said. Then come up to the general manager's office. The general manager has something for you. Okay. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. The general manager is looking for himself? What can it be? Being approached by a leader at work is just like being approached by a teacher at school, and you're scared to talk about it. But no matter what, people have opened their mouths. They just don't want to anymore. Then they have to go up obediently. Who made him an official? Lin Chen hung up the phone in resignation, got up and straightened his clothes before going to the 9th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw Kai Meng already waiting at the door. Manager Lin. Kai Meng respectfully said. The general manager is already waiting for you. Just go in. Lin Chen nodded and couldn't help but lower his voice and asked, Secretary Kai, did the general manager say what he was looking for me for? Kai Meng couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh lightly as she looked at his careful appearance before shaking her head. I don't know. The general manager only said to let you come up. I don't dare to ask anything else. You'll know if you go in and take a look, said he, and added, but I figure it's probably to ask about the progress of the work. She waved her hand in a gesture. Your live streaming department. Now that's the whole company that's paying attention. After all, this was the company's first attempt at online sales, and as a result the job was given to a newcomer. So who could resist paying attention? Lin Chen, however, was relieved. Say work. Ah, that's nothing to worry about. After all, there's nothing to be afraid of saying what needs to be said. Walking up to the office, Kai Meng knocked on the door. General Manager, Manager Lin has arrived. Come in. Long Wenjuan Sakura's voice didn't half rise and fall. Lin Chen walked in with some apprehension. Just as he entered, the door behind him slammed shut. It scared him. Ryuban Sakura sat at her desk. Unlike the last time she was distracted, this time, it was hands folded on the desk, a pair of phoenix eyes staring at him without blinking. Lin Chen's heart was instantly in his throat. That aura on this woman was really powerful, and just being stared at like this had the illusion of being stared at by a wild beast. It's better to have a baby wife, gentle and soft, not half as aggressive, perfect for keeping in the house. Sit. Ryuban Sakura angled her chin. Lin Chen carefully sat on the sofa and tentatively opened his mouth. General Manager, what are you looking for me for? Relax. It's just a chat about work. Ryuban Sakura leaned back in her chair, her entire state of being relaxed. Rather, it lightened the mood of the office. Lin Chen also quietly sighed in relief, and then said, work. Didn't you also watch the pilot yesterday? Is there a comment? You make it and I will change it. No. You're doing great. As Long Wenjo Sakura spoke, her eyes kept sizing up Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but bellyache at her look. This GM. Why does it always feel weird? It's not right. It's so wrong. As Lin Chen pondered, Long Wenjo Cherry's heart was also in a celestial battle. She has two faces on weekdays. A look that is high-flying and professional in the face of work. The other looks like when confronted by male models in various bars and nightclubs. The job just needs to be done and official. No brains at all. Male models, on the other hand, can be made to do whatever they want as long as they're paid, much less bothered. But sitting in front of her was the rumored illegitimate son of the chairman. The super nobleman who could rise to great heights if he chased him down and married him. Ryuban Sakura didn't know how to face him for a moment. The two of them were just speechless relative to each other, and the atmosphere in the office gradually became awkward. What the hell is this going to do? Lin Chen couldn't help but crack up in his heart. It couldn't have been to call yourself up here just to laze around together, could it? Or is it that this GM, realizing that he's just a straw man in Yelia's setting, wants to run him down and let Yelu take his place? Can't be. But if it wasn't, how come she hasn't been talking? It's obvious that he's embarrassed to talk because he insisted on calling himself up in the first place, and now he's trying to stroke himself down. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the harder it became to strain himself, and his entire face turned bitter. Long Wenjuan Sakura's heart wasn't good either. The dignity of being a superior did not allow her to actively seduce Lin Chen, but for her to tease Lin Chen and make him take the initiative to chase her. She was really inexperienced. It can't be the same as looking for a male model in a nightclub and just throwing money at each other, can it? The atmosphere was more anxious. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Both men were startled. Long Wenjuan frowned, but she was relieved. Come in. But it turned out to be Kai Meng who brewed the coffee. Lin Chen was like an amnesty and hurriedly took the coffee and smothered it in one gulp. This was followed by a hot squeal. Holy, why don't you put ice on it? Kai Meng was startled. I'm sorry. It's my negligence. Are you alright, Manager Lin? Lin Chen sprayed a leg full of coffee. Where did he look like he was fine? Kai Meng was about to bring over a tissue when she was called back. Secretary Kai, go bring a glass of ice water over here, Ryu Manzakura commanded. Kai Meng didn't dare to delay and rushed out in a hurry. Lin Chen only had to get up himself to get a tissue. Who expected that without waiting for him to stand up? Long Wenjuan Sakura had already walked over, then took a paper towel and wiped it right up his thigh. Lin Chen was startled. General Manager, what are you doing? Chapter 122 Long Wenju's initiative. Lin Chen never dreamed that Long Wenjua, as the general manager, would actually take the initiative to help him wipe the coffee from his legs. Long Wenjo Sakura directly pressed him on the sofa and said in a deep voice, "Don't move, or else the coffee will flow everywhere, and these pants of yours will be ruined." As he spoke, the tissue in his hand had been wiped from his left leg to his right. The other hand was still pressed against his chest position. Alarm bells went off in Lin Chen's heart. Nope, Having just been scalded myself, with coffee spraying everywhere, my crotch was naturally unavoidable. If the GM doesn't avoid suspicion, the thought had just begun, and the paper towel had already been wiped to an indescribable spot. Lin Chen thought he might have to audition for a broadcast any time, so he wore a suit to work. Thin suit pants wet with coffee would have been ambiguous. Long one cherry this shot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Chen couldn't tense up any longer and violently pushed Long Wonjo Sakura away, his entire body jumping up. Ryuban Sakura was just contemplating to try her hand, when she was coldly pushed away, and her whole body fell straight to the floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Chen let out another curse and hurriedly pounced over. Are you alright, General Manager? Let me help you up. It's a premature death. The GM was pushed to the ground by himself, and if this got out, it would really be the end of the line. Not to mention the fact that if word got out, in case this lord was a vindictive person, that would be the end of one's career. When Kai Meng came in with the iced water, what she saw was Long Wenjuan Sakura falling to the ground and Lin Chen holding her hand. There was a loud clatter and the glass fell to the floor. General Manager, Manager Lin. You. Kai Meng felt like her brain was in a bit of a knot. Lin Chen's face changed drastically, originally holding Long Wenjuan Sakura with the intention of pulling her up, and then loosened his hand once he became nervous. Ryuban Sakura fell back to the floor again. Hiss! A sharp pain from her tailbone made her suck in a breath of cold air. It's over. It's really over this time. Lin Chen lamented in his heart. Seeing that Kai Meng was still frozen in the doorway, he hurriedly said, Secretary Kai, come over and help. Kai Meng woke up as if from a dream and rushed over to help Long Wenjuan Sakura up. General Manager, are you okay? Lin Chen and Kai Meng spoke in unison. Long Wen Sakura rubbed her tailbone. Cold sweat broke out from the pain, but she could only stiffly shake her head. It's fine. I just didn't stand still and fell for a while. As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but glance towards Lin Chen's chest. Just now, when she wiped Lin Chen's coffee, her left hand was propped up on Lin Chen's chest. Hard, obviously worked out at the gym. What a great body. Long Wonjo Sakura was completely determined to get her hands on Lin Chen. It's okay. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then his heart lifted again. Although this auntie is fine, but in the end, it was she who pushed the person down. What if she wants to take her anger out again? Long Wonjo Sakura sat back in her office chair with Kai Meng's assistance, and had the intention to say a few more words to Lin Chen, but she was in so much pain that she really didn't have the spirit, so she only sighed. Manager Lin, you go back first. She waved her hand. I'll be there for the next audition. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and busied himself before leaving, who expected to be stopped just as he reached the door. Wait! Lin Chen's heart lifted again. General Manager, do you still have something to do? Long Wenjuan opened her mouth. What's your private WeChat? Add me. Ha! This time, not only Lin Chen, Kai Meng was dumbfounded. The general manager wants to add a tiny department manager's WeChat? Are you kidding me? Lin Chen spoke somewhat stiffly. So what? Not. Isn't there a corporate WeChat? And then there's the office intercom. So what can't you say on corporate WeChat or on the phone? Add a private Weibo. Do you want to be on call 24/7? That's too hard. Kai Meng was also a bit uncertain. General Manager, you want to add Manager Lin's private WeChat? Only then did Long Wenjua realize that something was wrong. But she quickly responded. Your live broadcast department is the company's key project today, and the company attaches great importance to it. I've been in touch with this information lately, and sometimes when I think of ideas that I can use, it's good to add a private WeChat to get in touch. The word is out, and it would be ungrateful not to add to it. Lin Chen hurriedly took out his cell phone and respectfully said, I'll add you. He waited until he added WeChat. Then he left in a hurry. This short half hour in the GM's office really felt longer than life. Lin Chen went all the way back to his office. His taut strings then relaxed a few points, let out a long breath and paralyzed on the sofa. Just after lying down, Jiang Yao came in. Lin Chen popped up violently and was relieved to see that it was him. Aren't you kid doing market research? What are you doing in here? Jiang Yao was about to speak, coldly glancing at the coffee marks on his pants. His eyes were instantly out of place. You kid, just went to the general manager's office, and ended up coming down this pants wet. Should not. Shut up you. Lin Chen threw a pillow over. If you want to go sweep the toilet, just say so. Don't beat around the bush here. This is the imprint of spilled coffee. Old man, if you don't believe me, come and smell it. Jiang Yao caught the pillow and hemmed and hawed. Forget about smelling. I'm not that perverted, but I suggest you change your pants. Otherwise I'll believe it's a coffee print. Your wife won't necessarily believe it. Lin Chen's mouth skimmed. Che, do you think anyone is like you? Find a girlfriend that is the reincarnation of a vinegar spirit, harder to serve than a princess. Ah, my wife is gentle. She only cares if I get burned by the coffee. When Jiang Yao heard him mention Zhu Jingyan, he instantly became bitter. Can you not mention which pot is which? He went through the back door to get both mother and daughter of Zhu Jingyan into the company, and has not yet enjoyed a few days of tenderness, but first received a few grips. Miserable. Lin Chen gloated for a bit before saying, alright, let's get down to business. What are you looking for me for? Jiang Yao hurriedly handed over the information in his hand. Didn't you ask me to do market research? I've put together a list of prices for similar items for skincare and healthcare and how they've evolved over the years. So see if there's anything else you need to do. That fast? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Then he climbed up and began to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of his peers with Jiang Yao. After all, it's usually better to feel the fish, and work is still more important. Of course, work being work, he took the time to buy a pair of pants to change into. After all, even if the coffee dries, it still leaves water stains on your pants, and the location is just too awkward not to change. Evening. Lin Chen was tired all day, so he managed to get off work and drove home in a hurry. Who expected Sumi's eyes to stop on his pants as soon as he walked in the door? Honey, why did you change your pants? I remember when you went out this morning. You weren't wearing this one, were you? Chapter 123. Honey, this is really a misunderstanding. How could Lin Chen not expect that he would still be recognized by Sumi after he purposely bought the same pair of pants? That's an outrageous observation, isn't it, honey? Sumi's voice lowered a few notches, but to Lin Chen's surprise, she wasn't even angry, and instead, her words revealed a few points of sadness. This silly girl, when she found out her husband was suspected of cheating on her, her first reaction was actually to be sad? Lin Chen was anxious and quickly said, wife, listen to my explanation. The pants are. No need to explain. Sumi turned around and headed back to her room, slamming the door behind her with a thud. Lin Chen was dumbfounded and rushed over. Honey, listen to me. Things aren't what you think they are. I accidentally got coffee on my pants and it got dirty. I was afraid you'd think too much about it, so I just bought a new pair of pants to change into. Inside the room, Sumi's eyes turned red and she choked out. Really? It's truer than gold. Lin Chen raised his hand and swore. We've been together for so long. Don't you understand me? Besides, I work at the company during the day. How can I have time to go out and mess around? And even if I'm messing around, what am I changing my pants for? He said and took out the dirty pants in his bag. Come out and see. The pants I changed out of are still here. The room was silent for a long time before the door finally opened. Sumi walked out with red eyes. Lin Chen was heartbroken, and hurriedly wrapped his arms around her and said, silly wife, it's just a pair of pants. You don't think it's right? Then at least listen to me about what's going on. What kind of person sulks and sheds tears without saying a word? Even if you're angry, why don't you take it out on me and hold it in? You're already in bad shape. What would I do if you suffocated? The words are full of worry. Sumi wrapped her arms around him, her face pressed against his chest, but she didn't say a word. Lin Chen didn't know that she had actually been carrying a trace of insecurity deep in her heart regarding this marriage. After all, the age difference between the two is here. Siblings again popular. Cannot hold nearly 20 years of age difference. Her greatest fear was that Lin Chen would meet a woman younger than her and get hooked. It was precisely for this reason that she, who had always been reasonable, had lost her mind and chosen to escape today. But now that she was listening to Lin Chen's soft-spoken coaxing, any grievances were left behind. No matter what happens in the future, live happily ever after at the moment. That's enough. Not angry, are you? Lin Chen carefully observed Sumi's expression. Sumi laughed and shook her head. Honey, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have not listened to your explanation. It's okay, just don't get mad. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and tenderly wiped away her tears, leading her to sit at the table. Let's eat first, otherwise the food will get cold. Yesterday it was, tossing and turning in the room for so long that the meal came out cold, and although it could be reheated, it was never as good as if it had just been made. Sumi nodded and broke into a smile. Before bedtime, Lin Chen went to take a shower first as per usual. Sumi took his bag, ready to take out the change of pants and throw them in the washing machine. Regarding the washing and drying thing, it used to be done by Auntie Zhou when she came to cook every day at noon. Now that she is well, she has rejected Auntie Zhou and she has wrapped herself up in it. After all, being a wife and not working, these chores are supposed to be part of the job. Most importantly, she enjoys the sensation of drying and folding clothes, which creates a feeling of happiness in her. The pants came out, and sure enough, as Lindsay had said, the thighs and crotch were stained with coffee. Sumi's brow furrowed. I don't know if the washing machine will wash it off either. But just then, she smelled the scent of coffee. If anything, the aroma of coffee is very strong and specific. and it's really hard to dissipate when you get it on clothing in general. But this coffee's smell at the moment. Sumi wrinkled her nose and brought her pants up to the tip of her nose, sniffing them delicately. A moment later, her face steeply sank. Before she got sick, she was heavily dependent on coffee and had to drink 2 cups a day or she felt bad. She has tried all kinds of coffee from all over the world, and she is more than familiar with the flavors of various coffee beans. And this smell on Lin Chen's pants was the smell that only came from the finest coffee beans. Lin Chen usually go to work to drink coffee. Our ordered takeaway, $9.9 a cup. Takeaway store with coffee beans, are the cheapest kind. The smell of coffee in front of you. Sumi's face floated in front of her eyes. Long Wenjuan Sakura's face. Long Wenjuan also loved coffee, and especially liked this one coffee bean, and she had asked Long Wenjuan where she had bought it before. Even though she hadn't been back to the office in a long time, she definitely hadn't forgotten the smell. Lin Chen went to Long Wenjuan's office? Sumi's mind wandered. Lin Chen took a shower and walked over to her without her even noticing. Honey, what are you thinking? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. I called you several times but didn't hear you. Sumi was startled and came back to her senses, just about to ask, but then she realized something was wrong. Wouldn't he be exposed if he asked? She took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's nothing, go back to your room. I'll come over after I take a shower. Good. Lin Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Wife, I'll wait for you in bed. Oh. Sumi blushed and hurriedly took her clothes into the bathroom. The sound of clattering water disrupted her thoughts. Long Wenjua, that person, not only strong ability, ambition is also big. Want something, will definitely do whatever it takes to get it. Sumi precisely saw the unconquerable energy in her, and that's why she promoted her all the way to the position of general manager. The facts proved that her vision was right. Long Wenjua was a diamond in the rough, possessing unimaginable potential. Even if she was sick and hadn't been going to the company hadn't been in the slightest bit of disarray under Long Wenjun's management. And even the vice director that she had specially hired had said that with Long Wenjun in the room, the company couldn't possibly have any problems, so that she could rest assured. But now Long Wenju's gaze actually fell on Lin Chen. Su Min stood under the lotus head, letting the warm water drench herself, her mood becoming more and more complicated. It was obvious that not only did Long Wenjuang have her eyes on Lin Chen, but she had already made a move. What would Lin Chen choose? If he really chose Long Wenju Sakura, what would he do? On one side was the man she loved, and on the other was her most loyal henchman, neither of which she wanted to lose. Sumi was originally a delicate mind. The more you think about it, the more confused you feel, and without realizing it, you have been flushing for more than 20 minutes. When she came back to her senses and turned off the water, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and fell to the floor with a thud. Lin Chen was playing the game in his room, ready to wait for Sumi to shower and come over, and then have a sweet double row with her. But after waiting for a long time, Sumi didn't come out, and the sound of water in the bathroom never stopped. Strange, Lin Chen muttered and couldn't help but get out of bed and walk towards the bathroom. Wife, why did you take such a long bath today? Chapter 124. Sumi was injured. Lin Chen stood at the bathroom door and shouted, but there was no response from inside. He immediately changed his face dramatically. Honey, are you okay? I'm coming in, he said and went to push the door. But the bathroom door was unlocked and could not be pushed. He wanted to open the door violently, but he was afraid of hurting Sumi inside. Lin Chen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but he had to hold back his worries and patiently grabbed the bathroom door lock and shook it desperately. The only way to ensure the safety of Sumi inside is to remove the lock and not the door. Luckily, this neighborhood is over 10 years old, and the bathrooms still have those round locks. Lin Chen grabbed the door lock and desperately shook it a few times, and the entire lock was removed. Once inside, he saw Sumi collapsed on the floor, blood pouring from her forehead as she knocked her head. Wife! Lin Chen was in a rage and hurriedly picked her up, turned off the water in passing, then rushed out of the bathroom, took a large bath towel and wrapped her body in it before dialing 120. The time he waited for the ambulance to arrive, he wasn't idle. Sumi would be naked and her hair was soaked, so if she didn't blow dry it, she would definitely catch a cold. Lin Chen gripped his heart to dry her body for her to change clothes, and carefully put the wound simple treatment, and then wrapped her hair. During this process, Sumi had been unconscious and hadn't woken up. Lin Chen was so scared that his hands were shaking, and he kept muttering, Wife, you mustn't have an accident. Wife, I'm begging you. It's not easy for us to live together. It's not easy for us to live happily ever after. You can't leave me alone again. If something happens to you, I don't want to live. Tears welled up at the end of the sentence. Lin Chen had long been deeply in love with Sumi, and had identified with her for the rest of his life. He didn't want to go through what it felt like to watch Sumi lying in a hospital bed and not being able to do anything about it. Warm tears dripped onto Sumi's face. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more scared she became, and the more tears flowed. Just then, a slightly cold hand brushed his face, wiped away his tears. Fool! I'm not dead. Why are you crying? Sumi smiled reluctantly. Lin Chen was startled. Then, as if he had been given a treasure, he took her into his arms. Wife, you scared me to death. It's a good thing you're awake. It's a good thing you're okay, or what would I do if I was left alone? I just even figured out how to write a suicide note. Thank God you finally woke up. Sumi was a little out of breath from his hold, but feeling Lin Chen's rapid heartbeat and the strength of his embrace already, she couldn't help but smile again. This little cutie. I only fainted when I ran out of energy in the bath. Why did I get so scared? Lin Chen's entire body was enveloped in the ecstasy of being lost and found, and he cried for a long time before slowing down. On the contrary, it was Sumi, who was in good spirits except for her face, which was a bit pale. She wiped Lin Chen's tears and cried, "How can a man shed tears?" Both men froze at those words. Lin Chen was stunned. Wife, this sentence seems like one of your favorite things to tell me when I was a kid. When he was a kid, Sumi came to the house to play from time to time, and if he caught his mom busy, Sumi would take him to play, and he will be, is the naughty age, usually okay, but where Sumi bumped into, he must go to Sumi cry a lot, until Sumi patiently coaxed him to be willing to give up. Now that I heard this in the cold, images buried deep in my memory bubbled up again. Sumi, however, was embarrassed. After all, who would have thought they'd marry that little brat back then? Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi, buried his face in her neck, took a deep breath, and smiled contentedly. Wife, the scent on your body is still the same as when you were a child. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, Sumi instantly blushed. She glared at Lin Chen. You still have the nerve to say that? Your mom told me that usually when you play by yourself, even if you break your head, you don't even see you cry half a word. But on the contrary, when I go over there, even if you are bitten by a mosquito, you have to cry for half a day, and you have to be coaxed by me. You say, was it on purpose? Lin Chen's old face flushed, his eyes wandering. Is there such a thing? How come I don't remember? The main thing is that I usually cry, and my mom doesn't care, but crying to Sumi, that's different. Fragrant, soft, and pretty big sister who would gently and carefully hold herself in her arms, gently blowing air on the wound and softly coaxing. They even take it to get good food. What do you mean? The baby that cries gets milk? That's Lin Chen buried his face in Sumi's arms and snickered. Where could Sumi not see his small mind? Annoyed? You're still laughing. Obviously. You did it on purpose, and I was worried that you were crying your voice out, he said and whacked him. Lin Chen finally looked up and held her hand. Alright, good wife. I would be fake crying then, but today I'm actually crying for real. How did you pass out in the bathroom? It is reasonable to say that Sumi also did not have low blood sugar. Her body is healthy again, and she ate a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup in the evening, so there is no malnutrition. What's with the fainting? Sumi's eyes darkened and she lowered her eyes. I don't know. I just washed and felt dizzy. Then I lost consciousness. How could she tell the truth? Was it possible to say that she was worried that Long Wenjuang had struck out at Lin Chen, causing Lin Chen to look at Long Wenjuang and then abandon her? You lost track of time because you were thinking about it, and passed out after getting wet for too long? This would be a great thing to say. Lin Chen didn't notice her difference and wrinkled his eyebrows. Forget it, I called 120 anyway. The ambulance will be here soon, so I'll go to the hospital later to get checked out. Sumi originally refused to go, but could not argue with him, only to wait for the ambulance came, obediently put on a coat and followed to the hospital. At this point, the hospital only has an emergency room. The doctor from the emergency department took a look at Sumi's wound and waved his hand. It's just a bit of skin that's broken. Send it over later and the wound will have healed. What a big deal. Clean up the wound. Eat lightly for the next few days and you'll be fine in no time. Next, didn't even prescribe the medicine. Lin Chen was not happy. Doctor, my wife fainted in the shower. Aren't you going to check the cause of the illness? In case there is some kind of disease. Hey, I say you're expecting your wife to be sick, aren't you? The doctor's eyes glared. This bath fainted over the people I have seen a lot. Low blood sugar hot water rushed too much dizziness and so on. Your wife's face is now rosy eyes have a god. Where is like something like the appearance of? Get out. Get out. Don't hold up the other patients here. Lin Chen wanted to say more, but Sumi pulled him back. Honey, I told you I'm fine. Let's go. Don't get in the way of other emergency patients here. With that, he pulled Lin Chen out by force. It would be almost 11 o'clock, and the night breeze was cool. Sumi looked at Lin Chen still looking worried, so she simply took his arm and said, Hubby, I'm hungry. Let's go for a snack, shall we? Chapter 125 Multiple choice questions are for kids. Lin Chen was worried about Sumi's body, and seeing that she was indeed in high spirits, he could only give up. Let's go for a snack then. He sighed and turned to ask, what would you like to eat? Barbecue or congee? As a seaside city, Marina City is best known for its seafood congee, which can be considered a must-try for tourists. Sumi pretended to be torn and thought, well, I want to eat barbecue, but I also want to drink congee. But there's a saying, children only make choices, adults want them all. Of course, the two men spoke in unison. After looking at each other, they laughed out in unison again. Then eat them all. Lin Chen put his arm around her and put the jacket draped over his body on her. It's windy at night. Put on a jacket. Hubby will take you to eat something delicious. Although the weather is starting to get into summer, the nights are still a bit cool, and Sumi's health is not good, so if she catches a cold, it will be a problem. Sumi obediently let him dress herself, and the two of them left the hospital. Because it was in an ambulance, Lin Chen didn't drive either. The good thing is that the hospital is just 2 kilometers away from the district. Walking all the way back to get ready to find a place to eat a late-night snack, but also just right. Lin Chen was holding Sumi with one hand and flipping through his cell phone with the other, and soon his eyes lit up. Wife, I found it. There's a store right in front. It's the best-rated one on our side. Let's go there. Sumi nodded. All as you wish. This well-behaved appearance drew an itch in Lin Chen's heart, but he pushed it down hard. Lin Chen felt that Sumi's body had all but regained its health, but she suddenly fainted today after taking a bath, so she must have been overworked recently. After all, frequent intercourse is also extremely depleting in Chinese medicine. The two hadn't stopped almost every night since they had their first time on the beach until now. Yesterday, I was questioned by Auntie Zhou if I didn't sleep well at night. When Lin Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but blush in his old face, and secretly made up his mind. You'll have to exercise some moderation from now on. The two made their way to the restaurant where they were having a late-night snack. A large, crowded stall. That's a lot of people. Sumi was a bit surprised. Do these people not sleep at night? She used to work drunk, sometimes working late into the night and either going home to deal with a few bites or ordering takeout, never coming out to eat. Not to mention a crowded place like a big stall. At this time, looking at this lively scene, immediately felt that it was a novelty to look at anything. Lin Chen laughed. What's the point of sleeping? At this hour, the nightlife has just begun. As he said that, he found a table, pulled out the stools for Sumi, and took a paper towel and wiped the table delicately. Sumi carefully sat down and looked at the rather historic table with a slight frown. There's no way around it. It's just that the table looks greasy and a bit diabolical. Lin Chen read her mind at a glance and laughed. These places are all like that, especially this kind of old business that has been open for decades, although at first glance the hygiene feels average. But don't worry, if it was really unhygienic, it would have closed down a long time ago. Trust me, the food at this restaurant will not disappoint you. Happily the waiter came over, heard this and immediately said with a smile, handsome man, know the goods ah. Our store, that is decades old, the most popular store in the whole night snack street. For that today, I'll give you 2 beers. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand and said, forget about the beer. My wife can't drink because of her poor health. How about ice powder instead? Sumi was curious again. What's ice powder? The waitress gave her a somewhat surprised look. A dessert. I'll bring it up and find out. Such a pretty and stylish girl, but she doesn't even know what icy noodles are. She's never eaten them. Haven't you swiped them online yet? He didn't ask too many questions, though, and simply said, what would you two like to eat? Lin Chen handed the menu to Sumi. Wife, you order. Sumi, however, shook her head. I don't know what tastes good. You order. I'll do it then. Lin Chen took the menu and spoke. A small portion of seafood congee, a fried flower armor, half a dozen chicken kidneys and squid whiskers, and finally a fried sweet potato leaf. Okay. The waiter took the menu and went back to the back kitchen. Sumi looked around and her eyes fell on the dice cup on the table. Is there also gambling on this? Late night snack? Silly wife. It's not gambling. It's a little game that friends play at parties. Lin Chen took the dice cup and shook it. I'll teach you? Yeah. Sumi looked at Lin Chen with a pair of bright eyes. Hubby, you're so powerful. It's like you know everything. There were a few middle-aged men sitting at the next table, and when they heard this, they let out a snort. Sister, you call playing with a dice great? Ha! The man with the belly said disdainfully. Then come sit at our table. We don't just know how to play craps. We know how to play anything, you name it. A few others followed suit. Sumi, however, slammed her face. What does it have to do with me if you guys know how to do it or not? If I want to learn, my husband will teach me. Lin Chen swept a glance at those people and hummed. That's right. Go eat your snacks. At your age, coming out for a snack and flirting with women. You're shameless. Several people lost face and opened their mouths to curse. Fortunately, when the waiter saw that the situation was not right, he rushed over with an arrow and rounded up the situation, and changed the table for Lin Chen and Sumi, and only then did the situation subside. Sumi's face was a bit unsightly. When you come to eat at a place like this, do you always run into these messy people? She rarely came out to eat, and if she did, she went to the mall or a high-end restaurant. Opportunities to come to a big stall like today are few and far between. Lin Chen let out a bitter smile. These places are all like this. Wife, if you don't like it, then let's pack it up and go back to eat. Sumi nodded. Lin Chen then called the waiter and changed all the dishes ordered into packages. When the owner found out about this, he felt embarrassed and simply gave away a snack. Lin Chen carried the packed snacks and was about to leave, holding Sumi, when the people at the previous table started to raise a ruckus again. Even because of the wine, it became more and more bold, not only whistling at Sumi, but also talking dirty words in his mouth. Quite a few people looked over, but none of them stepped forward. Lin Chen's face turned blue, and he was directly about to curse back. Just then, Sumi was the one who took his hand and gently shook her head. How dare these people talk to you like that? I have to do you justice. Lin Chen gritted his teeth in hatred. Sumi, however, wrinkled her eyebrows. Hubby, let's go. It's not worth the trouble of theorizing with someone who has had too much to drink. Go home, okay? Chapter 126 Young People's Fires. While the people at that table were still joking around, Sumi had already stopped a cab and pulled Lin Chen hard into the car. Lin Chen was still a bit indignant. What are you stopping me for? Wife, this kind of person is just mouth, do not do anything. Really think we are easy to bully? Sumi gasped and laughed, fiercely wringing a hand on his waist. You're not a child anymore. People say a few painless words. You have to fight with people, don't you? Sumi grunted. You just know how to fight. Is there any benefit to fighting? Winning the fight pays for it. Losing the fight hospitalizes you, doesn't it? What would I do if something happened to you? Lin Chen had a pain in his waist, and then listening to her words, he finally calmed down a few points, but it was still a little exasperating. So you just let them molest you? Ha? What molestation? Hands down? Sumi asked rhetorically, slowing her tone again. Fool, what's the point of bothering with a few drunks? The dog barks a few times. You do not hear it, but you have to call back, and even fight with the dog, right? What good will it do? In case you get hurt, who to talk to? Lin Chen was dumbfounded by the question. The driver laughed. Young man, your wife is a rare smart person. She's got a point there. You guys don't know. 2 days ago over on Curfew Street, there was a fight, and I heard that a teenage kid, with a knife, stabbed someone in the waist, and I don't know if the person can be saved. Sumi sucked in a breath of cool air, becoming more and more glad that she had just dragged Lin Chen away. The driver added, I was there the other day. It was a young couple who got their legs touched by the table next to them, and then the girl asked her boyfriend to help out. Teenage young man, the fire is very big, and want to show off in front of their girlfriends. This rushed to the words of the direct action, and now I estimate that jail is inevitable. As your wife said, the dog barked a few times. When did not hear is, have to count. No matter whether it is a win or a loss, it is always inevitable to lose. As Lin Chen listened to the two men one by one, he couldn't help but feel a little more fearful as well. Just now is indeed their own impulsive. The other 4 or 5 people, but also drank, if the real hands, their own beaten even if, not to mention Sumi also suffer. It was also thanks to the fact that Sumi was a sensible one, unlike other girls who were always encouraging their boyfriends to stand up for them. Otherwise, Lin Chen let out a long breath and held Sumi's hand. Wife, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. Why don't the ancients say that a good wife and a good husband have fewer problems? Sumi laughed. It's good that you know you're wrong. Next time you won't be allowed to be like this. Aha! Lin Chen nodded heavily. The driver laughed. You two are in love. Both husband and wife are reasonable in nature. This day surely live a red-hot life. Sumi blushed prettily. Lin Chen, however, nodded his head in a serious manner. Master, you're right. My wife and I will definitely have a red-hot life, all the way back to the house. It was almost 1 in the morning after a late-night snack. Sumi had been sleepy for a long time, but she had to take a shower before going back to sleep. Lin Chen frowned. No way. You just fainted because of the bath. Why are you still washing now? Go straight to bed. The big deal is that when Auntie Cho comes tomorrow, just have her change the 4-piece suit and wash it. Good girl. Sumi, however, refused, but we went out for so long and came back, and I can't accept going to bed without taking a shower. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Then I'll wash it for you? After saying that, he added, anyway, there are just 2 choices. Either you go straight to bed now or I'll help you wash it. There's no way I'm going to let you bathe alone. I'm not comfortable with that. Sumi naturally refused to agree. What a joke. Even in her conjugal life, she was too shy to turn on the light, so how could she possibly let Lin Chen help her bathe? Then sleep. Husband. This is non-negotiable. In the end, Sumi still couldn't argue with Lin Chen and gave up the idea of taking a bath, obediently changing into her pajamas and going to bed. After tossing and turning for half the night, she was really tired, and she fell asleep not long after lying down. Lin Chen, however, was half asleep. He looked at the bruise on Sumi's forehead and felt a pang of pain. I really need to pay more attention to this in the future, so I can't be reckless and not know how to control it anymore. Otherwise, if your precious wife's body is overdrawn, you'll be the one with the heartache. There was no talk all night. When Aunt Jo came to make breakfast the next day, Sumi was still awake. Lin Chen said softly, Auntie, Sugar Plum slept late last night, so I won't call her for breakfast. Just put it in the pot to heat up when you're done. I'll go to work first. Walking to the door, he twisted his head again and said, by the way, when you come over at noon, buy some nourishing meat and vegetables and make a soup for her, and then work hard to change the 4-piece suit. Aunt Jo smiled and said, okay, don't worry about it. Watching Lin Chen go out, she couldn't help but sigh. The young couple is just so affectionate. How come I never met such a sweet husband when I got married back then? LOL. Lin Chen went out and drove to the company. After the experience of the last pilot, the guys were busy getting ready for the next one. Not only do we have to do this, but we also have to negotiate with the factory and the sales department about inventory. And everyone is busy. Lin Chen, the department manager, naturally did not idle. A variety of matters to be handled by him, although busy, but also had a full life. Another week went by in a flash, and soon it was time for the second pilot. What about this audition? I've already discussed it with the HR side. Yi Lu looked around the crowd and explained. The trial broadcasting time was chosen at 2 o'clock this afternoon for half an hour, and the entire company will be free for this half an hour to watch the live broadcast. Her gaze fell on Lin Chen. Manager, is there a problem? This live broadcast was able to get the entire company into the live room as viewers. Also because live bandwagons were very hot nowadays. Long Wonjo Sakura nodded her head so that she could gain such a large access. Lin Chen was just wandering around, thinking about where he would take Sumi on his next break, when he was named in the cold and sat up straight with a jerk. Here, the crowd roared with laughter. Yi Lu laughed out loud. Manager, don't be so nervous. You're the manager, the head of the department. I'm just talking about a work arrangement. You're reacting like this. I'm under a lot of pressure. Lu Junfei gagged. Sister Lu, to be reasonable, in our department, you're more of a leader than Brother Chen. This period of time down, the group has long been mingled, and the name calling has become a lot more intimate. Only Yi Lu still insisted on addressing Lin Chen and Jiang Yao by their positions. Lin Chen nodded along and was about to open his mouth to agree, when Jiang Yao kicked him under the table, desperately squeezing his eyebrows. Yi Lu swept a glance at Lu Junfei. Don't talk nonsense. I'm talking to the manager. Lin Chen came back to his senses and nodded. No problem. Just arrange it. It's a pilot anyway, so it's not a big problem. Okay, that's enough for now. Yi Lu let out a long breath. Everyone get ready. Adjourn. Lin Chen stretched and prepared to go back to his office. Just then, Jiang Yao was coming over. Going out for a smoke? Chapter 127 Jiang Yao's Dilemma. Lin Chen was still thinking about the kick that Jiang Yao had just given him, and without saying a word, he followed him to the building, then returned the favor by kicking it over first. Holy, what are you doing? Jiang Yao was furious. Lin Chen bristled. You just kicked me. Did I kick you then? Jiang Yao poo-pooed. I was reminding you. People Lu Junfei all think Yi Lu was more like a leader than you. You stupid lack of half a sense of crisis. I don't kick you. Are you still going to echo him and say that you also think he's right? Lin Chen's old face blushed. Then people really didn't say anything wrong. Yi Lu's work ethic. That's nothing to speak of. To be able to have the ability to inwardly roll can inwardly roll. Yeah, your ass. Jiang Yao was speechless. You've forgotten what you said before, haven't you? Think about it. According to the extent of Yi Lu's scroll, sooner or later, he'll stomp you down. Don't come crying to me when you don't make manager by then. With that, he lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. You kid. You're afraid that I won't be able to be the manager and your assistant manager will be stroked down. This time it was Jiang Yao's turn to blush in his old face. He took another drag on his cigarette and sighed. Brother, it's not that I'm selfish. It's that I can't help it. Recently Shayan's mom has been mentioning me in and out of words, saying that she wants to settle down first. Lin Chen froze, a bit puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? I remember you kids said before that you want to graduate and get married. Zhu Jingyan is a school little famous beauty. Jiang Yao spent a lot of effort to catch up. The day of the successful confession said that he wanted to get married after graduation. It was only because Zhu Jingyan had refused to let go that she had dragged it out until now. Now that Zhu Jingyan's mom has loosened up. Isn't that a ready-made opportunity? Jiang Yao, however, sighed again. Good for nothing. Her mom said it's going to be a $660,000 dowry. What? Lin Chen took a breath and almost turned his back. How much did you say? 660,000. She said that on her side of the family, the market for those who haven't gone to college are starting at 300,000. Her daughter is at least a postdoctoral fellow. 660,000 is already cheap for me. Jiang Yao was bitter. You are also aware of my family's condition. The $660,000. I can't afford to give it even if I sell it. Lin Chen frowned. What about the dowry? There's TM's dowry. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes. She has a younger brother at home who is about to graduate and is waiting for this money from me to buy a car. Lin Chen was silenced by the two men were speechless relative to each other, and the entire stairwell was filled with smoke. Jiang Yao finished a cigarette quickly and suddenly spoke. You always say you got married. How much bride price did your wife receive? A dowry? Lin Chen laughed. You're too naive. Didn't I say that my wife is a heavenly fairy? Not only is she pretty and gentle, but she doesn't take a penny for the bride price. Okay. Not only did he not accept the bride price, but instead, he himself received $100,000 from the old lady. Lin Chen couldn't help but blush in his old face when he thought of this. It's kinda embarrassing to say. Jiang Yao broke his defense. You kid is bragging. What kind of person doesn't want a dowry? Lin Chen said proudly. What's the point of lying to you? My wife's family is reasonable. How could they accept my bride price? Even the house I live in. My mother-in-law pays for the rent and has a nanny who is paid by her. Today the house is still paid for by Li Xilan. Jiang Yao's eyes turned red with jealousy. On what grounds? I'm handsome and I'm good looking. Lin Chen made a handsome gesture, then sighed. Seriously, they want $660,000. What are you going to do? Jiang Yao squatted down, wrapped his hands around his head and shook his head. I don't know. Honestly, I really like Xiao Yan, so much so that I feel like I would die without her. But at $660,000? I can't really afford it either. His parents are ordinary people, not even a formal job, but also rely on working around to earn money. The house is also the old village of self-built houses. Even if you have saved some money over the years, then if you want to spend it, you should buy a house, not give it out as a bride price. As far as Zhu Jingyan's mom's temperament is concerned, it's absolutely impossible to get this money back after giving it. She'd be lucky to bring 2 quilts. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Yao's agonized appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Ugh, what do you call all this? What did your girlfriend say? We can't just stand by and watch Jiang Yao empty his family's pockets in order to marry her. Can we? Are you still married to me? Jiang Yao whispered. I've asked her. She just won't say anything. And when she's asked anxiously, she'll say that it wasn't easy for her parents to raise her. But if it's not easy for her parents, is it easy for my parents? Emptying their family's pockets to buy her brother a house and a car, right? Lin Chen wanted to say something. To be honest, he had actually always felt that Zhu Jingyan wasn't very suitable as a girlfriend. Jiang Yao, this kid, although the mouth is flowery, but the nature is a real honest man. And what about Zhu Yongyun? Vanity gold princess disease, although not too serious, but in the end all 3 kinds of stained, which if you marry home, that with the marriage of an ancestor what is the difference But as the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage, and he couldn't say anything about this advice to break up. Jiang Yao suddenly looked up. I know what you want to say, but I'm just no good. I chased her for half a year together for almost 2 years How do you think I'm going to break up? Lin Chen sighed, patted his shoulder and said, forget it, as a brother, I don't say anything else. Anyway, your salary is not low now. Counting the year-end prize at the end of the year, at least you can save 100,000. He couldn't speak for himself when he said that. 100,000 a year, 660,000 dowry, plus other miscellaneous expenses, at least 8 years to start to save enough. At that time, even if things go smoothly without any other problems, successfully married, then over 30 years, because the wedding night back to poverty, and spend years to save money to buy a house and have children? Stop it. Jiang Yao smiled bitterly. Let's talk about future matters later. I don't dare to think about it. I can still be with her now, so I'll live one day at a time. But still, brother, you work hard. Don't be stepped down by Yi Lu. This department manager position, no matter what, you have to keep it, or I'll follow you into the factory to work on the screws. And that's an even worse day to look forward to. Lin Chen gasped and laughed. Can't you kids look forward to something good? Don't worry, If I really get stepped on by Yilu, that buddy sells his ass as a duck to introduce you to a rich woman. Let's share the same blessings, and have a wire ball to brush together. When this came out, Jiang Yao ghosted. Screw your steel wire ball, I'd rather not have this one. After a bit of jostling, he finally regained some of his spirit. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the office and immediately made a video call to Sumi. Honey, what's wrong? Sumi's gentle and beautiful face appeared on the screen. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and shook his head. It's nothing, just wanted to tell you. Honey, you're so sweet. I love you. Chapter 128 Rank 1 Big Sister. Sumi didn't expect Lin Chen to make a video call during work hours just to say such a sentence, and suddenly her face turned red. What nonsense! Get to work! Lin Chen shook his head and said, I'm not talking nonsense. What I'm saying is from my heart. Wife, I've always felt that being able to know you and marry you is the happiest thing in my life. Especially with Zhu Jingyan as a comparison. She felt incredibly lucky. Sumi blushed even more, so she snapped, I'm not talking to you. I'm hanging up. The video was hung up. Lin Chen, however, was still giggling. Shy wife. So cute too. Noon. During mealtime, Lin Chen was somewhat unable to eat, because after the lunch break, it's time to start the pilot for the whole company. Although there had been an experience last time, that time, the total number of people in the live room was only a few acquaintances from his own department. This time, it's the whole company that has to deal with it. He broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of so many pairs of eyes across the company staring at him to correct his mistakes. And at this time, the whole company was talking about it. The executive cafeteria in particular was buzzing with activity. When we first started this live broadcast department, didn't we say that we would give that newcomer called Lin Chen an idle position to raise? Why are you suddenly making such a big deal out of it? The manager of the marketing department was puzzled as he ate. This instantly makes the whole company come to see it, making me confused as to whether I'm valuing Lin Chen or valuing the live streaming to sell goods. The person next to him nodded. That's right, that Lin Chen doesn't know what's his origin either. If you value live selling, then you shouldn't give it to a newcomer with no experience. It's not a clear loss of money. If you value this Lin Chen, wouldn't it be better to give a clean position? Earlier, it was even said that the part of live selling would be vigorously developed. Give it to a newcomer, what can you make of it? I'm afraid it won't take half a year to lose a large sum of money. Will it work? It's almost 618. Didn't we say we're going to hit the ground running? We'll see by then. Anyway, I think it's not working. Not to mention 618. Just this afternoon's trial broadcast, I guess it's hanging. After all, the Workplace Rookie Plus have never done live broadcasting. What can you know? The crowd chimed in, speculating about Lin Chen's identity. But after all the talk, nothing could be said. Yufeng had been sitting next to her eating in silence when suddenly someone asked her, Manager Yu, the incident between your niece and that Lin Chen earlier made such a big deal. You invited someone back later. The chairman told you to, right? Did it say what Lin Chen's origin was? Yufeng was coldly named and directly shook her head. I don't know. If there's anything you guys go ask the chairman. Even if she guessed that Lin Chen might be the chairman's son, she couldn't say this outwardly. Guessed okay, if guessed wrong, the chairman of the board of directors to pursue, then they can really play finished. When the group saw that she wouldn't talk about it, they didn't ask any more questions and quickly changed the subject. General Manager's office. After Long Wenjuang had eaten, she dialed Sumi's number. Chairman, this afternoon the live broadcast department has a trial broadcast for the whole company. Do you want to go into the live broadcast room to take a look? Long Wenjuang Sakura's tone was respectful. Sumi, however, did not speak for a long time. To be honest, she had mixed feelings about Long Wenjuang Sakura. On the one hand, Long Wenjuang was her most trusted henchman, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was her right-hand man. But on the other hand, Long Wenjuang coveted Lin Chen, coveted her man, making it a little hard for her to endure. Long Wenjuang was a bit puzzled. Chairman, are you listening? It was then that Sumi spoke. Yes, send me the room number in time. Anyway, if Long Wenjuang Sakura didn't make this call, she was going to enter the live broadcast room to watch Lin Chen's trial broadcast. Just as it happens, because of illness, she has not shown up in the company for a long time. And now taking advantage of this live broadcast, it is good to communicate with the staff in the live room. Long Wenjuang Sakura sighed in relief and hurriedly said, Okay, I'll send it over later. Are you feeling better? Sumi nodded. Much better, but will not return to the company in a short period of time. The company's affairs, but also you have to take more trouble. Should be. Don't worry, the company has me. Long Wenjuang Cherry hurriedly said, You can just take care of your body. After hanging up the phone, she asked Yi Lu for the room number and password of the live room for the afternoon's trial broadcast. After lunch break, The entire honey bio company along with several hundred people from the factory all flocked into the live broadcast. The live stream, however, has not yet begun, but no one had any complaints. After all, this pilot, with the use of office hours, rather than take up the lunch break, can work to touch the fish. Why not? The live broadcast department, at this time, is a mess. Hurry up! You guys are dawdling. Hurry up and finish your makeup. And, manager, why did you get a grease stain on your collar? Change it. The whole company is waiting for us. We can't delay. Yelio fidgeted and commanded the crowd. The whole department is being run around by her. Lin Chen sat on a stool and let Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ying put makeup on himself. Looking at Yi Lu in this state, he miraculously calmed down instead. Anyway, it's a pilot, so even if something goes wrong, it's not a big problem. So what's the rush? It's enough to do your best and be blameless. Finally made it to 2 o'clock and was ready to go live. Standing in front of the live broadcast, Yi Lu softly exhorted, "Manager, success or failure is here. Go for it." Zhang Yao and the others also stood behind them, clenching their fists in unison. Lin Chen, however, laughed. "What are you nervous about? This is still just the pilot. Don't be afraid." Zhang Yao glanced at his cell phone and muttered, "Now that several hundred people are waiting for you in the live broadcast room, we are not afraid. Don't you kid get stage fright." "Hundreds?" Lin Chen was startled, and when he was about to say more, Yi Lu had already pushed open the door to the live broadcast room. "Manager, please." Lin Chen couldn't care less, and after organizing his clothes, he entered the door. But just then, something vital suddenly occurred to him. "Holy, I forgot to tell my wife the live room code. This pilot is the first time he's faced so many viewers. How can his precious wife not be there?" Only it's too late to tell. Yi Lu pushed him into the live broadcasting room. "It doesn't matter if your wife comes or not. If you don't show up at the live broadcasting room, this is going to be messed up." Lin Chen was pushed in front of the camera. In the next second, the entire group froze. Only on the screen, a line appeared in big letters. Littleby gave away a yacht to the anchor. But, he didn't even tell Sumi the time and room number of the live broadcast. Chapter 129. This is a show of affection. Everyone in the live department knew that Littleby was the nickname of Lin Chen's wife. This would see her not only show up, but also swipe a gift, and they couldn't help but all laugh silently. Lu Junfei lowered his voice and smiled. "The manager also said something about forgetting to tell your wife the room number password. Isn't this coming? And brushing the yacht. It's not like this to secretly show love." The others nodded. Lin Chen, however, was getting more and more confused. He didn't even know about the fact that there was going to be a second audition today until after he came to the office in the morning. Then again, because he was so busy getting ready, he simply forgot to tell Sumi about it. And how did Sumi know about it? Lin Chen instinctively wanted to ask. Seeing the situation, Yi Lu desperately glared at Sun Ying behind him. Sun Ying was no less than someone who had been a big anchor's assistant, and immediately reacted, grabbing the camera and saying, "Hello everyone, hello again. Today our manager Lin will introduce our company's products to you." With that, he pressed Lin Chen to sit on the stool in front of the camera without being told. The live streaming pop-ups gradually increased. "We still have such handsome employees in our company? Newly hired anchor. Right. Haven't seen it before. Didn't we say that we'd let the manager of the live broadcast department personally? Why did you hire another anchor? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. This is Manager Lin from the live broadcast department. I've seen him in real life, and he's even more handsome in real life. Holy, I remember. Yu Lingyan from the finance department before. She just wanted to chase him and then was sent to the border. Right? Good looking in background. Love. Although this live broadcast was only for the entire Honey Bio company, most of the people who entered the live broadcast room were opening small numbers, so they spoke with some impunity. And in the dense pop-ups, hints of Sumi brushing gifts kept appearing. Someone noticed this. Which god is Littleby? This gift doesn't cost anything to brush out. Atmosphere. Isn't this a trial broadcast today? It's geared towards people from our own company. Why are there still people swiping gifts? Watch what you say. I heard that the chairman of the board came to this trial broadcast today. Oh, this pop-up caused Lin Chen to tremble. Chairman? The woman with the same name as the precious wife? This great Buddha actually came. He didn't realize that this audition broadcast had actually alarmed even the chairman of the board, so he immediately dismissed all thoughts, let out a long breath, and began to get into the state. Because of the experience of the last trial broadcast, this time, although faced with a large number of people, but Lin Chen is still in danger. Broadcast even better than the last time. The wonderful words attracted the pop-up screen a shout of praise. Sumi had been in the live room, basically not speaking, only occasionally swiping a gift. Lin Chen couldn't help but pay attention to her while explaining the merchandise. Whenever I saw Sumi's ID floating across the pop-up screen, I felt my heart settle down, and under Sumi's leadership, it actually drove a lot of people to follow and swipe gifts. Yi Lu had been standing outside the camera, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. This trial broadcast was originally just a test to work out Lin Chan's live broadcasting ability and make sure that nothing went wrong on the day of 618. And in this case, the company's employees are presumably trying to cope, turning on their live phones and putting them aside to do their own thing. But now what? Not only is there a lot of pop-up interaction, but there are even gifts. What does that tell you? It shows that Ariel has an audience. Looks like a solid first shot at 618. General Manager's office. Ryu Manzakura was also following the broadcast. The smile at the corner of her mouth didn't go down when she looked at Lin Chen, who was swimming in the live broadcast with his wonderful words. True to form, the man she had her eye on was not only handsome, but also superbly capable. Just based on Lin Chen's ability to learn and progress, even without the chairman of this layer of relations, he got him, but also a strong combination, so that the quality of life, and even work, are on a higher level. Kai Meng watched her carefully, always feeling that something was wrong. In the end, he still couldn't hold back. General Manager, do you still remember Finance Department Manager Yu's niece? Yu Lingyan? What's going on? Long Wenjuang froze. Wasn't she transferred to the branch? Although it was said that Yu Feng shoved the person in through the back door, apart from being a bit grumpy, her work ability is still worth recognizing. What? You went to the branch and are not convinced and want to come back? Kai Meng quickly shook her head. No, I just want to say that she went to the branch in the beginning. It seems that it is because of pestering Manager Lin. People Lin Manager have said that they are already married and have a wife. How can she refuse to believe? And it even got in front of Manager Yu and fired Lin Chen, she said while gauging Long Wenjuang's expression. Then in less than a day, Manager Yu personally came to the door to pick the person back. Long Wenjuang interrupted. You're trying to say that Lin Chen is already married, so I shouldn't pay too much attention to him. Shouldn't have those messed up thoughts, right? Kai Meng quickly said. Don't misunderstand me. I just want to remind you. Just now when the general manager looked at the live broadcast, that smile on his face with the arrival of spring seems to be, cannot help her not to worry it's fine to fall in love, but it's a big deal if you break up someone's family. Long Wonjo Sakura laughed, leaning back and taking a sip of coffee before saying, they say Lin Chen got married. Who saw the marriage certificate? When Yu Lingyan made a scene like that, he couldn't even get a marriage license, not even a photo together. Do you really think he's married? But, Kai Meng hesitated. If he's not married, Yu Lingyan is quite pretty and has an aunt who's the manager of the finance department, so why wouldn't he say yes? Although Yu Feng is only the head of the finance department, she is the company's longest following the chairman of the patriarch, and not married. The niece of the Yu Lingyan look at as if she were her own daughter. Who doesn't know that catching up with Yu Lingyan is the same as becoming the emperor's son-in-law? Long Wonjo Sakura's stocking-clad legs were folded together as she asked without answering, is Lin Chen bad? Kai Meng froze again and instinctively shook her head. Not bad. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he's also capable and has an unusual background. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized. You mean that he doesn't need to rely on Yu Lingyan's nepotism at all? Exactly. Long Wonjo Sakura nodded, her gaze falling on Lin Chen in the screen, a hint of imperative flashing in the bottom of her eyes. This Lin Chen can disdain a Yu Lingyan, but her own hall general manager. She does not believe that Lin Chen can still forbid the temptation. But this time, unlike playing male model, she really wants to settle down, so even if she is fishing, she has to take her time and can't be frivolous and casual. Kai Meng didn't dare to say more and turned to watch the live broadcast carefully. Long Wenjuang Sakura, however, casually took her cell phone and sent a message over to Sumi. Chairman, you're watching the live broadcast, aren't you? What do you think of this Lin Chen? Chapter 130 Secret Poking and Prying. This message from Ryukin Sakura was an inquiry for work and a personal tryst. Although she guessed that Lin Chen was most likely the chairman's illegitimate son, she could only think about it, but she didn't dare to mention a single word. After all, not to mention guessing wrong, even if he really guessed right, with the chairman's usual style of behavior, he would not be able to admit it. At that time, not to mention climbing relations, maybe he will not be able to keep his position as general manager. Therefore, one can only try to poke around in the dark, expecting to find out something. Sumi sat on the rattan chair in the study, looking at the message sent by Long Wenjua, and fell into deep thought. What was Long Wenjo Sakura asking with those words? Is it Lin Chen's ability to work? Or is it, she was inquiring about her relationship with Lin Chen? Sumi is not stupid. Not only is he not stupid, on the contrary, he is extremely intelligent. Otherwise he would not be able to create such a large group. She hadn't mentioned half a word about Lin Chen's identity in the company, but the last time Yufeng fired Lin Chen, she personally called Yufeng to ask him to invite him back. This one move was enough to make the entire company's top management speculate about Lin Chen's background. Long Wenjue is a poor student sponsored by Sumi. Sumi could be said to know Long Wenjue extremely well, knowing that she valued power above all else. Seeing this message at this moment, she reacted immediately. It seemed that Long Wenjue Sakura had, indeed, moved towards Lin Chen, not only because of Lin Chen's looks, but also because of the extra attention she paid to Lin Chen. What's the best way to respond to this message? Sumi looked at the message on her cell phone and fell into deep thought. To be fair, she really wanted to directly show off that Lin Chen was her husband as a way to put an end to Long Wenjue Sakura's coveting of Lin Chen. But she also knew in her heart that once Long Wenjue Cherry knew about this, with her nature, although she was directly severing her thoughts about Lin Chen, she would definitely be unable to avoid currying favor. That wasn't the outcome she wanted. What Sumi wants is for Lin Chen to take one step at a time, to move up the ladder in a practical manner, to build a good foundation and grow up slowly. Even if he paved the way for him, he only made the road less rough, and it was more up to him to go on his own. But if Long Wenjue Cherry knew about her relationship with Lin Chen, then Lin Chen would really be flat on his back. The foundation isn't even in place, but something could happen later. Sumi thought for a long time before returning. The future is promising. Company. Long Wenjue Sakura waited for half a day before she could reach a sentence, and was dumbfounded. A promising future? Just 4 words. Ha! She looked at the chat window for a long time. This sentence, the surface meaning is to understand. Focus on training this Lin Chen well. But with those 4 words, even if she thought about it, she couldn't think of Lin Chen's relationship with the chairman. The more Long Wenjue Sakura thought about it, the more she got a headache. Kai Meng was a bit puzzled. General Manager, what's wrong with you? Long Man Sakura instinctively asked back. What do you mean by a promising future? Ha! Kai Meng's mouth dropped open. Did she hear right? Long Wenjue Sakura came back to her senses and shook her head. It's nothing. Go make me a cup of coffee. She'd have to have a cup of coffee to slow down. A live broadcast, which lasted half an hour, finally ended. Lin Chen's live broadcast this time, instead of having stage fright, he was instead full of wonderful words and golden sentences, attracting unanimous praise from the employees. There are even people who didn't hold back and placed an order on the air, and afterward, they could only apply for a refund, making a big joke. Great! Yilu looked at the live broadcast data and turned red with excitement. Manager, you are simply the heavens chosen carrying anchor. Too strong. A trial broadcast facing the company's internal staff was able to close more than a dozen orders, and the gift income, excluding Little B, Lin Chen's wife, actually received thousands of dollars of bounty. To know this live broadcast can be completely for the company's internal trial broadcast, employees even if they do not look at the live room, the phone thrown aside to hand in a task can be, but now there are not only deals, but bounties. So what does that mean? It means our manager is a genius at live bandwagoning. Zhang Yao wrapped his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder and shook it desperately. Brother, I've long since seen that you're not an ordinary person. The first time we met at the university, I felt that you have a heavenly appearance. Someone, where is our manager's yellow robe? Give him the yellow robe. Before the words were finished, someone next to him handed over a yellow jacket. Nah, the yellow robe is here. The crowd was startled, and when they turned their heads, they realized that it was a certain group of takeout boys, handing over the jacket he had taken off. In a flash, the crowd roared with laughter. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile as well, and said to the crowd, "It's been hard on you all today. I ordered milk tea. Choose what you want to drink yourself." The group cheered at once, and the large office was full of joy. Lin Chen took a cup of milk tea, told the group to rest afterward and review the disc tomorrow, and then went back to the office. Just as soon as the door closed, he immediately unbuckled his belt, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and went straight to the couch. It was just live, and because so many people were there and the chairman was rumored to be here, he was tense the whole time, not to mention how hard it was. Now it's finally time to relax. Lin Chen sucked hard on a mouthful of milk tea, let out a long breath, and couldn't help but laugh. The pilot, even he didn't think it would be so successful. It looks like the official 618 livestream will be able to hit the ground running. When the time comes to make money, one can have more bonuses, maybe buy a house, and then one won't have to live in an old neighborhood and make one's mother-in-law pay rent. Even if it's not enough, well, at least you can take your precious wife on a trip abroad. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more beautiful he felt, and suddenly he thought of another problem. How in the world did baby wife know the lifetime and room number password? He sat up with a roll and reached for his cell phone to dial up Sumi's WeChat video. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Sumi's eyes were bright and full of admiration. "Hubby, Your live broadcast today was so great. Lin Chen instantly floated. That's for sure. Don't even look at who your husband is. I'm the one who's going to work hard to make money so you can live the life you want to live for the rest of your life. Wife. Sumi was touched in her heart and nodded heavily. Well, I'm sure you can do it. She had also seen Lin Chen's performance, and whether as the company's chairman or as his wife, she was deeply proud of Lin Chen. It was also believed that as long as she gave Lin Chen enough time, Lin Chen would definitely not let her down. Lin Chen looked at the adoration and trust in Sumi's eyes, and only felt that his entire body was floating, not to mention how pleased he was. But right at this moment, he suddenly thought of business. Right, wife? I don't remember telling you about today's live broadcast, right? The live room is also for company employees only. The room is encrypted. How did you know about it? I just saw you give me a gift in the live stream and it scared me. Chapter 131, waiting for you to earn money to buy a diamond ring. Sumi looked at the message sent by Lin Chen and her heart snapped, screaming that it was not good. Lin Chen's second audition today. She didn't actually know about it, and it was only after Long Wenjuang sent her a message that she remembered. She even registered an extra account on purpose because of this. And then I ended up forgetting about it. Wife. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Sumi back to God, quickly said, I happen to have a friend is your company. You also know that I used to do medical beauty well, and then you're selling another medical beauty product. She asked me if I had an internal live stream and if I wanted to see it, so I said yes to her. I wanted to surprise you. She winked. Well, were you startled by my sudden appearance? Technically, Ryukin Sakura was considered her friend. Not a lie. Lin Chen froze for a moment and nodded his head. It did scare me. When I saw that you swiped a gift for me, I thought I remembered wrongly that I had told you about the live broadcast. If it wasn't for the planner's reminder, I would have almost said hello to you on the air, said another relieved voice. Last time I auditioned, it was just in front of a few people in the department, so it's okay to say the wrong thing. For this pilot, it's rumored that our chairman is also here, so if I call out my wife in front of her, I'll be really screwed. It's a good thing the planner warned me about this, or else it would have been a real problem. Although they were all from the company, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be talk in private and bad publicity. Sumi almost laughed out loud when she heard Lin Chen's words. I wonder what his reaction would be if he knew he was the chairman. Honey, I'm talking to you, Lin Chen excitedly said. I live today feel much better state. Has found the anchor feeling. Wait until 618. If you can hit the red, then just the prize money will have a large sum. Then I take you out of the country to play. Okay? Or if there's a gift you want, go look at it first and I'll buy it for you. He was always upset about the fact that he only got a license to get married and didn't even have wedding photos or even a decent wedding. Now that there is a chance to make money, it is natural to want to make it up to Sumi. Sumi smiled, her eyebrows arched. Good. Then I'll wait for you to make a lot of money and buy me a diamond ring then. Definitely. Lin Chen solemnly nodded his head, silently adding a sentence in his heart. Not only the diamond ring, but the 3 gold dowries and even the wedding dress and wedding. He will make up for it. If others have it, so must the precious wife. The two of them chatted for a while longer when the phone on Lin Chen's desk rang. Honey, I'll get busy with work and wait until I get off tonight. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Be good and wait for me at home. I'll bring you Master Bao's egg tarts. Sumi's heart was sweet, and she nodded her head obediently. Lin Chen hung up the video call before picking up the phone on his desk. Hello, this is the live department. Manager Lin. The general manager is looking for you. It's Kai Meng. General manager looking for? Lin Chen froze, instinctively thinking of the last coffee stain incident. That one time, Long Wenjo Sakura said she'd wipe the coffee off his pants, but it turned out. He glanced at his chest, not quite sure if it was his fault. Always felt like the GM touched his pecs last time. Manager Lin? Kai Meng's voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. Lin Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly said, I wonder what the general manager is looking for me for. Kai Meng laughed lightly. This matter, don't you know when you come up? I'm just a secretary. What the general manager thinks, I don't know. Lin Chen felt a bit amused himself and hurriedly said, Okay, I'll be right up. Hanging up the phone, he sighed and pulled his shirt sleeves down, and buttoned back the chest's unbuttoned buttons one by one before getting up and resigning himself to his fate and heading out of the office. Just as he went out the door, he bumped into Jiang Yao head-on. He smiled badly and sized up Lin Chen. What for? Lin Chen froze. What kind of bad idea did you have when you kid ghosted the eyes of the sun? Jiang Yao put his arm around his shoulder and said, Man, you're really on fire this time. Huh? Lin Chen was a bit confused. What do you mean? Jiang Yao pulled out his cell phone and tapped it a few times and handed it over. Nah, see for yourself. On the cell phone, is the company staff built their own small group? Hundreds of people. This will be chatting feverishly. The focus of the discussion was Lin Chen. Holy, you guys have been saying that the live department's Lin manager is handsome. I didn't believe it, but today I've gotten a better understanding. Why do I get the feeling that he's not a manager, but a netizen that the live department poached from the outside? It's been a long time since I've seen such a handsome anchor. Who has his private account? I'm going to follow it. I kind of know why Yu Lingyan's kind of high-eyed young lady can look at him. Today is kind of an eye-opener. The group messages brushed fast, all of them praising Lin Chen's good looks. Occasionally someone questions the beauty filter and the news is quickly drowned out. After all, Lin Chen is an employee of the company, and not one of those visible and invisible internet celebrities. Many people in the company have seen the real person. They can't tell if it's a beauty filter or not, can they? See no. Zhang Ya shook his cell phone. All of the group is asking about you. This time you're really on fire. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. If it's on fire, it's on fire. What's there to say? You seized the time to do market research. It's about to be 618. Mind less about these useless things. He just wants to make money so his precious wife can have a good life. As for the rest, who cares? Zhang Ya was unbalanced in his heart. Asterisk, you kid. Do you know how many beautiful women there are in the company? Honey Bio, a company that specializes in medical aesthetic products, has a high percentage of female employees. And that, moreover, is mostly high color. Now that Lin Chen is on fire, it's not a dream to open a harem. Lin Chen was speechless. What does having a beautiful woman have to do with me? You like it, let it be yours. I'd like to. Not as good looking as you. Zhang Yao grimaced bitterly. Lin Chen, however, suddenly spoke. Jing Yan, why are you here? Zhang Yao was struck by lightning, and his entire body shivered. Baby, listen to me explain. It was only when he turned around and realized that Lin Chen had lied to him that he became furious. Good fellow. You actually tricked me. That's the only way to cure you. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed indirectly said. Okay, the general manager is looking for me. You kid, take it easy. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll really look for her to complain. With that, he turned and entered the elevator. As the elevator door closed, he heard Zhang Yao's wail, making bad friends. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, then sighed again. He was laughing at Zhang Yao here, but he was going to face the strange general manager later. I also wondered what the general manager wanted to see him about. Let's hope it's a discussion about work. Lin Chen shook his head and walked out of the elevator. Kai Meng was already waiting. Manager Lin, the general manager is waiting for you. You're welcome inside. Chapter 132. I want to hire you as a fitness instructor. Lin Chen entered the general manager's office. Long Wonjo Sakura stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and turned around when she heard footsteps. She wore a dark purple professional suit dress today, and at a glance, it was clear that the value of the suit was well tailored, outlining her already perfect figure more and more. Black silk thin high heels, but also added a few indescribable flavor to her. Lin Chen looked at it with a murmur of praise in his heart. This general manager, looking at the age of less than 30 years old, not only looks beautiful, the ability is even more outstanding, is simply the proud daughter of Heaven Ah, but even then, it's still not even close to a baby wife. After all, Long Wen Cherry, even if beautiful, but long time in the shopping mall, the body of that strong woman's intimidation lingering, where than the baby wife that fragrant soft look? Manager Lin, sit. Ryuban Sakura angled her chin. As Lin Chen sized her up, she was also sizing her up. This will be Lin Chen has not yet removed makeup, wearing a white shirt and suit pants, sword eyebrow and starry-eyed stature. Compared to the bar nightclub those male models, I do not know how many times better. Long Wenjuang Sakura muttered in the back of her mind. Listen to the men said. This Lin Chen every day on time to and from work. Off work is directly home. The beautiful name is to accompany his wife. But there is no wife. Or an unknown. Such a self-disciplined and perfect man is a special gift from God. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, a little apprehensive. Do you look for me? For anything? It's not really anything. Long Wonjo Sakura walked over with faith and sat down next to Lin Chen. A scent hit me. Unlike the smell of laundry detergent mixed with body odor on Sumi, the scent on Long Wonju Sakura's body carried an obvious aggressiveness. Lin Chen couldn't help but move a few points to the side. He still loved the smell of his precious wife's body. It was so reassuring to smell. Not one like Ryuman Sakura, whose scent makes you want to stand up straight. It's horrible. Manager Lin, your live broadcast today. It was great. Long Wonjo Sakura smiled and brought over the coffee on the table. Tired after broadcasting for half an hour, aren't you? Have a cup of coffee to moisten your throat. Lin Chen was somewhat flattered and hurriedly went to receive it with both hands. Who expected that just as he touched the cup, Long Wenjuang's fingers lifted slightly and rubbed against his hand. Lin Chen was so startled that he almost didn't hold his coffee steady. Be careful. Ryuban Sakura took his hand, holding the coffee cup in place in the process. Lin Chen felt the touch on his hand and became even more confused. If the coffee stain incident earlier, it was an illusion of its own. Well, I guess not this time. Then, she is taking advantage of herself? No? Without waiting for him to react, Long Wenjuang Sakura had already let go of her hand and leaned back on the sofa with a bemused look on her face. Lin Chen sneaked a look at her, and again felt that he was overthinking it. It should also just be a coincidence. How can a general manager do such a thing? Lin Chen took a sip of his coffee and felt more and more like he was on pins and needles, not even tasting the coffee. Long Wenjuang finally spoke up. This live broadcast selling is the first time our Honey Bios products are doing online sales. You should know this, right? Lin Chen nodded. Honey's products? Belonging to the domestic old. The sales method has always been conservative, mainly to the supermarket open-shelf products. In recent years, however, there has been a focus on developing high-end products. Nowadays, live banding is the main push for products in this area as well. Long Wenjin continued. About the 618, the company attaches great importance to, you lead your department to do well, make a name for yourself. The company will not treat you poorly. Saying this, she raised her hand and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen nodded his head once again and said with a straight face, "Don't worry, General Manager, I will definitely work hard. Not for yourself, but for your precious wife. Work hard for a promotion and a raise so that she can have a good life." It seems that he misunderstood the General Manager. She is clearly to encourage subordinates. Lin Chen had just thought of this when he realized that Long Wenjo Sakura's hand on his shoulder squeezed hard. His entire body was petrified. General Manager you are. Nice body work, young man. Long Wenjuang Sakura had a bashful face, and after squeezing his shoulders, she patted his chest. Hard and muscular. It felt very good in her hands, and she was pleased with it. Lin Chen was even more confused. Caring about your subordinates, and caring about your subordinates' body? It's okay to ask, but this is straight up. Is it sexual harassment when an extremely beautiful boss makes a move on a subordinate? If you want to count, it seems like you've earned it when that other person is so pretty, but to say it doesn't count, it's too presumptuous to touch it straight away, isn't it? You don't even do that at the gym. Long Wenjo Sakura patted Lin Chen's pecs and asked again, "You have a fitness habit?" Lin Chen stiffened and smiled awkwardly. When I was in college, I worked part-time at the gym and would often work out, but now that I'm working, it's been a long time since I've been to the gym. After all, you have to get money at work, and you have to spend time with your wife on vacation from work. So where do you find the time to go to the gym? Lin Chen said while not moving to the side. Who expected Long when Cherry hand? Just like Long in his body like, he moved a point, the hand will catch up a point. Dead stick in his chest refused to go, and it's trending downward. Nice abs case, too. Long Man Sakura had touched his waist. Lin Chen couldn't help it. He jumped up violently and took several steps back. General Manager, this is not appropriate? If he was at the gym and someone complimented him on his workout, he'd have to take his shirt off and show it off. But this is a company, it's an office, and sitting in front of you is the general manager of the company. What is this called? Long Wenjo Sakura was used to groping male models in nightclubs, and this time when she was on Lin Chen's shoulder, her hands were a bit out of control. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, she snapped out of it and was immediately embarrassed. Well, in this case, Kai Meng came knocking. Long Wenjuang hurriedly cleared her throat and said with a straight face, "Come in." Kai Meng brought in fresh coffee. "Leave it there and get out." Long Wenjo Sakura waved her hand and said, "I still have things to discuss with Manager Lin." Lin Chen desperately cried out in the bottom of his heart, "Secretary Kai, don't go. GM, she is not right." But he didn't dare to say it and could only watch Kai Meng leave, and thoughtfully closed the door. Manager Lin, don't misunderstand. Long Wenjo Sakura looked at Lin Chen and explained, "What I just did was think about a problem. You see, nowadays, people sit in the office every day. It's not good for their health. So I want to open a separate staff gym in the company as an employee benefit. But a lot of people don't work out, and I saw you were in good shape, so I wanted to see if you worked out. If you did, what do you think of the idea of having you as this fitness instructor?" Chapter 133 Long Wenjo Sakura's Seduction. Fitness trainer? Lin Chen felt like his brain wasn't enough. So much for somehow becoming a manager. And now you have to moonlight as a fitness instructor? What a joke. Long Wenjo Sakura observed Lin Chen's face, her heart a little apprehensive. This gym thing came to her on the spur of the moment. Otherwise there's really no way to explain your move to go up and mooch. Now that I've said it, it's that I think I'm just too witty. The company had already had a proposal to open a gym as an employee benefit, so it's just as well that they're putting things in place now. By then, if Lin Chen really took this coaching job, wouldn't he have a chance to feast his eyes? Maybe even use it to get closer. Lin Chen was also muttering in his heart. This is something that sounds a little too outrageous. Manager Lin, what do you think? Long Wenjuang asked again. I see that in the whole company. You are the one with the best body. You have practiced in the gym. You have experience. This way, you have time to work out and benefit your co-workers. How about 2 birds with 1 stone? Lin Chen came back to his senses and instinctively tried to refuse. What a joke. If he had that time, wouldn't he go back to his precious wife? Who wants to soak up the gym as a free trainer? Long Wenjuang Cherry, however, grabbed the lead and said, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. Go back and think about it. With the words having been said, Lin Chen couldn't say anything even if he had the heart to refuse. He sighed. Alright then, I'll go back first. It just so happens that it's almost time to get off work, so I can't afford to delay going home to my wife. Long Wenjuan looked at Lin Chen's departing back and said, these broad shoulders and narrow waist, these 2 long legs that were longer than her life. Who were they going to mesmerize? And wearing a suit. Long Wenjuan Sakura's mind was already bubbling with images of what Lin Chen would look like wearing arm and leg rings. No, we have to go out into the night tonight. She made up her mind. The handsome man in front of you can't look at him and eat him, so you'll have to go for the spendthrift and have a good time. Night. After Lin Chen ate dinner, he nestled on the sofa with his arm around Sumi and played games. Sumi is now playing King of Glory is exactly the time to get on top. As soon as Lin Chen came back, he pulled Lin Chen to take her to score. Hubby, come and save me. The opposing fighters keep grabbing me. Don't worry. I'll make sure he doesn't eat any of the wilds this hand. Hubby against the road rubbing my troop line. So annoying. You follow me. I'll take you back to the food and catch you a few heads to replenish your economy. The 2 of them were fighting fiercely as they held their cell phones. After another win, Sumi Xin put down her cell phone in satisfaction. Well, that's enough for today. She stretched and leaned on Lin Chen. Next, it's time for you to talk about the interesting things you encountered in the company today. It was a daily fixture for the 2. Snuggle up every night and tell each other what you've seen and heard today. It was then that Lin Chen remembered the gym. It's something that he wants to laugh about himself. Honey, I'll tell you a joke. Lin Chen said, our general manager actually wants to get a gym in the company as an employee benefit. Sumi froze. Isn't that a good thing? Many large companies have gyms that are free for employees to use. The proposal was made by someone in management as far back as last year, but there was just too much going on and it was never done. But Sumi quickly realized something was wrong. To get a gym, Long Wenjua directly talked to the finance department side. Let the finance send someone to put things in place on the line. What's there to say to someone in a live department like Lin Chen? It couldn't be left to Lin Chen. Someone who couldn't do anything about it. A sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. As expected, Lin Chen's next words confirmed her suspicions. She wants me to coach it, Lin Chen said breathlessly. Are you kidding me? I'm a department manager with a salary of $300,000 a year. Giving her a free trip to be a fitness instructor to work out the company's employees. Isn't this a joke? The words in Sumi's mind came out. She's not coveting your body, is she? Lin Chen was startled and instinctively shook his head. How can that be? She's the general manager. She's pretty and rich. Can she lack a man? Even if there's a shortage, it's impossible to find my head, right? The general manager's reputation don't want it? Sumi was the one who spilled the vinegar. Oh, she's pretty and rich, only there's no shortage of men. And you're sorry you didn't find it on your head, aren't you? Lin Chen was startled, and hurriedly coaxed her with his arm around her. Honey, you misunderstood. I was just saying that casually. In my heart, no one can compare to your beauty. With you around, I can't even look at anyone else. More accurately, you're enough for me in this life. No one else is in my eyes. No one else deserves to be in my eyes. Sumi laughed out loud at his amusement and said with a stern face, then you still praise her? Lin Chen looked at her pouting look and loved it. It's not okay to be jealous all the time, but this occasional jealous little tantrum is so cute. Good wife. I said something wrong, don't be angry. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Sumi and shook it. It's not that you asked me, so I'll just describe it casually. But even if she's pretty, she won't be able to. Sumi looked at him. What doesn't work? The aura is too strong, Lin Chen said in a serious manner. Looking at it makes one's heart weak, and the atmosphere doesn't dare to come out. I still like my wife like you. Wife, you're prettier looking than her, have a better body than her, and are gentler and better behaved than her. You're simply the most perfect woman in the world. A flurry of rainbow farts down. Sumi, face red with shame, simply pushed him away and said, full of nonsense. I'm not talking to you anymore. Take a bath. The smile on his face, while his mouth complained, never disappeared. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy to finally coax this ancestor. Who expected that just then? Sumi turned to look at him again. No promises to be a gym instructor. She knew Long Wenjua better than anyone. That woman clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity so she could mooch off Lin Chen at the gym. Even if that wasn't the case, she didn't want Lin Chen, with such a good body, to go to the gym and be seen by another woman. Her man. She alone can have. Lin Chen cried and laughed, quickly nodding his head. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Your Honor wife. I definitely won't agree to this. This side of the live broadcast is already enough of a headache for me. Where do I have time to care about anything else? Only then was Sumi satisfied and went into the bathroom. In no time at all. Not only was there the sound of water, but it was accompanied by the sound of humming. Obviously in a good mood. Lin Chen's eyes twinkled as he quickly stripped off his clothes and scurried over. Wife, open the door. I'll come in and give you a back rub. Don't. You big pervert. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You misunderstand. I just want to rub your back. And I was worried when you fainted in the bathroom last time. Open the door. Not open. Be a good bunny and open the door. Ariel sang the song. Sumi was amused and giggled, and eventually opened the bathroom door with shyness. The springtime is over and the night is short. Day 2. Lin Chen came to the company in high spirits. I had just sat down when the internal phone on my desk rang again. Good morning, Manager Lin. The general manager is looking for you. Come up here. Chapter 134 Long Wenju's Envy. General manager again? Lin Chen was speechless. It's not about the gym again, is it? It's something that really can't be done. But after all is said and done, people have called, and those who are bulls and horses can do nothing else but obey obediently. Lin Chen resignedly got up and went to the ninth floor. Coffee had already been brewed long ago, and Long Wenjua, dressed in a pink suit overdress, sat in an office chair with a strong aura. Ah, Manager Lin. About the gym. How have you considered it? Long Wenjuang took a sip of her coffee and spoke with a smile. She has enough aura and no shortage of temperament, which will sit there, end up being pleasing to the eye. Only Lin Chen was not in the mood to half appreciate it. General manager, I really can't agree to this. Lin Chen sighed. I thought about it carefully. Nowadays I not only have to arrange the work of the entire department, but I also have to be in charge of the live broadcast. I'm simply too busy. Long Wenjo Sakura raised her eyebrows. I remember that the planner of your department is called Yi Lu, right? Isn't she very capable? With her in the size of your department, do not have to worry about you. You are responsible for live on the line. And then take some time off work to go to the gym to point out the other colleagues to work out. Is it difficult? Lin Chen's heart snapped when he heard her mention Yi Lu. Sure enough, that Jiang Yao kid was right. Yi Lu performed so well, and sure enough, he was aimed at by the people at the top. Now it's good. The whole department is handed over to Yi Lu to take care of. Isn't that a power grab in disguise? Long Wenjo Sakura keenly saw Lin Chen's mind, and immediately smiled. Don't worry, even if Yi Lu takes care of the live broadcasting department, this manager's position, it's definitely still yours, and that won't change. Any other concerns? Lin Chen secretly grumbled in his heart. This is totally on to herself. After a brief thought, he immediately said, I went back and discussed this with my wife, and she won't let me do this. Wife. Long Wenjuang raked in the fun. Yu Lingyan, who was in the finance department before, was transferred to the branch because of this, right? I'm curious about this wife of yours. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me about it? Say what? That I'm in love with her? Lin Chen cursed in the bottom of his heart, but on his face he didn't dare to show it in the slightest inside. I wonder what the general manager would like to hear, like how they met, and like when they got married, and the other family's character. Ryuban Sakura spoke naturally. Lin Chen mentally spat madly. I've never seen a supervisor who has to investigate his subordinates about these things, but there's nothing to be done about it at the moment. He resigned himself to the fact that, my wife and I, met on a blind date. It's true that it's a blind date notwithstanding, but Sumi's situation is a bit unique. Long Wenjuang came to be interested, a blind date? At your age, you actually had to go on a blind date and it worked out? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded his head, and when he thought of Sumi's gentle and beautiful face, the corners of his mouth instantly lifted up. Even the look softened a bit. My wife's situation is a bit special. She's quite a bit older than me, and because of her illness, it was her mother who came to me on a blind date, but I kind of fell in love with her. At first sight. How is a goddess you fell in love with as a child not love at first sight? Lin Chen couldn't say enough when it came to Sumi. My wife is very good. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's perfect. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also gentle and virtuous. My motivation to go to work every day is her. After a busy day, all the tiredness can disappear when I come home from work and see her. Long Wenjo Cherry coldly watched Lin Chen recount the couple's love, and a few moments of envy actually arose in her heart. She actually wanted to live single for the rest of her life. After all, she wasn't short of money, and as long as there's money, there's no shortage of good-looking men. But spend money to buy a man. That are false. Money each other attitude is good. No money. Want to see a side cannot see. How could she not envy a love like Lin Chen's? A love that filled her heart and eyes with only one person? Long Wenjin suddenly interrupted Lin Chen's narration. You said that your wife's health is not good, so if she doesn't go to work, she relies on you to support her? Of course. Lin Chen nodded his head. Raising a wife is originally a man's responsibility. Don't say she's not in good health. Even if she's good, I'm still willing to raise her. Speaking of this, he brought a bit of smugness to his face. After all, my wife is so beautiful and perfect. What if she goes out to work and is abducted by someone else? The hint of sourness in Long Wenjuang's heart became more and more obvious. However, she didn't show it at all on her face, and only said, after all that, always talking about how beautiful your wife is. Do you have a picture? Show me. Lin Chen hesitated. After all, Sumi had told him 100 times that she didn't like too much publicity, and that he wasn't allowed to show off the photos. But the GM is the only one here now, so taking it out and showing it to her shouldn't be considered showing off. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and flipped through the pictures he had taken of Sumi at the last beach, getting up and walking towards Long Wenjua, ready to show them to her. Who expected a knock on the office door just then? Kai Meng walked in and respectfully said, General Manager, it's time for the meeting. Okay, coming right up. Long Wenjo Sakura frowned and probed at Lin Chen, ready to go back to the meeting after looking at the pictures Lin Chen had given her. A call came in as I watched the phone reach close. Lin Chen was startled, and when he saw the words baby wife on the screen, he hurriedly said to Long Wenjua, General Manager, sorry, my wife called. With that, he hurried off to the side and picked up the phone. Long Wenjua did not see the photo. Some regret, but did not say anything, went out to the meeting. After all, you can't keep the conference room waiting for a photo, can you? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled when he picked up the phone. Wife, why did you remember to call me today? You know he's usually the one pestering Sumi and making video calls over to work. Sumi, on the other hand, is rarely on the phone. Sumi laughed. Actually, I just wanted to ask how to get to the place where we went to the beach last time. My cousin's daughter also wanted to go there, and looked for me to ask for the route. Lin Chen hurriedly said, that place is not easy to find. I'll just send the route later. Next time there's something like this, you can just let your cousin ask me, so you don't have to bother. It's just finding an address. Where's the bother? I'm not made of glass. Sumi's mouth complained, but the smile and sweetness that permeated her words could not be concealed. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Then I'm not still worried about you. A few more words were exchanged before the phone was hung up. Ryu Mansakura had already left for a meeting. Kai Meng apologized a little. Manager Lin, you can go back first. I'll call you back if the general manager gives you the word again. Lin Chen nodded and couldn't help but say, right, Secretary Kai, tell the general manager. This gym, I really don't want to manage it. It's fine for him to take his lunch break to get fit. It's not like he's full of if he's moonlighting as a coach to instruct other people. Kai Meng laughed. Good, then I'll mention it to the general manager. You take your time. Lin Chen didn't say much and turned around to go downstairs. Just as he went down, he saw Jiang Yao sneak into his office. Chapter 135 Class Reunion Invitation. As Lin Chen watched Jiang Yao tiptoe around, he immediately became interested and followed suit, easing his footsteps, then entered and slammed his fist on Jiang Yao's back. Ouch! Jiang Yao let out a cry of surprise and hastily lowered his voice again. Holy, you kid! You scared me to death. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. What are you doing sneaking around my office? It was thanks to the two men who had been brothers for many years, but anyone else he would have suspected of coming in and stealing. What do you mean sneaking around? I'll just come over and sit for a while, okay? Jiang Yao said in a bad mood. By the way, let me tell you, there is a dinner party tonight. Let's go over. Together. Lin Chen directly interrupted him. No go. You kid, can't you hear me out on what meal it is? Jiang Yao said speechlessly. Teacher Xiao Wu came to us here to visit his family, and his classmates group said that those who work in the neighborhood tonight will come out to get together. Which you don't even go. Lin Chen froze when he heard this name. Mr. Xiao Wu, full name Wang Xiao Wu, was his and Jiang Yao's high school math teacher. This teacher is not simple. When Lin Chen was in his second year of high school transferred over to their school, because the age is not very young, teaching philosophy is very innovative. One of his most common phrases is that he is fun to teach, and not only does he teach well, but he also excels at mingling with his classmates. It is safe to say that the vast majority of the students he has taught are incredibly grateful to him. If it's really Mr. Xiao Wu, then the dinner tonight is a must. Zhang Yao sat on Lin Chen's office chair and crossed his legs. How about it? To go or not to go? Lin Chen didn't have the heart to say. You didn't say so earlier. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and tapped on the classmate group. I happened to see a message from Mr. Xiaowu, classmates. It's been years since I've seen you, and you've all grown up, so I'll be hosting this meal tonight. Those of you who have become families and have children, bring them all out and have a good time. And let me see what the students I taught have become today, and whether they have become the people they most want to be. Immediately many people below followed in agreement. Copy that. I'll bring my girlfriend. It just so happens that my husband isn't working overtime today. Mr. Xiaowu is waiting. I'll bring him along. Mr. Xiaowu, you didn't allow me to fall in love early back then. Now that I haven't found a date, are you going to compensate me for one? Let's bring our families. Where are your families? Mr. Wu, I remember you're married, right? A series of messages swiped through. Lin Chen was in the middle of watching when Jiang Yao came over. Mr. Wu has spoken. So you're bringing your wife out tonight? Ever since he saw that group photo of Lin Chen, he had been wanting to see the real person. Whether or not it was as exaggerated as Lin Chen said. I've got a chance today. Lin Chen pushed him away with an elbow. Screw you. My wife is coming or not. Then I'll have to ask her if she wants to go or not. Although he also wanted to take Sumi out and introduce her to his friends and classmates. Sumi liked to be quiet and might not be willing to go to such a place. Jiang Yao then urged. Then why don't you call and ask? Lin Chen, however, didn't want to fight in front of him and only said, what do you care if I fight or not? You kid hasn't said what you're sneaking into my office for. Jiang Yao's old face turned red and his voice lowered a few points. Xiaoyan's mom asked me about my marriage, so I came to hide. So don't kick me out if you're a brother, he said inside with a heartfelt glance outside. It's not that he doesn't want to get married, he just doesn't have the money. A dowry of $660. 000. With your life? Lin Chen sighed along with him as he looked at him like this. This relationship, according to him it will not come to fruition. But it can't be helped. Who made Jiang Yao like it? He, being a brother, did not say anything. Jiang Yao hid in Lin Chen for half a day before reluctantly leaving. As soon as he left, Lin Chen immediately dialed Sumi's WeChat phone number and asked her if she wanted to go to dinner together in the evening. Class reunion? Sumi was a bit curious. Why so sudden? Don't you usually start planning your class reunion months in advance? How can you say party in the morning and go out at night? Lin Chen let out a bitter smile. Actually, I don't really want to go, but this teacher is one of my favorite and most respected teachers. When I graduated, he also transferred to the field. It's not easy to make a trip. I want to go and meet him. If you don't want to go, wife, then don't go. I'll just go myself. Sumi lightly bit her lower lip, hesitated for a long time before she spoke. But, I'm so much older than you. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you take me to meet your classmates? Age was always the thing that mattered most to her deepest heart. Lin Chen, however, did not hesitate to say, what's the joke? People will only envy me for finding such a beautiful and gentle wife. Joking aside, not to mention the fact that sibling relationships are all the rage right now. Even if you put that aside, the baby wife's face and body are the top of the line among women, alright. Who's laughing? I'm afraid that those students can't even envy them. Sumi is still a bit torn. Lin Chen simply said, anyway, for the evening party, there's no rush. Wife, take your time to think about it, and if you want to go, I'll go back after work to pick you up. How about it? Sumi nodded in response. Afternoon. Lin Chen opened the classmate group message and glanced at it. As the closest and most prosperous big city to Chengyang, many of his high school classmates worked in Binhai, so there were actually 16 classmates who responded to tonight's party. Add to that Mr. Takishi's comment about bringing family members, and I'm guessing it's going to be a lively night. Although they were all in the same city, they usually seldom met other classmates except for his relationship with Jiang Yao, who was an iron brother. Now that it's going to be a party, it's a bit of an anticipation. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth a few points as he thought about his time in high school. It was at that moment that Mr. Takishi ate him in the group. Lin Chen, you were the school bully of our school back then. Have you started a family? The others started to get up in arms. Lin Chen smiled and instinctively replied, just got married not long ago. The message went out before I reacted. There are several other people in the group who came out from the same place as myself. And if this reaches mom's ears, it's going to be a big deal. After all, he had always said that he had found a girlfriend, but he had not said anything about marriage. And if mom knew that he was married and she didn't know, then I guess the sky would collapse. But before he could withdraw it, someone had already sent a message. You're married? The one who spoke was a classmate from the same neighborhood as Lin Chen's family. Feng Wenjun. who graduated from college and went back to Chung County to take her family's civil service exam. Her messages jumped out one after another. My mom dances with your mom every day, and came back not long ago to say that your mom complained that you wouldn't find a date. What's with the sudden marriage? Where is your wife from? Why don't you come home for the wedding? A lie, right? Chapter 136. The same people have different lives. Feng Wenjun's soulful question instantly livened up the entire group. Yo, Lin Chen is lying and being poked in the face? Not so much. When studying that time, you at least is also the school grass. Will not even be unable to marry a wife. But also hard to pretend to say married, right? There are no outsiders in the group. If it's tied, it's tied. If it's not tied, there's no point in lying about it. Aren't flash marriages popular now? Lin Chen isn't the kind of person who can't find a date. So I'm guessing he got married and didn't have a bar? Marriage does not do wine, I understand. But this marriage even mom do not know. Or the first time to see. Do not be our Lin Big Grass. Sexual orientation is not clear. Do not dare to say it to the family? For a while, the group said everything. Lin Chen looked at the message as a headache and couldn't help but regret it. I blame myself. When Mr. Xiao Wu asked, he went straight to the top and said everything, but forgot about Feng Wenjun, her family and their own home in a neighborhood, just across a building, which if it reaches the ears of the mother that they are married, then how can it be? Just then, Teacher Xiao Wu's message was sent out. Lin Chen, what's going on with you? Everyone's curious. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, just typed the wrong thing with a quick hand. It's looking for a girlfriend. Not married yet, said Feng Wenjun again. I just got together with my girlfriend not long ago. I haven't brought her home yet. I guess when my mom complained to your mom, I wasn't with my girlfriend yet. It's all a misunderstanding. Stop talking nonsense, people. Teacher Xiao Wu sent a laughing emoticon and added, since it's a girlfriend, bring it out tonight to see it, and teacher will give you a poem. Lin Chen hesitated. Sumi's message was sent instead. Honey, on second thought, I'll go party with you tonight. Lin Chen looked at the message, let out a long breath, and replied in the group. Okay, then I'll bring her over tonight, but my girlfriend is thin-skinned, so you guys have to pay attention and take care of her a bit more, just as a favor to me. With that, he added a please emoji. Quite a few people snickered. Feng Wenjun even made a scene and said, I can't go to my hometown. Who will take a picture for me to let me see what the girlfriend of our Lin.sa schoolmaster looks like? Lin Chen was anxious. No shooting. I told you that my girlfriend has a thin skin. If you guys are like this, then I won't go tonight. Big deal. I'll invite Mr. Xiao Wu alone to dinner and get together. Not with you guys. What this Feng Wenjun was playing at, he could see it at a glance. This would definitely be shown to her mom if a picture was taken, and then her mom would pass it on to her own mom. It's going to be a real big deal when that happens. Women, the ability to gossip that is born, have to defend. The group was buzzing. In the end, it was Mr. Xiao Wu who stepped forward and snapped. Okay, tonight is just a normal dinner. No pictures, give me face. No one take any sneak peeks. The crowd stopped then and turned to the evening's party. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and replied to Sumi's message. Then, wife, you wait until 6:30 to change your clothes and wait for me downstairs. I'll pick you up. Sumi quickly returned the message and was a little worried. So what am I going to wear tonight? Wear whatever you want. Don't care. Lin Chen comforted. It's just a normal class reunion, and our teacher is very approachable. Don't worry. Despite saying that, Sumi chose her clothes for the afternoon. Finally chose a simple and generous white t-shirt with jeans, a head of long hair tied into a high ponytail, with a pair of small white shoes, a sweep of the previous soft look. The whole person more than a few points of youthful feeling. She stood in front of the mirror, looking left and right, a heart in turmoil, counting. This was the first time she had met Lin Chen's friends, when she thought that the other party were young people in their 20s, but she herself was nearly 40 years old. She was very uneasy in her heart. One moment she was worried about looking too old for Lin Chen to feel ashamed, and the other moment she was worried about not having a common topic to fit in. So she was sitting still all afternoon. When the time was almost up, it was only then that she hurriedly made up her lipstick, casually carried a bag and went downstairs. Jiang Yao walked over when Lin Chen got off work. Anyway, we're going to the reunion. Why don't you bring me and Xiaoyan along? He grinned and said, and it saves us from taking a cab. Lin Chen frowned. It's fine, but I have to go back to pick up my wife first. That's even better. Jiang Yao got excited. Now the whole classmate group is discussing what your wife looks like. I can be the first to see it and show it off in the group later. He had been curious for a long time about the heavenly fairy-like wife Lin Chen spoke of. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Alright, but first things first, my wife and I got a marriage license, but she doesn't want to meet her parents so early. My mom doesn't know about this. You also know that Feng Linjun's family is in the same neighborhood as mine. So don't spill the beans in the group. Just say that she's my girlfriend and that's enough. Know what I mean? Get it? Yes. But, Zhang Yao looked puzzled. Your kid is also impressive enough. After receiving a marriage license and not seeing the parents, looking at the whole country, I guess it's only your case, right? But I do understand now why you said your wife didn't want a dowry. This ing parents have not met, directly led the license. That's certainly no bride price. Envious of him. Lin Chen's mouth turned away. If you're willing to do so, you can also lure the one in your family to get a license with you. Zhang Yao's face instantly collapsed. Don't joke. Xiaoyan, that's a complete mama's boy girl. I coaxed her even if, but also have to coax her mother. I'm afraid that her mother will look at me wrong one day. So that she broke up with me? Then I'm really game over. Speaking of which, curious again. Your wife got a license with you. You don't tell your mom even if her mom doesn't object? Sumi's mom? Lin Chen laughed. It was her mom who pushed me to get a license with her. Not only that, but $100,000 too. Although the money will have to be returned sooner or later. Zhang Yao's features distorted with jealousy, and hammered his fist on Lin Chen's shoulder. Different lives for the same person. The two of them joked and went all the way to the parking lot to get the car, and then picked up Zhu Jingyan, who had been waiting here for a long time at the next intersection. Before driving all the way to the Tsuiyuan neighborhood, Lin Chen was driving when suddenly, his cell phone received a message. It was actually sent by Zhang Yao. He froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Zhang Yao. You kid, just sitting in my car. What can't you just say what you have to say, and what are you doing sending me WeChat? Zhang Yao instantly froze, desperately giving Lin Chen a wink. Xu Jingyan, who was sitting on the side, became interested and reached out to him. What did you say? Show me the phone. Chapter 137 Lickspittle shall not die. Only when Zhu Jingyan opened her mouth did Lin Chen react. Zhang Yao's scalp went numb and he stammered. I just clicked. Wrongly, didn't say anything. Lin Chen opened his mouth while tapping on a WeChat message, and at a glance, he saw the words sent by Zhang Yao. Brother, you will later talk to your wife more about your direct license without the bride price, and strive to let Xiaoyan charge me less bride price. Okay? He almost laughed out loud, then quickly tapped dozens of emoticons and sent them over. Mouthing, *******. There's a bug in the phone. Swiping a lot of emoticons. Xu Jingyan didn't believe it and grabbed Zhang Yao's cell phone to look at it. Only after sliding up several pages in a row with emoticons did he throw his phone back to Zhang Yao and brush his own drama. Zhang Yao then sighed in relief and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up emoji back. Lin Chen secretly sighed in his heart. It is sad enough for a man to be at Zhang Yao's level. Sure enough, Lickspittle shall not die. Chatting along the way, we soon arrived at the Tsuiyuan neighborhood. Sumi is already waiting downstairs. Seeing her from afar, Zhang Yao's words came out of his mouth. Fairy sister? Where? Zhu Jingyan instantly came into the spirit. Where is Sister Goddess? She's a big fan of the Divine Sisters. Zhang Yao pointed at Sumi not far away. Isn't that it? Sumi was born beautiful, with a good figure and a better temperament, and now that she is well, her body has recovered, and she dresses up. She does have a few moments of resemblance to a fairy sister. To top it all off, the Divine has a divine picture out of the ring of a white t-shirt and jeans with a high ponytail. Xu Jingyan looked straight. It really seems like it. Lin Chen, stop the car. I'll go ask for a group photo. Lin Chen really parked his car in front of Sumi. Zhang Yao was anxious. Are you kidding? No matter how much she looks like, she's still just a passerby. If we go over there and ask for a photo, we'll be treated like psychos, right? As the words fell, Sumi walked over. Then, pulling open the passenger door, he got in the car. Zhang Yao and Zhu Jingyan were dumbfounded. Lin Chen, however, hemmed and hawed. Wife, let me introduce you. This is my best buddy Zhang Yao, and next to him is his girlfriend, Xu Jingyan, who is also our department's live broadcast assistant. He said and added to the petrified two. My wife, Sumi. Sumi twisted her head and arched her eyebrows. Hello guys, I often hear about you from Lin Chen. He's usually taken care of by you guys in the company. Xu Jingyan murmured and opened her mouth. Not only does she look like a fairy sister, her voice is so similar. With that, he pinched Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao let out a scream. It's not a dream. Xu Jingyan got excited and hurriedly came over. Hello? Has anyone ever said that you look especially like a fairy sister? Sumi's pretty face reddened, somewhat embarrassed. Where is that exaggeration? I feel super similar. Xu Jingyan's eyes were on the verge of glowing. I just watched you from afar in the car and thought I saw my honored one. While saying this, he disliked Zhang Yao's elbow. Do you think so? Zhang Yao hurriedly nodded his head. having the intention to praise a few words, but then thinking of Zhu Jingyan's jealous nature, he stiffly swallowed back the compliments that came to his mouth, and couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart. He had originally thought that Lin Chen was bragging about marrying a heavenly fairy, but he didn't realize that it was actually true. It would really be unconscionable to forfeit the dowry. However, he didn't dare to ask in front of Zhu Jingyan, so he could only lean back on the seat in depression. As a result, he was also driven to the passenger side by Zhu Jingyan. I want to sit with my pretty sister. Zhu Jingyan looked at Sumi. Come over to the back seat. Let's chat. Sumi doesn't really have many friends. Since starting my own business, I've been so busy with work that even if I have friends, when I get along, I mostly maintain adult manners. Later, when he got sick, he even lost his friends and became more and more withdrawn. A warm and self-centered one like Zhu Jingyan hadn't been encountered for more than 10 years by counting. This would face Zhu Jingyan's invitation, and could not help but hesitate a little, instinctively looking towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed. If you're willing, you can sit in the back. Xiao Zhu is a bit more lively in nature. He also wanted Sumi to have more exposure to outsiders. Sumi hesitated for a moment and nodded in response. Getting out of the car and going to the back seat, Zhang Yao got on the co-pilot, looked bitterly at Lin Chen, and spoke wordlessly. The bride price. Lin Chen shrugged and started the car. What dowry? In this case, one's own flat-out bragging about the Sumi family not accepting a dowry? That's crazy. Along the way, Zhu Jingyan pulled Sumi to talk about things, chattering so happily. Sumi was a little uncomfortable at first, but then she let go a little, and the two of them were quite a sight to behold. Soon, it was time to get to the party. A large stall on the west side of town. It's a big stall, but it's an old one, and business is great. Mr. Xiaowu had already arrived, in a large box with 2 tables, waiting for the group to come over. Lin Chen led Sumi through the door. Lin Chen, teacher Xiaowu recognized him at once and said smilingly, haven't seen you for so many years, you still look as handsome as in the past. Is this your girlfriend? A hint of amazement flashed under his eyes. Not bad, not bad, a man and a woman are born for each other, he said and said to Sumi, Lin Chen, this child, when I was studying I was optimistic about him, not only good looking, good grades, good people, you chose him, that is the right choice. Sumi greeted him with some embarrassment, a hint of shyness flashing vaguely under her eyes. This feels like I'm meeting my parents. Teacher Xiaowu patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Alright, go in and sit down. The group is about to arrive, he said and then looked at Jiang Yao. You're Jiang Yao, right? You're looking for a girlfriend now? Good good. Study that will be your nature so jumpy. I was worried that you have been widowed it. Now see you can find a girlfriend, I'm relieved. Jiang Yao immediately shouted. Teacher, don't be like that. You praise Lin Chen, but when it comes to me, you put me down, right? It's too biased. Lin Chen smiled smugly. That must be because I'm good enough and you're not. In the midst of the jokes, other students came over, and Mr. Xiaowu greeted them, catching up with them one by one. Lin Chen brought Sumi through the door and thoughtfully pulled out a chair for her. Wife, sit. Sumi's pretty face slightly reddened, and she came to his ear and said, I kind of want to go to the bathroom. I'll take you. Lin Chen got up in a hurry. Zhu Jingyan, who was on the side, came over. Go go go. Girls go to the restroom, which need you to accompany them. Sister, I'll accompany you. With that, he took Sumi's hand and walked away. Jiang Yao was helpless. These women make friends really fast. Said and urged, you have to find a chance to talk to Xiaoyan about the bride price. Ah, penitentiary her, counting buddies beg you. Lin Chen sighed. I'll try my best. As the two of them chatted, many of their classmates arrived, several of them bringing their dates over, and the box buzzed with activity. And at this time, Zhu Jingyan and Sumi also went to the restroom and prepared to come back. But just as I got out of the restroom, I was stopped. Pretty girl, add a WeChat? Chapter 138. Flowers are like cow dung. Sumi frowned as she looked at the man in front of her who was dressed somewhat greasily, pulling Zhu Jingyan as she prepared to go around him. But the man refused to stop and reached out to stop them. Don't go. Don't you give me any face? As he spoke, his eyes were almost glued to Sumi. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. Sorry, I'm married. Sumi shook the ring on her hand. Who expected the man but laughed out loud. A man who buys an artificial diamond as a wedding ring must not be a promising one. Why don't you dump him and follow me? I'll buy you a big diamond ring. Sumi frowned even more. Zhu Jingyan is a hot temperament. Immediately said, what's wrong with artificial drilling? You look down on artificial diamonds? Her husband bought artificial diamonds she is willing to marry. Unlike you. She looked the man up and down with a snort. What's wrong with being able to afford a big diamond ring? Still can't even find a date. Can only be reduced to picking up other girls in places like the stalls? Disgraceful or not, Sumi didn't hold back and let out a giggle. She had thought that Zhu Jingyan was just lively and outgoing, but she hadn't realized that she was also sharp-tongued. She looked prettier and prettier with this smile. You looked straight ahead. It's the first time he's seen such a beautiful woman. I didn't realize that coming to a reunion would be such a rewarding experience. I had to get the guy. He stopped Zhu Jingyan and Sumi and sneered. I'm not looking for a date because ordinary women can't get into my eyes. It would be an honor to have you in my sights. You said this, his chin thrusting outward. See that BMW over there? Mine. There aren't many people who can afford to drive a BMW at my age. I'm proper potential. Don't regret missing me. Sumi's face sank, pointing at the Mercedes-Benz E300 next to the BMW. Excuse me, that car next to your BMW is my husband's. Zhu Jingyan laughed out loud. Domestic BMW touching Mercedes-Benz E. You really have a face too. Yu Ximing's face went black, but he still said with a stiff upper lip. So what if I drive a Mercedes-Benz? I'm only in my early 20s this year, and youth is the greatest capital. You're not too young to be driving a Mercedes when you're an old man, are you? For sure. Sumi interrupted. My husband is also only in his early 20s this year, and he is more handsome than you. And the most important thing is, she sized you up and said in a single word, much taller than you. You, who was only 1.7 meters in height, cared about this the most, and immediately went red warm. Sumi, however, didn't bother to say anything else, pulling Zhu Jingyan around him and hurriedly walking away. Box, classmates have arrived almost, is talking in the catching up, the large box and the laughter. So lively. Right at this moment, the door to the box was pushed open and Sumi and Zhu Jingyan walked in. Zhu Jingyan looks very beautiful, when studying in college on the department flower, but also tall and very eye-catching. But walking with Sumi, it was a big difference. After all, Sumi's face value was already high. Coupled with her experience, Zhu Jingyan was definitely incomparable. The appearance of the two made the entire box quiet. Everyone looked straight up and sucked in their breath. There was that lively mind. Instantly jumped up. Beautiful girl, who are you looking for? Sumi arched her eyebrows and looked towards Lin Chen. Everyone followed her gaze. Lin Chen stood up and smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to see my date in the group? Nah. With that, he beckoned to Sumi. Wife, come over here. In a flash, the whole room was in an uproar. Holy, Lin Chen really has a girlfriend. Ha, my heart is broken. How did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? I'm envious. Forget it, he was the school bully when Lin Chen was studying. It's not too much to ask for a heavenly fairy. This is really a heavenly fairy. I don't know who to envy for a moment. There was a sound of heartbreak in the box. The men and women all looked sorry. Lin Chen proudly wrapped his arm around Sumi and sat down. Zhu Jingyan also sat next to Zhang Yao. Then with one hand he pinched his waist. It's okay for others to look. What are you looking at? Baby, I was wrong. Let go and let go. Zhang Yao begged for mercy. The crowd burst into laughter. Mr. Xiaowu got up and said, well, if I remember correctly, this is the first time we've all gotten together since graduation, so I'll toast you all first. Here's to all of you becoming the adults you want to be. Before the words were finished, the door to the compartment was pushed open again. You came in panting. Sorry, I'm late. Just then, he saw Sumi and froze. Why are you here too? Lin Chen was also stunned. Honey, you know him? He and this Yu Ximing. When he was a student, the relationship was not very good, and when he saw him talking to Sumi, his heart was immediately upset, and his phrase wife was like a bolt from the blue. Yu Ximing saw a ghost. You said you got married, but it turns out that your husband is him? Sumi didn't even look at him, and only said to Lin Chen, I just ran into him over there in the restroom, just like a fly. He tried to strike up a conversation and got a hard-on. Zhu Jingyan volume is not small, also do not take a piss to look at their own what kind of goods. Actually dare to learn people to play pick-up. Shame or not shame, ah? Everyone here knew that Lin Chen and Yu Ximing didn't deal well with each other when they were studying. Lin Chen is handsome and righteous, and is well liked. Yu Ximing, on the other hand, because of his family's good fortune, had always been a little bit unimpressed, and his popularity in the class was definitely no match for Lin Chen's. This meeting with Yu Ximing hitting on Lin Chen's wife and being rejected, there were quite a few people snickering. Yu's face turned green. He could never have dreamed that the absolute beauty he had taken a glance at would actually be Lin Chen's wife. Now it's good. You can't get hitched, but you become a clown. Yu clenched his fists and turned to leave. Teacher Xiaowu stood out to round up the situation. Well, as the saying goes, the fair lady gentleman good martial arts. How big a matter, ah? Talk about it. It's not easy for everyone to get together once. Just give me face. Sit down and start eating. As soon as he said this, immediately other students followed and gave steps. Yu then sat down. Then with some disbelief, he coldly grunted. A flower stuck in cow dung. The atmosphere, which had been warmed up so easily, was suddenly cold again. Lin Chen was about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by Sumi. Sumi swept you a glance and let out a light laugh. But, I don't see any flowers on your head either. Chapter 139. Is Lin Chen's girlfriend pretty? Yu Jiming's face turned red at Sumi's words, then turned iron blue. There were snickers all around. Lin Chen was even more pleased. He had thought his precious wife was going to be bullied. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Well, eat, Mr. Takeshi rounded up again. Sumi was not of an unforgiving nature, and after saying that, she didn't even look at Yu Jiming and turned to pick up the wine glass on the table. She raised her cup to Mr. Xiao Wu. Teacher, I've heard Lin Chen talk about you, saying that you're a very good and popular teacher. Not only do you have a good personality, but your teaching quality is also high. It's safe to say that without you, he wouldn't be where he is today, and I'm here to toast you on his behalf. Hearing these words, Teacher Xiao Wu smiled so much that he couldn't see his teeth, and hurriedly got up to raise his glass. Ha ha, this kid just likes to talk nonsense. How can I say it as well as he does? That being said, the joy and triumph in the bottom of his eyes could not be concealed. The others sniffed and followed suit, rising to make a toast. Yu was ignored instead. He sat there with an iron face for half a day, and was finally eased by a classmate who was close to him coming over to chat. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, people began to recall the happy times when they were studying, and the atmosphere in the box became better and better. Lin Chen chatted with people while keeping an eye on Sumi, worried that she didn't like the occasion. Sumi was a bit helpless and whispered, "You talk about you. What do you keep looking at me for? I'm afraid you're not used to it." Lin Chen said, "If you don't like it, then just tell me and I'll take you home." Sumi ranted, "Which has a class reunion to go first? You play your own. Don't mind me." Xu Jingyan, who was at the side, nodded her head. "That's right. I'll accompany my sister. I'm not afraid of her being bored." Only then did Lin Chen let go and continued chatting away with the others. Today this party came 4 or 5 female classmates. This will also chatting hot and heavy. Just then, in the girls' group, a message popped up. Feng Wenjun, sisters, did Lin Chen really bring his girlfriend over? Is she pretty? Someone saw it and immediately replied, "Beautiful. Don't mention it. I'm telling you, that woman looks like a fairy sister. Although she looks a bit older than us, she's really super pretty. The prettiest person I've ever seen offline." The other girls spoke up. That's right. It's really pretty. It's too bad you didn't come. Wenjun, I studied that will not like Lin Chen well. Now he found a girlfriend. But any other person, I have to die of jealousy. But now look at his girlfriend. I am half jealousy cannot be borne. Only such a beautiful woman would be worthy of Lin Chen. The two sitting together. It's a match. For a while, the group was praising Sumi's beauty. Feng Wenjun looked itchy. I also want to go. But you all know that I'm in my hometown and it's not easy to take a vacation. Why don't you guys take a picture and show me? Someone looked up at Sumi and hesitantly said. Lin Chen said before that he would not allow photos. And Mr. Xiao Wu also said that it would just be a meal. It's possible to sneak a peek. It's not nice to sneak a peek. What's wrong with that? I just want to see what it looks like. It's not like I'm doing anything bad. Just shoot it for me. I'm dying of curiosity. Feng Wenjun kept urging in the group. Eventually one of the girls couldn't resist and secretly took a picture of Sumi with her cell phone. Because it was a sneak peek and didn't dare to be too publicized. The photo was a bit muddled and only captured a side of Sumi's face. But even so, you could still see Sumi's beauty. Nah, it's pretty, isn't it? The female classmate who stole the photo asked in the group. Feng Wenjun's message came back quickly. Wow, it's true, it's a bit like Sister Goddess. Lin Chen is really lucky. This was followed by a message. No, I'm looking at this photo. Why does it feel a bit familiar? You recognize? I don't think I recognize it, but I think I've seen it somewhere. Feng Wenjun sent a thoughtful emoji. But soon, another message came. I remember. The last time I went to Lin Chen's house with my mom, I saw a picture of this woman. She said she thought it looked familiar, so she had seen the picture once at Lin Chen's house. That photo is a photo of Lin Chen's mom when she was young and her best friend. That best friend just looks like this girlfriend of Lin Chen. The group instantly boiled over. A few of the girls didn't even eat their meals, holding their cell phones and chatting away. No way? Lin Chen talked about his ing best friend? Are you kidding me? His mom is over 40, and looking at his girlfriend she's only 20 or less than 30 at the top. Could it be that the two families are blood friends and engaged in a baby marriage? It doesn't look like the right age, so it's probably a coincidence. Or maybe his girlfriend is related to his mom's friend's sister or something, so he's afraid to let his mom know? The crowd was talking. Feng Wenjun suddenly jumped out. Don't guess. I'll go to his mom tomorrow night and ask a question with a photo and I'll know. The entire group instantly exploded. The girl who took the picture was anxious. I took a picture of his girlfriend to show you. Don't backstab me. Lin Shen said in the group before the party that the family didn't know about the relationship yet. And also that no photos were allowed. What would happen if he knew that the photo was taken secretly by himself and had been passed on? Feng Wenjun heckled in the group. I've saved the photos anyway. If you want me to not show Lin Shen's mom, then bribe me. VNI 50. I'll delete the picture right away. It's too much. The girl who stole the picture didn't hold back and slapped the table. The crowd was startled and looked over in unison. Mr. Xiao Wu was a bit puzzled. Lin, what's wrong? Only then did Lin react. Coincidentally, right into Lin Chen's line of sight. Her face went a shade of red and white, her eyes dodging a bit. Nothing. I was just talking to someone. How dare she say it? The crowd hemmed and hawed and didn't take it seriously, continuing to chat. Lin was however getting more and more anxious, urging Feng Wenjun on her cell phone to delete the photos. She was so relieved when Feng Wenjun finally loosened up and said that she had deleted the photos. A class reunion with dinner until almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Xiao Wu raised his glass and looked at the crowd. Classmates, after many years of graduation, now that we are gathered again, we have all grown into adults. I hope that the next time I see you, you will be who you want to be. The crowd was a little sad and raised their glasses to say goodbye. Zhang Yao took a taxi with Zhu Jingyan. Lin Chen had been drinking, so he was going to call a chauffeur, who expected that just as the cell phone was taken out, Yu Jiming walked over. He swept a glance at Lin Chen and snorted. Yo, taking a cab? Didn't your girlfriend just say you drove a Mercedes-Benz E300? What's the matter? Mercedes vaporized? Lin Chen froze and glanced at Sumi. Sumi shrugged. When he was accosted in the restroom, he bragged to me about the BMW he drove. Lin Chen laughed out loud, so he took out his keys and shook them. Watch this. I'm calling this a chauffeur. What taxi? Did you drink your brains out? After saying that, he pressed the key, and the Mercedes not far away instantly lit up its lights. It illuminated Yu's whitened face. Chapter 140. I don't want you to fall out with your family for me. Yu Jiming could never have imagined that Lin Chen wasn't particularly rich when he was studying, and his family was just an ordinary family. As a result, now that I've graduated from college, not only have I found a girlfriend who is comparable to a heavenly creature, but I also drive a Mercedes-Benz. This wave, he was losing completely. Next to him, a classmate who hadn't left yet laughed out loud and came over to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what kind of job are you doing now? You actually drive a Mercedes-Benz. This car has to be $1 million, right? Lin Chen smiled modestly. No. I didn't buy this car. The company assigned it to me. When you heard this, he immediately became energized again. A company-issued car? You're chauffeuring a leader? If the company finds out about this private use of the bus, you'll lose your job. He instantly felt confident again. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. In your perception, there's only one position, driver, that allows the company to allocate a car. Speaking of which, he sized up Yu's BMW. No wonder it's only a domestic BMW. Yu was out of breath. At that exact moment, the chauffeur Lin Chen had called arrived. Lin Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and wrapped his arm around Sumi's waist intimately. Wife, let's go home. Sumi nodded and rested her head on his shoulder in a bird-like manner. You looked jealous and envious, but the classmate next to him came and said, what a talented man and a beautiful woman. He was even more furious. Lin Chen and Sumi got into the car and were about to leave when Lin ran over panting. Wait. She walked to the front of the car and said to Lin Chen with a guilty face. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. Lin Chen froze. Sumi, who was on the side, was mistaken, and the way she looked at Lin Chen was immediately out of place. Lin blushed and said, before today's party, you said that your wife was shy and didn't like taking pictures, and also didn't want her family to know about this yet. But, she grabbed the corner of her coat and swallowed. During dinner today, I couldn't resist Feng Wenjun's request and secretly took a picture of your wife and sent it to her. What? Lin Chen's face changed drastically. Sumi also froze for a moment. She had heard Lin Chen mention that Feng Wenjun's family and Lin Chen's family lived in the same neighborhood, and her mom and Lin Chen's mom were still good friends. If this photo gets out, it's going to be a big deal. Lin knew that she had done something wrong and became more and more ashamed. I'm really sorry, but don't worry guys. Feng Wenjun said that she had already deleted the photos. She originally wanted to hide this, but on second thought, who knew what Feng Wenjun would do? The person Lin Chen was not willing to tell his parents that he was in love, so he definitely had his reasons. If in the end Feng Wenjun still sent out the photos, then when the time comes to investigate your own head, it will only make a bigger mess. Might as well say it first. Lin Chen had an iron face, and had wanted to ask a question about why he was stealing photos, but things had come to a head, so it was useless to say anything. He sighed. Forget it, it's useless to talk about this after all the hair. We'll go back first. When he said that, he closed the window and said to the valet master, Master, let's go. Lin watched the car go away in a cloud of dust and couldn't help but sigh. Sending Feng Wenjun another message. I just had a showdown with Lin Chen. He really doesn't want pictures of his girlfriend to get out there. You'd better delete them. Feng Wenjun didn't reply. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was sitting in the car with Sumi, and the atmosphere in the car was a bit gloomy. After a long time, Sumi spoke. Honey, this. She held Lin Chen's hand with a guilty look on her face. What if your mom really saw the photos? Lin Chen held her back and wrinkled his eyebrows. If that's the case, then it's just a smooth showdown. Anyway, there's no way to hide this. Mom's going to find out sooner or later, but when the time comes, there's no telling how mom will react. But I'm not mentally prepared. Sumi leaned her head on Lin Chen's shoulder and whispered, in case your mom gets angry and doesn't accept me, then what will I do? She and Zhao Xiuxiu were bosom friends and were as close as one when they were young. Even if they lost contact later on because she moved away, she never forgot that friendship back then over the years. He even thought about renewing his friendship after learning that he was married to Zhou Susu's son. But this is the case today. The more Sumi thought about it, the harder it became. She didn't want to lose her former best friend. And even more so, she didn't want to lose Lin Chen as her lover. Just the situation at hand looks like the biggest possibility is that Zhao Xiuxiu flips out and forcefully brings Lin Chen home, ordering the two of them to get a divorce and sticking it to each other. After all, who can accept their 20-something-year-old son marrying an older woman who is nearly 40 years old? Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Chen's voice pulled Sumi back to reality. Sumi came back to her senses, only to realize that without realizing it, she had already shed a tear. Silly wife. Lin Chen painfully wiped away her tears and softly said, what did I tell you before? Have you forgotten? It's not a big deal. Not to mention that Feng Wenjun hasn't sent the photos to my mom yet. Even if she did, if she doesn't approve of us being together, then I'll just have two homes in the future. What does it matter if we live in Marina and don't go back to Chung County? Sumi wrapped her arms around him and sighed. But I don't want you to fall out with your family because of me. And I don't want to lose Sister Xiuxiu as a good friend. Honey, am I being greedy? Lin Chen nodded his head fervently. It's a bit greedy. You're married to me. Why do you still call my mom sister? It's time to change your name to mom. Sumi was amused. I'm just a few years younger than her. Where's the call? But at least it was less tense than earlier. The two of them chatted the whole way. And by the time they got home, Lin Chen had finally coaxed Sumi. I'll go to Feng Wenjun first. It's best if she doesn't say anything. If she tells my mom about it, then I'll think of another way. Don't worry. The sky is falling and your husband is holding it for you. Lin Chen held Sumi's hand and walked towards the house. Sumi raised her eyes to him. Under the streetlight, Lin Chen's face was handsome with a hint of perseverance, making her feel an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Perhaps the best thing one could do at the moment was to trust him. The worst that can happen is that early tomorrow morning, Sister Xiuxiu calls or even rushes over to Marina to raise hell. Anyway, no matter how big the storm is, two people with their hearts pressed together will always make it through. It was a sleepless night for both. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up early. Then the first time he dialed Feng Wenjun's cell phone number. Sumi sat next to her with a tense face, staring at her cell phone screen and praying silently. The phone rang a few times before it was finally picked up, and a clear voice came over. Lin Chen? Why are you calling me so early? Chapter 141. What more could a wife want? Lin Chen didn't want a bull ***** Feng Wenjun and got straight to the point. That photo Lin sent you last night. Have you deleted it yet? Feng Wenjun froze for a moment before laughing. So nervous. Could it be that your wife is really related to your mom? Lin Chen froze as well. He did not say that Sumi was his mom's best friend. How did Feng Wenjun know? Feng Wenjun was complacent. I've seen your mom's photo with a girl at your house when she was young. And that girl? She looks like your girlfriend. You're picking up your mom's best friend's relative and you're afraid to let her know, aren't you? Lin Chen raised his eyes to look at Sumi, and both of them saw a hint of celebration in the other's eyes. That's a coincidence. Feng Wenjun's misunderstanding made things much easier. Lin Chen hurriedly said, since you know, then I won't hide it from you. My girlfriend's family and my mom used to have a little bit of conflict, and my mom definitely won't agree to us being in a relationship. Feng Wenjun was interrupting him. No such thing. Your mom doesn't know how much she wants you to get married, and even came to my house and told my mom that she wants to not let me make a pair with you. She's happier than anyone now that you're getting a date. Just don't worry and bring your girlfriend back, and make sure she won't get mad. After all, How can the grudges of the previous generation be carried over to the next generation? Lin Chen cried and laughed. It's not as simple as you say. Anyway, I just got together with my old and my girlfriend not long ago, and I hadn't been mentally prepared to meet the parents. Plus this layer of relationship. It's even more important not to be hasty. So that picture, please, you've seen it and forgotten it. Don't tell my mom, okay? Feng Wenjun on the day of the phone call was silent. A sense of foreboding welled up in Lin Chen's heart. You couldn't have already shown it to my mom, could you? It shouldn't. To mom's hot temperament. If she really looked at the photos and knew that she was looking for her best friend, she would have taken the high-speed train to Binhai. Feng Wenjun was a little embarrassed. The photo didn't show her. But the elongated tones caused both Lin Chen and Sumi to raise their hearts. Feng Wenjun hesitantly spoke. But I received the photo last night and already told her that I saw what your girlfriend looks like. She was curious and asked me to send it to her to read, which I didn't want to do. But she ended up saying she wanted to come to my house for dinner after work today. What if I don't show her when the time comes and my mom can't spare me? Lin Chen was confused. How much trouble can a person get into? He said with some annoyance. So you wouldn't have deleted it with a slip of the hand and cleaned out the recycle bin along with it? Ha! I don't care. My girlfriend is mad at me. If you cause her to break up with me, I'm not done with you. By the end of the sentence, it had taken on a few hints of anger. Feng Wenjun finally realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly said, Fine, don't be angry. I'll delete the photo. Don't worry, it won't affect you and your girlfriend. Good riddance. Finally, Lin Chen hung up the phone and let out a long breath, wrapping his arms around Sumi and saying, Wife, now you should be relieved, right? He did know that Sumi had lost sleep last night. Sumi was a little guilty. It's all my fault. If I wasn't older, I wouldn't have to. Lin Chen directly blocked her words with a kiss. After a kiss, Sumi's face was flushed and her breath was a little uneven. Lin Chen put his arm around her and said seriously, Don't say such things again. Who said you're old? Aren't you just the right age? Besides, I like any kind as long as it's you. Sumi blushed even more, but her heart was sweet, and she took the initiative to tilt her head and kiss Lin Chen. Honey, you're so sweet. What more could a wife ask for in a husband? Lin Chen had solved the matter of the photos, and he felt a whole lot more relaxed at work. The second previous pilot was an unprecedented success. Now the whole department is jubilant, waiting for a hit when the 618 selling festival comes in 10 days. Lin Chen cleared a lot of time, lying leisurely in the office, sending WeChat gossip with Sumi. Just then there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Lin Chen lazily answered. The door to the room was pushed open, and the one who came in was actually Longwen Sakura. Lin Chen was startled, and his entire body popped up. General, manager, how is it you? Why is this big Buddha coming down? It's killing me. He headed for the door as he fumbled to straighten his sleep-messed clothes. You do that first. I'll go make you some tea. Don't get busy. I just came by to sit down. Ryuban Sakura squeezed his shoulder. Lin Chen stiffened and smiled sarcastically. What is it that you want? Can't you come over if there's nothing wrong? Yes, of course. Lin Chen smiled so hard that his face froze, and he couldn't help but bellyache in the bottom of his heart. This general manager didn't know what to think, paying so much attention to one of his minions in the live department. It couldn't be that he was still thinking about the gym, could it? Say what comes. As soon as Lin Chen's thoughts started, Long Wenjuang Cherry spoke. Manager Lin. Ah, the gym matter. I still want you to think about it. Long Wenjuang smiled and said, Nowadays, how you are also considered management. Caring about the health of the company's employees is also a part of the job. Lin Chen grimaced. General manager, it wouldn't cost much to hire a fitness instructor, would it? Is the company that bad off? Why on earth did it just have to be him? Long Wenjuan looked at him and sighed in her heart. The company is not that bad. More accurately, it is the company is not even lack of this fitness trainer. Get a gym as an employee benefit is already a good thing. No company will also give employees with fitness trainers. The reason why she brought up this matter was purely because she was salivating over Lin Chen's flesh. She was already tired of seeing male models in nightclubs. Those people could only have fun. And someone like Lin Chen, who was handsome with a good body, had a good working ability, and also had a strong background that could give her a boost, was the most suitable for starting a family. There is no wife. As long as Long Wenjun looks at it, it will be hers. Only the male model can smash money. But Lin Chen like this is not so simple. Can only sue. Seeing that Long Wenjo Cherry didn't open her mouth, Lin Chen simply added, General manager, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's my wife. She won't agree to me doing this job. She's worried that I'm too tired, so she won't allow me to do. Give me your wife's number and I'll talk to her. Long Wenjo Sakura stretched out her hand. her white and slender fingers coated with scarlet nail polish, pointing directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. There's more of this? I've only seen family members call the leader, and this leader has to communicate with the family. Nuts! He shook his head without hesitation. I'm sorry, my wife is not well and does not like to interact with outsiders. General Manager, this is something I really can't agree to. You should find another candidate. Chapter 142. General Manager really fancy you? Long Wenjuan looked at Lin Chen's mouthful of wives, and her heart bubbled with fire. She used to look at the man. Smash money on the line. It's not easy to me to want to be serious. The results of that is oil and salt. But the more she did, the more her good nature was aroused. Manager Lin, you came out to work to give your wife a better life too, right? Long Wenjo Sakura got up and sat next to Lin Chen. Lin Chen tensed all over, nodding his head somewhat apprehensively. Right, if that's the case, why would you turn it down when you're taking one more job and making more money? Long Wenjin reached out and stroked Lin Chen's shoulder. Look, if you go to the gym, you don't have to be a full-time instructor. It's just that when there are employees who don't know how to use the equipment, you just go over and point out a few things, so you can practice yourself. Why not? Lin Chen, however, only heard the most crucial sentence. More money? This part-time job as a fitness instructor and you're paying for it? Without thinking, he asked, what about the paycheck? Long Wenjo Sakura froze, and her heart thumped when she met Lin Chen's glowing eyes. She just thought that Lin Chen was not the same as a nightclub male model. She wanted to marry him and get a career boost, so she couldn't use money to hit him. The relationship had to be good. Today it seems like a shortcut to use money instead? Long Wenjua thought of this, as if he had opened the two veins, and immediately said, as long as you promise to take this job, on top of your original annual salary of 300,000 yuan, add another 100,000 annual salary. How about it? $100,000 is just what she spends on a night out. Now that it was spent on Lin Chen, a person close to the chairman, the return in exchange was 1,000 times greater. If she really guessed correctly about Lin Chen's relationship with the chairman, and she became the chairman's daughter-in-law, then the entire company would be hers in the future. Lin Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. Just going to the gym from work and teaching people how to use the gym equipment for an extra $100,000 a year? I'm afraid a full-time fitness instructor wouldn't even get that much for a base salary, right? With this extra income, one is one step closer to buying a house, and when one buys a new house, one won't have to rent a room with his precious wife. Taking a step back, even if he didn't buy a house, he can't even think about how great it would be to have almost $10,000 more a month. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but say, General Manager, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Long Wenjuan nodded without hesitation. This money is smuggled into the account and paid out on a monthly basis. No problem, right? After all, it's unlikely that the company will pay for this expense, and she personally only needs to shell out less than $10,000 every month. She can be openly and honestly close to Lin Chen, this veritable golden son-in-law. Simply earn more than Lin Chen immediately said, no problem. I'll take this job, but I can't stay in the gym all the time, and I can't take up holiday time. From now on I'll be at the company every morning at 7:50. Colleagues who want to come to the gym can come over at this point, and I'll teach them how to use the gym equipment. Is that okay? Making money is important. Spending time with your precious wife is more important. Had to sacrifice my morning sleep. Long Wenjuan Sakura naturally had no objections and nodded her head in response. I'll make an announcement after the gym is prepared, so I'll work hard for you from now on. After saying that, he patted Lin Chen's shoulder and squeezed the muscles on his arm. Lin Chen shivered, and before he could say anything, Long Wenjuan Sakura let go of his hand. I was right. You're well trained with those muscles. Long Wenjo Cherry smiled and said, with you to guide the company's employees in fitness, I'm sure everyone's body will get better and better, creating more value for the company. A few words, said very serious, just like a good leader for the sake of employees. Lin Chen hid the strangeness in his heart. Overthink yourself. After all, this general manager is young and beautiful, and bent on the welfare of the staff. How to look at it does not look like mooching the appearance of a pervert. Definitely overthinking it. Lin Chen nodded, comforting himself. Long Wenjuan Sakura's purpose was achieved, and without saying much, she turned around and left. As soon as she left, Jiang Yao scurried back in. What does the general manager want with you? Jiang Yao entered the door and familiarly laid down on the sofa. Why do I feel like she's always looking for you lately? It's not possible that she's taken a liking to you, is it? He said and shook his head. But although the general manager is pretty, but compared to your girlfriend, it's still a bit worse. Your kid is not blessed with good fortune. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. If you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, then open your mouth less, he said and hesitated. Bro, I'll ask you something. I have a friend who goes to work and his top boss is always looking for excuses to make physical contact with him. Would you call that workplace sexual harassment? Jiang Yao climbed up in a single bound. His eyes lit up. There are no outsiders here. This friend you're talking about, is it yourself? The GM has his eye on you? I told you that you're blessed with a lot of luck. Now that you've climbed the tree of the general manager, you'll be on your way to the top in the future. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Go rich and noble. Do not forget each other, our good righteous father. Lin Chen pounded his fist over. Seriously, my friend is a woman. This kind of thing, how could he possibly say it to be known by Jiang Yao? Female, ha? Jiang Yao skimmed his lips. That sexual harassment did not run. Let your friend collect evidence. Report a wave of warnings to him. Take the compensation to change the job is finished. Lin Chen hesitated. But, this job welfare benefits are especially good. After quitting, she cannot find a better job. He really didn't like Ryu Manzakura's intentional and unintentional physical contact. But now, if you count the income from the gym side, it's $400,000 a year in hand after performance. With his own seniority, resignation out, not to mention $400,000 a year, can reach $100,000 afraid of the ancestral tomb is smoke. Jiang Yao mused. Then this would depend on the extent of the leader's harassment and just how high the salary is. Lin Chen didn't say much more inside. I'll discuss it with my friend again. Anyway, at the moment, it was uncertain whether Long Wenjuan Sakura had done it on purpose or not. So let's take a step and see what happens. As for the future, what comes after? After work, Lin Chen hesitated at the dinner table, pondering whether or not to tell Sumi about his promise to go to the gym. Sumi, however, could see the abnormality and said directly, Hubby, is there any trouble at work? By all rights, it shouldn't. She's not back at the office right now, but she's long since started to take over the company's affairs again. Nowadays, she is aware of all the big and small matters of the company, and she has not heard of any problems in the live broadcast department. Lin Chen was startled and instinctively shook his head. It's nothing, honey, we're married and I don't want us to hide anything from each other. Sumi put down her chopsticks and looked at him. What is it? Tell me, okay? Lin Chen looked at her gentle eyes, and after all, he couldn't hide it anymore, and sighed. Wife, don't be angry when I say it. I still said yes to the part-time corporate gym instructor thing. Chapter 143 Betrayed? What? Sumi was shocked. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't do it? Long Wenjua, that person. Workability and character is no match. But the problem was that she liked beautiful boys, and now all the signs indicated that Li Ji was also on her radar. What a gym instructor. That woman is definitely trying to take advantage of the situation, right? Lin Chen sighed. Wife, it's not that I'm not promising you, it's that she's just giving too much. He had felt a little uncomfortable not working out after getting married. Now not only do they have a gym in the company, but they also have an extra $100,000 a year in extra income. And all it takes is for him to take the time to teach the company's employees how to use the fitness equipment. Simply don't make too much money. Sumi's emotions were complicated as she listened to what Lin Chen said. On the one hand, she really could see Long Wenjuan's calculations and didn't want Lin Chen to have too much contact with Long Wenjuan. On the other hand, watching Lin Chen take on extra work for a mere $100,000 made it hard for her. $100,000. That's just the cost of one of her dresses. Honey, I know you feel sorry for me and are afraid I'll get tired. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Sumi and coaxed. But this matter isn't even half bad for me. I just don't do this as a fitness instructor. I have to make time to go to the gym and work out. And now I'm getting so much more money just by taking the time to teach people. Look, counting my original salary, even if you leave out performance and year-end awards, I'll be able to make $400,000 a year. He broke his fingers and counted up. This money, first of all, we have to give up the rent and Aunt Jo's salary. We can't always let our mom pay for this. The rest, a year at least can save $250,000. 2 years is $500,000. And then borrow some are enough for the down payment. Then we will have our own home. Are not you happy? Sumi frowned. It's okay to let my mom pay for the rent and Auntie Jo's salary. Anyway, these two things add up to less than 10,000 yuan. She is not short of this money. Where is the need for Lin Chen planning? Lin Chen is shaking his head. What are you kidding? Our mom is old. Pensions save up on their own on the line. Besides, you are my wife. How can I marry a wife and still let the mother-in-law to raise the reason? He lowered his head and dropped a kiss on Sumi's forehead. Honey, don't worry. It's just a fitness instructor. And it's not even a regular one. I've spoken to our general manager. From now on it will just be a matter of going over to the office an hour early every morning and pointing out how other companies use the gym equipment, and it won't take up any holiday time. And, Lin Chen said this, his voice lowered a few points. I continue to work out. My body is better, so I can satisfy you 7 times a night. Ah! Sumi's face instantly turned red. Shameless. What are you talking about? She was so shy that her body burned. Lin Chen laughed badly. Am I wrong? Sumi's body was getting better and better, and since the two of them had consummated their marriage, she was somewhat appetizing, and except for the days during her physiological period, she had to pester him almost night after night. Lin Chen was considered to have thoroughly experienced what it meant to be 30 like a wolf and 40 like a tiger, although he also enjoy it, but in the end a long time the body cannot eat. That must not be a good fitness exercise? Sumi grew more and more bashful, and as soon as she pushed him away she headed for her room. I'm not talking to you anymore. Tonight you sleep in the study. No. Lin Chen chased after him, rushing to push open the door of the room at the last minute and squeezing in hard. Then she directly pushed Sumi onto the bed. How dare you let your husband sleep in the study? You must be properly punished tonight. With that, he pounced. The two made a scene, just fooling around. The atmosphere began to gradually become ambiguous. Honey, I want. Sumi's eyes were mesmerized as she rubbed her arms around Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help himself long ago. Offhand. Just then, his cell phone rang. Sumi was startled and hurriedly pushed him. Honey, the phone. Whatever. Lin Chen wanted to continue, couldn't resist the persistent ringing of the cell phone. In desperation, he rolled out of bed in annoyance and reached for his cell phone. In the next second, almost threw the phone out. Only the words Mother Superior stood out on the screen of the cell phone. Sister Xiao Xiao called? Sumi came over and panicked when she saw the incoming call alert. It was only last night at the class reunion that the photoshoot thing came up, and this time the call came in. It couldn't be that Feng Wenjun didn't keep her word and still sent the photo to Lin Chen's mom to look at. This is going to be a phone call? Damn, why is mom calling me at this hour? Lin Chen was both annoyed and had a headache, and was about to answer the phone when it hung up. The next second, a WeChat video was called. Looks like you can't get through without answering the phone. Lin Chen sighed in resignation and pressed the answer button, turning off the camera in the process. Zhou Susu's face appeared on the screen. Sumi was next to Lin Chen, and looking at her former close friend, she actually felt a bit of nostalgia, counting the time when she raised her family to leave Chung County, because of various reasons, and Zhao Xiao disconnected. These years she had the intention to go back to find people to reunite, but has been delayed. Then I suffered from depression, and the idea was completely quashed. Now that I see it again, I can't believe this is the case. Brat, what are you doing when you don't answer so many calls to you? Zhao Xiao's voice pulled Sumi back to reality. Sumi looked at the fierce Zhao Xiao and pursed her lips and smiled, but there were tears flickering in the bottom of her eyes. Lin Chen quickly said, Mom, I'm over 20 this year. I'm working to earn my own money. What am I doing at night but still have to give you an account? Give some human rights. Will you? Zhao Xiao said in a bad mood. If you were honest, could I care about you? Turn the camera on for me. I'll see what the hell you boys are up to. Lin Chen was about to open his mouth, but his words were blocked. But don't say the camera is broken. Mom, how did you know I was going to say that? Lin Chen smiled sarcastically. Zhao Xiao grunted. I'm your mom. I know you better than anyone. Sumi almost laughed out loud as she watched the mother and son fight, and then hurriedly covered her mouth and stepped back a few points, signaling Lin Chen to turn on the camera. Lin Chen knew that if he didn't open it, his mom would definitely not give up, so he just resigned himself to clicking on the camera. Nah, I just finished eating and I'm in bed getting ready to play a game. He sighed. What are you doing checking in at night? Zhao Xiao directly said. Cut the crap and show me around. Your kid is definitely not honest. Lin Chen changed his face. Done. 80% of them were betrayed by that Feng Wenjun. But if mom knew she was with Sumi, she shouldn't have reacted this way. He couldn't argue with Zhao Xiao, so he just resigned himself to flipping the camera over, and then wrapped his arm around Sumi so that she was located in the dead center of the camera and began to turn around the house. Who expected that just before taking 2 steps, Sumi's white bra appeared in the camera. Chapter 140. For the pigs that you raise yourself will all be able to arch cabbages. A bright white bra with embroidery. Not to mention the fact that it stood out. Lin Chen and Sumi both changed their faces. Sumi let out a gasp of surprise and busily swooped over to take the bra away. Lin Chen said in his heart that it was not good. Done. Although Sumi had just moved quickly, she still appeared in the camera with a sideways face, and her mom definitely saw it. As expected, Zhao Xiao's voice came over. Good you little, obviously with his girlfriend, but also lied to me that it is ready to play the game. The words were full of reproach, but the upturned corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. After all, the fact that a homegrown pig will finally be able to arch cabbages is a great joy. Sumi sat on the side, looking at Zhao Xiao on the screen, a face so red that it was almost dripping blood. The two of them have been friends for many years. She knows Zhao Xiao. The other party is now this expression. A glance can be seen in the thought of what well. Lin Chen sighed and said helplessly, "Mom, I'm 23, not 13. There's no need to report everything I do to you, right? Give me some privacy, will you? I'm begging you." Zhao Xiao, however, was not interested in talking to him and directly said, "Where is my daughter-in-law? Let her come out and talk to me. I'm too lazy to care about you." Speaking of this, the tone of voice are gentle up. "Girl, hello, my family, this mixed boy to give you trouble. Difficult for you, can still look at him. When there is time, let him take you to our Chun County. I take you to experience our side of the local customs and traditions." Sumi almost couldn't hold back her laughter as she listened to Zhao Xiao's words, and her mood was a bit complicated again. It's rare that the always feisty sister Xiao was so gentle. Look at the former friend of a mouth the daughter-in-law called himself, but also let himself go to Chun County to play. This feeling, it's so peculiar. Zhao Xiao was still urging on the other side of the camera. "Girl, come out and say something." Sumi looked at Lin Chen and shook her head. Lin Chen sighed. "Mom, didn't I tell Chen Lan a long time ago? My girlfriend and I just got together not long ago, and she's shy, so it's not the right time to meet yet. When the time is right, I'll bring her back to you guys. That's fine, right?" If he lets Sumi appear in front of the camera now, I'm afraid that Mom will faint on the spot in fear. He doesn't dare to take this risk. Zhao Xiao is not happy. "Brat, what timing is ripe or not? I can eat her not?" Just curious to see his side. Sumi, who was beside her, tried several times to open her mouth before she pinched her throat and spoke. Auntie, it really isn't the right time yet. Wait for some time, then I'll go over with Lin Chen to see you, okay?" The word auntie drained all her strength. Who would have thought that they would have to call their former close friends aunts? If she found out about this, it would be a horrible scene to think about. Zhao Xiao was called by her and nodded her head. Hey, well, no hurry. You take your time with that brat. If he bullies you, just come to me and I'll take it out on you. Lin Chen skimmed his lips. "Mom, who the hell is your real child?" Zhao Xiao glared at him. "As far as you're concerned, I'd rather you weren't born to me." Lin Chen didn't want to say more, and hurriedly said, All right, now that you've seen and spoken, it's time to hang up the phone, right? If you don't hang up and say a few more words in case you miss the trap, it could be a really big deal." Zhao Xiao's purpose was accomplished, and she nodded her head contentedly. "All right, I know that your kid is in a hurry to go to sleep, so I won't talk about it." Right at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. "Right, Mom, why are you suddenly checking in? Is it what Feng Wenjun told you?" From the looks of things, Mom shouldn't have seen the sneak peek, but why the sudden call to check in? Zhao Xiao nodded. "That girl said that she saw your object, but then accidentally deleted the photo. So I said to come and look. I did not expect to just catch the bag, you kid. Speaking of which," he instead changed the subject. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to bed too. Remember to bring your girlfriend back early." Finally it was time to hang up. Lin Chen then breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. I was scared to death just now." Sumi had a red face and punched him. "You still have the nerve to say it. It's all your fault for throwing your clothes around." God knows how nervous she was to see that bra in front of the camera. Thankfully it didn't show. Lin Chen rolled over and wrapped her into his arms. "Sooner or later we're going to have to meet the parents anyway. Right now I'm slowly giving my mom a precaution. Don't worry, I've got everything." Sumi nestled in his arms and nodded softly. Then he couldn't help but worry. "I'm still afraid that Sister Xiao won't accept. I guess the only thing she can't take is you calling her aunt." Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. "You'll have to call Mom in the future." Sumi instantly became shy again and pounded his chest. "Hate it. I won't talk to you anymore." Although the two had been licensed and even living together for a long time, she was shy at the thought of following back to meet her parents and actually becoming a family in the future. But no matter what, things have come to a head, so we can only take one step at a time. Sumi was still thinking about things, but Lin Chen was already being dishonest. Eventually her whole mind was taken away from her by something else, being turned over in red waves. The room is full of spring. Over the next few days, Lin Chen gradually got busier. On the one hand, we are getting closer and closer to the 618 sell-off, which is looking to be less than a week away. Although the first two pilots were successful, they were in the end for internal employees and no outsiders, and the 618 selling festival, that's realistically going to be for the general audience, and it has to be handled with care to make it work. On the other hand, Yi Lu's publicity advertisement was finally released. Not only did they buy a dozen or so big verses to help publicize, they even wrapped up 2 advertising walls in the subway and put up Lin Chen's publicity photos. This came to ruin Lin Chen. Relatives, friends and even classmates and even people who had only met him once at the same school started asking him about it. Lin Chen, have you changed your profession to become a netizen? Didn't you say you were doing e-commerce before? Why are you suddenly going to be an anchor? Good guy. The photos are really handsome. Don't worry. I'll definitely support your live broadcast at that time. Make a lot of money as a netizen. Don't forget to mention us when you make money. Lin Chen could receive hundreds of similar messages a day. What's even more outrageous is that I don't know how some voice account leaked out, and the background is full of private messages from all kinds of strangers. There were even self-proclaimed talent scouts who told him not to sell his goods and to sign directly with the company to become a netizen. Lin Chen looked at the crowded messages in the background and was completely speechless. Yelio, get your ass in here. And LV Junfei, you come too. Chapter 145 Hubby, what will our child look like? You said publicize, but you didn't say publicize like this? Lin Chen threw his cell phone around. See? Thousands of messages. Sister, we're going live to sell goods and our company's products. Not this face of mine. And, he looked at Lu Junfei. You made the poster. Ha? The product is so small that you can barely see it, and the whole poster is my face. So people see me at a glance. Is it selling goods or making stars? The primary purpose of this live broadcast is to let the public know that Honey Bio's products are going to be officially sold on the internet, and to push the new products in the meantime. But what was the poster thinking by highlighting him as the anchor and weakening the product? Lu Junfei weakly said, Manager, this is all at Sister Lu's request. While saying that, he looked at Yi Lu. Sister Lu, say something. Yelio nodded. I told him to. Lin Chen gasped and laughed. Come on, tell me about your design concept. He wanted to see what the woman was thinking. Yi Lu was calm. Manager, I have analyzed it. Our Honey's products, in the eyes of the public, are similar to Debeo and other national products, affordable and not upscale. Although it is said that nowadays the company has developed high-end products, no one will be willing to pay for them just by relying on the fame accumulated in the past. It's times like these that you need to play to your strengths as a manager. Lin Chen asked rhetorically, selling your color? That's right. Yi Lu snapped his fingers. First, use your appearance to keep the viewers in the live broadcast room, plus the popularity that Honey has accumulated over the past decade or so, and try to make the first hit. Since we have to sell our color, the advertisement, surely, should also highlight Lin Chen's merits. Lin Chen was dumbfounded by Yi Lu's words and completely lost his temper. It can't be helped. Who made himself trust her too much and be lazy to leave everything to her? Now that the ads are out there and it's too late to withdraw them, it's just a matter of gritting your teeth and enduring it. But then again, Yi Lu looked at Lin Chen and sized him up. Manager, you're really superior in terms of appearance. Do you really not consider changing careers to try to be a Netflix star? These days, good looks are a real meal. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Work is work. Work on the ground and think about those messy things for what? I'm going to be a netizen and you're coming to take my place as manager, right? Yi Lu was startled, quickly shook his head and said, Manager, you do not misunderstand. I just casually mentioned can't be true. This manager's position, or you can sit steadily. Kidding aside, she had been in the company for a while, not to say that she knew the internal structure of the company like the back of her hand, but she was not far off. The one in front of me is a graduate student who became a department manager as a trainee. This speed, faster than riding a rocket. To say that there is no background, killing her, do not believe. It's not easy to find a job these days, and it's only right for someone like yourself to be an honest little cowhorse. Lin Chen sighed. Alas, forget it, things are like this. What else can I do but admit it? On the product side, you've communicated, right? Yi Lu nodded. Don't worry, manager, not only the product department, but all the other departments of all matters, I have run through all of them. When the time comes, we'll just live stream and sell the goods, and just leave the rest to others. Lin Chen saw that she had arranged everything properly, and only then did his heart slow down a few points. Tough on you. Let's forget about the publicity this time. Next time there's this kind of thing again, come to me first to discuss it, okay? Don't have a heart attack like this one. Yi Lu smiled. Don't worry, manager, next time I will definitely ask you first. The ads were asked about. And next, it was time to respond to those messages from friends and family. Lin Chen was busy all day, and it was hard to explain that it was just work, not a transformation. As for the leaked social accounts, they were simply deactivated. Otherwise, logging on and background messages can get stuck right to death. Evening. Lin Chen finally returned home after a busy day. While eating dinner, Sumi suddenly said, "Hubby, I saw your publicity advertisement." Lin Chen almost sprayed out a mouthful of rice, his old face reddening. "That wasn't me asking for this, it was my department's planner who arranged it out on his own initiative." He had asked Yi Lu when he was going to publicize after he had taken the publicity photos before, and Yi Lu had been secretive and refused to say anything. It ended up holding a big pile for him in the end, and it was convincing. Sumi giggled at his reaction. "Just a question. What are you so nervous about?" "Mostly, I just feel a little ashamed." Lin Chen took a sip of water and said in embarrassment, "Thanks to the fact that I'm driving to and from work now. If I were to squeeze the subway and see my ads in the subway, then I'd really want to escape from the planet." Sumi, however, tried. "I've read what the internet says. Husband, have you ever thought about transforming into an internet celebrity?" Honey Bio is an old company, familiar to the common man. Now that the sudden revelation that they are going to do online sales and have chosen an anchor with such a great appearance, it is natural that it has created a buzz on the internet. And underneath the headline's comments, all of them were discussing Lin Chen's face value and inquiring about what kind of person he was. Sumi felt that she was willing to support Lin Chen if he wanted to go down this path. Lin Chen didn't hesitate to shake his head. "Don't be ridiculous, Netflix or whatever. I'm not half interested, but you can make a lot of money as an internet star. I'm not making a bad income now." Lin Chen analyzed. "Look wife, I'm now working as a small department manager, commuting on time and still getting double time off, having more time to spend with you. But if you become a web celebrity, not to mention the fact that there are a lot of right and wrong, even if we put all this aside, when you get busy in the future, you will definitely have less time to spend with you, and I don't want to do that. $400,000 a year plus an unknown but certainly significant year-end bonus, and the lure of being able to spend every day with his precious wife. Isn't it better than being an internet celebrity with unknown earnings?" Sumi blushed a little. "Darn it, why is that all you have in your head? And what else should I, a man, have in my head but my wife?" Lin Chen asked rhetorically. This was followed by a bad joke. "Like kids?" Sumi's body had completely recovered its health, and the two of them got along extremely harmoniously between beds. "If you want to talk about children, you can really have them." However, Lin Chen was worried that Sumi was old and hadn't had enough of a two-person world, so he had always taken measures. That said, though, he kind of longs for a child of the two. Sumi's face instantly exploded red and snapped, "Hate it, who's talking to you about this?" The brow of a man with a lot of flavor. Lin Chen instantly lost his mood to eat, threw his chopsticks away, went over and intercepted her and picked her up, entering the room. The busy days fly by and before you know it, it's 618 day. The live broadcast time set by Yi Lu was 8 p.m. sharp, which meant that Lin Chen would, in all probability, have to spend the night at the company today. Before Lin Chen left the door in the morning, he reluctantly kissed Sumi on the face. "Wife, I may not go home tonight. Don't wait for me. Go to bed early." Sumi nodded, but smiled playfully. "Hubby, cheer up. Strive for this live broadcast to be a big seller. If the water flow can exceed 1 million, I'll give you a big surprise." Lin Chen immediately looked forward to it. "Don't worry, wife, I'll definitely reach my goal." Saying that, he straightened his clothes and went out with confidence. Chapter 146. These days, you can get a Maserati in a taxi? Lin Chen arrived at the company, and before he even entered, he began to be greeted by his co-workers non-stop. "Good morning, Manager Lin. Go Manager Lin. Manager Lin. I'm mobilizing all my friends to come watch tonight's live broadcast. Watch out for you. Manager Lin, you're super handsome. Go for it tonight." All along the way, it was all kinds of words of encouragement. Lin Chen seemed to be filled with energy as if he had shot chicken blood. Yufeng went to work a few steps later than him and walked behind him, looking at the excited looks of the other employees. This live streaming department, when she initially brought it up, was actually only because she was afraid of Lin Chen's mysterious background, so she wanted to create an idle position with a high position to put Lin Chen on the shelf. In this way, it would also prevent any more ungrateful employees from offending him. But I didn't realize that a department of a playful nature had now attracted the attention of the entire company. After all, Lin Chen's appearance was really superior, and an audition broadcast showed the guys what he was capable of. So much so that nowadays everyone is expecting tonight's broadcast to sell out. Let's hope everything goes well. Yufeng sighed. Their niece is still nestled in the branch, cannot always stay in that small place. Sooner or later to find an opportunity to transfer people back. We can only wait until Lin Chen develops and forgets what happened in the first place. Then there's hope. Lin Chen made his way to the office, and just as he entered, he was startled to see Long Wenjue sitting at his desk. "General, Manager, why are you here?" "What? I can't come?" Ryu Manzakura raised an eyebrow. Lin Chen hurriedly shook his head. No. I'm just a little surprised. The first broadcast is going to start tonight. Long Wenjun looked at Lin Chen. Originally, I let you be this manager. Just want to try the water. After all, nowadays new media is prevalent. The company has to keep up with the times. But you're doing well. The whole company is watching this live. Have you got any confidence? Lin Chen was originally not nervous, but by her saying this, he became nervous instead, and couldn't help but curse in the bottom of his heart. This can mess with people's minds, too. Convinced, but no matter what was in his heart, he still had to put on an act on his face. Lin Chen squeezed out a smile. Don't worry, General Manager, I'll do my best. That's good. Long Wenjuan nodded with satisfaction, and turned his words around. Over at the gym, it's pretty much ready. I've arranged for it to be on the 9th floor, dividing a separate area out. When you wait until after the live broadcast, you'll rest for 2 days, and then you'll officially start going into the gym. I'll put the news out at that time, and I'll be counting on you for the health of the company's employees in the future. A word, said in a righteous manner, just like a good leader who was concerned about the health of employees. Lin Chen hurriedly nodded. Okay, I know, please rest assured, General Manager. After all the good talk, he finally sent Long Wenjuan Sakura away. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and paralyzed on the sofa. Let's hope everything goes well. Ryuban Sakura exited the office and craned her head to look at it again. He happened to see Lin Chen lying on the sofa with his shirt unbuttoned twice and couldn't help but lick his lips. She couldn't wait for the gym to open. Evening. As the live time approached, the entire live department was on edge. Yi Lu, in particular, was constantly going around the office, like a headless fly. Lin Chen looked amused and couldn't help but say, I didn't expect our Yi planner to have such a nervous day. He's not even nervous as a party. Lu Junfei didn't hold back and teased. I've kind of seen what it means for the emperor to be in a hurry. Yi Lu flew over with an eye blade. Is the diagram done? If you're not done, go ahead and do it for me. Lu Junfei wailed at once. Zhu Jingyan and Sun Ying, who were watching from the sidelines, didn't do well either, and were directly driven away to make a face mask for Lin Chen. Only Jiang Yao, the assistant manager, was left in an awkward position, so he simply came over to Lin Chen's side and also made a fuss about putting on a face mask. The live broadcast tonight is expected to start at 8 o'clock, and it will be broadcast at least until about 12 o'clock at night, so you have to be ready for everything. Manager, okay? Yi Lu commanded, and Sun Ying, Xu Jingyan has no experience in live broadcasting. When the manager can't carry it, you'll have to be the assistant broadcaster on it. The two take turns resting, and you'll have to stay in shape. Lin Chen couldn't listen anymore inside. Xiao Yi don't be so tense. Relax. Can't relax. Yi Lu sighed. I just inquired. For this live broadcast tonight, the employees of other departments will leave work on time, but all the leaders, including the management, will stay behind to keep an eye on us. Not only that, the chairman will also come over to sit in personally, and a good performance is directly related to the survival of our entire department. It was also the first event she'd planned since she joined Honey, and if she didn't do well, she might not be able to keep her job. Jiang Yao jumped up with a carp. The legendary chairman is coming too? Really? Our chairman. It is said that she is sick and recuperating, basically does not appear in the company. I heard that she is a top beauty. Can we have a glimpse of her face tonight? Yelio was dryly silenced by his words, and Zhu Jingyan, who was mixing the mask, kicked Jiang Yao without saying a word. Jiang Yao only then reacted. The pain of the five senses are distorted but did not dare to breathe out, only had to grit his teeth and endure it. Lin Chen looked in his eyes and couldn't help but feel amused and rolled his eyes again. I've seen the chairman before. He does look quite pretty, but it's still not as good as baby wife. Although they are both called Su Mi, but his own wife, no matter her face value or temperament, crushes this chairman. There is nothing to see. Jiang Yao didn't dare to say any more, sighed, and was honestly quiet. After eating dinner, Lin Chen began to make the makeup. 1 hour to go until the start of the show. Lin Chen was being supported around like a puppet on strings. Makeup, hairstyling, changing clothes, debugging beauty parameters, and occasionally Yi Lu had to spot check his familiarity with the product, not to mention how busy he was. It was hard to catch time to go to the restroom, so Lin Chen immediately took out his cell phone. Then in the restroom, he dialed Sumi's WeChat phone number. The phone rang several times before it was answered. Sumi on the screen was actually sitting in a car. Lin Chen froze for a moment. Honey, you're going out? Alone? Where to? The more he talked, the more worried he became. Although Sumi's health had already recovered, it was dark and she was going out alone. What if she encountered any danger? Sumi smiled. A friend asked me out to catch up, so I went out to sit down after not seeing her for a long time. Lin Chen was relieved and laughed. Then wife, you pay attention to safety and come home early to watch me live. Oh. At that, he froze, a little skeptical. Honey, did you take a cab? You can get a Maserati and a taxi these days? Chapter 147. Sumi came to the company. Sumi sat in the car, listening to Lin Chen's words. Her heart lifted. She went out this time, not shopping at all, but was invited back to the company by Long Wenjua as well as a group of company executives. After all, this live broadcast, because of the advertisement preheating, has already caused a hot topic. Think also know that the evening's live broadcast can certainly be a big explosion, and the direction of the subsequent company may have to be renegotiated if the live stream can blow up. Sumi, as the chairman and president of the company, definitely had to be there for such an important moment. Sumi had wanted to push back, but she couldn't, so she had to go out. On the other hand, Long Wenjuang said that she hadn't seen her for too long and had to have someone come to pick her up. Now it was good that he was sitting in the Maserati and was seen by Lin Chen. Sumi looked at Lin Chen's skeptical gaze and hurriedly said, "It's not a taxi, it's my friend who came over to pick me up. This friend of mine is richer. After all, Ryu Manzakura did have money." Lin Chen didn't doubt it and nodded. "It's good that someone is picking you up. I'm going out first. I might not have time to look at my cell phone during the live broadcast at night. If you have anything, you can send me a message to leave a message." Sumi nodded and hung up the video. Before taking off her headphones, the driver couldn't help but speak. "Chairman, has your body recovered well lately?" "Not bad." Sumi nodded slightly. In front of Lin Chen, she was the soft and gentle stepford wife, but when he faces his men, he is a thunderbolt. The driver smiled. "It's good that you've recovered. The whole company is holding on to you. I wonder when you can return to work. The general manager, in particular, has been reading about you." Sumi brought a few moments of laughter under her eyes. "Thank you all for remembering, but I have something going on right now, and within a short period of time, I shouldn't be returning to the company. After all, the company was that big, so if he ran into Lin Chen, it would be hard to tell. I couldn't push it any further tonight, so I agreed to come over." It was a good thing that his office was on the 10th floor, but Lin Chen was live on the 8th floor. No surprises, it's definitely untouchable. The journey was filled with small talk, and soon they arrived at the office. Sumi took the executive elevator directly from the underground parking lot all the way to her office. She hadn't been back to the office in a long time, but her office, however, was always cleaned. This would learn that she was coming back. Long Wenjuan even personally made coffee and sent it over. Sumi sat in her long-lost chair with mixed feelings. It was a position that had taken her more than a decade to secure, only to spend years trying to escape and even nearly losing her life. At the height of her depression, she felt broken when she thought of this office and the endless work. Now back again. The time has changed, but her heart is no longer half depressed. There is only a vision of the future and expectations. Sumi looked forward to the day when Lin Chen would put his foot down, climb up step by step, and meet himself at the top. "Chairman, you finally recovered from your illness." Long Wenjuang Sakura held her coffee with tears in her eyes. "Do you know how worried I was during the time you were hospitalized? Now I am so happy to see you back in this seat." Speaking happily, the tears were falling down as if they were pearls on a broken string. For Sumi, she had respect and admiration from the bottom of her heart. It could be said that without Sumi's financial support, she might be stuck in some big mountain right now, tied up and dragged into hell all day long by firewood, rice, oil and salt. Instead of living in a mansion and driving a luxury car and living the life you want most, as you do now, Sumi looked at Long Wenjo Sakura with a somewhat complicated mood. On the one hand, she admired Long Wenjuan, and could feel the genuine gratitude and concern Long Wenjuan had for herself. On the other hand, on the premise of knowing that Long Wenjo Sakura coveted Lin Chen and wanted to make a move against him, it was really hard for her to have a good face. Long Wenjo Sakura didn't notice Sumi's difference. After she brought the coffee over, she gathered her emotions before speaking. "Chairman, originally I didn't want to alarm you, but this Lin Chen, he is indeed very capable, especially in live broadcasting. He is simply a genius. Tonight's live broadcast, I have a feeling it will be a big seller. It's about where the company goes next. That's why I wanted to ask you to come and sit in." Long Wenjo Sakura said while not moving, observing Sumi's expression, trying to guess Lin Chen and Sumi's relationship from it. It was a pity that Sumi was so pale that she couldn't see anything at all. She couldn't help but mentally sigh. The chairman is also too good at hiding his emotions, but no matter what, he himself first held up Lin Chen and coaxed the chairman to be happy. Sumi took a sip of her coffee and nodded. "I know what you mean. The management's all there, right? Let's get everyone to the conference room and have a brief meeting." She hadn't been back to the office for too long, and while she used the computer to handle her work, there were still many things that she had to manage out of her own hands. Now that we're back once in a while, it's definitely time to get the backlog out of the way. Most importantly, going to the conference room for a meeting was also just the right way to avoid encountering Lin Chen. Long Wenjuan didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly sent a notice to go. 8th floor. Lin Chen had made all the preparations and sat in front of the camera with some trepidation. Don't be afraid, manager. Your last pilot was so successful. Just think of it as a bigger pilot this time. Yi Lu comforted. Don't worry. It's no different from the usual live broadcast. Lin Chen sighed. Sister, it's not a matter of being afraid or not. It's that I'm going to be on the air from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. A whole 4 hours. What if I can't carry it? Before the pilot, it was only half an hour a show, but now it's 4 hours straight, which is scary to think about. Zhang Yao on the side gloated. Don't be afraid, brother, I've prepared for everything, said the cell phone lighted out. Watch out, Hungry Mall and Meituan, I bought all the membership coupons. When the time comes, the coffee and barbecue all for you to arrange on. Must let you top 4 hours. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Damn, I should have let you top that too. Zhang Yao spread his 2 hands. I'd like to top it, but my face value isn't giving me any power. You go for it. Yes, yes, yes. Who made me handsome and you ugly? It's only right that I work hard. Hey, personal attack, huh? The two fought. Lin Chen disliked him for a few moments and relaxed. Soon, 8 o'clock had arrived. Yi Lu took a deep breath. Manager, time's up. Get ready to go on air. Lin Chen nodded, straightened his clothes, sat down on the stool, and pressed the button to turn on the live broadcast. Chapter 148 Inspection of Company. Honey Bio is switching to online sales for the first time in decades. Coupled with the previous warm-up and marketing, the live broadcast was instantly flooded with viewers. While Lin Chen was going through the routine of selling goods live, he was carefully paying attention to the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. Seeing the number of people growing, his lifted heart fell to the ground instead. The more people there are, the better the chances of being able to sell your product. You will also earn more commission. With money, you can buy a house and take your precious wife out for a trip. As Lin Chen thought about this, he grew calmer and calmer, and the live streaming gradually got better and better. Yi Lu and the others sat on the sidelines and actually pinched a sweat. After all, the number of viewers of the live broadcast is about to hit 1 million, which is a splash of traffic if it is mastered and the live broadcast is stabilized. But correspondingly, if Lin Chen made a mistake, it would bring incalculable losses to the company and even the entire brand. Well, today it looks like the broadcast is solid today. Yi Lu clenched his fist and swung it wordlessly. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress. The others also looked uplifted. And in the meantime, the meeting upstairs had finished. Su Mi, the chairman and president, rarely appeared in the company, and the group of executives were all a bit trembling. After all, during the time Su Mi was sick, everyone could be speculating whether or not she wouldn't be able to come back, and all sorts of partisan bickering just didn't stop. Now that he's back, you have to worry about settling scores. Fortunately, Su Mi did not say anything, only explained the work and the future development of the company's business, and then announced the adjournment of the meeting. The crowd was uncharacteristically relieved as they exited the office. Long Wenjin made coffee and came over, saying respectfully, Chairman, you've worked hard. Su Mi waved her hand. It's just a meeting, how hard can it be? With that, he took a sip of coffee and broke into a joke. I work harder than you guys who come to the company every day. Sometimes I feel like an idler. You guys are the lifeblood of the company. Long Wenjua was shocked and quickly shook her head. No, 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 you, Chairman, are the most important lifeline of the company. Without you, there is no entire company. With his mouth full, he couldn't help but wonder again in the back of his mind. Always felt the chairman wasn't quite right. You know, the former chairman of the board of directors, but the workaholic, treating the work of a board of serious and incomparable. Later, when she got sick, it was as if all her vitality had been drained out of her. Nothing could arouse her interest, and her smile had completely disappeared. But now a period of time does not see. But she feels that the chairman of the board of directors with a different person like Ryu Manzakura stared out at Sumi. Sumi noticed her gaze and raised her eyebrows. Is there something dirty on my face? Long Wonjo Sakura came back to her senses and hurriedly said, No, no, no. If not, what are you looking at me for? I feel as if the chairman has changed. Ryuban Sakura's words came out of her mouth. Oh, Sumi became interested. How so? Only then did Long Wenjua react to what she had said, but it was too late to change her words. So she just crossed her heart. I think that you, Chairman, are a lot more spirited than before. You used to be like you were programmed to have no life. And then after you got sick, You were even more drained of your essence. Like, she mused and uttered the adjective. Like a puppet. Sumi smiled. And now what? Long Wonjo Sakura looked at her cheerful smile and marveled. The courage you is as if you have completely come to life. With emotions and anger. Becoming a living, breathing human being. Even compared to before? The stern aura of Sumi nowadays had become gentle. Sumi smiled even more and leaned back on the sofa and let out a long breath. You're right. I did come to life. It was Lin Chen who pulled her back from the ghost gate. And it was also Lin Chen who gave her a new life. And made her kindle her hope for life. And her vision for the future. It could be said that without Lin Chen, she wouldn't be where she was today. Long Wenjuan Sakura boldly said, Chairman, can I know what made you change so much? As far as she knew, the chairman had previously suffered from extremely severe depression. Depressed people, on the other hand, even if they can be cured, take a lot of time and money. And most of them, when cured, have a hard time getting back to the way they once were. Not to mention the fact that like Sumi, her entire body was filled with life. Sumi pondered for a moment and laughed. It's a secret that can't be revealed just yet. Long Wenjuan looked at the smile on her face and couldn't help but guess. Look at the chairman's smile. Is he in love? But it shouldn't. She heard Yufeng say that the chairman of the board of directors had never found a boyfriend in the past 10 years or so it didn't make sense that it was only now that he had reached 40 that the wood withered and turned to spring. Did it? As Long Wenjuan thought about it, she suddenly thought of Lin Chen. That Lin Chen was handsome and capable. So maybe the chairman was feeling hopeful about life because he had recovered the child from back then and had seen him grow up so well. Yes, it has to be. Ryuban Sakura was firm in her thoughts. Sumi didn't know what was on her mind. And seeing that it was getting late, she said, well, bring the computer over and see what's going on with the live broadcast. She couldn't wait to see Lin Chen's performance. Long Wenjuan froze for a moment. Somewhat puzzled, Chairman, you want to watch the live broadcast? Directly go down to the 8th floor live broadcast department is not on the line? Isn't it better to see it live than online? Air. Sumi stiffened. Live? Just kidding. What would happen if Lin Chen saw himself? Sumi didn't hesitate to shake her head. No need. If I go over there, it will cause psychological pressure on the anchor, and it won't be good if it affects his live broadcast. Long Wonjo Sakura wrinkled her eyebrows and stared at Sumi, but she couldn't see anything. She had no choice but to sigh. Let's watch it on the computer then. But it's a bit of a shame not to go to the site. That Lin Chen, he's extremely good in all aspects. The last time you auditioned, you just watched it in the live studio. If you could see it with your own eyes, the feeling would definitely be different. Sumi listened to her, and was really a bit moved. She had been with Lin Chen for so long, and had seen all kinds of looks from the other party. But the Lin Chen in working condition was something she had never seen with her own eyes. Long Wenjuan Sakura sensed his words and took the opportunity to persuade. Chairman, let's go over and take a look. If you're worried about putting him under pressure, then why don't we just sneak over there? Let's just take a look outside the live room so they don't find out. Sumi was convinced and nodded. In that case, let's go over and take a look. Long Wonjo Sakura was overjoyed and immediately got up. Then I'll take you there now. Chapter 149. Looking forward to seeing you at the top. 8th floor. Inside the live room. In a flash, Lin Chen had already been broadcasting for an hour. During this hour, more and more viewers entered the live stream, and the turnover rate, too, skyrocketed. Honey would have been an old favorite, popular for years for its good value. Now that there was an extremely superior-looking anchor like Lin Chen to add to the mix, the people in the live broadcast room placed their orders, not to mention how crazy they were. The pop-ups were even denser. The anchor is so handsome, I love it. He's so handsome and willing to make me happy. What's wrong with me spending some money? Anyway, skincare is just a necessity, so what's not to buy? Might as well buy Honey, an old national brand. Anchor is so handsome, surely it is impossible to lie. Since you say it works well, then I can really order Anyway, it's not expensive. I'll buy it first. On the pop-ups, all of them were praising Lin Chen for his good looks and then placing orders. Lin Chen was live streaming while paying attention to the pop-ups. Watching the turnover rate climb, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. Sell well, the commission will be high. There may be a chance of promotion and salary increase. Buy a house, buy a car and take his wife to travel abroad. Just around the corner. It's too bad the baby wife has to go play and won't be able to see herself live in style. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. How was he to know that his precious wife would be standing right outside the live studio? Look, Chairman, Long Wonjo Sakura introduced. This is the live broadcasting room. We're standing here. We definitely won't be discovered. The soundproofing of the live room is very good. Inside Lin Chen is yelling hard, but the outside is half the sound cannot be heard. Sumi nodded and looked at Lin Chen through the glass window. Lin Chen was seen dressed up in a handsome outfit. sitting in front of the camera and talking eloquently. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire body exuded confidence, as if he was glowing. Sumi looked at him fixedly, and was actually a bit smitten. Ryuban Sakura also looked mesmerized. She sat in on the last pilot, but that time was nothing like today. Last time, Lin Chen was still a bit formal and unnatural. Today is completely into the state. Whether it is to introduce the product or to interact with the audience in the live broadcast, it is all wonderful words. Attracting people cannot move their eyes. It was also thanks to the fact that she was mesmerized, or else she would have definitely noticed something different about Sumi. Inside the live room, Lin Chen was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to hold out for 4 hours, but unexpectedly, now that 2 hours had passed, instead of feeling tired, he was getting more and more exhilarated. Suning sat beside him, interjecting a few words from time to time, and with Zhu Jingyan handing out products as a logistical assistant, he couldn't say he was tired at all. At this rate, tonight's turnover is bound to be extremely impressive. Lin Chen had been broadcasting for more than 2 hours, and although his spirit carried him, his voice was failing. He somewhat apologetically said to the people in the live broadcast, "Families, excuse me, I'm going to stop for a drink of water first. Let my beautiful assistant come and chat with you." The live broadcast room was wailing. "Handsome guy, don't go. I still like talking to you. Brother, stay." Although the beautiful assistant is good, it can't help that the anchor is more handsome. Lin Chen smiled at the pop-ups and got up to leave the camera, then let out a long breath. Finally, I can catch my breath. Jiang Yao immediately sent over the prepared coffee and throat lozenges. Then a thumbs up. Amazing. Lin Chen smiled, took a sip of his coffee and moved his body a bit more before turning around and getting ready to go out to use the restroom. And as soon as he opened the door, Sumi outside the door was startled. She was so focused on looking at Lin Chen that she didn't even notice him turn around. Sumi changed her face and grabbed Long Wenjua and left. Ryuban Sakura was uncertain. Even if they are seen, they are a chairman and a general manager, so they can see it. Still afraid of a little department manager having an opinion? But Sumi didn't say a word and pulled her away so fast that she didn't dare to say anything more, so she could only follow. As soon as Lin Chen was out of the live studio, he heard the sound of crisp high heels and looked up as two slim figures flew out of sight. The one on the left, he could see, was the general manager, Ryuman Sakura, available on the right at. Why does this feel a little familiar? Lin Chen muttered. This body and this back. The more he looked at it, the more he looked like Sumi. But then he thought about it and shook his head. Baby's wife should be at a party with her friends by now. But, Lin Chen glanced at his watch. It was already past 10 o'clock. He thought about it, but dialed Sumi's number. 9th floor. Sumi pulled Long Wenjua all the way back to the office as if she had fled, which was a relief. But who would have guessed that just then? The cell phone would ring. She was startled, and even more so when she read the caller alert on the screen. Lin Chen couldn't have seen her. Could he? Chairman, what happened to you? Long Wenjuan Sakura was both puzzled and nervous. I see that you don't look well. This has always been in poor health. Just inexplicably ran for a while even if the body has a good or bad, then he will be really finished. Sumi came back to her senses and shook her head. It's okay, I'll take a call. As he said that, he walked out quickly. She didn't hit the answer button until she was riding the elevator back to her own office on the 10th floor. Lin Chen's voice immediately came over. Wife, why haven't you answered the phone for so long? Sumi explained. I was just chatting with a friend and it wasn't very convenient, so I can take your call now that I've changed places. Not home yet? Lin Chen was a little worried. It's already past 10. Why don't you go back earlier? I don't think I'll be able to finish here until 12, and there's no way I can go over to pick you up. 12 is conservative. If the live stats are good, then it's normal to broadcast into the second half of the night, so maybe you won't be able to go home and sleep tonight. His heart ached at the thought of not being able to cuddle his fragrant, soft wife to sleep tonight. Sumi heard the worry in his words and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not a kid anymore. Besides, my friend will send me home. Don't worry, hubby, you do a good job of live streaming. Oh, I'll go watch your live broadcast later after I'm busy. Looking forward to your performance. Lin Chen immediately acted as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. Don't worry wife, I'll definitely squeeze into the top 3 of the carry list tonight. I'll take you on a trip when I get my bonus. Sumi heart as if drinking honey sweet, and said a few more words and then ready to hang up the phone. Lin Chen, however, suddenly said, right, honey, I just saw someone whose back is exactly the same as yours. Sumi had a moment of weakness. Is it? But there are so many people who look alike in this world. It's not unusual. That's true. Lin Chen nodded his head, and seeing that it was getting late he said, I'm going to go back and continue on the air. Wife, don't play too late. Pay attention to safety. Sumi hung up the phone, then let out a long breath and leaned back in her chair. A few short minutes on the phone nearly took all her strength. Luckily, he had just walked fast and hadn't been discovered by Lin Chen. She raised her eyes to the window. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows was a million lights and a bright moon in the sky, illuminating the earth. What floated before Sumi's eyes was Lin Chen's face. She murmured, "Honey, you've got to do something. I look forward to the day we meet at the top." Chapter 150. Testing me again? Ariel went back on the air and sat back down in front of the camera, then realized that he went out to rest for this moment. The people in the live broadcast room, instead of decreasing, increased by more than 100,000, watching him dumbfounded. Sunning smiled and said, "Families, the handsome anchor you've been shouting about is back. I'll give him the main stage. It's your turn to play next." Already dense with pop-ups, this would be even more hilarious. Well, it's finally time to place your order after holding it for so long. Although the beautiful female anchor is good, the handsome anchor is even better. I pinched the money just waiting for you to come back. Brother, say a private account. I want to follow you. In fact, the moment I saw you, I even thought about what to call our child. Upstairs, you don't even know the anchor's last name. How can you name it? Little names first, silly? The entire live broadcast room was all about Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at him with tears and laughter, and couldn't help but say, "Thank you all for your love. But while you're paying attention to me, pay more attention to our products as well. Our honey biotechnology is an old national product, although it's still a bit far from 100 years old, I guess, but over the years it's also had a good reputation. Everyone support us more. If you don't say it, the turnover rate is doubling." Yi Lu's entire body trembled with excitement. Look at the turnover rate. The bonuses are unthinkable. I really made the best decision when I joined this company. Lin Chen looked at the turnover rate and broadcast more vigorously. In the blink of an eye, it's almost 12 o'clock, and instead of feeling tired, I'm getting more and more energized. As for Sumi, after answering Lin Chen's call, she went back to Long Wenjuang's office. Long Wencherry held in a bellyful of questions and immediately spoke. "Chairman, I just saw Lin Chen come out. What are you in such a hurry to leave for? That's not like a reaction to seeing a bastard child from years ago, either." Had she guessed wrong about their relationship? But if it's not a mother-son relationship, what could it be? It can't be a couple, can it? The chairman doesn't look like the kind of person who likes beauty, either. Sumi's heart thumped as she noticed the tentativeness under Long Wenjuang's eyes. She knew that her perversity would surely arouse the curiosity of Long Wenjuang Sakura. Not a big problem though. Sumi's expression was light. Didn't I say so? He, a newbie anchor, would definitely be psychologically pressurized if he saw us appearing at the live broadcast at the same time. We as leaders have to take every aspect into account, don't we? Long Wenjuang Sakura nodded, but in the bottom of her heart, she still felt something was wrong. Is this really true? Thinking about it, she didn't hold back after all. "Chairman, this Lin Chen," she weighed her words. It was the old lady who sent him in the first place, and then manager Yu's niece offended him, and it was you who called and said you'd pull someone in, and he talked to you. Long Wenjuang said this and then changed her words. What is he to you? A distant relative? She was really going to die of curiosity if she didn't ask. Sumi swept her a glance and said directly, "What you shouldn't pry into less, and put more thought into your work." Though she was thunderous at work, she mostly got along as an older sister to Long Wenjua. "It's the first time in history that I've ever been as stern as I am today." Long Wenjuang Cherry was startled. Where did she dare to say anything else? Sumi also did not say much, only said, "Okay, it's not early. Go and tell the people who stayed behind that those who want to get off work should get off work. The live broadcast situation. Wait until tomorrow to come to the company. There's no need to keep guarding the company all the time." Long Wenjuang Sakura hurriedly nodded. Yes. Sumi turned and walked out. With the company taken care of and the live broadcast witnessed, it was almost time to go back after counting the hours. Long Wenjo Sakura personally escorted her out the door and watched her get into the car, which was a relief. In his mind, he began to speculate about Sumi's words again. What is the relationship between Lin Chen and the chairman? If it was an ordinary relative, then the chairman should have just said so when he had just asked. But the chairman just said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." It seemed to imply that she had an unusual relationship with Lin Chen. This kind of unspeakable relationship generally leaves only two possibilities, either a bastard or a lover. But if the chairman of the board really wants to keep a lover, with her status, it is openly keep people around, or directly put into the company to give a high position. No one will say half a word. After all, who doesn't have a little hobby when you get to a certain level? Keeping a gigolo is really nothing. Ryu Manzakura stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. If it wasn't a lover's relationship and was not to be seen in the light of day, Then it could only be the same as what Yu Feng had guessed. That Lin Chen was the child born from a mistake the chairman had made when he was young. This also explains why the chairman would suddenly leave his home and run from Cheng County to Binhai. In that case, a hint of snobbery flashed in the bottom of Long Wenzhuang's eyes. Lin Chen, she wants it. The company, she wants it too. On this day, Lin Chen directly broadcast until after 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. At the end of the day, there were many fewer people in the live room, and he couldn't stay up any longer, so he went off the air. Between 8 o'clock and 2 o'clock, the account spans skyrocketed by 1 million, and the turnover rate reached a staggering 90%. As for turnover, a rough estimate is straight at 5 million. First live show, one night, brings in 5 million. Yi Lu was a little numb with excitement. Manager, you are definitely a 1 in a million heavenly chosen anchor. If you change your line of work to be a bandwagon anchor, at most half a year. No, in a month at most, it will crush the current headliners. Speaking of this, she grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Manager, why don't we quit together? We'll go it alone, and I'll be your manager. Sun Shadow responded, then be sure to bring me along. And me. Jiang Yao followed and raised his hand. Lu Junfei looked left and right and nodded as well. Then everyone go. I can't be left behind as an artiste. Lin Chen cried and laughed, pushing Yi Lu's hand away. Calm down. We're still in the company. Yi Lu woke up as if from a dream, and nodded her head in a hurry. Right. Let's go out and find a place to have a midnight snack, and talk about it while we eat. Says you. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Put away those thoughts of yours, what resignation or not. Let's just say it ourselves. If you spread this word, I can't protect you even if I'm the manager. Yi Lu was deflated but unwilling. Manager, you really don't want to think about it? No consideration. Lin Chen shook his head without hesitation. Don't mention this kind of thing in the future. Alright, it's getting late. Whether you guys take a cab home or stay at the office and order a snack, find me for reimbursement of the money, and take a day off tomorrow for the whole department, and then come back to work the day after tomorrow to review the situation. Dismissed. Chapter 151. This voice, why does it sound so much like my baby? Seeing Lin Chen leave, Yi Lu couldn't tense up. She grabbed Jiang Yao, assistant manager. You're close to the manager. Go ask him why he doesn't want to work alone. Honey is really good. It's stable and earns a decent income too. But don't young people need to be more adventurous? Being an Edison, with all the money rolling in, isn't it better than being a small cow horse? Jiang Yao was also a little tickled by Yi Lu's words, so he simply chased after him. Lin Chen, why did you reject Yi Lu's offer? He wondered. No matter how you think about it, what she said kinda makes sense, right? Being an Edison is so lucrative nowadays. Lin Chen interrupted. I'm afraid my wife will be upset. Ha? Jiang Yao's eyes dropped. Are you serious? Or what? Ariel asked back. Do I look like I'm joking? But she should be happier that you can make more money. It's not the same. Don't compare my wife to ordinary women. Lin Chen said with a straight face. It's true that being an Edison earns a lot of money, but the money can't be earned. And being an Edison, there are too many restrictions. There is no doubt about the star-making ability of the internet, but the speed of the collapse of the house is also far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Being an Edison is like putting everything about yourself under a magnifying glass, and the slightest misstep, even a half step in the wrong direction, awaits annihilation. All he wanted was to keep his precious wife and love the ordinary days. Anyway, $400, 000 a year is enough for now. Lin Chen looked at the confused Jiang Yao and patted his shoulder. The heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. It's not that I don't like money, but as much as you can do, greed will not end well. With that, he turned and walked away. All the way back home, Lin Chen tiptoed to the door, but he didn't expect to run into Sumi right in front of him. Sumi came out of the bathroom in her bathrobe, a towel still in her hand to wipe her hair. Old wife, you are still up so late? Lin Chen froze and felt something was wrong again. You've been playing with your friends until now? It's almost 4 o'clock. Sumi also didn't expect Lin Chen to come home again, and was startled. After coming back to his senses, he said, I had a snack and came back to sit for a while before going to take a shower. Why are you home so late? Hubby, I thought you'd be sleeping at the office. She had thought about going straight home when she got out of the office, but then on second thought, since it's a rare trip out and you've changed into a business suit, why don't you drop by and meet the customer suppliers and get a feel for the market? It also saves you from having to come out next time. So it was a chat until now. Lin Chen frowned. Next time you want to ask a friend out, it's better to do it in the daytime. It's too late. You're not in good health. Staying up all night has too much of an effect. While saying that, he reached for the hairdryer. Come here, I'll blow dry your hair. Sumi dutifully sat down on the couch. Lin Chen held the hairdryer in one hand and lifted her hair with the other, gently and carefully blowing her hair. During this time of recuperation, Sumi was extremely well nourished by Aunt Jo, and her long hair had become quite thick and dark. Lin Chen's fingers weaved in and out of Sumi's hair, and as he watched her obediently sit in front of him, he only felt a heart so soft that it fell to pieces. How lucky to be married to a childhood goddess. After blow-drying his hair, he picked up Sumi in a hug. Ah, put me down now. Sumi was startled and instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck. Lin Chen laughed. Don't move. I'll carry you back to your room. Be careful of falling. As he spoke, he had already carried the person back to his room, carefully placing him on the bed and pulling the quilt over to cover Sumi. Sumi enjoyed his care the entire time, both sweet and helpless. I'm not a kid anymore. In my case, you are not a child, but someone who needs my careful attention. Lin Chen bent down and planted a kiss on her forehead. You go to sleep first. I'm going to take a shower. Good night. Sumi arched her eyebrows and nodded gently. Good night. Lin Chen's live broadcast this time had achieved unprecedented success, sensationalizing the entire company, and even more so, creating a considerable impact on the internet. 4 days on end, the name Honey Bio was on the hot seat. Aside from the ones praising Lin Chen as a new anchor, the rest were all discussing Honey's products, and the vast majority of them were positive comments. As a result, not only did online sales business soar, but even offline business was significantly better, bringing unprecedented traffic to the company. Yu Feng, who had offered to make Lin Chen the manager of the live broadcast department, was walking with the wind these days. After all, she was the one who came up with the idea in the first place, and now the live streaming department is getting all the credit. The live streaming department, on the other hand, is as good as New Year's Eve, not only because the live broadcast was a great success, but also because this live broadcast pulled up the company's performance, so much so that other departments are constantly having employees run over to send gifts of thanks. Of course, giving gifts was fake. Taking the opportunity to look at Lin Chen, an extremely handsome man, was real, so much so that Lin Chen was still feeling exhausted after several days of broadcasting. After easily dealing with those co-workers, Kai Meng's phone call came right on time. Manager Lin, there will be a meeting at 10 o'clock later. Please be on time. Lin Chen hurriedly nodded his head and responded. As soon as the phone hung up, Jiang Yao came over. Hey, this must be a meeting of the company executives to praise you. This said, Lu Junfei also came over, and me. Manager, I can see that following you is the only way to get ahead. The others were up in arms. Even Yi Lu, who has always been full of nothing but work, also joked along. Manager, the top gives a bonus. You must remember to treat us to a good meal. Lin Chen lost his smile. When have I ever treated you guys poorly? Okay, I'm off to a meeting. Conference room. The entire company executives were almost all there. Long Wenjuang Sakura held her cell phone, her brows furrowed. Chairman, you've seen how successful this live broadcast selling was. Today's meeting, mainly to discuss the company's future development. You have something cannot come over, then at least make a phone call. Remote participation in the meeting, right? There are a lot of things that need to be finalized by you. On the other end of the phone, Sumi looked at her cell phone sadly, not knowing what to do. Long Wenjuan Sakura was dead set on her participating in the meeting and even wanted her to go over to the company. But the thing is, she can't show up. It wasn't time to confess the relationship with Lin Chen yet. Not only did Long Wenjuan persuade, but other executives of the company also persuaded. Sumi couldn't argue with them, so she only nodded her head and said, alright, but I'm not in a position to turn on the video right now, so I'll just communicate with you guys by voice. Long Wenjuan Sakura hurriedly said, voice is fine. The main thing is that there are many things that need your approval. It's fine for you to participate in this meeting remotely. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a knock at the door. Kai Meng opened the door for Lin Chen and respectfully said, Manager Lin, please go inside. Lin Chen entered the door just in time to hear Sumi's voice coming out of the microphone. When people come, let's start. He froze at once. This voice, why does it look so much like baby wife's? Chapter 152. Is it her or not? Long Wenjua was communicating with Sumi, and when she saw Lin Chen come in, she nodded her head. Manager Lin, sit. Sumi's heart stuttered when she heard this. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to come so quickly, and had just spoken, forgetting to conceal her original voice. Chairman, Lin Chen has arrived. Long Wenjuan's voice pulled Sumi back to reality. She sat in her study and sighed silently as she looked at the lit-up screen. Let's hope the wait doesn't reveal itself. Lin Chen was still thinking about the voice he had just heard and was a bit bewildered. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, he would have really wanted to go to the restroom and give Sumi a call. This chairman, even if his name is the same as his precious wife, even his voice is so similar, Is there such a coincidence in the world? He began to wonder if he had misidentified the chairman the last time he saw him. But baby wife, would that be the chairman of Honey Bio? How does this feel impossible? Manager Lin? Ryu Manzakura increased her volume. Lin Chen snapped back to his senses. Startled. Ah, what's wrong? What are you thinking? The guys are waiting for you to summarize this broadcast. Long Wenjuang Sakura frowned slightly, somewhat unhappy. She did like Lin Chen and the background behind him, but if she could be distracted on such a serious occasion, then she would have to reconsider the arrangements she would make after chasing Lin Chen into her hands. Only then did Lin Chen realize the seriousness of the problem and stood up violently. Sorry. I've been a bit distracted by my recent exhaustion. Please forgive me. Leaders, those present are all company executives. Even the chairman of the board of directors are paying attention to this meeting. A carelessness is to lose their jobs. Long Wenjuang waved her hand. Alright, let's get down to business. Manager Lin, your live broadcast this time has achieved unprecedented success. Even the company's performance has risen. Tell us how you feel. Lin Chen took a deep breath and didn't dare to think about it anymore as he busied himself with his words. But in fact, there is nothing to say, but just some thanks to the company training and other such scenes. However, this experience of speaking in front of so many executives was an unprecedented first. So Lin Chen was still a little nervous, even stuttered a bit. After all, facing so many pairs of eyes, who wouldn't be nervous in their place? Sumi sat at home, looking at Lin Chen through the video, and couldn't help but feel a little proud. That's her man. What started out as a trainee who didn't know anything was pushed hard into the position of department manager to do a job he'd never been exposed to before. It turned out to be such a big victory on the first try, so how could she not be happy? Hubby, go for it. Sumi wordlessly cheered Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen ran out of words. Long Wenjo Sakura saw his embarrassment and spoke. Sit down. Lin Chen then breathed a sigh of relief and quietly wiped his sweat. In his mind, he was just lucky to succeed in this broadcast. This executive meeting to discuss the future direction of the company, that they discuss on the line, have to bring their own why. What does he know as a little department manager? I hope I don't draw my own speech later. Lin Chen shrank back, trying his best to minimize his presence, but in the bottom of his heart, he was hoping that the mysterious chairman would say a few more words. After all, that voice he heard when he first walked in the door was just too much like Sumi's. The resemblance was such that he almost thought it was the same person. Long Man Sakura discussed it with the rest of the company's management. The main topic of conversation is about whether or not to invest more financial resources in selling online. There is a conservative part of management that insists on maintaining the status quo. After all, one live success doesn't mean everything. There is, however, a radical section that is calling for expansion and keeping up with current events. The two sides talked and argued. Lin Chen cowered in the corner, shaking his head as he watched. These successful people who make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars a year turn out to be spewing saliva when they argue. Sumi looked at Lin Chen instead. She looked at Lin Chen's expression and couldn't help but lose her smile. This kind of meeting must be boring for Lin Chen. However, she had the intention of cultivating Lin Chen, and the more she attended high-level meetings like this one, the more she could learn. Boredom is also the way to go. Long Wenjuang and the others argued for half a day but couldn't come up with a conclusion. Lin Chen was already bored and picking at the dead skin on his fingers when he was suddenly named. The live broadcast department is under Manager Lin's charge, and a large part of the success of this live broadcast is also due to Manager Lin's face value. Someone suggested, it's better to leave it to him to decide whether or not to expand this live broadcast department. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen winced. Leave it to him to decide something so important? Long Wenjo Sakura took a sip of coffee and faintly said, Manager Lin, tell us your opinion. Lin Chen froze for a moment and instinctively spoke. Expanding what? Expanding on the success of one live broadcast. What if the goods don't sell afterward? What a joke. Now he is in charge of the department are trembling with fear, just worried that one day to do a bad job, by the company to find a reason to catch him out to take the blame. Wouldn't it be more of a problem if it was scaled up and there was a greater chance of something going wrong? A crowd of conservatives breathed a sigh of relief in unison. The remaining radicals are in a hurry. Someone couldn't help but speak up. What about the chairman's opinion? We've been talking so much, and the chairman hasn't said anything, so why don't we listen to what the chairman has to say? The crowd then remembered that the chairman was also attending this meeting, and looked toward the camera again in unison. Lin Chen also came to life, his entire body instantly sitting up straight. He's just waiting for the chairman to open his mouth again and listen to the sound. Sumi looked at Lin Chen in the camera, saw through the thoughts in his mind at a glance, and couldn't help but shake her head. I also blame myself for being so careless. Long Wenjo Sakura spoke. Chairman, what do you think about the live broadcast department? Sumi pinched her throat and spoke. I think what Manager Lin said is quite reasonable. As soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Chen was immediately disappointed. The voice did sound a bit like Sumi's, but if you listen closely you could hear the difference. When I first entered the office, I guess I misheard. Come to think of it, if baby wife was really the chairman of Honey Bio, how could she hide it from herself? Between Lin Chan's rambling thoughts, the crowd had already come to a conclusion. That is, the live broadcasting department will remain as it is for the time being, and we will see how it develops before making a decision on whether or not to expand it later. Since the chairman has given the word, let's do it like this, Long Wenhua hammered out. But during this next period of time, all departments should fully cooperate with the live broadcast department, so we can all work together to bring the company to the next level. Finally the meeting is adjourned. Lin Chen let out a long breath and directly then prepared to go back to his office. Who knew that just then? Long Wenjuang Sakura walked over. Manager Lin, come to my office. Chapter 153. How about calling me sister? Lin Chen felt sick. Got a condition where when the general manager opens his mouth, he gets heart palpitations, but it can't be helped. The big leaders have spoken. What can the minions do? He mentally sighed and resigned himself to following Long Wenhua to her office. Sit. Ryuban Sakura angled her chin. With just a simple gesture, the majesty of the superior was revealed. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Such a strong woman. I don't know what kind of man can be subdued in the future. Luckily for my own precious wife, she doesn't. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth a few points when he thought of the gentle and well-behaved Sumi. I must get off work early today to go home to my wife before I do. Manager Lin. This gym has been implemented. Ryukan Sakura's voice pulled him back to reality. Lin Chen came back to his senses and nodded his head. Oh, okay, then I'll arrive at the company at 8 o'clock in the morning every day starting tomorrow. So if you want to learn how to work out, choose this time slot to come over. It's not always coaching anyway. It's just teaching people how to use the gym equipment. That way you can practice on your own and get an extra $100,000 a year. Think about it. Long Wenjuang smiled. Well, I'll inform down. Then Manager Lin, I'll see you tomorrow. Lin Chen felt that she had a strange expression on her face, but she didn't take it to heart, and after saying a few more words about work, she left. It wasn't until the next day that he reacted to what Long Wenjo Sakura meant by see you tomorrow. In the gym, Lin Chen arrived as promised, and what he saw when he pushed open the door was Long Wenjua in yoga clothes. General, Manager, why are you here? His eyes widened. After seeing what Long Wenjuan Sakura was wearing, she couldn't help but suck in another breath of cold air. Good lord, this woman has real money. Pink sports underwear paired with gray yoga pants wrapped up at first glance. But as the saying goes, it's the Judas that can be the most tantalizing. Long Wencherry this body, the maximum degree of amplification of her body advantages, with a high ponytail, spare face, but also beautiful shocking. Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter in the bottom of his heart. With this dressed like this, where are the other co-workers coming over to work out? Long Wenjo Sakura stood up from her yoga mat and walked towards Lin Chen, unscrewing the water in her hand in the process and tilting her head to take a sip. Sliding his throat, Lin Chen followed suit and gulped. Why can't I be here? Long Wenjo Sakura held the water and looked at Lin Chen with a smile. To tell you the truth, I've always been in the habit of working out, only it's basically yoga-based. I read online that yoga has limited benefits for the body, and if you really want to get in shape, you still need to practice anaerobic to get in shape, so I'll be bothering Manager Lin for guidance in the future. Speaking of which, she winked, revealing a bit of playfulness. Or should I call you master? Lin Chen looked at the charm she exuded between her hands and feet and couldn't help but take 2 steps back, smiling sarcastically. General Manager said this. I'm not a professional trainer either. At most I'll just casually talk about how to use the equipment. Where does that make me a master? You should just continue to call me Manager Lin. That's not good. Long Wenjuang shook her head. At work, it's fine for me to refer to each other by my position, but the gym is outside of work, so calling it a manager would be a bit out of the ordinary. As she spoke, she leaned a few points towards Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter as he smelled a faintly cozy scent. This woman looks like she's been practicing for a long time. Why isn't she sweating? I'm a few years older than you. Why don't you call me sister? Ryuban Sakura's entire body almost leaned over. Lin Chen was startled and retreated a few steps, desperately shaking his head. No, 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 it's better to just call the general manager. Just kidding, sister, brother, or whatever. This relationship is a little too ambiguous. Long Wenjo Sakura frowned. It's just a title. Are you going to be stubborn with me too? This face of hers sank, and that intimidating force on her body instantly radiated out. Lin Chen blushed a little and said bitterly, then you can just call me by my name and I'll call you Sister Sakura. Is that alright? It's not like you can just call your sister anyway. It always seemed too weird. Long Wenhua had rarely been disobeyed since becoming this general manager, and now that Lin Chen had said this, he was a little offended. However, she was also clear that this could not be rushed and could only be done slowly, so she nodded and said, "That's fine. Then let's start now. I've been feeling a little fat lately, so I'll leave the weight loss to you." Fat? Lin Chen swept a glance at Long Wenhua, powerless to spit. If this front and back can be called fat, I'm afraid that women all over the world will start praying that they can be so fat too. But who made them leaders? Lin Chen mentally sighed and nodded his head in resignation. "Then I'll teach you some commonly used equipment and workout moves. You take your time, and with your diet, you should be able to achieve the results you want soon." Long Wenjun was a little dissatisfied. "I said, don't treat me as a general manager in private. You have a mouthful of you. You don't feel awkward." "I still sound awkward." Lin Chen became more and more helpless. Even a name to be called has to be counted. Or why not say that only women and small people are hard to raise? Except, of course, for his own precious wife. Thinking about the huge extra $100,000 that came out that year, Lin Chen endured. "Okay, don't worry, Sakura-san. I'll keep that in mind." Lin Chen nodded, not wanting to say any more, and took the dumbbells on the side and said, "Let's practice the basics. After all, we're going to work later." Long Wenjuang Sakura, however, shook her head and said, "You should go change first. What kind of person works out in a suit?" As he spoke, a pair of eyes swept around Lin Chen's body, a few points of excitement hidden in the bottom of his eyes. "Don't change it." Lin Chen hesitantly opened his mouth. "It's almost 8:30. Another half an hour before I have to go to work. I won't be able to practice for long, so I'll simply instruct you on how to use the basic equipment." Actually, he wanted to practice. He brought his clothes, but there was no one else in this gym, just him and a long man Sakura. And favoring Long Wenjo Sakura feels weird. Lin Chen thought, right, that practicing for one less day didn't really matter. When the company's employees come over to work out one by one, it's just as well to come back on your own. It's not that bad of a day. Long Wenjuang Sakura, however, insisted, "Come all the way here. Besides, if you don't practice and just point, how can I learn the essence? Anyway, you're the manager and you don't have to be on the air today, so it's okay to work late." Saying that, he came to push Lin Chen without any explanation. "Quick, go and change your clothes. Hurry up. You can still practice for an hour." Lin Chen was completely speechless. He never dreamed that there would be a day when he would be forced to work out. When he met Long Wenjuang Cherry's resolute eyes, Lin Chen sighed. "All right, then, General Manager, wait a moment. I'll go change." Chapter 154 3 Missed Calls. Long Wenjuang Cherry watched Lin Chen obediently go and change his clothes, revealing a smile of satisfaction. She had gone through all the trouble of getting the gym out and paying out of her own pocket for Lin Chen to moonlight as this gym instructor, just for this moment. After all, usually when Lin Chen was in the company, he would either wear a suit or loose casual clothes. She really wanted to see Lin Chen's body. Soon, Lin Chen changed his clothes and came out. The black Speedo with gray sweatpants is different from the usual image of the workplace elite. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire body exuded a feeling of a big sunny boy. Long Wenjuang Sakura's eyes instantly lit up. The overwhelming sense of youthfulness was many times better than the male models in nightclubs who had long since been sullied by the world. Male models also have to take the route of male college students, but the pretend is pretend, that the eyes of the desire for money and calculating cannot cover up. And Lin Chen was different. Not only is he handsome and well built, but he also has a clean and clear feeling about him, so that people can't help but want to tear people apart and eat them into their stomachs at a glance. The more Long Wenjuang Sakura looked at it, the more determined she became to chase Lin Chen into her hands. "GM, Sakura-san, let's get started." Lin Chen changed his address somewhat awkwardly and picked up a pair of dumbbells. Don't say. Although this gym is just the company took out to the staff's welfare, but inside the fitness equipment is really complete, very much can catch up with the outside of the gym. If you don't say big companies have money, the benefits are really good. Lin Chen was already mentally calculating his fitness program for the future. Only when you are in good health can you give your baby wife a better experience. Long Wenjuang Sakura walked over and reached out to take the dumbbells, her fingers brushing against Lin Chen's palm intentionally or unintentionally. A trace of dissimilarity flashed through Lin Chen's heart, passing in an instant. Then he said, "Sister Sakura, since you want to exercise, you have to train systematically. I will first give you a plan for you. We rotate a few areas each week from arms and legs to waist and hips, and today we'll start with arms." Long Wenjo Sakura nodded her head and looked at him with a pair of phoenix eyes, her eyes flowing. Lin Chen watched as his mind wandered, then quickly stabilized again and began to concentrate on teaching. He had previously worked part-time at a gym and really enjoyed working out himself, but after marrying Sumi, things came one after another. and there was no time or opportunity to go to the gym. Now, after a long time, I picked up the familiar dumbbells again and quickly found the feeling I once had. Longman Sakura purposely messaged that the gym wouldn't be open until tomorrow, in order to not be disturbed by anyone else, and to do something about it while there were only 2 people present. But now, she watched as Lin Chen gradually progressed from teaching seriously in the beginning to working out seriously. Not only that, but the more Lin Chen practiced, the more she got into it, completely ignoring her and sweating it out in the gym. Ryuman Sakura was confused. The plot isn't right, according to what she envisioned. Shouldn't it be a lone man and woman sharing a room? From teaching at the beginning, then heartfelt, with the atmosphere becoming gradually ambiguous, or even an outright home run? How is it that she was completely ignored? Is it possible that you are getting old? Ryuman Sakura glanced down at her figure with some skepticism. You know that when she goes to a nightclub, those male models all rush over to accompany her, and even point out that they don't have to pay. The result was a disastrous Waterloo on Lin Chen. Longman Sakura wanted to cry. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was practicing his legs with vigor. After all, the benefits of practicing legs, that's not something that can be said in a few words. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, Lin Chen finished practicing. When he stopped, a twist of his head met Ryuman Sakura's gaze. Only then did Lin Chen realize that he had completely ignored her, and was instantly confused. GM. No, Sister Sakura. I'm really sorry. I haven't practiced for too long, and I forgot about you all of a sudden. He had just finished an anaerobic workout and his t-shirt was soaked with sweat and stuck to his body, showing off his pecs perfectly. With a slightly breathless expression and gray sweatpants, Ryuman Sakura looked straight ahead. Lin Chen was stared at by her with some hairiness, and hurriedly said, Sister Sakura, why don't we just leave it at that for today? I'm going to take a shower and change first. It's time to go to work. How about I wait until tomorrow to teach you properly? If he didn't leave, he felt like he was going to be eaten alive. At this moment, Lin Chen finally realized that this general manager definitely had an impure mind, but people were just looking. They weren't doing anything over the top, so even if they wanted to say something, they couldn't. Lin Chen secretly sighed in the bottom of his heart and couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. If his precious wife can agree to come to work in the company, then it would be good. Then he will go in and out with her every day. I don't believe that this Long Wenjun can still have a heart for him. Long Wenjuan Sakura came back to her senses, and only then did she realize that she had lost her temper. She coughed twice to cover it up before she said, Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then, he said, and fled. She was afraid that if she continued to be alone with Lin Chen like this, the persona she had painstakingly maintained would be untenable. Lin Chen watched Long Wenjua leave, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God the people are finally gone. Seeing that it was getting late, he hurriedly went to take a shower and changed his clothes before coming out. The moment he picked up his cell phone, he was dumbfounded by the whole thing. 3 missed calls and a dozen unread WeChat messages, all from Sumi. The sky is falling. Lin Chen's hands were shaking, worried that something had happened to Sumi, and he hurriedly dialed back. The phone was answered after only 1 ring. Honey, what's wrong with you? Lin Chen's voice trembled. Is something wrong? Sumi didn't say anything, but simply hung up the phone. Lin Chen's heart instantly rose to his throat, feeling like the sky had collapsed. Well, just then, Sumi's WeChat call came through. Lin Chen's hands were busy pressing the answer button. Only Sumi didn't turn on the camera. He panicked even more. Honey, what's going on? What were you just doing? Sumi finally spoke up. Lin Chen listened to her voice all normal. Lifting the heart only slightly fell to the ground. Explained, I just in the fitness before not told you well. The company engaged in a gym as an employee benefit, and then because I have the habit of fitness so let me part-time to do this fitness instructor. I come to the office an hour early every day here to do just that, and I've just been working out so I didn't take your call. What the hell happened? Home. Sumi's depressed mood eased quite a bit as she looked at Lin Chen's nervous appearance on the screen. Of course she knew that Lin Chen was working out, only for the origin of this gym, and even Lin Chen's 100,000 a year part-time fitness instructor position. No one knew better than her. This was clearly set up by Long Wenjo Sakura to catch Lin Chen. So today, when Lin Chen went to the gym on his first day, Long Wenjuan Sakura was sure to show up, and she was worried in her heart, which was why she called. The more Lin Chen didn't answer, the more worried she became. It's not so stressful nowadays. Say something, wife. Lin Chen's voice came back. Why don't you open the camera for me first? Chapter 155. This Lin Chen, too tempting. Lin Chen talked nicely, and Sumi finally turned on the camera. He looked at the camera and saw that everything was normal for Sumi, finally letting go completely. Then he said, Honey, I didn't mean to not answer your call. I was just working out and didn't hear my cell phone in my locker. I'll buy a carry-on pouch and bring my cell phone to the gym next time. 2. To make sure I don't miss any of your calls at any time. Okay? Sumi looked at his nervous appearance and couldn't hold back her laughter. Lin Chen looked at her and smiled, which was a relief. Calling me in the morning, is something wrong? Sumi, however, asked instead of answering, today is the first day the gym is open, right? Is it crowded? Said and added, I'm worried about you being a coach and tiring you out if there are too many people. In fact, it was secretly poking around to find out if Ryuman Sakura had shown up. Lin Chen froze for a moment and smiled bitterly. I don't know what's going on. No other employees came over at all today. It's just the two of us, me and our general manager. Hearing this, Sumi instantly changed her face and lost her voice. Just the two of you? Lin Chen finally reacted. Baby wife is jealous. He instantly laughed. Don't worry, wife. Even though it's just the two of us, I practiced so obliviously today that I directly ignored her and practiced half a day by myself. With that, he placed his cell phone on the stool, took a few steps back, and began to show off his muscles. Honey, look, did I practice great? Fresh from jerking off. It's when the muscles are engorged with blood, and the display is extraordinarily excellent. Sumi giggled as she watched Lin Chen strike various quirky poses. Honey, you're finally smiling. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and came over. Originally I was worried that I hadn't worked out recently and my body couldn't keep up, but it turns out that the company actually has a gym now. Just wait, wife. In half a month at the most, I'll be able to train my whole body muscles back to the peak period, and then I'll let you experience what it's like to be 7 times a night. Sumi was laughing. When she coldly heard these words, a pretty face instantly turned red. What are you talking about? Ignore you. He said he was ignoring it, but he didn't want to hang up the video. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. I told you before when you were still lying on the hospital bed. I'm in good health. When you're better, I'll be sure to let you experience what it's like to be 7 times a night. Now that you're better, no more talking. Sumi only felt like her entire body was going to burn. Covering her face, she said, don't say any more. Stinking rascal. Lin Chen laughed out loud before he said, alright, not teasing you. Honey, why don't I give you a tour of our gym? Sumi couldn't wait to change the subject and nodded her head in a hurry. Lin Chen got dressed, took his cell phone out of the bathroom, and turned around in the gym. Honey, look, this gym is done. It's no different from the ones outside. Or else Honey is a big company. It does such a good job of giving its employees benefits. He exclaimed, I hope the company will continue to thrive. It's such a good company that I'm going to stay here for the rest of my life. Sumi giggled. Stay for life. Do you want to be a CEO? Lin Chen shook his head without thinking. Forget about CEOs and whatnot. This bit of pussy is still there. I think, with my current situation, being the manager of this live department is probably the end of the line, and there's no room for appreciation any further up. Honey Bio is, in the final analysis, still primarily an offline sales company, and it's anyone's guess as to whether or not it will vigorously develop its online operations in the future. It's good enough to hold on to that managerial position. Sumi, however, laughed softly. What if, hubby? Have you ever thought that if you perform exceptionally well and are particularly good at your job, maybe the position will just keep going up? Or maybe later, when you can afford it, come out and start your own company. Just then, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Immediately after that, Ryu Manzakura walked in. Lin Chen was startled and hurriedly said, General Manager, why are you back? As he spoke, he turned to his cell phone again and said, Honey, our general manager is coming over. The video was turned off before the words were finished. Lin Chen froze for a moment. Did you press the wrong button? Sumi's message sent over. Hubby, I accidentally pressed the hang up button. Go ahead and work. We'll talk when we get home tonight. Long Wonjo Cherry had already come closer and spoke with some confusion. Lin Chen, who are you talking to on the phone? Why does the voice sound a bit familiar to me? She had just heard Lin Chen talking to someone when she was at the door, and the voice on the other end of the phone always seemed as if I'd heard it somewhere before. Lin Chen directly handed over his cell phone. Having a video call with my wife. He had already disliked Long Wonjo Sakura's intentional and unintentional touching of himself, so it was a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to stuff her with a mouthful of dog food. He didn't believe it. He had made himself so obvious. This woman could still have the cheek to seduce himself. Longwon Sakura lowered her eyes and looked at the 4 words baby wife on the screen. Her face a little hard to see. She wasn't someone who didn't know propriety and shame. And the word mistress was a disgrace to anyone. Not to mention knowing when 3 is 3. But the temptation of Lin Chen was just too great. Longwon Sakura grew up as a person with a particularly clear goal. That is, she must do whatever it takes to move up the ladder and gain as much power and resources as possible. to ensure that you will always be invincible. Now she was sitting as the general manager of Honey Bio at less than 30 years old, a position that was already beyond the reach of the average person for a lifetime. But she was not yet satisfied. There's just no room for her to move up the ladder right now. But now, Lin Chen had appeared. Long Wenzhuang raised her eyes to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was drinking water, and between the knots of his throat sliding up and down, he exuded strong testosterone. In Long Wenzhuang's opinion, Lin Chen's appearance was not the most important thing. The most important point was Lin Chen's background. With the chairman's importance to Lin Chen, and the fact that the two were most likely mother and son, as long as she herself married Lin Chen, then the entire Honey Bio, sooner or later, would become hers. After all, the chairman of the board is 40 this year, and even if he looks again, he probably won't have children. The desire in the bottom of Long Wenzhuang's eyes almost condensed into substance. Lin Chen was made uncomfortable by the look and couldn't help but frown. General manager, what is it that you want? The words in Long Wenzhou Cherry's heart came out. Lin Chen, why don't you just follow me? Chapter 156. This is outrageous, isn't it? Lin Chen never dreamed that he would actually hear such an outrageous sentence. Followed her. Does it mean what he thinks it means? No way, right? Long Wenzhuang Sakura spoke from her heart, and it was like a dream. She looked at Lin Chen's shocked and unbelieving expression, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. You also know that nowadays, the chairman is sick and doesn't care about the company's affairs, and the company's internal factional strife makes the situation very complicated. Now that you have a live department with a promising future, a lot of people are watching you guys. Long Wenzhen said more and more smoothly. The look also returned to normal. I don't want the company to mess up, but my identity is here. It's not good to explicitly step forward to meddle in this. So, I can only quietly look for you, hoping that you can stick to your heart and guard the whole company with me, so as not to let the company go into chaos. Is that okay? As Lin Chen listened to her words, his lifted heart finally fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but curse himself. Really? It's full of that can't be seen. Long Wenzhua is a hallowed general manager. Can he say that kind of colorful topic? Nasty. It's so nasty. Long Wenzhou Cherry watched Lin Chen's face return to normal, and her heart quietly sighed in relief. Okay, she said with a straight face. Manager Lin, what do you think? She didn't call Lin Chen, but referred to her by her position, which meant she was going to talk about official business. Lin Chen hurriedly said, Don't worry, General Manager, I'm definitely loyal to the company. As for what faction, it has nothing to do with me at all. I just know that doing my job and taking the whole live department and making it bigger and stronger is enough. Great! Long Wenzhou Sakura nodded with satisfaction and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. I appreciate you. I hope you can hold on to your heart. We'll guard the company together and wait for the chairman to come back. Lin Chen nodded heavily. Long Wenzhuang Sakura said no more and turned to leave. It wasn't until she walked away that Lin Chen reacted. Strange. This GM just popped back into the gym for what? Lin Chen didn't take the gym hiccup to heart. With the gym open for use, the company has more and more co-workers going up there to work out. Many people didn't know how to use the fitness equipment and came to ask Lin Chen, which had accumulated a wave of goodwill for Lin Chen. And during this period, Lin Chen tried to live a few times. Without exception, the products are sold. Although it is not as good as the day of 618, but the results are also extremely considerable. The clock is ticking down to the end of the month. Payday. Lin Chen looked at the arrival information in his bank card, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Calculating, his annual salary of 400,000, of which 100,000 was issued separately by the general manager Long Wenzhua. The company's side of the issue, it should be about 25,000. But now, the bank card arrived at a full 120,000, plus the 8,000 transferred by Longman Sakura. Lin Chen felt horribly rich right now, and it wasn't just him. The entire live department cheered as it became clear that the company had far exceeded expectations. Lin Chen wasn't good at inquiring directly about others, so he simply called Jiang Yao out and asked, 36,000 plus. Jiang Yao's hands danced with excitement. Brother. No. Righteous father, please accept my worship. His base salary was $15,000, and now he has doubled it in his hands, which is a figure that he could not even think of before. Lin Chen still couldn't figure it out. Why so many? Yi Lu walked over at an unknown time. A commission. She leaned against the wall and said with a smile, Our 618 selling festival this month. Not to mention the company's performance that we pulled. Just our live broadcasting department. We sold a sky-high turnover of 5 million. There are still a few more live broadcasts to come, and the battles are extremely impressive. So this base salary plus commission is more than enough. Speaking of this, a glint flashed under her eyes. Manager, I've thought about it. Starting next month, let's fix a daily live broadcast. Stop. Lin Chen immediately cut off her words. Don't joke. Live every day. We are selling skincare products. A bottle is enough to use for several months. How long can I sell this face? You can't look at it every day even if it's rare. Yelio froze for a moment. Okay, let's talk about next month. Lin Chen waved his hand and said, I still have things to do. Payday today. Afternoon vacation. For a moment, the cheers nearly toppled the ceiling. Employees in other departments were envious but had nothing to say. After all, people in the live department have beautiful performance, not to mention half a day off. Even if you take a whole day, it is still deserved. The first thing Lin Chen did after leaving the company was to transfer $100,000 to Li Xiulan. This $100,000 is the first time when the rush to collect, he will be money to hand. The first is to pay back the online loan, and then to Jiang Yao transferred $20,000 turnover. So much so that he later fell in love with Sumi and wanted to live with her, but ended up not being able to pay her back if he wanted to. Now that there's money, that's definitely the first thing you need to do to pay it back. Otherwise he always felt that this relationship with Sumi was not pure. After Lin Chen transferred the money, he looked at the remaining balance on his card and hummed his way straight to the flower store. A vacation is not enough to travel, but it's okay to arrange a little romance. Li Xiulan was in the hospital for a checkup when she received the transfer from Lin Chen. She was old and had always been in poor health, and if it wasn't for Sumi's illness holding her up, she was afraid she wouldn't have been able to make it. Now Sumi is well. She went to the heart disease. Her body is actually miraculously better. It was Sumi who accompanied her to today's routine checkup. Mom, you have to take your medicine on time. Sumi took the checklist and droned on as she read it. Instead, Li Xiulan held her cell phone out in front of her. What is it? Sumi froze and looked at the credited amount, becoming more and more puzzled. Who transferred the money to you? Li Xiulan laughed. Who else but your husband? This $100,000. Lin Chen had long ago said that he would transfer it back to her, only that she had refused. If Sumi survives and Lin Chen is sincere to her, then the money doesn't need to be transferred. It's all part of the family. If Sumi couldn't live, or if the two of them couldn't get along, the $100,000 really should have been given to Lin Chen to hold. I didn't expect Lin Chen to actually insist on transferring the money nowadays. Sumi was a bit surprised. What's he transferring money to you for? He said. No, where did he get so much money? She still knew something about Lin Chen's financial situation. Li Xiulan then told the beginning and end of the 100,000 yuan deposit for the wedding. Only at the end of the day did he say, that boy is not wanting to owe money, is with your relationship can be purer it. She patted Sumi's hand and let out a long sigh. Sugar ah, you've met a good man this time, and Mom can rest assured. Sumi reddened and shyly pouted. Mom, Li Xiulan laughed. You child, you're still shy? Speaking of this, she straightened up. In the past, it was fine, but now that your body has completely healed up, Lin Chen is also a man of the world. Then since we're going to have a life, just getting a license certainly won't do. Sugar plum, have you discussed with Lin Chen? When will you go to his house to meet his parents? The wedding should be prepared. All of this has to be discussed. Chapter 157 Going to meet the parents? Meet the parents? Sumi was shocked and instinctively got weak. Back then, she and Zhao Xiu were as close as one, and her family naturally knew that she had such a good friend. But the matter of Lin Chen being Zhao Xiu's son was something she hadn't mentioned to Li Xiulan. After all, the whole thing about marrying her best friend's son was just too humiliating, even for her own mother, and she kind of couldn't talk about it. Li Xiulan's eyes narrowed. Sugar, are you hiding something from me? Sumi quickly shook her head. No, what could I possibly be hiding from you? Rao nearly 40 years old, outside is the reigning female president. When facing her mother, lying still cannot help but be a little weak. Li Xiulan saw it, but didn't ask, only said, so have you talked about when you're going to meet his parents? I have to go over there, too, and both parents meet and sit down and talk. After all, my own daughter that is a yellow flower girl, not married. If it hadn't been for the circumstances in the first place, she would have really wanted to go through the sequence, from meeting the parents to talking about the wedding details, before finally getting married. Now that we're licensed, we definitely need to make up the rest of the process. Sumi, however, was torn. To be fair, she actually wanted to go home with Lin Chen to meet her parents. Even after getting a marriage license and before getting her parents' blessing, she always felt her heart floating and falling. But if she really wanted to see it, she wouldn't dare. She is afraid to face her former friend, let alone the outcome of the meeting. In case Zhao Xiu disagrees, as soon as Sumi thought of this possibility, she felt her heart clench into a ball, and her face turned a little white. Li Xiulan got the wrong idea and instantly changed her face. Sugar, are you alright? He said he was going to call a doctor. Sumi hurriedly pulled her back and said, "Mom, I'm fine. Don't be nervous," he said and stood up, jumping twice. "Look, I'm really fine." Li Xiaolan was relieved, and then she slapped her face again. "When it comes to meeting the parents you're like this, is it because Lin Chen doesn't want to? If he doesn't want to take you to meet the parents, then he doesn't want to have a good life with you, and I'm going to get him for that. What's it like to be married with a license and not bring it home to introduce it to your friends and family?" To her, this behavior was a clear sign of unwillingness to take responsibility. Sumi cried and laughed at her reaction inside. "Mom, this has nothing to do with Lin Chen. It's because I'm not ready." "What are you going to do to get ready?" Li Xiaolan was a little annoyed. "You a girl family. See the parents is not the male side of the manipulation on the line? You're just responsible for dressing up beautifully. Just buy some gifts on top of that. Get ready for what? And that's with a license and a marriage. It's even easier to go home and meet the in-laws." Sumi sighed. "Mom, it's not that simple. Meeting the parents isn't something you can just talk about. Just think about how many years apart Lin Chen and I are. Okay? Any worse and you're married now," Li Xiaolan's mouth said, but her voice was still a few percent smaller. After all, thinking differently, if her own daughter in her early 20s found a 40 object, she could not accept it. "But, if you're married, then you can't keep putting it off, can you?" Li Xiaolan sighed. "There's always a need to go back and meet the parents over the clear path." Sumi shook her head and said, "There's no hurry. This matter can't be rushed." "Mom, don't worry about it. Lin Chen and I will see to it." That's what she said, but in her heart she had no idea. Seeing her like this, Li Xiaolan couldn't bear to ask any more questions and could only say, "Forget it. I'm not in a good position to meddle in your affairs as an old woman. But sugar, you have to remember, people's hearts are fickle. Lin Chen looks like a good one now, but no one can tell what will happen in the future. You stay with him, and keep a few parts of a heart to yourself. Don't give it all away." She was afraid that her silly daughter had given her entire heart and soul to Lin Chen, and that if Lin Chen changed his mind, then she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. Sumi lost her smile. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a teenage girl anymore." Li Xiaolan pointed a finger on her forehead. "You are living to be 100 years old, and in Mom's heart, you are still a little girl." Mother and daughter smiled at each other in a warm and cozy way. Lin Chen bought a large bouquet of splendid lilies at the florist's store and hummed his way back home. Sumi, however, is not at home. He was in a hurry and was about to call and ask when footsteps came through the door. Immediately afterward, they saw Sumi and Li Xiaolan walk in. Lin Chen was then relieved. "Honey, did you go out shopping with Mom?" Sumi shook her head and said, "Mom isn't feeling well. I'll take her to the hospital for a checkup." "Why are you off work so early today?" "It's payday." Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and handed over the flowers in his hand. "Honey, do you like it?" Sumi's pretty face reddened and she snapped a bit. "Mom is still here," Li Xiaolan immediately said. "Come on, you think I'm too much of an eyesore for an old woman. I'll just leave. I won't bother you." Saying that, he glanced at Lin Chen again. "Lin Chen, give me a ride." Lin Chen immediately reacted. The old lady has something to say to him here. He patted Sumi, who was a little uneasy, and laughed. "Honey, go put the flowers in the vase. I'll send Mom down. I'll be back soon." Sumi was a little worried, but she couldn't say anything, so she only said, "Then Mom, you take your time." Lin Chen helped the old lady out the door. Just as he entered the elevator, Li Xiaolan spoke up. Lin Chen, I've received the $100,000 you transferred." Lin Chen hurriedly said, "This is to pay back the money you gave me when Sugar got sick. It should have been paid back a long time ago, just that there wasn't enough money in his hand before. This will be transferred to you as soon as I get paid." After saying that, he added, "But you don't have to worry. Mom, I've paid out quite a lot this month, and after paying back this 100,000, I still have quite a lot of money in my hand. In the future, I'll pay this rent and Auntie Zhou's salary. You can take your pension yourself, eat and play whatever you want. Don't worry about us. I'll raise Sugar Plum from now on. What's wrong with letting your mother-in-law keep your own wife?" Li Xiaolan was amused when she heard his words. "Rent and salary are only a few dollars. I'll give it by hand. Save it when you earn it. Sugar didn't marry you to suffer. You have to work hard to make money to support her and not let her suffer. After all, my own daughter in the previous, that is to eat, wear and use a big brand, did not eat half a bit of suffering." Lin Chen quickly said, "Don't worry, Mom, I don't want Sugar Plum to suffer. I have a higher salary now. I still have no problem paying the rent. I'm still figuring on buying a house later." The more he said, the more proud he was. "If nothing happens, we'll be able to save up enough for the down payment in a year, and then we'll buy a bigger house. And if you want to, Mom, you can come and live with us." Li Xiulan raised her eyes to look at him and suddenly spoke. What about your parents? You're an only child, aren't you? When you marry Sugar, leaving aside the question of who you're going to live with, when are you going to bring Sugar home? Chapter 158. Should I go see Zhao Xiuxiu? Li Xiulan's soulful question froze Lin Chen. He said the old woman had called herself out alone for no good reason. It's not impossible to bring Sumi home. Lin Chen thought. Right. He had given his mom a preventive shot, and it was okay to bring people back now. The question is, Sugar is not ready for this. Lin Chen sighed. Mom, I can't say anything about this. It's up to Sugarplum to say what she wants to go. The couple said as one, causing Li Xiulan to sigh along with them. One by two, they said they weren't ready, and she just didn't get it. It's just a meeting with the parents. What do I have to do to get ready? Even if there's a big age gap, isn't that still licensed? Under the sun, parents are never the only ones who can't argue with their children. Lin Chen laughed bitterly. Mom, don't worry about it. This matter Sugarplum and I will watch over it. Li Xiulan didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lin Chen froze. What are you laughing at? Laughing at how long you guys have been married and you're even saying the same thing. Li Xiulan shook her head and said, That's all. I'm just worrying blindly. This day is for you guys to live. What's an outsider like me to blindly get involved in? As long as you guys are doing well, it's time for me, to go home. With that, he reached out and stopped a cab. Lin Chen quickly said, Mom, I'll send you back. The company has assigned me a car, so it's convenient to send you. Li Xiulan got into the car and waved her hand. Go back and stay with Sugar. I'll just take a taxi and go back by myself. There's no need to make you make an extra trip. With that, he urged the driver to drive. Lin Chen had no choice but to wave and watch the car walk away before turning around and heading back home. As soon as I entered, I smelled the overwhelming scent of flowers. Sumi pounced and hugged him. Hubby, the flowers you bought today are so fresh. I love them. Like it. Lin Chen kissed her on the cheek and hesitantly spoke. Mom just told me. Meet the parents? How do you know? Sumi let out a bitter laugh. Because she mentioned it to me too. She leaned against Lin Chen's chest, a little worried. Hubby, if Mom keeps pushing us to meet the parents, what should we do? Lin Chen looked down at her. You don't want to see? At least not now. Sumi buried her face into Lin Chen's arms and said sullenly, I still haven't figured out how to face her. Girlfriend to daughter-in-law. No matter how you think about it, there's no way to accept it, right? Lin Chen was a little heartbroken, wrapped his arms around her and softly coaxed. Silly wife, not think about it, not see but not immediately have to go to see. Our mom is just mentioning it. If we don't want to go, how can she force us to go with a knife? Besides, even if we do meet and my mom doesn't agree, it's not like she's going to cut us with a knife, right? Sumi was amused. It's not as exaggerated as you say, isn't that right? Lin Chen also smiled. You know it's not as exaggerated as I said, and you didn't say that you're going to go home with me right away, so there's no need for you to be worried at all right now. You know? Relax. I've got everything. Sumi's mood finally improved as she listened to his soft-spoken coaxing. That's right. It's useless to think about it so much now. It's better not to think about it. Anyway, it's no use worrying about it. Lin Chen eyed her as she cheered up, which was a relief, and looked at the time and said, Honey, why don't we go out for dinner tonight? Yes, Sumi responded with a bite. I want to eat that Vietnamese food you took me to last time. No problem. I'd also like some happy tea. I'm ordering it now, so I can pick it up when I go out later. And Master Bao's egg tart. Buy them all. Buy them all. Your husband will pay for all the spending today. Honey, you're so sweet. Sumi patted her feet and gave Lin Chen a kiss on the cheek, and the little two kissed and went out the door. After the official opening of the company gym, many employees have developed the habit of coming to the company an hour earlier to work out. This was a relief to Lin Chen. After all, with more employees coming, he wouldn't have to be alone with Long Wenjuan Sakura, and although he would have to spend time teaching others how to use the instruments, it was still comfortable regardless. This day, Lin Chen had just finished his training and changed his clothes to go back to the office to get ready for work. Just sat down and the phone rang. It was actually a call from his cousin. Chen Lan. Cousin. Jungle Rescue. Chen Lan hurriedly said, Are you free tonight? Can you come to my school? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Tell me what's up first. Oops, you'll see when you get here. Chen Lan was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Can I count on you to beg? Lin Chen understood this cousin's nature and knew that she was usually the most staggering, and this would probably be no big deal, but he didn't dare to bet on it. So after thinking about it, he said, Okay, what time tonight? Chen Lan sighed in relief. 7:30, the south gate of our school. I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Make sure you get there on time. Lin Chen responded. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, Chen-lan hurriedly said again. Bring a bouquet of flowers, please. Lin Chen was speechless. If you like flowers, I'll transfer money to you and buy your own. He buys flowers. That's only for his precious wife. As for the others, not even if it's a close cousin. Chen-lan was silent. Then he said, that's fine. You transfer 200. No, $300 to me. You girl. Lin Chen sighed and hung up the phone before transferring 500 to her. It can't be helped. Who made this their only cousin? Chen-lan collected the money and sent a fawning emoticon, accompanied by the words, thank you cousin, tonight at 7:30. Don't see you there. Lin Chen shook his head and didn't reply, instead sending a message to Sumi, telling her that he was going to be home late at night. Lin Chen got off work and received another call from Chen-lan, urging him not to forget about the evening, and added a special note to dress handsomely. Okay, got it. I'll be there after dinner. Lin Chen sighed. This girl, thanks to himself, is her brother. This is if the boyfriend, sooner or later by her stirred up cannot. Chen-lan's school was in the westernmost part of Binhai City, and Lin Chen drove over there after a hasty dinner. Just as he arrived at the school, he saw Chen-lan waving at him from afar, holding a bouquet of flowers. You stinky girl, you wouldn't be following the ones on the internet, sending flowers to boys to confess your love, would you? Lin Chen got out of the car with a violent chestnut. How old are you? No love. Chen-lan covered her head with an aggrieved face. I'm in college. What's wrong with falling in love? Besides, who says I'm giving this flower to a boy? It's an important prop for me. With that, he shoved the flower into Lin Chen's hand and grabbed him. Quickly, follow me. Chapter 159. Tulma and Chen-lan online again. Unsure, Lin Chen hugged the flowers and followed Chen-lan into their school, then all the way to the girls' dormitory. Wait, I don't feel right. Lin Chen pulled her back. Damn girl, you should know that I'm seeing someone, right? It's a big night, and you're wearing something handsome and carrying flowers, and you're coming to the girls' dormitory. This dead girl, did she get herself a cousin-in-law? Lin Chen was anxious and shoved the flowers back. I already have your cousin's wife. Put away those nonsense thoughts of yours. Chen-lan was speechless. Cousin, what's going on in your head? What this is about tonight is that my best friend is being pestered by a rich kid, and that douchebag says he's not going to give up unless my best friend can find a better man than him. I thought about it, and while you're a little worse, cousin, I guess, you're at least pretty good. Lin Chen interrupted her. What do you mean I'm worse and not bad? Get your words straight. Chen-lan smiled sarcastically. Don't care about these details. In short, it's just that I want you to come over tonight to help put on a show, so that stupid fork will just know what to do. Saying that, he put his hands together and was full of prayers. Brother, my best friend is really especially good to me, taking takeout and playing meals to help sign in. She is my god. Now my god is in trouble and I can fix it, so I must step up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Please. Lin Chen was speechless. He had wanted to refuse, but when he thought that he had come all the way here, if she didn't say yes, this dead girl didn't know what kind of trouble she was going to make. He sighed. Fine, but just this once and never again. And if your sister-in-law finds out about this, you'll be responsible for explaining yourself. Chen-lan immediately patted her chest. I'll take care of it. Don't worry, cousin. Sister-in-law won't know. It's just a matter of putting on a show and pretending to be the boyfriend to get rid of the guy. How could sister-in-law know? Lin Chen responded and asked her again what she was going to do. Chen-lan came in the spirit. I'm telling you, we've got a little news. That stupid bastard is going to light candles under the dormitory building tonight to confess in public. And when the time comes, it will be enough for my best friend to come down and turn him down. And then you will step in with the flowers and shame the silly bastard into submission. Lin Chen nodded helplessly and responded. What can one do with one's own sister? Spoiled. Chen-lan pulled Lin Chen to sit under a nearby tree and pulled out a packet of melon seeds in her hand. Brother, do you want to eat? Lemon-flavored, delicious and not greasy. You're quite prepared. That's for sure. Brother, I tell you, chasing my girlfriend's that fool in our school can be powerful. It is said that his father is what group director. The family has money. Lin Chen grabbed a handful of melon seeds and knocked them up as well. Since the conditions are so good, why doesn't your best friend like it? These days, looks are secondary to material conditions. Chen-lan spat the melon shells onto the ground with a yuck, like hell. That stupid bastard has his eyes on the top of his head on the basis of his family having a bit of money, and he offended a large number of people just after entering the school. Who likes him? Lin Chen nodded. Then his face slumped. Pick up the melon shells on the ground for me. Who told you to litter? College students now. Don't you have any morals at all? Chen-lan deflated, but still resignedly bent down to pick it up. The siblings were chatting when a group of people came over in the distance. At the head of the group was a young man dressed in a full hipster outfit. with designer labels everywhere and hair dyed a flamboyant red. Not ugly, but an arrogant look. Really makes people look at the heart. Coming. Chenlan immediately lowered her voice. Brother, look. The one dressed like a Thai cockerel is the stupid fork chasing after my BFF. His name is Wang Feiyu. He's been pestering my BFF for a month now. Just like the cockroach that can't be beaten to death. My BFF has rejected him countless times, and he's treated him as if he didn't hear it. This time, brother, you step in. You must strike him down to the ground, so that he won't dare to come and harass my BFF anymore. Lin Chen sighed and nodded in response, then asked, what are we going to do later? In the middle of the conversation, that Wang Feiyu has led the people in the girls' dormitory downstairs began to light candles arranged roses, attracted a lot of people onlookers. The scene was so noisy that no one noticed the two sitting under a tree not far away. Chenlan spoke up, when he sets up the candles later, he'll call my best friend to come down, and then what? My bestie will reject him in public saying that she has a boyfriend, and at times like this, Wang Feiyu, this stupid bastard, will definitely play hard to get. Then brother, you take the flowers out and confess to my best friend in public, smacking him hard in the face and making him ashamed of himself. Stop. Lin Chen pinched her mouth. I just came over to do a favor. Where's the trouble? And public confession to hit the face. This dead girl novel read too much. Chenlan broke away from his hand and threatened. Anyway, this is how I wrote the script. If you don't follow the script, then next time auntie asks me to inquire about your girlfriend, I'll just talk nonsense and see what you do. Lin Chen was furious. You girl. Chenlan's chin went up. How? He said in a softer tone. Brother, it's just a matter of a few words anyway. What does it matter? While saying this, he pulled Lin Chen's arm and shook it. Brother, dear brother, please. Lin Chen completely lost his temper inside. Alright, just do as you say. Otherwise, this girl would have to be shaken apart. The most important thing is, she really want to talk nonsense in front of mom. Maybe mom will come to the coastal, then can be really troublesome. Chenlan cheered up. He, I knew you were the best. Brother. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message out. Everything is done. I gathered my super handsome cousin over. Tonight I have to make Wang Feiyu's stupid fork completely die and not dare to pester you again. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. She saved your life. Ha? Working so hard to help her? You boys don't understand girl friendship at all. Chenlan spat out while sending a message. She and I, are meant to be good girlfriends for life. Yes. I don't understand. I'm just a tool man. Lin Chen said breathlessly. Then may I ask, Missy, are you now free to explain the information about the key figures to me? The tool man? Chenlan only then reacted, and hastily said, my best friend called Zhao Xiaoyan, with me the same 18 years old. I arranged for you to script it. That is, you are her neighbor brother childhood friend. In her childhood your family moved away. Now finally reunited and then together. Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter as he listened. This plot, how is it so familiar? Himself and his precious wife. It seems to go the same way. Only the age gap is a bit bigger. Did you hear me, brother? Chenlan's voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. Lin Chen nodded. Alright, I know. Next, it was waiting for Wang Feiyu to speak. Chapter 160 Wedding Proposal Site. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Wang Feiyu, as a rich second generation, acted ostentatiously. He bought a whole 99 red roses for today's confession, brought a bunch of people, and set up a huge heart with candles under the girls' dormitory, and paid off the housekeeping ants to do it all without a hitch. It's done. A follower brought over the speaker. Everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Wang Feiyu stuck one hand in his pocket, took the speaker with one hand, and grunted. There is no woman that I, Wang Feiyu, have seen that I can't chase after. I don't believe it. With such a big battle today, that Zhao Xiaoyan can still reject me. Saying that, he turned on the loudspeaker and shouted at the dormitory building. Zhao Xiaoyan, I like you. Be my girlfriend. The entire dormitory building was lit up, and countless people walked out to see what was going on. Chenlan pulled Lin Chen's arm with some excitement. Brother, hurry, soon Xiaoyan will be coming down. When she rejects Wang Feiyu's confession, Wang Feiyu will definitely belittle her, and then you'll stand up and hit him hard in the face. Saying that, he also didn't forget to admonish. Don't forget the script I've arranged for you. You must follow the script, or I'll be rude. Lin Chen ground his back teeth. You girl, you'd better pray for good academic performance, or see how I'm going to tell your mom in the new year. It's just a small favor. Don't be so stingy. Chenlan pouted again. Lin Chen shook the goosebumps on his body. A feminine look. Don't pretend to be a soft girl. My goosebumps are rising. Nuisance. Chenlan was furious. I don't know how my sister-in-law, who is so beautiful, Fell for you. Of course it's because I'm so charming, so jade-like and handsome that your sister-in-law fell in love with me. Ugh, when I meet with my sister-in-law later, I'll tell her about the time you peed and played in the mud when you were a kid. Go ahead and say it. Lin Chen didn't care half the time. Sumi knows better than anyone what she was like when she was a child, and she wants her to tattle? The two siblings were in the middle of their fight, when downstairs in the dormitory, Zhao Xiaoyan had already come downstairs. She was born white and plain, a long white dress with long straight black hair, full of first love feeling. Lin Chen swept a glance and sighed in his heart. It's no wonder you're being looked at by rich kids right out of college. This innocent little white flower is really attractive. But it was still worse than Sumi. Lin Chen thought beautifully in the bottom of his heart. He must end this side as soon as possible, and go back earlier to sleep with his baby wife in his arms. Downstairs in the dormitory, Wang Feiyu looked at Zhao Xiaoyan, his eyes full of amazement. Xiaoyan, I've been chasing you for so long, but you wouldn't even agree to me. On second thought, maybe what's missing is a confession. After all, you girls love rituals. He spread out both hands. See these roses? A whole 99 of them, and I'm going to give you a big confession ceremony in front of the whole school today. Happy? Like it? Promise me? 3 questions in a row. With a sense of compulsion, the people around us began to coax. Promise him. Promise him. Zhao Xiaoyan looked embarrassed and embarrassed. Lin Chen shook his head as he watched. This Wang Feiyu really is a fool. Confession should be a horn of victory, not a signal to charge. He's like this. He's putting a girl on the fire. How can it possibly work out? That's it. Chenlan hastily nodded and was a bit curious again. Brother, then how did you catch up with my sister-in-law? She still couldn't forget the glimpse she had gotten at the hospital. Even if she had only seen a side view, it was stunning enough. Lin Chen glared at her. Adults' affairs? Kids pry less. I'll say more later. This dead girl doesn't know what she's going to blabber about in front of Mom. Chenlan wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Right at this moment, Wang Feiyu's arrogant to the core voice came over. It's your honor that I've taken a liking to you. Don't give a damn. Chenlan was jolted. Brother, hurry. It's time for you to come out. While saying this, he shoved the flower into Lin Chen's hand. Remember my script. Follow it and hit him hard in the face. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and resignedly took the flowers, getting up and walking over. Zhao Xiaoyan's heart was disgusted to the extreme in the face of Wang Feiyu's arrogant expression, but there was nothing she could do about it. She frowned. How many times do I have to tell you that I don't like you? I have someone I like, and he'll be here soon. The words came out of his mouth, but his heart was not in it. Chenlan said she brought her cousin over to support herself, and I don't know if it's reliable. Wang Feiyu snorted. Your favorite? Call it over and I'll take a look. I just don't believe it. There can be someone more handsome and attractive than me. The follower next to him immediately said, That's right. Our brother Yu is a real second-generation rich man. And handsome. Are you blind not to see him? The people around them followed suit. This Wang Feiyu, although the person is annoying a little, but really good looking, the family is also rich. Today so big rows of confession. Actually still do not agree? If this were a confession to me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. It's not like I'm losing out. Be reasonable. The 3 words of high wealth and handsome, Wang Feiyu are all accounted for. This Zhao Xiaoyan is still reserved what? I kinda wanna see what her favorite looks like. Don't think about it. It definitely can't compare to Wang Feiyu. The chatter was endless. Zhao Xiaoyan was a bit overwhelmed by being surrounded by people and couldn't help but look around. This time, he saw a man who was 6'8" and wearing a suit, walking towards the side with flowers. With just one glance, her heart fell. How could anyone look so good in a suit? Broad shoulders and narrow waist with long legs. With that sunny and handsome face, it's no different from a movie star. Zhao Xiaoyan was looking at it when she saw the man walking towards her, and her heartbeat instantly sped up. Lin Chen was prodded by Chenlan and walked over with great strides. When Wang Feiyu saw him rushing this way, he immediately sank his face. Who are you? Can't you see that lousy is confessing? Get out. Lin Chen laughed. Sorry, I'm here to confess as well. As he spoke, he turned to Zhao Xiaoyan and handed over the flowers in his hand. Xiaoyan, I finally found you. After so many years apart, now that we're reunited again, it's God's plan that I don't want to miss you again. Be my girlfriend, okay? Zhao Xiaoyan felt her heart stop. Chenlan only said her cousin was handsome. Not this handsome. Such a good-looking man, walking through a sea of people towards himself and then confessing his love. At this moment, everyone around them and even their voices seemed to have disappeared. Only Lin Chen was left alone in Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes. She looked into Lin Chen's eyes and slowly nodded. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 161 Pilgrimage to Help. Zhao Xiaoyan's phrase, I promise you, drew countless intakes of breath from all directions. What's going on? Who is this man? Zhao Xiaoyan keeps saying she has a favorite. Could this be it? Holy, no wonder I can't see Wang Feiyu. If I had to choose, I'd choose this dude in the back too. Handsome. Really handsome. First time I've seen someone in real life who can look this good in a suit. For a while, there were murmurs around, all of them comparing Wang Feiyu to Lin Chen. Wang Feiyu's face turned from red to white, and finally became iron blue. Who are you, kid? Xiaoyan's childhood friend. Lin Chen looked at him with a smile. And who are you? I. Wang Feiyu's anger nodded. The roses in his hands smashed hard on the ground. Looking at Zhao Xiaoyan, who do you choose? There were snickers from the crowd. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud as well. What kind of brain is this Wang Feiyu? This situation? Little cutie. We all know the result. And he's insulting himself by asking? As expected. Wang Feiyu also thought of this and his face became even more ugly. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't hesitate. I rejected you a long time ago. And you didn't believe me when I said I had a favorite. Now that he's here, who do you think I'm going to pick? As she spoke, she approached Lin Chen and hesitantly took his hand. Lin Chen was startled and instinctively tried to shake it off. It's not in the script. He's a man with a wife to keep for her. But right at this moment, Chenlong squeezed through the crowd, raised her cell phone to him, and spoke wordlessly. Auntie. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to shake off Zhao Xiaoyan's hand. Wang Feiyu looked at this scene and exploded with anger. Blind your dog's eyes. He's just a little taller than me. You actually chose him over me? No. I'm more than a little taller than you. Lin Chen sized him up and said in a serious manner. I'm 5'2". And as for you, I'm afraid you're just over 5'7", right? How can you describe a 12-centimeter difference as a little? There was more laughter among the onlookers. Lin Chen continued. And besides being taller, I'm also more handsome than you, richer than you, and I'm a childhood friend of Xiaoyan. So why didn't she pick me and choose you an open-screen roast chicken? This Wang Feiyu is dressed in a trendy, flowery and green, and it is really wrong to say that it is a Thai chicken with an open screen. The crowd laughed even louder. Wang Feiyu was shaking all over. The follower on the side cautiously said, Are you alright, brother you? Get out. Wang Feiyu glared at him, then looked at Lin Chen, looking him up and down. When he realized that the suit Lin Chen was wearing was not customized, but the most common cheap suit, he was relieved. Then pointedly said, Richer than me? Who are you? A working social animal, to say that to me? On the basis of your $5,000 a month salary? Do you know who I am? Lin Chen shrugged. I'd like to hear about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden exclamation came from the crowd. I remember who this handsome guy is. Isn't he that handsome anchor from Honey Bio? On the night of 618, his live broadcast rose millions of powder in one night. Directly fire out of the circle. I also bought the cream he recommended. With this opening, the others recognized Lin Chen as well. Yeah, that's him. I said, why does it look so familiar? Holy, the real person is even more handsome than the live broadcast. This is the closest I've ever been to Netflix. Handsome, can I get a picture? What honeyed creatures? Let me see first. For a while, the surrounding area was in an uproar, and many students came over, desperately taking out their cell phones to take pictures. Lin Chen's heart thumped. Done. Originally, I thought that I would do Chen Lan's dead girl a favor, and my precious wife wouldn't know about it. Now it's good. It's recognized. Maybe the confession just made was filmed. The video was passed out. Seen by Sumi. Then it's really can't be washed away by jumping into the Yellow River. Well, just then, school security came. Do what? All gathered here. Call your counselor later. All of you get a demerit. A few security guards stepped in and quickly dispersed the crowd. Only then did Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and pulled Zhao Xiaoyan to leave. Anyway, after making such a mess, Wang Feiyu lost all his face and reputation, and he counted himself as having accomplished his mission. But who expected to be stopped before they got far? Employees of Honey Bio? Wang Feiyu stared at Lin Chen sorrowfully. Lin Chen froze for a moment. Yeah, what's wrong? Going to report me at my company? Large companies, in general, perhaps do worry about employees coming to the company in trouble and affecting the company's reputation. But this is not much of a scandal on its own. Even if Wang Feiyu goes to make a scene, he can't make a scene. And most importantly, now the live broadcast department in the company is in the ascendant. It is the rising period. He did not believe it. Wang Feiyu can have any means. Wang Feiyu, however, laughed coldly. Reporting? Humph. Would I use such a useless means? You wait and see. Snatch a woman from me and dare to hit me in the face in public. In less than half a month, I want you to kneel down and beg me to let you go. After saying that, he glared at Zhao Xiaoyan on the side. And you? We'll see. After saying that, he left. Zhao Xiaoyan's face instantly went white and she grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly. What should we do? If he goes to the company to look for you, won't you not be able to keep your job? Did I harm you? Lin Chen frowned slightly as he looked at her, grabbing his hand, but still comforted. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. While saying this, he gave Chen Lan in the distance a frantic wink. Only then did Chen Lan run over and said smugly, Shoyan, how about it? My cousin is handsome, right? With him here, I'll make sure Chen Feiyu doesn't dare to come back to you. Zhao Xiaoyan was next to Lin Chen and said with a white face, Thank you. Lin Chen made a wink, making his eyes twitch. Only then did Chen Lan react and hurriedly pulled Zhao Xiaoyan away. Xiaoyan, my cousin has a date. He only came over today because I asked him to. Zhao Xiaoyan was startled and a trace of loss flashed under her eyes, but she forced a smile and said, Thank you, cousin. You're welcome. Lin Chen waved his hand and glanced at his watch. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. Chen Lan grinned broadly. Go go go. I know you're in a hurry to go back to accompany my sister-in-law. Thank you for today. Lin Chen didn't have the heart to say, just don't go over to my mom's side and talk nonsense. And also, remember what I told you. With so many people tonight, someone must have taken a video. And if Sumi saw it, she would have to ask this dead girl to go over and help explain. Chen Lan immediately nodded her head. Don't worry. I definitely won't talk nonsense to my aunt. Right at this moment, Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Cousin, thank you for your help today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Chen. A pair of apricot eyes churlish. You've done me such a great favor. Give me a chance to thank you. Can I add a WeChat? I'll buy you dinner next time. As he spoke, the cell phone had been handed over. Chapter 162. It's a big deal. WeChat? Lin Chen shook his head without even thinking. No need. I came over today also because Chen Lan begged me for help. It's just a show of hands to me. It's nothing. It's getting late. You two go back to your dorms early. With that, he didn't stay much longer. Turned around and left. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Lin Chen's back in fascination. Chen Lan called her several times without hearing her. Something's not right. Chen Lan's eyes narrowed and he reached out and waved his hand in front of Zhao Xiaoyan several times. Zhao Xiaoyan came back to her senses. Xiaolan, what's wrong? You shouldn't be. Chen Lan spoke tentatively. Fancy my cousin, right? Zhao Xiaoyan's face turned red and she shook her head in some panic. How could it be? Don't talk nonsense. Nasty. Her mouth was in denial, but her flustered eyes and scarlet cheeks betrayed her. Chen Lan immediately became anxious. Xiaoyan, my cousin has a date. His girlfriend is as pretty as a heavenly fairy. I've seen it once. She looks like a fairy sister. He didn't even want to come this time. If I hadn't begged him, he wouldn't have been able to come over at all. Don't you dare look at him. It's fruitless. She was just being nice and helping her best friend get rid of her suitor. So don't get her cousin in trouble. Most importantly, she also doesn't want to watch her best friend get caught in the middle of love. Zhao Xiaoyan's originally blushing face gradually turned white as she listened to her words. Chen Lan, however, was relieved. I know that my cousin looks like a man and looks quite handsome, but let me tell you, he peed and played with mud when he was a kid. You can't look at anyone but him. I'll introduce you to a more handsome one later. Zhao Xiaoyan was amused and nodded. Good. Chen Lan took her arm and walked towards the dormitory. But she didn't notice Zhao Xiaoyan quietly turning her head and looking at Lin Chen's back for a long time. After Lin Chen had solved Chen Lan's side of the matter, his entire body relaxed quite a bit, and he drove his car and went home. By the time I got home, it was almost 9:30. Walking down the block, he looked up, but froze. The lights in the house are off. Strange. Has the wife gone out? Lin Chen muttered. Logically, Sumi would have told him if she had gone out. And it's a big night and Sumi rarely goes out. Why aren't you home today? He wanted to make a phone call, and thinking that Sumi might be asleep, he took 3 steps and quickly entered the elevator. Returning home, Lin Chen took out his key and opened the door, turning on the lights in the process. The house was quiet, and the table was still set with a meal that looked half-eaten but not cleaned up. An ominous premonition welled up in Lin Chen's heart. When Auntie Zhou came to the house to cook, she usually left when she was done, and he was the one who collected all the dishes that had been eaten. If he wasn't home, Sumi would also put the dishes away and wash them. But today, the meal was half-eaten and just left on the table, which was not like Sumi's style. Lin Chen panicked. Wife. As he said that, he rushed into the room. There's no one in the bed. Even the sheets and quilt were neatly made, no different than before he left the house in the morning. What about the study? Lin Chen ran to the study again. Still no one was there. He became more and more flustered and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Sumi. Because I was so nervous, I misplaced my password twice in a row and my phone was almost locked. Good thing it finally unlocked at last. Lin Chen dialed the number with a shaking hand. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. The icy mechanical tone made Lin Chen feel like he had been splashed with ice water on a cold day in the 90s. Cool from head to toe. It's over. Lin Chen's face turned pale as he dialed the number several times in a row. But the result was the same. The phone doesn't work at all. Where would Sumi go? Why did you suddenly disappear? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more scared he became, but after thinking about it, he realized that he didn't know anything about Sumi. Apart from knowing that she used to do medical beauty and had once suffered from depression, the rest, after all, was half clear. He didn't even know where Li Xiaolan, his mother-in-law, lived. Lin Chen sat dejectedly on the ground, his hands and feet cold. After a long time, he struggled to get up, picked up his cell phone, and dialed Li Xiaolan's number. Even if he would be scolded if he called, he had to ask Sumi if he had gone there first. This time, the call was answered rather quickly. Li Xiaolan's voice came through, flat and unruffled. Lin Chen, it's so late. What's the matter with calling here? Did Mom, Sugar go to your place? Lin Chen tried his best to control his emotions, but his voice was shaking badly. Li Xiaolan's voice suddenly rose several degrees. What did you say? Sugar is missing? It's over. Lin Chen's heart instantly sank to the bottom. If Sumi didn't go to Li Xiaolan's place either, where would she have gone? Lin Chen, what's wrong with Sugar? Li Xiaolan snapped. Speak. Lin Chen came back to his senses and swallowed hard. I don't know. I came back from work today. I haven't seen her, and the phone can't be reached. If anything happens to Sugar, I'm not done with you. Li Xiaolan interrupted. What are you waiting for? Go out and look for it. Without waiting for Lin Chen to say anything, the phone had already been hung up. Lin Chen immediately changed his clothes and went out, intending to go find someone, but it wasn't until he got in the car that he reacted. He didn't even know that Sumi had any friends. Where could he find them? He took out his cell phone and dialed Li Xiaolan's number again. Mom, does Sugar have any friends that you know of? Is it convenient to send over a contact? Lin Chen said nervously. Otherwise I can't find it at all since I'm like a headless fly. Li Xiaolan coldly grunted. Your wife has disappeared and you're asking me? I don't know. The phone was hung up again. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Then came the realization that something was wrong. The old lady was most nervous about Sumi, and now that Sumi is missing, how come she doesn't see her worrying a bit? Could it be that? Lin Chen shivered violently, vaguely guessing a few things. It couldn't be that the video from the school side was sent out and then Sumi saw it and went back to her mother's house in anger. The old lady helped hide it. That's why she's so calm, right? Lin Chen thought of this and immediately took out his cell phone and searched. Keywords: school, confession, Shura. As luck would have it, several posts were searched on the little something book. The one with the most heat is the very video of him walking towards Zhao Xiaoyan with flowers and confessing his love. Asterisk. There's been a big misunderstanding this time. Lin Chen slammed his fist on the steering wheel and took out his cell phone to call Li Xiaolan's cell phone again. Only this time, the phone was unanswered no matter how you called. It's over. Lin Chen became more and more flustered and simply texted. Mom, Sugar is at your place, right? This is a misunderstanding tonight. Will you send me an address and I'll come over and explain it to you and her? Please. After sending the text message, Lin Chen nervously held his phone and waited for a reply, his palms sweating. Finally, the phone vibrated and a message was received. Lin Chen hurriedly clicked on it, and when he read the content of the text message, he froze in place. The text message, with only a few words, was shocking. She wants to divorce you. Chapter 163. Divorce? Divorce? Those two words were like a bolt from the blue. Lin Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. In the next moment, a sharp, unprecedented pain welled up in his heart, causing him to grab his chest shirt and curl up into a ball in the car. It wasn't until a coldness came over his face that he realized he was in tears without even realizing it. No, I don't want a divorce. Lin Chen muttered his opening. He couldn't imagine what his life would become if he lost Sumi, only knowing that no matter what, he didn't want a divorce. He didn't want to be separated from Sumi. Inside the villa area of Ursha Island, Marina City. This is the best location in the entire marina, and those who live here are either rich or noble, and the house where Li Xiaolan now lives. Sugar plum. It's not good for you to scare Lin Chen like that, is it? Li Xiaolan frowned. That child I see is not a mess. This matter, maybe it's really a misunderstanding? Why don't we hear him explain what's going on? Sumi sat on the sofa, her head lowered, dead pinched Li Xiaolan's cell phone, and didn't say a word. Li Xiaolan looked so distressed that she couldn't help but curse. That brat Lin Chen. I don't know what he's up to. It's too much. Tonight, she had eaten dinner and was about to go out for a walk when she saw Sumi barge in with red eyes, entering the door and not saying a word no matter what she asked why. Just crying could have freaked her out. Then after a good deal of persuasion, it was hard to coax Sumi to open up and see that video. At first, she was so angry that she couldn't just cut Lin Chen alive for good. After all, the consequences of having your own daughter's depression just up and running into something like this are unimaginable. But when I calmed down, it didn't feel right. Li Xiulan didn't have much contact with Lin Chen, but with the limited number of times she had contacted him, she could feel Lin Chen's heart of sincerity. She could see that even if Lin Chen's sincerity towards Sumi was put aside, just based on Lin Chen's kind nature, it would be absolutely impossible for him to do something like this to hurt Sumi. But no matter how she tried to persuade her, Sumi just wouldn't open her mouth, only sitting on the sofa in silent tears, and forbidding her to call Lin Chen. It was hard to wait until Lin Chen called, and he was still staring at her, not allowing her to talk nonsense. What the hell is going on? Li Xiulan was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Sugar, you say something. What do you want? Mom also has a bottom in her heart. See you like this without saying anything. I am worried. When Sumi's depression hit, she looked like this, so she couldn't help but worry. Now after crying all night, not to mention, she even sent a message to Lin Chen saying she wanted a divorce. According to her, if this is really divorced, I'm afraid I can't even save the life of this stupid daughter. I'm fine. Sumi finally spoke up. His voice was a little muffled from crying for so long. Li Xiulan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly sat down beside her, taking her into her arms. Silly girl, what can't you say? I know it's hard for you to see that video of Lin Chen, but we've all seen how he treated you before. This time, whether it's true or not, he has to be given a chance to explain, right? Sumi kept her head down and didn't say a word. Li Xiulan softened her tone. Sugar plum, if he really did this kind of thing, you don't have to open your mouth. Mom won't be the first to spare him. But if it's really a misunderstanding and you're separated from him because of it, will you be able to walk away from it later? Sumi gently shook her head, tears falling again. God knows how shocked she was when she saw the video. Who else could accept that her husband, whom she holds dear to her heart, walks towards another girl with flowers in his hand? Reason told her that Lin Chen wasn't this kind of person, but emotionally, it was something she couldn't accept no matter what. Under what circumstances would it be necessary for Ariel to confess to another girl? Taking a step back, even if it was really a misunderstanding and she couldn't avoid the matter, then she should have been told about it first. What's the point of keeping quiet like that? Li Xiulan finally sighed in relief as she watched Sumi react. She patted Sumi's shoulder and said, Sugar, listen to Mom's advice. There aren't many men like Lin Chen. It's not easy to meet them and you like him. Then give him a chance to explain and listen to what's going on before you decide what happens after that. Okay? Sumi didn't say anything, her gaze falling to the cell phone on the table. In just 10 minutes or so of work, the phone had already received hundreds of messages and countless missed calls. All of them were called by Lin Chen. Li Xiulan also saw it and shook her head. Mom will accompany you back and listen to how he explains it. Okay? Sumi bit her lower lip and nodded after a long time. Good. But then he shook his head. I'll go back by myself. I don't need you to accompany me. Li Xiulan was uneasy, but couldn't argue with her, and finally had to take a step back. Then Mom will go with you and wait for you downstairs. And if he really did something wrong to you, then Mom will go up and help you teach him a lesson. And you won't be able to think of anything else. Okay? Sumi nodded. Li Xiulan let out a long breath and picked up her cell phone. There are just too many messages. And the latest one is another apology. Li Xiulan didn't bother to look at it and directly replied, Go home and wait. I'll send Sugarplum back. When Lin Chen saw this message, his eyes instantly lit up and he immediately jumped up from the green belt, crying and laughing. A passing couple was startled and muttered as they walked away. How is it that there are still homeless people? Pretty good looking, but turned out to be a lunatic. Unfortunately, Lin Chen listened to the two men's discussion, but he didn't pay any attention to it at all as he turned around and flew home. After thinking about it, he rushed downstairs again and stood guard directly in front of the cell. After waiting for about half an hour, a cab pulled up in front of him. Car. Li Xiulan shook her head as she looked at Lin Chen's red and swollen eyes. I told you there might be a misunderstanding about this. Sumi raised her eyes and saw the disheveled Lin Chen, a heart uncontrollably hard, sour and astringent. What are you waiting for? Li Xiulan pushed her. Go down and have a good chat. Ask him what's going on, and let him tell you the original story. If it's a misunderstanding, then the misunderstanding is solved and the two of you go on with your lives. If it's not a misunderstanding, then you come home and Mom will take this out for you. If Lin Chen really dared to do something to apologize to Sumi, she would be the first to not let him go. The driver chimed in. The old lady is right. There's no such thing as a life without a fight. Teeth still bite your tongue a lot. Just get the word out. Go on. Sumi took a deep breath and pushed open the door to get out of the car. When Lin Chen saw her, his eyes instantly lit up. Wife, you're finally back. Chapter 164. It's all because of that girl Chenlon. Lin Chen sat on the side of the road for half a day. And then, because he was full of despair, he lay down into the green belt. This will be a suit wrinkled like a prune. The head is still stained with grass clippings. The face of the tears have not yet dried, but a face of joy. The appearance is not to mention how amusing. Sumi felt heartbroken and amused at a glance, but she pushed his hand away with a stern face. Lin Chen sighed and simply didn't reach out, only standing in front of her in a regular manner and explaining, "Honey, you did see that video in the little so-and-so book, didn't you?" Sumi doesn't open her mouth. Lin Chen said bitterly, "This matter is a complete misunderstanding." With that, he told the whole story about Chen-lan seeking his help. Only at the end said, "Really not, I see different. Is Chen-lan the dead girl? Dead skinny face begged me to help. I can't argue with her." "Can't argue with that kind of favor?" Sumi finally opened her mouth, her voice cold, and holding a flower to confess to another woman in front of so many people. "Have you thought about my feelings?" Although these words were spoken with anger, Lin Chen was greatly relieved. Just be willing to talk. It's the refusal to say a word that's the hardest part. Lin Chen said helplessly, "Wife, I know that this is not a decent thing to do, but don't I have no choice? Speaking of which," his voice lowered a few points, "when we first got together, my mom urged me to go on a blind date, and I couldn't argue with her, so I said I was looking for someone. As a result, my mom had this girl come to me to spy on me, and to put it bluntly, she's the undercover agent my mom planted beside me. And then what?" Sumi's anger in her heart had subsided by a few points, but she still had a stern look on her face. "She asked you to help, so you went? Can't you refuse?" Lin Chen cried out. "I refused, but she ended up threatening me. She said that if I didn't do this favor, then she'd go to my mother and bull asterisk 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 her. And you should know my mother's nature better than I do. Chen-lan, that dead girl. Just say a few words. With my mom's windy and fiery nature, she'll have to kill her all night long. What happens when it comes to the door?" Sumi didn't say a word. Lin Chen simply took out his cell phone and dialed Chen-lan's number. It would be almost 11 o'clock at night, and the phone rang for a long time before it was answered. "Brother, what are you calling me for?" Chen-lan's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "The dormitory is about to turn off the lights, so if you have something to say quickly, otherwise I'll be scolded." Lin Chen didn't have the heart to say. "Someone took a video at night and posted it online. Your sister-in-law saw the video and is angry with me. It's on you," he said, handing Sumi his cell phone. Sumi was angry with Lin Chen, but to Chen-lan, an outsider, she still maintained basic politeness. "Hello." Chen-lan instantly panicked. "Sister-in-law, listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. My best friend is being pestered. I can't help it, so I thought I'd gather my brother over to solve the trouble." "You mustn't misunderstand. My brother didn't want to come. I forced him to come. If you have any anger, just take it out on me. Don't scold my brother. He's innocent." Speaking of which, he hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. I'll have my best friend come over and explain." There was a rustle on the other end of the line, followed by a change of person. "Hello cousin-in-law, I'm Zhao Xiaoyan, the same girl who was confessed to tonight." Zhao Xiaoyan's voice was gentle and soft. "I was the one who asked Xiaolan to help. I didn't know she would ask someone with a date's cousin to come over. If I had known, I would have refused her. Sorry for the trouble." Sumi didn't even have a chance to interject before things were explained. Lin Chen looked at her, crying, "Wife, now you should believe it, right? You're the goddess that I've loved since I was a child. How could I dare to do something wrong to you?" The last trace of doubt in Sumi's heart disappeared. She scowled. "So even if you can't put it off, can't you tell me first? If you say so, can I keep you from going?" She was not of a jealous nature to begin with, and if Lin Chen had called to report that he had been threatened by Chen-lan to go over and help, not only would she not have refused, she might have even gone over to watch the fun together. It turned out to be a big mess. Lin Chen quickly coaxed, "I'm not afraid of your misunderstanding. I didn't expect to be photographed and passed to the internet. I won't do it again." He raised his hand. "I swear that I will never do anything that might give you the wrong idea again. Please don't worry. My wife." Sumi was amused by his look, but then became serious. "Then promise me, if you really like someone else, you must tell me. Don't hide it from me." Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and as soon as he did, he pulled her into his arms, swearing, "It's impossible for me to like any other woman in my life besides you. Don't worry." Sumi nodded, her pretty face slightly red as she tried to push him away. After all, it's the entrance to the neighborhood, and there's a lot of people. Lin Chen, however, refused to let go of her and directly intercepted her and picked her up. "Wife, you said you wanted a divorce. You scared me to death. You've been aggrieved today. I'll carry you back." "Don't. Shame on you." "What's the shame? We are a licensed couple. What's wrong with being a husband and hugging his wife?" "Put me down." No. The two fought their way into the neighborhood. Behind them in the cab, the driver smiled and said, "Old lady, your daughter-in-law and son-in-law seem to have cleared up their misunderstanding, and you can rest assured." Li Xiulan breathed a sigh of relief, and then sighed. It is said that raising a child for 100 years, often worrying about 99, this son or daughter is the debt of the previous life all her life. She'd counted on this old girl to get by. Let's hope that this Lin Chen can stay like this without changing his heart. Lin Chen hugged Sumi back home, very much experiencing the taste of a quarrel at the head of the bed and the end of the bed. When I woke up early the next morning, I was already glowing. "Honey, I'm going to work," Lin Chen said to Sumi at the door of his room. "I've put breakfast in the pot for you. Remember to get up and eat breakfast later. I'll take you out for dinner after work tonight." Sumi was so tired that she couldn't keep her eyes open, and she fell back asleep with a random. Lin Chen revealed a doting smile and turned to go out the door. Misunderstanding lifted. He was in a good mood, humming all the way to the office. First went to the gym to work out a little bit, and only then went back to the office. There's another live broadcast this afternoon, so I'll have to get ready early. Because of the victory of 618, today's live department in the company, it can be said that the day, and even already have a lot of employees poking and prodding inquiring what to do to turn over to the live department to work. And because of the selling of goods, the online store is now in the hands of the live department. Usually when the show is not on, Xu Jingyan and Sun Ing and even Jiang Yao have to work part-time as customer service, yet they are still a bit busy. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the office, Jiang Yao came over. "Brother, dear brother," he folded his arms and pleaded, "can I discuss something with you?" Chapter 165 Work on Track. "What is it?" Lin Chen was puzzled as he turned on the computer. "You just got paid and you're broke?" No wonder he was so speculative. Jiang Yao, this goods. Spend money hand loose. No money when eating chaff and swallowing food. Rich full of handbanban all dare on. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes. "What I was wondering if I could recruit some people in? Now our department is so busy. The online store orders a ridiculous number of people. The platform also has a time requirement for replying to messages. Slow reply. Directly drop the authority. Now it's just me and Xiaoyan and Sun Ing doing customer service. Occasionally LV Junfei and Yi Lu double up. If I catch you live, they're not available. So I'm damn well left with one customer service." He wailed. "I'm the reincarnation of an octopus. I can't be too busy." Lin Chen was speechless. "If it's such a small matter, why don't you decide it yourself? It's not like we don't have an office." The entire 8th floor was divided into live departments, and now there are still several empty offices. To recruit people, do not even have to consider the venue. And now the whole company is focusing on the development of the live broadcasting department. Recruiting people, that is the embodiment of the expansion. Where is the need to discuss? Jiang Yao sighed in relief. The process still needs to be followed. And I'm so busy right now that my keyboard is smoking. This still needs to be left to the HR department. Why don't you go tell them? He's busy doing customer service every day now. Where does he find the time? Lin Chen nodded. Got it. Just hold on a little longer. Recruit the dedicated customer service back and you guys will have an easy time. After Jiang Yao went out, Lin Chen had wanted to call the HR department about the recruitment, only to realize that he didn't know the internal number at all. There was no choice but to make the trip myself. Just as he went out the door, he ran head-on into a middle-aged man who looked a little familiar. Lin Chen froze for a moment and spoke tentatively. "Wang Dong? Seems to be one of the company directors." Wang Yong nodded and sized up Lin Chen with a mischievous expression. "Where is manager Lin going?" Lin Chen didn't pay attention to his dissimilarity and explained. "We're not doing well with our online store. We don't have enough manpower. So get ready to make a run to HR to get them to recruit a couple of customer service back." Said and a little puzzled, "Wang Dong over is something?" These directors usually seldom come to the company, and there is only one live department on the 8th floor. This Wang Yong came over. Must be looking for him. Wang Yong, however, shook his head and said, "It's fine. I just heard that your live broadcasting department has been developing very well lately, so I came over to take a look. It's really good." With that, he turned and left. Lin Chen muttered, "Strange, what's he doing here for no reason?" He shook his head, ignored it, and turned to the personnel department. The HR department balked at the recruiting request. Lin Chen specifically urged, "The position of customer service is extremely important to our department at the moment, so you guys try to recruit as fast as possible. Preliminary first recruit 6 it, to 2 shifts, 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock in the evening. You look at the arrangement of shift time. In addition, do not need to be 2 card academic qualifications, card temperament and quality on the line. After all, customer service, this job, essentially is to sell goods. Education is not important. As long as the temperament is good, mental toughness can be competent. The manager of the personnel department took note of them one by one and nodded. Don't worry, Manager Lin. At most 1 week, the customer service is absolutely in place. Lin Chen sighed in relief, and after returning to his office, he thought about it and called Su Yen again, asking her to send a batch of computers. Since we're hiring customer service, we definitely need to get the office equipment ready first. After everything was done, it was time to go back on the air. Manager, it's time to go on air. Yelio began to hyperventilate. Lin Chen sighed in resignation. It's coming. A few minutes difference won't do anything. What's the rush? As he said that, he went into the live room and started working. Now that it's not a shopping holiday and you don't have to be stuck broadcasting in the evening, it's not too tiring to set it to broadcast from 3 to 6 p.m. A live stream brings a lot more traffic to the store. Although it is a new store, the volume of sales has already exceeded many similar stores. It's the part-time customer service guys who are suffering. Their fingers are cramping from all the typing. And you can't leave at the end of the day either. You have to work overtime. Lin Chen felt a little guilty. I've already spoken to the personnel departments. At most a week, the new customer service will be on duty. By then you guys will be completely liberated after a bit of training. I'll give you double pay for overtime these days. The office cheered under the weight of the money. Lin Chen had thought that with the live streaming department's popularity today, it should be very simple to recruit people. Who would have guessed that a week had gone by and not half of them had come to report? Manager, can this be recruited or not? Has always been a workaholic. Yi Lu are a bit unable to carry, customer service only. Education is relaxed to college. Can type to communicate on the line. How so difficult? The others were even more devastated, each screaming in agony. After all, the store has been doing more and more business lately, and it's just too much to carry without full-time customer service, relying on them to take the top spot. Lin Chen frowned. Don't be in a hurry. I'll go over to the personnel department and ask to see what's going on. It is reasonable to say that such a large company as Honey Bio, the welfare treatment are not bad, and now also relaxed the academic qualification limit. It should not be unable to recruit people. But by the time he got to the personnel department, he was dumbfounded. What did you say? Lin Chen was a bit incredulous. No recruitment? What a joke. He was merely trying to recruit a few customer service agents himself, not to mention the fact that the live department's performance is now skyrocketing. Even if the performance is bad, it's not too much to ask for a couple of customer service yourself, right? Xing Wei, the HR manager, spread his two hands. Manager Lin, it's not that I'm not willing to help you recruit. It's that the higher-ups aren't recruiting. And the reason? Lin Chan's brows furrowed even more. Why don't you give recruitment? The performance of our live broadcasting department is in the eyes of the entire company. Why don't you give us a recruit? 618. How much money that one live broadcast earned is not to mention. Just by that one live broadcast, the traffic and topics brought to the company, it is enough to make him walk sideways in the company. Nowadays it's just trying to recruit a couple of customer service. And this is stuck? Xing Wei sighed and said helplessly. Manager Lin, I understand your feelings, but I'm just a part-time worker. And if the boss has given the word that he won't recruit, then I can't go against it. I can't just recruit people and pay them a salary, can I? Saying this, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture of sending off. Please go back. I'm busy over here. It's a straight-up banishment. Lin Chen's face turned ugly. From the time he entered the company until now, the promotion speed is comparable to a rocket. The entire company, excluding Yu Lingyan, no one dares to conflict with him. Trying to do anything goes smoothly. It turned out to be stuck in the most unlikely and undeserved link. Lin Chen said with a sullen face. Manager Xing, this is a completely compliant request from me. The higher-ups don't give recruitment. I'd like to ask, this higher-ups, which leader are they talking about? Chapter 166. My mouth has been enlightened. Xing Wei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Lin Chen's unforgiving behavior. Regarding Lin Chen's background, no one knew better than him, the HR manager. When the recruitment was first made, the person was originally brushed down, but then the old lady personally greeted the person and forced him in. This matter, he originally did not touch. Know that the old lady opening also did not put on the heart. Thinking of giving an idle post got casually stuffed into the marketing department. As a result, less than half a month's work, the first with the finance department of Yu Lingyan made a mess. By the short-guarded Yu Feng forced dismissal. Then that same day, he personally went to the door to find someone to apologize, and spent a lot of effort to bring this big Buddha back. Then there was a sparse additional live department and became the manager of the live department. There's no need to say much about what happened after that, as the entire network knew that Honey had an anchor who was as handsome as a movie star. Manager Xing, say something. Lin Chen's voice pulled Xing Wei back to reality. Xing Wei became more and more distressed. Manager Lin, We're all part-timers, so don't make things difficult for me, okay? You want to recruit. Someone at the top wants to jam you. Just think about who you've offended yourself. Why bother asking me? He understood Lin Chen's background and knew that this one was not to be messed with. But the one who greeted me is not to be messed with. The gods are fighting. The kids are sacrificing. So what else can we do but push people out of the way? Lin Chen froze. Who have you offended? It shouldn't. He made a mental calculation. From the time he entered the company until now, he had only ever been in conflict with Yu Lingyan. But then Yu Feng did not know what to draw the wind. Not only 100 apologies to invite himself back, but also transferred Yu Lingyan. By all rights, Yu Feng shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Who could that be? Xingwei once again drove people away. Manager Lin, there's really nothing I can do about this, and I wouldn't dare to recruit for you if the superiors gave the word. Check it out for yourself, and if the top brass loosens up, I'll make sure I recruit someone for you the first time, okay? Lin Chen could also see that he didn't want to offend anyone, so he didn't make things difficult for him and turned around to go out the door. As soon as I got back to the office, I was surrounded. Manager, how's it going? What did HR say? When will the new customer service recruit be on board? Brother Chen, I'm an art worker. I've been doing customer service for a week. If this keeps up, I'm going to doubt my college major. A few people were chattering and arguing. Lin Chen got a headache and let out a roar. All be quiet. The crowd instantly shut up. Only then did Lin Chen repeat the words from the personnel department's side. And only at the end did he say, it seems that someone is looking at our department in a bad light and is deliberately messing with us. No customer service recruiting. On what grounds? Yi Lu slapped on the table. Now the most important thing in the whole company is our department. Even relying on your live broadcast? The whole company is on fire out of the circle. Now just to have a couple customer service or cards. Too much? The others nodded. Lin Chen's headache rose. The reasoning is true. But if people want to card us, then isn't there nothing we can do about it? He said inside again. Forget it. You guys go back to your posts first. I'll think of another way. I've worked hard for you guys in the past few days. I'll treat you to some milk tea later. The people complained, but they knew it was useless to complain, so they just went about their business. Lin Chen went back to his office, only feeling a headache, and just then, Jiang Yao sent a message over. Dude, be honest, is it possible that you haven't been serving the GM well lately and she's screwing you? Now that Jiang Yao already knew about Lin Chen's chance encounter with the general manager every morning when he went to the gym, he teased him about it from time to time. Lin Chen got annoyed. You fart. What does this have to do with me and the general manager? But that reminded him, talking to Ryu Manzakura should probably solve the problem. However, Long Wenjin went on a business trip in the past 2 days and wasn't at the company, so Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to bother her. So he just had to wait. It's just that in the end, I hold things in my heart, and when I come home from work at night, I'm not in the best of moods. Sumi saw at a glance that he was in a bad mood and instantly became worried. Hubby, have you encountered any problems at work? I don't think I've heard anything from the company. Lin Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's fine. While saying this, he gave Sumi chopsticks of fish. Eat. If you don't eat it will get cold. You need to eat more for your body to get better. He didn't want to bring his work back home. Anyway, it was useless to talk to Sumi, and it would cause her to worry for nothing. So why bother? Sumi, however, put down her chopsticks and said seriously, Hubby, aren't we family? You are in trouble. Why don't you want to tell me? Could it be that in your heart, you don't even consider me as one of your own? That's a big hatchet. Lin Chen hurriedly explained. No, it's just that it's useless to talk about it. It can't be solved for the time being. How can we wait until Long Wenjuan Sakura comes back? In addition to the recruiting thing, he has to figure out who is really jamming his neck to keep from recruiting. Sumi, however, shook her head and said, it may be useless to say it, but at least I can enlighten you. Wouldn't it be less trouble for one trouble to be told and two to bear it? Lin Chen was amused, and then spilled the beans. At the end of the day, he was puzzled again. The HR manager kept saying that I had offended someone, and that's what caused someone at the top to try to screw me. But I couldn't figure out who exactly I had offended when I thought about it. He scratched his head in some confusion. Logically speaking, I'm quite well liked in the company, not to mention the people's skills, but just the benefits the live department brings to the company. No one should be messing with it, right? Even if the company has partisan strife right now because of the chairman's constant absence, this card live department is damaging to the company's interests. And no matter which faction, they can't do such a stupid thing, right? The more Sumi listened, the more her brow furrowed. She didn't expect that after her mother had sent Lin Chen into the company, and after she had taken care of him explicitly and implicitly a few times herself, there was still someone who dared to make tabs on Lin Chen in the company. Forget it, Let's not talk about these spoilers. Lin Chen brought the shrimp in front of himself and peeled them for Sumi while saying, "Don't think too much about it, wife. It's a matter of my work. I'm sure I'll get it done. You don't have to worry. Eat first." Sumi returned to her senses and nodded her head. "Good. Husband, you're so strong at work. This little thing, it's definitely no problem. Maybe the HR department will loosen up and help you recruit tomorrow?" Lin Chen let out a bitter smile. "If you really help me recruit people, that's fine. If you don't recruit people again, even I, the department manager, will have to moonlight as a customer service to take orders. But it can't be helped. Let's hope it's really what you say it is, wife." Sumi smiled. Her eyebrows arched. "My mouth is enlightened. If I say I can, I can. You'll see, husband." Chapter 167. Good news. Lin Chen didn't take Sumi's words to heart and went to work early the next morning, somewhat worried. Now the online store business is getting better and better. People are simply too busy. The Ministry of Personnel stuck not to recruit. They cannot leave the challenge. Can only be a hard top, all the way to the office. The crowd was a bit wiped out. After all, now one person is several people, but also shift night shift until 12 o'clock to get off work. Even if there is a high wage support, people cannot top. Manager, why don't you go back to the HR department and ask around? Yi Lu topped 2 dark circles under her eyes. If this goes on, sooner or later everyone is going to fall apart. And when the online store collapses, you won't have to lose your job, right? She's had a hard time finding a job with good benefits and good coworkers, and she doesn't want to lose her job. The crowd wailed. Lin Chen said soothingly, "Just hold on a little longer. I'll go inquire about what's going on today. I ordered milk tea. Remember to collect it later. Thank you, Morn." A sparse chorus of thanks rang through the office. Lin Chen sighed and turned to go out the door. Jiang Yao caught up. "Bro, I'm serious. Did you really offend the general manager?" The general manager's favor towards Lin Chen was unknown to others, but he could see it in his eyes. The live broadcasting department is recruiting. Such a big deal. Who would dare to card besides Long Wenjue? The general manager? Lin Chen punched his fist over. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could I offend her? Not to mention Long Wenjun is on a business trip these days. Even before, every day in the gym to meet. That is not also get along quite well? And this live department manager position is still Long Wenjuang Sakura forcefully pushed him up yet. What was that about? Jiang Yao scratched his head. This won't work. Lin Chen didn't have the good sense to say, "I want you to say it? I also know it won't work. Isn't this just trying to think of a way? Alright, hurry back to work, or the response rate won't meet the standard and the store will be downweighted again." With that, he turned and walked out the door. But the thought of inquiring was difficult. Over at the personnel department, Xing Wei made it clear that he wouldn't say anything, and he himself in the company, counting in addition to Long Wenjo Sakura this general manager, actually do not have half of the relationship network. Lin Chen thought about it and finally went to the marketing department. When he first came to the company, into the marketing department, and marketing manager Xin Wei, not only to him more care, or one of the company's elders, ask him about it, maybe we'll get some results. When Lin Chen arrived at the marketing department, Xin Wei was in a meeting. Seeing Lin Chen come, he quickly ended the meeting and greeted him. "Manager Lin, rare guest." Xin Wei smiled and personally poured tea over. Lin Chen hurriedly said, "Manager Shen, you can just call me Xiao Lin as before." "That's not going to happen." Xin Wei's expression was exaggerated. "You are now a big celebrity in our company. Who doesn't know that a live broadcast of your 618 has brought fire to the entire Honey Bio and brought immeasurable benefits to the company? How dare I call you Lin?" Lin Chen mentally sighed. "I'm most tired of these scenes, but one can't help it." He followed up with a few perfunctory words, which led him to tell the story of his visit. "Someone at the top screwed you?" Xin Wei frowned, a bit incredulous. "Fake, right? Ordinary employees are fine, but which company executives don't know that Lin Chen is a big shot? Who dares to with him?" Lin Chen sighed. "It's true. Right now the personnel department refuses to recruit for me. If I want to recruit on my own, I guess I'll be stuck as well. So I came over today because I want you to do me a favor. Ask around for me to find out who's really jamming me, and if I don't recruit, the people underneath me won't be able to carry the load." Xin Wei pondered. After a few moments, he nodded. "I know. You go back first. I'll go check it out for you. But you really haven't offended anyone lately? Where am I going to get offended?" Lin Chen smiled bitterly. "You also know that I'm just a trainee, somehow pushed up here. I usually don't dare to take a big breath, so how can I possibly still offend people?" Xin Wei also thought it made sense and sighed. "Alright, I'll take the time to go over to the personnel department and ask Manager Xing what's going on. I'll get back to you when I have news." Lin Chen was relieved to get the go-ahead and went back to his office. After noon, Lin Chen was returning a message from the part-time customer service when Xing Wei, the manager of the personnel department, hurried over. Manager Xing? Lin Chen froze. Why did you come over? Xing Wei's face was hard to see, and forced out a smile. Lin manager, you said that the recruitment of people I have arranged down, at most 3 days, the new customer service will be able to arrive at the post. You put 10,000 heart. The safekeeping will not delay you this time. Lin Chen was stunned again. Then he sighed in relief. That's good. Hard work, manager Xing. No hard work, no hard work. Xing Wei hastily shook his head and smiled harder than he cried. Then I'll go back first. You just wait for the new customer service to come over, he said, and ran off in a hurry. Lin Chen looked at his back, somewhat puzzled. He's not a cannibal. Why is he running so fast? But this was resolved quite quickly, and I have to thank Xing Wei for that. All called Wei. This Xing just can't do anything about the Shana. Lin Chen let out a long breath and went out to the office. The crowd cheered when the news first came out. Great, boss, you're too strong. Chen is the most of them all. It's finally time to hire. I can finally do my job back. Who remembers that I was originally an artisan? I'm still an assistant manager, and I don't do customer service just the same? The crowd joked and laughed. Lin Chen also laughed, then looked at Jiang Yao. Assistant manager Jiang. Such great good news. You as an assistant manager. Don't you show it? Jiang Yao rolled his eyes. Just know how to knock me around. Despite saying that, he still waved his hand. Tea time is here. What do you want to drink? I'll pay for it today. The cheers got louder, but Deng Lan in the corner sank her face and muttered. It's only a few dollars a month, so it's better to save it up for a daughter-in-law than to treat unrelated people to milk tea. The crowd froze at those words. To be honest, the entire live department is only 7 people in total. A cup of milk tea is less than $200. Jiang Yao, an assistant manager, pour this money? Lu Junfei was quick with his mouth. Auntie, don't be so possessive of other people's money. The assistant manager is fine with it. It's none of your business. If you're hurting for money, you don't drink milk tea. Deng Lan's face immediately turned ugly at the dislike and he opened his mouth to curse. Seeing the situation, Jiang Yao quickly said, all right, a cup of milk tea is just a cup of milk tea. It's not a few dollars. It doesn't affect me saving up to get a wife. While saying that, he gave Zhu Jingyan a wink. The only way to get the future mother-in-law to make a move is to ask your girlfriend to step in. And anyway, the relationship can't be exposed. Otherwise Lin Chen would not do well caught in the middle. Zhu Jingyan's face didn't look too good either, but she still spoke up. Alright, the manager has treated us to milk tea so many times. It's time for the assistant manager's turn. So that's it. Lin Chen couldn't help but get a headache as he watched them bicker. So he simply went back to his office. Then he made a video call to Sumi. Honey, I have good news for you. Chapter 168, going to meet family and friends? Sumi looked at Lin Chen's giddy appearance and smiled as well. The problem of recruiting is solved? How do you know? Lin Chen froze, then cheered up again. I tell you, wife, your mouth has really opened up. Just now the personnel department came over and said that in 3 days at the most, there will be a new customer service to the post, so I can finally take a breath. Otherwise, the whole office, everyone is working overtime to add a lot of complaints. He looked all disturbed. Sumi arched her eyebrows. It's good that the problem is solved, and when the newly recruited customer service comes, you'll be able to relax a bit. Otherwise, when she slept at night, Lin Chen talked in her sleep about being concerned about the company, and it hurt her to watch. Lin Chen nodded, and was a bit puzzled again. But even though the problem is solved, I still don't know who I've offended. Why did they mess with me for no reason? It's something that, no matter how you think about it, you can't figure out who the person is that's stopping the HR department from hiring. Sumi frowned slightly, had the intention to remind, but could not say, only shook his head and said, if you can't think about it, you don't want to. No, I have to find out who the hell has a problem with me, Lin Chen said with a straight face. Or what if he still comes after me next? Sumi also knew this, but she didn't know who the person behind it really was. After all, the person she approached was Long Wenjuan, reminding Long Wenjuan to focus on the growth of the live department and look at expanding it. It was only then that Long Wenjo Sakura contacted the HR department to get help recruiting people. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just take a step. Lin Chen waved his hand. No matter what, the problem is solved. Wife, wait for me to get off work. I found a particularly delicious Sichuan cuisine. Take you to try it tonight. Yes. Sumi nodded in response. Lin Chen hung up the phone, thought about it, and got up to go to the marketing department. Personnel department attitude can 180-degree turn. Certainly with Xin Wei cannot get out of the relationship. Such a big favor. Have to thank a lot of it. Who expected that when he arrived at the marketing department, Xin Wei was confused. Personnel said they can hire? Shinwei's eyes widened. But I haven't gone over there yet? After Lin Chen came in the morning, he had work to do on his hands, so he wanted to wait until he was done in the afternoon before going over. And it turned out that things worked out before he was even busy? Lin Chen was also confused, and then smiled. Manager Shen, don't be modest. Although it is said to do good deeds without leaving a name, but we are all our own people. There is no need. Okay, I know. This is thanks to you. I owe you a favor. In the future, if there is anything you need help with, just squeak ah. Shinwei slapped his thigh. I really didn't go over there. Why don't you believe me? If he did Lin Chen a favor, he'd be rushing to take credit for it, wouldn't he? But the problem was, he had nothing to do with it, so he couldn't take credit for it. Could he? If things were to be blown out of proportion by then, he would be a great embarrassment to himself. Seeing that he was dead set against admitting it, Lin Chen couldn't say much more, so he just nodded his head and said, alright, if it's not you, then it's not you. I won't say any more. I guess he helped, but didn't want the people who were behind the trouble to know it was him who made the move and didn't want to get in trouble. He gets it. Shinwei looked at Lin Chen's expression and knew that he didn't believe it, but there was nothing he could do about it inside. Anyway, it's good that the matter is resolved. Lin Chen nodded his head and asked again. Then again, Manager Shen, do you know who's making the tab? Recruiting a couple of customer service doesn't give a damn. It's too much. Shinwei shook his head. I don't know. I guess I have to ask the personnel department to be clear about this. Lin Chen saw that he couldn't ask anything, so he had to stop and go back to his office. Like Shinwei said, it's good that things worked out. As for the people behind it, it can only be said that the soldiers will come and go. Take one step at a time. The HR department was very efficient, and within 2 days, the new customer service recruit was on board. A total of 6 customer service agents were recruited for shifts, completely freeing up the crowd. For a while, the joy of the live department was back. Things are easy, the work atmosphere is good, and the performance is the company's top 3. This shift is not to mention how happy. Lin Chen also went back to going to work to grope for his wife. This day, Lin Chen was lying on the sofa making a video call with Sumi. Honey, let me tell you something. Sumi was a little hesitant. Lin Chen came into the spirit. What is it? Wife, you say? It's... Sumi stammered. Previously, my mom said that she wanted me to go home with you to meet the parents, and then I felt that the time wasn't right yet, so I refused. But the last time you helped your cousin, it put an extra thorn in my mom's side, and she said that since we don't want to meet your parents, we should meet my side of the family and friends first. As she said this, her beautiful eyes took on a bit of hope and tentativeness. Husband, what do you think? In Sumi's heart, she had long since decided that Lin Chen was her only partner in this life. So, she would love to have the blessings of family and friends on both sides, but Lin Chen's parents and friends on his side. She wasn't mentally prepared. After all, there was too much of a difference in age, and she and Lin Chen's mother used to be BFFs. In that case, you'll have to see your side of the family first. Li Xiulan brought it up, so she just took the opportunity to test Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen responded with a bite. That's fine. You see, when it's convenient for them, set a time. I'll book the hotel. Just go to. He thought about it and settled on a location. The White Swan. It's high class enough over there, and the view is good. After the last oops, even if Sumi didn't say anything, he wanted to offer to meet Sumi's friends and family. Otherwise, in case there was some misunderstanding next time and Sumi ran out, he was looking for it and didn't even know where to look for it. Seeing that Lin Chen agreed readily, Sumi's lifted heart fell slightly. Her eyebrows arched. Then let's do it this weekend. Good. Lin Chen nodded his head without hesitation. Then I'll go and book my place. How many people are there? The White Swan is one of the top restaurants in Marina City, and the per capita is not too expensive, classy, and more than suitable for meeting parents. Sumi thought for a moment before saying, let's book a small box first. I don't think there will be too many people. It should only be like 5 or 6. After saying so, Lin Chen hung up the phone and burst into giggles. It's finally time to meet the parents. Despite the license, this meeting with the parents means something different. After meeting the parents and gaining the approval and blessing of the elders, the marriage was considered completely stable. Lin Chen had been in a good mood all afternoon. When the point of departure is reached, immediately you have to go home. But who would have guessed that just then the intercom on the desk would ring? The call came from Kai Mang. Manager Lin. Sorry to delay you for some time. The general manager is back and is urgently holding an internal meeting. Please rush to the conference room on the 9th floor within 10 minutes. Make sure you're on time. Chapter 169. A full house. Meeting at the end of the shift? Lin Chen blew up. What's wrong with him? He has to meet at this point. Doesn't he know he's in a hurry to get home to his wife? But blowing up is blowing up, and what the leader says has to be obeyed. Lin Chen sighed and resigned himself to his fate. Okay, I'll be right up. Then sent a message to Sumi, wife, I suddenly have to have a meeting. I may be late home. You eat first, don't wait for me. With that, he hurried out the door and headed straight for the 9th floor. When Lin Chen arrived, the others hadn't come yet, and only Kai Meng was pouring tea. Manager Lin, you're up so soon? Kai Meng was a bit surprised, then poured a cup of tea and put it in front of him. Lin Chen grimaced bitterly. Wasn't it you who told me to come up as soon as possible? And something about being in 10 minutes and making sure you're on time. What's the matter? You can't get there early? Kai Meng lost her smile, saying as soon as possible. That's a routine. It has to be said. In fact, who stuck the point over? Saying so, he touched a piece of cupcake and handed it over. Eat something to pad your stomach first. This is going to be. I don't know when it's going to be open. Lin Chen was speechless, eating the loss of not having been in the classroom. Who knew big business was still doing this? Forget it, come what may. Lin Chen sighed, unwrapped the cupcake and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing hard. He was supposed to be rushing home right now, then having dinner and watching TV with his precious wife, discussing the details of meeting the parents over the weekend. Now it's good to sit in this cold office waiting for a meeting. By the way, Secretary Kai, do you know what the meeting today was about? Lin Chen looked at Kai Meng with some confusion. As a matter of fact, the general high-level meeting was all about the board of directors, and rarely even a department manager like him had to come over. Could it be a business overhaul? Kai Meng shook her head. I don't know. I just know that this meeting was proposed by Wang Dong of the board of directors. The general manager just came back from a business trip, and originally wanted to push it to tomorrow. On the contrary, Wang Dong had to make a scene, saying that it was 100,000 times more urgent and that he must make things clear tonight. So it was decided on an ad hoc basis. Wang Dong? Lin Chen searched his brain and had a bit of an impression, but it was a bad one. It stuck at the end of the day for a meeting, so it can be something good. After sitting there for about a little over half an hour, people finally came over one by one. Lin Chen finished the cupcake and drank 2 cups of tea, contentedly waiting for the crowd. Just then, he felt an unkind sight. He looked up just in time to meet a pair of grim eyes. It's Wang Yang. Lin Chen was confused. You haven't offended him, have you? Wang Yang swept a glance at Lin Chen and pulled back the stool to sit down. The others also noticed that Wang Yang's face was not right and quietly surveyed the two. Guessing the reason, Lin Chen looked at the contempt in Wang Yang's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more strange he felt, so he just stood up directly. Wang Dong, do you have any opinions about me? This was a shocking statement that filled the room. Wang Yang was also dumbfounded. Sitting here, which is not the workplace old Greece, even if there is any suspicion on the surface that also have to maintain the most basic courtesy. After all, it wouldn't look good to make a scene and lose face. As a result, this Lin Chen is good, like a rash, actually directly mentioned it. How does that make people answer? The crowd looked at Wang Yang in unison. Wang Yang smiled without smiling. Manager Lin said this, we are all colleagues, and your live department is now in full swing. What opinion can I have about you? Misunderstood. Fart. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. You've been glaring at me from the moment you entered the door, looking like you're upset with me. What is it if you don't have a problem with me? And you're still talking about misunderstandings, really treating people like little cuties, right? Speaking of this, his mind moved. A few days ago, I said I wanted to recruit a few customer service, but it turned out that the HR department was reluctant, saying that someone at the top wouldn't give a damn. It wouldn't be you making tabs to screw me too, would it? Saying that, he looked at Xing Wei again. Manager Xing, do you think that he's the one who's messing things up? Wang Yang fiercely looked at Xing Wei. Xing Wei forehead cold sweat straight, legs and stomach shivering. I don't know. What are you talking about? Manager Lin? Isn't this a meeting coming up? Let's not talk about this. Joking. His position, to a large extent that is a department manager, to a small extent, that is a minion, the same working cattle and horses. And the two men in front of you? One's a director with shares of the company in his hands, and the other is a big shot with an unknown but definitely powerful background. Two people who could jack him out of that position with a single word and make him say what? The more Xing Wei thought about it, the harder it became to strain himself, and he couldn't help but mutter. This Lin Chen, I do not know which rich second generation stuffed over. Workability aside, this emotional intelligence is half a point. What kind of person looks to flip someone off to their face? The others looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Chen looked at Wang Yang. Wang Dong, everyone is here today. Just tell me if it's you who greeted the personnel department to get stuck not recruiting for me? They say to straighten out the workplace. So let's start with him. After all, some time ago, the entire department full-time part-time customer service. Busy people, he did hold fire in his heart. Inexplicably targeted. Who spoils him? Wang Yang couldn't hang on to the smile on his face. He glanced around and said coldly, "It's me. So what? I'm a director. Am I not even qualified to control the company's personnel changes?" Lin Chen gasped and laughed. "Who the hell said you're not qualified to manage? The question is, do you manage personnel? I now get the online store business. How good do you know? A day out of a few hundred single goods. Even a customer service are not for me to recruit. How? Do not want to do online store business, you just say. The big deal is that the department is shut down. I'll go back to the marketing department and be my little cowhorse. What gives you the right to make tabs in such a roundabout way?" Shinwei wiped a handful of cold sweat, carefully opened his mouth. "Lin manager, this kind of words or cannot say. I think your live department is quite good. Dissolve what? Joking aside, if Lin Chen really went back to his marketing department and kept such a big Buddha under his command, how could he live his life?" Wang Yang faced Lin Chen's questioning, but he was calm. "Who said I don't want to do online store business? I just think, nowadays the situation is not clear. The market economy downturn. The company's efficiency is not good. Adding a live department is already an exception. Which can you say expand the size of the department to expand? Other departments have any changes that still have to write applications to go through the process. You a word. Let the personnel department to recruit you. On what grounds? With your youthful boldness, dare you call out to me as a director in public?" The words had taken on a bit of anger by the end of the sentence. Lin Chen was extremely angry and smiled back. "The company's efficiency is not good. Then our live department's online store, is it pulling up the water flow? Because of him, the most handsome anchor, the entire company of Honey Bio is on fire out of the circle. And this Wang Yang is still barking at this dog." Wang Yang was about to say more, but he was interrupted by a sound of footsteps. The door to the conference room was pushed open. Long Wenjuang Sakura, who was dressed in a white suit overdress, walked in and said in a cold voice, "I heard you guys arguing from afar. What? We are all in the same company. What can't we sit down and communicate? We have to slap the table, right?" With that, he looked at Lin Chen. "Manager Lin, what's going on? You say it." Chapter 170. I want to see the chairman. When Long Wenjuang came, everyone was quiet, though she was only a general manager, and several in the room were directors. But anyone knows, Long Wenjun, this general manager, that is the chairman of the board of directors to pull up, equivalent to the chairman of the left arm of the right arm, coupled with Long Wenju's full-bodied aura. Who would dare to make a move? Lin Chen was named and directly told the story. Only at the end of the day did he say, "General manager, Wang Dong inexplicably targeting me. This breath I really do not want to endure. On what grounds do not give me to recruit? If it wasn't for Manager Shen's help, I'm afraid I'd still be in the office replying to buyers' messages and introducing products to them. You go to see the people in my department. A few days ago each tired black eyes are catching up with the pandas. I'm the boss, do not step in. Do you want the whole department together to be bullied? On what grounds?" Shinwei winced when he was named again. He looked at Wang Yang, who had a bad gaze, and desperately shook his head. Misunderstanding. I didn't intervene in this matter, and I don't know how Manager Xing disagreed with the recruitment at first, and then later recruited people in. This time it was Xingwei's turn to wipe the sweat. I recruit people. That's the general manager's orders. It's none of his business." Long Wenjo Sakura nodded. "Yes, I'm the one who asked Manager Xing to recruit people. The live broadcast department is really busy right now. Recruiting a few customer services will not only ease their burden, but the store's business will also be better." She looked at Wang Yang. "Wang Dong, do you have any comments?" "Of course I have." Wang Yang slapped the table. "Just now I have said, now the economy is down. Business is not good. All walks of life have withered. But we are expanding greatly. This is not clearly digging a hole for themselves? If you ask me, not only can we not recruit for the live department, but we have to downsize even more in terms of the existing size." Lin Chen was furious and followed suit, slapping the table. "You damn well have to target me, don't you?" He would have looked at this old dang is not good. Somehow stuck him not to recruit even if, but also want to downsize the live department, and this time off work still have to propose a meeting, keeping him from going home to his wife. Yuck! I'm taking things at face value. Wang Yang's Chin-Ang, you are now live with goods to do well, does not mean that in the future will be good. The market with us the same type of goods, more to go. Other families have followed the opening of the live broadcast. You're rushing to scale up now, so what will you do when the heat passes and sales drop? Who will be responsible? These words drew many nods of approval. Lin Chen laughed out loud. You're at least a director. Don't you have any vision at all? Can you do business when you're cowering? Idiot. A stupid fork. Heard Wang Yang instantly read warm. He is also almost 40 years old this year. and as a director of the company, anyone who meets him is courteous. Now being pointed at and scolded by Lin Chen, a brat whose hair hadn't even grown. Who could endure this? Wang Yang stood up fiercely. Sit down. Long Wenjuan gave a stern cry. Wang Yang was dumbfounded and annoyed. He was the one who first. I told you to sit down. Long Wenjuo Sakura swept a glance at him without anger. Wang Yang's heart was pounding. He knew that Long Wenjuo was the chairman's man. Not only was his ability outstanding, but his background was also strong. If he really went up against her, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But if he swallowed this breath today, then he wouldn't have the face to stay in the boardroom. Wang Yang thought of this, angry and furious. You a small general manager. What right to control me? This little scolded me first, but also do not allow me to refute it, right? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Who did the little scold? Little scold you. You. King Courage blew his lungs out. Instead, snickers rang out from the corner. Long Wenjuan Sakura couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Then she cleared her throat and said, well, when the live broadcasting department was first set up, it was the entire board of directors who discussed and decided on it. This period of time the live broadcast department to the company's revenue, but also for all to see. The chairman of the board of directors have personally called me. Let me stay more careful. Look to give the live broadcast department to expand a little. Wang Dong, I know that manager Lin is not supposed to scold you, but isn't this the first time you made tabs on him? She looked at Lin Chen. Manager Lin, now that you've recruited people and scolded them, I'll make the call on this and let it go. As for the cuts to the live department, Long Wenjuo Sakura hammered out. Dismissed. Wang Yang wanted to say something else, and Long Wenjuo gave him a warning look. The chairman himself instructed me, saying that he wanted to expand the live broadcasting department. Are you sure you want to say that again? Wang Yang finally conceded and glared viciously at Lin Chen. Then he should at least apologize to me, right? Otherwise I'll be scolded for nothing? Lin Chen shrugged. Then I'm sorry. As he spoke, he quietly stuck his two middle fingers out of the table, while others didn't pay attention. Wang Yang was looking at it, and was immediately angry and fell back. In favor of Long Wenjuan Sakura, she opened her mouth. Well, today's meeting was brought up by Wang Dong about the development of the live broadcast sector. She scanned the crowd. I'm going to put the word out here that now that the live department has recruited new customer service, it's status quo, no downsizing or expansion. Dismissed. The crowd had not wanted to stay for a long time and immediately got up and left. In a few moments, however, only 3 people remained in the conference room. Lin Chen and Wang Yang, as well as Long Wenjuo. Lin Chen swept a glance at Wang Yang. Wang Dong is still not leaving. What's the matter? Just now did not have a good time arguing? This old dang. If you want to fight, come on. Who's afraid? Wang Yang's face turned blue as he glared at him fiercely. You wait for me, he said, and whisked his sleeve away. Lin Chen hurriedly called out to him. Don't go. At least tell me where I've offended you, right? Wang Yang did not return his head and left. Long Wenjuo pinched her brow. A little tired. Lin Chen, this temper of yours has to be changed. If you have any opinions to say in private, how can you argue in front of so many people? And a mouthful of douchebags is a bit too much. Lin Chen bristled. Is this because I have a bad temper? Who else wouldn't get angry at being targeted like this? Saying that, he thought of another thing. By the way, the matter of recruiting. Was it the chairman who told you about it before you greeted the personnel department? It really has nothing to do with Xinwei? Long Wenjin nodded. I was on a business trip. The chairman of the board of directors called over. Said to focus on caring for your live department. I thought that it is also true that it is time to recruit some people. So I talked to the personnel department. So it is. Lin Chen muttered. It was a coincidence that he was stuck trying to find someone. Just in time for the chairman to care about the live department. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but ask. General manager, how come the chairman hasn't been coming to the company? I heard she was sick. Would it be convenient to say in which hospital she is recuperating? I want to go over and visit and thank her properly. After all, a good relationship with the chairman of the company will do no harm. Long Wenjuo Sakura, however, froze for a moment. You want to see the chairman? Chapter 171. Just call me Sakura. Long Wenjuang frowned. Logically speaking, if Lin Chen was really the chairman's illegitimate son, looking at the current situation, the chairman had not recognized him. Even Lin Chen might not have known about it, which was why he didn't even know half of the chairman's situation. And the chairman must have extremely missed Lin Chen as a child. If he himself acted as a medium to allow the two to meet, then the chairman would definitely be very happy. That's a lot of credit to her. Long Wenjin thought of this and immediately said, the chairman was hospitalized over at Hunyuan Hospital before, but she was recently discharged. If you want to see her, I'll ask her opinion for you. Hunyuan Hospital? Lin Chen froze for a moment. It was a coincidence that Sumi was also in Hengyuan Hospital before, but it's good to be connected. He hastily nodded and said, then I'll trouble the general manager. Long when Sakura glared at him, didn't I say that when no outsiders are around, just call me Sister Sakura? As he spoke, his cell phone had dialed out. Lin Chen shivered as goosebumps rose from her glance. Can't carry it. Can't really carry it. The call was quickly answered. The conference room was quiet, and Lin Chen was sitting right next to Long Wenjua, and happened to hear the voice on the other end of the phone. Bonzura, why are you calling me at this hour? What's up? A warm, soft voice, extremely familiar. Lin Chen frowned. Why does it sound so much like baby's wife's voice? Since he couldn't hear too well, he couldn't help but lean over to Long Wenjuan Sakura's side, wanting to hear more clearly. Long Wenjun didn't notice his movements and said to the other end of the phone, it's like this. I just finished a meeting over here about the live broadcasting department. Isn't Wang Dong stuck on not recruiting anyone? You opened your mouth and now that you've recruited someone, Manager Lin is right next to me, and he says he wants to meet you and thank you in person. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel beautiful at the bottom of his heart. The chairman would definitely be happy when he took the initiative to create an opportunity for the chairman and Lin Chen to meet, who expected Sumi on the other end of the phone, but steeply pulled up the volume. What did you say? Lin Chen is next to you? Long Wenjo Sakura was startled, and when she turned her head, she saw that Lin Chen was sitting next to her. His ear was close to his cell phone, and with another shock, the cell phone flew straight out. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Snap! The phone fell to the ground and went straight to black. It's over. The phone is broken. Kai Meng came in to clean up the table, looked at the cell phone on the ground, both eyes black. General manager, you have nothing to smash the phone for what? Long Wenjo Sakura opened her mouth and simply looked at Lin Chen. What are you doing leaning so close? If it were usual for Lin Chen to stick so close, she might be more than happy in her heart. But now this is just not right. Lin Chen looked at the black screen cell phone on the floor, then at Long Wenjua and Kai Meng's surprised expressions, and his old face flushed. That what? He scratched his head. Do you believe me when I say I want to hear if the chairman sounds good? I ended up hearing nothing and was taken aback. It also caused Long Wenjo Sakura's cell phone to break. What is this all about? Long Wenjuan looked at him, clearly not believing this reason. Isn't it sick to listen to people's voices for no reason? Lin Chen embarrassed up. Sister Cherry, what model of cell phone do you have? I'll buy you a new one. Shouldn't be too expensive. Long Wenjun sighed. Forget it. The cell phone is not very expensive. I'll just fix it myself. It's such a mess. You want to see the chairman of the board? Let's talk about it some other time. Nowadays the chairman doesn't come to the company either, so I'll talk to you when she wants to see you. After this mess, she didn't have anything else on her mind and waved her hand. It's getting late. You should go home too. She was back from a week's business trip, exhausted, and now she just wanted to go home and catch up on her sleep. As for the chairman's side, he had already put the word out that the chairman would come to himself if he wanted to see Lin Chen. Lin Chen also knew that things were awkward, and was too embarrassed to stay longer, so he hurriedly ran away. He had just left when Kai Meng's cell phone rang. The chairman called. Kai Meng handed her cell phone to Long Wenjuan Sakura. Ryu Sakura sighed and pressed the answer button. Bonzura, what just happened? Why did the phone suddenly hang up? Sumi's voice was permeated with a hint of imperceptible tension. When the phone had just been hung up, all she heard was a scream of Lin Chen, what are you doing, and then no sound. Call again. The phone is dead. It's hard not to wonder what's going on. Long Wenjuan Sakura was just about to explain, when suddenly her mind turned and thought of another possibility. If you let the chairman know that you are having an affair with Lin Chen, and get the chairman's support first, then in the future when you chase after Lin Chen, won't it be twice the result with half the effort? When she thought of this, she immediately said, it's nothing really, it's just that he came over and wanted to hear what we were talking about, and I was unprepared for a moment, and I got scared, and my cell phone broke. The words were normal, but the tone was shy and evocative. Sumi was silent. It took a long time before he spoke. Get the cell phone to the finance side for reimbursement. Is he still on your side now? I sent him home. Long Wenjo Sakura said. But this meeting thing, Sumi directly interrupted her words. Let's talk about it. You just came back from a business trip. Go back and rest early. Hang up. Longman Sakura looked at the hung-up phone and smiled involuntarily. General Manager, you have your eye on Manager Lin? Kai Meng spoke up coldly. Long Wenjua was startled and boarded up her face. What nonsense. Hurry up and pack up and get off work. I'm going back first. With that, he got up and walked away, his steps a little flustered. Kai Meng looked at her back and sighed, but she still couldn't hold back. General Manager, Manager Lin is our company's notorious love brain. He has a date. It is also said to have been married, although this is yet to be investigated. Ryu Manzakura didn't turn around and walked away. Lin Chen rushed back home after his shift. Just entered the door. Saw Sumi holding legs shrunk on the sofa, quietly looking out the window. The figure actually penetrated a few points of despondency. Lin Chen's heart ached as he took 3 or 2 steps to come over and embrace her. Wife, what are you thinking about? Sumi came back to her senses, her smile a little forced. You're back? The kitchen left rice for you. I'll go help you bring it out, he said and tried to push him away. Lin Chen, however, refused to let go and directly carried her onto his lap, sighing, if my precious wife is not happy, where can I still have an appetite for food? What happened? Tell me about it? Sumi did not expect him to be so perceptive, and could not help but freeze for a moment. Then she shook her head. It's nothing. She couldn't say that she was jealous of Long Wenjuan Sakura, could she? She believed that Lin Chen wasn't that kind of person, but Long Wenjuan Sakura's tone on the phone made it hard not to care. Lin Chen directly said, don't say it's nothing. I know you. If you don't say what happened, I won't eat. Starve me to death. Sumi was amused, and after thinking about it, she simply said directly, you and the general manager of your company. Is there some kind of story? Chapter 172. What story can we have? And general manager. What's the story? Lin Chen sucked in a mouthful of cold skin and his face went white. Don't talk nonsense. Wife, what kind of story could I have with her? If there was, it would be a ghost story. How can I have a story with someone else when my heart for you is known to heaven and earth? Do you mind the gym work? But now I just go over there every morning to work out for an hour. And when I work out, other co-workers from the company come over. No less than 10 people at a time. And I definitely haven't spent any time alone with her. I don't have half a mind for her. You're the only one in my eyes. Don't get me wrong. A series of explanations, stuttering nervously. The only trace of depression left in Sumi's heart completely dissipated. How could such a man, whose heart and eyes were full of her, do anything to wrong her? She giggled. All right, I believe you. Lin Chen was still thinking about how to explain. When he heard this, he let out a breath. Really? Really? Sumi nodded and wrapped her arms around him a little embarrassed. Hubby, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have suspected you for no reason. Silly wife, what's the point? Lin Chen smiled. If there's anything you feel unhappy about, or if I've done something wrong, it makes me happy that you can just say it. Because if you say it, I can explain, I can go and change, I can do better, and I'm afraid that you'll keep it bottled up and refuse to say it, and get along more and more awkwardly, so that the gap between the two grows wider and wider. Over time, one can drift apart in misunderstanding. Sumi nodded and pushed him away. I know. I'll go and bring your food out. Let's eat first. Lin Chen let out a long breath. It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. He's really afraid that his precious wife will think he's screwing around outside. He's still got a hard-on for the last messy divorce incident. Night. After some lingering, Sumi fell into a deep sleep in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her and, in a daze, suddenly thought of a problem. Between himself and Long Wenjua, it had always been Long Wenjua's teasing if anything, but he had never taken a move. And Long Man Sakura had been traveling all week and hadn't had any contact. As soon as Long Wenjua came back today, he met with her and had a meeting. How come Sumi chose today to be jealous? It's like she knows she's in contact with Ryu Man Sakura. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more wrong he felt, and he couldn't help but say, Wife, why do you happen to think that I have something with our general manager today? Is the timing that coincidental? Instead, Sumi grunted in dissatisfaction, burrowed into his arms, and fell asleep again. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen, who would still want to wake her up, smiled dotingly. Forget about it. We'll ask tomorrow. The next day, however, it was something he put to the back of his mind and didn't even think about it. After all, the company is just too busy. After the last meeting, Lin Chen knew who the person who was making tabs on him was, but he couldn't figure out when he had offended that old thief Wang Yang. Conference room on a quarrel. Now the two are considered torn face, occasionally encountered in the company. Wang Yang every time there is no good face. Jiang Yao was puzzled. Brother, have you gotten so bold that you can openly fling your face at the company directors? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Flip-flopping? I even called him a douchebag to his face. Is there a problem? No problem. You can't give a good face to this inexplicable old den. Or you really think you're afraid of him. Anyway, now that the live broadcast department is recognized by the whole company as a promising future, they are afraid of him. A broken director who accounts for less than 10% of the shares? Jiang Yao gave a thumbs up. It's still you, Hardkong company director. Awesome. It's true that having the GM backing you up is different. Said then came over, smiled ambiguously. You talked to the general manager. Before the words were finished, his mouth was pinched. If you can't talk, don't talk. It's not like you haven't seen my wife before. Lin Chen didn't have the heart to say, With my wife around, can I look at anyone else? Jiang Yao froze for a moment and sighed. That's true. Although the general manager is also pretty, but compared to your wife, she's still inferior. Speaking of which, the general manager's face value was indeed impeccable, and her figure was good, paired with the majesty and aura of a superior person in her body. She was a proper extreme imperial lady, but that, too, happens to be a key point of minus points. After all, when you meet the general manager, you can't get any other half thought out of your head other than saying, okay, received, or pressured to think about it more. Not so with Sumi. Who wouldn't like a pretty girl with a gentle nature? Lin Chen punched over. My wife is definitely good, but don't forget, friends' wives are not to be played with. Don't think about those messy Jiang Yao was speechless. Damn. I complimented a sentence and it became my fault? Okay, I'll rephrase it. Your wife is ugly and fat. Not pretty at all. Satisfied? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My wife is very pretty. Are you blind? I can't ing boast or put down. Let's have a fight. I'm so sick of it. The two made a scene. Just then, Yi Lu knocked on the door and walked in. Lin Chen pushed Jiang Yao away as he straightened his clothes and coughed. Xiao Yi what's the matter? Manager, it's getting ready to go on the air. Yi Lu wrinkled her eyebrows and said, you guys make noise as well. You all heard it outside. Jiang Yao bristled. If you hear it, you hear it. You still don't know what the rules are in our department, don't you? As long as you do your job. No one cares about touching fish and sleeping or anything else. They're a manager and an assistant manager. Can't they just joke around? Yi Lu sighed. It's not that it's a bad influence. It's that you guys are too loud. And some customer service has already started to kowtow to the two of you CPs, said the man, adding, the manager is attacked by the assistant manager. Holy, on what grounds? Lin Chen slapped the table. Yi Lu rolled her eyes. Are you happy that you attacked you? Lin Chen and Jiang Yao glanced at each other, made a vomiting motion in unison, and said in unison again, I'm a straight man. Yelio sighed. Yes, you guys are the straightest. Can you go out and get ready for the broadcast now? The turnover rate for the live stream was again unbelievably pleasing. The whole department will be busy again for the next 2 days with receptions and shipments. Lin Chen was also relieved. Tomorrow is the weekend to follow my precious wife to meet her parents. The next morning, Lin Chen got up early and was a bit impatient after having breakfast. Honey, can you see if my clothes fit? And if I put too much hairspray on, should I go to the barber store? Also, my shoes seem a little too childish. Would leather shoes be better? Honey, I'm so nervous. What if your relatives don't like me? Lin Chen was as busy as a headless fly. Sumi pursed her lips and laughed lightly. Hubby, don't be nervous. It's just a meal. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Under her comfort, Lin Chen finally calmed down. Seeing that it was getting late, the couple made their way out the door and headed for the White Swan Hotel. Who would have thought that just after leaving the house, Lin Chen answered a phone call. What did you say? Now you want me to go back to the office? Chapter 173. A man can't say no. What's wrong? Sumi frowned. Did something happen at the company? Lin Chen covered his cell phone and said to her, wife, something big may have happened. The phone is Yi Lu called. Said the background system has a bug. Yesterday's live sold out of the goods. All the buyer's shipping address. All are garbled. Simply cannot send goods. And there is a time limit for the platform to ship the product. And once the time limit is exceeded, a payout has to be made. Yesterday, a total of nearly tens of thousands of orders sold. If each single pay out 5% of the amount of goods, the money to be paid out is not a small amount of money. The platform's shipping deadline is 48 hours, and in just 48 hours, it's almost impossible to do anything with the few people available in the live department to contact buyers to ask for addresses. Yelu had gone mad with anxiety. Manager, I've contacted my colleagues on vacation and everyone is back, but we can't come up with a solution to this for a while, so you should hurry back and see what to do. Lin Chen frowned and was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted. Honey, go back to the office first. Sumi held his hand. On my family's side, I'll explain. Business is important. Nowadays, the live broadcast department is the most eye-catching time in the company, and secretly I don't know how many people are waiting to see the fun. If this couldn't be resolved, then even if she intended to protect Lin Chen, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to do so. Lin Chen was a bit reluctant, but we've all agreed to have dinner today. If I don't go, it's not too good, right? Originally to see Sumi's family, he was nervous in his heart, afraid to leave a bad impression. The other party against him and Sumi together. As a result of this appointment, he or she is still pigeonholed. So what's the point? Why don't I eat and then go back to the office? It's not like it's going to take more than a couple hours. He spoke hesitantly. The shipping time frame is 48 hours anyway. Sumi interrupted. Let's go back to the company first. You go back to take care of your work. And for dinner, I'm here. Let's make a date next time. My family won't have a problem with it. Saying this, she paused and met Lin Chen's eyes. Hubby, there's a problem at work. Now the whole department is clustered. You're the manager. You have to go back and deal with the unexpected situation. You can't leave your employees out to dry for your own selfish reasons. Okay? She knew in her heart that several people in her family disapproved of the fact that she had found a husband nearly 20 years younger. Because of this, today's meal was crucial in relation to Lin Chen's image in the eyes of her family. But to Sumi, work is just as important. She had already intended to cultivate Lin Chen, and now that there was such a big bug, it was the right time to exercise Lin Chen, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. As for the family side, if you don't have time this time, then make an appointment for next time. Just in time to see how Lin Chen was going to explain this missed appointment to her family next time. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. Good, he said to Yi Lu on the other end of the cell phone. I know. You guys take the top. I'll go back right now. After hanging up the phone, he had wanted to send Sumi to the White Swan, but was refused. I'll just take a cab there myself. Sumi leaned over and planted a kiss on Lin Chen's face, smiling. Hubby, you go to the company and deal with the problem. Go for it. Lin Chen was touched by her understanding in his heart and nodded his head heavily. Then wife, pay attention to your safety. I'll contact you when the problem is solved. Sumi got out of the car and watched Lin Chen's car walk away, and immediately took out her cell phone and started to call. Lin Chen rushed all the way. Originally an hour's journey, Hard only took less than 40 minutes to arrive at the company. Today's weekend. The company is on vacation. Only a few left to work overtime. The large company is quite a bit of coldness. The live department, however, will have been completely messed up into a pot of porridge. Assistant manager. This seller is pressurized not to reply to messages. Same on my end. I've contacted a dozen of them, and only 2 have replied to me. The rest haven't even seen a message. This is not going to work. Even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms, we won't be able to contact all the buyers within 48 hours, right? There's no phone number. It's all about the back office account. You can't communicate at all. The wailing was incessant. Zhang Yao and the others were also in front of their computers with their 10 fingers flying, working desperately. After all, with tens of thousands of units sold, it's just too difficult to contact all of them in just 48 hours to get an address and then send the item out. Even Yi Lu, who had always been calm, would be in a state of confusion. When Lin Chen entered, all he saw was the sad faces of the crowd. Manager, you're finally back. Yi Lu was like seeing a savior and stormed over. Think of a way. What now? Lin Chen frowned. Don't rush. Let me see what's going on first. As he said that, he opened his computer and went into the backstage of the store to check it out. It's better if you don't look at it, but when you do, your face instantly sinks. The store's been screwed. What's going on? The crowd looked over. Lin Chen said with an iron face. It's not a bug in the system. It's the computer along with the store that was hacked and planted a virus. He hadn't studied programming, but boys were naturally interested in computer-like things, so he delved into it for a while. This would be a quick glance at the problem. What son of a did this? Zhang Yao slammed his palm on the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's our peers who are jealous of our recent good business, right? The others also cursed. I've long known that commercial warfare is vicious, but I didn't think it could be vicious to this extent. Finding hackers to invade our computers. The other side is also bloodthirsty. Which store are so cruel? This if you can't get it, just overtime compensation will have to dry out hundreds of thousands of For a while, there was a lot of cursing. Yi Lu frowned. Manager, so what now? Should we report it to the GM so she can figure it out? Don't try to find someone for everything. Just figure it out for yourself. Lin Chen browsed the backstage while saying, if this is not handled well, the damage to the company will not be small. It's best if we can resolve this on our own. Nothing should be spilled until it's absolutely necessary. After all, not to mention the others, a single Wang Yong, eyeing the tiger waiting for their own mistakes so that they can pick faults. Yi Lu was choked for a moment, and soliloquized, solve it yourself, so manager you can solve the problem by wiggling the mouse in no different way? Zhang Yao gloated. When did you kid understand black technology can it work? If not, we can also shake people off. The others looked over in unison. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. A man can't say no. Wait and see. Chapter 174. I'm a multi-talented person. Although Lin Chen's life plan didn't have the option of being a hacker, it didn't mean that he hadn't thought about it in his heart. Ask any guy who can resist the lure of the Matrix. Therefore, he has put some effort into it. I thought that I would never be able to use this skill in my life, but I didn't think that I would have a chance to pretend now, in full view of everyone. Lin Chan's 10 fingers flipped, and the large office was filled with the sound of keyboarding. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Lu Junfei couldn't help but lower his voice. Brother Yao, Brother Chen, what programming did he study in college? Read a load of programming. Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. We read economics. I don't know how he got so good at it. Don't be fooling us, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen slammed down the enter key and let out a long breath. Done. Immediately a customer service refreshed the background. The next second, exclaimed out. It's really done. The buyer's information is out. Quickly call the order. For a while, there were cries of alarm. Zhang Yao even looked straight. Holy, when did you become so powerful? Lin Chen, shooting the matrix behind my back? Lin Chen's chin rose. Humph, I'm powerful in more ways than one. You kid is still a bit young. With that, he patted Zhang Yao's shoulder. Young man, you're still young and have a lot to learn. Zhang Yao looked at him with this smelly look. His heart was unconvinced, but he had nothing to say, so he could only give a thumbs up. Come on, count on you. What do you mean count me out? I'm the one who's supposed to be good, okay? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and waved his hand. Alright, hurry up and go punch the order for shipment. Today's overtime pay will be counted as double. The crowd cheered at once, and then, without any nonsense, went about their work. Lin Chen went back to his office, and only then did he let out a long breath. So close. The hacking skills he'd learned were basically just a little bit of skin deep, thanks to the fact that the guy who'd invaded the store was only a little bit skilled. But anything more complicated, and this pussy can't even pretend today. Okay. Lin Chen patted his chest, secretly grateful. Luckily, the person who invaded the computers backstage wasn't very skilled either, which gave him this chance to pretend. A little bug, for ordinary people may look complicated, but anyone who has learned a little bit of computer knowledge can be easily solved. But, Lin Chen frowned. Who the hell did this? Is it really a rivalry? With that in mind, he called Yelio in. Now the online store business is getting better and better. Have not had time to recruit operations and planning. These are all to Yi Lu, a person to take over. It was only natural to ask her about the store. Rivals? Yi Lu pondered. To be honest, there are many stores that do cosmetics, and there are many old brands like our honey, so we really need to line up. She said this and shook her head again. There's no way to line it up, because cosmetics are all about those products. There are too many stores of the same type to check the competition. How? Lin Chan's brow furrowed. There's no way to know who did this. We can't just swallow this, can we? If the other side is looking for a more powerful hacker, then this wave of companies to lose money is lost. He was unable to swallow it. Yelio spoke tentatively. Should we call the police? As long as it's not a top-notch hacker, it usually leaves traces of the intrusion, and it's always possible to catch someone. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Call the police and make a big deal out of it? There are plenty of people waiting to see our department laugh. This matter can't be made a big deal no matter what. With that, he sighed. Forget it, you go ahead and get busy. I'll look for my friend and see if I can find any traces. At least find out who's tripping and get it out of your system. After Yi Lu went out, Lin Chen started going through his address book. He had known a lot of great gods back when he was studying hacking on his own, but not many of them were still in contact. Coincidentally, this will happen to be one online. After listening to Lin Chen said the end of the matter, the other party is also quick, received a 200 red envelope and began to work. In the end, he was a great god, and Lin Chen watched as he easily cracked the firewall to invade the computer. The answer came quickly. Dude, there's no sign of an intrusion on this computer. Ha? Lin Chen was confused. It's impossible. My store has been planted with a virus. How could it not have been invaded? Why don't you look at other computers? No need to look. The other party quickly returned the message. The virus of this computer of yours was planted by someone directly from your local machine. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Instead of wasting time looking for an intrusion, why don't you go look at the surveillance and check for a mole? The mole? Lin Chen slapped his hand on the table and almost just instantly changed to lock on to his target. If this wasn't done by Wang Yang, killing him wouldn't be believable. Wang Yang, that old den, before recruiting people to make tabs did not work, so he directly convened a meeting, wanting to cut the live department. As a result, he was pointed at and scolded, and dismissed by Long Wenjuang Sakura, so I guess he held a grudge. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. Originally, I thought that old thing would just say a few words on the surface, but I didn't expect him to be so bold, with the need to think all no. This time if he did not solve the problem, really after the delivery time limit, causing the company to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars out, that old dang will absolutely take the opportunity to propose to fire himself. Doggone old thing. Lin Chen slapped the table and was directly about to check the surveillance. As long as we find evidence of Wang Yang entering the live department and messing up, then old Deng's time to die is coming. Just then, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Sumi called. Honey, how's work going? Sumi's words were full of worry. I have a friend who works in this field. Why don't I ask him to go over and give you a look? As early as when Lin Chen left, she had found someone, only that she was worried about Lin Chen's self-esteem, so she didn't call the person over in the first place. This would be counting on the time being almost up, before calling and lying that he had a friend who wanted to help Lin Chen out of this trouble. Lin Chen got complacent. Thank you, wife, but no need. The matter has been resolved. I'm going to do another thing now. What? Solved? Sumi was shocked. Didn't you say there was a bug in the background and all the buyer information was gone? How did you solve it? This kind of problem is either a virus in the computer or a problem with the back end, and you usually have to get a professional technician to fix it. Lin Chen actually took care of things so quickly? Lin Chen nodded. The computer was planted with a virus, and it just so happens that I know a little bit about it, so it was easy to fix. The words were spoken lightly, but the pride in his tone could not be concealed. Sumi was shocked and delighted. I didn't realize that you had this skill. Husband, it's amazing. But what was that other thing you just said you had to do? Chapter 175. How about this for meeting the parents? The other thing, naturally, is to check the security department's surveillance. Lin Chen said. Wife, do you still remember what I said before about an old den of the board of directors targeting me? Sumi said. I remember. I think his name is Wang Yang, right? What happened to him? Humph. Still harboring a grudge and trying to scheme against me? Lin Chen gritted his teeth in hatred. I got a hacker friend of mine to look at it. He said that our department's computer, there is no trace of external invasion at all. It's a virus that someone planted directly from my computer. When I think about it, I haven't offended anyone else but that old thing. He's racking his brain to target me, and if he gets his way this time, the company will have to pay out hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime payouts, and then it'll all be my fault, and I know he'll take advantage of the situation to fire me. Now that the problem is solved, all I have to do is find the evidence, and he'll be the one in bad luck. Wang Yang was a member of the board of directors and held the company's shares in his hands, so it certainly wasn't easy to bring him down. But if we can find evidence that he's jeopardizing the company, then we can just kick him off the board of directors, and it'll be a clean slate from now on. Sumi sucked in a breath of cold air in shock at these words. Why would he do that? As the chairman of the company, she naturally knew Wang Yang. That Wang Yang is a man of flamboyant nature and usually has a strong presence on the board, but I hadn't seen him have any trouble with anyone. So why did he suddenly start targeting Lin Chen this time? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said, I don't know. It's probably because he's jealous that I look better than him. Otherwise he couldn't really think of any other reason. He himself has made the live broadcasting department prosperous and benefited the whole company. And Wang Yang is a director and earns more. As a result, that old thing screwed up for no reason at all. What is it if not a fool? Sumi was amused. Then she said, okay, then husband, you get busy first. I'll wait for you to come home for dinner in the evening. Lin Chen nodded and hung up the phone before heading to the security department. DSS was also on vacation, leaving only a few on duty. After learning of Lin Chen's needs, the security guard was helpless. Manager Lin, this surveillance can't just be given. He spread his hands. I have to have approval from the top. If I just give it out and the top counts, then I'll lose my job. Lin Chen frowned. I'm the department manager. Isn't that enough? Who do you mean by the higher-ups? The security guard said directly. General manager. I'll only give you surveillance if the general manager approves it. Lin Chen sneered. Fine. Then I'll find the general manager. With that, he called Long Man Sakura. The security guard bristled. Today is Saturday. The general manager is off. Except for Secretary Kai. No one else can get in touch. If you can get through on this phone, I'll rip my head off and kick it for you as a ball. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the call went through. Long Wenjuan's voice came out. Lin Chen? What is it that you are looking for me for? The delight that came out of his words couldn't be hidden. After all, this was the first time Lin Chen had taken the initiative to look for him, and not during working hours, so how could she not be happy? The security guard's open mouth couldn't close. Lin Chen swept a glance at him and directly said to Long Wenjo Sakura on the phone, General Manager, there's a small situation on my side and I need to check the departmental surveillance. The security guard on duty said he had to have your approval to do so he called to ask you to help him out. I'll give him my cell phone now. You tell me, he said, handing his cell phone to the guard on duty. Long Wenjuan Sakura was instantly a bit disappointed, but she still spoke. I've approved it. Play the surveillance for Manager Lin to see. The security guard then came back to his senses and nodded his head busily. Yes, Don't worry, General Manager. I'll adjust the surveillance. After hanging up the phone, his attitude towards Lin Chen could be described as a 180-degree turnaround. After all, a small department manager who could casually call the general manager's phone number. What this represented. Needless to say, Lin Chen smoothly got the surveillance footage. It turns out that the entire 8th floor surveillance is broken. Asterisk. Lin Chen's eyes went straight and he looked violently at the security guard. What's going on here? The security guard broke out in a cold sweat. I don't know. Yesterday was fine. The whole company is so big and dotted with surveillance that it's actually understandable that some of it was missed and not seen. But like this time, the whole 8th floor of the surveillance is broken. Actually was not found. This is the first time ever. Gross malfeasance. Where could Lin Chen not understand? Wang Yang, that old dang, obviously came prepared. First destroying the surveillance, then entering the office and planting the virus into the computer to make sure it wouldn't be discovered. The tactics are actually quite clumsy, but effective. At least he can't get evidence now to prove that the virus in the background was done by Wang Yang. So naturally he can't do anything about it. Manager Lin. This matter. The security guard stammered and spoke. You won't report it, will you? Lin Chen sneered. What do you think? When the surveillance is broken, security should be the first to troubleshoot the problem and replace it with a new one. As a result, it was now in such a mess. And if it wasn't for the fact that the person Wang Yang had found was so trashy that the virus was unlocked in one go, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense to the security guard and turned around. Why waste time if you can't find any clues by staying anyway? Back in the department, the guys were working. After all, tens of thousands of orders. Even if there are no bugs, it's not an easy task to send them out within 48 hours. Yilu keenly sensed that Lin Chen's face was not right, so she followed him in. Manager, did you find out who did this? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and shook his head. It's not clear for now. You go ahead and get busy. Order afternoon tea for the guys and fine me for reimbursement. Today is Saturday. Originally, in addition to the duty customer service, other people should rest. But now because of the conflict between himself and Wang Yang, all were gripped overtime. It's gotta be a treat. As for Wang Yang's matter, it's useless to talk about it. And there's no evidence, so there's no need to talk about it. When Yi Lu saw that he didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions and turned around to go out. A few moments later, there were cheers from outside. Lin Chen's mood lightened a bit as he listened to the cheers of the group. Forget it, Wang Yang, this matter was not a moment can be resolved. And now there is no evidence. More trouble. There was no use in rushing, so it would be better to find out where he had offended him and get to the root of the matter. After Lin Chen figured this out, he let out a long breath and took out his cell phone to call Sumi. Honey, I've pretty much solved the problem on my end. He sighed. How are things on your end? Have you eaten at lunch yet? And anyway, if you choose a date, why don't you eat again tonight and officially meet the parents? Chapter 176, Hospitalized again. Lin Chen was extremely excited and persistent about meeting Sumi's parents. After all, he wanted to gain the approval of the elders in Sumi's family. There was some noise on Sumi's side, and it seemed to still be at the hotel. She said a few words before she said to Lin Chen, Hubby, I've asked my aunt and the girls and they said to forget about tonight and change it to tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow is Sunday anyway. Lin Chen responded with a bite. Okay, then tomorrow at noon. Or the White Swan. I'll go and set the location. Hang up the phone and immediately hoof it to get a reservation. This is a matter of one's future face in front of his wife's maternal relatives. Lin Chen didn't want him to fail to leave a good impression on the Su family, causing Sumi to be caught in the middle. Night. Sumi lay in Lin Chen's arms and tilted her head to look at him. Hubby, how's the surveillance thing going? Did you get the evidence? Although she is the chairman of the company, but this matter is not reported by the people below. She certainly cannot be concerned for no reason. Can only be from the side of Lin Chen to inquire. Lin Chen sighed and shook his head. The surveillance on the entire 8th floor is broken. That old thing came prepared. The evidence can't be gotten. Sumi blushed a little. She had pondered the reason why Wang Yang had targeted Lin Chen in the afternoon. But after thinking about it, I can't figure out why. Wang Yang was only a shareholder with a very small shareholding, and even paid little attention to the affairs of the board of directors before. Now it was targeting Lin Chen for no reason. Why on earth? Lin Chen didn't notice Sumi's dissimilarity, and only said, but no matter what, soldiers come to stop. I don't believe that he, an old dang, can still mess with me. Don't worry too much about it, wife. I'll take care of this myself. You, just eat and drink at home and have a good time. Sumi heart touched, but on the mouth rant, you say more like raising pigs. Lin Chen smiled. Even if it's raising a pig, it's the cutest pig in the world. I'll willingly raise you. Nasty. Sumi's shy and timid appearance looked especially delicate in the dim light of the bedroom. Lin Chen couldn't help himself and cupped her chin before kissing her. A night of lingering, until the sky rose to fish belly white. The two people fell into a deep sleep. Before going to bed, Lin Chen hadn't forgotten to send a message to Auntie Zhou, telling her that she didn't need to come over to cook today. Only a short time after falling asleep, Sumi was awakened by an abdominal pain. When Lin Chen heard the commotion and opened his eyes, what he saw was Sumi with a pale face and cold sweat on her forehead. He immediately panicked. "What's wrong with you, wife? Are you okay?" I have a stomach ache." Sumi's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Lin Chen's face changed drastically. He climbed up in a single bound, quickly found clothes to help Sumi change into them, and ran outside with her in his arms. During this period, Sumi's face was getting worse and worse. Her hands and feet were very cold, and her expression was agonizing. "Hold on a little longer, wife." Lin Chen's hands were shaking with fear. Sumi instead braced herself and comforted him. "Hubby, don't be anxious, I can still endure." Lin Chen nodded haphazardly, his trembling hands unable to even start the car. In the end, he was so afraid of getting into an accident driving in this state that he simply took a cab. As soon as he got into the car, he roared, "Master, go to the nearest hospital, quick!" The driver took a look at Sumi and immediately became anxious. "Your daughter-in-law isn't pregnant with a child and about to miscarry, is she? You can't get it in my car." While saying this, he brought a few plastic bags over. "Pat it first, otherwise it will be bad luck to dirty my car." As Lin Chen listened to his words, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Although he and Sumi did not have the idea of having a child for the time being, sometimes when they were in love, they couldn't help but be negligent, and they might really get pregnant. And that lingering last night was so intense that it's not out of the question for the driver to say this. "Husband." Sumi's tears swished out. "If it's really a baby, then, what now?" The trembling voice was full of panic. She wasn't a big fan of children and had even thought about being sterile for the rest of her life. But after meeting Lin Chen, her thoughts were changed. She wanted to have a child that belonged to her and Lin Chen, to form a family of 3 and live a cozy and happy life. If the baby did come and it was lost because of her negligence, she would never be able to forgive herself in her life. Lin Chen hurriedly held her hand. "Don't be afraid, wife. Nothing will happen," he said and looked at the driver again. "Drive. I'll pay you double for dirtying your car, okay?" If it had been any other day, he would have had to argue with the driver. But right now, all he could think about was Sumi, and he just wanted to go to the hospital right away for a checkup. The driver was shocked and didn't dare to say more. He stepped on the gas and the car sped away. Soon it was time to arrive at the provincial maternity hospital. Instead of being relieved, Sumi's abdominal pain got worse. Lin Chen dumped $200 to the driver and hugged her out of the car, storming into the hospital. "Doctor, save my wife." The hospital looked over. A nurse glanced at Sumi's face and instantly changed her face as well, and immediately pushed the cart over and hurriedly said, "Quickly put your wife up." Lin Chen looked at this reaction of hers and instantly turned ashen. He's read about it online. Come to the hospital, and if the doctor doesn't take you seriously at all, that means you don't have a serious case at all. But if the doctors and nurses are acting as if they are on the spot, it's time to take it seriously, because it's probably a life-threatening situation. Right now, looking at the nurse this nervous, Lin Chen's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. A couple of nurses pushed Sumi and darted into the emergency room. Lin Chen fell and sat in front of the emergency room, and several times he tried to get up, but his hands and feet were too weak to get up. "Dude, are you okay?" A passing man pulled him up and helped him to a stool. Lin Chen was barely holding on when he suddenly felt an icy chill on his face. Reaching out, he realized that he had long ago burst into tears. The Hanyu was a bit surprised, and sighed again. "Alas, I am sorry for your loss, brother," Lin Chen roared. "What condolences? My wife won't die. She'll be fine." At the end of the shout, but has cried sobbing. The Hanyu didn't care and patted him on the shoulder again and walked away. In the hospital, you see this kind of thing so much that people around you are not surprised. A little girl handed over a tissue and comforted. "Handsome, calm down. Your wife is in the operating room now. When she comes out, she still needs you to take care of her. If you break down like this and she comes out weak, who's going to take care of her then?" Lin Chen reacted and nodded with tears in his eyes. "Yes, you're right. I have to pull myself together. I have to wait for my wife to come out to take care of her." With that, he took out his cell phone, ready to search for general symptoms. But the more you look at it, the more scared you get. And at the end of the day your hand shakes and your phone falls directly to the ground, completely blacking out. Lin Chen's sanity, too, completely collapsed with the black screen of his cell phone, and the big man of 1 meter 8, sitting at the door of the operating room, howled. After crying for I don't know how long, the door to the operating room finally opened. Lin Chen rushed up with an arrow step. Doctor, how is my wife? Chapter 177 Embarrassing Incident. The doctor glanced at Lin Chen and his face sank. Your wife is in a bad situation. Lin Chen's heart thumped and his legs went limp again. When the doctor saw him like this, he finally reacted and hastily pulled him up and said, the person is fine. It's just abdominal pain and bleeding caused by the rupture of progesterone. Because it came in time, the person is fine. But it will take some time to recuperate or it will cause irreversible damage to her body. Lin Chen listened to these words, finally calmed down, but still a little incredulous. My wife will not die? The doctor was amused. Although there have been cases of deaths from progesterone rupture, your wife was resuscitated in time and will be fine at all. She can be discharged after a good recuperation. After saying that, he added, none of them need to be hospitalized. Just today at noon in the hospital infusion. 2 or 3 hours can go home to go. After that, as long as the recuperation is good, there will be no after effects. Only then did Lin Chen completely let go of his heart, and then hurriedly said, then can I go see my wife now? Go on. The doctor waved his hand. Send them over to the ward side first. I have some more things to instruct you. At that exact moment, the nurse pushed Sumi out. Sumi's face had gotten quite a bit better, although it was still a bit pale, but her expression looked less painful. Lin Chen hurriedly greeted him. How do you feel now, wife? I'm fine. Sumi shook her head and said, thanks to the doctors and nurses who saved me, I feel much better now, and my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. That's good, that's good. Lin Chen let out a long breath, then realized that his hands were actually still vaguely trembling, and couldn't help but smile to himself. This time, it was a real shocker. Ward. Lin Chen had specially opened a single patient room so that Sumi could rest well. Sumi had just laid down to get her fluids when the doctor came in. Lin Chen hurriedly got up. Hello doctor. Thank you for saving my wife, you are my reincarnated benefactor. The doctor lost his smile. It's not that much of a stretch, but it's rare to see someone who loves his wife as much as you do. While saying that, he glanced at Sumi's medical record and was a bit surprised. You're almost 40 this year? She surveyed Sumi in surprise. How she couldn't believe it. After all, Sumi was extremely well maintained and had been at home for over a year because of her depression, so she couldn't see half of her age at all. At first glance, it looks like a little girl in her 20s. Sumi nodded a little embarrassed. Aha. Then you. The doctor looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately said, I am 23 this year. The doctor was startled again. Then he nodded. So that's it. No wonder. Hard to blame for what? Lin Chen and Sumi spoke in unison. The doctor laughed. No wonder you ruptured your progesterone. The wife is at the peak of her needs, and when she meets her husband at his peak of vigor, she's going to have an accident. Sumi understood the meaning of her words, and her pretty face blushed. Lin Chen, however, was unsure. What does this have to do with our age? Sumi hurriedly said, hubby, no more questions. How can you say something so shy? The doctor frowned. He'll have to be told about this or something will happen next time. After saying that, he looked at Lin Chen and said, what about the disease of luteinizing hormone rupture? It's actually quite common clinically, usually due to overly intense exercise, or as a result of impact. Your intercourse was too intense. That's what caused her to be like this. Next time you have to be more careful. Young man, be gentle with your daughter-in-law. As a doctor, she'd seen all sorts of situations, and it was half a taboo to talk about such things. Lin Chen but instantly red temperature. Stumbling, I know. Thank you doctor. The more I talk, the more awkward I feel. After all, he was not originally free-spirited nature, now being an outsider to point out how the house should be how. Where taught. Sumi was even so shy that she directly pulled the quilt over her entire face. The doctor was used to seeing this scene and laughed. Don't be shy. You all have to memorize what I said before you do it, or else the next time something like this happens, you'll be in trouble. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately straightened up. Speak, doctor. I'll listen. The health of my precious wife is at stake, and I can't think of anything else. Seeing him like this, the doctor smiled with satisfaction and admonished, your wife is a little older, and although she is well maintained, all her bodily functions are not as good as those of a young man. When it comes to intercourse, you have to pay more attention to it. I've just examined her, and you guys usually have to be careful not to be too frequent, let alone too intense. During this time, Sumi had been too shy to lift the covers. Lin Chen, however, listened attentively, and even took out his cell phone to start recording notes. The head nurse came in to change the medicine and froze when she saw the name on the chart. Unable to resist sweeping Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to it, and only pestered the doctor. So according to what you mean, is it not possible to do it every day? and it's best to control the frequency? Right. The doctor nodded. What about this? It's usually like 3 to 4 times a week, and you guys having intercourse every day is actually very detrimental to her chi and blood. It's fine that you're young. She can't handle it, even if it's for her sake. You have to mind your own business. Lin Chen's old face blushed. Don't worry, doctor. I'll remember. The head nurse suddenly interjected. Doctor, this patient had a progesterone rupture due to intense intercourse? The doctor nodded. Older wives and younger husbands are actually common. So no. I'm bugging him to pay more attention in the future. The head nurse didn't say anything and gave Lin Chen another look before she left the door. Lin Chen was puzzled by the look and couldn't help but ask, Doctor, is there something on my face? No. The doctor shook his head and got up. Well, I've said all I need to say. Pay more attention to yourself in the future, and you can be discharged once you've finished these 2 IVs. Avoid intercourse for the next half a month. Avoid spicy and cold food, and there will be no problem after half a month of nourishment. Yes. Lin Chen nodded his head in a hurry. When the head nurse left, he went to close the door, and then he said, Honey, the doctor is gone. There's no one else in the ward. Come out. Don't get bored. Only then did Sumi shyly lift the covers. A small face flushed. Lin Chen hurriedly poured a cup of water. Wife, drink water. It's all your fault. Sumi glared at him. This time you've lost an adult. I can't believe she went into the hospital for that kind of thing. If word got out, she'd be ashamed to see anyone. Lin Chen nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, 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 blame me. It's all my fault. Wife, you've suffered. He painfully held Sumi's hand. I promise I won't in the future. I'll be gentle. Sumi's face reddened again. You still say that? Then let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something else. Lin Chen sighed. Should we not push back tonight's meal to next week? Chapter 178. Shame on you. We agreed to meet the parents, but it turned out that something happened to the company yesterday, and something happened to Sumi today. Maybe it's called good things come in small packages? Lin Chen wailed to the heavens. He just wants to meet his wife's family. Why is it so hard? I was already worried that the marriage would be opposed because of my age, but now I have to be pigeonholed twice in a row. With this mess, I'm afraid that all the impression points, which were already few, will have to be deducted. Sumi could see his worry and held his hand. No need to reschedule. Just tonight. If we delay any longer, this little cutie. I don't know what kind of worry it should be. Lin Chen, however, was a little worried. But your body, it's been much better. Sumi shook her head. The doctor has said that you can be discharged at noon, so don't worry about it at all. If the meeting is pushed back any further, you'll be worried, right? Lin Chen didn't expect her to be able to see his anxiety, so he froze for a moment, and when he wanted to insist again, he suddenly smiled when he met Sumi's gentle eyes. Okay, no pushing then. He held Sumi's hand. Honey, thank you. She was the one who caused her to be hospitalized with a progesterone rupture and suffered so much, and instead of being angry, she was so understanding. What more could a man ask for in a wife? The two of them talked and laughed for a while longer, and Sumi was a bit tired and fell asleep without realizing it. Lin Chen sat by the side quietly accompanying her. At this moment, he felt a peace he had never felt before. After noon, Sumi has been treated and is completely fine. The young couple made their way back home, but Lin Chen was anxious again. Honey, what am I going to wear? How about this suit? Forget it, it always feels like selling insurance. How about jeans? Wouldn't that look a little too flirty? How about a sweatshirt? Which one do you wear? I'll see if there's anything in the closet that will go with you. Lin Chen was as busy as an ant on a hot pan in the bedroom, changing one set of clothes after another, not satisfied in any way. Sumi shook her head. It's just a casual dinner. How can it be that serious? No need to be nervous. Just relax, okay? No. Lin Chen shook his head violently. This isn't an ordinary meal. This is to meet your family. Sumi lost her smile. What's wrong with meeting my family? We've all gotten a license. We're legally married. And you're still personally chosen by my mom, so there's no need to worry about them not liking you at all. Anyway, whether the relatives liked it or hated it, it didn't change the fact that they were already married. Lin Chen, however, sighed. That's true, but I don't want you to be caught in the middle and have a hard time. If he couldn't get Sumi's family to accept him, although it was true that there was no way he could get a divorce because of this, Sumi was bound to be in trouble left and right. She was the one who suffered the most from the discord between her relatives on one side and her lover on the other. Sumi froze for a moment, moved in her heart, and smiled. Good, then we'll work together to make my family accept you. With that, he picked out the clothes for Lin Chen. The evening meal was scheduled for 6:30, and the two men left at 5:30. Lin Chen made 1,000 choices and ended up wearing a plain t-shirt with casual pants, which made the whole thing look clean and fresh. Sumi, on the other hand, took a white dress, her hair draped behind her head, and the two of them walked together in a rather eye-catching manner, all the way to the White Swan Hotel. And no one's here yet. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and began to cheer himself up as soon as he entered the box with Sumi. Sumi looked straight up and laughed, but she could understand his nervousness. After all, by the time he went to meet the Lin family, he was afraid that he would be even more nervous than he was. After all, she and Lin Chen's mother, Zhao Xiao, that was a former bosom friend. That scene was even more frightening, right? The two sat for a while when there was a knock at the door. Coming. Lin Chen stood up violently. Sumi pulled him back. Don't panic, husband. I'm here. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the door was pushed open. In came Li Xiulan and Yi Yun, as well as a woman dressed in elegant and luxurious clothes, whose eyebrows were quite similar to Li Xiulan's. Mom, auntie too, cousin, you're here. Sumi held Lin Chen's hand and introduced. Lin Chen, you've already met cousin. This is my second aunt. Lin Chen stood so that his entire body was a bit stiff, and nervously spoke. Hello Auntie Air. My name is Lin Chen. I'm 23 years old this year, and I'm working as a department manager in a company. Okay. It's not a job interview. The whole thing is like a self-introduction. Sumi shook her head and pressed him into a sitting position. Second Aunt Li Xiaomei had long heard Li Xiulan mention Lin Chen. This would be the first time she saw him, sizing him up and nodding. Good looking, tall and handsome, and seems to be a polite one, not to mention other things, at least the point of appearance. It is worthy of his niece. This side had just sat down when another footstep came through the door and 4 or 5 people came in. Sumi introduced them one by one. Lin Chen, this is third aunt, this is second aunt, and over there are cousin and cousin. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he greeted and tried to memorize these relatives. We agreed that it was just a casual dinner. Why are there so many relatives here? It was thanks to his good memory, or else he would have been embarrassed if he had called the wrong person. Just after the introduction, another one came. Upon seeing this person, Lin Chen's entire body froze in place. If it isn't the head nurse who was checking in and changing medications at the hospital this morning. The head nurse also saw Lin Chen and revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Chen's old face immediately blushed, only feeling embarrassed. Going to the hospital because of too vigorous intercourse is something that, if the doctor knows about it, it doesn't matter. But when an acquaintance finds out, the shame level goes straight to the top. Okay? Then he celebrated. It was fortunate that Sumi didn't know about this. Otherwise, with her nature, she didn't know how embarrassing this would be. Sumi pointed at the head nurse and said, Lin Chen, this is the eldest aunt. Lin Chen hurriedly got up. Hello, great aunt. The head nurse nodded with a smile. Hello, Xiao Chen, right. Quite nice. Sit down. The people are finally here. The waiter began to serve the food. The dishes were ordered by Lin Chen, which was also requested by Li Xiulan. Wanting to see his sincerity, Lin Chen didn't know how to be considered sincere, so he directly ordered all of the store's signature dishes. Various dishes were served in a flowing stream, and the crowd chatted idly. First, it was my brother-in-law who made an issue. Lin Chen, you're so much older than our sugar candy. You wouldn't feel unhappy in your heart, would you? Lin Chen didn't hesitate to shake his head. Brother-in-law said this. To be able to marry Sugar Plum is the greatest fortune in my life. It's too late to be happy. How could I still not be happy about it? Auntie on the side picked up. At your age, other friends and colleagues are looking for young girls in their early 20s, and our Sugar is almost 40 this year. You don't mind it yourself. Aren't you afraid to take it out and be laughed at? Everyone looked over, waiting for Lin Chen's reply. Chapter 179. Awkward. Sumi also got a little nervous. What she cares about most is age. About what my aunt and uncle asked. It's even more important. However, because of her status, she simply didn't dare to let Lin Chen take her to meet her friends. Although there had been a class reunion last time, Lin Chen had also introduced her to those classmates in a generous manner. But deep down, she still didn't feel much security. Lin Chen laughed and held Sumi's hand. What's to be ashamed of? What's there to be ashamed of? My wife is so beautiful. Others can't even envy her. What are you laughing at? If anyone really scoffs, they're definitely envious and jealous that I've found such a perfect wife, and they're saying sour things on purpose. After saying that, he added, and the last time my classmates had a reunion, I even brought Sugar over there, and my classmates' teachers have all met her. Right, wife. Sumi's pretty face reddened when she was suddenly named, and she nodded. He did take me to the reunion. Only then did my brother-in-law and aunt nod. If you can think that way, then naturally it's the best. As soon as the words fell, another cousin suddenly said, Sugar, this meeting friends is not the point. The main point is that the gap between your ages is here. Is there still harmony in that area? At those words, the entire box went silent. Apparently no one expected her to say such a question in public. But that, too, happens to be everyone's main concern. Sumi's face reddened into a ripe apple. Shy and angry. What are you talking about? Cousin said in a serious manner. Of course it's about business. This concerns your happiness for the rest of your life. So you must ask clearly? One of the cousins couldn't sit still. Got up and said, you girls can just talk about these things. I'm going out for a smoke. As soon as he spoke, the other men in the room followed suit. Lin Chen hesitated. Does he want to go? It didn't seem good to leave Sumi here alone if she left. But if you don't leave, they say 3 women are a show. So with so many women around, you'll be eaten alive. Just as he was thinking, his great-uncle spoke. Lin Chen, you come out too. Let's have a chat. Sumi pushed him. Go on. Lin Chen was like an amnesty and hurriedly followed him out. The large box was then left with a group of women. This will be the guys also have no scruples. Talking, naturally, unrestrained. Sugar, your second cousin is right. That thing is shameful to say. But among other things it is the most important. That's right. It's not a long life if the couple doesn't live in harmony. You two are so far apart in age. Will it fit? He's not bad looking, but he's a little thin. Is he any good at that? The crowd asked questions. Even Li Xiulan couldn't help but ask. Sumi had a red face and nodded shyly. What does nodding mean? Tell me. A cute auntie, alas, here and no outsiders. I and your brother-in-law that will. On the year I was 36 years old. Is not a divorce? It's the fact that it's inappropriate in that regard that's causing the ruckus. On the side, my great-aunt snickered. Lao San's daughter-in-law. How is it inappropriate? Is it that you want it and Lao San won't give it to you? The crowd roared with laughter. Those present were all old women of age. And the youngest, cousin Sumi, was over 35, and spoke originally in a meat and potatoes manner. There are no outsiders here, and it's even more blushing to say. Sumi is the first time to get married. Before this even the object has not talked much. Thin-skinned, very shy, simply cannot speak. Right at this moment, the eldest aunt suddenly spoke up. Don't tease Sugar Plum. What kind of nature is she? Don't you know? Sugar, this marriage, if you ask me, it's a complete success. There's no need for us to worry at all. People are in harmony. The crowd was stunned. Auntie's eyes glared. Her great aunt. You're so full of it. What's the matter? You're hiding under their beds at night? The others laughed again. Big auntie, however, looked at Sumi with a smile. Sugar Plum, the hospital you went to this morning was the hospital where I work. Have you forgotten? Sumi was shaken. Her entire body dumbfounded. Big auntie, when I went to check on the room, it happened that the doctor was giving Lin Chen the precautions. And you girls were so shy that you hid under the quilt, just in time not to see me. Sumi blushed even more, hating that she couldn't find a crack in the ground to burrow in. In the morning she had a terrible stomachache and didn't pay any attention to which hospital she went to. I didn't think it was a good coincidence that I happened to go to the hospital where my great-aunt worked and hadn't seen it yet. She just felt her toes curl up in embarrassment at the thought. Li Xiulan was anxious. Into the hospital? How did you get into the hospital again? Sugar, what's wrong with you? The others tensed. Sumi's head was buried in her chest. Where could she say anything? In the end, it was the great-aunt who solved the problem. Sister-in-law, don't worry about it either. This thing with Sugar. It's a small thing. She looked at Sumi with a promising face. The scientific name is progesterone rupture. In fact, it is caused by too much intercourse. I've had a doctor look at the test results. Sugar, this is too frequent and too intense intercourse. And the male partner's capital is too muddy. And Sugar is single for so many years. It can't take it for a while. The doctor said to rest for at least half a month next. In a flash, inhalations rose and fell, and everyone looked at Sumi with disbelief. Sumi covered her face with both hands. Shy to the extreme. Big auntie, stop it. You girl, what's there to be ashamed of? Big aunt smiled and said, they are all family members, and they have all been there before. Who hasn't experienced this? It's nothing. Auntie-in-law said sourly. Don't. Her great aunt, you're wrong about that. I've never experienced this. Neither have I. My family can't do that just past 40, not to mention frequent intercourse. Just the intense part alone. That's right. I didn't realize that Sugar had found a good husband. In fact, at the beginning when you guys said it's not suitable, I didn't even say anything. That is, I think that at Sugar Candy's age, finding a young man in his early 20s, where is it not suitable? If you ask me, the two of you are suitable. The crowd chattered away, the topic becoming more and more revealing. Sumi was so shy that she kept covering her face, but the corners of his mouth, under the palms of his hands, kept going up, and he couldn't suppress them. Of course she knew that Lin Chen was good, but this time, listening to her family's praise and envy, Her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. As she was thinking, her cousin came over and lowered her voice. Cousin, why don't you ask cousin-in-law how he did it? Medication or exercise? I want my husband to learn. Chapter 180. Just like that? Sumi was startled and was about to reply when there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. The men who had gone out for a smoke came back. She shook her head quickly. I don't know. If I had to say, probably because of youth? My cousin looked disappointed. That won't do. My husband is 40 this year. Then I can't get a younger husband. Even if you change, you may not be able to find someone as young and handsome as Lin Chen, right? She gave Lin Chen a somewhat regretful look. The others, on the other hand, were all surveying Lin Chen with mysterious smiles. Lin Chen was looked at with goosebumps and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Do you guys have anything dirty on my face? No. What could be dirty? As soon as her brother-in-law pulled him next to Sumi, she smiled and said, we're mothers-in-law looking at our son-in-laws, and the more we look at them, the more satisfied we are. Your brother-in-law's right. We do think that Sugar is right to marry you, and we are happy for her in our hearts. Lin Chen, you and Sugarplum will have to live this life to the fullest. You two are kind of destined to be together. It's a match made in heaven. Try to have a baby sooner rather than later. The crowd complimented Lin Chen. Lin Chen was complimented, but was still a little nervous, just in the way of the occasion, only to harden his heart and suppress the doubts. The rest of the meal was much more relaxed. The men dragged Lin Chen to drink, while the women chatted with Sumi about some family matters, a meal that was enjoyed by all. By the time I got home, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. Lin Chen braced himself for a shower and lay down on the bed in a daze. But then he remembered what happened at the dinner table. He put his arm around Sumi and asked, Wife, during dinner today, how come everyone's attitude was different when I went out for a while and came back? Before he went out for a smoke, he could feel the trio of aunts looking at him, mostly with a critical dissatisfaction in their eyes, but smoking a cigarette back. The crowd's reaction can be described as a 180-degree turnaround, not to mention how cordial and amiable. And what's with all the ambiguous glances? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the stranger it became. Sumi, however, pursed her lips and smiled for a long time before shaking her head. I won't tell you. Good wife. Say it. Not a word. Sumi shook her head desperately. Just kidding. If Lin Chen knew that everyone knew that the two of them had intercourse too often and intensely, so much so that they went to the hospital, what would happen? It's so humiliating. Lin Chen couldn't get any answers to his questions, so he had to give up. Forget it. Whatever. This pass is a pass. He sighed. It's great not to have to worry about meeting the parents anymore. Sumi, however, collapsed. You're not worried, but I am. I haven't even been to your house yet. Don't worry. I'm here for everything. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her. And if you don't want to go home with me right now, then don't go back yet. It's not like there's an emergency. Take your time. Sumi nodded and fell asleep peacefully in his arms. After successfully meeting Sumi's parents, Lin Chen was in a much better mood. The next day at work, it was straight up dry. After all, with matters of the heart settled, it was time to figure out how to deal with work matters next. Although the virus incident was successfully resolved without incident, he could not swallow this breath. What are you going to do about this, brother? Zhang Yao was aware of Wang Yong making tabs and came to his office early in the morning. That old thing. Why in the world is it targeting you? He was puzzled. Could it be that he likes the general manager and sees that you are treated differently by the general manager? So he takes the opportunity to pick on you and wants to drive you out of the company? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. How many times have I said that I don't have any ing relationship with the general manager? Can you stop talking? So why is he looking for trouble? Zhang Yao stroked his chin in deep thought. Lin Chen also cannot figure out. But now there is no evidence. Simply cannot help that old dang. Can only be hard to swallow this breath, and wait for a chance to retaliate back in the future. Nothing happened in the live department. Tens of thousands of orders, all sent out on time overtime. Wang Yang was waiting for something to go wrong, but it turned out that the whole day was calm and quiet, and nothing happened. He was so confused throughout that he simply came to the live department in the afternoon and poked his head in the doorway. Lin Chen was furious when he came out of the restroom and saw this sneaky look on his face. Old thing, you still dare to come? Wang Yang was startled. Turning his head to see him, he instantly blackened his face. Lin Chen, I'm a company director no matter what. How dare you talk to me like that? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. What's wrong with a director? Directors are great. If I tell you that you planted a virus in our department's computer, causing all the buyer's information in the back office to be messed up, do you think you'll still be able to keep your position as a director? Wang Yang instantly whitened his face. How do you know? Before he finished his words, he realized that something was wrong. What nonsense are you talking about? None of this has anything to do with me. Don't spit blood here. Lin Chen sneered. Whether you've done it or not, you know in your own heart, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Just one point. He pointed at Wang Yong. Either you will be honest in the future and cower your neck to be your director. If you still dare to come back, let me catch the evidence. High and Low will have to send you in to eat a few years in jail. Just because he's grumpy doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. Wang Yong's face was iron blue. How old do you think you are? Just because someone backs you up. It's great, isn't it? A little white boy who sells his ass loaded you up too. Before the words were out of his mouth, he was punched in the face. Wang Yong covered his face and looked at Lin Chen like a ghost. You dare to hit me? If you hit it, you hit it. So what? Lin Chen moved his wrist and laughed coldly. Old thing. Give you some face and you really think you're a character, don't you? Say I sell my ass. What the are you? You'd like to sell it. Can you sell it? That statement, to a man, can be the worst insult a man can endure. Asterisk. Wang Yong lunged towards Lin Chen in a rage. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't spoil him and directly fought. The commotion alerted colleagues on the entire floor. Jiang Yao ran out to take a look and instantly changed his face. Lin Chen, why are you fighting with the director? Stop it. You guys, stop fighting. As he said this, he gave the others a wink and rushed over. Then he took advantage of the chaos to give Wang Yong a few punches. The others had vaguely heard about the conflict between Lin Chen and Wang Yong, and had guessed that the bug in the background the day before yesterday was in all likelihood the work of Wang Yong. So this will take advantage of the opportunity to do the same, striking one blacker than the other. On the surface it looks like a pullout, but in reality it's a cluster. Poor Wang Yang is almost 40 this year, being pressed and beaten without the ability to fight back. Just as the battle was raging, the elevator doors opened. Ryuban Sakura was in a rare state of exasperation. What are you doing? Chapter 181. Losing is not a losing proposition. Long Wenjua never dreamed that there would be a mob fight in the company. No, more accurately, a cluster. Would be correct. Looking at the beaten and swollen Wang Yong, she took a breath and nearly turned her back. This Wang Yong, even if the shareholding is small, that is one of the directors of the company, and is the patriarch. How Lin Chen dared to make a move with him? In Long Wenjo Cherry's mind, the idea about chasing Lin Chen into her hands as a way to curry favor with the chairman faltered for the first time. She couldn't accept that her significant other was such an impulsive, reckless man. With a time bomb like this sitting around, there's no guarantee something won't happen. General Manager, this matter, the company must give me an explanation. Wang Yong climbed up. Furious, Lin Chen, this little man. A word to me. Simply lawless. Lin Chen smiled and reminded. Wang Dong, your wig is crooked. Wang Yong hastily reached out to touch his hair, only to realize that Lin Chen had tricked him, and couldn't help but explode with anger. You seek death. Lin Chen shrugged. How can you still be angry when you're kindly reminded? Jiang Yao burst out laughing. The rest didn't hold back. After all, to the entire live broadcast department, Wang Yong, the person who had nearly caused the department to make a big mistake, was the outright archenemy. How can you not enjoy watching your archenemy suffer? Wang Yong became more and more annoyed. Lin Chen, you. Enough. Long Wenjo Cherry let out a stern cry. Lin Chen, Wang Dong, you guys come to my office. She had the aura of a higher power and was intimidating as hell. Wang Yong was filled with anger and glared fiercely at Lin Chen before he followed Long Wenjua into the elevator. Lin Chen, however, refused to enter. Long Wenjo Sakura's face became more and more ugly. What are you doing? Lin Chen shrugged. I'll wait for the next elevator. After all, Wang Dong doesn't see me well, and with such a small space in the elevator, I'm afraid he'll spit at me. Wang Yong's face turned green. Am I that despicable? Then who knows? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. After all, we have no reason to be together, and you were able to sneak into our office and plant a virus into our computers. What else can't you do? Long Wenjo Sakura grabbed the point. Virus? What virus? Wang Yong's eyes dodged. No, nothing. Lin Chen, however, glanced at Yi Lu. Yi Lu immediately said, General Manager, about this matter, I have summarized the beginning and end of the matter, made a good PPT, it will be sent to your mailbox later, please take a look. Long Wenjuang nodded and said in a cold voice, let's go to my office first. With that, he pressed the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Chen let out a long breath. Jiang Yao swung his fist out of thin air. It's so cool. I just rewarded that old den with several punches. It's awesome. Others have said the wave was too painful. The only one who was nervous was Yi Lu. Manager, we fight is a good fight, but he is high and low is also a director. We are like this. Her brow furrowed. It's not easy to offend people to death in the future. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. If we don't beat him up, Will he let us go? First, they are stuck not to recruit, and then give the computer to plant a virus that caused the whole department to work overtime. Almost lost out hundreds of thousands of dollars. That old thing is just running to screw the live department to death. It's like that anyway, might as well tear it up completely. Yilu but shook his head. Words are not so. Not hands, can still maintain the surface of the piece? This moved hands. Maybe he wants to find a way to screw us to death. She looked at Lin Chen inside. Manager people are directors. To fire you. I estimate that it is not difficult. It might be quite difficult for Wang Yong to card an entire department. After all, the revenue that the live broadcasting department is now creating for the company is there for all to see. However, it was absolutely not difficult to mess with Lin Chen alone. The crowd was silent at her words. Manager, I don't want you to get fired. Sun Shadow tensed up. If you leave, our department will have no soul. Where can I find such a good-tempered and handsome leader? Jiang Yao was also anxious. It's over. I didn't think about the consequences before I made my move. This time the basket has been stirred up. What should we do? Lin Chen also thought of this possibility in his heart, and a few moments of remorse vaguely welled up in his heart. But if he were to do it all over again, and was pointed at by Wang Yang and called an ass-selling bimbo, he felt that he would still do it. It's no use saying anything now that it's happened. I'll go up there first. Lin Chen sighed and patted Jiang Yao's shoulder. Don't be afraid. Even if I'm fired, you're still the assistant manager. Well, at least the position won't change. With that, he turned and entered the elevator. Jiang Yao wailed. Who in the company doesn't know about our relationship? If you leave, can I still stay? The biggest possibility is that the entire department will have a major blood change, and Wang Yang will take a beating and finish. Lin Chen didn't shrivel up until the elevator doors closed. What a tough battle to follow. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Sumi. Wife, I beat up the company director and will probably be fired. I'm off to the GM's office to get criticized. Can you encourage me? In this current situation, only the comfort of his precious wife could sustain him for what was to come. The elevator had reached the 9th floor before Sumi's message had returned. Lin Chen slipped his cell phone into his pocket, took a deep breath, and walked out with his head held high. You can't lose if you lose. The momentum must be taken out. Kai Meng stood at the elevator door and lowered his voice. Manager Lin. The injuries on Wang Dong's body. You hit? Lin Chen nodded. Kai Meng opened her mouth wide for a long time before giving a thumbs up. You are this. The company dared to quarrel with their bosses in the minority, but like Lin Chen, directly beat the director to the face, but it is still unprecedented first time. Genius is awesome. Lin Chen let out a bitter smile and went to the conference room. In the conference room, Longman Sakura sat with an iron face, and Wang Yang is no better. He had just been beaten by Lin Chen, and Jiang Yao's few people had surrounded him, seemingly pulling the fight, but in reality, they were black boxing, and each one of them had a blacker hand than anyone else. On the surface, it looks like nothing, but in fact, the waist, thighs, those places, I don't know how many pinches were pinched. When they saw Lin Chen come in, neither of them had a good face. Wang Yang even grabbed the cup on the table and smashed it. Lin Chen ducked away with a stoop and looked at Long Wenjuan with an aggrieved look. General manager, look at him. He was already born as a gentleman and handsome, but now with this aggrieved look and tone, it melted the heart to hear him. Long Wenjuan Sakura was already fond of beautiful young men, and now that she saw him like this, her expression softened by a few points. When he turned to Wang Yang, he was boarding up his face. Wang Dong, in front of my face and still make a move, right? Wang Yang was confused. When she came back to her senses, her eyes were red with anger. Lin Chen, you dead green tea. And you say you're not an ass-selling gigolo. Chapter 182 Conflicts Intensify. Lin Chen swept a glance at Wang Yang, the anger in his eyes fleeting. Then he looked at Long Wenjuan, becoming more and more aggravated. General manager, didn't you ask me why I fought? Nah, he just came into our department for no reason and pointed his nose at me and called me an ass seller. Who else could have put up with that? As he spoke, his eyes were red for a few moments. So pitiful. Wang Yang was so angry at his appearance that he almost turned his back. It's never only women who play innocent green tea like this, and this man can actually play this trick? Long Man Sakura slammed her palm on the table. Shut up, all of you, he said and greeted Kai Meng outside the door. Poor manager Lin, a cup of coffee over here. Kai Meng was watching the theater with great interest, and when she was suddenly named, she hurriedly said, Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Chen watched as the coffee was brought over, took a sip, and smiled contentedly at Long Wenjo Cherry. General manager, your coffee here is just delicious. Long Wenjuan Sakura somewhat helplessly glared at him. How could she not see that Lin Chen was acting? After all, Lin Chen usually treated her in a businesslike manner, but today, He was pampering her and playing nice, making it clear that he wanted to minimize this matter. But it can't be helped. Who made her eat it? Wang Yang watched the two of them frown at each other and was so angry that he was trembling. General manager, now it's time to get down to business, isn't it? He beat me up like this. If the company doesn't give me an explanation, then I'll have to call the police. Long Wenjuan was interrupted before she could open her mouth. Call the police? You call the police. The coffee cup in Lin Chen's hand was heavily placed on the table. It just so happens that I'm also going to call the police to investigate the fact that you, as a director, planted virus software into our department's computers, causing all of the back-end buyers' information to turn into gibberish. If it were not for my greatness, tens of thousands of orders all have to pay overtime liquidated damages. Hundreds of thousands of damages. You come out? Wang Yong's words came out of his mouth. Impossible. You have no proof at all. There is now. Lin Chen swept past Wang Yong's ghastly white face and looked at Long Wenjua, general manager. Do you hear me? Long Wenjo Sakura's face instantly turned iron blue. What's with this virus? Wang Yang quickly shook his head. No. I mean, what evidence do you have to prove that things are done by me? The surveillance on that floor of yours are all broken. Right. Lin Chen laughed out loud. The fact that the surveillance on the 8th floor is broken is currently only known to me and the security guard who was on duty on Saturday. And after I went over to report the problem, the surveillance had all been overhauled and returned to normal that afternoon. Dare I ask Wang Dong, how did you know that our surveillance is broken? Beans of cold sweat broke out on Wang Yong's forehead. He was not particularly shrewd in the first place. The shares of the Honey Group, which his father had bought back then, he only needed to eat the dividend profits at home. But on the contrary, he is not willing to be at home as an idle person. Had to join the board of directors, but did not expect to make it to the present situation. What the hell is going on? Long Wenjuan looked at Lin Chen. Manager Lin, you speak. She didn't come to the office on her day off because she had just returned from a business trip not long ago and the company didn't have much to do. So naturally, she didn't know what was going on. Lin Chen immediately told the whole thing. Only at the end did he sneer. I got my friend to look at it. There are no traces of external intrusion in our department's computers. The virus was planted in directly by someone. Looking at the entire company, aside from Wang Yang, who else has been at odds with me? Even at the expense of the company's interests, but also want to mess with my wave? Long Wenjo Sakura looked at Wang Yang's expression as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and already had a hidden answer in her heart. Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, General Manager, don't listen to him, this has nothing to do with me. Then call the police. Lin Chen took out his cell phone. How about letting the police investigate? Wang Yang's face turned even whiter. He had thought that Lin Chen would definitely not be able to handle this, and when the time came to lose the money, he would be able to ask for Lin Chen's dismissal in the meantime. As a result, he didn't expect things to be resolved so easily, without even half a splash. If you want to call the police, then, Wang Dong, what do you say? Long Wenjo Sakura's sudden voice scared Wang Yang. He gulped, still shaking his head. I've been told it's nothing to do with me. What good does it do me to do this? Long Wenjuan ran out of patience and simply said directly, this matter, from the very beginning, is an extremely clumsy ploy. Once the police come, at most 1 hour we'll be able to find out who planted the virus for the computer. If you open your mouth and admit it now, things haven't festered, I can bail you out. If the police find out, what's waiting for you then is detention. Although the matter had been defused by Lin Chen, it had been done, and even if it hadn't caused any damage, it was still a crime. Wang Yang was not a particularly intelligent person. This would be scared by her, completely confused, and directly told the matter. Only at the end of the day did he say, I just don't like him, and I want to make some tabs on him to get people out of the company. Stupid. Long Wenjo Sakura and Lin Chen cursed in unison. Long Wencherry scolded Wang Yang at least as a director. The whole company knows that Lin Chen behind someone backing. As a result, he is still not long-eyed. Dare to move in the head of too many years old. Lin Chen scolded but such a poor means. Also dare to come out to do. Really laugh. If you're going to do it, you should at least find a great hacker to make things cleaner. Right? With that kind of intelligence, you're still giving him tabs? What a laugh. GM, you said you'd bail me out if I admitted it. Wang Yang looked at Long Wenjuan. Besides, this matter didn't cause any damage to the company. That's because other Lin Chen is great. Long Wencherry slapped his palm on the table. If you really can't get it right, the compensation is the whole company's money. You're the director. This compensation also has your share. Are you sick in the head? She really couldn't help it. Wang Yang couldn't lift his head from the scolding, and his face turned red. Now that things have come to this, if you ask me, Manager Lin still hit you lightly. Long Wenjuan Sakura became more and more irritated and grunted. If the matter becomes a big deal and spreads all over the company, do you think you can get away with it? Being a director and committing this kind of mistake makes you want to laugh when you talk about it. The more Wang Yang heard, the more he felt stifled, so he simply said, "Anyway, things have been done. The big deal is that I'll apologize to him." "Apologize and be done with it?" Lin Chen sneered. "According to your plan, if things work out, then I'll have to be fired. And maybe the several $100,000 in overtime compensation will have to be counted against me." Wang Yang's face was ironic. "Then what do you want?" "It's simple. You're off the board and not allowed to meddle in anything at the company anymore." Lin Chen said word for word. "Otherwise, if you're in the company and you give me trouble next time, can I keep defending myself against you? If you refuse to quit the board of directors, then I'll make a big deal out of it. The big deal is that I'll be detained for beating someone up, but you won't be able to get away with it either." Chapter 183. It's not a family. It's not a family. Lin Chen's request caused both Long Wenjuan and Wang Yang to freeze for a moment. In the next second, Wang Yang burst into a rage. He slammed his palm on the table. "Who are you to tell me to quit the board?" He had squeezed his way onto the board in the first place, so how could he quit so easily? Lin Chen laughed. "No refund? You can." He took out his cell phone and started dialing. "Then I'll have to ask the police uncle to come over. I just don't know how long you have to serve for damaging the company." Speaking of this, he also pretended to look at Long Wenjuan, general manager. "Did you know?" Long Wenjo Sakura was so amused by his appearance that she nearly burst out laughing, forcing a smile and shaking her head. "Not quite sure, but this kind of behavior, once it explodes, no matter how it's judged, the board of directors is bound to expel the person anyway." Wang Yang instantly changed his face. Lin Chen, however, had two bright eyes. "In this way, not only can we drive Wang Dong out of the board of directors, so that he can no longer meddle in the company's affairs, but also send him in to learn about the law properly. It's really two birds with one stone." As he spoke, the phone was dialed. Wang Yang completely panicked. He is just not too smart, but he is definitely not naturally discerning that the two are not fooling themselves. This is if the police really come. Then, no police. Wang Yang swooped over and grabbed Lin Chen's cell phone and hung up violently. Lin Chen looked at him with a smile. "Oh, then it seems that Wang Dong has already decided how to choose?" Wang Yang's face was red and white for a while, and he opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Long Wenjo Cherry frowned slightly and suddenly spoke. "Wang Dong, just do what Manager Lin said. Have you forgotten what old Wang Dong explained to you before he died? When the old Wang Dong dying, the shares transferred to Wang Yang, forcing him to swear not to interfere in the company's affairs. Just hold the shares at home. Honestly, do a leisure rich people on the line." Wang Yang, on the other hand, believes that he is full of ambition, and with his hand, he will definitely be able to bring the company to the next level. So he chipped in and squeezed into the board of directors. As a result, no one has been offended, and no useful programs have been proposed. It wasn't just Lin Chen. Long Wenjo Sakura had also long wanted to find an excuse to kick him out. "How can you let go of this opportunity now that it's been delivered to your door?" Wang Yang finally gritted his teeth as he listened to Long Wenjo Cherry mentioning his dead father. "Can't I return it?" After saying that, he reluctantly returned the cell phone to Lin Chen, not forgetting to give him a hard stare. Lin Chen took the cell phone and raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter? Wang Dong is not willing to do this? Why don't we just do the official thing and let the police come over?" "You, okay." Long Wen Cherry a slap on the table. "Since Wang Dong withdraws from the board of directors, then this matter is so past. Lin Manager, I know you have been aggrieved, but you scolded also beat. Now he withdrew from the board of directors. In the future, you are not allowed to pursue the blame. No more making an issue out of this." Lin Chen nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, General Manager, I'm not the kind of person who won't relent, but I still have a question." He looked at Wang Yang. "Wang Dong, I'm really curious. Why are you targeting me? From getting stuck and not letting me recruit, to holding a board meeting to try to cut my live department, and now even doing something like planting a virus. What kind of grudge is that?" Lin Chen said this and moved a few points toward Wang Yang. "Could it be that Wang Dong is trying to run me down and then plant your people toward this position so that he can smoothly hold the live broadcasting department in his hands?" I don't blame him for thinking so. Now that the chairman is late in returning to the company has long been split into an unknown number of factions within the company. It's understandable that this group of executives are racking their brains to pull together forces. Long Wen Cherry also frowned. "Wang Dong, the chairman of the board of directors, 3 orders. The company is not allowed to gang up." "You so? I'm not doing it to gang up on you." Wang Yang interrupted her and glared fiercely at Lin Chen. "You robbed my son's woman and you dare to ask why I'm targeting you? If I don't mess with you a bit, you really think my Wang family is easy to bully, right?" A word of caution. I Steal your son's woman? Lin Chen pointed at himself and his entire body was petrified. When has he ever done that? The precious wife at home is like a flower. Can he look at the mediocre girls outside? Long Wencherry was even as if she had seen a ghost, looking violently at Lin Chen. Manager Lin. So Lin Chen is actually this kind of person? You don't want her to be rich, beautiful and actively flirtatious, but you have to rush to steal someone else's girlfriend? Lin Chen shook his head violently. I didn't, he said and glared at Wang Yang. When the hell did I steal your son's girlfriend? Wang Yang asked without answering. Could my son have wronged you? Who's your son? Wang Feiyu. Not recognizable. Lin Chen shook his head. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Asterisk. Absolutely mistaken. Right? I don't even know who your son is. How did I snatch his girlfriend? Although the name sounded a bit familiar, I guess he trusted his character. Not to mention that he already had Sumi. Even if he didn't, there was no way he would steal someone else's girlfriend. It's not like no one wants it. Wang Yang was confused. Impossible. My son said himself. When he confessed to someone, it was you who came out halfway to snatch the person, causing him to lose face at school, and every day at home making noise and refusing to go to school. Lin Chen heard a sudden realization and finally remembered. No wonder he felt that the name Wang Feiyu sounded familiar. Feeling that it was the suitor who had previously helped Shenlan's best friend to step in and reject him. That will also be because Zhao Xiaoyan almost with the baby wife divorce. I did not expect things are not over. Actually caused another Wang Yang. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more wronged he felt. I blamed Shenlan. That damned girl. What a bad idea. Causing my life and work to be a mess. Wang Yang looked at his expression and pointed at him. Think about it now. You bullied my son. I bullied your ass. Lin Chen was not accustomed to him. A slap away from his hand, pointing at his nose to start cursing. What do you mean rob your son's girlfriend? That's your son based on a little bit of money. Forcibly harassing female classmates. The girl was timid and powerless, and was harassed by your son to the point of desperation before she begged me to pretend to be her boyfriend. What's the matter? You old thing gave birth to a son who was not taught well, do not study well, just think of harassing female classmates, and in the end was hit in the face and still want to retaliate back? As he said this, he suddenly couldn't hold back a giggle. Wang Yang was scolded with a burst of red and white face. Seeing him coldly laughing, he could not help but froze and instinctively asked, What are you laughing at? Lin Chen forced a smile. Nothing else, mainly because I think you father and son are quite interesting. The son was punched in the face and replaced by the old man. As a result, both father and son's faces were swollen. No wonder they say it's not a family that doesn't enter a family. Interesting, so interesting. Chapter 184. The impatient Long Wenjuan Sakura. Lin Chen's words caused Wang Yang to become furious, but he couldn't say half a word to refute them. After all, they were right. The son was useless and was slapped in the face in front of the whole school. When it comes down to it, not many people know about it, I guess, but it's not a big loss to just quit the board. This wave of father and son is a blood loss. Long Wenjuan Sakura also looked back and couldn't help but smile, looking at Lin Chen with a few moments of appreciation. No wonder he's hitting people just to make a big deal out of it. Now it's a good thing that Wang Yang can only choose to quit the board once and for all. Okay, that thing with your son. I'm just going to leave it at that. Lin Chen said with a straight face. Although I'm not that little girl's boyfriend, but since I'm in charge of things, I'll be in charge to the end. So go back and discipline your son properly. If he harasses people again, don't blame me. Long Wenjin nodded her head. Love is a thing that always emphasizes on your love and my willingness. Although the strong twisted melon quenches the thirst, but it is not sweet to eat. Wang Dong. Anyway, you are going to quit the board of directors. There will be more time in the future. Take good care of your son at home. Don't make a big mistake in the future. When you want to take care of it, it's too late. Wang Yang was counted down by the two people completely red warm, but there was nothing he could do. He could only hang his head and nod his head. There's nothing you can do without nodding your head. It's better to pinch shares and go home to retire than to be sent to jail. Long Wenjin nodded slightly. Since Wang Dong agreed, then I will greet the board of directors. In the future, you will be well at home. The company's affairs do not bother you. Lin Chen smiled and said, Wang Dong will just enjoy his retirement at home. The company will just be handed over to us youngsters. Without this old den messing around, he could finally feel a little more at ease. Wang Yang clenched his fists and slowly loosened them, finally sighing and turning away. There is no way. The son can't compete with others. He himself went into battle, instead of getting back the scene, but was pinched the handle. In addition to admitting defeat, what else can be done? Lin Chen watched him leave and let out a long breath. Finally, I've taken care of this old dang. Returning to his senses, He met Long Wonjo Sakura's amused eyes and immediately sat upright. Don't misunderstand me, General Manager. I don't scold everyone. It's better to maintain an image in front of your top boss. Long Wonjuan let out a giggle. There are no outsiders here, so don't pretend with me. Lin Shen smiled sarcastically. This is not pretending. This is the truth. If he hadn't messed with me first, I wouldn't have made a move. I'm actually a particularly svelte, shy and polite person. Carefully counting, Wang Yang, that old dang, counted him 3 times, and as a result, he was beaten twice, and also directly forced out of the board of directors. This wave is complete. Cool. Ryuban Sakura laughed out loud. She was already born with a bright atmosphere, and now with this smile, she was even more beautiful. Lin Chen looked a little dazed. Beautiful. So beautiful. Such a superb royalty. It's a pity that he's married. Otherwise he'd have to get his hands on her. Look at what I'm doing. Ryuban Sakura suddenly came over. She was extremely close, so close that she could almost feel each other's breath. Lin Chen was startled, and when he tried to retreat, he found himself leaning against the sofa, unable to retreat. In favor of Ryuman Sakura? He leaned forward a few more points. Lin Chen could even make out the fine fuzz on her face. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water and twisted his head to say, "What are you doing, General Manager? Take a closer look at." Long Wonjo Sakura pinched Lin Chen's chin instead. No wonder you can be an anchor. Lin Chen was stunned and was about to say more when a rush of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Ryuban Sakura jerked upright. In a moment, though, she was back to that high and mighty look. Lin Chen secretly sighed in relief. This woman doesn't know what she wants to do. It's too ambiguous. It seems that I have to stay away from her in the future, or else my precious wife will be angry again if she finds out. He didn't want Sumi to be aggravated. GM, quick, the chairman is here. Kai Meng barged in a hurry. She's waiting for you in the conference room now. Chairman? Long Wenjuang and Lin Chen both froze for a moment. Lin Chen came to his senses instead. Didn't you say that the chairman is sick and hospitalized? Since she's here today, then I'll just go over and take a look at her. The chairman said it's fine to let the general manager go over alone. Kai Meng hurriedly explained. Manager Lin, you'd better go back. After saying that, he also lowered his voice and said to Long Wenjua, I guess the chairman is not in a good mood. His face is ugly. I don't know what happened. Long Wonjo Sakura frowned and nodded. I know. Go ahead and get busy. I'll be right over. Then he said to Lin Chen, Manager Lin, this matter of Wang Dong has been resolved. I believe that in a short period of time there will be no one in the company to make tabs on you. You go back. About the live department. Let go of it. I think highly of you, she said as she straightened her clothes and strutted out the door. Kai Meng was even more anxious to find out coffee to go to the pantry, leaving Lin Chen alone in the office. Chairman. Lin Chen stroked his chin in deep thought. He had been curious for a long time about this mysterious character who had the same name and surname as Sumi and even had a few similarities in body shape. Only that apart from that initial hasty meeting, I haven't seen anyone since. Regarding the department to recruit this matter, it is also the chairman of the board of directors issued a statement. Long Wenjua only to pressure the personnel department. Smooth customer service to be recruited back. In the past, there was no opportunity, even if. Now the chairman came to the company. Then he went over to the meeting room door to guard, waiting to see a brush a good feeling. Not too much, right? After all, a man should be career-minded. More in front of the chairman of the brush familiar with the future promotion will also be smoother. Is not it? Lin Chen thought of this and snapped his fingers, getting up and heading straight to the conference room. Just as he walked to the door of the conference room, he saw Kai Meng come out with a tray. Manager Lin, what are you doing here? Kai Meng frowned and lowered her voice. The chairman and the general manager are having a meeting inside. If you come over and disturb them, the consequences will be hard to say. Lin Chen poked his head into the conference room. Unfortunately, the conference room was closed, and the soundproofing was surprisingly good, so you couldn't see or hear anything at all. Kai Meng was anxious and pushed him out. Manager Lin, you'd better go back. Even if there is something you want to find the general manager, you have to wait until after the meeting. When the general manager comes out, I will notify you. So it's okay, right? She is the secretary, the chairman of the general manager meeting. If let idle people disturb, then she will be bad luck. Lin Chen couldn't argue with her and had to follow her out of the conference room, but refused to get into the elevator. He folded his hands and blinked his eyes. Secretary Kai, I don't have anything else. I just want to see the chairman of the board to thank her in person. And by the way, I want to say something about the future direction of the live broadcasting department. Just let me wait here until they finish their meeting. Okay? Chapter 185. What about the chairman? Kai Meng hesitated. Logically speaking, Lin Chen's request was definitely out of line. But when she thought of all the things that Lin Chen had done since he entered the company, she was a little shaken. This one, right here, is a well-deserved favorite of the top brass, with a promising future. It's hard to tell the consequences of offending him. Kai Meng came to this and nodded. Alright then, but you can't wander around, much less go over to the conference room to disturb them. You can only sit here and wait for the chairman to come out. But don't mess around. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly said, Don't worry, Secretary Kai. I'm the most disciplined person. I promise. I'll go back after I meet the chairman. Kai Meng nodded helplessly, but in her heart, she was slandering the most disciplined? If you really want to abide by the rules, can you beat the human Wan Dong almost into the hospital? But this was also a side effect of the muddy background of the one in front of him. Can't afford to be offended. She shook her head. Seeing that Lin Chen really wanted to guard the elevator door, she quickly said, Manager Lin, they don't know how long the meeting will take. You'd better go into the office and sit and wait. I'll make you a cup of coffee. Lin Chen thought about it and thought it made sense, so he followed back to Long Wenjua's office, taking out his cell phone in the meantime and preparing to play a game. But then he saw Sumi's message. Honey, don't be nervous. You're so good. The company won't fire you for sure. Trust me. Lin Chen then remembered the message he had sent to Sumi before he came up and couldn't help but smile. At that time he was really worried that he hit Wang Yang was expelled, but the result came up after the words. Actually drove that old dang out of the board of directors. Simply cool. He proudly returned the message. Wife, your mouth has really opened up. I wasn't fired. And that Wang Yang was kicked out of the board of directors, so he can't give me any more trouble in the future. It's great. Sumi didn't reply to the message. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Logically, with the nature of his precious wife, he would have been on his cell phone waiting for his news by now. How come it took so long to reply to the message? But he didn't care. He guessed Sumi was busy. Anyway, I'll wait until I get home tonight to talk slowly about this big happy event. In the conference room, Sumi's eyes widened in disbelief as she listened to Long Wenjuan's explanation. What did you say? Wang Yang was forced out of the board? Her entire face changed when she received Lin Chen's text message. That Wang Yang, although not much ability, but the nature is the most open and domineering, cannot eat half a bit of loss. Now that he had been beaten by Lin Chen, how could he swallow this? The biggest possibility was that Wang Yang had spilled the beans and forcefully fired Lin Chen. And if Lin Chen makes such a big mistake, even if she is the chairman of the board, she may not be able to protect. Thinking about this, Sumi hurriedly came to the company, wanting to maneuver around to protect Lin Chen. Who knew things had actually worked out? Long Wenjuan shook her head with a bitter smile. Chairman, you also think it's unbelievable, don't you? But that's just the way it is. Manager Lin is truly capable. With that, he told the story of what had happened in the office. At the end concluded, this matter, it boils down to Wang Dong's brain is not quite enough. Was intimidated by Manager Lin a few words, then said everything. In the end, if he didn't want to go to jail, he would have to quit the board of directors. Manager Lin did a good thing by mistake. That Wang Yang was on the board of directors, dictating the company's affairs. And privately, I don't know how many people looked at him in a bad light. Now that the man is gone, it is not too much to say that there is a universal celebration. Sumi froze for a moment and lost her smile. Rather, I was worried for nothing. She had long known that Lin Chen was resourceful, but she hadn't expected that such a large matter could actually be solved alone, and it also completely solved the big trouble of Wang Yang, which was really impressive. It seemed that his decision to choose to nurture Lin Chen and let him slowly grow up the ladder was indeed correct. Long Wenjuan observed Sumi's expression and spoke cautiously. Chairman, earlier, Manager Lin said he wanted to see you. Since you're here at the office today, why don't you? No need. Sumi directly interrupted her and got up. I should go back. After saying that, he gave Long Wenjuan a meaningful glance. Wenjuan, you are a smart person and my right-hand man, so by all rights, you should be very familiar with my nature. Long Wenjo Sakura shivered, and her face swished white. Smart as she was, where could she not hear it? Sumi is warning her. The fact that he had pried into the chairman's relationship with Lin Chen several times had already caused the chairman's displeasure. If you ask again, what awaits you? I'm afraid, is punishment. Long Wenjuan Sakura stood up fiercely and bowed. Don't worry, Chairman, I know. Come to think of it, this is a secret that can't be declared no matter how you look at it, and you still have to be more careful in the future. Sumi nodded in satisfaction and turned around, ready to leave. Long Wenjo Sakura hurriedly said, by the way, Chairman, are you still not planning to return to the company? Tell me more. Sumi waved her hand. Anyway, if she doesn't come to the company now, it doesn't affect her management of the company's affairs, so what does it matter if she comes or not? Long Wenjuan didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly went forward to open the door for Sumi. Kai Meng stood guard at the door. Seeing them come out, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Chairman, Manager Lin is waiting for you in the office, saying that he wants to see you for a while." "You see, not seen." Sumi sounded a bit anxious. She quickly adjusted again when she noticed the puzzled glances of the two. "I have to go before I have time to deal with him." As he spoke, he didn't move to survey the terrain. Once here to go to the elevator without having to go through Long Wenjuan Cherry's office. Fortunately, it should not be discovered by Lin Chen to be right. Without waiting for the two to say anything, she had left at a fast pace. It was only until the elevator door closed that Kai Meng spoke tentatively. "General Manager, why do I feel that our chairman seems to be very exclusive of meeting with Manager Lin?" Long Wenjo Sakura smiled bitterly. "Since you can see it, then pay more attention in the future and don't mention this again. Remember? Mention it again and we're both afraid we'll have to look for jobs again." Kai Meng shivered and hastily nodded. "Don't worry, General Manager. I definitely won't say another half word. Compared to curiosity, that must be work. Alright, you go about your business. I'll go say hello to Manager Lin and tell him not to wait." Ryuban Sakura walked towards her office. Lin Chen was killing in the King's Canyon when he heard the sound of the door opening, and as soon as he looked up, he met Long Wenjo Cherry's smiling eyes. He froze for a moment. "General Manager? You finished your meeting with the chairman? So, what about the chairman?" Chapter 186 King's Honor Harm's Lifetime. The chairman has gone back. Long Wenjo Sakura sat down next to Lin Chen and swept the screen. "Where's the group? We're going to lose this one." As soon as the words left his mouth, the hitter that Lin Chen was playing was killed. Then the opposite side took advantage of this group win and went straight to the high ground to take the victory. Lin Chen let out a wail. "Holy, no, I didn't see anyone. I didn't win the game. It's a blood loss." Long Wenjo Cherry lost her smile and tried. "Lin Chen, haven't you seen the chairman before?" "Rather, I've seen it once." Lin Chen sighed, "but I hadn't been in the company for long at that time, so I just glanced at it from afar and didn't even have a chance to talk. I had thought that this time the chairman would come over on a rare occasion and meet to catch up on his duties, but it turned out that he was actually missed again. The king's honor has ruined his life." Long Wenjuan Sakura, however, frowned. Just joined the company? If she remembered correctly, the chairman would still be hospitalized at that time. Not to mention coming to the company, he couldn't even handle company affairs. Where did Lin Chen meet the chairman? Forget it, just miss it. Lin Chen's voice pulled Long Wenjuan back to reality. She thought for a moment. "Still not dead. When you entered the company, it was the old lady who sent you in. Wouldn't the old lady bring you to see the chairman then?" It was reasonable to say that if Lin Chen was really the child born to the chairman when he was young and unintelligent, and now that he had grown up he wanted to promote him as his successor, then it's only logical that we should meet. Even if you don't expose the relationship, then mustn't you cultivate a relationship in advance? Lin Chen was confused. "Old lady? What old lady? If you got into the company yourself, wasn't it all because of Jian Yao's cousin's connections?" Long Wenjuan Sakura was even more dumbfounded, feeling that the old lady had stuffed Lin Chen into the company. Or was she hiding it from Lin Chen? No wonder you have to bring that Jiang Yao along, the two of them together, in order to better cover up the ears. However, this also sidestepped the fact that the chairman didn't want outsiders, or even Lin Chen, to know about their relationship. Long Wenjuan thought of this and hurriedly changed the topic. "It's nothing, this matter of meeting the chairman. Let's talk about it later. You go back to work first." Lin Chen sighed. "It's done and it's back to the office for now. Just hate the king's glory. Influence him to kiss the chairman's ass. Go back and uninstall. Live streaming department." Everyone was out of the mind of working. All of them were waiting for Lin Chen to return with fear and trepidation. Mort has been gone for so long, it's 80% that he's going to be fired. Lu Junfei sighed. After all, he hit a company director. Who can bail this out? Yi Lu also lost spirit. If he was fired, we can be considered his cronies. I estimate that the entire live department in addition to the newly recruited customer service, a few of us, all have to pack up things to run away. Don't. It's so hard for me to find a job. Sun Shadow wailed. Jian Yao was even more completely desperate. He was still waiting to save up money to marry Zhu Jingyan. If he was fired and looked for a new job, he was afraid that he would be exhausted until he died and could not find a job with such a high salary. How can you get a wife then? The air pressure in the large office was terribly low. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Everyone looked up in unison. Lin Chen walked out with his head hanging down. When the people saw him like this, where could they not understand? Never mind. I'll go pack. Yelio sighed and turned back to her workstation. LV Junfei, however, was forced to say, Brother Chen, if we are to be dismissed, then there should be compensation, right? You're thinking fart food. Yi Lu did not return his head, while organizing things, said, 3 months probationary period. You yourself calculate how long into the company. There is no compensation? And Lin Chen hit the director. Now fired. Not deducting wages even good. And want compensation? The crowd sighed again. Right at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Jiang Yao was speechless. What time is it that you're still laughing? If I had known that hitting someone would cost so much, I should have just endured whatever that old den said. The big deal is to get out of the company and find a place without surveillance to put a sack. It is also better than losing your job now. Why can't I laugh? Lin Chen said proudly. Wang Yong, that old thing, quit the board of directors, can no longer express any opinion on anything in the company? We are completely safe. No longer have to worry about being targeted. Everyone was quiet. The next second, the cheers rose to the sky. Jiang Yao punched Lin Chen on the shoulder. You kid. Great. You can still get away in one piece after hitting a company director. To say that you don't have a leg up with the general manager. Who would believe it? Lin Chen punched back. Put your mother's ass in the air. Am I that kind of person? This wave of victory was all due to my ingenuity. Okay? Work hard. Our department is so eye-catching. Without Wang Yong, there might be someone else watching. Next, all give me a boost. Work hard. Don't let anyone catch the handle. Got it? Roger that. On this day, the work ethic of the entire live department was as high as it has ever been. Lin Chen was free of his heart disease, and the whole person was much more relaxed. But in the bottom of his heart, he still put a mark on that Wang Feiyu. No wonder that day at school, the kid told him to wait when he was leaving. Sensed that there's an old man who's an executive in the honey group. It is a pity that Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 1 foot tall. Now even his father has been stroked down. That kid is afraid to go home and have a good time. Evening. As soon as Lin Chen came home, he said cheerfully, Wife, I'm telling you, old Deng, who's been giving me tabs, has finally been kicked off the board. I said, why is he always looking for trouble from me? The feeling is to give his son a head start. But in the end, both father and son's faces were swollen by me. Don't you think it's funny? Sumi had long known the cause of the incident, but she still pretended to be adoring. Hubby, you're awesome. But who is his son? Did you offend his son? Lin Chen instantly changed his face when he heard this. He was blackmailed by Chen Lan, the dead girl, posing as Zhao Xiaoyan's boyfriend. It's not easy to pass this if you bring it up again. It's unlikely that Sumi will have to turn over old scores. When he thought of this, he immediately changed the topic. Anyway, a family of psychopaths. It's not important. Eat. I'm starving to death. It was a good thing that Sumi didn't dig in, which was a relief. Night. Sumi had already fallen into a deep sleep, but Lin Chen was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. It was all Chen Lan's fault. That stinky girl. If it wasn't for her, she wouldn't have gotten herself all screwed up. Had to blackmail her. It happens to be the first of the day. That girl should get her living expenses. Lin Chen carefully touched his cell phone and was about to send a message to Chen Lan asking her to treat him to dinner when he received a message from her first cousin. Are you free tomorrow night? Come out and have dinner together. Chen Lan sent a petulant emoticon packet. Thanks to your help in the last incident, I thought about it, and it's not good to threaten you. So how about I treat you to a meal to reward you? Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately said, Count on you, girl, having a conscience. I want to eat Hai Di Lao. Student discount. No problem. Chen Lan's message came back quickly. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. The 4th floor of Wani Plaza next to our school. Hai Di Lao. Don't see you there. Chapter 187. Guess who's calling? Chen Lan took the initiative to invite her to dinner, which put Lin Chen in a good mood. He asked before he went to work the next day. Honey, my cousin said she's treating us to Hai Di Lao tonight. Do you want to come along? Lin Chen looked relieved. This dead girl. She finally understands a bit of human feelings. If you go, I'll come back from work to pick you up. Your cousin? Sumi hesitated for a long time before shaking her head. You go? I won't go. That Chen Lan was only a cousin, but she was also a member of Lin Chen's family. She wasn't ready to meet Lin Chen's family, and she was afraid that Chen Lan would take pictures and send them to Lin Chen's mom to see. It's going to be a big mess when it happens. Lin Chen had some regrets. Then wife, you eat by yourself. I'll be back after I eat. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll bring it to you on the way back. No, you go. Sumi straightened Lin Chen's clothes for him. Hubby, cheer up at work. Lin Chen planted a kiss on her face before he left the door. Evening. Student dormitories. Chen Lan looked at Zhao Xiaoyan sitting in front of the mirror and frowned. Aya Xiaoyan, what are you doing? It's just a meal. Where is the need to dress up so seriously? Besides, my cousin is seeing someone. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for you to dress up for him? Zhao Xiaoyan carefully wiped her lipstick in the mirror and didn't turn her head back. Your cousin helped me so much. I invited him to dinner. How rude would it be if I didn't fix my face? The roommate next to her nodded. Xiaoyan isn't wrong about that. Grooming is also part of social etiquette. It has nothing to do with who you're showing it to. Xiaolan, why don't you change your clothes too? Qianlan wore a wide t-shirt and jeans. And didn't even wear lipstick. Plain as day. She skimmed her lips and said, change what? What social etiquette do I want with my brother? He's just a few years older than me. Or else I could have witnessed him wetting the bed when he was a kid and whatnot. And he's still preaching so much about what to do. The roommate let out a giggle. Zhao Xiaoyan finally dressed up and got up. Let's go. She purposely wore a white dress that just reached her knees today, revealing a section of white and delicate calves, paired with thin high-heeled sandals, a head of black hair draped behind her head, wearing a plaid hairband, and her face was carefully painted with vegan makeup. The whole thing looks especially innocent. Qianlan looked straight. Xiaoyan, you look so pretty. It's a pity that my cousin has a date. Otherwise I'd have to set you up and make you my cousin's wife. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled and took her bag. Alright, we should get going. Since it's my treat, I definitely can't keep your cousin waiting. The two of them went out the door and made their way to the Seabiscuit in the mall. It would be mealtime, and the line for food was particularly long, and the two waited a while for a place. I'll send a message to my brother to remind him, Qianlan said as she took out her cell phone to send a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen just got off work and rushed this way, impatiently said, okay, I know, just wait a little longer. I'll be there soon. The two of them then ate their snacks and made small talk. Lin Chen drove his car and rushed all the way over. And what he saw when he entered the restaurant was Qianlan and Zhao Xiaoyan talking and laughing. Cousin, here. Qianlan jumped up and greeted the waiter next to her. Hello, our table is ready to be served. Lin Chen frowned. This damned girl, she said it was a treat and actually brought Zhao Xiaoyan here. He was not a little cutie. That night it was obvious from Zhao Xiaoyan's attempt to add WeChat that this Zhao Xiaoyan was interested in him. But the falling flower has the intention of flowing water. He already has Sumi. Naturally, he cannot see other people. And even more so, he does not want to delay Zhao Xiaoyan's time. Lin Chen even wanted to turn around and leave. But this needed closure after all. And he sighed and walked over. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Sumi. Honey, I'm at the Wani Plaza Haidileo on this side of Zhonghong Road. If you're free, come over. Sumi quickly returned the message. What's wrong? Lin Chen sent a helpless emoticon. Qianlan, this dead girl, brought her classmates here, and I figured she wouldn't die even if I rejected her outright, so I can only bother your honorable wife to personally put her off. Sumi hasn't replied to the message. Lin Chen's heart was in a state of flux. Cousin, what are you doing? You're playing with your cell phone as soon as you come out. Qianlan was a bit dissatisfied and snatched his cell phone saying, eating is eating. Can you be more serious? Zhao Xiaoyan smiled warmly. Hello cousin, hello. Lin Chen reluctantly nodded and glared at Qianlan. Again, I said it was your treat. Qianlan had an innocent look on her face. Xiaoyan said that you helped her so much that she had to treat you to a meal to express her gratitude. Then why didn't she come when she was buying food and drinks for free? Lin Chen was speechless. This little girl, she really doesn't make any sense to her. Let's hope the baby wife comes over. He sighed and sat down across from the two. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes had been falling on Lin Chen since he appeared. Now that she saw him sitting down, her heart beat even faster. On that day, Lin Chen appeared with flowers in her most difficult and helpless moment, like a prince on a white horse, and saved her. It also captured her heart. Ever since then, she had secretly vowed to get Lin Chen. So what if you have a girlfriend? You can still get divorced when you're married. Lin Chen noticed Zhao Xiaoyan's gaze, and a hint of displeasure flashed vaguely in his heart. I should have known better than to come. I blame this dead girl. Qianlan, favored Qianlan half did not notice. Happily down the dishes. Eat with pleasure. He also didn't forget to greet the two. Eat. If you don't eat, the food will get hot and old. Zhao Xiaoyan, however, poured a cup of sour plum juice and got up to say to Lin Chen, thank you cousin for helping me out last time. I'll toast you with sour plum juice instead of wine. If people are so polite, they certainly can't put on a face. Lin Chen sighed in the bottom of his heart and followed by raising his cup, politely saying, you're Xiaolan's friend, and since you called me cousin, then I definitely have to help you. But what happened last time? It was just a show of hands. There's no need to take it to heart. After saying that, he drank the sour plum juice in the cup in one gulp, picked up the chopsticks and concentrated on the food. Since I can't avoid this meal today, I'll just focus on drying the meal and go home after eating. So that's fine, right? How could Zhao Xiaoyan not see his meaning? A flicker of sadness flashed under her eyes and she just sat down silently. Qianlan would order food for dinner, yell at the waiters to deliver water, and kept sharing interesting school stories with Lin Chen, so the atmosphere wasn't too awkward. Lin Chen secretly sighed in relief. According to the current situation, It shouldn't be too difficult to go home after a smooth meal. Just then, Chen Lan's cell phone rang. She glanced at it and immediately looked at Lin Chen with a bad smile. Hey, guess who the call came from? Chapter 188 You Call My Mom. Lin Chen looked at Chen Lan's appearance and rolled his eyes. Besides my mom, who else could it be? Bingo! Bingo! Chen Lan took a tissue and wiped her mouth, picking up the WeChat video in passing. Auntie, I'm eating Hai Di Lao with my cousin. She turned her cell phone directly to Lin Chen's side. Nah, my cousin is sitting across from me. Lin Chen looked at his mom's face in the screen. It's a good thing Sumi didn't come, or else this video that caught him off guard would have been exposed. Lin Chen, you're the only one eating with Lan Lan. Ha! Zhao Xiao poked her neck out and shouted. Lan Lan, your cousin's wife didn't come? Chen Lan nodded. Well, probably busy. Lin Chen quickly picked up. That's right, she was busy with work, so she didn't come over. Zhao Xiao was a little dissatisfied. You brat, it's hard to find a daughter-in-law. You have to cherish it. She's not off work so late. You eat and remember to pick her up from work. Being a man means being considerate. You know? Lin Chen was a bit helpless. Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Do I need you to teach me to fall in love? Chen Lan interjected. When a straight man falls in love, can't he let people worry a bit more? Brother, Auntie is willing to teach you, so learn it well. Zhao Xiao nodded. Lan Lan is right. Anyway, if I teach you, just listen and do as you're told. I'm still waiting for my grandchildren. Grandchildren? Lin Chen couldn't help but think of Sumi. If it's your child with her, the face will be first class. I feel excited just thinking about it. Xiaoyan, look. My brother is blushing. Chen Lan joked. Must be thinking of my future sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled a little forcefully. She liked Lin Chen, but now she had to follow the discussion about Lin Chen's girlfriend. The flavor of it was really hard to describe. Lin Chen noticed, but didn't say much, only saying to Zhao Xiao on the screen. Mom, what are you calling for? We're eating here. I'll contact you some other time. Zhao Xiao said in a bad mood. Unprofitable brat. My call is for Lan Lan. I want you to nag? Chen Lan immediately nodded her head. Auntie, cousin won't talk to you, so I'll talk to you. We'll whisper. I'm telling you, the shrimp sliders in this Hai Di Lao are delicious. Next time you come to Marina, I'll bring you to eat here. Student ID discount. Zhao Xiao smiled and said. Good, it's better to have a daughter. The two chatted animatedly. Zhao Xiaoyan, however, didn't know what to eat, and all she could think about was how she could get close to Lin Chen. Finally, she couldn't sit still. Cousin, she hesitantly spoke. I still want to add you on WeChat. Is that okay? After saying that, he hastened to add. No other meaning, it's just that I heard Lan Lan say that you work for the Honey Group, and I really like this company, and I'm thinking of joining this company after graduation. Now add a WeChat. There is something I can ask you for advice, and the interview will be easier in the future. Okay? She was born pure and gentle, and this would be blinking her eyes with a pleading face that would be really hard to turn down. It was a pity that she had met Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled politely and detachedly. You're only a freshman this year, and you still have a few years before you can work. It's not certain if I'll still be in Honey by then. Besides, wait until your internship. If I'm still working at Honey, then you can just talk to Barb then. The implication is that there's no need to tweet. A hint of hurt flashed under Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes. At that exact moment, Chen Lan got up with her cell phone. I'm going to the restroom. You guys eat first. With that, he rushed off. Zhao Xiaoyan's heart crossed and she simply held Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen was startled and quickly drew it back. What are you doing? Please behave yourself. Considering Zhao Xiaoyan's face, he even lowered his voice so that he wouldn't be heard by the people around him. Zhao Xiaoyan reddened her eyes. Lin Chen, I like you. I liked you from the first moment I saw you. I'm not asking you to promise anything, but even a WeChat, you're not willing to give it? I promise I won't bother you. I just want to be quiet in your circle of friends. To remember there's another me when you're down. 18 or 19 years old is the most fearless time. Like what? Then reckless to fight. Lin Chen's face sank. First of all, I have a wife. I love her very much. In my heart, I will only have her alone. It's impossible for me to give anyone an opportunity to take advantage of it. Secondly, Ms. Zhao, you're still young and pretty, so why hang on to this tree of mine? What's wrong with being a lickspittle instead of a good goddess? Zhao Xiaoyan shook her head. But other people are other people. You are you, and in my eyes, all of them combined are not even 1/10,000th as good as you. I beg you, will you give me a chance? Lin Chen shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. Zhao Xiaoyan broke down. Why? You always have your girlfriend on your lips. Is she that good? Is she as pretty and smart as me? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Not only is she prettier than you and smarter than you, in my eyes she is the most perfect woman in the world. And most importantly, he met Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes and said word for word, she has pride that belongs to her. And something like you begging a married man to rush up and be a mistress is something she could never do. Zhao Xiaoyan's pride was crushed, and her face turned red. After a moment, she shook her head violently. I don't believe it. She had always been quite confident in her physical condition. She didn't believe that Lin Chen's girlfriend could be better than her. Don't believe what? The sudden sound of speech caused both men to freeze. Sumi walked slowly. She was dressed simply, a white t-shirt with pink slacks, her long hair tied casually behind her head, and her face free of makeup. But there was a looseness about her that no one else could catch. Simply by standing there, one could feel that she was from a privileged background, didn't have to run around for a living, didn't even have any worries, and her whole being was synonymous with beauty. For the first time, Zhao Xiaoyan felt the word self-shame so deeply. Lin Chen was surprised and happy. Why are you here? Wife, you've sent me a message. Can I not come? Sumi smiled as she sat down next to Lin Chen and looked at Zhao Xiaoyan. Hello, you're that best friend of Lan Lan's, right? Last time, Lan Lan said you were being harassed by a suitor and asked Lin Chen to go over and help. How is it going? Did it work out? If that person is still harassing you, just tell us. After all, you're Arashi's best friend. That makes you our sister, and it's only right to help your sister out. A word that fell into place. Zhao Xiaoyan became more and more embarrassed. He was going to steal someone's girlfriend, but then they came along and instead of being angry, they spoke so decently. Most importantly, Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Sumi's face as well as her temperament, which was not powdered, but was still many times better looking than herself, and completely collapsed. Well, at that moment, Chen Lan came back. The cell phone was still held up in his hand. Apparently the video hadn't hung up yet. Lin Chen glanced at it and his entire body exploded. Done.